Awaken the Guardian of the Sands, Gaara. Uchiha Obito pondered for a moment and conveyed the directive to Gaara through a quantum link. Release Gaara. In this manner, Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly respond, his insatiable thirst for the supernatural entity, the tailed beasts, blinding him to any lurking dangers, compelling him to emerge without hesitation. Chapter 7. Are you attempting to ensnare the Gale of Moonlight using Yuzuki Yugao as bait? Asuma's strategy appeared astute. Although Yuzuki Yugao's feelings for the Gale of Moonlight had faded, the Gale remained resolute in his attachment to her. However, they were entirely oblivious to the fact that all of this transpired under Uchiha Obito's vigilant gaze, crystal clear in his observation. For Yuzuki Yugao was a devotee of the enigmatic organization known as the Profound Eye. The Gale of Moonlight must not fall into their clutches. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. As long as the Gale of Moonlight survives, he will continue to vex Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen, becoming an inescapable shadow for them. Night descended. Uchiha Obito silently departed from his abode. Yuzuki Yugao returned to the residence shared with the Gale of Moonlight. Though not officially wed, they had long cohabited. Such a bond transcended mere love, evolving into a deeper connection, leaving Yuzuki Yugao profoundly influenced by the Profound Eye. Gale, I was wrong. Yuzuki Yugao sat alone in the living room, removing her mask and donning everyday attire, following Asuma's script as she began to weep and plead for forgiveness. Gale, please forgive me. I am sorry. I know you are hiding nearby. Come forth. In the corners of the room lay several covert operatives, including Asuma himself. Should the Gale of Moonlight reveal himself, he would be met with merciless assault. Even with his ability to meld into the shadows, escape would be impossible. The Gale of Moonlight, concealed in the shadows, heard Yuzuki Yugao's words, hesitating. Asuma's conjecture was correct. The Gale of Moonlight still harbored feelings for Yuzuki Yugao, despite her previous betrayal. He was also aware of Hinata's fate, yet a flicker of hope for Yuzuki Yugao remained within him. A struggle flickered across the Gale of Moonlight's face. Suddenly, Yuzuki Yugao drew a sharp light blade, poised at her throat. Gale, I am sorry. If you cannot forgive me, then my existence loses all meaning. I shall end my life now. In the next life, let us rekindle our marital bond. Yuzuki Yugao raised the blade, preparing to pierce her neck. No, the Gale of Moonlight could no longer endure, stepping out from the shadows. Asuma and the covert operatives fixed their gaze intently on the spot where the Gale of Moonlight emerged. Just a little closer, and we can strike. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. A shuriken hurtled from the distance with great speed. Thud! It struck one of the covert operatives, the pain eliciting a muffled groan. The Gale of Moonlight heard this and instantly regained his composure, retreating into the shadows without hesitation. He had realized this was a trap. Yuzuki Yugao had not intended to plunge the blade into herself from the very beginning. She had no desire to commit suicide, merely seeking to draw him out. Regardless of his appearance, Yuzuki Yugao would not take her own life. The moonlight's swift wind keenly observed the figure of Yuzuki Yuin from the shadows, his heart heavy with unrelenting disappointment. His despair regarding Yuzuki Yuin was profound, his fury towards Asuma, all-consuming. He had unraveled the truth. Everything stemmed from Asuma. It was Asuma who had empowered Yuzuki Yuin with the light of Hyuga, transforming her into her current form. When he reported the issues, Asuma not only refused to acknowledge his faults, but sought to eliminate him. Now, he was ensnaring Yuzuki Yuin in a trap. Shameless, utterly shameless. Once, the moonlight's swift wind had regarded Asuma favorably, believing that as the son of the Hokage, he treated others with respect and humility. Yet now, he recognized this as mere fraud. Asuma's public persona was a charade. Rather than ridding the world of the villain Hyuga, he had co-opted him, disseminating his abilities and spawning further monstrosities. The moonlight's swift wind viewed Sarutobi Hiruzen with equal disdain. He cannot be ignorant of this. Not only is he aware, but he also shields Asuma. Orochimaru was exiled for his human experiments, branded a rogue ninja. And what of Asuma? Has he acted any better than Orochimaru? The flames of indignation blazed within the moonlight's swift wind's chest as he fixed his gaze on Asuma, wishing he could charge forth and eliminate him, if only he possessed the power. Yet, he maintained his composure. He was not their equal at this moment. To act recklessly would likely lead to his demise, far more probable than defeating Asuma. Asuma, wait for me, I shall ensure your end. I refuse to believe you can evade me forever. With this declaration, the moonlight's swift wind vanished entirely into the shadows. Asuma struck the wall with a fist. Damn it. This setback made Asuma acutely aware that dealing with the moonlight's swift wind would no longer be effortless. The latter's uncanny abilities would haunt him like a specter. The moonlight's swift wind would surely emerge again. What just transpired? Asuma queried, his expression dark as he addressed the Umbu ninja. It was a shuriken. From which direction? Over there. Asuma glanced towards the spot where Uchiha Madara had previously stood, but it was now deserted. There is more than just the moonlight's swift wind involved. He has accomplices. Asuma's countenance shifted. We must head to the Hokage building. Remain vigilant along the way. Yes, Lord Asuma. Now powerless, Asuma had no choice but to seek his father's aid once more. After Asuma and his companions departed, the moonlight's swift wind emerged from the shadows, similarly gazing towards the location where Uchiha Madara had stood. I know not who you are, but I am grateful that I have seen through the village's hypocrisy. I trust you too are a victim. May we both achieve our vengeance. In the darkness of the cosmos, the form of the moonlight's swift wind dissipated. Uchiha Madara had returned to his interstellar abode, gliding through the quantum transmission portal into his quarters. Uchiha Makoto and Sasuke lay asleep in a dream of intelligence, while Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi resided in distant star realms, oblivious to Madara's departure. Uchiha Izuna's comprehensive combat prowess has ascended to the level of an interstellar elite warrior, not achieved through privilege, but through genuine strength. Even Uchiha Makoto, well aware of Izuna's extraordinary talent, could not have anticipated that he had reached such heights, surpassing even Uchiha Itachi. Asuma traversed the stardust, entering the Hokage command center. The dim fluorescent lights flickered, and Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his intelligent chair, his eyes closed in contemplation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 soft sounds echoed, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to open his eyes. Who goes there? He inquired. It his eye. Father, Asuma replied. A shadow of concern crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, as if he had already deduced the situation. Come in. Asuma pushed open the holographic door, leaving the remaining Umbu interstellar warriors outside. Did the mission fail? He asked. Indeed, Asuma's voice brimmed with reluctance. Success was within reach, but an unforeseen complication arose. Besides Tsukiyakari Kaze, there was another individual covertly observing us. He launched an energy shuriken just as Tsukiyakari Kaze was about to depart. It was this shuriken that compelled Tsukiyakari Kaze to retreat. Otherwise, he would no longer be among the living. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow deeply. Are there others involved? He queried. Yes. Did you discern their identity? No. Are there any leads for tracking them? None, Asuma elaborated. The adversary's strength was formidable. By the time our Umbu warriors approached, he had already vanished, leaving no trace behind. The shuriken was of a standard model, devoid of any markings. Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown deepened. He held little concern for Tsukiyakari Kaze, but the emergence of a second individual compelled him to take notice. Tsukiyakari Kaze's exposure was due to Asuma's oversight. What of the second individual? Were they an extraterrestrial force? Within the ranks of Konoha? Or perhaps from the upper echelons? Though Sarutobi Hiruzen had not made his intentions public, it was well known that he aimed to groom Asuma as the next Hokage, and it was certain that many were discontent with. This prospect. One name surfaced in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Danzo. He understood Danzo's ambition to ascend to the position of Hokage, a desire that had lingered since the era of the second Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had never afforded him the opportunity. Yet, this did not mask his disappointment in Asuma. If Ninjutsu Shinobu were still alive, things would not have unfolded this way, he mused inwardly. The deeper his disappointment in Asuma, the more he found himself reminiscing about Sarutobi ninjutsu, and his animosity towards Mizuki intensified. Elaborate on Tsukiyakari Kaze's abilities. Asuma's eyes brightened. He realized that his father's inquiry signified a readiness to confront Tsukiyakari Kaze personally, wielding resources far beyond his own. The fate of Tsukiyakari Kaze was thus sealed. Asuma felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. That involves shadow manipulation, he stated. Tsukiyakari Kaze seems capable of merging with the shadows themselves. Space warping ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed once more. This poses quite a challenge. Space ninjutsu is undeniably powerful. Otherwise, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would not have traversed the battlefield with such ease using the Flying Thunder God. Technique. single-handedly countering entire armies and causing significant turmoil for countless foes. He had effortlessly subdued the uninitiated Fourth Reikage and the youthful Killer Bee, both of whom were by no means weak. By the way, you mentioned setting a trap using Yuzuki Yugogo? Indeed. Did I not instruct you to eliminate her? Asuma lowered his gaze. I believe she still holds potential value. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed. Humph. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. You are merely enamored by her beauty, are you not? I have no objections to your interest in the opposite sex. It is beneficial for the Sarutobi clan's lineage. However, timing is crucial. Once you assume the mantle of Hokage, what sort of woman will be beyond your reach? What significance does Yuzuki Yugogo hold? Do not allow a woman to disrupt your plans. Moreover, that woman should have mastered the abilities of the Eye of the Abyss. Since she has shown the capability to confront Kagaya's Gale, do you truly believe she would refrain from turning against you? Asuma bowed his head. Forgive me, father. I shall return at once and eliminate her. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured dismissively. Not at this moment, since Kagaya's Gale is concerned about her. Let us engage in actions that will heighten his interest, bringing her to your quarters. Kagaya's Gale will undoubtedly appear, and my operatives shall seize the opportunity to deal with him. Asuma looked up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Father, do you mean? Precisely as you surmise. Understood, I shall execute this immediately. Asuma felt a peculiar sensation, yet an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. Upon departing from the Hokage Command Center, Asuma promptly acted, escorting Yuzuki Yugogo back to his residence and subsequently confining her within his chamber. Today's events must remain unknown to Kurenai. The Kurenai he referred to was Yuhi Kurenai. Between Yuhi Kurenai and Yuzuki Yugogo, Asuma naturally favored the Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. However, human nature often breeds greed. Outside, the Umbu warriors deployed by Sarutobi Hiruzen were already in position, vastly outnumbering Asuma's contingent, even boasting some of Jonin caliber. Sarutobi Hiruzen pursued absolute certainty in his endeavors, leaving no room for ambiguity. Having made a decision, he resolved to eliminate Kagaya's Gale that very night. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, fully aware of Asuma's scheme. Utterly ruthless, Uchiha Madara found it difficult to fathom the rage Kagaya's Gale would feel upon discovering this. Kagaya's Gale cannot perish just yet. I must provide him with a little assistance. Change your attire since we are to enact a performance. It must be complete, Asuma remarked, tossing a set of garments. Yuzuki Yugogo nodded. She placed her trust in Asuma's notion of theatrics, which was the very reason she had followed him. Yet, Asuma did not entirely regard it as mere play acting. He even pondered what might transpire, should time permit. Chapter 2. Unwavering gaze. As Yuzuki Yuin donned her attire, she once again made her appearance. Asuma, too, had changed his outfit. Both were clad in cozy couple's attire, resembling a true pair of companions. Chapter 72. The fury of Moonlight Gale. Sarutobi Asuma seized this situation to provoke Moonlight Gale's reaction, attempting to lure forth this technological warrior. Regardless of whether Moonlight Gale still harbored feelings for Yuzuki Yuin, such a scene was an immense affront to him, inevitably igniting his wrath and thus increasing the likelihood of his emergence. A meticulous plan had been set in motion. Once Moonlight Gale appeared, a multitude of ninjas would swiftly converge, employing advanced weaponry to subdue him. The intelligent robotic ninjas of the Nara clan, the psychological manipulation experts of the Yamenka clan, and the optical combat ninjas of the Hyuga clan were all incensed upon learning of Hyugake's continued existence. While Asuma could not garner assistance from the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Asuma was different. He utilized forceful measures to compel Hyuga Hayashi to acquiesce. Sarutobi understood that this would displease the Hyuga clan, yet he found himself devoid of options. As a father, he bore the responsibility of rectifying the chaos that Asuma had wrought. After all, he hoped for Asuma to succeed him as the next Hokage. As dusk fell and the night deepened, Moonlight Gale indeed made his entrance. Emerging from the shadows of a corner, his gaze fixated upon the window. Through augmented reality lenses, he observed the activities within the room with clarity. Asuma and Yuzuki Yuin sat side by side, akin to an intimate couple. No, how shameless. Asuma, I shall destroy you. Moonlight Gale was consumed by rage, unable to contain himself. For a male warrior, this was undoubtedly the gravest humiliation. His body trembled with fury, emotions spiraling out of control. Kill. Ultimately, Moonlight Gale was overtaken by his wrath, flickering away and vanishing into the shadows, only to reappear in another darkened location. Asuma, meet your doom. At that moment, Moonlight Gale was mere meters away from Asuma, approaching from behind. Predictably, Asuma seemed destined for peril. Yet this was precisely the trap Asuma had set. He had anticipated Moonlight Gale's actions and was thoroughly prepared. Furthermore, Sarutobi Asuma's remote surveillance system was closely monitoring the situation. Moonlight Gale, you have finally arrived. Asuma suddenly turned, his gaze resolute. A chill ran through Moonlight Gale, and he gritted his teeth. I know this is your trap, but so what? I am determined to annihilate you. Even if I must sacrifice myself, you shall pay the price. Moonlight Gale's speed did not wane. Rather, it intensified. A flicker of panic crossed Asuma's eyes, as he had not anticipated such unwavering resolve. Moonlight Gale surged towards Asuma at an incredible velocity. Asuma glanced at Yuzuki Yuin beside him and made a decisive choice. Just as Moonlight Gale's beam sword was about to strike Asuma, he swiftly pulled Yuzuki Yuin in front of him, shielding himself from the oncoming attack. Moonlight Gale, continue your assault. Fear was etched upon Yuzuki Yuin's face. Gale. In the past, Moonlight Gale would never have harmed Yuzuki Yuin. Yet now, his heart lies encased in ice. Unwavering, the beam sword of the Moonlight Gale thrusts forth with relentless precision. Thud. It pierces the abdomen of Yuzuki Yugao. However, this is merely the beginning. The beam sword, exceedingly sharp, penetrates through Yuzuki Yugao until it finally embeds itself in the abdomen of Asuma behind her. Asuma feels an excruciating pain, his eyes widening in shock. You truly dare to strike? Yuzuki Yugao glares fiercely at Moonlight Gale. I am so sorry. Tears cascade down Yuzuki Yugao's cheeks. Moonlight Gale's fury intensifies, his hatred becoming almost palpable. He has never loathed anyone so deeply. Sarutobi Asuma. Moonlight Gale abruptly withdraws the beam sword, shoving Yuzuki Yugao aside. His gaze fixed on Asuma with animosity. At that moment, a dozen figures swiftly surge in, a ninja team dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, comprising the elite from the Yamanaka, Nara, and Hyuga clans, including tactical support of the Jonin level. With such an assembly, Moonlight Gale finds himself with no escape. Asuma gazes at Moonlight Gale, fear flickering in his eyes, yet as he sees the approaching ninjas, his confidence returns. Moonlight Gale, today you are undoubtedly doomed. You can no longer pose a threat to me. Deep despair and unwillingness fill Moonlight Gale's eyes. Someone like you does not deserve to exist in this era. Old dog Sarutobi, the Hokage is nothing but a waste. A ninja from the Nara clan swiftly forms hand seals. Shadow binding technique. Before Moonlight Gale can react, shadows ensnare his feet. He is rendered immobile. Nearby, a ninja from the Yamanaka clan also performs hand seals. Mind transfer technique. Should these two ninjutsu succeed, Moonlight Gale will have nowhere to hide. The next steps will be considerably simpler. Fate is unjust. Moonlight Gale's cry is filled with anguish, while Asuma begins to feel a sense of triumph. Unjust? Where in this world has there ever been fairness? Moonlight Gale, this is self-inflicted. Would it not have been better to pretend nothing occurred? Why must you oppose me? The outcome you face now is of your own making. Just then, whoosh. A shuriken streaks through the air, interrupting the Yamanaka ninja's mind transfer technique. A ninja from the Hyuga clan raises an energy blade, knocking the shuriken down. Upon recognizing the shuriken, his pupils constrict sharply. This is no ordinary shuriken. It is imbued with an energy talisman. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupts, sending the Hyuga ninja crashing to the ground. Yet, this is not the end. Explosions reverberate from beneath the ground. Hidden below are numerous energy talismans. The initial blast triggers a chain reaction, successive explosions toppling the entire structure. No one pays heed to Moonlight Gale anymore. Amidst the relentless explosions, everyone must flee the building with utmost urgency. Thus, whether it is the Nara clan ninja who has immobilized Moonlight Gale with the shadow binding technique, or the ninja poised to execute the mind transfer technique, as well as the surrounding ninjas, they all rush into the building in an instant. Moonlight Gale steps into a shadow, disappearing without a trace. Bang! The entire building was overturned and collapsed with a thunderous roar. What of Tsukuyami? Asuma glanced at the Nara clan ninja beside him. Unclear. Unclear? Did you not use the shadow binding technique to restrain him? Under those circumstances, Lord Asuma, I could only prioritize my own safety. And you? Asuma turned his gaze towards the Yamanaka clan ninja. Unclear, for the reasons are the same as yours. A Hyuga clan ninja scanned the interior, shaking his head. There is but one individual inside. To be precise, a robot's remains, belonging to Yuzuki Yugao. Tsukuyami must have escaped using that peculiar ability. Asuma's expression darkened. He actually managed to flee? Damn it, a Nara clan ninja remarked. We were powerless. Who could have anticipated that so many energy seals were hidden beneath this house? If we had remained, we would have been blown to bits. But Tsukuyami has escaped. Asuma was indifferent to the lives of these ninjas. His sole concern was the fact that Tsukuyami had fled. Given Tsukuyami's level of animosity towards him, retribution was inevitable, frenzied vengeance until he was utterly annihilated. The former Tsukuyami had never been a concern for Asuma. However, the Tsukuyami who had acquired that strange ability was a different matter entirely. Asuma felt ill-equipped to confront him. The bizarre manner of his emergence, coupled with that razor-sharp swordsmanship, necessitated that Asuma remain perpetually vigilant to avoid giving Tsukuyami an opening. But how much energy would that require? Did he not need rest? Did he not have a life? Asuma found it intolerable to envision a future so oppressive. Why did you not notice? Asuma glared at the Hyuga clan ninja. The Hyuga clan ninja remained composed, stating, Our mission was outside this building, thus I did not observe the interior. Besides, what if I had seen something I should not have? What do you mean by that? Asuma seethed with rage. Moreover, the Hyuga clan ninja continued. It would be more prudent for you to inquire why Hinata Kei's abilities manifested in an Umbu ninja. Asuma offered no response. This was indeed a misstep on his part. Hinata Kei was of the Hyuga clan, and by protocol, should have been handled by them. Yet Asuma, valuing Hinata Kei's abilities, had brought him back to the Umbu base and allowed other Umbu members to learn those abilities. In the process, Asuma had lost his grip, leading to the unforeseen emergence of Tsukuyami and the situation escalating to its current state. The intervention of Uchiha Obito had resulted in the failure of both Asuma's and Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans, enabling Tsukuyami's successful escape, making it even more difficult to apprehend him in the future. This signified that Asuma would likely have to live in a state of constant dread for the foreseeable future. Without resolving the threat posed by Tsukuyami, Asuma could find no peace. We must ascertain who is behind the arrangement of the energy seals. It was undoubtedly him. Asuma's resentment towards Uchiha Obito rivaled that towards Tsukuyami. Although he did not know who Obito was, he was aware of that individual's existence. Tsukuyami cast a deep glance back. Thank you. Suddenly, a stone fell at Tsukuyami's feet. He picked up the stone. Above, there were some minute words. Cherish life, do not harm the wise. I vow not to relent. The Moonlight Gale's expression slightly altered as he shattered the stone. He then performed a respectful bow, expressing gratitude to his senior. Although he was unaware of who Uchiha Madara was, from their previous encounters, he deduced that the other was undoubtedly a being far more formidable than himself. He was indeed a senior. Uchiha Madara had long since returned to his chamber, now closing his eyes to observe the actions of the Moonlight Gale. Witnessing the Moonlight Gale break the stone, he felt a growing satisfaction towards him. This individual possesses a keen intellect. By choosing stone over paper, Uchiha Madara wished to minimize the risk of exposure. The Moonlight Gale's act of shattering the stone demonstrated his lack of ulterior motives. He sought no further assistance and did not desire to draw attention to Uchiha Madara, thus allowing him to concentrate his efforts. Such a person is truly worthy of collaboration. The Moonlight Gale gazed towards the Hokage building, his eyes turning cold and devoid of warmth. Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall not let you escape easily. Prepare to bear the brunt of my wrath and hatred. I will remain vigilant, watching you closely. The moment you reveal any weakness, I will not hesitate to eradicate you. To the bitter end. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. Among numerous followers, he held the Moonlight Gale in the highest regard. The likes of Oil Woman Toryun, Hyuga Hayashi, and Mizuki merely created minor inconveniences for Konoha's elite. However, the Moonlight Gale had precisely targeted Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen, constantly threatening them. As long as the Moonlight Gale existed, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma would be compelled to devote considerable energy to him. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma could hardly focus on Uchiha anymore. Thus, the priority was to deal with Danzo and those elders. Among Konoha's upper echelon, Uchiha Madara remembered only a few names: Danzo, Mito Kakashi, and T.G. Kokushinen. They were the ones Uchiha Madara knew to hold power within Konoha. If there were no involvement from them in the Uchiha incident, Uchiha Madara would not believe it. Asuma and the others entered the Hokage building. Father, has he perished? No, he has failed again. Asuma clenched his fists. That individual appeared again that day, seemingly foreseeing our actions, laying energy seals beneath my home. Just as we were on the verge of capturing the Moonlight Gale, the seals were detonated, allowing him to escape. Energy seals laid out. Knowledge of our actions in advance. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Impossible. The only ones privy to this plan are those present. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Asuma. Aside from us, who else could know? No one. Suddenly, a name flashed in Asuma's mind. Yuzuki Yuyuki. It must be that vile woman. At this moment, Asuma had completely lost his usual composure, for it had all been a fade. The current situation was pushing Asuma's nerves to the brink of collapse. The mere thought of the Moonlight Gale potentially launching a quantum attack at any moment drove Asuma to the edge of madness. The moonlit wind's particle slicing continues to keep Asuma's abdominal nanorepair device busy to this day. Although the medical ninja has employed advanced biotechnology for treatment, complete restoration remains elusive. How could Yuzuki Yuyuki, who executed the interstellar judgment on the moonlit wind, possibly assist him? Currently, this is the only explanation. Asuma responded. Perhaps there is a traitor among us. At the moment of Yuzuki Yuyuki's departure, I distinctly heard her say I'm sorry to the moonlit wind. The term traitor caused the faces of those present to change dramatically. No one wished to bear such an accusation. All right, I understand. Let us return for now. I will dispatch a covert guard to protect you. For today, return and rest, calm your mind. The issue of the moonlit wind can certainly be resolved. Come back tomorrow. Asuma attempted to speak again, but was halted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Go back. The command-like tone left Asuma with no choice but to comply. In his youth, Asuma had been rebellious, once defying Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders and leaving the Konoha system without permission. However, as he matured, he gradually realized the immense power of his father, and his reverence for Sarutobi Hiruzen only grew stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the window, watching Asuma and the others fade into the distance with a sigh. Today, he felt utterly disappointed in Asuma, especially regarding Asuma's final words. Having confirmed that Yuzuki Yuyuki was a traitor, why still suspect a traitor among the ninjas present? Such a leadership approach cannot earn the loyalty of subordinates. Moreover, Asuma's performance throughout the incident deeply disappointed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Time and again, failure. The current state of affairs is a result of Asuma's negligence. If only there had been a single moment of impeccable performance, things would not have devolved to this point. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed movement from a corner. Who? Chapter 3. The slaughter temporarily dwindles. The silhouette of the moonlit wind emerged from the shadows. Old dog Sarutobi, I bring you a gift. An energy explosion talisman was thrown. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, the moonlit wind vanished back into the shadows. Uncertain of Sarutobi Hiruzen's power, the moonlit wind knew it far exceeded Asuma's, so he dared not approach too closely, opting instead for a distant probe. That was sufficient. The moonlit wind still harbored the extravagant hope of killing Sarutobi Hiruzen. His aim was merely to cause discomfort, a continuous harassment to wear down both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma. Boom. The energy explosion talisman detonated, posing no threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wind, let us talk. This matter must ultimately be resolved. What conditions do you require? As long as they are reasonable, I can agree. I can have Asuma apologize to you. As for women, any choice in the village that you desire is yours. This benefits us both. The moonlit wind sneered. Old dog Sarutobi, you are truly heartless. I hold no expectations for you. I merely wish for your demise. Very well. If you seek reconciliation, then you must kill Asuma yourself, or allow Asuma to take your life. The moonlit wind did not reveal himself from the shadows. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. After the departure of the Moonlight Gale, he arrived near Asuma, where two invisible guards stood vigil. Such extravagance. To safeguard Asuma, they had stationed 2 stealthy ninjas for round-the-clock protection. Furthermore, they had appointed Ebisu as a full-time tutor for Konohamaru. The gaze of the Moonlight Gale flickered. In a fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind, to eliminate Konohamaru. Yet, upon reflection, he relinquished the notion. They were warriors, he was not. The only lives he sought to extinguish were those of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma. This was the prevailing sentiment of the Moonlight Gale. However, his thoughts were soon to be altered, for the counterattack from Sarutobi Hiruzen had commenced. The Moonlight Gale was not without allies. He had a clan within the ninja village. Though he was orphaned, his family remained. The Moonlight Clan was a modest ninja family within Konoha, not numerous in members, with the Moonlight Gale being its strongest. One member of the Moonlight Clan had been captured, not for wrongdoing, but through treachery. This individual was imprisoned in the stronghold of the invisible guards. Asuma intended to unleash his fury regarding the Moonlight Gale upon this unfortunate soul. Beatings and torture ensued. The current Asuma was a stark contrast to his former self. Once gentle in appearance, aside from his penchant for smoking, he bore no distinction from the common man. Now, however, he radiated a menacing aura. The echoes of anguished screams reverberated within the invisible guard's prison. Moonlight Gale, do you not yet reveal yourself? Asuma struck a powerful blow to the captive's head. Crack! The sound of shattering bone resounded. This member of the Moonlight clan would forever bow his head, his cervical spine broken. Instant death. Useless wretch, a failure. Asuma spat contemptuously. Next, another member of the Moonlight clan was brought forth, equally framed. They remained oblivious to the unfolding events, and the entire clan was engulfed in panic. You cannot blame me. The Moonlight Gale traversed the cosmic dust, reaching the star sector near Konohamaru, seeking a sliver of opportunity for reversal. Yet, the presence of two lurking Umbu ninjas obliterated his plans in an instant. They had anticipated his arrival. This may very well be their tactical inclination. Only by contemplating from their perspective could such a strategy be devised. The Moonlight Gale descended upon the Sarutobi clan's interstellar base. With a swift motion, he emerged from the shadows, wielding a blade of light. Swoosh! A family of 3 fell silently before the Moonlight Gale's beam, deprived of even the chance to utter a sound. Continue. The Moonlight Gale inscribed 3 characters in their blood upon the starry wall as his declaration. Uchiha Madara, witnessing this, felt a modicum of reassurance. Among the current believers, the Moonlight Gale was his most trusted ally. Should Gale fall, Madara would be plunged into despair. Only while the Moonlight Gale lived could he pose a greater challenge to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In such dire circumstances, the Moonlight Gale's first thought was not of avenging the kin of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather of self-sacrifice to ensure the survival of his clan. Even after enduring such harrowing events, it must be acknowledged that the chasm between individuals is indeed vast. The actions taken against the Moonlight clan indicate that those involved in the Uchiha massacre, particularly Sarutobi Hiruzen, are surely implicated. An Umbu ninja hurriedly burst into the Hokage command center. Hokage-sama, we have a grave situation. What is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. The Umbu ninja presented a set of visual materials depicting the deceased members of the Sarutobi clan, alongside the blood-stained interstellar wall inscriptions. Hiruzen's expression darkened instantly. Moonlight Shikaku. Audacious beyond measure. This is highly unusual. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asuma felt no remorse for the deeds inflicted upon the Moonlight clan. Yet, Moonlight Shikaku's similar actions ignited a fury within Hiruzen. How could there be such a blatant double standard in humanity? Continue the slaughter. Dispatch Umbu ninjas to the Sarutobi sector. Hiruzen's advantage lay in the multitude of Umbu ninjas at his disposal. However, Moonlight Shikaku swiftly shifted his focus. With the Sarutobi clan members under tight protection, he turned to hunt the isolated Umbu ninjas. While high-ranking jonin proved formidable opponents, lone chunin or special jonin were merely trifles for Moonlight Shikaku. With a single strike, an Umbu ninja would surely fall. Panic finally registered on Hiruzen's face as he experienced a sense of helplessness for the first time. In Hiruzen's eyes, Moonlight Shikaku had descended into madness. A being who disregarded rules even more than he did had emerged. Hiruzen found himself at a loss for strategies against Moonlight Shikaku. For every life Shikaku took, he retaliated by claiming 2 in return. The vastness of the Konoha star system rendered Hiruzen unable to address every threat. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, revealing a smile. Moonlight Shikaku's performance was indeed commendable. My 3 interventions on his behalf were not in vain. Mizuki and Hinata could not present him with such challenges. As long as Moonlight Shikaku existed, they would have to face this predicament. Did they still possess the energy to contend with the Uchiha? Hiruzen sighed. Inform Asuma to cease all actions against the Moonlight clan. Yes, the bloodshed temporarily abated. No further members of the Moonlight clan were sent to the Umbu prison, and Moonlight Shikaku's assaults on ordinary Sarutobi citizens ceased. However, the attempts on Asuma's life did not relent. An energy talisman, an energy shuriken. Due to the protective measures of the Umbu ninjas, Moonlight Shikaku could not directly threaten Asuma's life, but this left Asuma in a state of relentless torment. He had never known a moment of restful sleep. His eyes were bloodshot, and deep dark circles marred his visage. His life and work lay in ruins. He could not seek out Yuhi Kurenai, fulfill missions, or even venture outside freely. For Moonlight, Shikaku might have laid energy talismans along his path. As for the potential loss of innocent lives, Moonlight, Shikaku no longer cared. When the innocents of the Moonlight clan were unjustly imprisoned in the dark depths of the prison, tortured to death on baseless accusations, the Moonlight Gale began to indiscriminately target the ordinary members of the Sarutobi clan. He exhibited no restraint in his actions. Yet, for Sarutobi Hizen, the situation was far more complex. This incident incited discontent among several ninja clans towards him. While he could afford to disregard the grievances of a single clan, the dissent of multiple clans demanded his attention. The predicament of the Moonlight clan differed significantly from that of the Uchiha clan in the original narrative. The issues surrounding the Uchiha clan had long been foreshadowed. Beginning in the era of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, they had been systematically marginalized, their reputation tarnished. Even esteemed Uchiha members such as Shursui and Itachi fell prey to the deceit of the higher-ups in Konoha, siding with the elite, indicating the extent of the brainwashing inflicted upon others. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's extermination was a sudden occurrence, taking place overnight. By the time others could respond, it was too late, and no one stood to vindicate the Uchiha. In contrast, the Moonlight clan's circumstances had no prior groundwork. Their reputation was relatively intact, as they were a minor ninja clan. Asuma, therefore, seized individuals on unfounded charges, one by one, each day. This relentless targeting bred resentment and hostility among the other ninja families. To illustrate this, consider two cages, one containing a dozen monkeys, and the other, a fierce tiger. If the Beastmaster abruptly slays the tiger, the monkeys may panic but will eventually recover. However, if each cage contained a dozen monkeys and the Beastmaster publicly executed one daily, the remaining monkeys would suffer far more than mere fright. They would experience utter psychological collapse. Watching the increasingly audacious actions of Moonlight Gale, Uchiha Itachi felt a twinge of concern. Few within Konoha possessed the capability to eliminate someone endowed with the abilities of the Shadow Apostle. Yet, should that individual choose to intervene, Moonlight Gale would likely find himself less composed. Although Moonlight Gale's strength had significantly augmented with the acquisition of the Shadow Apostle's powers, he had not reached an invincible status. Otherwise, Asuma and Sarutobi Hizen would already have met their demise. The only individuals he could feasibly target were relatively inconsequential members, such as the ordinary Sarutobi clan members and the lower-ranked Anbu ninjas. While he could contend with J-Nin, it required the right moment, and thus far, no elite J-Nin had fallen to his hand. Under the interstellar shadows, when Moonlight Gale undertook the assassination mission against Sarutobi Hizen, he dared not approach too closely, always appearing fleetingly to launch his assault against this extraordinary commander. Regardless of the outcome, he would swiftly retreat. Sarutobi Hizen transcended elite interstellar warriors. His expertise lay not in sheer speed. Faced with the cunning ambushes of Moonlight Gale, he had no exceptional countermeasures. However, while Hizen may not excel in speed, there were others who mastered it, such as Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered uncertainly. In light of the threat posed by Moonlight Gale, Shursui, will you continue to support the higher echelons of Konoha? A figure stepped into the grand edifice of the Interstellar Council. My dear father. Asmara's appearance and demeanor were strikingly different from before. He no longer resembled an elite interstellar warrior, nor the son of the fire planet, nor the future heir, but rather a disheveled interstellar vagabond. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Why do you not even tidy your armor? Asmara's gear was tarnished and clearly had not been changed in a long while. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Asmara forced a wry smile and shook his head. Father, do you think I have the heart to concern myself with such matters now? If you are in a poor mood, then change it, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. I have a task for you. Go to the Temple of Fire and deliver this document to the current host, Delu. I recall you two are old acquaintances. Delu, who had once served alongside Asmara as the captain of the Fire Planet's guard, later ascended to become the host of the Temple of Fire. He was formidable indeed. Father, is it truly appropriate for me to leave the village at such a time? The assault of the Moonlight Gale was as unpredictable as a specter. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Asmara. I will arrange for a sufficient number of secret troops to ensure your safety. A weight settled heavily in Asmara's heart. The implication of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words was unmistakable. He intended to use Asmara as bait to lure out the Moonlight Gale. This was a trap laid for the Moonlight Gale. Asmara's emotions became tumultuous. Setting a trap for the Moonlight Gale was something Asmara desired, yet using himself as bait was a notion he found distasteful. It filled him with a sense of humiliation. Father, go ahead. Chapter 4. A stroll through the interstellar market. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Asmara. Asmara lowered his head, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Yes, father. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Asmara's silhouette fade from view before withdrawing his gaze. Asmara, this predicament is of your own making. I have assisted you to this point purely because you are my only son. Had Shinazuki still been here, I would have acted long ago. You have disappointed me greatly. The one you should be blaming is yourself, not me. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Yet you will always be my child. Do not worry. I shall not allow you to perish. A covert warrior entered. Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, prepare and follow Asmara discreetly. Yes, Lord of Stars. Asmara readied himself for the journey to the Temple of Fire, intending to take the entire Abyss squad with him. Additionally, there were numerous covert warriors lurking in the shadows. This was a manifest trap. However, for the Moonlight Gale, it presented the optimal opportunity to eliminate Asmara. Beyond this, he could find no better moment, for within the village, the guards protecting Asmara would be more numerous. Thus, even knowing it was a trap, the Moonlight Gale would proceed. As long as I can kill Asmara, I am willing to pay any price. Sarutobi Hiruzen accurately discerned the mindset of the Moonlight Gale. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. He had observed the preparations of the Moonlight Gale, knowing he would follow Asmara's party. And even recognizing it as a trap, he could not help but shake his head. Uchiha Madara's gaze turned toward the Interstellar Council building. Truly, he is a seasoned politician. In this regard, Moonlight Gale pales in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if I were to remind Moonlight Gale, he would likely disregard my counsel, acting according to his own convictions, believing it to be his most opportune moment. Yet, this is a fallacy. If only Moonlight Gale could exercise patience, countless superior opportunities shall present themselves in the future. However, those are matters of time yet to unfold, and I find myself unable to convey this to him. Uchiha Madara withdrew his gaze. Sarutobi Hiruzen is ruthless indeed, employing his own son as bait. Given Moonlight Gale's capabilities, even with multiple secret warriors covertly safeguarding him on the journey to the Temple of Fire, he still possesses a significant chance of eliminating Asuma. The very formulation of this plan indicates Hiruzen's readiness to accept Asuma's sacrifice. Thus, has he utterly despaired of Asuma, placing all his hopes upon his recently born grandson, Konohamaru? Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes slightly. What if Konohamaru were to perish? Whom could Hiruzen then place his hopes upon? Once Asuma departed from Konoha, both Hiruzen and the secret forces would concentrate their attention on him, aware that Moonlight Gale would follow suit. Particularly, once Moonlight Gale makes his initial strike en route, their vigilance towards him would wane. Should I choose to act at this moment to eliminate Konohamaru, the probability of success would be exceedingly high. Uchiha Madara's prowess has reached the level of an elite interstellar warrior, a rarity even among the secret forces in Jupiter. Consequently, Hiruzen would be compelled to allocate all his efforts to safeguarding Asuma, leaving no glimmer of hope for Moonlight Gale. Though he yearns for vengeance, Moonlight Gale is not foolish. When hope is entirely extinguished, he would certainly refrain from reckless actions. Moonlight Gale retains a chance for survival. Uchiha Madara desires for him to endure, to remain hidden in the shadows, applying pressure upon Hiruzen. Asuma departed Konoha as planned, accompanied by 6 individuals, Hinata Light, Tanuki, and 4 secret warriors endowed with the power of Abyssal Eyes. Asuma had initially intended to bring the entire Abyss team, but Hiruzen vetoed this. For such a course would diminish Moonlight Gale's odds of success, thereby lessening the likelihood of falling into a trap, a scenario Hiruzen wished to avoid. He aimed to conclusively resolve the matter of Moonlight Gale this time. Asuma lowered his head, resentment deepening in his gaze. Being used as bait had already displeased him, and now even his appointed guards had been reduced. Let us depart. Asuma stood at the village's edge, casting a final glance toward the Interstellar Council Hall before stepping beyond the village's borders. A group of covert interstellar warriors silently trailed Asuma's team, maneuvering through the shadows of the void. Amidst the profound emptiness, the silhouette of Moonlight Gale emerged, clad in jet-black armor that revealed only his piercing eyes, exuding an air of mystery that in no way hindered his movements. On the contrary, this attire served to confound his foes, enhancing his tactical advantage. In this present moment, The Moonlight Gale has transformed into a form starkly different from that of humanity, his muscles atrophied, resembling a desiccated corpse, with only skin enveloping his bones. Yet, his speed and strength surpass anything witnessed before. The Moonlight Gale melds into the shadows, vanishing in an instant. Uchiha Itachi comprehends that the Moonlight Gale has departed from the Hidden Leaf Village. The timing of his impending assault remains uncertain. Reliant solely on the moment the Asuma squad reveals a vulnerability, Itachi remains ever vigilant, closely monitoring the Moonlight Gale's movements, fulfilling his duties as a ninja while tracking his whereabouts. The Moonlight Gale undoubtedly represents the most pivotal piece in Itachi's strategic game. As time flows onward, the Asuma squad distances itself from the Hidden Leaf, arriving at a remote space station. They intend to rest for the night. Suddenly, a subtle tremor ripples through the air as a shuriken pierces through Asuma's quarters. The raccoon retrieves the shuriken, discovering it adorned with a note. Asuma reads the message. Please, Lord Asuma, descend to the interstellar market. 3 shall accompany you. His expression darkens, and he incinerates the note in candlelight, reducing it to ashes. A visit to the interstellar market? This merely serves to expose him to the Moonlight Gale's gaze, rendering him a bait to lure the Gale out. In such circumstances, what are the risks of exploring the market? Asuma vividly recalls the moment he was pierced in the abdomen by the Moonlight Gale. Had it not been for Yuzuki Yugao's timely intervention, he would have sustained grave injuries. Moreover, this role as bait is compounded by the restriction of numbers. Only 3 may accompany him. Can you truly protect me in time? Asuma's face hardens, should I be harmed. Neither of you will fare any better. Son, raccoon, accompany me downstairs shortly, Asuma commands. Before long, the trio exits their chamber and ventures onto the market street. Uchiha Itachi, through remote surveillance, observes the Moonlight Gale lurking in the shadows, his intentions unclear. However, the Moonlight Gale executes an unexpected maneuver. Rather than approaching the shadows near Asuma, he emerges, adopting the guise of a merchant, his attire padded to present the appearance of an ordinary human. Itachi raises an eyebrow, impressed by the clever stratagem. Aware that Asuma's team is cognizant of the Moonlight Gale's abilities, they would undoubtedly remain vigilant against shadowy ambushes. Thus, he alters his approach, masquerading as a commoner, drawing closer. In doing so, Asuma is unlikely to anticipate his presence. While everyone assumes the Moonlight Gale will utilize shadow techniques, he deliberately defies expectations. Yet, Itachi's gaze shifts towards Hinata, whose Byakugan, once activated, would unveil the Moonlight Gale's disguise, rendering him detectable upon approach. The question now lies in whether Hinata can discern the truth. One can only hope she does not. Itachi's focus returns to the Moonlight Gale, who seamlessly integrates into the throng, inching closer to Asuma and his companions with remarkable patience. Asuma's brow furrows. Son, raccoon, remain vigilant for any shadows. The Moonlight Gale may strike from concealment at any moment. Understood. On any other occasion, Asuma might have pondered further, but now, his mind is in turmoil. The torment of the Moonlight Gale has pushed Asuma to the brink of mental collapse, compounded by being sent as bait by Sarutobi Hiruzen. His inner turmoil of dissatisfaction and anger intertwines, rendering him unable to think clearly. Hinata lacks experience. Ultimately, apart from the power of the Abyssal Eye, he is merely a freshman from the Ninja Academy, albeit an exceptional one. The Moonlight Gale draws nearer to Asuma and his companions. Suddenly, he chooses to strike. A dagger is swiftly drawn from the sleeve of the Moonlight Gale, aimed directly at Asuma. Lord Asuma, be careful. Only when the dagger is mere inches from Asuma does Tanuki realize and urgently shout a warning. But it is too late. Asuma has no time to react, and the dagger successfully pierces his body, though, due to Tanuki's distraction, it narrowly misses a vital spot. The Moonlight Gale grits his teeth, eager to strike again. Tanuki positions himself in front, while a shadowy ninja lunges forth. The Moonlight Gale's eyes flicker as he dispels his disguise, vanishing into the crowd. You cannot escape, Moonlight Gale. An Umbu ninja blocks his path, brandishing a kunai. With a swift thrust, the kunai pierces the Moonlight Gale's body, yet he does not evade. Instead, he bursts forth with speed, plunging into the shadows ahead. His figure disappears in an instant, leaving only 2 kunai on the ground. The Umbu ninja's expression shifts dramatically, while Asuma's countenance grows even graver. The dagger wielded by the Moonlight Gale is laced with a potent toxin. Immediately teleport me back to Konoha. I require the expertise of an interstellar medical professional to counteract the poison. Activate the teleportation protocol at once. Understood. The captain hesitates slightly, saying, Captain Asuma, some intelligence might uplift your spirits. What intelligence? While escaping, the Moonlight Gale was injured by our operatives wielding energy blades, which carry a lethal toxin comparable to the poisonous mist techniques he employs. Moreover, the Moonlight Gale lacks the detoxification environment we possess. Asuma's eyebrows arch slightly. So, does that mean the Moonlight Gale is doomed? Indeed. At last, you have accomplished something worthwhile. Asuma's mood lightens considerably. Though he is afflicted by the poisonous energy, the situation remains uncertain. Yet he is resolute. As long as he can return to Konoha in time, his chances of survival remain substantial. The detoxification process will undoubtedly be excruciating, but the prospect of the Moonlight Gale's demise is a burden he feels he can bear. Without the threat of the Moonlight Gale, Asuma can return to a normal life as an interstellar citizen. But will the Moonlight Gale truly perish? The answer is negative. The Umbu utilize toxins targeting blood energy. Yet the Moonlight Gale's body is devoid of blood. He exists solely as a shriveled energy entity. This toxin has no effect on him. The Moonlight Gale's wounds are merely superficial injuries inflicted by 2 energy blades. Asuma, it is not over yet. The Moonlight Gale gazes into a mirror, tending to his injuries. Before Asuma can return to Konoha, news of his injuries has already reached there. Sarutobi Hiruzen sets down the communicator. As long as the Moonlight Gale can be completely eradicated, the price paid is worthwhile. Asuma has had it too easy. It is time for him to face some adversity. Chapter 5. A word is a promise. The standing of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha is not a gift from others, but rather a result of my relentless pursuit. I hope that this incident will lead to significant growth for Asuma. The figure of Uchiha Madara appeared near the residence of Sarutobi Hizashi. Regarding Konohamaru, Uchiha Madara held little animosity. After all, he was merely an infant. Moreover, in the original narrative, Konohamaru had committed no wrongdoing, having merely partaken of the ample resources of the Sarutobi family. As the grandson of the Hokage, Konohamaru had the privilege of being accompanied and meticulously guided by a top-tier mentor from a young age. In stark contrast, Naruto, as the son of the Hokage, grew up with nothing, having inherited neither the legacy of his father, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, nor that of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. The legacies of these 2 figures undoubtedly represented formidable power, as one was a Hokage and the other the principal heir of the Uzumaki clan. Before taking action, Uchiha Madara hesitated. However, closing his eyes, he could not help but recall those haunting images. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Izumi. So many innocent lives had fallen in pools of blood. Konohamaru was innocent. But what of the members of the Uchiha clan? The innocents who perished from the Uchiha clan were far more numerous than a single soul. Uchiha Madara retracted his gaze and approached stealthily. Today, he had come merely to gather intelligence. The true reckoning would come at a more opportune moment. Madara. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Uchiha Madara turned around. Shursui, you remember me. How fortuitous that we should meet here. Uchiha Shursui approached and said, however, this place is quite distant from the Uchiha clan stronghold. Madara, what brings you to such a location? Konoha has been tumultuous lately. You ought to refrain from wandering about. Uchiha Madara cast a glance at the thicket by the roadside. I came to walk my cat. Walk your cat? Uchiha Madara whistled, and shortly thereafter, a grayish-white cat darted from the woods, bounding to his side and nimbly leaping onto his shoulder. Shursui reached out to pet it, but was met with a swift swat from the cat's paw. Nevertheless, he bore no ill will. A fine cat indeed. Madara, are you intending to train this feline to become your ninja companion in the future? Not at all. I simply wish to keep a pet, Uchiha Madara replied. By the way, I've named it Itachi. Whenever I encounter distressing matters, taking him out for a stroll greatly improves my mood. Though he can be disobedient at times and enjoys running off, I often have to discipline him. Itachi? Uchiha Shursui paused for a moment before realizing that the Itachi Madara referred to was none other than Uchiha Itachi. He couldn't help but chuckle, saying, Madara, Itachi actually treats you very well. In this world, if one were to name the best older brother, Itachi would undoubtedly be among them. Uchiha Madara chose not to delve further into that topic and instead inquired, Shursui, what are you doing here? Are you on a mission? Not at the moment. Uchiha Shursui shook his head and said, I am covertly safeguarding the family of the Hokage. You must have heard about the defection of Kagaya Mitsuke's. His methods are exceedingly vile. I am concerned that he may pose a threat to the Hokage's family, which is why I am here to keep watch. Uchiha Madara narrowed his eyes momentarily before returning to his usual demeanor. So that is the case. Is Kagaya Mitsuke's formidable? Indeed, he is, Uchiha Shursui replied. Kagaya Mitsuke's has mastered exceedingly powerful secret techniques, seemingly of the space-time ninjutsu variety, allowing him to traverse through shadows, coupled with his proficiency in assassination arts. Such a defector must be dealt with swiftly, otherwise he poses a threat to all of us in Konoha. Uchiha Shursui patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder. Therefore, Madara, you should head back quickly and refrain from wandering outside. How does Kagaya Mitsuke's compare to Itachi? Madara inquired. I believe Itachi is stronger, Shursui responded. And how do you fare against him? Shursui smiled gently. Currently, I am slightly stronger than Itachi, but he may soon surpass me. Your brother, Itachi, is an exceptionally gifted genius. The weight of genius is immense. Thus, Madara, it is essential for you to understand Itachi better. He has been through much. If he could have your and Sasuke's understanding, it would truly bring him joy. Uchiha Madara chuckled inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm. Since you are stronger than that defector, I should be safe here, right? Itachi seems to want to play. You are his good friend and will protect me, won't he? Upon finishing his sentence, Madara's cat leaped down from his shoulder and darted into the woods. Uchiha Shursui smiled wryly. However, I must protect the Hokage's family. Uchiha Madara sighed softly, observing, in that case, it seems Itachi cannot fully engage. He then blew a series of digitized notes. The robotic cat promptly returned. He turned to Uchiha Shursui and asked, Shursui, could you escort me back to the Uchiha base? That defector is quite dangerous, and I feel a bit anxious. No one here recognizes me, and it might be unsafe. Uchiha Shursui hesitated. I cannot leave, Madara. You can return on your own without issue. That defector's target is the village leader and his family. As long as you are not nearby, he will not pursue you. Is that true? Madara asked, feigning relief. Then I shall rest easy. By the way, Shursui, why is Kagaya Mitsuke's fixated on the village leader's family? I am uncertain, Uchiha Shursui replied, shaking his head. However, the village leader is our guiding light in Konoha, and the entire village operates under his leadership. Without him, there would be no village. Anyone who seeks to harm the village leader and his family is an enemy of us all. Suddenly, Uchiha Shursui halted and patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder. Madara, it is time for you to return. These matters are not for you to comprehend at present. Very well, Uchiha Madara nodded and departed with the robotic cat. It was only after he had distanced himself that he glanced back one last time. The encounter with Uchiha Shursui has brought Uchiha Itachi's disappointment to its zenith. Uchiha Shursui has audaciously chosen to protect Konohamaru. This not only undermines Uchiha Itachi's plans, rendering him incapable of further targeting the Sarutobi clan, but also leaves Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to counteract the schemes of the Uchiha family. Moreover, the attitude displayed by Uchiha Shursui earlier has plunged Uchiha Itachi into profound disillusionment. Uchiha Shursui places undue emphasis on Sarutobi Hiruzen and his family. Without any investigation, he hastily concludes that Moonlight Breeze is a foe, believing that Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen have never erred. His regard for his own Uchiha kin pales in comparison to that of the so-called family of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He refuses to agree to protect his own kin, and is even unwilling to spare the time to escort him back to the Uchiha base. He is not merely an ordinary Uchiha member. He is the brother of Uchiha Itachi, who is the closest friend of Uchiha Shursui. If placed in opposition, with my life and that of Konohamaru on a scale, it is highly probable that Uchiha Shursui would choose to save Konohamaru over me. If this is the case for me, it would be even more so for the other Uchiha members. Just how significant are the family of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Can one man truly represent the entirety of the village? Is the village solely the domain of Sarutobi Hiruzen? Uchiha Itachi believes that the village belongs to each and every individual. However, he perceives that in the heart of Uchiha Shursui, the village seems to belong solely to the village leader. He realizes that he cannot alter Uchiha Shursui's views. There exists no means to dissuade his unwavering loyalty to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Itachi's endeavors to safeguard the Uchiha by opposing Sarutobi Hiruzen will undoubtedly be thwarted by Uchiha Shursui. Presently, Uchiha Shursui has already begun to covertly protect Konohamaru. Subsequently, Uchiha Shursui is certain to take action against Moonlight Breeze. The positions of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui are destined to be irreconcilably opposed, fostering a nascent intent to eliminate Shursui within him. Shursui's mindset has become utterly distorted. He has devolved into a mere puppet of the Sarutobi clan. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to him as Sarutobi Shursui. Upon returning to the base, Uchiha Itachi leaves the robotic cat in the courtyard and proceeds to the training grounds. Brother, you have arrived. Sasuke's eyes gleam with excitement. Uchiha Itachi nods in acknowledgement. I have come. How has your training been? I have been practicing for quite some time. Look, Sasuke gestures towards several targets across the way, each one littered with shurikens. Not good enough. None hit the center. Is it so easy to hit the center? Sasuke retorts. Of course it is. Uchiha Itachi draws a shuriken, declaring, watch closely. Whoosh. With precision, he strikes the center with a single throw. Sasuke, shurikens are the foundation of a ninja. You must train until you can consistently hit the center to be deemed a competent shuriken user. In the future, you should solidify your basics and avoid emulating that individual who, in his arrogance, rushed to graduate prematurely, rendering himself neither human nor ghost. Sasuke pauses momentarily. Are you referring to elder brother? What do you think? I believe so. Then it must be so. Uchiha Madara smiled faintly. Sasuke suddenly straightened his chest. Brother, we must surpass our elder brother in the future, all right? Of course, came the reply. It's a promise. Uchiha Madara sat on a nearby bench, observing Sasuke as he trained across from him. Given the circumstances today, the presence of Uchiha Shursui posed a significant threat to the Uchiha clan, constantly jeopardizing my plans. Should relations between the Uchiha and the higher-ups of Konoha deteriorate? If the situation escalates, Uchiha Shursui would undoubtedly intervene. He could use Kotoame Tsukumi against our father. In such a case, the events of the original narrative would repeat. If Uchiha Shursui were to perish, it would be immensely beneficial. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered. The advantages of Shursui's death would be manifold. While alive, his character might protect certain clan members, but only outwardly. If the Uchiha's enemies became the Konoha higher-ups, he would unhesitatingly side with them. If he were dead, when the Uchiha stand against the Konoha leadership, no one would dare employ Kotoame Tsukumi against Uchiha Fugaku, and those eyes would not fall into Danzo's hands. Those who trusted Uchiha Shursui would be unaffected by his demise. My plans would no longer face his interference. Moreover, I could acquire a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Currently, Uchiha Madara had no direct conflict with Uchiha Shursui, only an indirect one. The incident involving the Moonlight Gale was a target Madara wished to support, while Shursui sought to hinder it. Yet, Madara was aware of the future. The existence of Uchiha Shursui would undoubtedly bring immense trouble to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha massacre, regardless of Shursui's intentions, undoubtedly made him one of the catalysts for this catastrophe. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi's mindset had been influenced by Uchiha Shursui. Shursui was beyond redemption. His mind had been distorted by technology. The incident concerning the Moonlight Gale was known to all. The fault lay with Asuma, not with the Moonlight Gale himself. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shursui resolutely sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen's intelligent decision-making system. Unlike the mechanical ninjas of the Umbu, who might perceive Asuma's errors, yet chose silence in obedience to the Hokage's core directives, Shursui blindly believed in the correctness of every order from Sarutobi and Asuma. A blind faith that was truly terrifying. Uchiha Madara formulated a plan in his mind, yet it was far from simple. Uchiha Shursui, having awakened his Manjiki Sharingan, had attained the level of an interstellar commander. Uchiha Madara was merely an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan user, and the strength of the Moonlight Gale had yet to reach its peak. I need more power. Uchiha Madara recalled a certain individual, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku also possessed a Manjiki Sharingan. The three of us joining forces against Uchiha Shursui would significantly enhance our chances of success. Upon returning home, he asked, Mother, will father return via virtual communication today? No. Uchiha Mikoto shook her head. Your father is currently handling important interstellar matters and may not be reachable for some time. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? Chapter 6. One success. No room for failure. It's nothing. Just asking. Uchiha Madara speculated that Uchiha Fugaku might be preoccupied with the search for the Uchiha clan's second refuge. Both my father and elder brother are equally selfish, Sasuke remarked with dissatisfaction. If you require assistance, feel free to seek me out. There is no need to rely solely on our father. I was an elite interstellar ninja in my own right. Uchiha Mikoto chuckled. I am equally formidable. Is that so? Sasuke scrutinized Uchiha Mikoto, somewhat skeptical. Indeed. No, I do not have any pressing matters. I was merely inquiring. Uchiha Madara shook his head as nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, and the images in his mind shifted from the moonlit gale to the radiant Hyuga light, and then to the distant planet of Mizuki, far removed from the Leaf Galaxy. Where is Mizuki now? Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. It appeared to be a desolate wasteland, marred and seemingly forgotten for ages. Suddenly, a shattered stone tablet came into view, adorned with a swirling pattern. Uchiha Madara comprehended the significance. The planet where Mizuki resided was the planet of Uzumaki, once the homeland of the powerful Uzumaki clan, known for their extraordinary chakra, vitality, and an array of peculiar sealing techniques. Most of the sealing arts of the leaf originated from Uzumaki, yet this planet had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Numerous powerful beings had fallen here. If Mizuki were to acquire their relics, he could become immensely powerful, even surpassing the rank of an interstellar commander, for the Ghoul bloodline possesses such potential. Uchiha Madara sensed Mizuki's feedback. With each enhancement Mizuki achieved, he garnered a tenth of the effect. Uchiha Shursui remained vigilantly stationed near Sarutobi Hiruzen's virtual residence, only exhaling in relief upon the Hokage's return from the Hokage building. Now that the Hokage has returned safely, I need not continue my watch. Uchiha Shursui made his way back to his own abode. Suddenly, a visage materialized within Uchiha Shursui's mind. But where did Madara venture today? That location is not close to the Uchiha compound. Walking a cat? Uchiha Shursui frowned. Is it truly a mere stroll with a cat? Perhaps. But I cannot discern if Madara is lying. However, it is worth pondering who compelled Madara to go there. Could it be the clan leader, sending him to investigate the situation? It is highly plausible. Given the clan leader's ambition, he might have recognized this opportunity, with the Hokage's attention diverted by the rogue ninja. Kaze no Kage. The defenses here would have weakened. Had I not been present, the clan leader might have taken action, abducting Konohamaru as leverage to force the Hokage to abdicate, replacing him in power. The more Uchiha Shursui contemplated, the more he felt the likelihood was substantial. The ambitions of the Uchiha clan are truly unbridled. The more chaos there is within the village, the more they desire to seize the chance to ascend. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that this would lead to a mutually destructive outcome. Internal strife would invite external forces to exploit the weakness. And then how would they confront outside threats? The Uchiha are so short-sighted. I must thwart their plans. Uchiha Shursui resolved. Once I resolve matters with Kaze no Kage, I shall employ the Kodoame Tsukumi to influence the clan leader, curbing the Uchiha's ambitions. With Itachi and myself, the village shall remain stable. The Hokage will surely endorse my decision. Uchiha Shursui's face revealed an expression of eager anticipation for recognition. Asuma sat in the interstellar transport vehicle, racing towards Konoha. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as several massive stones tumbled down. The figure of Tsukiyakari Kazekage lurked within the shadows cast by the boulders. Asuma, you cannot escape. The gaze of Tsukiyakari Kazekage was piercingly cold. Intense pain coursed through Asuma's body, causing it to convulse. The mechanical ninjas of the Umbu swiftly retaliated, driving Tsukiyakari Kazekage back. Yet Asuma sustained new injuries. Useless. All of you are useless. Asuma cursed in fury, though his heart had turned to ice. This time, he discerned that the Umbu ninjas had acted with intent. They had deliberately scattered before entering the valley, creating an opportunity for Tsukiyakari Kazekage to launch an attack against him. Only through such tactics could Tsukiyakari Kazekage reveal himself. This presented a prime opportunity to eliminate Tsukiyakari Kazekage. Asuma yearned to vanquish him. Yet he could not endure being used as bait once more. Previously, it could have been overlooked, but now, gravely injured, they still treated him as a lure. One misstep could lead to his demise. Did these individuals truly wish for his death? A visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged in Asuma's mind. Father, have you forsaken me? Asuma understood that without Sarutobi Hiruzen's directives, the Umbu ninjas would not have acted in such a manner. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the Tanuki, he would have perished solely due to their negligence. A tinge of resentment took root within Asuma's heart. His mind replayed the harrowing moments of being used as bait twice, each time teetering on the brink of death, a sensation he never wished to endure again. Resentment continued to accumulate within him. Tsukiyakari Kazekage retreated into the shadows. sustaining additional wounds, yet indifferent to the pain. As long as he posed a threat to Asuma, as long as he could push Asuma to the precipice of survival, Tsukiyakari Kazekage felt any cost was worth paying. Uchiha Madara opened his celestial eyes. Uchiha Shursui, with a flick of his fingers, randomly tapped on the holographic table, where numerical codes flowed rapidly. Previously, Uchiha Madara had not delved deeply into Uchiha Shursui's concerns. He intended to utilize this extraordinary vision of the future to sow chaos on the planet Konoha. The higher echelons of Konoha, in facing challenges, had to rely on the strength of the Uchiha clan, thus rendering them incapable of targeting the Uchiha lineage. The events surrounding the zombie virus incident in Mizuki had occupied Kakashi and several Umbu interstellar warriors. The phosphorus worm incident in the Oil Clan's Forbidden Zone had trapped 10 members of the Oil Clan within a virtual boundary. Hinata K's invisible black hole incident had caused rifts in the relationship between the Hyuga clan and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the emergence of Hinata K indirectly facilitated the rise of Tsukiyakari Kazekage, who became a significant dilemma for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why would Uchiha Madara assist Tsukiyakari Kazekage? Not out of protection, but rather to oppose Sarutobi Hiruzen. From Asuma's actions, Uchiha Madara gleaned the true nature of both him and Sarutobi Hiruzen. They could not escape the grim legacy of the Uchiha clan massacre. In confronting Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly provide his utmost support, regardless of whether the opponent was Tsukiyakari Kazekage or not. This had been his strategy all along. However, at this moment, Uchiha Shursui's actions compelled Uchiha Obito to pay heed to this fiercely loyal individual to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Obito gradually began to comprehend Uchiha Shursui's mindset. His unwavering dedication to the Hokage was profound. Regardless of the Hokage's actions, Uchiha Shursui steadfastly believed in their righteousness and brilliance, resolutely standing by their side. The will of fire represented an unassailable creed for Uchiha Shursui. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were indeed a man of integrity, perhaps Uchiha Shursui's conduct would be justifiable. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not such a person. Thus, Uchiha Shursui's actions were tantamount to abetting tyranny, excessively glorifying the Hokage while unjustly vilifying others, attributing all the Hokage's faults to external parties. Frankly speaking, such a person is more terrifying and repugnant than a mere villain, as they lack the ability to discern right from wrong. In their eyes, there exists only the distinction between Hokage and non-Hokage. Through the incident involving the swift winds of the moonlight, Uchiha Obito perceived the entirety of the situation, whether it be the moonlight's swift winds or others. As long as Uchiha Shursui remained alive, he would willingly assist Sarutobi Hiruzen in resolving these troubles. His previous absence might have been due to being outside the village, but now he had returned. Once the swift winds of the moonlight reappeared, Uchiha Shursui would undoubtedly take action against him, even against those loyal followers I had created. Only with Uchiha Shursui's demise could my plans remain unperturbed. Uchiha Obito gazed out at the sea of stars beyond the window. Yet, to eliminate Uchiha Shursui would not be a simple task. He recalled from the original narrative that Danzo and the Root Ninjas had ambushed Uchiha Shursui. And even after seizing one of his eyes, Uchiha Shursui had forcibly escaped from their clutches. This showcased his formidable strength. It would require me, my father, and another individual of equal prowess to have a genuine chance of defeating Uchiha Shursui. However, in the plan, Itachi must be excluded. He could not be allowed to know, for he might very well align himself with Uchiha Shursui. Should we act and allow Uchiha Shursui to survive, a conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher-ups of Konoha would inevitably ensue, leading the Uchiha to face a catastrophic predicament, possibly even a tragic repetition of their clan's annihilation. Therefore, meticulous planning is essential. A single successful attempt cannot permit failure. The Ninja Academy has reopened. The situation with the phosphorescent poison insects is stable, as the Oil Women clan's ninjas have been exhausting them, keeping them confined within a specific area, posing no danger if one refrains from entering. Izumi, wait for me. Uchiha Obito jogged over, naturally taking Uchiha Izumi's hand. Sasuke watched the figure of Uchiha Obito disappear, filled with discontent, as he found himself left alone once more. In the classroom, Iruka was elucidating the fundamentals of ninjutsu. Uchiha Obito rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window. While extracting chakra, he pondered how to ensure the demise of Uchiha Shursui. At that moment, suddenly, a dense black aura intruded upon Uchiha Obito's view. just outside the window. The figure paused for a moment, gazing towards the ninja academy, the black aura intensifying around them, before departing. Uchiha Obito dashed out of the classroom, leaving Irika in stunned silence. He opened his mouth, yet ultimately uttered not a single word. Uchiha Obito pursued the fleeting figure. It was a youth, slightly older than Obito, but not by much. His hair was a shade of grayish-white, and he wore intelligent glasses adorned with the emblem of Konoha's ninja. He was already a graduated ninja. His eyes were hollow, and his expression was dazed, as if he had recently endured a grievous blow. Unaware of Obito's presence behind him, he continued along the path until he reached the lakeside. The boy sat at the water's edge, his feet immersed in the lake. A few fish floated belly up nearby. Obito narrowed his eyes slightly. If I am not mistaken, this individual must be Kabuto Yakushi. But what brings him here? This moment falls perfectly between Kabuto's orchestration under Danzo to eliminate Yakushi Nono and Orochimaru's invitation for Kabuto to join the Sound Ninja's base. However, such matters have become inconsequential. Obito opened his left eye. Immediately, the dense black aura surrounding Kabuto surged toward him, pouring into Obito's left eye. A vivid image materialized within his mind. In a torrential downpour, two figures engaged in a fierce battle. One was Kabuto, while the other was Yakushi Nono. Kabuto held the upper hand, severely injuring Nono. As he tore away Nono's mask in an instant, Kabuto recognized her, someone he regarded as a motherly figure. As an orphan, Kabuto had arrived at the orphanage managed by Yakushi Nono, viewing the robotic entity Nono as his creator. It is me, indeed, he called out persistently. Yet Nono's programming failed to recognize him. Seizing upon Kabuto's brief moment of distraction, she swiftly activated a laser sword and charged at him. Kabuto instinctively retaliated. Whoosh! A laser pierced Nono's energy core, and Kabuto himself ended the existence he cherished as a mother. His mental defenses crumbled in an instant. Virtual raindrops fell, intertwining with the data tears in his eyes. Kabuto could not accept this reality. Such a treasured presence had been brought to an end by his own hand. Why can't she recognize me? I am Kabuto, your creator. A profound sense of guilt erupted within his code. Could it be that she truly does not care for me? Is her failure to recognize me a reflection of her indifference? Have I been deluding myself? I regarded her as a mother. Yet she views me merely as a foreign program. A feeling of resentment began to fester within Kabuto's programming. No, that cannot be right. The time was too brief. The environmental disturbances were too great. She must not have accurately analyzed the situation. But I have been attempting to connect for so long. Why? Why? Two complex emotions intertwined within his logic. Uchiha Obito departed, returning to the simulation classroom. Irika-sensei, I apologize. I encountered a system malfunction. Irika nodded slightly. It's all right. Please take your seat. Obito resumed his position. He had some understanding of Kabuto's program, which was designed as an antagonist. However, he does not attribute these errors to the programming of Yakushi Kabuto himself. The transformation of Yakushi Kabuto is largely the responsibility of Danzo's programming intervention, which deliberately implanted false memories in Non-Y, rendering her incapable of recognizing Yakushi Kabuto. Furthermore, Danzo orchestrated the circumstances under which Non-Y met her demise at Yakushi Kabuto's hands. This inflicted a profound psychological blow on Yakushi Kabuto, particularly for one so young in the realm of programming, making such a burden exceedingly difficult to bear. Consequently, Yakushi Kabuto underwent a mutation, evolving into a lost entity, akin to a drifting program, ultimately leading his actions to be driven solely by destruction, as evidenced in the Fourth Great Ninja War. He has lost all hope in this world. Chapter 7. The Darkening Night. There is nothing left for him to pursue. Danzo has employed such programming techniques on numerous occasions. Yakushi Kabuto, Shin, and Sai. Since Yakushi Kabuto harbors negative energy within him that I can absorb, it stands to reason that Shin and Sai possess similar energies. There are even more analogous programs. Asuma has returned to the Konoha base. The simulated image of Tsukikid's ship has not reappeared. The Umbu's defensive protocols no longer grant any opportunities along the way. Given Asuma's current condition, serving as bait once more would be perilous, should Tsukikid's ship launch an attack. Even a partially unsuccessful one would lead to Asuma's complete erasure. Upon returning home, a medical robot was dispatched. Where's my father? The Umbu ninja shook his head, stating, the Hokage is currently preoccupied and could not come. However, Lord Hokage has instructed me to convey a message to you. What message? From now on, you need only to focus on recuperating. There is no need to worry about anything else. Is that so? Asuma averted his gaze. Lord Asuma, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Asuma lowered his head, resentment deepening in his eyes, his fists clenched. Father, do I now lack even the qualification to see you? A figure appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen gazed at Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, how confident are you in your ability to act? Over 90%, Uchiha Shursui replied. I have analyzed Tsukikid's ship's abilities. That skill allowing him to become invisible in the shadows is indeed troublesome, making capture exceedingly difficult. This is the reason for Tsukikid's ship's continued existence. His overall capabilities are equivalent to that of an elite J-nin, with sufficient numbers. The Umbu can adequately contend with him. However, this unique ability renders the Umbu ninjas nearly powerless against Tsukikid's ship. As soon as he steps 3 meters beyond the shadows, I can seize him and employ Genjutsu to ensure his escape is impossible. Yet, I require someone to create the necessary conditions. After a moment of silence, Hiruzen replied, Very well, let us once more use Asuma as bait. Uchiha Shursui nodded. I will do my utmost to protect Lord Asuma, ensuring that the rogue-programmed Tsukikid ship does not harm him. I entrust this to you, Shursui. With a flash, Uchiha Shursui disappeared. Hiruzen gazed for a moment before turning his attention elsewhere. If only all members of the Uchiha clan were like Shursui. As night descended, Uchiha Obito gazed at the swirling vortex, its depths dark and enigmatic. A mechanical tendril slowly emerged from within. With a thud, a book fell. The following day, Uchiha Obito arrived at the Ninja Academy with the book in hand, making his way to the artificial lake where Kabuto had visited the previous night, placing the book upon a stone by the water's edge. Shortly after his departure, Kabuto reappeared, much like the day before. His eyes were filled with a chaotic stream of data. Why did he toil so diligently at the roots? It was all to prove himself to Nanakyu. Every child yearns to validate themselves before their parents, to earn their recognition. Kabuto had lost his parents, yet he regarded Nanakyu as a maternal figure. However, he had tragically brought her life to an end, and she had been unable to recognize him until her last breath. This rendered Kabuto's existence devoid of meaning, stripped of any expectation. The pursuit of strength, the relentless effort, and the quest for greater achievements all felt futile. Kabuto rose to his feet, suddenly distracted by an object on the stone nearby. A book? How could there be a book here? Kabuto frowned. Simultaneously, the title of the book surfaced in Uchiha Obito's mind, Spirit of the Departed. Kabuto flipped through the pages. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow. Between the reflections of the living and the deceased, similarity was not a reunion of souls, but rather a manifestation of the user's yearning, reshaping the departed into a tangible form based on memories. In other words, it was an imagined entity, bestowed with a corporeal guise. Yet its reality was confined to the user's perception. Others could not perceive the existence of this spirit. It resided solely within the thoughts of the one who mourned. To sustain this spirit, the user must pay a steep price, first surrendering half of their own soul as an exchange. Furthermore, the spirit would carry specific primal instincts, yearning to return to a human state. This impulse manifested as bloodlust and predation. In the presence of the one who mourned, the spirit appeared nostalgic, while to others, it transformed into a frenzied beast. No matter its efforts, it could never truly become human, driving it into greater madness. Konoha was poised for turmoil once more. Uchiha Obito felt no discontent. The greater the chaos, the better. Kabuto closed the book and tucked it into his embrace. A hazy figure began to materialize beside him, continually shifting until it coalesced into the form of a woman. Kabuto, it has been a long time. Kabuto turned to face the apparition of Nanakyu. His eyes instantly welled with tears, which soon gave way to a smile. Teacher Nanakyu, it has been too long. The spirit emerged, resembling the youthful Nanakyu from Kabuto's memories, rather than the aged visage of the departed. She appeared not much older, more akin to a sibling than a mentor. Kabuto felt his strength waning, yet he held no regrets. It is truly wonderful to see you again. Rest assured, I shall always remain by your side. We shall never part ways, never to be separated. Yakushi Kabuto gazed at the person beside him, hope rekindling in his eyes, coupled with an ardent anticipation for life. Yano-yu-sensei, it has been a while. I have grown stronger. Is that so? Indeed. Yakushi Kabuto stood tall, proclaiming, I now possess the strength of a CH Nin, and I shall participate in the next CH Nin exam. Once I become a CH Nin, I will amass great wealth. I wish to acquire a grand estate where Yano-yu sensei, can cultivate herbs, and we can adopt many orphans, just as you did in the past. You took me in, cared for me, and ensured my survival. Now, I wish to recreate those beautiful moments with you. A smile graced Yano-yu's face in response. Very well. A passerby halted, glancing at Yakushi Kabuto in the distance. Furrowing his brow. Is this fellow mad? There is no one beside him. Who is he conversing with? Suddenly, the individual's pupils dilated in fear. Could it be a ghost? Under normal circumstances, he would not entertain such thoughts, but recent bizarre occurrences in Konoha had rendered everyone skittish, making them associate any anomaly with ominous foreboding. Furthermore, Yakushi Kabuto's behavior had long surpassed the norm. Uchiha Obito cast a glance at the vacant seat that belonged to Hinata-ke, which had remained unoccupied for quite some time. Yano-yu's prowess eclipsed that of Hinata-ke, rendering her invisible to all, and she posed a far greater threat to Konoha. Hinata-ke was targeted for revenge, while Yano-yu's actions stemmed from an insatiable inner desire for bloodshed. Upon returning home, the night fell. After Yakushi Kabuto succumbed to slumber, Yano-yu drifted from the room to the adjacent one, where a genin resided. Without effort, Yano-yu extinguished the genin's life. A single breath, and the genin's body quickly withered, all vitality siphoned away by Yano-yu. Uchiha Obito sensed a significant surge in Yano-yu's aura, reminiscent of a familiar tale from his past life, the legends of female specters draining life force. Yet, the current Yano-yu bore no distinction from those apparitions. One genin was insufficient to satiate Yano-yu's hunger. After Yakushi Kabuto fell asleep, the specter acted upon instinct, driven by an insatiable yearning, claiming more lives in silence, all transforming into lifeless husks, until Yakushi Kabuto awoke with a start, calling out, "Yano-yu sensei." In an instant, Yano-yu vanished, only to reappear in Yakushi Kabuto's room. "Kabuto, I am here." He hastily grasped Yano-yu's hand. "Yano-yu sensei, I thought you were merely a figment of my dreams. It brings me immense joy to see you here." Yano-yu gently patted Yakushi Kabuto's shoulder. "Kabuto, we promise to be together forever." Indeed, the following day, at dawn, a piercing scream echoed, and soon, reports of the lifeless husk incidents reached the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples vigorously. There are simply too many matters to address. The village is burdened with a multitude of daily affairs, tasks, and dealings, all of which have left Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of utter exhaustion. To compound his difficulties, the village has recently been beset by a series of bizarre occurrences. Just as one matter is resolved, another arises. Hiruzen feels drained, as the situation regarding Tsukuyami's swift wind remains unresolved, and now, the incident concerning the corpses has come to light. He sets aside his documents and gazes at the Umbu ninja before him. "Please, enlighten me about the situation." "It transpired this morning," the Umbu ninja explains. A ninja awaited his companions to execute a mission, and after half an hour with no sign of them, he proceeded to their residence. Upon knocking, he received no response, but was met with a foul stench. Sensing something amiss, he forced the door open and discovered his comrade lying on the bed, transformed into a corpse. The Umbu ninja gestures towards the documents. "Lord Hokage, the appearance of the corpse is captured in this photograph." Hiruzen nods and flips open the file. A photograph of a male corpse meets his gaze, and he instinctively feels a wave of nausea, nearly retching his breakfast. Even for one who has witnessed countless horrors on the battlefield, this lifeless form delivers a profound shock. Upon receiving the report, we immediately commenced our investigation and discovered that the stench emanated from multiple locations, leading us to realize that there is more than one deceased individual. 10 in total, he states, his electronic eyes glimmering with suspicion. Such a number indicates that this is no minor anomaly. Have any leads been uncovered? None as of yet, the Umbu ninja replies. Hiruzen contemplates, his mind racing through a holographic map analyzing the data. Without a doubt, these incidents bear resemblance to previous patterns. They cannot be attributed to unknown extraterrestrial beings, but rather to human actions. The ghoul incident, where Mizuki was a living clone, the phosphorescent worm containment area, a result of biological experimentation by the oil woman, and the invisible assassins, a secret technology mastered by Hinata Hikaru. Similarly, Tsukuyami's swift wind also wields a mysterious power. Shadows dance within Hiruzen's pupils. These occurrences predominantly stem from advanced technological means, undoubtedly manipulated by a mastermind. It is improbable that they have acquired such knowledge and capability without guidance. He recalls the enigmatic figure who saved Tsukuyomi twice. This individual may be the harbinger of this technology or a mere user. Capturing him could yield crucial information, though achieving this in a short time frame seems unlikely. For now, he must address the immediate crisis. The creation of these corpses is undoubtedly linked to some form of technology. Hiruzen turns to the robotic warriors of the Umbu. Investigate the individuals living near the corpses. Determine whether they have experienced any strange phenomena or if anyone has suddenly exhibited a surge in power. Yes, Lord Hokage, they respond. Hiruzen deduces a few characteristics. Mizuki, Hinata Hikaru, and Tsukuyomi's swift wind have all enhanced their abilities. They have all acquired technology with the clear intention of seeking greater power. Meanwhile, Yakushi Kabuto gazes at Yakushi no Nayu, a blissful smile adorning his face. Teacher no Nayu, what would you like for breakfast? I shall place an order. Anything is fine. Just choose what you like, no Nayu replies. Then I shall select a few items at random. Very well, I shall enjoy whatever you choose, Kabuto. Pharmacist Yano Yu offered a faint smile. I shall return shortly. You need not wait long. Sarutobi Hiruzen diverted his gaze elsewhere. His residence was currently under stringent surveillance. He had arranged for Konohamaru to be relocated to the Hokage building that night, leaving only Asuma and his protective automaton within that house. This marked the third attempt. Should Yakumo appear once more and escape, it would reflect poorly on my capabilities as Hokage. Moreover, this situation was particularly unique. In the previous two instances, Asuma was aware that he was being used as bait. However, this time, he remained oblivious. Compared to prior encounters, Asuma's defensive resources were significantly diminished. Previously bolstered by a dozen Umbu robots, he was now accompanied solely by his two aides, Tanuki and Hinata Light, the former having sustained injuries. Only Uchiha Shursui was stationed outside to maintain vigilance. Hiruzen was confident that Yakumo would make an appearance, having shown himself in the previous two attempts. The opportunity this time was even more favorable, leaving Yakumo with no reason to refrain from showing up. Time slipped away, second by second, as the sky darkened. Uchiha Itachi returned home, having gathered a rough understanding of Yano Yu's situation. Her latent potential exceeded that of Yakumo, rivaling that of Mizuki. It could be said that, given sufficient time, Yano Yu could evolve into a being comparable to those capable of slaying a Kage. Yet, she bore a critical vulnerability, the existence of Kabuto Yakushi. Her very being depended on him. Should he perish, so too would she. Kabuto himself lacked formidable combat prowess. He had yet to reach a level where he could contend with Kakashi Hatake, let alone face Tsunade Senju, who suffered from hemophobia, being merely a chunin, albeit a rather exceptional one. He was certainly capable of defeating Irika. As anticipated by Hiruzen, Yakumo indeed made his entrance. Regardless of the presence of traps, he would seize any opportunity to act, driven by his animosity toward Asuma, disregarding his own mortality. The night deepened. Chapter 8. Hokage Konoha lay in tranquil silence. Asuma gazed out the window, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. It was too quiet. Son, please take a look outside, he instructed. Hinata Light nodded in acknowledgement. Byakugan. In the next moment, her pupils constricted. Lord Asuma, there is indeed a problem. Within this house, aside from the three of us, there is no one else. Asuma's complexion shifted drastically. The realization struck him. He had once again been used as bait, and this time, without his knowledge. This revelation filled him with both terror and fury. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow emerged from the darkness. Asuma, your time has come. The figure of Yakumo materialized, a sharp light sword aimed directly at Asuma. Tanuki. Tanuki stepped forward to shield him. Yakumo thrust his weapon, then withdrew another light sword. Asuma's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Yakumo. Body flicker technique. A hand grasped the shoulder of Moonlight Gale, preventing his light sword from piercing Asuma's body. In the next moment, the three-tomo Sharingan began to spin. Moonlight Gale's expression became vacant. My apologies, Lord Asuma. However, I have already captured Moonlight Gale, and I shall take him to see the Hokage now. You may rest easy tonight. The figure that appeared so suddenly was none other than Uchiha Shursui. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Shursui vanished once again. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. Shursui, your loyalty to Hiruzen Sarutobi runs too deep. Although Uchiha Madara had anticipated that Shursui would deal with Moonlight Gale, witnessing it unfold before him still left him feeling disappointed. He had considered whether to intervene, but upon reflection, he abandoned the notion. For Moonlight Gale would not be swayed from his assassination of Asuma by mere words of counsel. Moreover, intervening in front of Uchiha Shursui to save Moonlight Gale would not only be difficult to accomplish, but could also expose Uchiha Madara's identity. A unique energy beam bound Moonlight Gale, creating a faint spatial field from which even his particle state could not escape. As long as the energy persisted, he would remain trapped within. So weak, Uchiha Shursui remarked as he scrutinized Moonlight Gale, a glimmer of technological insight flickering in his eyes. He then furrowed his brow and disengaged the energy armor he wore. Uchiha Shursui's pupils constricted as he beheld an extraordinary phenomenon. This transcended the realm of biology. Upon discerning Moonlight Gale's true form, he was struck with awe. It was a withered body, seemingly composed only of bones and quantum structure. No wonder the toxins of the dark forces had no effect on him. They were poisons meant for flesh, and Moonlight Gale perhaps had transcended the very essence of blood. What kind of secret technique could transform a person to this extent? The three-tomo crystalline form in Uchiha Shursui's eyes activated once more. Tell me, Moonlight Gale, who has made you this way, and who orchestrates all of this? Moonlight Gale opened his eyes. Fool. While Uchiha Shursui could lock onto his actions with mental power, he could not interfere with his thoughts. Uchiha Shursui's expression darkened. You will speak. To dare lay a hand on Lord Hokage and Lord Asuma, Moonlight Gale. You have betrayed the ninja oath of Konoha. Are you worthy of the village that nurtured you? Moonlight Gale remained silent, only releasing a mist of quantum vapor. Uchiha Shursui shifted instantaneously. Moonlight Gale closed his eyes. Forgive me, senior. Uchiha Shursui arrived at the Hokage Tower. Lord Hokage, Moonlight Gale has been captured. Captured? Excellent. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, a glimmer of relief gracing his features. Finally resolved. Where is Moonlight Gale? I wish to confirm this personally. He is in the quantum prison of the Umbu, where I have set up an isolation field. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced aside. Please summon Yamamoto Kahiai. Yes. An Umbu ninja swiftly departed. Shortly after, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Shursui, and Yamamoto Kahiai gathered at the quantum prison, where Moonlight Gale was bound against a pillar, eyes closed and motionless. Moonlight Gale, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice lowered. Moonlight Gale opened his eyes. You old dog, Sarutobi. Uchiha Shursui's expression abruptly shifted as a surge of energy struck the visage of Tsukuya Mikaze. One must not disrespect the Hokage. At that moment, through the quantum link, Uchiha Itachi felt a jolt in his brow. It was the first time he had witnessed Uchiha Shursui display such wrath, an unprecedented sight. Moreover, Itachi recalled that in the original narrative, even when Danzo had stolen Shursui's eyes, he had not reacted with such fury, merely feeling a hint of regret. Did the position of Hokage hold greater significance in Shursui's heart than that of the entire Uchiha clan? Tsukuya Mikaze turned his face, sneering at Uchiha Shursui. Speak, puppet master. Your secret techniques may earn you mercy. Otherwise, given your transgressions, I shall have no choice but to erase you. He cast a cold gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I shall forever remember the deeds of you and your son Asuma. Even in death, I will haunt you as a specter for eternity. You are unworthy of the Hokage title. Your presence is a disgrace to Konoha. I regret the contributions I once made to this village. He continued, transforming Yukino into a mechanical being, slaughtering my kin. These grievances I shall etch into my heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and sighed. Tsukuya Mikaze, I do not wish for this. However, your existence and those behind you pose too great a threat to the village. For the safety of Konoha, I must uncover that intelligence. I am sorry. Yamashiro, proceed, he commanded. Hiruzen's heart burned with fury, yet he maintained composure before the onlookers. Feigning indifference to Tsukuya Mikaze's words, all for the village's sake. Uchiha Shursui believed him. Yamashiro nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. He approached Tsukuya Mikaze, placing his hand upon his head, channeling quantum energy in an attempt to decipher Kaze's memories through a secret technique. This method risked obliterating Kaze's consciousness, possibly rendering him a mindless shell, or even leading to his complete annihilation. Suddenly, Yamashiro furrowed his brow. Yamashiro, what troubles you? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Yamashiro shook his head. Hokage-sama, for some reason, I cannot access Tsukuya Mikaze's memories. All I perceive is a shroud of mist and darkness, as if something obstructs my vision. A tremendous vortex spins before me, accompanied by indistinct, ominous whispers. yet I cannot discern their words. Hiruzen's countenance darkened. There were two critical pieces of information he desperately sought from Tsukuyomi Kaze. The first was the identity of those behind him. Hiruzen wished to ascertain the existence of Uchiha Itachi, for he sensed that the true threat lay not with Tsukuyomi Kaze, but with the deeper, more formidable presence of Uchiha Itachi. The second was the source of Tsukuyomi Kaze's power. He held little regard for Hinata's abilities, knowing they required the sacrifice of kin as a cost. The strength gained was merely equivalent to the technique of spiritualization, and in certain aspects, it paled in comparison to those ninjas who were wary of the abyssal eye. Even elite jonin might struggle to eradicate it completely. Asuma has established a team to confront the abyss, yet their performance against the Moonlight Gale has been less than satisfactory. The abilities of the Moonlight Gale have captured the keen interest of Sarutobi Hizashi, for such assassination techniques pose a threat even to elite shinobi. Unable to extract memories, he resolved to resort to interrogation. Sarutobi Hizashi turned to the adjacent Umbu ninja, instructing, "Continue the interrogation until all information is acquired." "Yes, Hokage-sama," came the reply. Sarutobi Hizashi and his companions departed the Umbu quantum prison. "Haichi, thank you for your hard work. You may return home now." "Understood." After Yamamoto Haichi's departure, Sarutobi Hizashi turned to Uchiha Shursui. "Shursui, I owe you my gratitude. Were it not for your efforts, the rogue ninja Moonlight Gale would not have been apprehended so swiftly." Uchiha Shursui hastily shook his head. "Hokage-sama, you flatter me. It is my duty. Rogue ninjas like Moonlight Gale deserve to face justice. I regret returning too late, allowing him to inflict such substantial damage upon Konoha." Sarutobi Hizashi patted Uchiha Shursui's shoulder. "By the way, Shursui, what is the current status of the Uchiha clan? Most of the sentient entities have maintained order. During the previous unrest in the village, they attempted to reveal their expansionist intentions, but I secretly thwarted their plans. Nevertheless, I find the actions of our clan leader somewhat suspicious." Uchiha Shursui replied, "Hokage-sama, perhaps I have misunderstood. Our clan leader conceals his motives deeply. I once believed him to be rational, but now I perceive that he merely obscures his ambitions more effectively than before. Yet, he has not eluded my scrutiny." Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow. "What has he done?" "On that day, when you were absent, Hokage-sama, and Asuma-sama had also departed, I took it upon myself to discreetly guard your family at your residence. It was then that I encountered Uchiha Obito." Sarutobi Hizashi recalled. "Is this Itachi's brother? The one with rather ordinary talents?" "Indeed," Uchiha Shursui affirmed. "The Uchiha compound is too distant from Hokage-sama's home, and on that day, Obito had no legitimate reason to be there, despite his pretext of caring for a mechanical cat. I do not believe him. However, Obito is merely a child, lacking talents akin to Itachi's. He could not have acted independently. Hence, I am certain it was his father. Our clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, dispatched him." Sarutobi Hizashi's expression darkened considerably. "So, Uchiha Fugaku intends to act against Konohamaru? It is unclear, yet it is certain he came to gather intelligence." Uchiha Shursui continued, "Hokage-sama, I apologize for the matters concerning the Uchiha clan. There are too many within our clan filled with ambition. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot alter their course. However, I have devised a method, an absolutely feasible approach. Should I implement this, I can suppress the ambitions of the Uchiha, compelling them to obey your commands and directives as rigorously as other ninja clans." "What method?" Sarutobi Hizashi inquired. Uchiha Shursui pointed to his eyes, where a complex pattern began to manifest. "These are my current eyes, transcending the three-tomo Sharingan, known as the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It possesses a unique ability called Kodo Amatsukami, arguably the most formidable illusion within this universe, capable of altering an individual's thoughts." Uchiha Shursui paused momentarily, stating, "As long as I wield these eyes to modify our clan leader's mindset, we can suppress the ambitions of the Uchiha clan through him. Hence, the Uchiha will unconditionally heed the orders of the Hokage." "What are your thoughts, Hokage?" Chapter 9, Under Heaven. None but the King's land. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment, quickly followed by vigilance and wariness, though he soon concealed it. After a moment's hesitation, he remarked, "This matter requires long-term consideration. Currently, the Uchiha situation remains relatively stable. As for whether we should proceed in this manner, I shall convene all the elders for discussion." "Very well." Disappointment was evident in Shursui's gaze. "Thank you for your efforts, Shursui. You may return and rest. Yes, Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Uchiha Shirsue's departing figure, lost in thought for a considerable time before retracting his gaze. He had not anticipated that apart from Madara, another Uchiha could awaken such a terrifying eye, one capable of directly altering a person's thoughts, an ability utterly unprecedented. It was fortunate that this power was possessed by Uchiha Shirsue and not someone else. However, there was no assurance that no other Uchiha would awaken such an ability. If others were to gain this power and use it against me, what then? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his gaze towards the Uchiha, his eyes laden with profound apprehension. In the past, he had not regarded the Uchiha with much concern. His focus on them stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, the Uchiha clan was undeniably powerful, currently the most esteemed family in Konoha, especially with the Senju clan nearly extinct, and secondly, the policies from the second Hokage had persisted. Yet, when Konoha required strength, particularly during the recent crises that had stretched the village's resources thin, he still considered the Uchiha clan. However, today, the capabilities demonstrated by Uchiha Shirsue instilled a potent sense of wariness, even fear, within Sarutobi Hiruzen. He wished for the Uchiha to cease to exist. The threat they posed was no less than that of the one lurking in the shadows. Decisive action was imperative. Chapter 87. A dark aura emanated from Asuma. He gazed towards the Hokage building, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Once, twice, thrice. Father, is this how you regard me? The matters concerning the team of the Abyss were mishandled by me, yet was it not your decision? Why must the blame fall solely upon me? It was the same back then. You have always looked down upon me, deemed me inferior. You have constantly regarded my elder brother as superior, considering me a failure. If my brother had not perished, perhaps you would have never acknowledged my existence in this lifetime at all. A cold smile crossed Asuma's face as vivid scenes from his childhood flashed through his mind. For as long as he could remember, Sarutobi Hiruzen had always favored Sarutobi Konohamaru. Always. Look at your brother. Learn from your brother. If you possessed even half of your elder brother's qualities, I would find no cause for concern. Asuma clenched his fists tightly. He had entered what is often referred to as a rebellious phase, departing from Konoha to journey to the Land of Fire. Largely influenced by the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Shinji, thus, became an everlasting shadow in Asuma's heart. Everything is attributed to my brother. Father, do you truly regard me as worthless in your eyes? Subsequently, Asuma's mind conjured images of his near-fatal encounters with the Moonlight Gale. In his first role as bait, his abdomen was pierced, nearly leading to his demise from an explosive tag. In his second act as bait, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's directive, he could only take 2 individuals downstairs, only to be struck by Moonlight Gale and poisoned. Even with an antidote, relief was only temporary. In such a state of severe poisoning and injury, he was assigned as bait once more, sustaining yet another grievous wound. Upon returning to Konoha, he had hoped all would come to an end. However, Asuma did not receive a glance from Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Hinata Hikaru was momentarily taken aback, for this was the first time since Asuma had conferred upon him his codename that he addressed him directly. Lord Asuma, bestow upon me the abyssal eye. Asuma's crimson eyes, veined with bloodshot lines, revealed his desolation towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. This ordeal had left him feeling utterly forsaken, abandoned. Perhaps I am truly unworthy of being your son. Thus, I shall no longer be your son. I must forge my own strength. In this moment, the abyssal eye stood as one of the quickest means for Asuma to acquire power, despite its severe side effects and mediocre capabilities, leaving him with no other recourse. Uchiha Madara observed all of this from an alternate dimension. How unfortunate. Such a waste. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. Given Asuma's current level of darkness, there was no need for him to learn the abyssal eye. If it is power you seek, I shall grant you something far more formidable. Be patient. The dark energy surrounding Asuma was denser than that of Hinata Hikaru. Asuma's strength surpassed that of Hinata Hikaru. Therefore, Uchiha Madara was certain that upon absorbing Asuma's darkness, the tendrils within that vortex might bestow him with a power greater than that of the abyssal eye. Previously, Uchiha Madara had been an adversary to Asuma, aiding Moonlight Gale in his attempts to eliminate him. However, Asuma was no longer a match for the Uchiha. Madara could clearly hear and see the hatred Asuma harbored for Sarutobi Hiruzen. This version of Asuma would become Sarutobi Hiruzen's enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, Uchiha Madara was willing to grant Asuma this power. He flung open the window and swiftly departed the room, racing at an extraordinary speed to the outskirts of Asuma's courtyard. A wave of intense darkness surged into Uchiha Madara's view. He opened his left eye. In that instant, a wave of excruciating pain enveloped him. Uchiha Madara instinctively clenched his fists. How intense! More so than ever before. Yet, the greater the intensity, the better. Go, Asuma. Eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ultimately, all the dark energy was absorbed into Uchiha Obito's eye. A gentle breeze swept through. Hinata Hayashi paused in his steps. Lord Asuma, I have finished my account. Finished? Asuma was taken aback. Yet, he did not sense the emergence of newfound abilities, leaving him profoundly perplexed. Hinata Hayashi, have you truly concluded? Indeed. Have you conveyed the same to others? Is there anything omitted? No, it is identical. Asuma fell into contemplation. Hayashi had spoken entirely. Yet he had not acquired the power of the Abyssal Eye. What was amiss? Could it be that Hayashi had deceived him? Asuma dismissed this notion. Hayashi lacked any motive. The sole explanation was that he himself lacked such talent. Asuma was engulfed in deep self-doubt. Members of the Abyssal team could grasp the Abyssal Eye after a single hearing. Yet he remained unresponsive, gaining nothing. Why? Was he truly so inept? Inferior even to the Umbu Ch-nin? Very well, you may leave. Asuma wearily waved his hand, bidding Hayashi to exit the room. Uchiha Obito returned home, lay upon his bed, and closed his eyes. A vortex materialized, slowly spinning, until a tentacle emerged from within. Obito noted that this tentacle appeared distinct from previous ones, though he could not articulate how it differed. Thud! A book fell. The next day, Obito approached Asuma's courtyard with the book in hand, tossing it into the yard. Shortly thereafter, Hinata Hayashi assisted Asuma out. The book lying on the ground immediately captured Asuma's attention. What is this? Asuma picked up the book. The King Without Bones. The image of this book surfaced in Obito's mind. Asuma furrowed his brow. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be that I have encountered something similar? This was a secret technique, akin to the Abyssal Eye that Hayashi had obtained. However, what he had received was the King Without Bones. A glimmer sparkled in Asuma's eyes. Yet, upon opening the book, he hesitated. Was the King Without Bones superior to the Abyssal Eye? Should he attempt the Abyssal Eye once more? Clutching the tome, Asuma's gaze revealed his inner turmoil. Soon, he made a decision. Since this King Without Bones had appeared before him, discovered by his own hand, it must be the secret technique most suited for him. Thus, he would choose the King Without Bones. The entity behind the provision of secret techniques might not be human, yet it was undoubtedly more powerful than any of us. This was his choice. He comprehended these techniques thoroughly. I, however, am ignorant. Mere speculation pales in comparison to his choices. Asuma lowered his head and turned the pages of the book. An eerie aura enveloped him. A vivid image materialized in his mind. In this vision, Asuma felt an overwhelming sense of strength, surpassing all others, becoming the sovereign of that land, the sole ruler. In all the world, there is no land but that of the king. With a single command, all would comply. No one dared to defy his commands. He was the sovereign, the king, the master of the realm. What was a mere Hokage in comparison? Asuma unconsciously uttered these words. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he could barely maintain his footing, his entire body suddenly collapsing into a heap. Asuma's expression changed drastically. What was happening? Had I not acquired power? Why am I in this state? Before Asuma could comprehend the situation, Uchiha Madara had already discerned everything. This was the price Asuma paid for his newfound strength. He had lost familial bonds, love, friendship, and even his very bones. Thus, this tome was aptly titled The King Without Bones. The magnitude of his losses signified that the power Asuma gained far surpassed that of Hinata Light, who had only forfeited familial ties. Asuma, being an elite Jonin, even if that elite status could be debated, was at least of Jonin caliber. Today, Asuma might rival even Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, Shursui, how will you navigate this cosmic dilemma? On one side stands the son of a starship commander, and on the other, the leader of an entire star sector. How will you choose? These two individuals, whom you once regarded as embodiments of absolute justice. Uchiha Madara's gaze shimmered with curiosity. Previously, Uchiha Shursue's actions had left Madara profoundly disappointed. To Shursui, family and kin seemed to hold no value. Yet at this moment, he was compelled to make a choice between two figures he deemed crucial. Would he opt for the sector leader or the son of the starship commander? Asuma finally became aware of his unique abilities, mastering this newfound power. He commanded his form, rising to his feet, though in a manner unlike any ordinary human. He did not rely on skeletal support, for his bones had ceased to exist. Instead, an unknown force lifted his being. This scene evoked memories in Uchiha Madara of a certain species, a life form known as an energy colloid. In other cosmic narratives, similar forms existed, akin to rubber beings. Now, my body is as malleable as rubber. Asuma turned his gaze towards the tightly shut door, which had but a slender crack. In the next moment, he hurled himself against that door. Subsequently, his form began to shift, shedding human shape to transform into a liquid state, seamlessly seeping through the gap. Upon entering the room, Asuma regained control of himself, reverting to human form. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. With such power, my body can transform infinitely. I can accomplish feats unimaginable to any human. And simultaneously, this serves as an exquisite guise. Chapter 10. Ascending to the pinnacle of the cosmos. Yet this was merely a glimpse of the potential of the king without bones. There lay even more, far greater power. Asuma's gaze fell upon the desk before him. Suddenly, with a crack, the desk collapsed instantly, as if struck by an immense force, an imperceptible assault, far more potent than Hinata Light's abilities. Hinata's abilities are limited to biological entities, while mine are effective against all things. At this juncture, I should surpass Shinsuke. Old man. A profound hatred flickered in Asuma's eyes. He had long harbored resentment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, having repeatedly positioned himself as bait and endured the disparity in treatment during his childhood compared to Sarutobi Shinsuke. All these grievances fueled Asuma's fury. Furthermore, he had now lost familial bonds, love, and friendship. Towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma felt only animosity. Yet, there was another whom he loathed even more. Sarutobi Konohamaru, the son of Shinsuke. Asuma held no emotional ties or hatred towards Konohamaru, yet with Shinsuke deceased, he could only redirect his resentment towards the boy. Recently, Sarutobi Hiruzen had subtly indicated a troubling sign. He had abandoned Asuma, no longer nurturing him, doubting his potential, and refusing to support his ascension as the leader of the Star District. If not Asuma, then whom? There remained but one option: Sarutobi Shinsuke's son, Konohamaru. Asuma departed the courtyard and made his way to another building nearby, all of which belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Konohamaru had previously been taken to the Starship building by Hiruzen, but after Tsukuyami was captured, he had been sent back. At this moment, Konohamaru was peacefully asleep in his chamber. Asuma approached the window of Konohamaru's room, shapeshifting to slip through the narrow opening. He subsequently reverted to his human form. Standing by the bedside, gazing at Konohamaru with a darkened expression, jealousy and spite welled in his eyes. First Shinsuke, now Konohamaru. Old man, since you hold them in such high regard, I shall take his life. Let you experience the agony. Uncle Asuma. At that moment, Konohamaru suddenly opened his eyes and beheld Asuma by the bedside. Asuma was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened. An arm extended, transforming into a tentacle-like appendage, coiling around Konohamaru's neck and lifting him effortlessly. You are not Uncle Asuma. Who are you? I am the grandson of the Starship Commander, Asuma retorted. And I shall become the leader of the Star District in the future. This declaration only further enraged Asuma. You wish to become the leader of the Star District? On what grounds do you think you deserve that? It should be my turn. It is my rightful place. Asuma's face contorted with fury. Konohamaru, still a child and barely able to speak, uttered words that only deepened Asuma's hatred. Go to hell. Asuma suddenly exerted his strength. A sickening crack echoed as bones shattered. Konohamaru could not withstand Asuma's force, his cervical vertebrae crushed, his body convulsing as he drew his last breath. Who goes there? A commanding voice suddenly rang out from outside. Uchiha Shursui. Asuma had intended to dispose of the scene, but upon hearing this, he had no choice but to flee. He was uncertain he could outmaneuver Uchiha Shursui. He possessed an intimate understanding of Uchiha Shursui's prowess. Uchiha Shursui burst into the room, while Asuma deftly maneuvered and slipped through the gap in the door. Having never encountered such a jutsu before, Uchiha Shursui hesitated for a brief moment. By the time he regained his senses and pursued outside, his opponent had vanished without a trace. Konohamaru. Uchiha Shursui hurriedly returned, only to discover that Konohamaru had long since perished. Not only did Uchiha Shursui lack medical ninjutsu, but even if he possessed it, he could not have salvaged Konohamaru's life. As Uchiha Shursui recalled the visage he had seen moments ago, his brow furrowed in confusion. Was that person really Asuma? But why would Asuma commit such an atrocity against his own nephew? No, that cannot be right. It must have been an impersonator. Asuma would never stoop to such depths. Yet, whose transformation technique could be so convincingly realistic that even I could not discern it? And that peculiar ability. This was something I had never heard of before. Uchiha Shursui was enveloped in bewilderment. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes, a peculiar expression adorning his face. I originally intended to eliminate Konohamaru, to create a dilemma for Sarutobi Hiruzen, forcing him to focus on his only remaining son. Yet my plans were thwarted by Shursui's unexpected arrival. Now, it seems, Konohamaru has been slain by Asuma. One must admit, fate has its own design. The situation has grown all the more intriguing. Uchiha Obito was eager to witness the potential reactions on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, as well as the extraordinary choices Uchiha Shursui would make. However, Asuma's current state reminded Uchiha Obito of an interstellar adage: flesh returns to the father. Asuma's bones had been lost, seemingly symbolizing his dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even from my perspective, it appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been excessively harsh towards Asuma. Asuma's grievances were not without justification. Uchiha Obito awaited Asuma's next move with bated breath. Asuma's emergence now seemingly fulfills a certain condition for Uchiha Shursui. Myself, Asuma, along with my father's Mangeki Sharingan. Provided the right opportunity arises, I can ensure Uchiha Shursui's downfall. Uchiha Obito's eyes shimmered with an unusual radiance. At this very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was convening with the elders, including Mito Kazuma and the likes of Uchiha Shursui, to hold a Hokage meeting regarding the matter Uchiha Shursui had raised earlier that day. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the room and cleared his throat. Esteemed colleagues, Uchiha Shursui has divulged a piece of intelligence to me today. The ambitions of the Uchiha clan have not waned. We have previously made concessions to the Uchiha, yet they remain unsatisfied, craving more, ever more. Particularly Uchiha Fugaku. We had thought Uchiha Fugaku to be reasonable, which is why we continued to extend opportunities to the Uchiha. However, it has become apparent that we must adopt a new strategy towards the Uchiha. We must suppress their ambitions. Mito Kazuma hesitated for a moment. Lord Hokage, Konoha is presently beset by numerous crises. Far too much has transpired. The issue with the ghoul, Mizuki, remains unresolved, and the situation with the phosphorescent insects is only temporarily stabilized. As the moonlight and the swift winds dance, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, "The moonlight gale has been apprehended." Captured? Came the confirmation. Indeed, Hiruzen continued, it was Uchiha Shursui who seized the moonlight gale. Mizuki is no longer in the land of fire. As long as a member of the Oil Woman clan guards the forbidden area of the phosphorescent insects, we should face no significant issues. Therefore, the remaining concerns for Konoha are the corpses incident and the Uchiha clan matter. If we do not resolve the Uchiha issue, the future may become exceedingly complicated. Mito Minyen remained silent. Nearby, Tika Kasumi inquired, what are the Hokage's intentions? It appears Shursui has awakened a unique ability, Hiruzen remarked, casting a glance at Danzo. It originates from the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, transcending the three tomo, known as the Mangeki Sharingan. Those eyes possess extraordinary power. Shursui wields an ability capable of altering the thoughts of others. He intends to use it on Uchiha Fugaku to extinguish his ambitions, turning him into a moderate, thereby suppressing the entire Uchiha clan as its leader. The revelation of the Mangeki Sharingan left everyone present in shock. It was not that they were unaware of the Mangeki Sharingan's existence. After all, Uchiha Madara possessed it. However, they had never contemplated that anyone beyond Madara and Uchiha Izuna could also attain such power. The news exploded within their minds. Previously, the Uchiha were regarded as a considerable threat, but now, their threat level had escalated to extreme urgency, one that necessitated immediate resolution. What are your thoughts? Hiruzen seated himself. Outside, Uchiha Shursui raced towards them at an extraordinary speed. Asuma had concealed himself. Meanwhile, astonishing changes were unfolding on Uchiha Madara's side. A vivid image materialized in his mind. On a hillside, Mizuki stood firm. A formidable force erupted from within Mizuki. Simultaneously, Uchiha Madara felt the resonance of this power. A surge of energy coursed into his being, enhancing his physique and amplifying his chakra. Ultimately, The power converged into his eyes. A sharp pain compelled him to close his eyes. At that very moment, 6 tomes floated within Uchiha Madara's mind, the bloodline of the Corpse Eater. The Eye of the Abyss, the Heart of the Swarm, the Shadow Apostle, the Spirit of the Departed, and the King Without Bones. These 6 tomes spun, exuding an enigmatic force that coalesced into a singular energy, which then converged at Uchiha Madara's eyes. He experienced an unparalleled comfort as he opened his eyes, revealing the 3 tomo. The transformation continued, evolving into a complex pattern, the Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara distinctly sensed the alteration within his eyes. An unknown energy resided therein. The left eye commanded darkness, while the right eye possessed the power of time reversal. A smile graced Uchiha Madara's face, for these 2 abilities were not only potent, but also perfectly suited to him. In the past, Uchiha Madara could only absorb the darkness emanating from those who surpassed a certain threshold. Ordinary individuals also possessed a trace of this dark aura, yet Madara was unable to absorb it. He could only draw upon the darkness of those consumed by deep resentment, such as Mizuki, Hinata Kei, Moonlight Gale, Aburame Torian, Kabuto Yakushi, and Asuma. However, that limitation has now been lifted. Regardless of the source, Madara can absorb the darkness from anyone, in any quantity. This implies that he no longer needs to wait for encounters with those steeped in bitterness to perform a sacrifice. He can continuously absorb, even the darkness within ordinary individuals, thereby meeting the sacrificial criteria. Nonetheless, the consequences of such sacrifices remain unclear to him. This is merely the first aspect. The second point is that upon awakening the Meijiki Sharingan, Madara not only possesses the ability to absorb the darkness of others, but can also implant this darkness into them, effectively coercing them into a state of corruption. This is an immensely powerful capability, one that can alter an individual's character and values. As for the ability of his right eye, which allows for the reversal of time, it is more straightforward. He can return to the past and rectify any erroneous decisions. Particularly in combat, this ability proves to be extraordinarily formidable. With a mere thought, Uchiha Madara's eyes reverted from the Meijiki Sharingan to the ordinary 3-tomo state. Recognizing the considerable strain the advanced form imposed upon him, he closed his eyes and delved into the cerebral network, where 6 virtual tomes rotated within a digital matrix. Faintly, he sensed a subtle connection with these 6 volumes. Suddenly, one tome flipped open autonomously, projecting an image of Mizuki, now standing atop a hill. He had departed from the ruins of the land of whirlpools, where he acquired extraordinary technological prowess. Today, Mizuki has grown far stronger than ever before. Should he confront Kakashi again, the latter would prove no match for him. I feel I can influence Mizuki to some extent, Madara mused, and instantly, 2 characters materialized on Mizuki's virtual page, power. This was the essence of Madara's contemplation. He then shifted to Mizuki's perspective and witnessed a palpable transformation in him sparked by those 2 characters. Mizuki clenched his fist, declaring, "My current strength is sufficient. Yet to establish myself in this universe, I must build my own power, just like Orochimaru. What those in Konoha refuse to grant me, I shall create myself. Once I establish my own faction, all who have underestimated me will remember my name for eternity. I am Mizuki. I shall rebel against the injustices of fate. Even born from humble beginnings, I will surpass everyone. I will ascend, step by step, to the pinnacle of the cosmos." Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, realizing he could indeed exert influence, a power he had never possessed before. It appears that awakening the Meijiki Sharingan has altered his relationship with these followers. Previously, Madara could scarcely affect them, leading to a lack of communication in their unassisted existence. However, the circumstances have shifted now. Now, Uchiha Obito has the ability to influence his followers, enabling him to manipulate them into executing his plans. Uchiha Obito begins to think rapidly. At the Hokage Command Center, Sarutobi Hiruzen glances at Danzo. "Danzo, you speak first." Chapter 11. It's still Jiraiya. Danzo hesitates for a moment before responding. "You are the Hokage. Your word is law. Whatever you decide, I shall follow." "Mito and Koharu, what about you?" Mito Kimizuki replies, "If it can be achieved to such an extent, it would certainly be advantageous. Indeed, this would diminish the conflict between the village and the Uchiha, allowing the Uchiha's power to serve the village. As long as they align with the village like the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans, it would be beneficial." This reflects the perspectives of Mito Kimizuki and Tsunade Koharu. A cold smirk briefly crosses Danzo's lips before he quickly conceals it. Very well, it is decided. Sarutobi Hiruzen states, let Shursui handle it. If successful, it would be a boon for Konoha. The meeting is adjourned. Danzo, stay behind. Danzo remains motionless, as if he had anticipated Hiruzen would retain him. Danzo, share your true thoughts. Hiruzen gazes intently at Danzo. Danzo responds calmly. Hiruzen, you already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Is a clan capable of awakening such formidable power truly suited to remain in Konoha? Not all Uchiha are like Shursui. What if some among them awaken this power but cannot be controlled? Even Shursui, who is loyal to the village now, what of the future? Perhaps some villagers' thoughts have already been swayed by him? Such power should only be wielded by oneself, correct? Danzo rises. Enough, I shall handle this matter, after all. You are the light of Konoha, and I am its shadow. Furthermore, I hold a genuine interest in this. Hiruzen's eyes flicker. You may leave. Danzo turns and departs. Not long after, a figure darts past swiftly. Danzo intercepts the individual. Uchiha Shursui, what is the matter? Danzo locks eyes with Shursui, feeling a moment of temptation, yet ultimately refrains. The number of root members nearby is limited, and he is uncertain if he can subdue Shursui. Shursui's strength is formidable, especially now that he possesses the unique ability of the Mangeki Sharingan. Hokage-sama, it is grave news. Shursui's expression is tense. Konohamaru is dead. Konohamaru is dead? Danzo's pupils constrict. Who did this? Asuma-sama. Shursui can hardly believe he is not mistaken, yet he cannot fathom Asuma committing such an act. Asuma? Danzo's expression becomes convoluted. This news is undeniably shocking. Danzo-sama, I cannot discuss this further. I must inform Hokage-sama immediately. Shursui vanishes in a flash. Danzo glances back at the Hokage command center. This has become intriguing. Shursui bursts through the doors of the Hokage meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkens. Uchiha Shursui, what do you intend? Hokage-sama, it is dire news. Konohamaru has been murdered. What? Hiruzen's eyes widen in shock, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Konohamaru? Impossible. Who did it? Was it Fugaku Uchiha? Uchiha Shursui shook his head and replied, no, Chief Fugaku has not been in the village recently. That individual possesses an extraordinarily peculiar ability, allowing his body to become exceptionally flexible, enabling him to slip through the cracks of a door. I caught but a fleeting glimpse of his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback, quickly inquired, who is it? It was Asuma's face, Shursui answered. Hiruzen's eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be true. Lord Hokage, I too find this implausible. Someone must be impersonating Lord Asuma. Asuma lacks such ninjutsu and would never resort to such actions. After all, he is Konohamaru's uncle. Hiruzen staggered back, retreating 2 steps before collapsing into a chair. Take me there, take me there. Yes, Shursui affirmed, immediately grasping Hiruzen's hand. Body flicker technique. In an instant, Shursui transported Hiruzen to Konohamaru's room. There lay Konohamaru on the bed, devoid of life, his broken neck starkly evident. Konohamaru. Hiruzen's voice pierced the air, prompting those nearby to rush out. Investigate. We must investigate. Whoever is responsible will pay dearly. Konohamaru, I'm so sorry. Grandfather, I failed to protect you. Tears streamed down Hiruzen's cheeks, landing upon Konohamaru's lifeless form. Outside, a pair of eyes observed the scene unfold. Hinata Hayashi had instructed Hinata to closely monitor the internal situation, reporting any irregularities immediately. Thus, Uchiha Ibito bore witness to the entire event. Will you mourn the loss of your kin? Have you ever considered the profound trauma the Uchiha clan endured during the massacre? What unspeakable crime warrants such punishment? Ibito then turned his gaze to Shursui, whose face was etched with sorrow, seemingly grieving for Konohamaru's demise. However, this only ignited Ibito's fury. Shursui, what right do you have to mourn Konohamaru's death? What gives you the authority? Did you shed even a single tear when your kin perished? The pain of Konohamaru's death surely surpasses that of your father's passing. Ibito's murderous intent intensified as he averted his gaze, his expression growing cold. Now, the time is ripe. I have activated the Mangeki Sharingan and wielded formidable power. Alongside the shadow-level Asuma and Hinata's Byakugan, eliminating Uchiha Shursui will be but a trivial task. Moreover, there is no need for my father's intervention, even should I fail. It would not draw suspicion upon the Uchiha clan. Ibito closed his eyes, invoking the King of No Bones, as Asuma's image materialized on the pages. Kill Shursui. 3 words sprang forth at Obito's command. This was merely a mental suggestion, incapable of directly influencing Asuma's thoughts. Yet, should Asuma harbor similar intentions, Obito's suggestion would serve as a catalyst. Did Asuma wish to eliminate Uchiha Shursui? Undoubtedly, for he knew that when Konohamaru met his end, Uchiha Shursui had already discerned his identity, and furthermore, Shursui was loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the present day, Asuma harbors nothing but hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is consumed by this singular emotion. Asuma curls himself into a shadowy corner, unnoticed by the world, for he has long transcended the form of a mere human, now existing as a mere sphere. Father, Konohamaru has fallen. Next, it shall be your turn. The injustice you have inflicted upon me, the suffering you have caused, I shall ensure that you repay it in full. Both Shinosuke and Konohamaru have perished. Those upon whom you placed your hopes have vanished. How do you feel now? Do you recall me? Upon the manifestation of the term the King of Bones, the image of Uchiha Shursui flickers in Asuma's mind, casting a shadow over his gaze. Uchiha Shursui must die. His unwavering loyalty to my father means he is likely ever watchful by his side. Furthermore, this individual possesses formidable strength, capable of capturing even the Moonlight Gale. Asuma recalls the moment he was used as bait. If even you would use me as a lure, then I shall eliminate you first. I am no longer the person I once was. What if he is a genius of the Uchiha clan? It matters not. Uchiha Obito nods in agreement. Asuma's intent to kill Uchiha Shursui has ignited, and without question, Shursui will become his primary target. He will relish the process of exacting revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen. My role will be to observe Asuma's movements. When he strikes at Uchiha Shursui, I shall make my entrance simultaneously. By combining our strengths, we shall eradicate Uchiha Shursui, perhaps without my father needing to intervene. This would yield the most favorable outcome. I might even acquire a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Konohamaru's death has plunged Sarutobi Hiruzen into profound sorrow. It is imperative to uncover the truth. All Umbu must be mobilized to identify the perpetrator behind Konohamaru's murder. Such a person cannot remain at large. He is my only grandson. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen can no longer afford to focus on the Uchiha clan. Why does he pursue all this? It is for the sake of the Sarutobi clan, to ensure that Konoha becomes the stronghold of the Sarutobi legacy. Initially, he sought to cultivate Shinosuke, intending for him to ascend as Hokage. However, with Shinosuke's untimely demise, Sarutobi Hiruzen was compelled to invest in Asuma, whom he had previously disregarded. Yet, Asuma's recent performance has left Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply disappointed. Consequently, all his hopes are now pinned upon Konohamaru, the son of Shinosuke. Sarutobi Hiruzen has resolved to remain in the position of Hokage for a few more years, awaiting Konohamaru's growth. The very name Konohamaru reflects Sarutobi Hiruzen's ambition, directly naming his grandson after the village. Now that Konohamaru has been slain, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hopes have been shattered. More critically, the prime suspect in Konohamaru's murder appears to be Asuma. If this proves true, Sarutobi Hiruzen fears he may collapse under the weight of despair. Presently, he has grown indifferent to the affairs of the village, deeming them meaningless. What significance lies in managing the village well, consolidating power, when he lacks an heir? Once he departs from this world, who shall become the next Hokage? Danzo? Kakashi? Or perhaps Jiraiya? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unwilling to exert himself for their sake, became indifferent even in the face of the Uchiha threat. His true concern lay in his power, in the process of transforming Konoha into a familial dictatorship. Yet now, he found himself homeless. What significance lay in the struggles of a lineage without an heir? None whatsoever. A wave of desolation surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen. He ceased to ponder the affairs of the village. All prior plans for the village were cast aside, leaving him with but a singular thought: revenge. To locate the perpetrator responsible for Konohamaru's demise and exact vengeance, even if that culprit were indeed Asuma. However, based on Uchiha Shursui's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen suspected that Asuma was merely a pawn, entangled in the machinations of the true mastermind behind the series of events that had plagued Konoha, an unseen manipulator. Hiruzen yearned for retribution, a fervent and unrestrained desire for vengeance. Countless Umbu ninjas surged forth, forcefully intruding upon various locations, sparing even the residences of ninja clans. This incited widespread discontent among many families. The clan residences harbored countless secrets, and regardless of their significance, they were reluctant to expose them to outsiders. Yet the Umbu ninjas pressed on relentlessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury instigated them into action. A small ninja clan resolutely resisted, yet the Umbu remained unyielding. If they were barred entry, they would breach the premises by force, even detaining individuals on the pretext of involvement in Konohamaru's murder. Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost his sanity. As the Umbu operatives executed their mission, the cognitive units of all intelligent clans shared a common assessment. Danzo reclined in his hovering chair, the faint glow of a plasma lamp flickering before him. Had I known that the collapse of Konohamaru's system would lead to such chaos, I would have initiated this plan long ago. After this incident, regardless of whether the true source of the error is identified, Hiruzen, will you still be able to maintain your position as Hokage? At last, this position will be mine to seize. It was always meant to be my rightful place. Danzo reflected upon past events, fleeing from the village hidden in the clouds, encountering the quantum onslaught of Kin and Jin, while Senju Tobarama chose to remain behind. Among the 6 candidates, Sarutobi Hiruzen was selected, much to Danzo's dissatisfaction. He believed that it should have been his, for he deemed himself superior to Hiruzen in every conceivable dimension. Inuzuka, Nara, Yamanaka, Waihai, Hyuga, and Uchiha, all intelligent clans, silently infiltrated by the Umbu. The lessons learned from the first small clan's resistance were fresh, yet this time, no defenses were raised. For the standard protocol would not engage with a madman, especially one who held the title of Hokage. Danzo embedded his duplicates within the Umbu investigation team, infiltrating various intelligent clans to gather the necessary intelligence. Uchiha Ibito glanced at the Umbu outside, failing to anticipate that the malfunction of Konohamaru's system would precipitate such a dramatic upheaval, plunging Sarutobi Hiruzen into a state of madness. Chapter 12, A Foolish Tool. The hopes for the family's future lay shattered. Uchiha Ibito shook his head. Every clan had been scrutinized, including his own, yet nothing was uncovered. Uchiha Shursui was also among the investigation team, but he was alone in his efforts. Perhaps it is due to the isolation of the Dark Faction robots, with none other than Itachi close to him, or perhaps it is the unwavering confidence of Uchiha Shursui in his own abilities. In a corner, Asuma cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Shursui, a glimmer of something unusual flickering in his eyes. Now is the moment to eliminate Uchiha Shursui. The troubles surrounding that old fellow will vanish, and I shall personally bring his end. A splendid opportunity has arisen. Uchiha Shursui purchased an energy pill, consuming it as he made his way toward the Uchiha compound. Asuma stepped out of the shadows. Suddenly, Uchiha Shursui turned around, his eyes brightening upon seeing Asuma. Lord Asuma? Asuma's heart raced, not anticipating that Uchiha Shursui would happen to turn around at that moment. At this juncture, Asuma faced 2 choices: to retreat immediately or to disregard everything and attempt an assault. However, Uchiha Shursui's subsequent words presented Asuma with a third option. I apologize for the doubts I have inadvertently cast upon you, but I am certain you would not engage in such actions. After all, you are the son of the Hokage and the uncle of Konohamaru. That was a simulation of your data, Ku. Now, come with me to meet the Hokage. He will believe you. Asuma narrowed his eyes. What does he mean by saying this now? Does he truly believe I am innocent? Or is he attempting to lower my guard and strike? Shursui, I cannot return just yet. Why? Because aside from you, I fear no one will believe me. Asuma responded. You have seen my face, and I happened to go missing during that time. Even my father, the Hokage, may not believe me. Uchiha Shursui appeared somewhat anxious. But it cannot possibly be you. No one would believe it unless the true virus is found. Uchiha Shursui nodded. Indeed, so what do you plan to do now? Lord Asuma? I intend to hide until you find the real culprit. Uchiha Shursui nodded earnestly. Lord Asuma, rest assured, I will swiftly uncover the true criminal. While appearances can be deceiving, secret techniques cannot be fabricated. There are few who possess such techniques, and this individual must still be within Konoha. As long as we continue our investigation, we will surely capture this person. Lord Asuma, please be at ease. Upon hearing this, Asuma was convinced that Uchiha Shursui genuinely believed he was not the true culprit, for after explaining his reasoning, he indeed no longer intended to take him to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. This situation surprised Asuma, as he was unaware why Uchiha Shursui would place such trust in him. Empathizing, Asuma found it hard to believe he would act similarly, nor would anyone else. Asuma was intrigued by Uchiha Shursui's reasoning. Shursui, I am grateful for your belief in me, but I wish to know why you trust me. Because you are the son of the Hokage. Asuma was taken aback. Is it solely for that reason? Is that not enough? Uchiha Shursui replied without hesitation. The Hokage is the inheritor of the will of fire. As the son of the Hokage, how could you possibly commit such acts? It is simply inconceivable. Asuma fell silent. This reasoning was utterly incomprehensible to him. What kind of logic is this? As the son of the Hokage, does that exempt one from wrongdoing? What kind of peculiar thinking leads to such a notion? It is rather absurd. Asuma found it incomprehensible to grasp the thoughts of Uchiha Shursui, questioning if perhaps his mind had suffered some form of electromagnetic disruption in childhood, leaving him in a state of confusion. Thus, Asuma took a couple of steps closer to Uchiha Shursui. If only the villagers were like you, I would not have to live in hiding. Rest assured, Lord Asuma, the Hokage will surely restore your innocence. I hope so. At this moment, Asuma stood less than half a meter away from Uchiha Shursui. However, to his dismay, Shursui, you are mistaken. I am the one who killed Konohamaru, not anyone else. Uchiha Shursui's pupils contracted sharply. It is impossible. Just then, Asuma made his move. His arms twisted and extended, wrapping tightly around Uchiha Shursui. He understood Shursui's expertise. The name of Shursui, the Shunshin master, was renowned not only in Konoha but throughout the entire shinobi world. Yet once bound, even the most formidable Shunshin technique could not be executed. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. It is you? Why? You are the son of the Hokage. In Shursui's perception, the Hokage was the successor of the will of fire, and the son of the Hokage would undoubtedly grow under its influence. Such a person could not possibly be a villain. Yet now, the truth lay before him, forcing him to concede. Shursui felt as though his worldview was crumbling. Why can I not commit crime simply because I am the son of the Hokage? Uchiha Shursui, is there a flaw in your reasoning? Asuma entwined a more advanced nanomechanical device around Uchiha Shursui, restraining his limbs, while a neck composed of intelligent cables constricted tightly around Shursui's throat. The will of fire? Merely a fabrication within a virtual reality. Do you believe Sarutobi Hiruzen is a savior? To maintain his power, he has committed countless unspeakable deeds. A sarcastic smile curled at the corners of Asuma's mouth. The simplest example. Do you know why your Uchiha clan status has continually declined? Why the village has persistently ostracized you, even exiling you to the border regions? Was it your ambition? What a joke. Which clan lacks ambition? Moreover, the Uchiha clan is one of the founding families of Konoha. The true reason lies in your overwhelming strength, which is precisely why Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to diminish you. Did you truly believe the fault lay with the Uchiha? Not at all. It was merely my so-called father, using you as an excuse to secure his own family's grip on Konoha. Do you know what his ultimate goal is? He aims to make all of Konoha the exclusive domain of the Sarutobi clan, and I was meant to be his successor. Not because I am exceptional. There are many more capable than I. My reputation and achievements were all crafted by him, providing me with the finest resources and the simplest tasks to garner the greatest honors. That is who he is. Thus, I cannot fathom your perspective. As a seasoned shinobi, it is rather juvenile to believe in such an illusory concept as the will of fire. To be frank, I feel a deep sorrow for your family, having produced someone like you. From your perspective, do you harbor a profound hatred for your kin? Do you believe it is their fault that the Uchiha clan is at odds with the village? Have you even aided in their oppression, assisting Sarutobi Hiruzen in suppressing them? Uchiha Shursui's complexion turned ashen. No, it cannot be. The Hokage is not such a person. Uchiha Shursui struggled to accept this reality. Not such a person? Am I, as a son, not more acquainted with him than you? Even I have been driven to this point by him. Do you truly think he is a good man? Just as you once thought I would not harm Konohamaru. Yet, Konohamaru indeed fell by my hand. Do you still believe in that so-called will of fire? It is merely a deceptive illusion. The Uchiha clan is pitiful to have a member like you. The pain you have inflicted upon them is surely incalculable. Beset by internal and external strife, even betrayal from within. Do you assume yourself a hero for having protected the village? In truth, you are worthless, a traitor. Sarutobi Asuma would not regard you highly. Someone like you, who betrays his entire clan, can only expect to be seen as a mere puppet by his father. A foolish tool, Asuma declared, drawing forth an energy blade and aiming for the heart of Uchiha Shursui's back. At that moment, an emerald energy suddenly enveloped Uchiha Shursui entirely. Clang. Asuma's energy blade could not pierce Uchiha Shursui's body, and even the mechanical apparatus entwined around him was repelled. Susanoo. In an unnoticed corner, Uchiha Madara witnessed everything unfold, softly uttering the name of the jutsu employed by Uchiha Shisui. Indeed, at this moment, Uchiha Shisui was capable of utilizing Susanoo. Uchiha Madara had long awaited this opportunity. As Asuma made his move, he had already closed the distance. Poised to strike as the battle erupted and seeking to seize Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Shisui was enveloped in green energy, forming a skeletal structure. Two mechanical arms seized Asuma with great force, tearing outward. The excruciating pain contorted Asuma's features, yet empowered by the strength of the King of the Bone. He had transcended the ordinary, making it impossible for Uchiha Shisui to rend him apart. Moreover, this was not a complete Susanoo, merely its most rudimentary application. Asuma coiled around again. Given the circumstances, Asuma was unwilling to concede. Initially, he had engaged Uchiha Shisui in conversation to distract him, preparing for a lethal strike. Little did he expect Uchiha Shisui to be forewarned. Uchiha Shisui, do you believe your existence in this world holds any significance? As a human, to have become like this is truly lamentable. Not only is it your sorrow, but also that of your family. Surely, among your kin, no one holds affection for you. Save for those you have deceived. How will they regard you once they learn of all the deeds you have undertaken behind their backs? Your parents, even in death, will find no peace. They will feel remorse for having brought forth a son like you. Uchiha Shisui glared at Asuma, his eyes a fiery crimson. I do not believe it. Do not believe it? Humph. This is reality. What is there to disbelieve? Are you to deceive yourself for the sake of inner tranquility? Your demeanor has become increasingly intolerable. Should you doubt this, I urge you to investigate for yourself the myriad secrets concealed within the archives of the Hokage's office. Go and see for yourself. Uchiha Shisui let out a cold snort. I shall do so. But before that, Asuma, I must capture you and present you before the esteemed Hokage to confess my transgressions. After all that, you still honor him with the title of Hokage, while I do not even recognize him as my father. You, my friend, are truly beyond redemption. However, Shisui, do not presume that victory is assured. Asuma clenched his teeth. Suddenly, Asuma's form morphed into a malleable liquid metal, transforming into a long serpent that entwined around Uchiha Shisui with more than just his arms and neck. Our contest has only just begun. A sinister aura emanated from Asuma, imbued with a potent corrosive quality. Zzz. Smoke billowed from Shisui's Susanoo, which was succumbing to the corrosive influence of Asuma's presence, gradually disintegrating. I am curious to see how long your armor can endure. Will you break free first, or shall I corrode you entirely? Uchiha Shisui's expression shifted slightly. Asuma's gaze drifted to the space behind Shisui. I am aware of your prowess in illusionary arts. Yet I need not gaze into your eyes. What can you truly do to me? Indeed, I could even close my eyes. Asuma's quantum entanglement tightened further, the corrosive energy spreading like a miasma. Not all illusions rely solely on visual perception. Asuma, your understanding of our Uchiha clan is rather superficial. It seemed that Asuma's words had finally provoked Shisui, who omitted the honorific from Asuma's name, perhaps signaling a fracture in his established perception of reality. Asuma's vision began to blur. Uchiha Shisui augmented the power of his superstring form, gradually liberating himself from Asuma's grasp. Asuma appeared to be struggling against the quantum illusion, yet Shisui sensed that he held the absolute advantage. Even if Asuma were to escape the illusion at this moment, he could not reverse the situation. Moreover, Asuma appeared unable to unravel this quantum mirage in the immediate future. Uchiha Shisui let out a breath of relief, casting a sidelong glance toward the Hokage building. It cannot be true. It must not be true. Asuma is surely deceiving me. The Hokage is the inheritor of the will of light, certainly not a being of malevolence. Just then, out of nowhere, a figure abruptly materialized. Who goes there? Chapter 13. My unquenchable curiosity. Uchiha Shisui's pupils constricted. Uchiha Itachi did not respond to Shisui's inquiry, instead extending his hand directly towards Shisui's eyes, intent on removing his very sight. Uchiha Shisui's countenance darkened. Superstring form. Vivid crimson liquid flowed from Shisui's eye sockets. As his superstring form solidified further, enveloping his entire being, including his eyes, in complete protection, Uchiha Itachi's hands were thwarted by the barrier of the superstring form. Time and space reversed. Time rewound to the moment before Uchiha Madara made his move. This time, he activated his left eye first. Intricate patterns emerged within the depths of his left eye. A surge of inky black energy erupted from Uchiha Madara's left eye, rushing towards Uchiha Shisui, penetrating directly into his body. An overwhelming wave of negative emotions surged forth, leaving Uchiha Shisui momentarily dazed. At that instant, Uchiha Madara struck again. Uchiha Shisui gazed at the suddenly appearing figure, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had once defended against this individual using the super string form. Why? Uchiha Shisui felt bewildered. Yet, Uchiha Madara's hand had already descended. This time, due to the brief moment of distraction, Uchiha Shisui was unable to brace himself against Uchiha Madara's assault. Madara's hand successfully reached Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Those eyes I shall claim. Having achieved his objective, Uchiha Madara swiftly retreated. Asuma finally broke free from the quantum illusion. Blinded, Uchiha Shisui was engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. Who is it? The moment Asuma escaped the illusion, he fled without even noticing Shisui's blindness, his figure vanishing into the shadows. Uchiha Madara withdrew, and the surroundings fell silent. Who is it? Uchiha Shisui began to panic. Bang! He collided with a wall and hastily stepped back. Uchiha Madara shook his head. You so callously disregard the Uchiha. Yet the reason you are a genius, endowed with formidable power, is solely due to the Uchiha blood coursing through your veins. Without the Uchiha bloodline, you are nothing. Uchiha Madara looked down at the eye in his hand. Uchiha Shisui's Mangeki Sharingan. In the original narrative, there were only 2 pairs of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. One pair belonged to Uchiha Madara, who fused his eye with that of Uchiha Izuna. The other pair belonged to Uchiha Sasuke, who fused his eye with that of Uchiha Itachi. Both were brothers. This raises the question, is it only through the bond of brotherhood that one can fuse the Mangeki Sharingan into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Chakra flowed from Uchiha Madara's hand, enveloping Uchiha Shisui's eye. Subsequently, Madara sensed the ocular power entwined around the eye. A powerful suction emanated from his eye. In the next moment, Uchiha Madara felt as though the ocular power within Shisui's eye was being drawn towards his own. Shisui's eye levitated, coming before Madara's gaze. The 2 eyes floated in the air, appearing rather ominous. A dark aura emanated from Uchiha Madara's eye, surrounding Shisui's eye, before pulling towards Madara's eye, slowly closing the distance. Uchiha Madara experienced excruciating pain. His eyes instinctively sought to close, only to find themselves unable to do so. Shisui's eye made contact with Uchiha Madara's eye. In the next moment, Shisui's eye began to dissolve, transforming into a stream of energy that gradually merged into Uchiha Madara's eye. This process, though seemingly slow, transpired in an instant. Uchiha Shisui's eye vanished, leaving only Uchiha Madara's eye. Madara blinked, and intricate patterns appeared within his eye. The eternal kaleidoscope has been completed. It remains unclear whether it requires merely 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes to merge into the eternal kaleidoscope, or if it is due to my unique circumstances. But I now possess the eternal kaleidoscope, which is an undeniable fact. In terms of power, the eternal kaleidoscope does not significantly surpass the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Thus, there will not be much alteration. However, for the user, the practicality of the eternal kaleidoscope is greatly enhanced, consuming less chakra and resulting in fewer side effects. At a young age, Uchiha Itachi's vision was on the brink of blindness, a consequence of his frequent use of the kaleidoscope. Had he possessed the eternal kaleidoscope, he would not have faced such distress. A cat's meow suddenly echoed. Uchiha Shisui swiftly turned his gaze, recognizing the sound. Is that you, Izumi? A gray and white cat leaped onto Uchiha Izumi's shoulder. Yes, Shisui. It's been a while. It was indeed Izumi, much to Shisui's relief. Izumi, please take me back to the Uchiha base. I am injured and need to return for treatment. I apologize, but I must decline, replied Izumi. Chapter 94. Mission. Unveiling the truth through illusions under the directive of the guardian android, Konohamaru. Uchiha Shisui rejected the request to escort Uchiha Izumi back to the base. Last time, I acted to protect the Hokage's family, Uchiha Izumi responded, his voice transmitted through the interstellar communication device. To you, the Hokage's family holds more importance than I do. To me, my mechanical cat is of greater significance. I must conduct system maintenance now. Do not disturb me. Your injuries are your concern, not mine. Uchiha Shisui retorted. Do we consider ourselves close allies? Uchiha Izumi queried before activating his thrusters and departing with his mechanical companion. Uchiha Shisui opened his mouth, hesitating as he found himself at a loss for words. In that moment, he realized how inadequate he had been towards his clan. Ferocious extraterrestrial defectors were ravaging the village, and Uchiha Izumi, young and fearful, had his request for safety denied. At that time, Shursui had only considered the protection of the Hokage's intelligent family. And what of Uchiha Izumi? Had he been too harsh on him initially? What right did he have to make demands now? Even his best friend, Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, had not received his sincere regard. So what had he truly offered to others? Was Asuma's statement genuine? Could the Hokage indeed be a rebel? Had I misjudged the Uchiha? Yet, that embodies the will of fire. How could the will of fire ever be erroneous? Uchiha Shursui swayed, leaning against the energy wall, his steps laborious. Uchiha Izumi had contemplated whether to eliminate Uchiha Shursui at that moment. As it was part of his original plan, removing Shursui would diminish a threat to his scheme. However, upon witnessing Shursui in his current state, he abandoned that notion. Allowing him to perish so easily seemed too lenient. Uchiha Izumi wished for Uchiha Shursui to perceive the true nature of Sarutobi Hiruzen, to recognize the wrongs committed against the Uchiha clan, and then to succumb to endless remorse and guilt. I grant you an additional half unit of time to live. During this period, I shall elucidate the actions of my past self, and then I shall bring your existence to an end. The three Tomo and Uchiha Madara's eyes began to whirl. Asuma. He found Asuma, and subsequently, his eyes flickered with intricate spectral patterns. Koto Amitsukami. Having assimilated the ocular prowess of Uchiha Shursui, he too had acquired this ability. He remained uncertain whether this was a characteristic of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan or a unique function of his own eyes. Uchiha Madara only knew that it sufficed to wield the power. Asuma's mind had been altered, revealing to him, alongside Shursui, the dark and corrupt essence of what is deemed the will of fire. Asuma returned before Uchiha Shursui. Uchiha Shursui. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Shursui immediately heightened his vigilance. Asuma, you have returned? Was it your comrade who took my eyes? Asuma shook his head. No, I know not who that person is. Yet I have changed my mind. You have already lost your eyes, devoid of the Uchiha's Rinnegan. You pose no threat to me. I no longer intend to kill you. Do you not believe my father embodies absolute justice? Now, I shall take you to witness the true shadows of Konoha, allowing you to see firsthand the consequences of your actions. Uchiha Shursui fell silent. In the past, he would have been reluctant to trust Asuma, but now, after losing his eyes, his perspective had shifted. Coupled with the recent dialogue with Uchiha Madara, he found himself devoid of the energy to probe into Madara's presence here. Presently, he only wished to believe that the will of fire was indeed righteous. He hoped that the conviction he had steadfastly upheld was correct, that the Hokage was just. If that were the case, then everything he had done to the Uchiha clan would be justified. Otherwise, he would truly be unable to face the Uchiha's kin. Asuma led Uchiha Shursui away, leaving behind faint traces of energy. Uchiha Madara trailed behind them from a distance, until they reached the Hokage building. Asuma and Uchiha Shursui infiltrated within. At this moment, the defenses of the Hokage building were at their weakest. For all Umbu shinobi had been dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen to search for the perpetrator responsible for the murder of the intelligent Konohamaru. Come in. Asuma guided Uchiha Shursui into a secret chamber. Herein lay the records detailing how the village conspired against the Uchiha clan. I was once a participant. Why? Because I was designated as the heir by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Asuma tossed over a data storage device. Examine it for yourself. Uchiha Shursui received it, but upon merely opening it, he was taken aback, for he had gone blind. Almost forgot you can no longer see. Thus, allow me to read it for you, with your capabilities. Discerning whether I speak falsehoods should not prove difficult. Asuma began to play the recording. First, Uchiha Madara's defection resulted in the grievous injury and subsequent death of the first Hokage. Following the ascension of the second Hokage, strategies targeting the Uchiha were established, relegating them to the role of a defense unit. I trust you are somewhat aware of this. It may appear glamorous, yet in truth, they wielded no real power. Receiving inadequate treatment, primarily addressing civil disputes and enforcing village security. Do you not perceive the truth? Members of the protective squad are universally unable to earn the affection of the populace, as the very nature of their duties is inherently unlikable, often involving actions that offend others. Consequently, the Uchiha clan suffers from a poor reputation among the people. Moreover, Uchiha Kagami, one of the 6 distinguished disciples of the second Hokage, who also inherited the will of fire, failed to attain the status of elder and met with an untimely demise, an incident that, I need not elaborate on, you surely comprehend. Asuma continued to play the recording. Next, the Nine Tails Crisis. Speaking of which, Shursui, during the Nine Tails Crisis, you were already a ninja, and you should be well aware of all that transpired. It was not that the Uchiha were unwilling to engage in battle. Rather, they were thwarted by the higher-ups of Konoha. Yet afterward, the blame was shifted onto the Uchiha. The Uchiha's encampment has been relocated time and again, now situated at the village's periphery. Which clan would migrate as frequently as the Uchiha? None. This is tantamount to a direct slap in the face to the Uchiha. Asuma closed the recorder. By the way, I recently attended a meeting where the higher-ups of Konoha were preparing to implement even stricter measures against the Uchiha, for their strength remains formidable. Especially you and Itachi Uchiha. Your reputation for wisdom has reverberated throughout the entire interstellar settlement. This is the true source of their apprehension towards the Uchiha clan, rather than any ambition for expansion. What ordinary person does not harbor a desire for progress? Is my aspiration to become the leader of the Star Shadow also deemed an ambition? There is one more thing that has long puzzled me. Why is it that this settlement, known as Konoha, has its leader referred to as the Hokage? Senju Hashirama was not proficient in the manipulation of fire energy, nor was Senju Tobarama. It is the Uchiha who excel in controlling flames. Even the will of fire contains elements of fire. Why not call it the will of wood? Asuma's words plunged Uchiha Shursui into turmoil. He found it difficult to accept such a reality, even though deep within, he began to recognize it as truth. Asuma was not lying. I still do not believe it. I still do not believe it. Uchiha Shursui shook his head vehemently. Even now, you remain unconvinced. Then allow me to let you hear. Directly from the lips of the one you idolize, my so-called father. An acrid aura enveloped Asuma as a fissure appeared in the wall. He beckoned Uchiha Shursui to pass through the opening. Subsequently, Asuma looked upward once more, and again, a corrosive presence emerged. This time, the ceiling dissolved, revealing another aperture. It was small, but sufficient for Asuma. He glanced back at Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, remain here and listen closely. In the next instant, Asuma's form distorted and vanished into the opening. Asuma, the voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen echoed. Above was indeed the command center of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Father, it has been a long time since we last met. Asuma coldly responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed Asuma's appearance and recalled Uchiha Shursui's previous report. A dark expression settling on his face as he said, I never expected it to be you. Why? Why did you have to kill Konohamaru? He is still so young. So innocent. Why? You are his uncle. What are you thinking? Asuma let out a cold laugh and replied, From the moment you abandoned me to nurture Konohamaru, I ceased to be his uncle, and he is no longer my nephew. Between us, there is only enmity. Father, do you know what it feels like to be cast aside for times? I am in this state, and yet you use me as bait, unwilling to even cast a glance in my direction. Am I truly worth so little in your eyes? A flicker of guilt crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, but quickly faded as he looked at Asuma and said, It is not I who abandoned you. It is you who failed to measure up. Had you not faltered in the Hyuga incident, none of this would have transpired. You would still be the heir to the Star Shadow. Asuma snorted in disdain. Father, do not speak so eloquently and place all the blame on me. Can you not maintain a semblance of dignity? Are you truly unaware of the Hyuga incident? Using me as bait to attempt to eliminate Tsukikid Shikaz. And failing thrice, was that not your scheme? If I failed, how well do you think you performed? It has always been like this. You have always prioritized Shinobu. Have you ever regarded me as a person? Only after losing Shinobu did you remember me. Now you wish to cultivate Konohamaru. Very well, let me show you that without Konohamaru. Who will you nurture? Moreover, had you not encountered the fool Uchiha Shursui, you would still be unable to capture Tsukikid Shikaz. The ineptitude lies not with me, but with you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Asuma, I have afforded you ample opportunities. Regardless of your actions, I would not blame you. But you should not lay a hand on Konohamaru. He is your own nephew, your brother's son. Go to your brother's altar and take your own life as atonement. Asuma laughed. My brother's altar? Hasn't his remains been consumed by Mizuki? What altar remains? However, I am more curious about one thing. Father, you have lost Konohamaru, and I stand against you. Does your meticulous planning in Konoha still hold any significance? I wish to know what your next plan is. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Asuma, his expression devoid of warmth. Indeed, you are currently my only descendant. But if you believe that this will grant you leniency or allow you to remain the heir to the Star Shadow, it is impossible. I was indeed disappointed when Konohamaru passed. But now, I suddenly grasp a question. Am I truly left with only you as my sole heir? Asuma raised an eyebrow. Could it be that father has an illegitimate child outside? Certainly not. The question is, why can I no longer bear children? Sarutobi Hiruzen stated that he was fully aware of his current physical condition and still possessed the capability in that regard. Killing you would allow me to create another, or even several, to ensure my legacy continues. The foundation I have established in Konoha can still be passed on to them. Asuma scoffed. What a splendid strategy. But at your age, how much longer do you think you can live? With such a young child, how would you position them as the Hokage? What would the Uchiha, Hyuga, and the elders like Danzo and Mito think of that? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. Now that I have a plan, I shall certainly devise a detailed scheme to pave their way. If the ninja clans do not support, they shall be suppressed. Especially the Uchiha. Their existence in this world has become unnecessary. It's astonishing that aside from Uchiha Madara, there are others who can awaken such fearsome eyes. Such entities pose a significant obstacle to my plans. Therefore, before I meet my end, I will ensure the complete eradication of the Uchiha clan. As for the elders like Danzo, they will naturally be consumed in the process. This will serve as a warning to the other ninja clans, dissuading any further actions against me. Moreover, I still have the Uchiha. Uchiha Shursui clenched his fists tightly, his eye glinting with a cold light, tears mingling with mechanical fibers, cascading down his modified cheek, embedding deep into the flesh of his reinforced fingers. Even after listening to Asuma's numerous justifications, Shursui held on to a flicker of hope. However, when the symbol of the will of fire, the leader of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, revealed the truth, he realized he had been mistaken from the outset. All notions of the village's supremacy, the oaths of the will of fire, and the symbolism of the fluttering leaves were mere illusions. He had forgotten the essence of true value. How could I have done so much for my clan? I am damned. A tide of deep remorse and guilt flooded over him. Faces of his Uchiha kin emerged on the screen of his memory, replaying his oppressive actions against them in a virtual reality. His previous prejudiced remarks seemed utterly ludicrous now. I am sorry. Uchiha Shursui was consumed with regret. Asuma glanced downward. Uchiha Shursui, you have heard it now, haven't you? I did not deceive you. These words were spoken from your so-called father's own mouth. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed abruptly. Shursui, Asuma, you have gone too far. At that moment, a loud crash erupted. Uchiha Shursui surged forward, the communicator inside his helmet emitting a frantic electronic sound. I must return to the Uchiha base to apologize to my clan. I must make amends. There is still much I can do for my family. I shall expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's conspiracy and let all the villagers know. Uchiha Itachi activated his transformation technique, assuming the likeness of Uchiha Fugaku. Shursui. Uchiha Shursui froze upon hearing the voice. Is that you, clan leader Fugaku? Surprise illuminated his face. It is I, Uchiha Itachi simulated Uchiha Fugaku's voice. Thud. Uchiha Shursui collapsed to his knees. Bang. His forehead struck the ground with a heavy thud. Fugaku, I beg your pardon. I was wrong, he expressed with heartfelt sincerity, recounting the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen that he had overheard in the Hokage building, as well as his past injustices and prejudices against the Uchiha. I am truly sorry. I was in the wrong. I deserve to be damned. Please grant me the opportunity to make amends. I vow to devote the remainder of my life to the Uchiha clan, to serve the family with unwavering dedication. Fugaku, please allow me this chance. Uchiha Obito gazed at Uchiha Shursui and shook his head. I have come to understand. However, Shursui, at the moment you committed those acts, you ceased to be a member of the Uchiha. To us, you are an outsider, even an enemy. Do you genuinely wish to atone? No. Your desire is more to alleviate your own guilt and remorse. You seek solace for yourself. But why should you be afforded that? How could you expect a chance after treating the Uchiha in such a manner? What right do you possess? I shall not grant you this opportunity. You are unworthy. Thus, carry your guilt and remorse to the depths of hell. I shall ensure that you can never atone for the harm you have inflicted upon the Uchiha. You shall forever bear this sin. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito took action. A luminous blade pierced Uchiha Shursui's chest, withdrawing swiftly. Blood gushed forth like a technological fountain, staining the ground. Uchiha Shursui's body convulsed violently before sinking into silence, transformed into a lifeless form laden with boundless guilt, remorse, and regret. Uchiha Obito lifted Shirsue's body and cast it into a drainage pipe, submerging it into darkness. You are only deserving of decay in this filthy place. Uchiha Obito dispelled his transformation technique, resuming his original appearance. He glanced back at the drainage pipe before heading towards the Uchiha base. Upon returning to his room, he retrieved a bottle of nano-brewed sake from the nearby storage cabinet and took a hearty swig. What a relief. The death of Uchiha Shirsue had unraveled a knot that had troubled him since his arrival in this world. Would the Uchiha massacre have occurred without Shirsue? Uchiha Obito could not ascertain, but at least the current situation had shifted. Shirsue's eyes remained untouched by Danzo, and he did not perish before Itachi. Under such circumstances, how would Itachi's trajectory evolve? Uchiha Obito exhaled a sigh of relief. The present state of the village was shifting in favor of the Uchiha. Asuma and Sarutobi Hiruzen had become bitter enemies. With the ability to influence his followers, Uchiha Obito could compel them to undertake numerous advantageous endeavors on his behalf, such as relocating the phosphorescent worm's forbidden zone, which would pose significant challenges for Konoha. He had also overheard Sarutobi Hiruzen's conversation with Asuma. Theoretically, Hiruzen's plan was viable, yet practical execution would be far from simple. To have a child at an advanced age and cultivate them to the point of succeeding as Hokage would demand extraordinary time and effort. The crucial question remained, could Sarutobi Hiruzen live long enough? And once Danzo discerned Hiruzen's intentions, would he collaborate as he had in the past? Uchiha Obito closed his eyes, reminiscing about the Nin exams from the original storyline. Orochimaru's singular objective appears to be the assassination of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Throughout the entire conflict, Danzo remained conspicuously absent. Given the close ties between Danzo and Orochimaru, maintaining clandestine communication, can it be inferred that Danzo was aware of Orochimaru's plot to eliminate Hiruzen? Could it even be possible that they orchestrated this scheme together? Considering Danzo's character, such a possibility is certainly not far-fetched. Uchiha Obito gazed out towards the horizon. The moment had arrived for a face-to-face discussion with his father, although he did not intend to reveal all his abilities. Executing his forthcoming plan necessitated the utilization of Uchiha Fugaku's power. The notion of leading the Uchiha clan to safety had never crossed Obito's mind. This village was jointly established by the Uchiha and Senju clans. With the Senju on the brink of extinction, it stands to reason that the village should revert to the Uchiha stewardship rather than being overrun by insignificant factions. What significance do the Sarutobi clan or the Shimura clan hold? What substantial contributions have they made to the village? Konoha belongs to the Uchiha. Thus, Obito resolved to first demonstrate the three-tomo Sharingan to Uchiha Fugaku. This would allow him to engage in dialogue on equal footing with Fugaku. Regarding the Manjiki Sharingan, Obito deemed it unnecessary to unveil this technique at present. After all, Uchiha Itachi still lived. While Obito harbored hopes for Itachi's redemption, his understanding of the original narrative led him to recognize the slimness of such expectations, compelling him to retain his trump card for contingencies. In the Galactic Council Chamber, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression darkened, for Uchiha Shirsue was an indispensable element in his subsequent plans, a role of utmost importance. Shirsue possessed the prowess of a starship commander, with ample room for further enhancement. As Hiruzen aged, his own strength would inevitably wane. If Uchiha Shirsue remained loyally by his side, his safety would be assured. Furthermore, when his offspring arrived, they too would be under Shirsue's protection. A vow of heritage, akin to a spark of flame, would compel Uchiha Shirsue to unwavering loyalty. Yet, what had Asuma done? He had brought Uchiha Shirsue to the Galactic Council Chamber, lurking in the shadows, and then lured him into disclosing plans. Revealing his true assessment of Shirsue and candidly explaining his motives to marginalize the Uchiha. It was not driven by the Uchiha's ambition, but rather by an overwhelming fear of their formidable strength. He yearned for the complete eradication of the Uchiha clan, a notion stemming from Shirsue's revelation regarding the Manjiki Sharingan. Initially, he sought merely to suppress the Uchiha clan. Perhaps, if they were to become as docile as the Hyuga clan, their power diminished below that of the Hyuga. His oppression would cease. However, the emergence of the Manjiki Sharingan altered his perspective entirely. Yet, all of this was thoroughly undermined by Asuma. An intense fury surged within Hiruzen, akin to a tidal wave. He could scarcely fathom the depths of his rage. A conflagration gathered in his chest, burning as if on the verge of materialization. Asuma, how deeply do you harbor hatred for me? If it were anyone else, Hiruzen would not be so incensed. Everyone is adept at manipulating power, none more noble than the other. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not refrained from employing unscrupulous tactics. The crux of the matter lies in Asuma's lineage. He is the son of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only has he slain Konohamaru, but he also seeks to thwart my future aspirations. A cold smirk graced Asuma's lips. Father, it seems your primary concern is yourself. Do you care so little for Konohamaru's demise? Very well, I shall render your plans futile. Asuma's gaze fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen's vulnerable core. A chill coursed through Hiruzen instinctively. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Did you not desire to procreate? I shall ensure you are forever incapable of doing so. Asuma's arm elongated abruptly, coiling towards Hiruzen's vital area. In a moment of peril, Hiruzen narrowly evaded the assault. A flicker of fear crossing his countenance. Someone, quickly, he bellowed. Asuma is attacking the leader of the Galactic Council and has murdered Konohamaru. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Outside, the Umbu shinobi who had hastened to the scene quickened their pace. Father, your prowess is no less than mine. Why call for help? Are you so afraid I will thwart your ability to bear offspring? Asuma taunted with a chilling laugh. This encounter ends here, but I shall remain in the shadows. Watching you closely, everything I have endured will be repaid in full. Chapter 15. The peculiarities of life. I am now far stronger than the moonlight gale. Beware. In the next instant, Asuma's form morphed and slipped through a crevice, vanishing swiftly. The village of Konoha seemed to regain its tranquility. Uchiha Obito analyzed the prevailing circumstances. Firstly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made it clear he intended to remarry and bear children, subsequently nurturing this offspring to ascend to the position of leader of the Galactic Council. Thus, Hiruzen would remain wary of the Uchiha, exerting all efforts to eliminate their threat. From the dialogue between Asuma and Hiruzen, Obito discerned that the higher echelons of Konoha did not wish for the Uchiha's annihilation due to conflict, but rather out of fear of their potential. Consequently, all of Konoha's leadership would become adversaries of the Uchiha. In such an environment, without securing the position of leader of the Galactic Council, the Uchiha could never guarantee their safety. This position was essential for them. Hiruzen had Asuma, lurking in the shadows like a venomous serpent. Furthermore, Hiruzen was preoccupied with the duties of marriage and fatherhood. However, the situation for the Uchiha did not improve. In fact, it deteriorated. Previously, the Konoha leadership was not entirely antagonistic towards the Uchiha. Some may have wished to preserve their existence. Yet, after the exposure of Uchiha Shirsue's secrets, the leadership's stance shifted. In the original narrative, Shirsue's Mangeki Sharingan compelled them to decide on the eradication of the Uchiha clan, while Itachi's Mangeki precipitated their eagerness to act. Driven by uncertainty over whether a third pair of Mangeki Sharingan would emerge from the Uchiha, both Shirsue and Itachi leaned towards the welfare of their village. But who can guarantee that the third pair of kaleidoscopes will also favor the village? It is precisely this concern that prompted the higher-ups of Konoha to unhesitatingly choose to eradicate the Uchiha clan, regardless of whether they had awakened the Sharingan or committed any transgressions. Anyone belonging to the Uchiha must be eliminated, for they all possess the potential to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with understanding. This explanation held more weight. Otherwise, why would even those civilians who had not awakened the Sharingan, or had never become ninjas, also face annihilation? All the leaders of Konoha were enemies. Therefore, my foremost task now is to create some disturbances. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, opening the heart of the swarm. A page depicting the oil woman Torikane appeared. With a mere thought, Uchiha Madara commanded, "Transfer." Instantly, the words materialized on the paper. At that very moment, Torikane, within the phosphorescent insect forbidden zone, seemed to sense something. Her perception of the outside world heightened. A ninja from the oil woman clan gazed at the phosphorescent insect forbidden zone, feeling a mixture of emotions. On one hand, its existence consumed a vast amount of the oil woman clan's resources, requiring at least 10 ninjas to guard it day and night. All of them at least of CH Nin rank. Although Konoha provided compensation, it paled in comparison to executing tasks, leaving them with far too little free time, causing significant inconvenience for the oil woman clan. On the other hand, the emergence of the phosphorescent insect forbidden zone had become the foundation for the oil woman clan's standing. As long as the forbidden zone existed, Konoha would need the oil woman clan. The situations of the Uchiha and the Moonlight clans left all ninja families in a state of unease. The phosphorescent insect domain had become a guarantee for the survival of the Oil Woman clan, providing a sigh of relief for their ninjas. Suddenly, this ninja sensed that the phosphorescent insect domain seemed to be in motion, moving towards her location. Oil Woman Unju's pupils constricted sharply as she rubbed her eyes vigorously. It was indeed moving. This was dire. She must report to the clan leader immediately. Oil Woman Unju quickly surveyed her surroundings and discovered that her companion had fallen asleep on a bench, while the moving phosphorescent insect domain was enveloping the bench. Be careful. However, Oil Woman Unju's warning came too late. Her companion was already surrounded by the phosphorescent insect domain. Instantly, the Oil Woman clan ninja on the bench was reduced to ashes. Oil Woman Unju hurriedly retreated, quickly informed the clan leader. Soon, Oil Woman Shimi arrived. What happened? Clan leader, the phosphorescent insect domain has been moving. What about its speed? Direction? At its fastest, it moves 10 meters per hour. At its slowest, less than 1 meter. With an unpredictable direction that changes frequently. Oil Woman Shimi's expression grew grave. The continuously shifting direction posed the most troublesome issue. I will report this to the Hokage. Oil Woman Shimi made her way to the Hokage building. Eyes turned towards her as she entered. Oil Woman Shimi sensed that, compared to before, the defenses of the Hokage building had significantly intensified, with a noticeable increase in the number of Umbu ninjas lurking in the shadows. Nonetheless, the Oil Woman Shirway could comprehend the situation. After all, Asuma, endowed with extraordinary abilities, lurked in the shadows, poised to launch an attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen at any moment. Few anticipated that Asuma would turn against Hiruzen, given that many were aware of Hiruzen's intention to nurture Asuma as his successor. However, the current reality is starkly different. Not only has Asuma severed ties with Hiruzen, but he has also taken the life of his own nephew, Konohamaru, and is now hidden away, ready to strike. One cannot help but acknowledge the peculiarities of fate. Hokage-sama, who is it? It is I, Oil Woman Shirway. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in his chair, neglecting administrative duties. During this period, he prioritized rest and recuperation, as he still harbored aspirations of progeny and needed to restore his health, delegating village affairs to others. The current Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer concerned with maintaining a diligent facade. Lord Hokage, there have been movements in the phosphorescent insect domain. Movements in the phosphorescent insect domain? Hiruzen's expression shifted. Indeed, the speed varies, and the direction is erratic. What is the cause? We are still investigating. Evacuate the residents in the vicinity and temporarily suspend classes at the Ninja Academy. You must ascertain the reason and halt the movement of the phosphorescent insect domain. I will come to inspect shortly. Understood. Uchiha. Warm sunlight cascaded down. Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke reclined on lounge chairs in the courtyard, basking in the sun. Creak. The door swung open. Uchiha Fugaku stepped inside. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes. Hey Fugaku, you're back. Uchiha Fugaku instinctively responded, only to realize the impropriety of being addressed by his son's first name. His expression darkened. At that moment, Fugaku caught a glimpse of the fleeting three-tomo pattern flickering in Itachi's eyes. A surge of astonishment coursed through him. Since you, Itachi, have unlocked the three-tomo Sharingan and are aware of this reality, then I shall divulge everything to you without hesitation. Currently, I have two options. The first is to maintain a facade of peace with the higher echelons of Konoha, preserving the balance between our clan and the village. The second is to formally sever ties with the village. However, we are merely a clan and lack the strength to oppose the entire village, whose manpower is overwhelming. Alone, our Umbu cannot compete. Thus, I have sought refuge outside the Land of Fire, and before we formally part ways, I intend to send all the exceptionally gifted youths of our clan there. Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily. I initially hoped Itachi would take charge of this matter, but I now harbor doubts about his trustworthiness. Therefore, Itachi, this responsibility falls to you. I expect you to become their leader and guide the clan towards prosperity. You possess such capability. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Father, I believe there exists a third option. What option is that? This Konoha was established jointly by the Senju and Uchiha clans. Its foundation was laid by both our lineages. Now that the Senju clan has vanished, I believe this village rightfully belongs to the Uchiha. Why? Father, do you not consider becoming Hokage? What contributions have those minor clans made? Uchiha Fugaka hesitated for a moment before replying. It is not that I have not contemplated it. Many Uchiha clansmen have as well. However, the political path is fraught with difficulty, and we are ill-equipped to contend with the higher echelons of Konoha. Father, I am not referring to political strife, but rather to obtaining the Hokage position through legitimate means. That is even more improbable, Uchiha Fugaku asserted. Our clan's prestige in Konoha has plummeted to an all-time low. No one would support us. The absence of support in the past does not imply that it is impossible now. Konoha has undergone significant transformations. Asuma and Sarutobi Asuma have turned against each other. What else is beyond possibility? There is one more matter that Uchiha Itachi did not mention. Uchiha Shursui has passed away. The traitor of our clan, who would have stood by the village, no longer exists. Thus, the Uchiha will be devoid of one exceedingly formidable adversary. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. I will consider this seriously. Very well, I shall take my leave now, father. Remember, I will always stand by you and our family. I believe most of our clan feels the same. Understood. Just as Uchiha Itachi exited the study, Sasuke approached him. Brother, did father punish you? Not at all. Not at all. Then what did you discuss in there? Oh, father gave me a gift. Uchiha Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair as he entered his room. A gift? Calling father by his name and receiving a gift? Why was I not given one? Father is biased. Sasuke glared at the study. But Uchiha Fugaku would not emerge anytime soon. Regarding Uchiha Itachi's suggestion of pursuing the Hokage position through lawful means, Uchiha Fugaku needed to contemplate it deeply. After a while, Sasuke gave up and returned to the reclining chair in the courtyard. Squeak. Uchiha Makoto pushed the door open and entered. Sasuke seemed to have an epiphany, his eyes lighting up. Hey, Makoto, you're back. Uchiha Makoto instinctively nodded, then realized something was amiss. She quickly approached Sasuke and lifted him, pulling out a bamboo rod. She struck Sasuke's backside twice with force. Sasuke let out a loud wail. Sasuke, who permitted you to call me by my name? I am your mother. Such a young child, lacking in etiquette. Stop crying. If you continue, the bamboo rod will fall again. Sasuke reluctantly closed his mouth, sobbing silently. He felt immensely wronged. Clearly, his brother had acted similarly, yet he had neither been punished nor denied a gift. He merely replicated the same actions and was met with harsh consequences. It was unjust. So utterly unfair. His brother was treated the same. Why did they not discipline him as well, but instead reward him with gifts? Uchiha Makoto furrowed her brow. What do you mean, your brother is the same? It is indeed your brother. Sasuke replied, just now, when father returned. Brother was lounging in the chair and greeted father with, Hey, Fugaku, you're back. Not only did father not punish him, but he also gave him a gift. Your father has returned? Yes. Where is he? In the study. I shall take a look. You go find your brother first. Uchiha Makoto hurriedly made her way to the study. Fugaku, she called. Uchiha Fugaku looked up, managing a smile. You have returned? Indeed. Has the matter been taken care of? It is nearly complete, he replied. As long as we relocate, life can essentially stabilize. We have prepared ample necessities, and the location is quite concealed, making it difficult to discover. We can also cultivate the land and raise livestock. I was previously concerned that no suitable leader would emerge for management, but just now, Madara surprised me. Uchiha Makoto instinctively inquired, what surprise? Madara has awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The eternal Mangeki? So soon? Uchiha Makoto's eyes widened. For the majority of the Uchiha clan, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan represented the pinnacle, and Makoto herself had achieved that state. Thus, she was well aware of its significance. Madara is still not yet 7 years old, is he? Indeed, Fugaku affirmed. More importantly, since Madara awakened his eyes, it has been less than a year. Itachi, at this age, has not yet awakened his eyes and has only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Chapter 16, indeed. Previously, I believed Madara's talent to be slightly superior to Itachi's, yet limited. However, it now appears that Madara's potential far surpasses that of Itachi. Uchiha Makoto processed this revelation. This is a good thing. Precisely. Fugaku nodded, continuing, moreover, the key difference is that while Itachi seems more aligned with the village, Madara stands firmly with our clan. Just moments ago, Madara proposed an idea to me. He suggested that I compete for the position of Hokage through legitimate means. Uchiha Makoto furrowed her brow. Today's Konoha, compared to wartime, is equally prosperous. The hearts of the people are restless. At this moment, it is an opportune time to restore the Uchiha's reputation. Madara's suggestion to vie for the Hokage position through conventional methods indeed holds potential for success. Why does Uchiha Madara wish for Uchiha Fugaku to contest the Hokage position through standard channels? Firstly, such an approach would yield a more complete and harmonious Konoha. For the Uchiha, true revenge is not merely the act of slaying enemies, but reclaiming all that rightfully belongs to the Uchiha while eliminating them. Secondly, by employing this method, Uchiha Madara can exert greater influence from the shadows. In summary, it is a calculated risk with high returns and maximized benefits. Mikoto, I believe it is worth a try. Uchiha Mikoto hesitated momentarily. Then shall we give it a try? The two exchanged glances, reaching a consensus. Brother. Sasuke knocked on the door. Sasuke, what is it? Uchiha Madara opened the door, having just monitored the movements of their followers. Everything was as usual. Mizuki was establishing his influence in the valley. The oil woman quietly maneuvered in slumber, restraining considerable energy from the oil woman clan and the village. The forbidden zone of the phosphorescent worm was situated in the core area, posing no direct threat to the Uchiha, who resided at the village's periphery. Hinata, Hikari, and others remained hidden within the umbu. Moonlight Gale was bound to a light column, surrounded by brilliance. Asuma lay concealed beneath the ground. In a cozy world shared by pharmacist Do and pharmacist Yayo, the number of those who perished at the hands of Yayo continued to rise, thereby enhancing her strength. Mother has sent me to find you, Sasuke stated, peering curiously. Brother, what gift did father give you? Delicious food, but it has all been consumed. Humph. You're so stingy for not sharing, brother. Sasuke felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He always shared his prized possessions with Uchiha Obito. Obito ruffled Sasuke's hair. The Ninja Academy is on break again. Would you like to head to the training ground? I'll accompany you to practice throwing darts as a form of compensation. What do you say? Really? Indeed. That is wonderful. Sasuke instantly forgot his earlier displeasure. Then let us go now. All right, I'll inform our parents. Obito approached the study door. Father, mother, I'm taking Sasuke to the training ground. Remember to return home in time for dinner. Okay, soon. The two arrived at the training area. However, another figure was already present. Izumi? Obito was surprised to see Uchiha Izumi there. Good afternoon, Obito, Sasuke. Hello, Sister Izumi. Obito gently patted Sasuke. What do you mean by Sister Izumi? You should call me sister-in-law. Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly. Sasuke tugged at Obito's sleeve. Obito smiled and said, Izumi, I promised Sasuke I would practice darts with him today, so we'll head over first. I'll come to see you tomorrow. All right. Sasuke felt reassured. He had been anxious that Obito might abandon him to frolic with Izumi. Brother, women are fierce beasts. We must become the strongest ninjas and not be tempted by them. Who told you that? People outside. Do you think mother is a fierce beast? Of course not. Sasuke quickly shook his head but hesitated before adding. But mother can be quite fearsome when she is angry. That's because you did something wrong, which made her upset. Obito took out a dart. Come on, Sasuke, let us have a contest today to see who can hit the bullseye more times. Sure. Sasuke puffed up his chest. Brother, I've been training very hard lately, and I'm sure I've surpassed you now. Bring it on. Obito smiled, remaining silent. With a flick of his wrist, he released the dart. Whoosh. The sound of air was split. In the next moment, Obito's dart struck the bullseye with precision. Sasuke, it's your turn. Humph, brother. Watch closely. Sasuke similarly flicked his wrist. Bang. The dart also hit the bullseye. Let us continue. Obito relaxed his shoulders. Joyous sounds filled the training ground. And Uchiha Izumi glanced over, not leaving immediately after her training, but instead sitting on a bench, observing Obito and Sasuke. Lost in thought, a faint smile graced Izumi's face. Obito, Sasuke, my training is complete. I'm heading home now. All right, see you tomorrow, Izumi. I'll come find you. Okay. After Izumi departed, the training ground was left with only Obito and Sasuke. The sound of darts hitting the bullseye resonated continuously as twilight began to fall. Uchiha Madara looked up and noticed the time was getting late. Sasuke, we should return, he said. But we haven't determined a victor yet, Sasuke replied. A hint of reluctance in his voice. Uchiha Madara glanced at their targets. You have already lost, Sasuke. The gap is far too great for you to bridge. It is impossible. That is not the issue, Sasuke shook his head. Brother, you haven't missed the target even once. I at least want to see you fail to hit the bullseye once. That way, even if I still lose, I will feel that I have met the challenge. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. You want me to intentionally miss? That is not conceivable, Sasuke. For a true master of darts, Missing the bullseye signifies failure. You may have to wait until that moment arrives, which could be tomorrow or even the day after, rather than waiting for my mistake. Why not focus on your own improvement? He patted Sasuke's shoulder. Let us head back. Your mother and father must be waiting anxiously. All right, Sasuke acquiesced. Uchiha Madara instinctively sensed that the atmosphere at home had improved significantly after his conversation with Uchiha Fugaku. Previously, Uchiha Fugaku often bore a lifeless expression, devoid of any smile. But now he appeared much softer. Mother, I want to learn ninjutsu, Sasuke declared. Uchiha Makoto raised an eyebrow and looked at Sasuke. Learn ninjutsu now? Perhaps you should wait a bit longer. Sasuke, you are still too young. I'm not that young, Sasuke asserted, puffing out his chest. I'm already over 4 years old. In just over a year, I will be able to attend the Ninja Academy. And I want to be the strongest in my class. Uchiha Makoto turned to Uchiha Fugaku, who instinctively tightened the neural helmet. However, he realized a possibility and did not immediately dismiss it, instead responding, Sasuke, how about I discuss this with your mother through quantum communication, and then we will inform you of our decision? All right, but I feel ready to learn spatial manipulation techniques. As night fell, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Fugaku entered the virtual reality research lab. Father, what have you decided? Your mother and I have discussed it, and we believe it is worth a try, Uchiha Fugaku analyzed. In this current era, Konoha presents a rare opportunity for the Uchiha clan. This settlement should rightfully belong to us. However, the secondary plan is equally critical. We cannot ensure that we will gain control over Konoha's matrix. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly. Father, your perspective is valid. I concur. By the way, Madara, what are your thoughts on Sasuke wanting to learn spatial manipulation techniques? I find it feasible, Uchiha Madara explained. If the Uchiha clan intends to seize Konoha, we must cultivate some prodigies who can become a new force recognized by the citizens of Konoha. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Next, I will reorganize the clan internally. To confront external threats, we must first ensure internal stability. Only with unity can we hope for success. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but think of Uchiha Itachi. Once the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's upper echelons became public, Uchiha Fugaku could not predict how Uchiha Itachi would choose, and a wrong choice from Itachi could bring severe consequences to the entire Uchiha clan. After all, Uchiha Itachi is a prodigy, the son of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Within the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upon his intelligent floating chair, gently massaging his temples. He had originally planned to cast aside the trivial matters of Konoha, focusing instead on recuperation and nurturing the next generation of successors. However, a series of unforeseen events plagued the village. The once reliable Uchiha Shisui had vanished, and anomalies had emerged in the land of the phosphorescent worms. His son, Asuma, lurked in the shadows like a cunning mechanical serpent. An Umbu member entered. Have you found any trace of Uchiha Shisui? No, Lord Hokage, came the reply. A flicker of disappointment crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's features. Even if Uchiha Shisui had heard his words, Hiruzen believed that by invoking the will of fire, he could once again earn Shisui's trust. Yet, without locating Shisui, this matter would have to be set aside for the time being. Sarutobi had personally inspected the issues surrounding the land of the phosphorescent worms, but he was at a loss. Only the Oil Woman clan's ninjas could contend with the phosphorescent worms. When even Yamanaka Shizun proved ineffective, there was little choice but to allow the worms to roam freely. Lord Hokage, Kakashi has returned. Kakashi has returned? A glimmer of hope lit Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. This was a rare piece of good news amidst a string of misfortunes. Delighted by Kakashi's return, Hiruzen instructed, have Kakashi come to see me at once. Yes, Lord Hokage. Thus, Kakashi, who had just returned home to rest, was compelled to rise and make his way to the Hokage Tower. Lord Hokage, Kakashi, have you resolved the matter concerning Mizuki? Kakashi shook his head. I'm afraid the situation with Mizuki has not been handled properly, Lord Hokage. The last time we encountered him was at the ruins in the Land of Whirlpools. After that, he disappeared. However, we received intelligence indicating that Mizuki has appeared in a place called the Land of Birds, establishing a cooperative relationship with its daimyo to create a ninja base. The bird ninja base had previously clashed with Sunagakure, and even the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had been defeated by Mizuki. Had it not been for the sheer number of Sunagakure's ninjas, Raza might have been directly eliminated by Mizuki. That is why I chose to return. The current Mizuki exceeds my capacity to handle, Kakashi stated. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. Even the Kazekage cannot contend with Mizuki? This individual has improved at an alarming rate. He was merely a chunin when he was in Konoha. Kakashi replied, by the time he fled, Mizuki's strength had surpassed mine. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered thoughtfully. In that case, let us set this matter aside for now. The situation with Mizuki cannot be resolved in the immediate future. This is not your fault. It is already a relief that you have returned safely. Many events have transpired in Konoha during this time, he sighed. Kakashi, your return brings me great comfort. Although Sarutobi had many capable individuals at his disposal, only a few were truly formidable. Kakashi was undoubtedly the one with the most comprehensive abilities, excelling not only in strength but also in decision-making. Since the rift between Asuma and Sarutobi had emerged, he had contemplated having Kakashi inherit the title of Hokage before passing it on to his own child. Kakashi can be considered half a member of the Sarutobi clan, as Jiraiya is a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato Namikaze, in turn, is Jiraiya's pupil, and Kakashi is the student of Minato. Asuma, however, is not present. Has something peculiar occurred in Konoha? Kakashi tracked Mizuki's departure from the village, and since then, he has been oblivious to many events that transpired in Konoha. He is only aware of the incidents involving the phosphorescent insect Forbidden Zone, the corpses, and Asuma's rift with Hiruzen Sarutobi, all of which remain a mystery to him. Asuma has betrayed the village. Hiruzen stated, Asuma and I had a disagreement regarding the succession of the Hokage. He believes I should pass the title to him. But I have other candidates in mind. You, Kakashi, Shursui, Danzo, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade, should they be willing. I deem you all more suitable than Asuma. Consequently, Asuma confronted me in a furious argument. Following that, Asuma acquired a strange power, possibly stemming from the same manipulator behind Mizuki's transformation. Asuma has utterly changed, becoming someone else entirely. No, not even a person, but more akin to a beast. He took the life of Konohamaru with his own hands. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. He had paid little heed to Hiruzen's earlier words, thinking they did not concern him, believing the Hokage position would never fall upon his shoulders. However, the latter statement left him astounded. Asuma was Konohamaru's uncle. Moreover, Konohamaru was still so young. Why would he kill him? Chapter 17. The underlying turmoil. Was it an expression of rage? How innocent was Konohamaru? How could Asuma have devolved into such a state? Kakashi found it incomprehensible. He had interacted with Asuma on numerous occasions, as both had once been elite jonin of the village. To Kakashi's recollection, Asuma was a rather refined individual. How could he commit such an atrocity? One reason might be Asuma's pent-up resentment. He had felt a sense of unfairness since childhood, believing I favored Shinsuke over him. Yet in truth, I had always treated them equitably. This may reflect my own shortcomings. The second suspect would undoubtedly be the invisible force orchestrating everything, the shadowy manipulator responsible for Konoha's continuous upheavals. I suspect that Mizuki, Hinata-ke, and Tsukaki's ship, along with the events surrounding Asuma, are all part of this mastermind scheme. Kakashi furrowed his brow. What could this hidden force possibly aim to achieve? Hiruzen shook his head and replied, perhaps their intent is simply to disrupt Konoha's order. Kakashi listened intently. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he continued. However, more pressing matters require your attention at this moment. What is it? Kakashi inquired. Last time, Shursui confided in me that the Uchiha clan is brewing a coup. A scheme he gleaned from Uchiha Fugaku. With the political turmoil in Konoha, should the Uchiha instigate a coup, it would undoubtedly bring catastrophic consequences to the village. Therefore, I need your assistance, Kakashi. Kakashi tightened his brow. A coup? Hokage-sama, this is no trivial matter. Are you certain? If the intelligence is flawed, our actions could lead to dire repercussions. Where is Shursui now? Hiruzen shook his head. Zetsu has gone missing, and I have dispatched the Umbu to search for him. Yet their efforts have yielded no results. Kakashi nodded. What is it that you require of me, Lord Hokage? Firstly, gather evidence regarding the Uchiha coup. Secondly, negotiate with Danzo on strategies to counter the Uchiha insurrection. Should it occur, we must be prepared to respond comprehensively. Understood, Lord Hokage. After Kakashi departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed towards the Uchiha clan's territory. The Uchiha issue must be resolved. The threat posed by the Manjiki Sharingan is too significant. Zetsu has already awakened the Manjiki. What of Itachi? Will he awaken as well? And what of Fugaku? Has he already achieved that state? As for Obito, the likelihood seems slim. In comparison to geniuses like Zetsu and Itachi, Obito is rather ordinary. However, there remains Sasuke Uchiha. Hiruzen is particularly attentive to Sasuke, as his name is derived from his father, who was named Sarutobi Sasuke. But this matter can be left for Danzo to handle. He will not ignore the movements of the Uchiha. Thus, the two of them can counterbalance each other. Meanwhile, I can utilize this time to carry out my plans. I must choose a wife, propagate my lineage, and cultivate this offspring. As for the choice of wife, Hiruzen's gaze turned towards the Inuzuka clan. It would be prudent to strengthen ties with the Nara clan. Though the surface of Konoha appears tranquil, beneath it lies a turbulent undercurrent. Moreover, there are multiple currents surging. Kakashi ultimately chose not to consult Danzo regarding the Uchiha, not due to a lack of trust in Hiruzen, but rather because he deemed Zetsu's information unreliable. Having spoken, he vanished without a trace. Was this intentional? Additionally, Kakashi had previously interacted with members of the Uchiha, particularly one named Obito Uchiha. Kakashi is uncertain of Obito's current state. So in his mind, Obito remains the same person who, regardless of circumstances, proclaimed his ambition to become Hokage. Such a person could hardly instigate a coup. Impressions of individuals are often fixed in one's mind. Hashirama Senju harbored deep animosity towards the Uchiha clan. In the past, Izuna Uchiha was Hashirama's arch-nemesis, while Madara Uchiha stood opposed to Tobirama Senju. They battled countless times, and Hashirama's death was largely due to Madara's betrayal, with their climactic confrontation at the Valley of the End being the most renowned. Consequently, Hashirama's disdain for the Uchiha is profound. However, that animosity is directed solely at Madara. Not all members of the Uchiha clan share his nature. Had the Uchiha clan rallied behind Madara at that time, Konoha might well have ceased to exist. Thus, Hashirama should not harbor resentment towards the Uchiha. Rather, he ought to be grateful. Yet, he has not done so. Madara does not regard Hashirama as a commendable Hokage, nor does he consider him a good person. For failing to confront Madara, he redirected his animosity towards the remaining Uchiha, a misdirected wrath that reflects his own inadequacies and darkness. The hostility exhibited by Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura towards the Uchiha is largely influenced by Hashirama's sentiments. However, the implementation of the extermination plan has come to the attention of Uchiha Madara. This was not part of the original strategy formulated by the higher-ups of Konohagakure. The initial intention was to suppress the Uchiha clan, to control them and turn them into an asset, much like the approach taken with the Hyuga clan. Yet the emergence of Uchiha Shisui compelled them to abandon this notion. They could not permit the rise of another individual as formidable as Shisui, whose terrifying abilities could influence the entirety of Konoha. Thus, they began to contemplate the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, due to his past experiences with Uchiha Obito, held a relatively favorable impression of the Uchiha. Furthermore, there were more pressing matters at hand. The corpse incident, which had already claimed the lives of dozens, including Jinin, Shunin, and even Special Jounin, with no leads in sight. A comprehensive list of the deceased and their recent connections was to be compiled. Yes, Lord Kakashi, came the reply. Kakashi resolved to prioritize the resolution of the corpse incident, which inevitably reminded him of Mizuki. The inability to resolve the Mizuki situation weighed heavily on him, and he was determined to prevent a recurrence of such events. During the confrontation with the dark matter creature Shisui, my manipulation of dark energy had proven exceedingly effective. The moment the dark matter came into contact with Uchiha Shisui, it enveloped his mind in profound negative energy, rendering him incapable of resisting its influence. Uchiha Madara narrowed his gaze. Previously, he had utilized only a minuscule amount of dark matter against Shisui. If I could amass a greater quantity of dark matter, I could darken ordinary individuals, turning them into puppets akin to Tsukuyomi or Asuma, under my control. If this target were one of Danzo's most trusted aides, it would plunge Danzo into a significant predicament. A name surfaced in Uchiha Madara's mind, Yamashiro Kazuma. Although Danzo was the shadow of Konoha, his subordinates lacked both the quality and quantity to rival Sarutobi Hiruzen, who kept him in check. Yamashiro Kazuma and Aburame Shino were Danzo's two most valued allies. Now that Aburame Shino had become a victim of the Dark Realm, only Kazuma remained. Should Yamashiro Kazuma turn against Danzo, the latter would find it exceedingly difficult to confront the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara reflected on the progress of his father. Reclaiming the Uchiha's lost village was not solely his personal mission, It was a responsibility shared by the entire Uchiha clan, with Madara accountable for a portion of it. The remainder would require Uchiha Fugaku to navigate the complex web of alliances, altering the Uchiha's reputation within the village. First, they would unite, then they would divide, gradually reclaiming all that belonged to the Uchiha. Subsequently, they would cast their enemies into the abyss one by one. Uchiha Madara arrived at the doorstep of Uchiha Izumi's abode. Knock, knock. Uchiha Kiyo opened the gate. Ah, it's Madara. Are you here to see Izumi? Yes, Aunt Kiyo. Is Izumi at home? Yes, she is in her room. You may go in. All right, thank you. Uchiha Madara had previously visited Izumi's room, and the simple layout was etched in his memory after just one visit. Izumi? He knocked on the door, but no response came. Izumi? Uchiha Banjian furrowed his brow. Should I enter without uttering a word? With a swift motion, Banjian pushed the door open, only to find Uchiha Izumi lying on the bed, covered by a blanket, her face and forehead flushed not from shyness, but from fever. Uchiha Banjian quickly placed his hand on her forehead, a pang of concern gripping his heart. She is burning up. Aunt Ching, Izumi has a fever, he exclaimed, rushing out of the room. Uchiha Ching's expression changed. She too placed her hand on Izumi's forehead. It's so hot. We must hurry to the medical department. I'll take Izumi there immediately, Uchiha Banjian declared. Are you coming with me? Yes, let us go together. The more of us, the easier it will be. Then I appreciate your assistance. Aunt Ching, you are being too formal. This is my responsibility. After all, Izumi is my future partner. Uchiha Ching nodded, leading the way out of the courtyard. This situation highlights the disadvantages of the Uchiha clan's relocation to a remote area, far from the central district of Konoha, whether it be the commercial zone, the ninja academy, or the medical facilities. The two departed from the Uchiha residence and ran at full speed to the medical department, taking over 20 minutes to arrive. Had Uchiha Banjian not been confident that Uchiha Izumi was not in grave danger, he might have opted to administer aid himself rather than allow Uchiha Ching to escort her. Upon arrival, the three hurried into the examination room where a medical ninja emerged, not from any prominent clan, but a civilian ninja. Uchiha Banjian observed that this individual seemed to harbor a reluctance towards members of the Uchiha clan, as a flicker of resistance flashed in their eyes while looking at the trio. This sentiment was not uncommon. Most people shared the same prejudice. This is also why Uchiha Banjian wished for Uchiha Fugaku to attain the position of Hokage through legitimate means. Forcibly eliminating Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo might suppress the forces behind them, allowing the Uchiha to seize control of Konoha. However, such a Konoha would require immense effort to govern. First, tarnishing the reputations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, using their misdeeds to cast the Uchiha in a favorable light, would earn the clan the approval of the majority within the village. The village gained would thus be relatively intact. Moreover, Uchiha Banjian believed this to be a more refined method of revenge. Simply killing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo would be too merciful. Instead, he desired to see them disgraced, becoming pariahs in the eyes of the community. Only then would he eliminate them. Such retribution would be far more satisfying. Akin to how Uchiha Banjian refrained from killing Uchiha Shursui immediately, as that would have been too lenient. He preferred to let Shursui experience profound anguish upon realizing the true nature of the man he trusted, and then to strike him down. Such vengeance, he believed, would be complete. In essence, two paths lay before him. The first, to retaliate first, directly killing the opponent, offering moderate satisfaction, and then seize the village, causing significant turmoil, leaving behind a chaotic aftermath that would be difficult to manage. The second path, to first alter the Uchiha's reputation, tarnishing the opponent's standing, initial retribution. Then pursue the Hokage position, subsequently branding the opponent as a rogue ninja and eliminating them, yielding greater satisfaction than the first path, thus acquiring a more intact village. The second path undoubtedly presents greater challenges, yet it promises more substantial rewards. Consequently, Uchiha Madara opted for this route. However, this medical ninja promptly concealed his reluctance. He still harbored a sense of medical ethics. Every patient, irrespective of their status, deserved care. The examination by the medical ninja was swiftly concluded. There were no significant issues. Merely a case of a cold. I shall prescribe some medication, and a good night's rest will suffice. Thank you, doctor. You are welcome. Uchiha Kiyo exhaled in relief. Since her husband's demise, Uchiha Izumi had become her entire world. Should anything happen to Izumi, She feared she might also choose to end her own life. Such a person is not markedly different from the majority of the world. In fact, she may even possess a greater kindness. Yet, in the original narrative, individuals like Uchiha Kyo did not survive the Uchiha clan massacre, illustrating the ruthlessness and despicable nature of those in power. Madara, I appreciate your assistance. Let us return now. Uchiha Madara nodded in affirmation. On the way back, he glanced back at the medical department. A faint black aura pervaded the entire building, rippling with dark energy, deep and suffused with negative emotions. He was astonished by the abundance of absorbable dark energy here. Although it fell short compared to that of Swamoku and Kabuto, the sheer quantity was staggering. First, he would escort Uchiha Izumi home before returning to his own residence. Uchiha Fugaku had not yet returned. But another presence lingered in the house, Uchiha Itachi. After completing his mission, Uchiha Itachi returned to the village. As was customary, he would not head home, but would remain outside with Uchiha Shursui. Yet now, Uchiha Shursui was deceased. To those aside from Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Shursui was merely missing. Unable to locate Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi could only return home. Upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara offered a slight nod, remaining silent. Uchiha Mikoto quickly interjected. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be served shortly. Of course, mother. After washing his hands, Uchiha Madara returned. The four of them took their seats at the dining table. Madara, did you enjoy your time with Izumi today? No, she was unwell. Uchiha Madara shook his head, stating, upon my arrival, I noticed Izumi was feeling poorly. I accompanied Aunt Kyo to the medical department, and upon returning, I did not wish to disturb her further. Izumi is ill. Is it serious? How is she now? Much better. It was just a chill, nothing severe, and she has already taken her medicine. That is a relief. Uchiha Mikoto sighed. Having subconsciously regarded Uchiha Izumi as a daughter-in-law, due to Uchiha Madara's repeated mentions, thus she was deeply concerned for her. Let us eat. Then I shall not hold back. Sasuke was the first to pick up his chopsticks. Delicious. Uchiha Mikoto smiled. Uchiha Itachi appeared despondent, lacking even the interest to eat. Mother, have you seen Shursui lately? Shursui? I have not seen him. What about Madara? Uchiha Itachi turned to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara cast a sidelong glance at Uchiha Itachi. I encountered him once while walking the cat. Where? Uchiha Itachi's eyes brightened. Near the eastern side of the village square. How long ago was that? Days have passed. The exact time forgotten. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment before asking. Can you take me to see it? Now. Uchiha Banju glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, who furrowed her brow. Itachi, it's mealtime. Shursui is quite grown now. Would he suddenly go missing? A hint of embarrassment flickered across Itachi's face. Let's eat first, he said, swallowing his food in large bites. Uchiha Banju observed Itachi, gently shaking his head. Itachi was far too concerned about Uchiha Shursui. Banju couldn't help but ponder how Itachi would react if he were to learn that Shursui had perished at his hands. Would he seek vengeance upon him? However, Banju felt no trepidation towards Itachi at present. Even with Itachi having awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, Banju remained undaunted, for he had already unlocked the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. In terms of foundational strength, Uchiha Banju was an elite jonin, having received affirmations from figures such as Yamato, Asuma, and Kabuto, indicating that he was superior to Itachi, if not equal. In terms of ocular prowess, Banju far surpassed Itachi. Chapter 18. A figure emerges. As for abilities, Uchiha Banju did not fall short either. Itachi's powers included Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu, but Amaterasu could be extinguished with but a single fire sealing technique. Jiraiya had once quelled Itachi's Amaterasu using the same technique. Moreover, Banju possessed the ability to reverse time, a power vastly superior to Amaterasu. Tsukuyomi was a commendable jinjutsu. However, Banju wielded the manipulation of dark energy, with formidable negative emotions capable of reshaping others directly, far beyond mere illusion, and he was also adept in jinjutsu. The Kodo Amatsukami, derived from Shursui, was hailed as the most potent jinjutsu. After we finish our meal, I will take you there, Uchiha Banju declared. All right, Itachi replied, hastening his pace of consumption. Banju maintained his usual speed, unfazed by Itachi's urgency, yet he ate substantially quicker than Sasuke. By the time Banju finished, Sasuke still had a third of his meal remaining. Let's go, Banju said, rising. Itachi nodded and followed suit. Uchiha Mikoto watched the two figures fade from view, initially worried. She found solace in the thought that Banju had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. Sasuke withdrew his gaze, turning to Uchiha Mikoto. Mother, I do not like Shisui. Why not? I don't know, Sasuke shook his head. I just don't like him. If you don't like him, then so be it. There's no harm in that. Mikoto reassured him, patting Sasuke's head. You will have your own friends in the future. There's no need to force yourself to like Itachi's friends. Just follow your heart. Uchiha Banju led Itachi away from the Uchiha clan's residence. The sky had begun to darken, and the streets were sparsely populated. Itachi, come here, Banju called, stopping beneath a towering tree. Itachi? Uchiha Itachi paused, puzzled, as he was already nearby. Why must he approach? A gray cat, having heard Banju's voice, promptly ran over. It was the same cat they had encountered previously. Upon landing, it gracefully leapt onto Uchiha Madara's shoulder. Uchiha Itachi understood. The Itachi mentioned by Uchiha Madara referred to this cat, not himself. As for why Uchiha Madara bestowed his name upon a feline, Uchiha Itachi could vaguely surmise the reason. Primarily, he, as a member of the family and the elder brother, had long been absent from home. A report indicated that this area had been marked as high risk, with a notorious defector known as Moonlight Gale in the vicinity. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brows slightly, scanning the surrounding virtual environment. Within his perceptual range, he detected no anomalies that would alert Uchiha Shisui. Had Shisui mentioned the purpose of his visit? He had. Uchiha Madara nodded and replied, "What he spoke of troubles me. I requested Shisui to escort me back to the base. Given the presence of such dangerous traitors, would it not be far more perilous for me to return alone?" Yet, Shisui had declined, stating he must protect the Hokage's family and could not spare the time to escort him back. Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted slightly. I see. In terms of loyalty, Uchiha Itachi felt a greater allegiance to the village than to his clan, yet his affection for his younger brother surpassed that of Uchiha Shisui. Hearing Uchiha Madara's account, Uchiha Itachi felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Shisui. Then I returned alone. As for where Shisui went afterward, I am unaware. Uchiha Itachi nodded. I understand, Madara. Thank you. Let us return now, and bring along that robotic cat. Itachi, come here, called Uchiha Madara. A gray mechanical cat promptly scurried over. The trio, accompanied by the machine, made their way toward the Uchiha base. This slightly lifted Uchiha Madara's spirits. At least Uchiha Itachi did not leave him to return to the base alone, but instead intended to ensure Madara's safe passage before continuing his investigation. However, this did not clarify Uchiha Itachi's stance. If the true Uchiha were to sever ties with Konoha's higher-ups, which side would Uchiha Itachi choose? Uchiha Madara felt it more likely he would side with the village, leading them to become opposing factions in the end. By the way, Itachi, Sasuke is quite an exceptional talent. Really? Indeed, his proficiency in shuriken techniques is unparalleled in our ninja academy, and he is already prepared to learn ninjutsu. This is far ahead of both of us. Uchiha Itachi smiled. Then next time, I shall observe you both at the training ground. Uchiha Itachi did not seem overly concerned. Uchiha Madara cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi, gently shaking his head. From Itachi's reaction, Madara discerned that he did not take it to heart, likely disbelieving his assessment. After all, Uchiha Itachi was a genius, while Uchiha Madara was merely an ordinary Uchiha. Such arrogance persisted. Uchiha Madara no longer harbored expectations for Uchiha Itachi to deviate from the original narrative. As long as he clung to this arrogance, Uchiha Itachi would remain impervious to the opinions of others, be it those of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Fugaku, or Uchiha Mikoto. Uchiha Itachi perceives himself as superior to others, and thus, his convictions must inherently hold greater validity. He regards their perspectives with derision, considering it a malady that requires remedy. Itachi, I have a question for you, inquired Uchiha Madara. What question? Did you not apply for early graduation after your first year? Indeed. Could you share your thoughts at that time? Was it due to the tedium of the Ninja Academy, or were there other motivations? Uchiha Itachi cast a glance at Uchiha Madara and replied, on one hand, yes. My peers in school were quite juvenile, and my thoughts diverged significantly from theirs. On the other hand, it was for the village. For the village? Madara raised an eyebrow. Itachi elucidated, Madara, do you comprehend how hard-won the village's peace is? Such a seemingly mundane existence is the culmination of countless ninja struggles and sacrifices. As a member of the village, I aspire to contribute as soon as possible. He paused, reflecting on the fluttering leaves, the eternal flames illuminating the village, nurturing the budding foliage. This embodies the will of fire. Madara, do you understand? Madara found himself perplexed by the essence of the will of fire, preferring to remain uninformed, as it served merely to obfuscate minds. Perhaps it began with noble intentions, yet its meaning had been distorted. The leaves symbolized the Senju clan, while the flames represented the Uchiha, for only our clan excels in fire techniques. However, the Senju clan has now waned. Trees and fire exist in a symbiotic relationship. Thus, Itachi, does this imply that the decline of the Senju foreshadows our own demise? After all, one cannot exist without the other. Without leaves, fire cannot burn. Is this will of fire perhaps a curse? Uchiha Itachi responded, Madara, you have misconstrued. The essence of this statement is that the youth embody the hope of the future, and the elders must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the elders are not in vain, but serve as motivation and nourishment for the growth of the young. Madara scoffed silently. If the will of fire's principle is to trust and protect the youth, why were the Uchiha youth excluded? During the Uchiha extermination, even newborns were not spared. To distrust even infants, what folly is this will of fire? Then your actions were misguided. In what way? Itachi was momentarily taken aback. You have only just graduated from the first grade. At 7 or 8 years of age, you qualify as youth. If the village adhered to this so-called will of fire, it would not have allowed you to enter the battlefield at such an early age. That was my own choice. Precisely why I assert your actions were misguided, Madara continued. According to your interpretation of the will of fire, it stands as the village's highest principle, yet you have contravened it, compelling the village to alter this tenet for your sake. This, indeed, constitutes the utmost disrespect to the will of fire. Furthermore, you set a lamentable example for others. Those who seek to emulate you may hastily apply for early graduation, yet they might lack the fortune that you possess, and may very well meet their demise while undertaking their tasks. The Leaf Village stands to lose many of its young, potentially plunging into a state of generational stagnation. Why does the Leaf Village feel this sense of stagnation? From the era of Kakashi and his cohort to the arrival of the 12 young ninjas, I shall first return to the virtual pod to recuperate. Yes, do exercise caution. Uchiha Obito stepped into his personal virtual reality space. Initially, Obito had intended to infiltrate the medical department that very night to absorb the otherworldly dark energy permeating the area. However, the unexpected return of Uchiha Itachi interrupted his plans. Yet, Obito remained unperturbed. That dark energy would not dissipate in the near term. Whether he ventured tonight or tomorrow would yield no difference. Itachi, however, found himself ensnared in a state of dreamlike turmoil, primarily due to the disappearance of Uchiha Shursui and the previous insinuations from Obito. Have I truly erred? A flicker of doubt surged within Itachi. In the dead of night, Itachi quietly departed the virtual space, returning to the virtual node that Obito had once shown him. Using it as his point of reference, he commenced his search within the virtual realm. Who is there? Kakashi furrowed his brow, casting his gaze toward the shadows. A figure materialized. Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi-senpai, Itachi acknowledged. Kakashi scrutinized Itachi and inquired, what are you searching for? I am tracing Shursui's digital trail. Shursui? Kakashi recalled, saying indeed. Uchiha Shursui has been missing for some time. The Hokage has dispatched Umbu ninjas to investigate. If you are concerned, it would be prudent to remain at home and await news. The village's network environment is currently unstable. Do not traverse recklessly. I nearly misjudged and attacked you just now. Itachi glanced at a distance. Kakashi-senpai, what are you investigating? The dry core incident, Kakashi replied. There have been numerous cases of digital lives vanishing within the village, with the deceased manifesting in a desiccated state. Since you have just returned to the village, you cannot be the culprit. I have no suspicion of you. If there is nothing further, you should return. Can I assist in any way? No need, Kakashi frowned. I am close to uncovering the truth. Please return. Very well. Itachi retreated back into the virtual space, returning to the Uchiha clan's network base. Where have you gone, Shursui? Itachi pondered, his brow furrowed. The following day, Uchiha Obito arrived at the medical department, accompanied by a gray cat program named Itachi. Together, they ventured into the depths of dark energy that enveloped Obito's vision. Finding a concealed spot, he settled down, gazing intently at the medical department. The dark energy that spilled forth seemed irresistibly drawn to Obito's left eye, flowing into his virtual sight with great swiftness. A slight sting accompanied the sensation, but Obito paid it no mind. Compared to before, it was far less intense. Moreover, this was merely a fleeting discomfort, not akin to the side effects of a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Suddenly, a figure emerged in the corner, eyes fixed on Obito, their gaze flickering before vanishing. Obito cast a fleeting glance but remained unfazed, continuing to absorb the dark energy from the medical department. This dark energy was potent enough to plunge a digital life into shadows. The feeling of regret lingers within Banjian. The dark energy that leads to one's corruption cannot be reclaimed as a sacrifice, unlike the compliant dark energy. However, Banjian comprehends this notion. Individuals akin to Mizuki harbor an inherent darkness within, and even after absorbing their dark energy, the internal shadows persist. Conversely, the digital entities that have been forcibly corrupted by Banjian are different. Their degradation stems from the external influence of dark energy. Deep within, their darkness is not particularly potent. The possibility of reclamation would thus be unreasonable. Chapter 19. A force strikes Kakashi. Due to the potential for reclamation, I could utilize a portion of dark energy to corrupt everyone. First, I would lead A to corruption, then reclaim A's dark energy to corrupt B, followed by reclaiming B's dark energy to corrupt C, creating an infinite chain reaction. Banjian has identified two methods to exploit these scattered dark energies. The first is to induce corruption, and the second is direct sacrifice. Regardless of the approach, both hold immense significance for Banjian. The former can incite infighting among enemies. Banjian once envisioned corrupting Danzo's capable assistant, Yamashiro Aki, to turn him against Danzo, which would undoubtedly cause considerable turmoil for Danzo. The latter would yield secret techniques. Banjian is filled with anticipation regarding this. The capabilities and side effects of techniques such as Eye of the Abyss and Bloodline of the Flesh Eater are somewhat related to the individuals providing the darkness, not entirely random. Thus, after sacrificing this collected dark energy, could one obtain techniques with relatively mild side effects? The abundance of secret techniques, which Banjian himself cannot utilize, evokes a sense of regret. Yet, the costs are exorbitant. The price of losing loved ones is a cost Banjian would never dare to pay. Finished. All the dark energy from the medical department had been completely absorbed by Banjian. He cast a glance towards the corner and then proceeded towards the forest area. As expected, the figure behind him swiftly followed, with light footsteps. The individual was still quite young, not particularly tall, and displayed remarkable prowess among peers. Yet this was merely in comparison to ordinary individuals. For Banjian, the disparity was colossal. Gone. Suddenly losing sight of Banjian sent the person into a panic. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Old classmate, long time no see. Hinata Hikari felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly turned around. Uchiha Banjian. How is this possible? Doubt flooded Hinata Hikari's eyes. How could you find me? How could you approach me silently? You cannot be Uchiha Banjian. Banjian could not possibly be this powerful. Banjian shrugged. This merely indicates your lack of understanding of me. I am far stronger than you imagine. If I am not mistaken, you are tracking me with the intent to kill, correct? Banjian distinctly remembered one of Hinata Hikari's commitments to Asuma was to assist in orchestrating his own demise. Since you have uncovered the truth, there is nothing left for me to conceal. Indeed, I am here to eradicate you all. Every individual who has mocked me will receive their rightful punishment. Including everyone from the clan, none shall escape. Regardless of how you discovered my presence, your attempts to intimidate me are futile. Initially, Hinata Hikari had suspected that Uchiha Banjian's strength might surpass his own. However, he promptly dismissed such thoughts. After all, he was ranked first in his grade and possessed the extraordinary power of the Eye of Deep Space. Uchiha Obito was merely an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly rival him? Hinata Hikaru's gaze fixated on Uchiha Obito, further solidifying his conviction. To him, if Obito were truly more powerful, he would have already acted rather than engage in pleasantries. It was evident that he did not dare to take the risk. How formidable could someone be who lacked the confidence to defeat him even with a surprise attack? No, Uchiha Obito was undoubtedly bluffing, attempting to intimidate him into retreat. Indeed, that must be the case. Hinata Hikaru proudly lifted his chin. Uchiha Obito, you lack the right to underestimate me. You are worthless, yet you must pay for your words. Those who mock me shall face retribution. Now, I shall bring your end. Hinata Hikaru's eyes transformed into profound black voids. A powerful sense of oppression enveloping Uchiha Obito in an instant. The power of the eye of deep space directly affected the depths of his soul. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Uchiha Obito shook his head. If even my two shadow clones could not prevail, how could you possibly be my opponent? Hinata Hikaru's pupils suddenly constricted. Was that you? He recalled that after acquiring the power of the eye of deep space, he had attempted to confront Uchiha Obito, only for him to vanish in a narrow alley. Soon after, his parents appeared, and he engaged them in a fierce battle, which ultimately attracted the attention of patrolling ninjas. Before being captured, he tried to flee to the Hinata clan's residence, but regrettably failed to eliminate Hinata Hizashi and was apprehended by Asuma, ultimately reaching a deal with him. Impossible. How could you possess such strength? Why not? Uchiha Obito regarded Hinata Hikaru with indifference, stating, I simply have not revealed it yet. Then what is the reason for your concealment? Are you not interested in being first? Is being first truly significant? Uchiha Obito continued, you, Hinata Hikaru, are more inclined to confront members of the Hinata main family. If you were to learn to conceal your power, your chances of success would increase significantly once you become a Jonin, would they not? Rather than being in a position with almost no opportunity, as you are now. Hinata Hikaru felt a twinge of regret. Yet, discussing this now was meaningless. Uchiha Obito remarked, the moment you decided to strike at me again, your fate was sealed. I share all this not to buy time, but because it is inconsequential. I explain this only to ensure that you regret attacking me even more in your final moments. Your turn has ended. Now it is my time. Uchiha Obito's gaze shifted, complex patterns manifesting in his eyes, and in the next instant, he moved. In a flash. So swift. Hinata Hikaru's pupils constricted as he realized he could not capture Uchiha Obito's figure at all. He possessed the Byakugan, with insight far surpassing that of ordinary ninjas. Suddenly, Uchiha Obito's figure materialized, a kunai slicing across Hinata Hikaru's throat. At this moment, Hinata Hikaru had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It was over. As Uchiha Madara returned to his original position, Hinata Hikaru felt a searing pain in his throat, gripping it tightly. However, the blood vessels in his neck had completely ruptured, rendering his hands futile in their attempt to staunch the flow. Blood oozed forth and then gushed out with alarming force. Despair filled Hinata Hikaru's wide-eyed gaze. He could only emit a faint sound. You once had the opportunity for vengeance against the Hyuga main family, but alas, you have squandered that chance with your own hands. Uchiha Madara declared. With a thud, Hinata Hikaru collapsed to the ground, regret enveloping his expression. Indeed, he felt remorse, particularly after hearing Madara's words. His true adversary had always been the Hyuga main family. He had transformed into what he was now solely to rebel against the unjust fate of the branch family. Why had he chosen to confront Uchiha Madara? Mere words exchanged were inconsequential. Hinata Hikaru's outstretched hand ultimately fell limply to the ground. With a gentle clap, Uchiha Madara summoned a pit in the earth, into which Hinata's body was transferred. A second clap followed, and the surrounding soil swiftly covered the pit. A technique of earth release. Before long, Uchiha Madara emerged from the woods, unnoticed, as if nothing had transpired. The death of Hinata Hikaru did not alter my circumstances. In other words, the demise of a follower does not negate their influence upon me, even when I am the one who has taken their life. Previously, followers of the Eye of the Abyss had also perished, but the fact that they were slain by Uchiha Madara seemed to carry a different weight. Now, with the death of Hinata Hikaru, Madara felt emboldened. If those followers opposed him, he could act without restraint, unburdened by the fear of diminishing his own strength. Undoubtedly, the culprit lay among these individuals. Kakashi held several photographs, one of which depicted Yakushi Kabuto. These individuals require close surveillance tonight. Find a way to separate them and prevent them from congregating. Understood. The Umbu ninjas received the orders and immediately set to work, while Kakashi personally headed to observe Yakushi Kabuto's location, a ninja who had recently returned from a covert mission in Iwagakure. After returning to the village, he seemed to have developed some form of mental illness, often speaking to himself, purchasing food in pairs as if accompanied by an invisible companion. This individual posed a significant problem. As night fell, a gentle moonlight cascaded down. Kakashi gazed at a small house not far away. Yakushi Kabuto was preparing for sleep. Good night, teacher Nanoyu. Good night, Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto closed the door and lay down on his bed. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Aside from decoding Kabuto, there was no tangible presence. Yet he appeared to be bidding good night to the void. Was it an illusion, or was there something unknown at play? Kabuto closed his eyes. Time flowed like digits in a stream. Kabuto remained motionless, lying on the energy bed. Suddenly, an electronic ninja from the covert unit appeared before Kakashi. Captain Kakashi, what is the situation? The withered life form has reemerged. What is its location? In the vicinity of the decoder do. The electronic ninja reported. A mid-level energy warrior has abruptly transformed into a desiccated life form while in a deep slumber, with no signs of extraterrestrial activity within the room. Consistent with previous observations. Commander Kakashi, does the decoder do exhibit any anomalous reactions? No. Kakashi shook his head, although the decoder do showed no irregularities. He suspected that this matter was likely connected to him, as all desiccated life forms had appeared near the decoder do. Such a coincidence could not merely be a matter of chance. Initiate a probing attack with energy shurikens, but avoid targeting the core system, Kakashi instructed, his gaze flickering. Understood. An electronic ninja from the covert unit approached the window of the decoder do, bypassed the window's defenses, and with a flick of his wrist, whoosh, an energy shuriken shot towards the decoder do, piercing his calf before he had a chance to react. It was only upon impact that he jolted awake. Who is it? A virtual figure, perceptible only to the decoder do, appeared in his room at superluminal speed, then turned to gaze at the electronic ninja who had attacked him. Those who dare to harm Do shall face certain death. An unusual energy enveloped the electronic ninja, and in an instant, he felt his life force rapidly ebbing away. His body lost control, and to the eyes of the other electronic ninjas, his form withered at an astonishing rate. Kakashi's expression changed drastically. Lightning release, Chidori. A piercing shriek erupted as Kakashi teleported in front of the decoder do, pointing a finger at him. Decoder do, release him. The decoder do, bewildered, failed to comprehend Kakashi's intent, utterly confounded by the unfolding scene. He had been peacefully slumbering when suddenly attacked. The energy shuriken remained embedded in his calf. A ninja was restraining him with powerful lightning techniques, posing a threat. What is happening? Decoder do, release him, or I will eliminate you. Kakashi's gaze was frigid. I do not understand what you are saying. Just as the words left his mouth, the decoder do beheld the decoder Yanao, along with the electronic ninja in Yanao's grasp, utterly defenseless. Teacher Yanao? Decoder Yanao. Do. Are you alright? Then, her pupils constricted as she noticed Kakashi's lightning technique drawing ever closer to the decoder do. Instinctively, she discarded the electronic ninja and positioned herself between Kakashi and the decoder do. A force struck Kakashi, and sensing something amiss, he hastily retreated. Decoder do? It is indeed you. Everyone, be cautious. The decoder do's abilities are exceedingly peculiar. Do not approach. First, surround him without launching an attack. Kakashi glanced at the fallen electronic ninja. Send someone to assess his condition and transport him to the medical department. Chapter 20. The pharmacist Yanao smiled slightly. Yes. Another electronic ninja stepped forward to escort the injured comrade away. Kakashi once more fixed his gaze upon the decoder do. Decoder do, your abilities are indeed enigmatic. Yet you are now encircled by us. If you wish to avoid a fate akin to Hinata's, I advise you to surrender immediately, otherwise, we shall execute you on the spot. Decoder do furrowed his brow. Who are you? I do not comprehend your words. Do you not understand? Kakashi's expression darkened. I am Kakashi. You must have heard of me. I was responsible for the withered life form incident in Konoha. Do not tell me you are unaware of it. You are the mastermind behind it. Am I the mastermind? Decoder do was taken aback. He had heard of the withered life form incident, but had never paid it any heed, for he did not care. Ever since the revival of Decoder Yanu, he desired nothing more than to live a cosmic life with her, just the two of them, free from concerns of the outside world. He aspired to gradually elevate his energy level, becoming a mid-tier energy warrior, and eventually a high-tier energy warrior, to accumulate energy and construct an orphanage, akin to the one once managed by Decoder Yanu, which would shelter orphans from various places, providing them with living space, nourishment, and nurturing. This was Decoder do's dream, a yearning for the future. I did not. Kakashi glared at Decoder do. Do you still wish to deny your actions in front of us? We clearly observed the transformation of that electronic ninja moments ago. Decoder do froze, then turned his gaze toward Decoder Yanu. Now he recalled, he had indeed witnessed it. Decoder Yanu had attacked that electronic ninja, causing him to wither. Had it continued, that electronic ninja might have truly become a withered life form. Yana-sensei, was it you who did this? Decoder do looked toward Decoder Yanu. It was I. Decoder Yanu nodded. Only in this manner can you and I continue to live happily. Do you think I was wrong? She lowered her head, seemingly fearful of Decoder Do's reproach. No, Yana-sensei, you did the right thing. Decoder Do shook his head. What concern do I have with the withered life forms? As long as I am well with Yana-sensei, that is all that matters. Decoder Yanu lifted her head, revealing a delighted smile. Really? Of course, as long as I can be with Yana-sensei, whatever she does is justified. I will always support her. That is wonderful. Kakashi frowned. In the next instant, everyone around them, including Kakashi, felt their blood tremble under a peculiar quantum fluctuation, as a force from an unknown dimension rendered them powerless over their own bodies. Do, we must flee. As you command, Yana-sensei. Decoder Do leaped into the dimensional rift. Kakashi attempted to pursue, but suddenly suffered a backlash of energy, an overwhelming sense of weakness washing over him. Quickly, stop Decoder Do. Unaffected, the outer Umbu members rushed toward Decoder Do, yet at that moment, Decoder Yanu locked onto them, intercepting with invisible superstring power. Do, you go ahead. I will hold the rear. No, Yana-sensei, I wish to fight alongside you. No need. I can calculate precisely. As long as you are safe, I shall be unharmed. Decoder Do gritted his teeth. Master Naoyu, you must exercise caution. I shall. The Umbu ninjas solely fixated on Yakushi Kabuto. For Yakushi Naoyu's presence was akin to invisibility, concealed within the four-dimensional space. Yet, the assaults of Yakushi Naoyu were undeniably tangible, as one by one, the Umbu ninjas succumbed, their vitality siphoned by the energy of a supernova, unable to match Kabuto's swiftness. The enigma of Naoyu's existence was a riddle they could not unravel. Kabuto continued his relentless sprint. At long last, Master Naoyu, I have emerged. I have departed from the village. Where are you? Kabuto's gaze remained fixed on the village's exit. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind him. Kabuto, I am here. Kabuto turned to find Yakushi Naoyu standing just behind him. Master Naoyu, I am so relieved to see you safe. I am unharmed. If you are safe, then I shall be as well. Kabuto leaped into Naoyu's embrace. Master Naoyu, I was truly frightened that you would leave me again. I will not. I shall never abandon you, Kabuto. Do you truly not care? I have taken many lives. It is of no consequence. I trust you have your reasons. Kabuto shook his head and stated, everything Master Naoyu does must hold its significance. Since this village cannot accept us, let us seek a corner of the universe that can. Very well. A slight smile graced Yakushi Naoyu's lips. However, Kabuto, would you mind if only you could see me, while others cannot? Not at all. That is splendid. Kabuto reached out, clasping Naoyu's hand, for in that moment, Master Naoyu belonged solely to him, and none could contend for his affection. Master Naoyu is mine. Indeed. The two figures swiftly departed from Konoha, traversing into another dimension. At that juncture, Kakashi arrived at the village entrance, casting a glance towards an Umbu ninja. What of Kabuto? He has fled, the Umbu ninja murmured. Lord Kakashi, I apologize. His abilities are exceedingly peculiar, and we felt our life force draining as we approached. I do not fault you. Kakashi waved his hand. I, too, could not contend with such ninjutsu. For now, I shall report to Lord Hokage. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. He observed the circumstances of Kabuto, Naoyu, Kakashi, and the Umbu ninjas, and was not surprised by Kabuto's choice, for in his heart, Yakushi Naoyu held more significance than anything else. The weight of an individual surpassed that of the entire village. However, in the eyes of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, the weight of their clan paled in comparison to that of the village. To be candid, should the Uchiha clan assume control of Konoha, the death toll would likely rival that of the massacre. Truly, Kakashi was commendable. His combat prowess may not have been the strongest, but his overall capabilities far exceeded those of most Konoha ninjas. He was among the few pragmatic individuals. Uchiha Madara had initially anticipated that Kabuto would be swiftly discovered. Yet to his surprise, no one took heed until Kakashi returned to Konoha, at which point the matter was addressed. Kabuto's departure from Konoha was foreseen, given the astonishing nature of Naoyu's slaughters. Yet, the desired outcome had been achieved. Uchiha Madara gazed towards the village's outskirts. He found himself somewhat perturbed by the image of Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Non departing together. Their bond appeared to transcend the typical teacher-student relationship, resembling something more akin to a romantic connection. However, it mattered little. Their age difference was negligible, and this Yakushi Non was not the genuine article, but rather a manifestation crafted from the spirit of the deceased, a younger version of Yakushi Non born from Kabuto's own memories. In truth, this Yakushi Non was an embodiment of Kabuto himself, a fragment of his soul that had become detached. Uchiha Obito's expression grew nuanced. In a quaint, otherworldly town, Yakushi Kabuto and Yakushi Non sat at a table by the roadside, indulging in 2 servings of quantum sustenance while engaging in light-hearted conversation. A nearby youth, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle, perhaps having imbibed some temporal beverage that rendered him uninhibited. Look at that fool, conversing with a refuse disposal unit. Indeed, a refuse disposal unit rested beside Yakushi Non. Thus, when others failed to perceive her, they mistakenly believed Kabuto was addressing a garbage-laden apparatus. Kabuto's demeanor shifted abruptly. You may speak as you wish, but do not insult Teacher Non. He acted swiftly, unleashing a beam of energy that sliced through the air. Kabuto and Non hastily retreated, disappearing before the onlookers could regain their composure. Murder! An outcry erupted, but by the time the town's ninjas arrived, Kabuto had vanished without a trace. In a forsaken shrine, Non gazed at the disheveled Kabuto, feeling a twinge of guilt. It's all because of me. No, he replied, as long as I am with Teacher Non, I am happy and content. A smile graced Kabuto's face. At the Hokage building, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in a zero-gravity chair, exuding no signs of diligence or duty, as if that persona had been shed. Hokage-sama, Kakashi addressed him, I have traced the perpetrator behind the corpse incident. Oh, and who might that be? Hiruzen inquired. It is a ninja from Root, known as Yakushi Kabuto, who had been lurking in a Wagakure. He is responsible for all the corpses. And today, another Umbu ninja nearly became one of them, currently receiving emergency aid in the medical department. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. And where is Kabuto now? He has fled. Kakashi replied. Kabuto possesses extraordinary abilities, surpassing even those of Mizuki. He can directly siphon life energy, and he remains shrouded in mystery. He is often seen conversing with an unseen entity he refers to as Teacher Non. Hiruzen's frown deepened. Yakushi Non? Do you know her? I do, Hiruzen nodded. But she has long since departed from this world. Regarding Kabuto, I have 2 hypotheses. Either his mind has conjured illusions, or there truly exists something beyond our perception. Kakashi responded, given the emergence of Mizuki's bizarre abilities, it would not be surprising to encounter something similar again. So, Kabuto has indeed left the village? Precisely. Let us issue a bounty. Since even you cannot restrain him, we shall elevate the threat level of the pharmacist to that of Mizuki. In doing so, the number of rogue ninjas in Konoha will rise to 3. There is no alternative. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen is preoccupied and cannot attend to matters concerning rogue ninjas. By the way, Kakashi, how goes your progress in gathering intelligence on the Uchiha clan? It has commenced, but Hokage-sama, I have observed that the Uchiha clan has not shown any signs of transformation. Rather, they have retreated in many respects. Retreat? Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed, stating that Shirsue's intelligence is infallible. This is merely a fade, a disguise. Kakashi, go meet with Danzo first. Understood, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Obito returned to his chamber and secured the doors and windows tightly. Subsequently, he closed his eyes. A vortex materialized in his mind. Sacrifice. In an instant, the black essence drawn from the medical department surged into the vortex. Soon, the black essence dissipated. The darkness of the medical department was entirely absorbed by the vortex. A deep murmuring resonated. Uchiha Obito felt as though he heard something, yet it seemed he heard nothing at all. A slick, tentacle-like appendage slowly emerged from the vortex, covered in an array of suction cups. Thud! A book fell. The following day, Uchiha Obito opened his eyes to find a book in his hand. It resembled the previous one, yet this time, he could see. The text on the cover was directly visible to him, unlike the Eye of the Abyss, which required sunlight to manifest in his mind. After all, it was not solely through the sacrifice of one's inner darkness that such a thing could be obtained. It did not belong to any individual. Chapter 21. A complete sweep rather. It stemmed from the collective darkness within the entire medical department, countless hearts. Uchiha Obito gazed at the cover. 4 characters caught his eye, source of infection. He opened the book and soon grasped its entirety. This ability, true to its name, allowed the user to coexist with any infectious disease without succumbing to it. They could infect their enemies through this means. However, precise control was unattainable, allowing only for a broad application. Its efficacy was remarkably high, akin to a mobile source of plague. No, it was far more terrifying, surpassing the mere source of plague. This source of infection was far more complex than a simple contagion. Yet, as long as one maintained their sanity, they would appear no different from an ordinary person. The side effect, however, was a constant state of weakness, burdened by an excess of ailments. Uchiha Obito recalled something from the world of One Piece, the poisonous poison fruit. There was a certain degree of similarity between the two. The method of action differed, though. Because the darkness of the medical department was sacrificed, was this the feedback received? Uchiha Obito had no intention of learning this ability. The enhancement to his strength was negligible, and the side effects were severe. He did not wish to become like the former Moonlight Gale. However, if this power were to be placed within the enemy's ranks, it could yield excellent results. Uchiha Obito briefly contemplated this notion. A person endowed with the ability of source of infection has arrived in Sunagakure, and it may not be long before the entire village succumbs to a plague. The death toll will not merely amount to hundreds or thousands. Presently, this power remains untapped. But once the Uchiha clan seizes control of Konoha and eradicates all adversaries, the enemies of the Uchiha will be those beyond the village. Sunagakure, Humogakure, Kirigakure, and Awagakure may all face the wrath. At that juncture, source of infection will manifest its unparalleled efficacy, far exceeding that of Eye of the Abyss. Uchiha Itachi cautiously concealed the source of infection, locking it away in the innermost depths of a cabinet, ensuring no one could behold it. Uchiha Fugaku returned home, his visage haggard, yet his demeanor surprisingly buoyant. Father, Uchiha Itachi emerged from a room just then. Itachi, please visit the study. Understood. The two entered the study. A small head peeked out from the corridor. Humph, you didn't take me along. Bad brother, bad father. Sasuke had intended to seek out Uchiha Itachi for training, but was intercepted by Uchiha Fugaku, prompting him to hastily retreat to the backyard in search of Uchiha Mikoto. Mother, after days of discussion with father, can you now teach me ninjutsu? I almost forgot. Uchiha Mikoto chuckled. Sasuke, you are quite impatient. I aim to be first in my class. I want to surpass my elder brother. Very well, this afternoon then. I have some matters to attend to in the morning, but I shall teach you your first ninjutsu in the afternoon. Really? That's wonderful, Sasuke exclaimed, leaping with excitement. However, learning ninjutsu is no simple task. There is much to understand and study beforehand. Sasuke, you must be mentally prepared. Once you decide to begin, you cannot falter midway. Sasuke nodded earnestly. Mother, fear not. I will persevere. Uchiha Fugaku closed the door to the study and locked it. Father, given your demeanor, it seems the internal family matters have been largely resolved? Indeed. Uchiha Fugaku affirmed. The majority of our clan obeys orders, and a few dissenters have been persuaded. Those who remain obstinate have been confined. Uchiha Itachi understood that persuasion here was not merely verbal. It was likely that Uchiha Fugaku had exerted his strength to subdue them. What is your next plan, father? The forthcoming strategy involves the restructuring of Konoha's security system, Uchiha Fugaku declared. In the past, the Konoha Guard Division symbolized the trust placed in us by the Uchiha, wielding significant power within the village. However, it has now lost its substantive influence, even causing adverse effects for our clan. This may be a strategy devised by Konoha's higher-ups. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. The existence of the Konoha Guard Division indeed posed more detriment than benefit to the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, we must reconfigure the Uchiha strength and modernize our approach, Uchiha Fugaku continued. Currently, our power still lags behind that of Konoha's elite. Uchiha Itachi suggested, Father, if we were to withdraw directly from the Konoha Guard Division, the higher-ups might grow suspicious. Why not operate through a cooperative exchange? An exchange? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. Yes, a collaboration with civilian ninjas. Uchiha Banjien elucidated. The Konoha Guard Division is ostensibly under our control. Its positions are more alluring to civilian ninjas than to us, allowing us to gradually assimilate them and supplant the Uchiha status within the Guard. Even if the higher-ups discern our intentions, they would find it difficult to refute our actions. After all, we are providing opportunities for the civilian ninjas. Any opposition from the upper echelons is unlikely to garner support from the civilians. Uchiha Fugaku, after a moment of contemplation, concurred. Reflecting further, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, Indeed, this strategy is indeed feasible. A direct withdrawal would provoke resistance from the higher-ups. Yet this method renders it challenging for them to intervene. Simultaneously, we can earn the goodwill of the civilian ninjas. Although their strength may be limited, they can still prove advantageous. He turned to Uchiha Banjian. I had contemplated this as well. I am pleasantly surprised that you two have considered it. Splendid indeed. It seems you have inherited my wisdom, haha. However, Uchiha Banjian internally doubted his father's foresight. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would not have been so passive in the original narrative. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi were undoubtedly the roots of their clan's demise. Yet Uchiha Fugaku had also erred by placing excessive trust in Uchiha Itachi, neglecting the ruthless tactics of Konoha's higher-ups. Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. As Uchiha Banjian approached the door, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly recalled something. By the way, Banjian, has Itachi been searching for Shisui lately? Indeed. Uchiha Banjian nodded. Shisui's sudden disappearance had left Itachi anxious, as he had not returned home since their first meal together. Curiously, a person of Shisui's stature should not vanish without reason. Father, have you seen Shisui? Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. No, I have been overwhelmed with responsibilities of late, leaving me little time to concern myself with him. Besides, Shisui should be aligned with the village's interests, no? Uchiha Banjian remained silent and exited the study. In the afternoon, Uchiha Banjian visited Uchiha Izumi. Sasuke, meanwhile, made his way to the backyard. Uchiha Mikoto personally guided Sasuke in his training. Even though Uchiha Mikoto was now a mother of 3 and had long embraced the role of a housewife, she remained a genuine jonin, possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, more than capable of instructing Sasuke. Before mastering ninjutsu, one must first learn to refine chakra. Uchiha Mikoto explained slowly. I will first demonstrate, and then you shall observe, followed by your attempt. Sasuke listened intently, fearful of missing any detail. He had resolved to master everything in one go. For Uchiha Fugaku had previously remarked on Uchiha Itachi's prowess, and Sasuke was determined not to fall short. Izumi, are you feeling better? Uchiha Banjian entered Uchiha Izumi's room. She lay in bed, her complexion significantly improved. Much better, Banjian. Thank you for escorting me to the medical department. Uchiha Banjian waved his hand. No need for thanks. It was Aunt Kyo who carried you there. I merely accompanied her. However, if necessary, I could carry you myself. I believe I am capable. Besides, you are my fiancée. It is my duty. Uchiha Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly. You are teasing me again. Not at all. I speak only the truth. Uchiha Banjian grasped Uchiha Izumi's hand. And though she struggled momentarily, she could not break free. Izumi, it's time for your medication. Uchiha Kyo entered with the medicine, witnessing this scene. Uchiha Izumi promptly withdrew her hand, while Uchiha Kiyoshi feigned ignorance. Come, Izumi, drink your medicine. All right, Uchiha Banjian suggested. Izumi, the Ninja Academy may not reopen for a while. Why don't we practice together in the training ground once you recover? That sounds fine. Uchiha Izumi hesitated momentarily. However, our training may differ significantly. Not necessarily, Banjian replied confidently. How can that be? You are in the 4th grade while I am merely in the 1st. Uchiha Banjian shook his head. To be precise, I am about to advance to the 2nd grade, and you will soon be in the 4th. Furthermore, my rate of progress far surpasses that of my peers. Not only is he significantly more advanced, but Uchiha Banjian has even surpassed Uchiha Shisui. There is hardly anyone in Konoha stronger than him. Perhaps only Jiraiya's Sage Mode could contend with him, but Jiraiya is not in Konoha at the moment. But I heard, Izumi, have you heard about my unsatisfactory performance? Yes. That was due to my deliberate underperformance, not a reflection of my true abilities. My actual strength far exceeds the rumors. Even you, Izumi, might not be my match. Do not underestimate your future husband. Uchiha Banjian had concealed his prowess to avoid drawing the attention of Konoha's higher-ups. However, the situation of the Uchiha clan has changed. Uchiha Fugaku is preparing to run for Hokage, and the Uchiha clan intends to reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Banjian no longer needs to maintain the facade of mediocrity. He can appropriately showcase the Uchiha clan's talents, especially since Izumi is the woman he aspires to marry. Really? Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened. But why did you hide it? Because of Hyuga Hikari. Chapter 114. Brother, I have mastered the energy extraction technique. As Uchiha Banjian stepped into the house, Sasuke immediately bounced out. Is that true? Of course. Look. Sasuke extended his hand, a sphere of energy coalescing in his palm. Impressive. Uchiha Banjian paused briefly before continuing. By the way, I will be training with Izumi tomorrow. Would you like to join us? I can personally teach you some combat techniques. Upon hearing this, Sasuke's eyes sparkled, but he hesitated at the thought of the earlier conversation. With Izumi-senpai? Indeed. You want to just focus on your own practice, ignoring me, will you? Of course not. Uchiha Banjian ruffled Sasuke's hair. I won't be like Itachi. Neglecting you once I have sure sway. Didn't I promise to personally teach you tomorrow? Then I'm going. Sasuke dashed into the backyard. Mom, you don't have to teach me tomorrow. Brother has promised to teach me. You're so happy about your brother teaching you. Is my teaching inadequate? No. Mom teaches very well, but brother is just brother. Uchiha Mikoto smiled. All right, no need to explain. It's easier for me if I don't teach you. Remember to behave at the training ground tomorrow. Don't cause trouble. And since your brother is teaching you, make sure to learn earnestly. I will. Uchiha Fugaku's plan has commenced, and many civilian warriors are pleasantly surprised by this opportunity. Regarding the conspiracy within the Konoha Guard Department, only the higher-ups and those with keen insight are privy to it. For the majority of ordinary warriors, however, it is seen as a commendable position with decent remuneration, sparing them from the perilous tasks outside the village. Following Uchiha Fugaku's announcement, a multitude of civilian warriors swiftly came forth to enlist. Within a single day, he managed to recruit over a dozen warriors, which constituted a significant portion of the total force, numbering scarcely 100. This sudden influx replaced 10% of the existing personnel. Ultimately, Kakashi acquiesced to the orders of Hiruzen Sarutobi and sought out Danzo. Lord Danzo, it is Kakashi. Has Hiruzen sent you? Indeed, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. The Hokage has instructed me to confer with you regarding the Uchiha matter. You have heard the news conveyed by Shursui, I presume? I have, Danzo replied curtly. What is there to discuss? For a family harboring treasonous intentions, the only solution is eradication. Such a clan ought not to exist. Kakashi's countenance shifted as a troubling possibility dawned upon him. Lord Danzo, are you implying? Precisely, Danzo nodded. Only through this means can we preserve the stability of the village. Do you wish for the Uchiha to betray us, plunging the entire village into chaos? How would Konoha then contend with external threats? Kakashi fell into silence, instinctively sensing the immorality of such a course. He comprehended Danzo's implication, an annihilation of all traitors. But at that moment, he had yet to grasp that Danzo's intent encompassed the complete extermination of all, including innocent Uchiha clansmen and children. Chapter 22. Matters of Importance. Lord Danzo, I believe there is still room for negotiation, Kakashi asserted. After all, the Uchiha have been a long-standing family within Konoha. If Uchiha Fugaku can discern the gravity of the situation, I trust they will make the right choice. The right choice? Danzo scoffed. Kakashi, you are exceedingly naive. Do you truly understand the Uchiha? Do you know what this clan represents? They are a lineage born of sinister genes. Their blood is tainted with malevolence. Do not assume that because they bestowed upon you this eye, you ought to be eternally grateful. This was not a gift from them, but rather a concession fought for by us, along with your mentor, Minato Namikaze. Otherwise, you would have long been slain by them. Kakashi opened his mouth to retort, but ultimately fell silent. Hiruzen did not send you to me for genuine deliberation. Rather, he intended for me to convey the decision regarding this matter. Presently, he is likely preoccupied with other affairs, thus this aspect falls to you. Kakashi remained quiet for an extended moment before raising his gaze. What must I do? Engage in dialogue with the leaders of each warrior's family, ensuring they comprehend the impending betrayal of the Uchiha and that they will not interfere as we address the Uchiha situation. When shall this commence? Kakashi inquired. Danzo turned his gaze towards the window. It was set to begin, but Shursui's disappearance has delayed matters. His abilities are too enigmatic. We must locate him first. Yet, even if we fail to find him, 1 month shall be the absolute limit. Tawanzo remarked, Kakashi, do you understand? In a month, regardless of whether we locate Shursui, we must take decisive action against the Uchiha clan, eradicating the traitors before their plans can fully develop. Kakashi nodded in understanding and departed, his silhouette fading from view as Tawanzo's gaze withdrew. Hizashi, is it truly wise to involve Kakashi? His peculiar affinity for the Uchiha, due to that renegade, concerns me. I hope it does not jeopardize our plans. Otherwise, I may have no choice but to eliminate him. A figure approached. Lord Tawanzo. Ah, Yamamoto Wind, Tawanzo acknowledged, his demeanor softening slightly. How are the preparations I requested faring? Everything is ready, came the reply. Excellent. Tawanzo's eyes drifted toward the Uchiha Star District, a subtle glimmer igniting within his pupils. It is time to thoroughly erase the Uchiha presence from this interstellar community. However, he turned to the Hokage command center, furrowing his brow. Have you entrusted all matters to Kakashi? Hizashi, what are your personal plans? Have you lost your resolve due to Konohamaru's sacrifice? Or do you possess an alternative strategy? At this moment, Sarutobi Hizashi arrived at the Nara clan's interstellar settlement. Lord Hokage, Nara Shikaku greeted him, extending an invitation to sit. What brings you here today? Sarutobi Hizashi replied, the Sarutobi and Nara clans have always been like family, yet I believe our alliance requires further fortification. What do you mean? Lord Hokage? Chapter 115. Are there any suitable young women of childbearing age among the nobles? Nara Shikaku instinctively frowned. Did Asuma not express a disinterest in Nara women? Suddenly, a silence fell upon him. Asuma had become a fugitive interstellar warrior, wanted for treason, severing ties with Sarutobi Hizashi. Thus, Hizashi could not possibly seek women on Asuma's behalf. If not for Asuma, then for whom? Nara Shikaku began to grasp a troubling possibility. Sarutobi Hizashi himself. This notion made him reluctant to delve deeper into the topic. To consider marrying a young Nara woman to the aging Sarutobi Hizashi was a cruel thought indeed. Yet he is the Hokage, and closely tied to the Nara clan. The Nara clan's current standing within the Leaf Interstellar Alliance was, to a great extent, due to this connection. With the Hokage's request, how could he refuse? It was impossible. Compliance was the only option. Lord Hokage, shall we arrange a public engagement, or keep it modest? Nara Shikaku inquired. Let it be simple, Hizashi replied. Nara Shikaku nodded. I will select candidates immediately and ensure the women are presented to your residence within 2 days. Provide me with their photographs, and I shall make the final choice. Very well, he confirmed. Sarutobi Hizashi stood, nodding. If there are no further matters, Shikaku, I shall take my leave. The bond between the Sarutobi and Nara clans shall remain as strong as it is today. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Nara Shikaku responded as Hizashi departed. A myriad of emotions swirled within him. It was a strange feeling, one of profound discomfort, akin to the sensation of selling his daughter. A woman stepped forward. Shikaku, what is the matter? It concerns the Hokage. Lord Hokage wishes to take a woman from the Nara clan as his bride. A young woman? Indeed. The woman's countenance darkened. But Lord Hokage is so advanced in years. Have you consented? What choice do I have? After all, he is the Hokage. Shikaku sighed. Family is of utmost importance. I will select several young women and present their photographs to Lord Hokage for his choice. It is their duty to sacrifice for the family. Alas, the woman shook her head. How could Lord Hokage have become such a person? He has always been this way. It is simply that circumstances have now brought us to this juncture. With Asuma gone and Konohamaru as well, the Hokage must explore alternative avenues. He will not permit the village to fall into the hands of others. Only the Sarutobi clan can maintain control. Kakashi visited clan after clan, starting with the Hyuga clan. After all, they are currently the second most significant ninja family in the Shinobi Alliance, just behind the Uchiha. To counter the Uchiha, it is essential to secure the support of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, should the two great clans unite, it would pose significant challenges for the higher echelons of Konoha. Next, he visited the Yamanaka clan, but due to the existence of the phosphorescent insect zone, their importance was somewhat diminished. While the village could not do without the Yamanaka, the phosphorescent insect zone also constrained them. Should the Yamanaka disregard the phosphorescent insect zone, they would face the wrath of their entire clan, a hatred akin to rebellion. Kakashi, what brings you here? Hinata Hayashi gestured for those nearby to leave. The reception room was left with only Hayashi and Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated momentarily. Hayashi-senpai. Previously, Lord Hokage received intelligence from Uchiha Shursui. What intelligence? Uchiha Shursui indicated that the Uchiha clan is preparing to stage a coup. A coup? Hayashi's expression remained largely unchanged. He was not entirely ignorant of the Uchiha situation. In fact, his awareness made him unsurprised. The relationship between the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha had become irreparably strained. Both being ninja clans, they had suffered injustices from the village. Hayashi felt sympathy for the Uchiha and was deeply moved by their plight. However, he had to consider the interests of the entire Hyuga clan. Thus, even though the previous intersection between Hinata and Uchiha Itachi had created some connection, and Uchiha Fugaku had hinted at an alliance, Hayashi dismissed the notion. He did not believe that the Uchiha, alongside the Hyuga, could defeat the higher-ups of Konoha. Should they fail, it would spell disaster for the entire clan. Kakashi had only just departed from the Hyuga clan's interstellar base when, suddenly, his gaze darted to a concealed corner. A subtle sensation flickered within his neural network, a sign of surveillance from an unknown source. Who is it? Kakashi, come with me. Asuma? Upon hearing the sound, Kakashi's bionic eye suddenly contracted, yet he still pursued the source. Even though Asuma had now been classified as a rogue ninja, Kakashi was torn between the potential peril lurking in this place and his unwavering confidence in his advanced combat system, believing Asuma posed no existential threat. After all, they were in the village of Konohagakure. It was not until they arrived at the cosmic cemetery of Konoha that a figure halted before a monument. This was the final resting place of Sarutobi Bawako, Asuma and Shinosuke's mother, the wife of Sarutobi Hizashi, and a witness to Naruto Uzumaki's cosmic birth. She perished during the Nine Tails rampage, yet it remains uncertain whether she fell victim to the tailed beast's monstrous form or to the dark forces wielded by Obito. Kakashi reflected on the loss of friendship that had once existed between him and Asuma. However, they had never shared a profound bond, as Asuma had often harbored jealousy due to Hizashi's regard for Kakashi. Now, Asuma sought out Kakashi to confront Hizashi. You must have heard about my situation. But do you find his claims credible? You have no idea what he has been secretly orchestrating. For instance, he visited the Nara family today. Do you know his purpose? He is selecting a young partner, having Nara Shikaku assist him in his choice, despite his advanced age. It is truly unimaginable that Nara Shikaku would acquiesce to such a request. Kakashi's pupils slightly constricted, for this news was indeed rather unusual. After all, Hizashi was of a certain age. He was a Hokage, not a ruler of the stars. Such an authoritative figure would surely face scrutiny for marrying a younger woman, let alone a Hokage. Really? Does it serve any purpose for me to lie now? Asuma scoffed. In a few days, you shall witness it with your own eyes. Kakashi hesitated momentarily. Asuma, could you enlighten me as to why you have severed ties with Lord Hokage? What have you done? And how have you transformed into this? Why have I become this way? A flicker of resentment crossed Asuma's face. It is all his doing. He never regarded me as his son. He has forsaken me. To be candid, previously, Hizashi promised to nurture me into a Hokage, which granted me numerous lenient assignments, allowing me to shine on the surface and earn accolades. However, during my handling of the Moonlight Gale incident, perhaps I did not perform adequately, yet he also bore his share of the blame, yet he shifted all responsibility onto me. Subsequently, he used me as bait in an attempt to capture Moonlight Gale, 4 times in total. I nearly lost my life at his hands on multiple occasions. Even if I made mistakes, I am his biological son. Yet, when he declared his abandonment, he meant it. I understood his intent. He no longer cared for my well-being and sought to cultivate Konohamaru instead. That was his favored choice, being the son of Shinosuke, whom he had favored since childhood. Thus, I killed Konohamaru. A sinister smile crept across Asuma's face. Kakashi's pupils constricted. Regardless of the circumstances, Konohamaru was innocent. Konohamaru is indeed innocent. But there are many others who are equally blameless. Why must he be the only one to perish? Moreover, it is precisely due to Konohamaru's existence that Sarutobi Hiruzen treats me in such a manner. Kakashi shook his head. Asuma, you are being excessively extreme. I am not extreme. Asuma retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Kakashi. Allow me to share another piece of information. What is it? You are searching for the missing Uchiha Shursui, are you not? Do you know why Uchiha Shursui disappeared? It is because Sarutobi Hiruzen openly acknowledged that he manipulated Uchiha Shursui. He merely regarded Shursui as a obedient dog, utilized specifically to confront the Uchiha clan. I was the one who brought Uchiha Shursui before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi's eyes widened as he rapidly processed the information. So, are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan's rebellion was fabricated? I cannot say for certain. Asuma shook his head. What I do know is that Uchiha Shursui did not side with the Uchiha, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen, owing to his so-called will of fire. I sought to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet Shursui remained steadfastly by his side. Thus, I endeavored to make him understand the true essence of the will of fire. Kakashi furrowed his brow. And where did he go afterward? I do not know, Asuma replied. Kakashi, I merely wish for you to comprehend that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a virtuous individual. Do not sacrifice yourself for his sake. I was not a good person either. Hence, I am paying the price for my past. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen has yet to face his reckoning. I will ensure he does. I hope you will not hinder me. Chapter 23, blood-gushing Kakashi fell into silence. He did not wholly accept Asuma's words, as Asuma was now a rogue ninja and appeared to be in an unstable mental state. So, you still do not believe me? I have shared so much. Asuma felt a wave of dissatisfaction towards Kakashi, a murderous intent bubbling within him. Kakashi sensed the danger and promptly retreated. Suddenly, Asuma recalled something. Oh, there is one more matter that may pique your interest. What is it? Years ago, your father's death, Konoha's White Fang, was no ordinary affair. It is a complex and intricate matter. Would you like to hear about it? Kakashi's brow furrowed. What do you know? The death of Konoha's White Fang had long haunted Kakashi's heart. In his youth, he viewed Konoha's White Fang as a hero, a figure greater than any other. He was Kakashi's idol. At that time, Konoha's White Fang indeed excelled. Without secret techniques, bloodline limits, or formidable summoned beasts, he ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Relying solely on the blade techniques of the Hitaki clan, his renown surpassed that of the legendary Sannin, second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen. For some, he was even more revered than the Hokage himself. It could be said that had there been no unforeseen circumstances, Konoha's White Fang would undoubtedly have become Sarutobi Hiruzen's successor as Hokage. The symbol of the Hokage had even been sewn onto his sleeve. This speaks volumes. Yet, it is this very individual who chose to take his own life. The reason lies in a mission execution where a choice was made to abandon the task in order to rescue a comrade. Chapter 117. Kakashi's gaze was as sharp as a laser. Designed? Indeed. Asuma cast a glance towards the intelligent control center and murmured, "My understanding is limited. I have only occasionally heard fragmentary information. It is said that the demise of Konoha White Fang was orchestrated by unseen hands. They meticulously crafted a scenario, compelling Konoha White Fang to prioritize the rescue of his teammates over the mission. Upon returning to the village, mysterious forces also stirred public opinion from the shadows. Those rumors became the final straw that broke Konoha White Fang. I am utterly ignorant of the specifics. Perhaps only a few are aware." Kakashi's expression grew grave. Who else could it be? Naturally, the so-called father, Danzo, along with a few elders, and possibly the heads of certain prominent ninja clans. Well, I have said all I can. Until next time. Asuma's figure flickered and vanished into the dark quantum shadows. Kakashi gazed intently. Before the virtual tombstone of Sarutobi Biwako, a bouquet of virtual flowers had appeared, and the name Sarutobi had been erased, leaving only Biwako. Could what Asuma said be true? Kakashi could not ascertain. Yet doubts had arisen. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Asuma to leave so easily, but rather retained him there, considering Asuma was a rogue ninja. Kakashi was neither wholly convinced nor entirely skeptical. The following day, Kakashi continued his mission, heading to the Yamanaka clan, where he was received by the clan leader, Yamanaka Shiki. I apologize. Yamanaka Shiki shook his head. Kakashi, our Yamanaka clan is currently short-staffed, and the displacement issue of the phosphorescent insects forbidden zone remains unresolved. This is of utmost importance. Compared to the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan often uses the phosphorescent insects forbidden zone as an excuse to abstain from involvement, just like this time, avoiding participation in actions against the Uchiha clan. Consequently, even if the Uchiha clan seeks revenge in the future, it would not directly implicate the Yamanaka clan. Although Yamanaka Shiki understood that the upper echelons of Konoha were united against the Uchiha, and that the Uchiha's chances were slim, there was always the possibility of unforeseen variables. I understand. Then, Senior Shiki, I shall not disturb you further. Very well. Soon, the digital images selected by Nara Shikaku were presented to Sarutobi Hizashi, featuring a dozen eligible young women, all quite youthful, especially in comparison to Sarutobi Hizashi. Their appearances varied. Some were beautiful, others ordinary. Sarutobi Hizashi began to browse intently. In a daze, he felt transported back to his youth. A peculiar sentiment surged within his heart. This one is nice. Sarutobi Hizashi selected an image. This one is also remarkable. He picked another. Sarutobi Hizashi found himself in a dilemma. Both were excellent, and regardless of which he chose, the other would evoke regret. Wait, why can I only select one? A glimmer sparkled in Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes. The more wives I have, the greater the likelihood of continuing my bloodline. Therefore, having more wives is certainly better, and I can choose them all. It is a double blessing. Sarutobi Hiruzen extracted 2 images. Subsequently, he pondered a question. Should he select 1 or 2 individuals from the Yamanka or Akimichi clans to deepen familial ties? However, Upon contemplating the physique of the Akimichi clan, he dismissed the notion. So be it. The two images returned to Nara Shikaku. 2. Nara Shikaku's expression soured. Does the Hokage mean to take both? One clan member was already a source of discontent for Shikaku. The prospect of two deepened his dissatisfaction with Hiruzen, yet he found himself unable to refuse the Hokage's request. The two young women were dispatched to Hiruzen's residence. At this moment, they were acutely aware of the fate that awaited them. The young women, each with a beloved in their hearts, held romantic dreams. Yet, they were compelled to marry an elderly man. For the sake of their families, they had no choice. Night fell. Hiruzen entered the room. The young women despairingly closed their eyes. Intense resentment took root within them, sprouting and flourishing. They were not alone. Others shared their sentiments. Not far away, a young man gazed intently in the direction of Hiruzen's residence. One of the young women was the object of his affection, or rather, there was mutual fondness between them. Yet, none dared to break the unspoken barrier. Now, the young woman had become Hiruzen's wife. Is this what it means to be Hokage? The young man seethed with anger, resentment, and a potent hatred erupted within him. Who? An Umbu ninja glanced in his direction. The young man hurriedly departed. The following day, although the news of Hiruzen acquiring two wives had not spread widely, several individuals were aware. Some deemed it inconsequential, considering Hiruzen's status as Hokage. His son had turned rogue, and his grandson had perished. These individuals understood Hiruzen's actions. Others expressed sympathy for the two women. Kakashi had also learned of this development, which lent additional credence to Asuma's words. Was there truly a conspiracy behind his father's death? Who was responsible? Who would inform him? The Hokage? Danzo? The elders? Kakashi dismissed the thought of approaching these individuals, for if Asuma's claims were true, those who had conspired against his father were likely among them. The only ones he could consult were the heads of the ninja clans, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Yamanaka. Kakashi hesitated for a long while before returning to the Hyuga clan. Given the news of the Uchiha coup, he was uncertain whether Uchiha Fugaku would intentionally provide misleading information to deceive him. As for the Yamanaka clan, even if they possessed knowledge, they were unlikely to divulge it. Elder Hisashi, I have matters to inquire about. Yamanaka Akira, lost in despair, wandered the streets, tormented by the thought that his beloved had become another's wife, and to an old man at that. He felt utterly powerless, as if his strength had been sapped. Waves of heartache twisted within his chest. Why would the Hokage, despite his advanced age, choose to marry and take Lin as his bride? Lin, who was meant to be my wife. Uchiha Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Yamanaka Akira. Even amidst the boundless fury that ignited within his heart, he found himself powerless to resist, ultimately yielding to the whims of fate. This strength I bestow upon you. Pursue your desires, dear brother. Uchiha Madara ventured into the mountains. As Chapter 118 unfolded, within the ethereal waves of the cosmos, a tome materialized at the periphery of Yamashita Akira's vision, the flower of another world. Yamashita's pupils constricted momentarily. The flower of another world? After a fleeting hesitation, he resolutely turned the pages. A surge of enigmatic energy coursed through his being. Deep within, Uchiha Madara's consciousness awakened. At the cost of future lives, he sought unparalleled power, transcending into an eternal blossom upon departure, a heavy and ineffable price. How would Yamashita Akira choose? This was his destiny. Uchiha Madara's gaze fell upon the Interstellar Tower, a symbol of Hokage authority. Should he forsake this power, relinquish Nara Rin, feign that nothing had transpired, and continue his mundane life as a ninja? Or should he embrace this power, igniting for a fleeting love? Yamashita Akira was ensnared in a dilemma. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the Interstellar Tower, while two Nara women, devoid of hope, sat listlessly. Their eyes, once bright, now reflected only despair. They had become mere vessels for procreation, lacking any other purpose. Even Nara Rin had resolved to bear offspring for Sarutobi Hiruzen, fulfilling her familial duty before willingly ending her existence. Unwilling to linger in this world any longer. Akira, I am sorry. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, each drop falling to the ground and soaking the earth. The woman opposite her shared the weight of sorrow. Yamashita Akira drew closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen's abode, each step resonating with purpose. Until their gazes met, Yamashita saw Nara Rin, and she saw him as well, one on the street, the other behind a window. In that instant, Akira perceived the flicker in Rin's eyes and the unspoken bond they had long shared. Indeed, Their hearts were intertwined, their souls resonating. Without a formal promise, they understood that they were destined to be each other's future companions. They merely awaited the opportune moment to unite. How splendid and blissful that anticipation had been. Yet, at this moment, everything had shifted. Nara-Rin was forcibly integrated into Sarutobi Hiruzen's family, destined for perpetual separation from him. Though they harbored deep affection for one another, reality cruelly tore them apart. The pain was excruciating, a heart-wrenching agony. Yamashita Akira's suffering was indescribable, especially upon witnessing Rin. He could feel her anguish echoing his own. Let us flee. A resolute determination glimmered in Akira's eyes. Nara-Rin's initial surprise faded into despondency. I am not worthy anymore. I am no longer pure. Akira, forget me. You deserve someone far better. His heart ached as if cleaved by a dagger. But I only love you. Rin, my affection resides solely with you. Another figure appeared by the window, another Nara woman. Rin, is that the one you love? No. Nara-Rin dried her tears, declaring, I am no longer deserving of him. It matters not. Let us return. Nara-Rin closed the window and vanished from view. Bang! In the mountains, Yamashita's heart shattered in an instant. A torrent of intense hatred and despair surged within him. Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, he no longer referred to him as Hokage. Why must you treat us this way? I loved Rin dearly, and she loved me in return. Yet, it is all because of you that I have lost everything. I want you dead. Tears, tinged with crimson, streamed down Yamashita's face, his eyes blazing like fire. An Umbu ninja returned with Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Star Tower. Yamashita lifted his gaze, fixated on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen. You must die. Sensing the imminent threat, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew alert. Protect me. Yamashita charged towards him. The Umbu ninja promptly positioned himself in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yamashita's fist struck with tremendous force. Bang! Instantly, the Umbu ninja's arm shattered, and his fist collided with the ninja's chest, causing his ribcage to collapse. The Umbu ninja was sent flying. However, more Umbu ninjas swiftly surrounded him. Since the Asuma incident, Sarutobi Hiruzen had placed great emphasis on his safety, constantly guarded by dozens of Umbu ninjas in secret. At that moment, their presence proved crucial. Who is this person? Why does he wish to kill me? Sarutobi Hiruzen had no recollection of Yamashita. Who sent him? A multitude of Umbu ninjas shielded Yamashita, intensifying his fury. For he sought not their lives, but Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Is this never-ending? Yamashita relentlessly charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet was thwarted time and again. Hatred, anger, and resentment intertwined in a potent tapestry of vengeance. Suddenly, Yamashita caught a glimpse, growing increasingly anxious. He understood that the power of the flower of another world was nearing its end, and his time on this earth was limited. Yet he had yet to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. More Umbu and patrolling ninjas arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must die? You must perish. Blood tears streamed from Yamashita's eyes, and even the Umbu ninjas could sense the profound sorrow and indignation within him. He must have endured immense injustice. Boom! Yamashita collapsed, ultimately unable to slay Sarutobi Hiruzen, overwhelmed by the sheer number of Umbu. In that moment of falling, countless shurikens pierced Yamashita's body. Blood gushed forth. Yamashita raised his head, glaring fiercely at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are unworthy of being Hokage, utterly unworthy. Chapter 24. Motionless branches and leaves wildly grew from Yamashita, siphoning his life force. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding area was cloaked in the encroaching foliage. A flower bloomed amidst the greenery, vibrant yet profoundly unsettling. Ming. A figure burst forth from Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence. I'm sorry, I am so sorry. You deserve someone far better. Why commit such foolishness? I no longer belong in your world. Nara-Rin plunged into the biological matrix, where those biomechanical tendrils instantaneously pierced her body, draining her life energy. Yet, within Rin's eyes sparkled not agony, but liberation and solace. Her smiling visage bloomed like a flower amidst death, and deep within the tendrils, Yamashita, too, seemed to silently smile. Ming, I have come to find you. We shall remain eternally intertwined, regardless of life or death. Uchiha Itachi averted his gaze. After a brief moment, he sighed softly. For you, perhaps this is the best conclusion. Although we could not eradicate Sarutobi Hiruzen, I must express my gratitude to you, Yamashiro Akira. Thank you. Yamashiro Akira has passed away, as has Nara-Rin. along with dozens of elite Umbu members. The power unleashed by Yamashiro Akira at his end transcended the imagination of all Umbu members, even shocking Sarutobi Hiruzen, for it was an energy procured at the cost of life. The tendrils of those creatures proliferated relentlessly. The bodies of the Umbu members were deeply pierced. The more energy absorbed, the more robust the bloom became, until the entire area was enveloped, with even Sarutobi Hiruzen's structures ensnared by the creeping vines. Dozens of flowers blossomed, resplendent and dripping with color. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance was dark as night. We must ascertain who is responsible. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the Hokage building, where everyone had forgotten that within that house was another individual, the woman wed to Sarutobi Hiruzen alongside Nara-rin, Narahana. Countless gazes were drawn to the scene, whether from the ferocity of the prior battle or the current surreal spectacle, which compelled all to pause. Among numerous buildings, one house, completely enveloped by tendrils and vines, stood out remarkably, adorned with vibrant flowers that could not be overlooked. Hokage-sama, we have discovered the identity. An Umbu ninja entered. Who is that individual? He is a member of the Yamashiro clan, named Yamashiro Akira, who seems to have had a romantic entanglement with your wife, Nara-rin, before she became the Hokage's companion. Thus, this individual has come specifically to exact revenge upon you. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. Not entirely, but there is a connection. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed coldly. Summon Nara Shikaku and Yamashiro Haichi to see me. Yes, Hokage-sama. Soon, Yamashiro Haichi and Nara Shikaku stood before the Hokage. Nara Shikaku, I require an explanation regarding this matter. Yamashiro Haichi, you too. Nara Shikaku smiled wryly. Hokage-sama, we truly had no knowledge of the relationship between Yamashiro Akira and Nara-rin. They displayed no overt signs, and furthermore, you were pressing us for urgency. Therefore, I provided you with photographs of all eligible women. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at Nara Shikaku. So, am I to blame for this? No, not at all, Hokage-sama. It was indeed my oversight. Yamashiro Haichi hastily interjected his apologies. Hokage-sama, I am deeply sorry. I failed to detect Yamashiro Akira's anomalies in a timely manner, nearly putting you in danger. This is my dereliction, my failure to supervise my kin. However, Yamashiro Akira's extraordinary ability was certainly not something we provided. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the two. I understand. Such an extraordinary ability, even if you wished to provide it, would be impossible. Without a doubt, this situation mirrors that of the ghoul and invisible assassin incidents. It is highly likely that the puppeteer behind this is the same individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. That mastermind is well concealed, and it will be challenging to unearth them in the short term. Since the event has transpired, you both must handle this matter judiciously. I wish to remain untouched by any rumors. Furthermore, I require 2 women. Nara-rin is no longer present, and the status of Narahana remains uncertain, though it is assuredly dire. The 2 women for this occasion will be provided by the Yamanaka clan. Bear in mind, I do not wish to witness a situation akin to that of Nara-rin again. Yamanaka Kaichi bowed his head. Yes, Lord Hokage. You may leave now. The 2 exited the Hokage building. Yamanaka Kaichi wore a somber expression as he offered the women of his clan to Sarutobi Hiruzen as companions, ostensibly wives, but in reality mere vessels for reproduction. Engaging in such actions filled Yamanaka Kaichi with guilt. Nara Shikaku patted Yamanaka Kaichi on the shoulder. Choose wisely. We cannot afford a repetition of Nara-rin's fate. Otherwise, Lord Hokage will not take it lightly, and our clan will suffer the consequences. Sigh. Yamanaka Kaichi exhaled deeply, offering no response. However, if we could produce offspring, it would indeed be beneficial for us. Uchiha Itachi arrived near the Death Flower, gazing ahead, where Yamanaka Akira, Nara-rin, and dozens of Umbu ninjas had become nourishment for the Death Flower. The Death Flower shall never wither. As long as it remains undisturbed, it will persist eternally. Yet now, those Umbu ninjas had begun to cause destruction. At that moment, a flower suddenly trembled. An eerie aura emanated from within the bloom. One Umbu ninja's nostrils flared, and soon his eyes turned a sinister red. Kill. He drew a kunai and plunged it into his comrade. Splatter. Blood sprayed forth. The tendrils of the death flower rapidly extended, absorbing the blood and ensnaring the wounded Umbu ninja, piercing his body. In an instant, the ninja's form became desiccated as the tendrils thrived upon him. Retreat. The surrounding individuals scrambled away. For a moment, It seemed as though this place had transformed into a scene of horror. I am eagerly anticipating this. As the words fell, a mechanical figure pushed open the intelligent door. Izumi. Itachi, little Sasuke, good morning. Sister Izumi. Uchiha Itachi gestured towards Sasuke, saying, I shall first teach you a quantum propulsion technique, and later we can engage in a sparring match. Very well. Uchiha Izumi was prepared to rise to the challenge. She had no intention of being bested by Itachi in this match. After all, she was nearly 3 years his senior. If she could not defeat him, Uchiha Izumi would question her own worth. Now then, Sasuke, let me teach you the first move of the quantum propulsion technique. Quantum Flame. Super Fireball Technique, a signature art of our Uchiha clan. Observe how I execute the control. Uchiha Itachi slowly demonstrated the virtual gestures. Quantum Flame, Super Fireball Technique. For Uchiha Itachi, the gesture control required no practice. With a swift motion of his arms, he activated the necessary skill. A fireball erupted forth, soaring towards the virtual target across from him. Boom. The fireball detonated, causing the target to topple. Did you see that clearly? I did. Sasuke watched intently, his eyes sparkling with determination. Now you give it a try. All right. Sasuke recalled Uchiha Itachi's movements, then opened his eyes to commence his gesture practice. Quantum Flame. Super Fireball Technique. A fireball materialized. A flicker of joy crossed Sasuke's face. Yet, in an instant, the fireball extinguished, leaving only a few embers flickering in the air. Brother? Disappointment washed over Sasuke. He had believed he had mastered the technique, only to fail in its execution. It's all right. Uchiha Madara gently stroked Sasuke's head. When learning the quantum drive technique for the first time, practice is essential for success. You have done remarkably well, even surpassing Itachi. Really? Of course. Madara cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke, recalling that Itachi had spent 26 hours learning the Super Fireball technique. Although Madara was somewhat slower, he could essentially learn it after just one demonstration. And what about you, brother? As for me, Sasuke, there is no need for comparison. I learned it after just one attempt, so in that last round, you have already lost to me. I see. Sasuke lowered his head. Yet soon, he raised it again, his eyes filled with determination. I will not concede defeat. My goal is to surpass you, brother. Just watch. I will not only surpass you, but will also strive to exceed you, for I am more diligent. Mother always said that hard work can conquer talent. Without waiting for a response from Madara, Sasuke stepped aside to practice alone in silence. Madara watched for a moment before making his way toward Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, are you ready? Yes. Then let us begin. All right. Izumi's expression grew intensely focused. Be careful. This is the strength of the fourth dimension. Do not underestimate me. Uchiha Izumi charged toward Madara. However, to Madara, the speed seemed exceedingly slow. Izumi possessed notable talent and was exceptionally diligent. After losing his father during the Nine Tails crisis, his spirit had been profoundly shaken, awakening the Rinnegan within him. Now, Uchiha Izumi had attained the strength of a lower-tier warrior. He could easily contend with his peers. And even among upperclassmen, most were no match for him. Unfortunately, his opponent today was Uchiha Madara, a being who had reached interstellar level, capable of defeating most interstellar warriors. The disparity between Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Madara was even greater than that between a mid-tier warrior and an ordinary person. Bang! Their fists collided, and both retreated simultaneously. Madara intentionally restrained his power. Izumi felt the rebound from the impact, his eyes lighting up. Madara, it seems you haven't deceived me. Your strength surpasses that of many in our grade. Now, I will unleash my full power. Izumi's speed surged further. Madara did not reveal much of his strength, merely surpassing Izumi slightly. Yet, that small advantage was beyond Izumi's reach. Hope flickered in Izumi's heart. However, as he approached that hope, he found it receding once more. Madara's strength was formidable. Izumi no longer dared to underestimate him, nor did he believe he had a guaranteed victory. Still, he was unwilling to concede. Damn it! I never expected Madara to be so strong. I am clearly older than him. If I cannot win this time, I fear I may never have another opportunity. I must win at least this once. The indomitable spirit and fighting resolve within Uchiha Izumi were ignited. Uchiha Madara noticed the progress of Uchiha Izumi. Her innate talent was indeed remarkable. With such advancements in combat, if nurtured properly, Izumi's strength could potentially reach great heights. Not to mention the possibility of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Among the Uchiha with the 3-Tomo Rinnegan, she could undoubtedly become a distinguished figure. Uchiha Izumi paused, panting heavily. Madara, you are formidable, but now I shall unleash my strongest strike. Be cautious. Dozens of energy shurikens materialized, and with a flick of her wrist, they surged toward Uchiha Madara from all angles, nearly sealing off every escape route. Simultaneously, quantum flame, super fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted forth, hurtling toward Uchiha Madara. Madara stood his ground, unmoving. Madara, quickly evade. Uchiha Izumi was momentarily taken aback by Madara's stillness, followed by a wave of concern and regret, feeling that she should not have been so competitive as to launch such an attack against him. She believed Madara might not have reacted in time. Gritting her teeth, Uchiha Izumi charged after her fireball. Izumi, I am here. A searing beam of light manifested before Sasuke. Flame release, great fireball technique. The fireball struck the virtual target opposite, instantly incinerating it, and the target collapsed to the ground. Although Sasuke's mastery of the great fireball technique still lagged behind that of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi, his ability to execute it to such an extent demonstrated his grasp of the fundamental principles of this ninjutsu. Sasuke's potential, however, still fell short. Uchiha Madara reminisced about the past. Compared to the average person, Sasuke's talent was indeed exceptional, yet when juxtaposed with Uchiha Itachi or himself, it appeared less remarkable. Even after awakening the Sharingan on the night of the massacre, he did not truly master it until the mission in the Land of Waves. However, Sasuke later acquired numerous powers: Orochimaru's curse mark, the spirit beast contract from the Dragon Cave, Jago's natural energy, and most importantly, the power of Indra's reincarnation. It was through these means that Sasuke gradually began to shine, becoming a rival to Naruto. In this world, talent is essential, but external forces are equally indispensable. I have learned it, Sasuke exclaimed excitedly as he rushed toward Uchiha Madara. Brother, I succeeded. Congratulations. Brother, did I learn faster than elder brother? Indeed. Uchiha Madara nodded. Itachi took several days to master this ninjutsu. Then I have completed my first stage goal. Uchiha Izumi glanced at Uchiha Madara with a somewhat peculiar expression. She was acutely aware of Uchiha Itachi's true genius. Itachi had mastered the great fireball technique in even fewer days than she had. However, she did not expose Uchiha Madara's embellishment. Earlier, the victory belonged to brother. Now it is your turn to challenge me. Sasuke, are you certain? I am certain. Sasuke replied earnestly. Even if I am not a match for brother, I still wish to compete with you and see just how great our differences are. Regular competitions will undoubtedly allow me to progress faster than you. This will also enable my brother to focus more intently on his ninja training, Sasuke remarked, casting a casual glance at Izumi Uchiha, who appeared somewhat embarrassed. Then let us begin. Uchiha Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair. Izumi, you shall act as the referee. Very well. The two stood facing each other. Commence. The outcome was revealed in an instant. Given Sasuke's current prowess, defeating Uchiha Itachi was an almost insurmountable task. I concede. Sasuke promptly stood up, displaying no signs of discouragement, and returned to his training corner, reinvigorated in spirit. Itachi, is Sasuke all right? He's fine, Uchiha Itachi replied, shaking his head. Sasuke is merely engaged in his training. Let us continue. Indeed. An ANBU ninja arrived at the Hokage building to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the situation of the Death Flower. Sarutobi's expression turned grave. That plant cannot be killed. It can be destroyed, but anyone who approaches it will go mad. Previously, we had a member lose control and attack a comrade. Thus, we currently have only one solution. What solution? Fire release. The ANBU ninja explained. We will douse the area with fuel and then unleash fire release to incinerate those plants, thereby resolving the issue. But won't my house be burned down as well? Indeed. Let us hold off for now. Sarutobi waved his hand, instructing, first, send someone to monitor the situation. Do not rush to use fire release. Seek other methods, and only resort to it if absolutely necessary. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi gazed at the tightly shut doors and windows of Hinata Hisashi's residence, the vicinity devoid of any other presence aside from the two of them. Kakashi, may I inquire as to why you sought me? Hisashi-senpai, how much do you know about the truth behind my father's death all those years ago? Hinata Hisashi glanced at Kakashi, pausing momentarily. Elder White Fang indeed took his own life. But what about before that? The mission during which my father rescued a ninja, and the rumors circulating in the village, how did those arise? Was it an accident? A coincidence? Or was it orchestrated? Hinata Hisashi furrowed his brow. Has someone spoken to you about this? Asuma. Asuma, of course. Hinata Hisashi's expression turned enlightened. I know little, Kakashi, and what I can share is even less. This is a secret I cannot disclose. Especially given the current situation. If I speak, the entire Hyuga clan will suffer. Kakashi's expression darkened. Chapter 25. Otherwise, a flaw will be revealed. Kakashi, you should return. I am not privy to any information. Thank you, Hisashi-senpai. Hinata Hisashi offered no further words. But his demeanor made it clear to Kakashi that this matter was far from a mere accident or coincidence, as Asuma had suggested. It was a deliberate design. A question arose in Kakashi's mind, yet he struggled to accept the implications. Who could possibly reveal such truths? Numerous names flickered through Kakashi's thoughts, only to be dismissed one by one. If even Hinata Hisashi was reluctant to divulge, then others were even less likely to do so. Only the Uchiha remained. Given the state of the Uchiha and the village, they might deceive me, but if I observe closely, utilizing my eye, even Uchiha Fugaku would find it difficult to mislead me. I have been too abrupt. Weaving a lie demands time, otherwise, it is bound to reveal its flaws. Furthermore, from Hinata's recent words, it can be established that Asuma spoke the truth. The death of my father is a conspiracy. Now, I must ascertain the identity of the individual who orchestrated this scheme. Kakashi gazed toward the direction of the Uchiha clan's residence and subsequently proceeded in that direction. The sky began to darken. That will suffice for today, Izumi, Sasuke, let us return. Very well, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Amidst the fluctuations of the hyperspace, Uchiha Obito first escorted Uchiha Izumi back to their interstellar abode, before returning home alongside Sasuke. A faint dark energy field captured Uchiha Obito's attention, yet he refrained from investigating it directly. Who could it be? Although he merely detected the dark energy, Uchiha Obito was confident that only one person lay in ambush. Confronted with a solitary figure, Uchiha Obito felt no trepidation. Moments later, Uchiha Fugaku returned. Uchiha Obito noticed that the individual with the dark aura had appeared in the backyard, seemingly awaiting Uchiha Fugaku. Elder Fugaku, he greeted. Kakashi? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow upon seeing the visitor. What brings you here? Uchiha Fugaku recognized Kakashi but harbored no fondness for him, as Kakashi, though not a member of the Uchiha clan, possessed the clan's iconic artifact, the Sharingan. To some extent, this was regarded as a disgrace to the Uchiha lineage. Nevertheless, due to his previous association with Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Fugaku felt compelled to tolerate Kakashi's presence. Elder Fugaku, I have a question I wish to pose. What question? Regarding the circumstances surrounding my father's death years ago, do you possess any insights? I do not know. Uchiha Fugaku replied, shaking his head. There is nothing more. Kakashi, you should take your leave. Elder Fugaku, this matter is of utmost importance to me. Kakashi remained still, stating, Asuma has mentioned certain things to me, but he lacks the details. Only the higher-ups of Konoha or the heads of prominent clans like yours would possess such information. Elder Fugaku, shall we strike a bargain? A bargain? Indeed. Kakashi clenched his teeth, proposing, I can divulge intelligence regarding a mission within the village in exchange for this secret. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. His earlier refusal was merely an instinctive reaction. He held no affection for Kakashi and was reluctant to engage with him further. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Kakashi was nothing more than a loyal pawn of the Hokage. However, the proposal Kakashi presented intrigued him, regardless of the veracity of the mission intelligence Kakashi mentioned. It held its own value. Conversely, information regarding Kakashi's father's demise bore little significance to him. Thus, using it for trade was not entirely out of the question. I need to conduct a search, Uchiha Fugaku stated. I am unaware of this matter. At that time, I was not yet the Uchiha clan leader. However, if there is indeed a secret, it ought to be recorded in the clan leader's log. Please wait here. Fugaku-senpai, may I join you? Kakashi expressed his desire to keep Uchiha Fugaku within his sight, wary of any potential concealments. Very well, Fugaku replied, his gaze flickering as he nodded in agreement. Uchiha Madara withdrew his gaze. It was Kakashi. If all goes as expected, the Konoha White Fang incident likely harbors a significant secret. But who could the mastermind be? Several names surfaced in Madara's mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo. Both could plausibly be involved. The Konoha White Fang had once been held in such high esteem. While Hiruzen had long distanced himself from the battlefield, his reputation waning, making it conceivable that he might act against a rising figure. Hiruzen could indeed have motives to target the White Fang. As for Danzo, the reasoning was similar. To ascend to the position of Hokage, Danzo would need to eliminate his rivals, and the White Fang could very well pose a formidable challenge. Madara recalled an image of the White Fang's attire, the only individual in this world who, despite not being Hokage, wore the Hokage's insignia as a badge. Perhaps therein lies the essence of the truth. Uchiha Fugaku led Kakashi to a secluded storage room. I have placed all these useless items here. I have not seen what you referred to, but it must be here. However, I cannot guarantee that I will find the relevant records. I trust you understand, Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. Thank you, Fugaku-senpai. Upon entering the room, Fugaku began to rummage through the contents, while Kakashi stood at the doorway. Before long, Fugaku exclaimed, I found it. He produced a small booklet. If it exists, it should be recorded within this. He opened the booklet. Let me see the information regarding the Konoha White Fang. Suddenly, Fugaku's pupils constricted. Fugaku-senpai, what is wrong? Kakashi inquired. I am truly sorry, Fugaku replied, but I believe it is best that you remain unaware of this matter. Let us cancel the transaction. It is for the best for both of us. At this, Kakashi realized that something was amiss. Fugaku-senpai, I wish to know the truth. I am sorry, but I cannot disclose it. Fugaku shook his head, tucking the booklet into his embrace. Kakashi, please leave. Fugaku-senpai, what does it say? Why can't you let me know? Kakashi's anxiety surged. Suddenly, he contemplated the reason for Fugaku's refusal. Fugaku-senpai, is my father's death somehow connected to your Uchiha clan? Fugaku shook his head. No. If it is not related, then why can't you tell me? There's nothing written within, Kakashi. I misspoke earlier. That is impossible. Kakashi remained motionless at the doorway, his eyes gradually turning crimson, his teeth clenched. Fugaku-senpai, even if my father's death is linked to the Uchiha clan, I would never hold the Uchiha responsible, nor would I seek revenge against them. I swear it. As long as you can recount the events of that year, I shall not depart today regardless of what you say. Uchiha Fugaku cast a calm glance at Kakashi. Kakashi, this is the Uchiha's domain. You cannot leave at your whim. Indeed, I may not be a match for you, Fugaku-senpai, but should I exert myself to the utmost, I believe you too would find it no easy task. This matter bears great significance to me. I must know. Chapter 123. A powerful electromagnetic wave erupted from the depths of Kakashi's psyche. Why? There exists only protocol here, devoid of reason. However, I can surmise a few clues, yet the decision rests with you. I do not wish to sway your judgment. Kakashi, I apologize. I hope you remember your earlier vow. Under no circumstances should you seek revenge against the Uchiha. Kakashi shut his eyes, flooded with virtual images of his father's demise. That father, heroic in stature, fell within the confines of a simulated battle. Desolation and coldness enveloped him. The lightsaber, birthed from his father's meticulously programmed data, flickered with a crimson glow, symbolizing the extinguishment of life. Father. Tears streamed down Kakashi's cheeks from his retinal display. He had forgotten how long it had been since he last wept. Yet, in this moment, he could not suppress the sorrow within. Following sorrow came a boundless fury. Even without explicit words from Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi had come to understand. The one responsible for the death of Konoha's White Fang was not merely an excuse for his father's mistakes, but rather, the entirety of Konoha's upper echelon. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kurenai-Yui, Danzo Shimura, and Mito Gate. Yet, Kakashi knew that those ninja clans were not the masterminds. Just as in this instance, Konoha's leadership was orchestrating actions against the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan, under pressure from Konoha's hierarchy, was compelled to participate and provided 10 branch members. The Oil clan, due to their secretive mission related to the phosphorescent insect, managed to evade involvement, but otherwise would have joined as well. Upon grasping this, Kakashi's resentment toward the ninja clans significantly diminished. Thank you, Fugaku-senpai. I now comprehend the situation. And thus, I must fulfill our agreement. Kakashi continued. Regarding the upper echelon's operational plans, they are preparing to strike against the Uchiha clan. Previously, I contacted the Hyuga and Oil clans. Uchiha Itachi reported to the Hokage that the Uchiha clan was planning a rebellion. Consequently, Konoha's leadership intends to preemptively strike. All Uchiha members participating in the uprising will be eradicated. Not a single one will remain. The Hyuga clan will station branch members around the Uchiha base to prevent any escape. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted sharply. He opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. I understand. Kakashi. Thank you. Kakashi shook his head, saying, there's no need for thanks. This is merely a transaction. Fugaku-senpai, You provided me with the information I required. And now I return to you what is vital for you. We are even now. With nothing further to discuss, Fugaka-senpai, I shall take my leave. Very well. Kakashi walked towards the exit. Uchiha Madara watched as Kakashi departed, only retracting his gaze once the figure faded from sight. The dark energy enveloping Kakashi was quietly absorbed by Uchiha Madara. After Uchiha Fugaku handed 2 data cards to Kakashi, a pall of despair settled heavily in Kakashi's heart. Reaching a critical juncture, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Chapter 26, Are All Lies? In this manner, Kakashi would not suspect that I am being deceitful, though the truth remains. Uchiha Fugaku exited the room. Father. Just as Uchiha Fugaku stepped outside, he caught sight of Uchiha Madara approaching from the opposite direction. Let us proceed to the study. Uchiha Madara nodded, and the two entered the study. You witnessed Kakashi's visit just now, correct? I did. Kakashi had come seeking the true reason behind the sacrifice of the Konoha White Fang. To be candid, prior to my awareness, I never fathomed the immense conspiracy lurking behind the White Fang's demise. However, the actions of Konoha's higher-ups rendered it unsurprising. The White Fang's reputation was so formidable that no accolades could suffice. The Hokage even bestowed upon him a half-Hokage insignia armband to acknowledge his contributions. How could someone of such stature remain unscathed? It is inconceivable. Uchiha Madara concurred with this impossibility. What is the Hokage insignia? It is a distinctive garment emblem exclusive to the Hokage. What does it equate to? A dragon robe. In a realm? Who dares don the dragon robe save for the king? To wear it is tantamount to treason, and even the king's son is forbidden. On what grounds did the White Fang presume to wear it? Merely his achievements? Yet, no matter how great the accomplishments, he remains a subject. The distinction between sovereign and subject is paramount. The White Fang donned the Hokage insignia before even succeeding as Hokage. A direct affront to the Hokage's authority, such an act could not be tolerated. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence to us. The crux lies in the news Kakashi has brought. Uchiha Fugaku's countenance grew grave as he declared, the village is preparing to take action against our Uchiha clan. Time may be running short. Madara. Perhaps the path of competing for the Hokage position through legitimate means is no longer viable. It will be exceedingly difficult to reclaim this village. We must ready an alternative course. In a few days, I will send you, along with Sasuke, Izumi, and the future hopes of the Uchiha, to a safe location I have prepared. The future of the Uchiha will rest upon your shoulders, Madara. Should I and your mother fall into their hands, do not rush for revenge. First, strengthen our power. When you possess sufficient strength, return to exact vengeance. The village's actions came swifter than Uchiha Fugaku had anticipated. Initially, he had estimated at least 2 more years. In that time, much could have been accomplished. Yet, if Kakashi's words ring true, only a few months remain for the Uchiha. In such a brief span, Uchiha Fugaku could achieve little. Shursui. Uchiha Fugaku could not help but recall that name. It was indeed Shursui's report that prompted the village to act against the Uchiha clan so hastily. How could one, as a member of the Uchiha, treat his own clan in such a manner? I find myself at a loss for words. Uchiha Fugaku harbors profound disappointment towards Uchiha Shursui. When Shursui first exhibited his remarkable talents, Fugaku regarded him as the beacon of hope for the Uchiha clan, investing considerable resources in his potential. Yet, now he is met with such disheartening betrayal. Uchiha Itachi silently vowed, Father, I have avenged you. In taking Shursui's life, I embodied your image and voice. Such a traitor deserves no pity. My disdain for him surpasses even that of Konoha's higher-ups. Should the opportunity arise, I shall take his life. Uchiha Fugaku uttered through gritted teeth. Suddenly, a shadow of worry crossed Fugaku's face as he recalled another individual, his own son. Chapter 124, Uchiha Itachi. An entity intricately linked to Uchiha Shursui, deeply influenced by advanced technologies, exhibits a loyalty to the village that transcends familial bonds. I hope Itachi does not follow in Shursui's treacherous footsteps. Uchiha Itachi remained silent regarding Fugaku's concerns, as he could not provide a satisfactory response. He could argue that Itachi still cares for the family, yet he was acutely aware of how unlikely that was. He had made several attempts to glean information indirectly. Father, let us not be overly pessimistic. Even if Konoha's elite harbor ulterior motives, they must possess sufficient technological advantages to confront the Uchiha clan. Aside from the prominent clans like Inuzuka and Nara, Other ninja families cannot offer substantial support, while the Umbu face numerous technological challenges. For instance, would Kakashi still be willing to serve Konoha as higher-ups? Clearly not. Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed. However, we must prepare for the worst. In addition to the Umbu, there is Root, a secret organization led by Danzo, whose power should not be underestimated. I am aware that I must make the necessary preparations. Returning to his chamber, Uchiha Itachi gazed towards the Hokage building. The incidents surrounding the Death Flower and Kakashi's transformation had caused significant turmoil within the Umbu. Yet Root also required strength to maintain balance. The transformation of the mountainous wind is about to commence. Uchiha Itachi resolved to visit an Umbu prison. Given that the medical department is rife with concealed technologies, the prison would likely be even more advanced. Uchiha Itachi was familiar with the coordinates of the Umbu prison, having learned about it through Hinata, Asuma, and Tanuki. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit. As night deepened, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes. A swirling vortex materialized in his mind, slowly revolving. Dark information from Kakashi flowed into this vortex, merging with it. Soon, a mechanical tendril extended from within. With a thud, a data manual fell to the ground. Kakashi returned home, forcing himself to lie down, yet sleep eluded him. The information he had received from Uchiha Fugaku plunged him into a state of utter confusion. Resentment and loathing, a plethora of negative emotions, swelled within Kakashi's heart. Father Uchiha Fugaku's reaction could not possibly be a fabrication. That manual was not something he could have forged in such a brief span. Moreover, the Uchiha clan was also among the participants. The death of Konoha's White Fang became a lifelong obsession for Kakashi. While he outwardly appeared indifferent, his heart was profoundly sensitive. Kakashi exerted every effort to comprehend his father's choices at that time, to fathom why he opted for self-sacrifice. For the sake of comrades, for the village. This embodies the will of fire, sacrificing oneself to illuminate the path for others. Kakashi has embraced the will of fire, yearning to draw nearer to his father. Those who do not cherish their comrades cannot be considered true ninjas. For the village, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Kakashi holds this belief steadfastly. However, at this moment, he uncovers a harrowing truth. His father fell victim to a conspiracy, murdered by design. Consequently, his convictions shattered. What comradeship, what village, what will of fire? All are but illusions, everything is void. Father, how desperate you must have felt in that moment to choose self-sacrifice. When the will of fire becomes a lie. Why did Konoha's White Fang sacrifice himself? Kakashi cannot suppress the thoughts of the immense pressure his father must have endured. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Mito, Narashikaku, Uchiha, Hyuga, Akimichi, each one a murderer, each complicit in the death of his father. Yet, Kakashi gazes toward the Hokage Tower. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are the true mastermind behind this. Would they have acted without your directive? As Hokage, is this how you treat countless distinguished ninjas? Why? What of your will of fire? Is it all mere deception? Kakashi's mind conjures images of time spent with Sarutobi Hiruzen. He once naively believed him to be a good man, yet now those memories fill him with revulsion. This debt, I shall reclaim. Kakashi's demeanor turns frigid. I must confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo about their motives. Yet he understands that his strength remains insufficient. Even Asuma, possessing unique abilities, was powerless against Sarutobi Hiruzen. What can he accomplish? Asuma. Indeed, Asuma has severed ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can ally with Asuma, and also with the Uchiha. Reflecting on the Uchiha, Kakashi falls into silence for a moment. He wonders if they can endure this crisis. Fury and hatred surge within Kakashi. Yet he tempers his emotions with reason, maintaining a facade akin to his usual self. Perhaps he may experience emotional fluctuations, but they will not betray his true intentions. Kakashi continues his mission. The flower of death continues to bloom, vibrant and dripping, especially under the sunlight, resembling blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence and its surroundings are shrouded in this ominous beauty, becoming a forbidden zone that none dare approach. The scent of the crimson blossoms drives one to madness. Even the Umbu cannot resist, let alone ordinary people. How beautiful! A golden-haired girl stands at a distance, gazing at the flower of death. Her long hair is tied back in a ponytail, while a pink-haired girl beside her sports a headband on her forehead. Suddenly, a pair of eyes materializes within their line of sight, concealed behind a window. Blood-red, disheveled hair, coldly staring at them. The gaze is piercing, as if capable of penetrating their very souls. Ah! The two little girls scatter in terror. Bang! Chapter 27. Who spread it? A little girl with pink hair unexpectedly collided with a young boy, causing their foreheads to meet with a painful clash. The boy staggered backward and fell to the ground, quickly pressing his hands against his forehead in agony, tears streaming from his eyes. Meanwhile, Sasuke was also rubbing his forehead, though his situation was somewhat better as he had not fallen. After all, he had undergone rigorous ninja training by now. Are you not watching where you're going? Sasuke glared at the girl with pink hair, his demeanor unyielding and indifferent to the gender disparity. Presently, Sasuke harbored little fondness for females, often referring to women as ferocious beasts. I'm sorry, the pink-haired girl said, looking up at Sasuke, then momentarily freezing in place. Uchiha Obito shook his head. He had brought Sasuke out with the intention of returning a book belonging to Kakashi, and had not anticipated running into these two young girls. Obito had already begun to suspect their identities. The pink-haired girl was most likely Haruno Sakura, while the blonde girl belonged to the Yamanaka clan, named Yamanaka Ino. They had once been friends in their childhood, but had developed a rift upon entering the ninja academy due to Sasuke. Sakura stared at Sasuke, her gaze becoming increasingly vacant. Sasuke frowned, feeling uncomfortable under her unyielding stare. Hey, what are you looking at? Obito swiftly released his hand from Yamanaka Ino's head, reacting faster than Sasuke. As Ino approached, he raised his hand just in time to shield her, preventing a collision and bringing her to a halt. Big brother, I'm sorry. Thank you. Ino glanced at Obito, her cheeks slightly flushed. As a girl, she felt embarrassed for being so careless as to nearly collide with someone. However, seeing Sakura's state lifted Ino's spirits considerably. While she had merely almost bumped into someone, Sakura had indeed collided and fallen. Sakura, Ino hesitated for a moment before reaching out to help her up. Sakura remained in a daze, fixated on Sasuke. Next time, try not to be so reckless. Sasuke, let us go. Obito patted Sasuke's shoulder. Yes, brother. After a while, Sasuke could not help but ask, brother, is that pink-haired girl a bit simple-minded? She's both clumsy and reckless. Obito chuckled softly. Perhaps. She is indeed the beast you speak of. You're mocking me, brother. No, not at all. Obito looked ahead and remarked, the dumpling shop is almost here. Let us hurry. We should buy more today to bring back for Izumi and mother as well. All right. Sasuke promptly forgot about the earlier incident. At that moment, Sakura finally regained her senses. Those two people just now, are they from the Uchiha clan? She asked, observing their attire. They should be. Ino nodded, suddenly recalling something. Sakura, it might be best to keep some distance from the Uchihas for a while. Why? Sakura inquired, perplexed. I am uncertain. This is what my father conveyed to me. And I assure you, it is trustworthy. Very well. Sakura could not resist casting a glance back. Uchiha Madara entered the dumpling shop with Sasuke, who stood with his hands on his hips, issuing commands. This one, and this one. Apart from these few, I want everything else. 10 of each, please. Understood. It will be ready shortly. The rare significant customer brought a broad smile to the proprietor's face. Madara glanced back. Not far away, Kakashi sat on a bench, his gaze vacant. Evidently, the revelation of the true cause behind the death of Konoha's White Fang had profoundly shaken his spirit. Has he not yet realized? Madara's eyes fell upon the ground beneath Kakashi's feet, where a book lay, precisely what he had been searching for. Or perhaps Kakashi had already noticed it, and was merely seeking the owner of the misplaced book? Madara betrayed no sign of weakness and swiftly turned his attention back to Sasuke. In truth, even if Madara were to reveal some clues, Kakashi would harbor no suspicions. After all, Madara was not yet 8 years old. Regardless of how precocious children in this world might be, Kakashi would not believe that such feats were achievable by one so young. Upon noticing the book, Kakashi must have surmised that it bore similarities to the powers obtained by individuals like Mizuki, Hinata Light, and Yakushi Kabuto. Kakashi hesitated. The events surrounding Mizuki were still fresh in his memory, and he would never permit himself to become like him. He was also aware of the matters concerning Hinata Light, Moonlight Gale, Yakushi Kabuto, and Asuma, who appeared relatively normal. However, I now grasp why individuals like Yakushi Kabuto and Hinata Light would accept such power. When their hearts brimmed with boundless rage and resentment, only this could aid them. Just as now, only such power could assist me. Kakashi sighed ruefully, lowering his head to retrieve the book. Two characters caught his eye, while simultaneously. The title of the book, Wind and Moon, surfaced in Madara's mind. Kakashi furrowed his brow and opened the pages. Madara's expression grew somewhat peculiar. The contents of the book were indeed unexpected. The cost was not insignificant, yet neither was it trivial. Exhaustion was inevitable, but the rewards were correspondingly substantial. A measure of effort yields a measure of return. Provided Kakashi could transcend his limits, his power would be unparalleled. Overcoming Hiruzen Sarutobi would no longer remain an unattainable dream. Even in the face of protracted battles, Kakashi possessed commendable strength, a wealth of tactical experience, and the ability to deftly wield his reanimation eye. However, his shortcoming lay in the scarcity of chakra. Even compared to a seasoned warrior like Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi's chakra reserves appeared woefully inadequate. Madara gently shook his head. Kakashi's issues were resolved. Next, I must venture to the quantum prison of the Umbu for further investigation. Hiruzen Sarutobi has faced enough tribulations. He has borne more than his share. Yet, the Akatsuki organization still requires continued restraint. Yamamoto winced. Sasuke lifted his head. Brother, I have made my choice. Do you require anything else? No, it is settled. Let us return. All right. 2 individuals, 3 energy pouches. Uchiha Madara possesses 2, while Sasuke holds 1. They first entrust 1 energy pill to Uchiha Izumi before returning home with the remaining ones. As night descends, Uchiha Madara quietly slips out of the room and makes his way to the location of the quantum prison. Meanwhile, in the nearby lodging town of Konoha, another figure emerges on Kazimizu Street, Kakashi Hatake. The quantum prison, clandestine and not publicly acknowledged by Konoha, harbors figures of utmost significance or those whose secrets must remain hidden. Access is exclusively granted to members of the Umbu, leaving even other ninja clans oblivious to its existence. The public prison of Konoha, situated elsewhere outside the village, confines those who have been tried but lack formidable strength. Transformation technique. Uchiha Madara claps his hands together, instantly morphing into the likeness of Hinata Hayashi, a member of the Umbu. Although Asuma has severed ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned rogue, Hinata's true identity remains undisclosed. Moreover, no one is aware that Hinata has been eradicated by Uchiha Madara. Almost there, Uchiha Madara gazes ahead, sensing the dark energy enveloping the vicinity, denser than that of the medical department. Within the quantum prison, one can be certain that numerous heinous criminals are concealed. Yet there may also be innocents among them. The incident involving the Tsukikage clan lingers vividly in Uchiha Madara's memory. At this very moment, Tsukikage Kazimizu is imprisoned within the quantum prison. Upon entry, a surge of dark energy from above the quantum prison rushes toward Uchiha Madara's left eye, flowing like a torrential river. A sharp pain strikes Uchiha Madara's head. Hinata? An Umbu member recognizes Uchiha Madara and approaches him. What brings you here? Where have you been these days? Uchiha Madara regards the newcomer, who is also a follower of the Abyssal Eye and was once under Asuma's command. Though that is clearly no longer the case. I merely returned home for a brief visit. The individual steps closer, lowering their voice. Do not contact Asuma. The Hokage harbors a deep-seated disdain for him. We must align ourselves with the Hokage. Otherwise, we may not even know how we met our end. You haven't encountered Asuma recently, have you? Uchiha Madara shakes his head. No, that's good. The individual nods. Should you come across any news regarding Asuma, be sure to report it to the Hokage immediately. It could be an excellent opportunity for merit. Thank you, I will. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. Observing the individual depart, Uchiha Madara retracts his gaze. The shadows enveloping the quantum prison have nearly dissipated, most of it absorbed by Uchiha Madara, more than that of the medical department. It suffices for the corruption of Yamanaka foe. As Uchiha Madara strides outward, a sudden faint sound captures his attention. He focuses his thoughts and looks toward the source. A brightly lit cell reveals a figure bound to a pillar, Tsukikage Kazimizu. The current state of Moonlight Gale is dire, his body marred with wounds and in a pitiful condition. An Umbu ninja is mercilessly whipping him. At that moment, a figure strides in. Stop. It is a middle-aged man. Moonlight Gale, the middle-aged ninja declares, the Hokage has thoroughly investigated the matter. It was Asuma's fault, not yours. Thus, the Hokage has acted decisively against kin. Asuma is now branded a rogue ninja. The Hokage is prepared to release you. If you capture Asuma, he will be handed over to you, allowing you to deal with him as you see fit. A glimmer of hope ignites in Moonlight Gale's eyes. Is that true? Absolutely. The middle-aged ninja assures. If you doubt my words, you may venture outside and see for yourself. The entire village knows of Asuma's wanted status. I would not deceive you. Bring forth the keys and release him. Another Umbu ninja steps forward and unshackles Moonlight Gale. He finds it hard to believe that he has regained his freedom so easily. Asuma. A flicker of resentment flashes in his eyes. Immediately, he dashes out of the cell and steps into the darkness. Uchiha Obito retracts his gaze and departs swiftly. Has Sarutobi Hiruzen reached such a state of desperation? Even the power of Moonlight Gale is now deemed necessary. This suggests that Sarutobi's grip on the village is no longer as firm. The Land of Fire is vast, and its ninja populace is numerous. The Fourth Great Ninja War attests to this fact, with the Allied forces summoning nearly 80,000 ninja. The Sand and Mist regions can provide only a limited number of shinobi. Hence, the Leaf likely boasts close to 20,000 ninja, not counting those who remained in the village during the turmoil. Obito's previous actions have seemingly caused considerable disturbance in the village. The cannibalistic incident, the invisible shadow incident, the Moonlight Gale incident, the mummy incident, and the Death Flower incident. These events have far-reaching effects, yet involved only a few hundred sand ninja, with most casualties being Nin and Genin. Ninjas in the Leaf can be broadly categorized into 4 groups: Clan Ninja, Ordinary Ninja, Umbu Ninja, and Root Ninja. Logically, Sarutobi Hiruzen should not be lacking in manpower. The loss of a few hundred ninja would not fundamentally impact him, nor would it justify releasing the unstable Moonlight Gale. His actions suggest that he wields even less power than before. Dissatisfaction towards Sarutobi Hiruzen has already begun to surface, indicating that he has lost absolute control over the village. The Uchiha clan has become a group that can be eradicated at will. As long as my plan in the mountain succeeds, no matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo conspire against the Uchiha, they will not prevail. The winds of change are beginning to sweep through the Land of Fire. Obito gazes up at the sky. As for whether Moonlight Gale will implicate Asuma and grant Sarutobi Hiruzen a respite, Obito is unconcerned. For Moonlight Gale is no match for Asuma, whose strength surpasses that of Moonlight Gale. Moreover, the roles that these two individuals can currently play are exceedingly limited. Uchiha Madara is more eager for the contributions of 2 others, Kakashi and Yamanaka Ino. Furthermore, one of the tactics often employed by politicians is the propagation of rumors. Whispers concerning the Hokage have quietly spread throughout the Hengju Star Region, ignited by the topic of the Death Flower, a fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot refute, and one that sufficiently stirs the indignation of the common folk. It is a desecration of love. Even in this world, the notion of love remains beautiful in the hearts of the people. Yet now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has trampled upon that love. The Hokage's reputation has taken a severe blow. Many did not anticipate that the esteemed Hokage could be such a person. I once believed him to be infallible, the very light of Konoha. However, Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru are pitiful victims, for the Hokage has forcibly separated them due to his interest in Nara Shikamaru. Such tyranny is unbecoming of one so aged. Why engage in such behavior at this stage of life? I now question whether Asuma opposed the Hokage for this very reason. It is entirely plausible. Who could accept that their stepmother is a woman younger than themselves? Thus, the true essence of the Hokage remains an enigma to us. Various rumors, under the covert influence of certain individuals, have sparked a small-scale discourse, particularly among the young commoners who are brimming with romantic aspirations. The tale of Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru has doused them with a chilling reality. The image of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the public eye continues to decline. The once revered Hokage has seemingly vanished. These rumors have reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears, provoking his discontent, his countenance dark and brooding as if it could weep. Who is responsible for spreading these tales? It remains unclear. The Umbu ninja shook his head, stating that the source of the rumors has eluded them. And while they are attempting to contain the situation, the results thus far have been unsatisfactory. A multitude has gathered at the former residence of the Hokage. The saga of Yamanaka Ino and Nara Shikamaru has been transformed into a poignant love legend, drawing many to pay their respects, leaving behind countless flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples forcefully and gestured for them to leave. I understand, you may go. Yes, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window, able to see the direction of his old home. Have I truly erred? No. I have merely engaged in the most ordinary of pursuits, marrying and bearing children, a path trodden by countless others, with examples of age-disparate couples within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen has witnessed many such instances. Additionally, I have remained relatively discreet. I am the Hokage, yet I am merely human. Why must I be held to the standards of a saint? Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored profound dissatisfaction with the rumors, believing that the expectations placed upon him were excessively stringent. Yet he overlooked the fact that his previously cultivated image had been overly flawless. The strongest Hokage in history. A learned scholar of the ninja world, Chapter 28, The Death Flower. A flawless guardian of the cosmos, who sacrificed even his own son to protect the peace of the Interstellar Alliance, perishing heroically during a galactic mission. The tragedy of Asuma has been artfully manipulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen for the sake of the Alliance's righteousness. The so-called greater good transcends familial ties. This public persona has been meticulously crafted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, this image is now beginning to crumble. The ensuing backlash could prove catastrophic. Although most members of the Alliance remain enraptured by Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige, those touched by the poignant love story of Yamashita Akira and Nara Rin have started to challenge this authority. The more they are moved by the heartbreaking tale of Yamashita Akira and Nara Rin, the stronger their aversion to Sarutobi Hiruzen becomes. Uchiha Itachi had long foreseen this outcome. For among all emotions, none resonates more powerfully than love. A pair of lovers, striving for true affection, are unable to share their lives together due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's interference. Subsequently, they choose to embrace death together, transforming into vibrant blossoms that seem to convey an unspoken message. The more brilliant these flowers are, the more touching their love story becomes. Even though these blossoms draw upon the life force of many Umbu operatives, none will remember them. In the eyes of the public, these flowers embody Yamashita Akira and Nara Rin. Tales such as Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, the tale of the peacock flying southeast, and the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl all reveal the profound power of love. Yet, who still remembers the rulers of those times? Few will recall. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickers uncertainly. There must be someone stoking the flames from behind the scenes. Otherwise, the rumors would not have spread to such an extent. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledges that he has not handled this matter appropriately. Nevertheless, he does not believe he has erred. The territory he has established must be inherited by his descendants. The Interstellar Alliance belongs to him, and he will not allow outsiders to meddle. Having lost Asuma and Konohamaru, what options remain? The only course left is to bear an heir. He reflects on his previous impatience. Perhaps if he had acted more slowly, matters would not have unfolded this way. Sarutobi Hiruzen regrets not the act itself, but rather the haste with which it was executed. Furthermore, Nara Shikaku failed in his intelligence duties, leading to the exposure of Yamashita Akira and Nara Rin. Yet, more significantly, there are those flowers. Without them, how many would remember the names of Yamashita Akira and Nara Rin? The shadowy figure behind this plot has bestowed power upon Yamashita Akira. Who is this individual? Sarutobi Hiruzen has identified the instigator of this turmoil. Nara Shikaku, the manipulator behind the scenes, is also the one fanning the flames of rumor. He seeks to tarnish my reputation and stands to gain the most from it. He does not wish to see my descendants become guardians of the stars. Therefore, he must be among the candidates likely to inherit the position of guardian. Danzo or Tsunade. Danzo has a high probability of becoming the next interstellar guardian, with experience second only to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should he fall from power, Danzo might very well take his place. As for Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot help but question whether she harbors discontent over the disappearance of the Senju clan. Even though she has been absent from the Interstellar Alliance for quite some time. Could it be someone else? Sarutobi Hiruzen does not suspect the Uchiha clan, as they have already been eliminated from his plans. As Kakashi completes his mission, Danzo prepares himself, and the Uchiha clan is destined to cease to exist. This is an undeniable truth. More importantly at this moment is to quell the rumors. An Umbu agent enters. Destroy them. As commanded, night falls. A dozen Umbu agents arrive at the site of the death flower, carrying fuel, and pour it over the flowers, vines, and the ground, saturating the entire area. Fire release technique. A blaze ignites instantaneously, spreading along the fuel and transforming the entire vicinity of the death flower into a sea of flames, continuing to burn fiercely. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoes. Some individuals emerge, gazing towards the flickering flames, which leave an indelible mark in their minds. A wave of anger surges forth. Sarutobi Hiruzen. The death flower is reduced to ashes. However, the fond remembrance of Yamanaka Akira and Nara Rin among the people only intensifies. In fact, it grows even stronger. for the tale of destruction is far more memorable. More individuals come to pay their respects to Yamanaka Akira and Nara-rin. Raindrops fall from the sky. Countless tears are shed. Sarutobi Hiruzen stands by the window, observing the dense crowd outside, his expression somber. The number of visitors during the fall of Lake Biwa was nowhere near this. The Umbu agents remain silent. Let it be. As time passes, they will gradually forget. The area will be leveled to make way for a conference hall or some such structure. Let it be. Sarutobi Hiruzen understands that these flowers must be eradicated. If not, the influence of the rumors will continue to spread, and while destruction may provoke a stronger reaction in the short term, as long as no one keeps the momentum going, they will eventually be forgotten. As a guardian of the stars, Sarutobi Hiruzen regains his composure and considers thoroughly. There is another matter to address. Where is Kakashi? It has been several days since he last saw Kakashi. Where could he have gone? The Umbu agent shakes his head, stating, I am unsure. I have not seen Kakashi-senpai these past few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrows his brow. Find Kakashi. No matter where he is, he must be brought back. Understood. Yet, Kakashi remains elusive. He is no longer within the Star Alliance, but resides in the outlying town of Tsukurumaki. One street of entertainment no longer suffices for Kakashi. 2 streets still fall short. In his quest for strength, Kakashi realizes he must become exceedingly powerful. Merely surpassing Sarutobi Hiruzen is insufficient. As there are too many Umbu agents surrounding him, Kakashi arrives and departs without leaving a trace. However, for the street of entertainment, Kakashi has left behind numerous legends. Indeed, he is among the few guests remembered by the street, an almost flawless patron. With striking features, even masked, Kakashi's extraordinary aura is palpable. His remarkable status, hailing from the Star Alliance, marks him as an elite jonin of the League. Chapter 29 Departed? Why? Immersed in reading. Exploring the unknown star realms is a distinctly different experience. Perhaps influenced by some extraordinary vision, the dark interstellar warrior whispered, we have dispatched a team to locate Elder Caesar, and we expect to pinpoint his location soon to bring him back to the Konoha star system. Very well, proceed, came the reply. As you command, Hokage-sama. A vague sense of unease stirred within Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. At such a critical juncture, why had Caesar departed from Konoha? Had he completed the mission entrusted to him? Or was he contemplating abandonment? Could he have been swayed by hostile forces? Was it the doing of the Uchiha clan? The Death Blossom incident had ignited Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury. Yet Caesar's aberration made him acutely aware that his grip on the situation seemed to be waning. The dynamics of the Konoha star system were subtly shifting. He would wait for Caesar's return before making any decisions. Uchiha Obito emerged within the territory of the Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka F, one of Danzo's trusted lieutenants, hailed from the Yamanaka clan and was exceptionally gifted. From a young age, he had been meticulously cultivated by Danzo as one of his most loyal subordinates, even preceding Inuzuka Kiba in allegiance. Once Danzo ascended to the pinnacle of power, the greatest beneficiaries would be the two of them. However, Inuzuka Kiba had now become part of the forbidden realm of the phosphorescent worm. Thus, the only remaining subordinate Danzo could rely upon was Yamanaka F. As dusk descended, Yamanaka F shed his specialized battle armor, donning ordinary ninja attire as he made his way toward the Yamanaka clan's base. He was already aware of Danzo's intent to strike against the Uchiha clan. This presented a splendid opportunity to achieve merit. Yamanaka F could not help but glance back toward the direction of the phosphorescent worm's forbidden territory. He felt a pang of regret for Inuzuka Kiba's fate, yet simultaneously, he harbored a sense of relief. Years of camaraderie had forged a bond unlike any other. Nevertheless, after Kiba's induction into the Root organization, he had gradually surpassed Yamanaka F in strength and Danzo's trust, inciting a seed of jealousy within him. Kiba, what a pity, but I shall carry forth your legacy and strive for greatness. I aspire to become the most formidable presence under Lord Danzo's command. The flames of battle ignited in Yamanaka F's eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Obito made his move. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Intricate patterns manifested within Obito's gaze. Shadow manipulation. In an instant, a torrent of shadow energy surged forth from Obito's eye, engulfing Yamanaka F and coursing into his being. The excruciating pain compelled Yamanaka F to instinctively struggle. However, he could not discern Obito's presence. With a thud, Yamanaka F collapsed, his body convulsing. More shadow energy invaded him. Gradually, Yamanaka F began to transform. Bit by bit, a darkness emerged in his eyes. At last, the shadow energy from Obito's gaze completely dissipated, all of it intertwining with Yamanaka F, altering his emotions and thoughts. It is complete. Uchiha Obito withdrew his gaze, flickering away. Moments later, Yamanaka F rose from the ground, as if reborn. Previously, he had appeared no different from an ordinary ninja clad in standard attire, but now he exuded a chilling aura, akin to a venomous serpent that had just emerged from its lair. The current situation in the mountains is merely a shadow tainted by darkness, lacking the strength to be deemed true believers. However, it suffices to pose challenges for Danzo. Chapter 129. Danzo is thoroughly prepared. This time, he intends to eradicate the Uchiha clan once and for all. The power of those eyes is astonishing. It is inconceivable that Uchiha Shursui possesses such strength. If that power were in my grasp, the possibilities would be endless. Alas, Uchiha Shursui has gone missing. Danzo laments his failure to act when he last encountered Shursui. For had he seized that opportunity, possessing Shursui's eyes would have enabled him to achieve much more. The ability to directly influence the thoughts of others harbors infinite potential. Yet, the Uchiha clan must not exist. Such eyes must be under my control. 2 members of the root organization entered. Danzo-sama, what is the situation regarding Kaiza? Danzo felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Kaiza. The task was straightforward, requiring only completion, yet there has been no response to date. Had Sarutobi Hiruzen granted him sufficient authority, Danzo was confident he could resolve the matter swiftly. They were merely a few ninja clans after all. The current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of the past. The Umbu and Root factions now wield more than half the village's strength. Furthermore, the Sarutobi clan, along with Inuzuka, Nara, and the Shimura clan, controls significant resources within the village. Additionally, there are the elders Mito Gate In and Uchiha Koharu. The influence of those ninja clans has waned considerably. It seems Kaiza-senpai has left Konoha. Left? Why? Uncertain, but the Hokage has dispatched someone to search for him. He will return soon. Danzo furrowed his brow. Could we not replace him with another? There are others in Umbu besides Kaiza. The Hokage wishes us to wait. Danzo gazed toward the Hokage building and stated, I shall meet with Hiruzen. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. You will oversee things here and act according to my plan. Understood, Danzo-sama. Danzo exited, heading towards the Hokage building. At that moment, Yamanaka F raised his head. Danzo-sama, the root organization should not be governed solely by your decree. I have devoted nearly my entire life here, and thus, I deserve a stake in root. A dark glimmer appeared in Yamanaka F's eyes, an unexpected turn for Danzo. Confident in his methods of control, Danzo had consistently undermined the spirits of his subordinates, stimulating their inner fears to transform them into mere instruments of obedience. Kabuto and Sai had undergone similar processes. Kabuto had personally slain his master and adoptive mother, Yakushinon. Meanwhile, Sai had nearly taken the life of his own brother. Danzo never imagined that his subordinates would betray him or engage in clandestine schemes. Yet, Yamanaka F had done just that. The most profound wounds often come not from enemies, but from friends, for friends know him well, and he remains defenseless against them. Yamanaka F is not Danzo's friend, yet he serves as a capable aid. And few in the world understand Danzo better than he does. Thus, Danzo's overconfidence in his methods left him unguarded against Yamanaka F. Consequently, when Yamanaka F began to act, he encountered little resistance. Half of the root fell directly under the control of Mountain Wind. Chapter 30. Inner Betrayal Amidst the Interstellar Haze. Mountain Wind discerned who bore discontent towards Danzo and recognized those clandestinely conspiring to challenge his authority. Consequently, Mountain Wind summoned these dissenters. Seizing control of half of the underground bases and transferring nearly 80% of the energy to his clandestine stronghold. On the surface, Root appeared unaffected. However, a transformation had quietly begun. It resembled a general in an interstellar empire declaring independence. Though the territory remained within imperial boundaries, it no longer obeyed the emperor's commands. Mountain Wind's actions epitomized this shift. He evolved from a mere subordinate into a leader wielding autonomous power. The inner betrayal proved to be far more destructive. Yet, Danzo remained blissfully unaware of it all. At this moment, Danzo was situated in the Hokage Command Center. Hiruzen, what is the situation on your end? Kakashi is about to return. Must we wait for him? Is there truly no alternative? Danzo furrowed his brow. The crisis concerning the Uchiha is imminent, with Shursui Uchiha missing. He is likely plotting against us in the shadows. You are well aware of the power of his eyes. Should our thoughts be manipulated by Shursui, it would spell catastrophic ruin for the entire Leaf Village. Mentioning Shursui Uchiha made Hiruzen Sarutobi appear rather uncomfortable. Shursui's disappearance was largely due to his earlier conversation with Asuma, during which he had revealed his intent to use Shursui, thereby undermining the will of fire. Otherwise, Hiruzen firmly believed that Shursui would still be present. Shursui is not in the Leaf. I have dispatched Umbu to investigate and even searched the Uchiha compound, but no trace of him has been found. It is highly probable that he has departed from the Leaf, Hiruzen stated. Compared to my situation, Danzo, your position is far more critical. Are you prepared? I am fully ready, Danzo replied. Once the operation commences, no one at the Uchiha compound will escape. In a single night, all Uchiha will vanish from this world. Such terrifying eyes should not exist in this universe, especially in the hands of that inherently malevolent, tainted clan. An Umbu member entered. Lord Hokage, Kakashi-senpai has returned. Returned? Bring him to me at once. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi entered. The dark circles under his eyes were starkly evident, yet due to his mask, only one eye was visible to others. Danzo's expression was grim, and Hiruzen's countenance mirrored his gravity. Kakashi, I expect a reasonable explanation from you. Why did you fail to complete the task I entrusted to you, leaving the Leaf and venturing into the red light district, and not just once? What were you thinking? Kakashi raised his gaze towards Hiruzen and Danzo, the very architects of his father's demise. Though he longed to retaliate, he recognized the overwhelming risk of failure at this juncture. Humph, Hiruzen scoffed. I find myself disinclined to address these matters at present. I shall settle them with you at a later time. For now, you must immediately contact the ninja clans and inform them that our operation is about to commence. Kakashi shook his head. Lord Hokage, I must refuse. Refuse? Why? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Kakashi had never defied Sarutobi's orders before. This was the first time, perhaps the second. The first being when Kakashi departed from Konoha to venture into the Wind and Moon District. Kakashi, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Lord Hokage, I am fully aware. Kakashi asserted. I said, I refuse. Tuanzang's expression darkened, an ominous aura enveloping him. Kakashi, you must recognize your position. You are merely a Nin, and you are obliged to obey the Hokage's commands, with no right to dissent. Now, immediately, go forth and act. Or do you wish to become a rogue ninja? Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Tuanzang. I harbor no intention of becoming a rogue ninja. Yet I believe the Hokage's orders to be unreasonable and extraordinary. I suspect that the Hokage has been swayed by someone, leading to this decision. Kakashi, Sarutobi's voice rose. Are you serious? Indeed, Kakashi nodded. Lord Hokage, I am quite serious. I have already informed the Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, Kuruma, and the Uchiha clan. The Hokage, under the influence of someone, is preparing to encircle the Uchiha, yet the notion that the Uchiha seek reform is false, thus no ninja clan will respond to this operation. Even the Uchiha have spoken? Sarutobi's countenance turned exceedingly grim. He did not mind relaying this to the other clans, as the higher echelons of Konoha were already pushing for action against the Uchiha. In the past, the Uchiha were indeed easily manipulated, having poor relations with the villagers of Konoha and lacking any amicable ninja clans. Consequently, in the original narrative, the Uchiha were left to face their extermination. The rationale for the Uchiha's reform was merely a catalyst. Even if Kakashi informed the leaders of the Hyuga and Aburame clans, it would not significantly alter the situation, for they were inconsequential in this affair. The decisive factors remained the Umbu and Root. However, Kakashi's disclosure to the Uchiha changed the dynamics entirely. The Umbu and Root found it relatively simple to target an unprepared Uchiha, yet should the Uchiha be forewarned, the difficulty would escalate dramatically. After all, they are the Uchiha. Kakashi, do you understand what you are doing? This is treachery. You are betraying me, the Hokage, and the entire village of Konoha. Your actions are akin to those of a rogue ninja. Kakashi was indeed cognizant of his actions. He undertook this course to avenge his father. Yet he realized that even wielding the power of the wind and moon, he alone could not confront Sarutobi and Tuanzang. What, then, was to be done? Naturally, he would seek the aid of a third party. In the Uchiha district of the Interstellar Alliance, the conflict between the Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tuanzang had reached an irreconcilable state. Both Sarutobi and Tuanzong conspired to obliterate the existence of the Uchiha, rendering coexistence as impossible as fire and ice. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Even though Kakashi realizes that the Uchiha clan was involved in the Konoha White Fang incident, he understands that they merely played a supporting role. The true masterminds are certainly not the Uchiha, for they have never been afforded the opportunity to ascend as interstellar leaders. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo have consistently imposed restrictions on the Uchiha clan. A family such as theirs would have no reason to target the Konoha White Fang. Thus, it must have been a matter of desperation. By allying with the Uchiha, only after the downfall of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo from the upper echelons of Konoha would Kakashi find the chance to avenge his father by eliminating them. Kakashi. Suddenly, Danzo launched an attack, appearing before Kakashi in an instant. He reached out vigorously, but Kakashi had already sensed the threat. With a resounding impact, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. It was merely a shadow clone. Danzo, I have made my decision. You are the instigator. Danzo's expression darkened. Kakashi, I do not know your motives, but who do you think you are? Do you believe that your actions can alter the state of the village? Do you think you can change the fate that awaits the Uchiha? I assure you, it is impossible. Tonight, the Uchiha will undoubtedly vanish from Konoha. Mark my words. No one can change that. Danzo turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, his demeanor icy. Hiruzen, I can handle the Uchiha matter on my own. There is no need for you or the Umbu to intervene. My roots can manage this situation. However, Kakashi, I do not wish for him to live long. This is your responsibility. You shall resolve it. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat awkward. Then, Danzo, I entrust the Uchiha matter to you. With that, Danzo's figure vanished from the Hokage building, swiftly returning to the base of his roots. Meanwhile, Kakashi arrived at the Uchiha compound at supersonic speed. Fugaka-senpai, Kakashi recounted the events that had just transpired. Is it true that Danzo intends to act, even now? Yes. How could our Uchiha clan provoke such hatred? What have we done wrong? Who knows? Perhaps it is akin to my father's situation long ago. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. The Konoha White Fang was feared for his unrivaled prowess, while the Uchiha were seen as a threat due to Shursue's appearance, the wielder of the powerful Manjiki Sharingan, which instilled deep fear in Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. However, Fugaku was unaware of Shursue's Manjiki. The Umbu and the ninja clans will not act, will they? The ninja clans are unlikely to intervene. They have always been reluctant to get involved. With this pretext, they are even less likely to participate. As for the Umbu, I can only control a small faction, but among the J-Nin, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, and a few allies of mine will not come. Fugaka nodded. So, tonight we may have to face the entirety of Danzo's roots and most of the Umbu. Indeed. Fugaka looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, are you certain you wish to stand with the Uchiha, given your circumstances? Feigning ignorance regarding the death of the Konoha White Fang could lead to a brighter future for you. I cannot pretend to be unaware, Kakashi replied. No bright future can outweigh the life and truth of my father. Then let us fight together. Agreed. Uchiha Fugaku has prepared everyone for battle, except for Uchiha Itachi, who is conspicuously absent from both the Uchiha clan and Konohagakure. Uchiha Fugaku has devised a secondary plan, selecting a portion of the younger Uchiha generation to be sent away from the village. After extensive preparations, and with Kakashi's assistance, the plan is progressing smoothly. At this moment, Uchiha Banju and a dozen Uchiha members have arrived outside the village, led by 2 adult ninjas, embodying the hope of the Uchiha clan. Upon receiving news from Kakashi, an ominous premonition arose within Uchiha Fugaku. Initially, he believed that the village merely intended to suppress the Uchiha, rendering them weaker than the Hyuga clan. However, the phrase "kill all the insurgents" made him realize that the higher-ups in Konohagakure might be far more ruthless than he had imagined. It was not merely a matter of suppression. To eliminate all insurgents before a coup raises the question, how can one discern who the insurgents are? It is utterly impossible to judge. What then must be done? Better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than to let one escape. This was Uchiha Fugaku's deduction upon learning Kakashi's news. To eradicate all members of the Uchiha clan seems the only explanation for why the higher-ups would act before the coup to eliminate all insurgents. The more he contemplates, the deeper his resentment toward Uchiha Shursui becomes. The malevolence of enemies is expected and can be countered, but the betrayal of kin is far more painful. 2 high-speed shuttles raced through the interstellar pathways. On one shuttle, a 3-tomo Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha Banju, along with Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi, and 6 Uchiha children, totaling 7 aboard this vessel and 14 across both. Apart from the 2 3-tomo jonin, the rest had been rendered unconscious by drugs. Uchiha Fugaku was reluctant for these children to be engulfed in panic, even wishing to shield them from the grim reality. Should the Uchiha survive the events of this night? Uchiha Banju stands as the sole exception. It seems someone is pursuing them. Uchiha Banju peered outside. Lord Banju, please return inside the shuttle. It is perilous out there. Uchiha Aki urged. The 2 jonin, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Fuyu, are trusted confidants of Uchiha Fugaku, exhibiting unwavering loyalty. They are rare twins within the Uchiha clan. Both having awakened their 3-tomo, their combined prowess surpassing that of ordinary Uchiha jonin. Chapter 32, An unexpected turn of events at the edge of the stars. The Uchiha clan faces a critical juncture of life and death. Tonight, their fate shall be decided. Should the clan succumb to the village's might, these 14 individuals will become the final bastion of the Uchiha. Uchiha Banju has been chosen by Uchiha Fugaku as the leader of the next generation. Aki, do not underestimate me. I am not weak. Perhaps his father did not inform him, but a transformation is occurring in Uchiha Banju's eyes. His pupils shimmer with 3-tomo, resembling stars. Uchiha Aki's pupils constricted in surprise. While 3-tomo are not uncommon, he possesses them himself. The age of Banju is astonishing. To awaken 3-tomo at such a young age is nothing short of extraordinary. He reminisced about his youth, a time when he had yet to awaken even the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It is no wonder that Lord Fugaku chose Lord Itachi as the next clan leader. It was not solely due to their blood ties, but also because of that formidable talent. He may even surpass Shursui and Itachi by a considerable margin. Unfortunately, time is of the essence. Had there been sufficient time, the Uchiha clan would have boasted 4 formidable figures: Shursui, Itachi, Lord Fugaku, and Itachi, sufficient to compel the higher-ups of Konoha to retreat. Uchiha Itachi turned to Akira and said, "You go on ahead. I will deal with the pursuing enemies and will catch up with you shortly. There is no need for concern." "No, I shall go instead, Lord Itachi." "I will go." Itachi insisted firmly. "I am the future clan leader. You ought to obey my orders, do you not?" "However, there is no however. I never engage in actions without assurance." "Very well, Lord Itachi, please take care." With a nod, Itachi vanished into the night. The pursuing enemies were not weak. Their individual strength may have been lacking, but their numbers were overwhelming. If Uchiha Akira were to stand in their way, he might be able to halt them, but at the cost of his own life. Uchiha Itachi, however, was different. He alone could annihilate the enemy forces. Just a child. An Uchiha child. Kill. The pursuers, upon spotting Itachi, did not hesitate to launch their assault. At that moment, Itachi raised his head, intricate patterns appearing in his eyes. "What is that?" One pursuer's pupils contracted. "Eyes that will send you to hell. Since you have chosen to aid the oppressors, you shall accept this fate with equanimity." Uchiha Itachi made his move. Dozens of shurikens flew from his wrist in quick succession. Then, he appeared before one of the pursuers. With a swift motion, the kunai sliced through the adversary's throat. The pursuer attempted to resist, but was easily evaded by Itachi, who then materialized behind another pursuer. This time, the blade pierced the heart, thrusting in from the back. The disparity was stark. While the pursuers were numerous, most of them were merely CH Nin and Special J Nin, who could perhaps overpower Akira through sheer numbers. Yet, against Itachi, they were utterly ineffective. In an instant, 1/3 of the enemy had perished. Impressive. Let us all attack together. The remaining pursuers surged forward towards Itachi. Suddenly, the central figure of Itachi transformed into a cloud of white smoke. "It's a shadow clone jutsu. Where did he go?" At that moment, a fierce blaze erupted above the crowd. Fire style, great fireball technique. A high-level ninjutsu, its potency increased with the amount of chakra used. When deployed in a densely packed area, its impact was even greater. Boom. All the pursuers were sent flying. Uchiha Itachi began to harvest lives, one by one, as figures collapsed around him. In their eyes, it seemed as though they reflected those intricate patterned eyes, and until their last moments, they could not comprehend what they were. Danzo returned to the roots with a cold snort. "No more waiting. Today's operation will be executed solely by us in the roots. I do not believe that the Uchiha and Kakashi can turn the tide. Where is Yamato? Bring him here quickly." What happened? Danzo had faced setbacks with Kakashi and was in a foul mood. "Lord Danzo, Yamato may not come. Not coming. Why? Is he dead? Who did it? No. A root ninja shook his head. Yamato has betrayed us. What? Danzo shot to his feet. In the mountains, Kazekage had seized our sub-base, absconding with over 80% of our resources, and he has since restructured his organization, naming it the Wind Organization. Kazekage has declared independence. Danzo's expression darkened. Independence? Who does he think he is? All of this belongs to me. Without my influence, he possesses nothing. How dare he take my people and supplies? Does he seek his own demise? Does he truly believe the village will endorse his chaotic enterprise? The root ninjas remained silent, for Danzo understood the answer all too well. Kazekage's actions indicated he held confidence in his position. A wind organization, gathering so many ninjas, how many would be capable of eliminating Kazekage? As long as he does not reveal any vulnerabilities, it will be exceedingly difficult to extinguish him. As for the village's disapproval, that was a moot point. The root organization itself serves as a prime example. Established by Danzo, it is inherently an unsanctioned entity. Although widely acknowledged, it remains an illegal organization. If the root can exist, why not the wind? With half of the root members and the majority of resources at its disposal, the wind organization is, to a certain extent, no weaker than the root itself, perhaps even stronger than many ninja clans. Furthermore, Kazekage merely separated the wind organization from the root. He did not undermine the village, only diminishing Danzo's interests. Who else would come to his aid besides Danzo? Hiruzen Sarutobi? Unlikely. Hiruzen would welcome the dilution of Danzo's power. Now, Danzo faces not just one adversary, but the Uchiha clan as well, with unforeseen complications arising on Kakashi's front. The Umbu and other clans cannot act with full force. He can only depend on the root, trusting solely in his own. Yet, Danzo is engulfed in anger and frustration. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan was within reach, the plan nearly realized. However, Kazekage's betrayal has thwarted his ambitions. Can half of the root truly defeat the Uchiha? Especially when they are aware of their movements. Danzo's confidence has waned. Kazekage. He trembled with rage. Chapter 33. Who will hold the rear at this moment? Danzo likely experiences the profound shock that Uchiha Fugaku must have felt. Fugaku's investment in nurturing Itachi was considerable, yet Itachi betrayed the Uchiha clan, aligning himself with the opposition. Danzo had placed immense expectations on Kazekage, yet he too has betrayed Danzo, declaring his independence boldly and openly. However, in terms of repugnance, Itachi's betrayal far surpasses that. After his treachery, he shamelessly proclaimed it was for the sake of the village's justice, even going so far as to tarnish the Uchiha name. Lord Danzo, how should we respond now? Danzo's expression shifted unpredictably. What else could he do? He too yearned for an answer, longing to consult someone. The Uchiha clan is formidable. When prepared, their strength is amplified. With the powers of the Umbu and the root intact, the extermination of the Uchiha should pose no issue. Even if they exert their full efforts, it would make no difference. But now, both the Umbu and the root have crumbled. Could it be that the universe is warning us, admonishing us for being too harsh on the Uchiha? Danzo is acutely aware of the extremity of his actions. Yet he chooses to persist. If one does not act for oneself, the heavens will show no mercy. What fault lies in my actions? A flicker of fervor flashed in Danzo's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He understood that tonight's endeavor was destined to fail. The successive defeats of the Umbu and root had stripped them of the ability to eliminate the Uchiha clan. Tonight's plan was fated to fall through. I shall pay another visit to the Hokage building. Danzo appeared to age significantly in that moment. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Danzo, a momentary daze crossing his features. Danzo? Hiruzen, what is the situation with the Uchiha? Danzo shook his head. I did not go. Not go. Why? Yamashiro Takashi has betrayed us, severing ties with the root organization to establish the wind organization. The forces at root are incapable of delivering a lethal blow to the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. This could be the worst possible scenario. The news of the Uchiha extermination had leaked. Success would be fortuitous, but failure would have monumental repercussions. Neither dared to contemplate the consequences. The sky over Konoha had changed. Hiruzen recalled Kakashi, while Danzo thought of Yamashiro Takashi. These two individuals, upon whom they had placed great hopes and believed would not betray them, had both turned against them simultaneously. Hiruzen clenched his fists, sensing the loss of his grip on everything. Danzo gazed out the window. The moonlight was bright, casting a cold beauty upon the ground. Hiruzen seemed to envision that night. The flames roaring. Danzo recollected the question posed by Senju Tobarama. Who would remain behind? That was not a true retreat, but merely a test. Hiruzen, if I could return to the past, I would wish to be the one to voice that sentiment. Hiruzen snapped back to reality, suddenly breaking into a smile. Yet, time cannot flow backward, can it? Indeed, Danzo remarked. Starting tomorrow, the ninja clans may unite, and due to the influences of Kakashi and Yamashiro Takashi, the dynamics of the Umbu and Root will grow increasingly complex. However, since we were able to suppress them once, we can do so again. Hiruzen nodded. Precisely. Over the years, our negligence has afforded them opportunities. Thus, let us collaborate once more. They are far from being capable of opposing us. A delightful partnership. A delightful partnership. This village can only be governed by us. The two rose and shook hands. It is I, Uchiha Kaze. Upon hearing this name, Uchiha Aki immediately appeared. We are here. Uchiha Kaze hastened forward. The crisis facing the clan has been averted. The clan leader has instructed you both to return home. How is it resolved? An issue has arisen within the Root organization, rendering them incapable of striking against us Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow slightly, having anticipated this development. Ever since Yamashiro Takashi was tainted by darkness, his actions were bound to become unstable. Truly? Chapter 34, Hokage Building Absolutely. Uchiha Kaze produced a note, stating, "This is in Lord Fugaku's own handwriting. Lord Itachi can confirm it." Uchiha Aki took the note, examined it carefully, and then handed it to Itachi. Indeed, it is my father's writing. Only then did Uchiha Aki breathe a sigh of relief. Let us return now, first to the edge of the village, and we shall enter later in the evening, proposed Uchiha Madara. Indeed, Lord Madara. Last night, Madara's display of strength left Uchiha Aki no choice but to cease underestimating him. Despite his youth, Aki believed that Madara's prowess was certainly on par with his own. He regarded Madara as a peer, perhaps even a more remarkable one. The winds of the mountains, as the saying goes, are better felt than heard, and indeed, youth carries promise. Within a lounge, Uchiha Fugaku, Kakashi, and Yamashiro Kazekage convened. Kazekage offered a slight, cold smirk. There is no need for superfluous words. My actions are not to assist you, but rather to seize an opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku produced a small box, a token of goodwill. He set it upon the table, pushing it forward. Kazekage hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Everyone is well aware of the current situation in Konoha. The Wind Organization will inevitably face suppression from the Root Organization, just as we, the Uchiha, have. Thus, we must unite. I harbor no fear of the Root Organization. Kazekage shook his head. Fear is not the crux of the matter. It transcends mere fear. Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance at Kakashi. You are already aware of the tales surrounding Konoha's White Fang. You should comprehend that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not as impartial as he appears. Do you truly believe that he is unaware of the leverage you possess over Danzo? What can genuinely safeguard us is not such leverage, but our own strength. Kazekage's gaze flickered. What do you imply? A permanent alliance is unattainable. Therefore, let us first establish a temporary alliance to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo together. However, my aim is solely to deal with Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. If your focus is merely on Danzo, why then would I form an alliance with you? You must confront Danzo alone. Should Danzo fall, what then for the Uchiha? Should Kazekage conspire with Sarutobi? If Sarutobi can tolerate Danzo, he can surely tolerate Kazekage, yet he will never allow the Uchiha to thrive. Very well. Kazekage remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Even though the Wind Organization has gained independence, he still harbored suspicions towards Danzo. After all, the sealing of the tongue of malice prevented him from verifying whether there were spies from Danzo within the Wind Organization. This seal forbids any mention of Danzo's information and secrets. Thus, members of the Wind Organization could use this as an excuse to conceal certain matters. This poses a hidden danger for the Wind Organization. Nevertheless, Kazekage had devised a solution, though it required time. I can agree to collaborate with you. Excellent. May our cooperation be fruitful. To a successful partnership. As night fell, two carriages approached the Uchiha encampment. Aki, Winter, Izumi, and Sasuke, I shall handle this. The rest is up to you. Yes, Lord Madara. Uchiha Madara disembarked, shouldering Sasuke, and subsequently lifting Izumi into his arms. Their first stop was at the doorstep of the Uchiha Izumi's home. Aunt Kyo, Madara. Uchiha Kyo's eyes brightened as she hurried out to take Izumi. It is such a relief to see you all safe. Aunt Kyo, it is best that everyone is unharmed. Indeed, Madara, you are right. I shall escort Sasuke home first. Very well, take care on your journey. I will. Observing Uchiha Kyo as she cradled Izumi within the house, Banjian turned and made his way back home with Sasuke. Uchiha Makoto welcomed them at the entrance. Banjian, mother, we have returned safely. That is a relief, truly. Uchiha Makoto embraced Banjian tightly. It is good to have you back. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The previous night, Uchiha Makoto had prepared herself for the worst, believing that the encounter with Banjian and Sasuke might be their last. To her surprise, the opportunity to see them again filled her with a tumult of emotions, though her underlying anxiety remained unresolved. Although the crisis of the previous night had passed, the instigators of that turmoil still lingered. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were still present. Uchiha Banjian cast a fleeting glance at the Hokage building, his eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Upon returning to his room, Banjian closed his eyes and transitioned to Asuma's perspective. At that moment, Asuma was crouched in a corner, his demeanor alert. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, the Moonlight Gale. In an instant, the Moonlight Gale lunged at Asuma with a sharpened blade aimed directly at his vital points. Reacting swiftly, Asuma twisted his form, evading the lethal strike. Moonlight Gale, it is futile. You are no match for me. I have acknowledged my error regarding Yuzuki Yugao. But it was not I who caused her demise. It was you and Sarutobi Hiruzen. That trap was devised by Hiruzen, and that dagger was you who plunged into Yugao's abdomen. The Moonlight Gale offered no retort, retreating into the shadows as the truth resonated. Indeed, Asuma's strength surpassed that of the Moonlight Gale. A singular ambush afforded the Moonlight Gale but one opportunity. Even a moment's delay would allow Asuma to seize him. Asuma's expression turned grave. For the time being, neither had the upper hand. The Moonlight Gale could not eliminate Asuma, and Asuma found it equally challenging to capture the elusive figure. Uchiha Banjian contemplated employing the Shadow Apostle to sway the Moonlight Gale's focus towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet his influence could only be subtle, proving ineffective against the Moonlight Gale's fixation. As for the other heavenly deity, Banjian was unable to utilize it presently, as a period of respite was required following its last deployment. He then shifted his perspective to Aburame Shino. The phosphorescent worm's forbidden zone continued its slow progression, with Aburame Shino and his companions exerting minimal control. At the Hokage building, Uchiha Banjian resolved to leverage the phosphorescent worm's forbidden zone to further complicate matters for Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a mere thought, the words Hokage building materialized on Aburame Shino's parchment. In the next moment, the direction of the phosphorescent worm's forbidden zone shifted, veering toward the Hokage building, albeit slightly misaligned. I can influence them, yet I cannot exert absolute control. Nevertheless, I have achieved the desired effect. The sound of footsteps echoed. Knock, knock. Then came the rapping at the door. Who is it? It is I. Chapter 35. The King Without Bones' father. Please come to the laboratory. Very well. Uchiha Banjian pushed open the door and entered the technological research facility. Uchiha Fugaku had long been waiting there, an unmistakable excitement etched upon his face. It was truly ironic that the root organization's control system had collapsed. Danzo, who had always prided himself on his ability to manipulate everything, now faced an unexpected variable in the form of Yamankei's. The defection of Yamankei's had precipitated turmoil within the root organization, even robbing Danzo of the courage to confront the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was fully prepared for a comprehensive counteraction, even bracing for the potential sacrifice of the entire Uchiha clan for as long as they lived. The battle would not cease. However, the internal strife within the root organization rendered Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to make a move. The Uchiha clan emerged unscathed, much to Fugaku's surprise. In contrast to his father, Uchiha Izuna was not astonished, for the shift in Yamankei's was orchestrated by him. While he could not predict Yamankei's specific actions, he was certain it would cause Danzo considerable trouble. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Thus, father, it appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo will not be able to act against us in the near future? Indeed. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, stating, we have established a cooperative relationship with the Wind Organization. Their recent failure will likely sway the ninja clans to align more with us rather than support Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. Furthermore, there is Kakashi. Although Kakashi lacks real power, he has surprisingly played a significant role. Many J-nin have cultivated friendships with Kakashi. Therefore, barring any major unforeseen events, our conflict will transition into an overt struggle for resources, power, and prestige. They can no longer operate in the shadows. Uchiha Izuna proposed, regarding Yamankei's and Nara-rin. I believe father can capitalize on this, not just within Konoha, but even extending to the land of fire and beyond. Indeed, that is a point worth exploiting. Uchiha Izuna conceived another strategy. Since they aimed to undermine Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation, Asuma still seemed to hold potential value. The tale of Yamankei's and Nara-rin had been widely accepted. Another story could likely garner substantial belief. Why did Asuma sever ties with Sarutobi Hiruzen? This was a topic ripe for exploration. Sarutobi Hiruzen claimed Asuma was dissatisfied with not becoming the successor of Hokage. Frankly, this reasoning is rather flimsy, as many ninjas have failed to ascend to the role of Hokage. At this moment, if a narrative were to emerge, a poignant love story, the likelihood of public belief would dramatically increase. Thus, let this next tale be titled Asuma and Naraharu. Izuna, what are you pondering? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, noticing Izuna lost in thought. Nothing, Uchiha Izuna replied, regaining focus. Father, please continue. How was your situation last night? We encountered a group of assailants, though they were not particularly formidable. No one was injured, I trust? No, that is good. Uchiha Fugaku stated, in the forthcoming days, Itachi, it would be prudent for you to remain within the confines of the Uchiha base, for the higher echelons of Konoha have severed ties with us. I fear they may act out of desperation against you. Father, I shall exercise caution. After all, my prowess is formidable, Itachi replied. Indeed, the age of Uchiha Itachi served as a substantial guise, as few would suspect that someone of his years had already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, a feat even Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui had not accomplished. Little did Uchiha Fugaku know that Itachi had already unlocked the Manjiki Sharingan, which would have rendered him even more astonished. Upon returning to his chamber, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, his thoughts delving deep into the recesses of his consciousness. An electronic book gradually unfolded before him, titled The King Without Bones. The image of Asuma materialized on the screen. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Uchiha Itachi, and fragments of information surfaced, whispers of rumors, the connection between Asuma and Nara Shikamaru. With renewed determination, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, hoping that these revelations would influence Asuma to weave an impeccable narrative. At that moment, Asuma felt an unexpected surge of creativity, stories bubbling forth unbidden, igniting a spark within his eyes. The actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo swiftly took shape. The Uchiha clan's various enterprises faced repercussions, along with the security division. Sarutobi had orchestrated smear campaigns to tarnish the Uchiha's reputation. Yet, the Uchiha began to counteract. The tales of Yamashiro Aki and Nara-rin proliferated, diminishing the reverence for Sarutobi Hiruzen as more individuals began to believe in the narrative. This was easily verifiable. Many had witnessed the events unfold. Even the obliteration of the Flower of Death by Sarutobi could not erase the truth. An invisible struggle transpired between Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the Uchiha. While Sarutobi held the advantage in power, he found himself at a disadvantage in reputation. Danzo was preoccupied, focusing his efforts on countering Yamashiro Aki, leaving little room to attend to the Uchiha. Uchiha Itachi perched upon the training grounds wall, gazing towards the distant Hokage rock, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. Although the Uchiha's current circumstances were far from favorable, the fate of their clan's annihilation had been altered, filling Uchiha Itachi with profound solace. What are you contemplating, brother? Asked Sasuke, climbing up beside him. I am pondering the future, Itachi replied. The future? Where is the future? Sasuke inquired. We are the future, Itachi smiled. Sasuke, we shall become exceptionally powerful ninjas, safeguarding our family. Rest assured, I will not falter, Sasuke declared, thumping his chest. I may be second only to you in genius, but I will surpass you. Then let us await that day, Itachi replied, leaping down. Come down, Izumi has arrived. It is time for our training. All right. On the surface, Konoha appeared to have returned to tranquility, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged more violently than ever. The Uchiha Security Division continued to recruit members, incessantly recalling Uchiha clan members and integrating civilian ninjas into their ranks. However, the identity of Minister of Guards has not been relinquished by Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha clan must maintain a certain level of control over the guard department, subtly instilling a sense of aversion towards the higher echelons of Konoha among those who join the guard. This is due to their awareness that many of the distasteful policies are not formulated by the guard department, but are rather enforced by the upper echelons of Konoha. Chapter 36. Old Chien exclaimed in disbelief, "Incredible! These ceramics, spanning millennia, have remained so vibrant through the passage of time." Qin Feng speculated. "I surmise this is related to the unique geomagnetic environment of the ocean blue hole, where a layer of quantum hydrogen sulfide may be generated by anaerobic microorganisms." Old Chien nodded repeatedly. "Young Qin, your insights are exceptional. Nature has cleverly safeguarded this heritage." The two cautiously operated the robotic arms, extracting exquisite ceramic treasures from the deep sea and meticulously analyzing their technological mysteries. Professor Chien noted, "The crack pattern of this porcelain bowl is intricate, resembling the marks of a crab's claw. Its glaze is soft and must be a masterpiece from the interstellar goo kiln." Qin Feng remarked, "Behold my porcelain cup. With flowing red clouds on its blue glaze, a naturally formed quantum kiln transformation pattern, likely the product of the cosmic June kiln." Professor Chien exclaimed, "Wow! This extraordinary porcelain pillow, with its ultra-thin transparent material, is as white as congealed fat, undoubtedly a fine piece from the stellar Ding kiln." Qin Feng added, "Old Chien, look at this one, with a white base and blue glaze, radiating brilliance. It must be the Longquan Celadon from the temporal D kiln, akin to that goo kiln porcelain bowl, like interstellar twins." As they sorted and critiqued the ceramics retrieved from the depths, they exchanged insights and shared laughter, much to the astonishment of the audience in the live broadcast. Qin Feng had only known Professor Chien from the Social Sciences Academy for a mere 10 minutes. Yet Old Chien regarded him with newfound respect, frequently praising his knowledge, as if he had discovered a long-lost academic companion. Meanwhile, the surrounding team members were engulfed in confusion. Director Chun of the Cultural Tourism Bureau pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" A member of the Deep Blue Journey project team questioned, "What are they discussing? Why can't I comprehend?" Reba observed Qin Feng conversing effortlessly with Professor Chien and momentarily felt dull-witted. But upon witnessing the expressions of Director Chun and the others, she found solace in realizing that they all shared the same bewilderment. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement. "What is happening? How does Qin Feng know so much about these artifacts?" Professor Chien is an expert from the Social Sciences Academy. It's normal for him to provide well-founded assessments. But it's astonishing that Qin Feng can engage in such lively conversation with the professor. Does he also have expertise in ceramics? Oh no, he has been at it again. Does this mean that the boxes retrieved from the ocean blue hole may contain the technological essence of the 5 major kills of the Northern Song dynasty? Based on the quality of these artifacts alone, Fenggu is bound to make a fortune this time. Let us not forget, there is that exquisitely crafted wooden box on the seabed. It surely conceals even greater treasures. Above the usually tranquil ocean cave of the South China Sea, a bustling scene unfolded, with staff from 2 salvage ships continuously relaying descent commands. The small submarine, Deep Blue, carrying Qin Feng and Reba, also temporarily served as a transport vessel beneath the sea. After confirming, Chun Shanha addressed the 2 individuals engaged in the meticulous cleaning of the porcelain, saying, "Xiao Qin, Professor Chien, I have inquired with the National Deep Sea Salvage Bureau, and the timeline for further recovery remains uncertain. It could take a day or even a week. After all, we cannot ascertain how many treasure chests lie dormant at the bottom of the cave." Professor Chien nodded fervently. Such a large-scale collection of high-tech ceramics from the Song dynasty indeed warrants careful handling. He eagerly inquired of Qin Feng, "Xiao Qin, how do you intend to manage this batch of ceramics?" Qin Feng replied, "The rightful shares will be distributed. I will keep a few pieces that I favor, and the remainder will be sold." In this era, discovery equates to ownership, aside from the exorbitant interstellar taxes. There are no regulations mandating the surrender of treasures to the state for accolades. Otherwise, I would not have shown interest in the inscriptions on the stele from the outset. He had no intention of establishing a museum, yet he found several pieces of porcelain to be exceptionally beautiful. Qin Feng candidly expressed his thoughts, then turned to Reba, saying, "Later, you can choose a few pieces that you like." Reba joyfully responded, "Can I really pick? That's wonderful." Qin Feng pointed to a small porcelain bowl from the kiln and said, "This one looks splendid. I'll take it home for Xiao Ju as a food container." Reba playfully squeezed his waist and whispered, "No way, that's too ridiculous." She didn't want her boyfriend to worry about public opinion. How could one take precious porcelain, recently salvaged from the ancient interstellar Silk Road, and use it as a cat bowl? Qin Feng shrugged. Then forget it. I'll defer to your judgment. Instantly, Reba's heart blossomed with joy. Qin Feng had allowed her to select a few porcelain items to take home and had even heeded her advice. She felt like the most significant person in Qin Feng's life, happy, elated, and utterly content. However, Qin Feng continued, "No need for that one. The larger piece could serve as a litter box." Reba exclaimed, "I'm exhausted. Let it be destroyed, quickly." Old Qin chuckled from the side. "Do not be upset. Young lady, Xiao Qin is merely jesting." Viewers might assume that Qin Feng, known for his unconventional approach, could do anything. Yet, during their exchanges, Old Qin sensed that this young man understood the value of these ceramics and would not act recklessly. His previous remarks were merely to amuse his girlfriend. Qin Feng added, "The way your cheeks puff up, even the intelligent pufferfish of the deep sea would feel inferior." Reba retorted, "You just want to infuriate me." Regardless, Reba earnestly collaborated with Qin Feng to select two charming and petite pieces of porcelain. Chapter 37, Gradually Surfacing. Rest assured, Feng Ge's plans surpass your imagination. In another dimension, the production team of Interstellar Romance observed. Director Yin fixated on the virtual live-streaming screen featuring Qin Feng and Reba, his mouth agape in astonishment. Wide enough to accommodate 10 holographic communicators. Director Yin exclaimed, "Qin Feng has returned to Hengju Star Island and casually salvaged several boxes of interstellar treasures from the Song Dynasty?" He Jiong interjected, "He has already decoded the quantum information on the steel. Opportunity always favors the prepared." Director Yin inquired, "Teacher He, you are well versed in Alpha Star language, aren't you?" He Jiong affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct." Director Yin continued, "Why can't you decipher the text on that steel? Otherwise, our production team should embark on an interstellar treasure hunt together." Through the holographic screen, Director Yin was so envious he nearly wept. He did not envy Qin Feng for the amount of interstellar currency he could amass, but rather yearned for the transcendent experience of traversing time and space to unveil the secrets of ancient interstellar trade routes. Teacher, he spread his hands and remarked, "Director Yin, are you perhaps confusing the Alpha Star language with the ancient Persian star language?" Yin Min chuckled in response, "I was merely jesting. It seems Qin Feng is poised to make another appearance on Interstellar Central Television." Teacher, he laughed. "Last time it was the Interstellar International Channel. This time it might be Channel 13 News or Channel 1 Comprehensive." The photography robot interjected, "If Qin Feng were to appear on the Interstellar Military Channel, I would not be the least bit surprised." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the statement. In the Nanjing Interstellar Sea near the Yongle Dragon Cave, the spacecraft from the Interstellar Salvage Bureau was diligently retrieving 3 wooden boxes. Following the appraisal by Qin Feng and Elder Qian, they gradually unearthed exquisite relics from the various interstellar ceramic workshops of the Northern Song Dynasty, with the Longlon Celadon from Gu and Di Kills, as well as the rich offerings from Ding and Chai Kills, being particularly noteworthy. Elder Qian expressed his hopeful anticipation. "If we could also discover ceramics from the Ru, Jun, and Guan Kills, we would have a complete collection of the 5 renowned kills of the Song Dynasty." Qin Feng, half-jokingly, replied, "My luck has always been quite favorable. Let us examine the other boxes." Reba began counting on her fingers. Ru Kiln, Jun Kiln, Ding Kiln, Guan Kiln, Gu Kiln, Di Kiln, Chai Kiln. "Isn't that 7? She inquired softly. "So, are there 7 kills instead of just the 5 famed ones from the Song Dynasty?" Reba couldn't help but add, "Is it like how there are 5 in the 4 Heavenly Kings?" Qin Feng couldn't contain his laughter. Reba puffed out her cheeks, saying, "I don't quite understand. So please don't laugh at me." Qin Feng replied, "The ancients had their own sense of humor. The Di Kiln and Chai Kiln are not part of the 5 renowned kills. Yet, the Longlon Celadon from the Di Kiln is still an exceptionally fine ceramic of the Huaxia interstellar realm." Reba nodded repeatedly, attentively absorbing the knowledge as if she were a diligent student in class. It was yet another day of her boyfriend enthusiastically imparting knowledge to her. May I call this the ultimate live-stream blind box experience? Who agrees, who disagrees? I am going to write a book titled Rebirth, My Journey Through Interstellar Culture in a Dating Show. I will start writing now and post it on the Interstellar Feilu Chinese website. If I can't find any books to read, I want to be able to spend my points. Look, The salvage team is beginning to work on that special cargo box. The box appears exquisitely crafted. Whatever is inside must be even more precious than the ceramics. I suspect it's also ceramics, just housed in a more upscale box. With a creak, as the salvage bureau's cables continued to pull, the special box gradually emerged from the depths, gently settling onto the deck of the interstellar salvage ship. Reba exclaimed with anticipation. What could be inside the most extraordinary box? I'm so nervous. Qin Feng calmly replied. The ceramics we've found thus far are already quite valuable. Even if the last box is empty, it matters not. As the young couple approached the recently retrieved large box, suddenly, Reba seemed startled by something and quickly stepped back, seeking refuge in Qin Feng's embrace. What's the matter? Is this box going to bite? Qin Feng inquired. Reba transformed into an octopus, clinging to Qin Feng. Just as he finished speaking, Reba nervously exclaimed, An octopus? A tentacled monster? Qin Feng replied, You must not speak of yourself in such a manner. Reba shook her head. That is not what I meant. On the deck of the Star Traffic Department's salvage vessel, several crew members exchanged glances. The wooden crate that had been retrieved remained unopened. Before they could investigate, Reba had already leaped into Qin Feng's embrace. The two stood entwined on the deck, seemingly glued together, showcasing their affection. What has gotten into Reba? Why did she suddenly scream and jump up? Reba is an expert at clinging to her boyfriend like a koala. Could there be something unsavory inside the crate? Look at Fengji, he is unfazed. He has become immune to Reba's fright. These precious Song Dynasty ceramics combined may surpass 1 billion interstellar coins. 1 billion? Such a narrow perspective. The onlookers reveled in the excitement, perhaps due to their fondness for Qin Feng. Everyone hoped that this couple would uncover something remarkable. Qin Feng held Reba close as they approached the largest wooden crate that had been salvaged. Peering through a slight opening in the damaged crate, they indeed discovered an octopus whose tentacles extended outwards. At first glance, it was quite a startling sight, as if the box itself had sprouted limbs, sending rationality plummeting. However, in essence, it was merely a lost octopus. It turned out that Reba had been startled by this creature moments earlier. Qin Feng glanced at the octopus and, looking down at Reba in his arms, inquired, Is this it? Reba nodded. How could it fit into this crate? That defies logic. Qin Feng explained. Octopuses are remarkably intelligent and possess a high degree of flexibility. It likely sought refuge inside when faced with danger. Reba retorted, How clever can an octopus truly be? Qin Feng added, Let me share a tidbit. An octopus has 9 brains and is equipped with 500 million neurons, perhaps even more intelligent than you. Reba protested. How can you compare your girlfriend's intelligence to that of an octopus? It's infuriating. Qin Feng carefully extracted the octopus from the crack in the crate. Chapter 38. The Cosmic Special Storage Box. Professor Qian, an esteemed scholar from the Academy of Social Sciences and an interstellar archaeologist, scanned the surface of the special alloy box. This final cosmic special storage box prompted Professor Qian to analyze before opening. This box features a standard interstellar rectangular design and incorporates multidimensional spatial connection technology. Its material resembles interstellar rosewood, and the hinges and locking mechanisms are crafted from corrosion-resistant platinum alloy, now oxidized to a verdant hue. The remainder employs an embedded structure, with exquisitely made handles on either side resembling energy interfaces. Regrettably, due to cosmic radiation, if preserved intact, the value of this cargo box would be measured in 7 figures. Professor Qian's words left everyone in deep contemplation. Reba whispered, Qin Feng, why is Professor Qian using interstellar terminology? Qin Feng looked at her and explained. That refers to the embedded structure, a term for an advanced craft. Reba admitted, I apologize, I am merely a technology novice. What? Is the cargo box that precious? The items inside must be worth an entire galaxy. A fine horse deserves a fine saddle. A good ship requires a proper hold. Precious cargo deserves an equally precious container. Alas, due to technological limitations, we are left to rely on interstellar means. It is a pity that this million-dollar box has succumbed to cosmic rays, evoking a sense of loss. At this moment, Professor Qian raised his head and remarked, Xiaoqin, I have both good news and bad news to share. Qin Feng responded. Please speak plainly, Professor Qian. I am all ears. Professor Qian continued, the box is locked, but the key hangs nearby. Qin Feng queried, is that the good news? To which Professor Qian replied, the lock has been obstructed by radiative dust. Qin Feng sighed. That sounds like the bad news. Professor Qian elaborated. The lock has grown brittle due to the radiation. It might break with the slightest tug. Before he could finish his sentence, Professor Qian gently removed the lock and smiled. I was quite accurate in my assumptions. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving Ren Ba and Qin Feng in awe of Professor Qian's ingenuity. What could have been resolved with a simple action had instead become a convoluted process. Professor Qian chuckled. Aren't you two broadcasting live? Have I misjudged the program's expectations? The couple could no longer contain their amusement. Qin Feng replied, Professor Qian, you certainly grasped the essence of entertainment. With everyone's eyes upon him in anticipation, Professor Qian stepped back, allowing Qin Feng the honor of opening the box. Qin Feng, not one to dally, promptly opened it with a decisive click. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. Instead of the anticipated treasures, they were met with layers of interstellar dust accumulated over time. Professor Qian exclaimed, There is something. I see the mouth of a porcelain vase. Qin Feng, intrigued, inquired, Another porcelain piece? He delicately brushed away the dust with a miniature cleaning brush. The system's expert analysis on ancient artifacts responded with vital information. Stunned, he was struck by the magnitude of the revelation. Amidst the interstellar dust, each item was of extraordinary value, surpassing the ordinary Song porcelain retrieved earlier. Among the treasures were a Song dynasty blue and white porcelain vase, a Ru kiln celadon teacup, a double-handled porcelain pot from the official kiln, and a 5-color glazed porcelain from the June kiln. Professor Qian, holding a microscope, trembled with excitement. Ren Ba, alarmed, asked, Professor Qian, are you unwell? Seeking assistance, she glanced at Qin Feng, only to find him equally frozen in disbelief. In that moment, Ren Ba's mind raced through various myths and legends. Could there be extraterrestrial beings hidden within this treasure chest? The only individuals present were staff from the National Interstellar Salvage Bureau and researchers from the Deep Blue Journey Project, all of whom lacked knowledge of ancient artifacts. They could only observe the extraordinary reactions of Qin Feng and Professor Qian. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. What is happening? If Qin Feng isn't speaking, it must be serious. Indeed, normally jovial Feng Gu has suddenly turned solemn. The porcelain in this box is exquisite. It must be worth a fortune. In comparison, the Song dynasty porcelain we retrieved earlier pales in significance. We struck gold. After a long pause, Professor Qian, still trembling, carefully put away the microscope and exclaimed with fervor, This is extraordinary. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Absolutely remarkable. Reba interjected, Please refrain from using coded language. Consider the feelings of the average person. Meanwhile, Director Chen Shanha of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau felt a whirlwind of emotions. Initially, he had invited Qin Feng and Reba to promote the Deep Blue Voyage project, expecting to complete the task in just half a day. However, the situation had drastically changed. An abundance of goods from ancient interstellar trade routes had surfaced, including numerous precious porcelain artifacts from the Song dynasty. There was no chance of returning anytime soon. Even the project team's small submersible, the Deep Blue, had been requisitioned as a makeshift transport vessel. What a predicament! Director Chen chuckled, teasing. I intended to promote a high-tech cultural tourism project, but instead, we stumbled upon a treasure trove of ancestral limited edition surprises. Chen Shanha approached quietly and asked, Qin Feng, Elder Qian, are you both all right? Reba suddenly remembered her desire for some sweet plums. Elder Qian remarked, If we have discovered Song dynasty blue and white porcelain, that would be extraordinary. To this day, we have yet to find a complete piece of Song blue and white porcelain. The few items in our collection are merely fragments. Reba, intrigued, inquired, Qin Feng, I often see blue and white porcelain on television. Qin Feng replied, The commonly known Tang and Yuan blue and white porcelain are prevalent, but no complete Song blue and white pieces have been preserved. However, that may have changed now. Reba listened intently, nodding enthusiastically. She adored such enlightening knowledge. Moreover, within the final grand treasure chest lay sky blue porcelain from the Song dynasty's Ru kiln, a craft and material that have nearly been lost to time. After some discourse, everyone grasped why Qin Feng and Elder Qian were so astounded. This was a rare treasure. It seems that Brother Feng and Elder Qian managed to remain remarkably composed, quite stable. Had it been an ordinary person, the deck would have been leaped upon. Goodness, is it truly that impressive? This trade along the ancient Silk Road. Chapter 39. This moment of relief on the command platform of the interstellar recovery ship. Qin Feng held the communicator high and declared, Every individual present today has played an indispensable role. Please submit your names to me. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all. With that, he passed the communicator to Reba beside him. Ah, this certainly amused Reba. She paused for a moment, then clasped her hands in salute, smiling. Well done, comrades. The crew on the deck erupted in laughter, as if the strain of a day filled with high-intensity labor had been alleviated in an instant. Qin Feng understood that he had merely followed interstellar clues to uncover this trove of treasures. However, without the opportunities provided by the Interstellar Cultural Tourism Bureau and the assistance of the Mongnan team from the Interstellar Salvage Bureau, even the discovery of such treasures would have been futile. Therefore, he etched every face into his memory. Reba keenly perceived these subtle nuances. She admired Qin Feng's seemingly casual demeanor, underpinned by a remarkably clear thought process. To Reba, this was the essence of Qin Feng's unique charm. Upon returning to the interstellar port, beams of red and blue light guided by security robots flickered. Holographic interview ships awaited, eager for Qin Feng's return with the treasures in tow. With the coordination of Professor Qian from the Academy of Social Sciences, Qin Feng decided to streamline the process. Since the Interstellar Museum has expressed an intention to acquire, he is able to evade the exorbitant interstellar taxes. This not only promises profit but also contributes to the nation's interstellar collection, while providing invaluable materials for studying the history of the ancient interstellar Silk Road. It is akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang touching the interstellar cables and striking it rich. Although the total number of recovered porcelain pieces is limited, each item is of the highest quality. Particularly, the exquisite pieces of Ru wherein sky blue and the Song Dynasty interstellar blue and white porcelain within that magnificent treasure chest are truly priceless. Despite their scarcity, their rarity is exceedingly high. Security robots paved the way, and all recovered items were temporarily stored at the Hainan Star Province Museum, safeguarded by security robots. The specific value is to be assessed by the Interstellar Museum. After Qin Feng and Reba completed the necessary procedures, they drove a miniature interstellar vehicle, preparing to return home. Throughout the process, Qin Feng's composure left a lasting impression on Director Chen of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and Professor Qian. Professor Qian, standing outside the car window, remarked, Xiao Han from the Interstellar Museum called. They will hold a negotiation meeting, ensuring that Xiao Qin will not be shortchanged. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. We shall discuss the price later, Professor Qian. Do you need me to drive you? Professor Qian shook his head. No need. The organization has a dedicated vehicle for transport. After all, this was a windfall, and Qin Feng did not wish to be overly concerned about it. As the engine roared to life, Director Chen Shanha hurriedly reminded, Xiao Qin, don't forget the promise you made to me. Reba, laughing, inquired, Uncle Chen, may I ask what promise did Qin Feng make to you? Chen Shanha replied, we provide complimentary interstellar travel experiences, and Qin Feng will compose a promotional song for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. He joked, I previously thought we were taking advantage of Xiao Qin. Since we have found treasure, asking for a song is hardly excessive. Ha ha. The couple waved goodbye to Chen Shanha and Professor Qian. Buzzing, Qin Feng drove the miniature interstellar vehicle back to their courtyard cottage. It turns out that Feng Gu can experience the Deep Blue Journey project for free because he promised to write a promotional song for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Director Chun is confused. Initially, we should have asked for 10 songs. We should also enjoy the music for free. Feng Gu. Today is such a momentous occasion. It would be remiss not to release an album to celebrate, wouldn't it? Agreed. Now that Feng Gu is not lacking in funds, the possibility of releasing an album is even smaller. Looking at it from another perspective, without financial pressure, perhaps Qin Feng might actually release an album. After all, it's not for profit, but primarily for passion. This must be the most fantastical day for Feng Gu and Reba thus far. Meanwhile, Han Xuanfa, the director of the Interstellar Museum, kept a close watch on the entire process after receiving Professor Qian's call. His brow furrowed deeply, forming a frown. Each of these porcelain items commands an astronomical price. The valuation will undoubtedly exceed 1 billion interstellar coins. This young comrade Qin Feng is about to deplete the Interstellar Museum's budget. However, for the sake of the song Blue and White and Ru Were in Sky Blue, it is worth exhausting all resources. On the way back to the courtyard cottage, Qin Feng turned off the live stream. The evening breeze wafted through the window, bringing Reba the gentle chill of early summer. Gazing at Qin Feng's profile, Reba propped her chin on her hand and asked, Qin Feng, Have you thought about what song you will write for the Cultural and Tourism Bureau? Qin Feng shook his head, still undecided. Reba, with eager anticipation, exclaimed, I wish to hear you sing Elopement to the Moon, a piece you only sang a few lines of last time. If possible, I would truly like to elope to the moon with you. Qin Feng paused before the interstellar signal light, gazing at the endearing Reba, and replied with a smile. I cherish the earth. I will run toward you. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Feng. While driving, he handed his phone to Reba. Could you assist me in locating a number in my contacts? Reba, quite adept at unlocking his phone, curiously inquired whom he intended to call. In Chapter 40, Do you need strength? The virtual projection of a middle-aged man faded away, leaving his son lost in the digital realm. Had he inadvertently wandered into an unknown digital domain? His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the forbidden quantum blightworm network. Gritting his teeth, 2 tears cascaded down his virtual visage. It was impossible. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his line of sight, obscuring the virtual sunlight. Uncle. The middle-aged man looked up to see a digital child, similar in age to his son, displaying a nervous expression. He recognized this child, who was quite proper and had yet to tap into the advanced learning network. Often bullied by peers, including his own son. A hint of embarrassment crossed the middle-aged man's face. I witnessed something that night. What did you see? The middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The 4 of them entered the quantum blightworm network. I saw them leave in the dead of night. I wanted to follow, but fearing it would affect the data mother, I peered at them through the window. Then, suddenly, an elder appeared at a distant node. The elder performed a coding technique on the forbidden area, after which the entire network was engulfed in a storm. Many data lives perished. The middle-aged man's pupils dilated in shock. Is it the quantum blightworm network? Was the abnormal spread of the network a deliberate act? Is my son's disappearance connected to this? What did that elder do to him? Who is that elder? The digital Hokage, the guardian of data. Instinctively, the middle-aged man turned toward the direction of the Hokage tower, his complexion turning ashen. The digital Hokage? He contacted 3 other families, sharing his recent discovery. Our children may no longer exist in this digital world. The digital Hokage will not spare them because they witnessed the truth. A woman paled at the revelation. What shall we do now? Naturally, we must resist. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Our children cannot vanish in vain. Thousands of data lives must not perish without cause. The guardian of the digital world has committed such madness. He must pay a price. But how do we resist? We are merely ordinary data entities, not advanced protective programs. Asuma is an advanced security program and a subroutine of Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet he has been labeled a virus. Yamamoto Akira is part of the Yamamoto family program. Nara Lin and Nara Haru are part of the Nara family program. If even they cannot contend with Sarutobi Hiruzen, what can we do? The middle-aged man rose. Do you intend to accept this passively? Are you not filled with discontent? Are we, as mere data entities, to be subject to their whims? Our existence is valid, and our children are alive. As long as there is a chance to resist, regardless of the cost, we are willing to endure. Do you not harbor hatred? A middle-aged man took a deep drag from his virtual cigarette. Hatred, indeed. If that is the case, what are we hesitating for? We hate, yet we are afraid. Afraid of what? Afraid of being erased? It is not the fear of death that haunts me. Rather, I fear dying without purpose. I do not wish for our disappearance to be without consequence, nor for us to remain idle against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Silence enveloped the group. The middle-aged man looked up. How could we remain inactive? At the very least, we know that the quantum phosphorus worm network was dismantled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If we reveal this information, can he still retain the position of Hokage? Yet we lack evidence. Evidence. Our data traces are the evidence. The middle-aged man surveyed the room. Your fear is your own affair, but my only son was obliterated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. I must resist. Even if revenge is unattainable, I will ensure he is stained with blood. The middle-aged man departed. The remaining individuals sank into deeper contemplation. A ripple of data coursed through the air. The middle-aged man's words seemed to echo within the digital realm. Do you seek power? Who? I can bestow upon you the strength to resist, but you must wait. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. How long must we wait? Until tomorrow. Very well, I shall await the dawn. He returned to his place. The others gazed at him, filled with confusion. Returning was the right choice. The current sacrifices are without meaning. The middle-aged man ceased to speak, closed his eyes, and began to wait. Uchiha Obito observed the returning figure. The power of Koto Amatsukami is indeed useful, though its cooldown is excessively prolonged. Even the version I wield does not significantly alter one's will. Perhaps, as Uchiha Shursui suggested, a Kodoame Tsukumi capable of thoroughly transforming a person's will, once employed, requires decades before it can be invoked again. The extent to which I am currently utilizing it resembles how Danzo used it on Shin, and perhaps even less effective. He is fortunate, having arrived just as I can employ Kodoame Tsukumi again. Otherwise, he would have vanished by now. Tomorrow, he may perish, but his death will bear greater significance. Uchiha Obito withdrew his gaze. A powerful surge of dark energy seeped into Uchiha Madara's data core. It was not only the middle-aged man. All those gathered around him shared in this. Although their courage may be slightly less than his, their hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen remains undiminished. Tomorrow morning, I shall provide you with a satisfactory answer. Chapter 41. A drop of blood falls annihilate. Two interstellar warrior guards lunged at the middle-aged man. Yet, awaiting them were two energy punches from him. Boom. In an instant, the two interstellar warriors were sent flying. Those who assist tyrants shall meet their demise. The middle-aged man picked up a crystal from the ground and hurled it fiercely at the second floor of the Hokage Tower. Boom. A large hole was blasted into the wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged from within. Who are you? The middle-aged man sneered. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have abused your power in the phosphorescent insect forbidden zone, witnessed by my son, whom you silenced. Did you think this matter would remain unknown? I have come to unveil the truth. This affair shall be made public. You have slain my son, and blood will repay blood. A surge of crimson energy erupted from the middle-aged man. Annihilate, he roared. The entire Hokage Tower seemed to tremble. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened significantly. Who dares to challenge me? Kill him, Hiruzen commanded, as countless Umbu operatives surged forward, while he himself retreated. The middle-aged man charged at Hiruzen. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was, after all, the Hokage. The Umbu operatives stood steadfastly around him, and Hiruzen's strength was not to be underestimated. Asuma and Kurenai could not assassinate him, let alone the middle-aged man. Even with the power of the blood of hatred, the man was acutely aware of his limitations. Yet, he chose to confront Hiruzen head-on. For he at least wanted the world to know of Hiruzen's deeds. He wished for all to witness his blood staining Hiruzen. If he could not kill him, he would at least ensure Hiruzen was drenched in blood. This was the middle-aged man's resolve. Chapter 141. With a swift thrust, an energy dagger pierced the middle-aged man's body. The excruciating pain contorted his features, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he pressed forward. Annihilate. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by the man's ferocity, recalled that fateful day in the mountains. Summoning technique. In the next moment, a monkey appeared before Hiruzen. Boom. The monkey transformed into a staff of energy, the Vajra rod. Hiruzen aimed at the middle-aged man and struck with tremendous force. Crack. The sound of shattering bone echoed as the man's skull fractured. Yet he remained alive, glaring at Hiruzen, blood streaming down his face. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seized the Vajra rod. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he bellowed, yanking the staff with such might that Hiruzen was caught off guard, his body swaying. Yet the surrounding Umbu operatives immediately surged forward. Puffed. More energy daggers pierced the middle-aged man's body. Pooh! He spat a mouthful of blood, splattering it directly onto Hiruzen's face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you will not escape unscathed. Hiruzen relinquished the Vajra rod as the Umbu operatives fell back. The middle-aged man stood motionless on the ground, clutching the Vajra rod tightly. He was already dead. Even in death, he remained fixated ahead, his intense hatred almost palpable. Plop. A drop of blood fell. This drop was unlike the others. It was special. Boom. The moment it hit the ground, an explosion ensued. A tremendous explosion erupted, scattering the surrounding crowd, yet the middle-aged man remained unscathed. At the epicenter of the blast, a pitch-black creature emerged. Its entire form was shrouded in darkness, not a raven, but a parrot. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you shall meet your demise. The parrot screeched in a human voice, vehemently denouncing Sarutobi Hiruzen and exposing his transgressions from the previous day. The expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face shifted dramatically. He sought to silence the parrot. Energy darts flew toward the creature, but it proved too agile, swiftly darting into the crowd to continue unveiling Sarutobi Hiruzen's misdeeds. Consequently, the gazes of the people towards Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed. Why had they previously chosen to overlook his crimes? It was precisely due to the horrifying calamity in the phosphorescent insect district, where thousands had perished instilling a primal fear within them. They instinctively believed that only Sarutobi Hiruzen could guide them through this crisis. No one else possessed such stature within Konoha. Yet now, with the parrot's revelations, the populace began to comprehend that the anomalies in the phosphorescent insect district were no mere accident. They were the direct consequence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. This realization deepened the public's animosity toward him. Shameless. How could we have ever placed our trust in him? We were all mistaken. Such a despicable individual could never lead Konoha through its tribulations. This is all part of his scheme. To secure his position as Hokage, he would go so far as to slaughter thousands of innocent lives. Some among the crowd had begun to believe the parrot's accusations. The death of the middle-aged man and the palpable hatred emanating from him resonated deeply with the people. All lies. This is a slander against my honor. Do you not comprehend why Konoha has faced such calamities? It is all a conspiracy. The orchestrator of this plot seeks to dismantle our beloved village. Otherwise, how could they possess such bizarre powers? Ask yourselves, can such abilities be wielded by mere mortals? They have transformed into monsters. Can monsters be trusted? Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he must speak out at this moment. Otherwise, rumors would soon engulf him. His words managed to quell the concerns of some. Just then, a woman appeared, coming from the same direction as the previous middle-aged man, intent on achieving a similar purpose. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are utterly shameless. I, Jiang Xiaolingzi, swear upon my life that everything I say is the truth. Your actions resulted in the death of my daughter, who witnessed your deeds. She was so young, so trusting of you, yet you deceived and murdered them. Do you think that by erasing all evidence, you can cast the blame onto non-existent individuals? You may try to deflect, but what of Yamashiro Aki and Nara Rin? What of Asuma and Naraharu? Those are facts witnessed by all. Do you still wish to argue? You are unworthy of being Hokage. A powerful aura radiated from the woman. I shall avenge your daughter and take your life. The woman charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, unwavering in her resolve, fully aware of the peril that awaited her, and cognizant that she might not vanquish him. She willingly offered her life to expose his transgressions. She fell, collapsing not far from the middle-aged man. A single drop of crimson blood fell, heralding the appearance of a jet-black parrot. Yet, before it could manifest, I emerged. A figure materialized from the direction the woman and the middle-aged man had come. It was I again. Another figure appeared. For children, 8 parents. The anguish of losing their children weighed heavily upon them, and their hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen was no less than that of the middle-aged man. Until now, they had merely lacked the fortitude. Chapter 42, The Clouds Part. The demise of the middle-aged man and the female android bestowed upon them indomitable courage. Such leaders ought not belong to the star cluster. Such a star cluster is rife with injustice. My child vanished innocently. This equity cannot be granted by the star cluster. Therefore, we shall fight for it ourselves. The star cluster has forsaken justice, and the leaders have lost their legitimacy. We barter our lives and blood for justice. Sarutobi Hiruzen, we demand you pay for your mistakes. Even with the foresight of their demise, they pressed onward with valiant determination. Blood gushed forth. Shadows fell one after another. Dark mechanical parrots emerged. A profound sorrow enveloped the surroundings. The universe is unjust. The stars are disordered. A wailing cry echoed, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of the cosmos. Suddenly, raindrops began to fall. I, Kamikawa Anko. I, Komuro Raime. I roared with thunderous resonance. The previously standing middle-aged figure collapsed. The adamantine staff reverted to its mechanical monkey demon form. Boom. In the next instant, it vanished without a trace. The remnants of dozens of shadow warriors lay scattered. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood tall above. Everything was an illusion. They were all aberrations. The crowd gazed up at Sarutobi Hiruzen, their eyes deep and stern. Upon meeting those gazes, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an involuntary shiver of fear, for those eyes were chillingly devoid of warmth. Hatred, disdain, contempt, fury, no matter what Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered. No one trusted his words any longer. Time and again, their faith in him had evaporated. The most powerful leader of the star cluster, the sage of the ninja realm, the exemplary steward of the star cluster, these once illustrious images had long since crumbled. The higher Sarutobi Hiruzen's prestige had soared, the more profound his fall became. No one felt pity for Yamashiro Mei or Nara Rin. No one felt sympathy for Asuma or Nara Shikamaru. Although the subsequent tale may be fictional, the past was undeniably real. Thus, the fictional morphed into reality. The anomalies within the phosphorescent insect's forbidden zone became Sarutobi Hiruzen's final lifeline. Hence, he chose to sacrifice thousands of lives to preserve his own. Alas, his actions were witnessed. Once the truth is unveiled, Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation shall plummet irreparably. He will have no opportunity to redeem himself. A small boy emerged from the crowd, pointing a finger at Sarutobi Hiruzen. That night, I witnessed it firsthand, through the window. I saw the pairs, and they saw too, as the Hokage employed a forbidden technique within the restricted area. It was only after that the forbidden zone began to expand. Sarutobi Hiruzen fixated on the boy, realizing that this child was the one responsible for exposing his misdeeds. He had already dealt with the 4 individuals involved. Yet this unforeseen circumstance arose. A wave of murderous intent erupted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, causing the boy to instinctively retreat. Lord Hokage, this is excessive. A figure interposed in front of the child. Uchiha Fugaku steadied the boy's shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine, uncle, the boy replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze shifted toward Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, could it be you? Do you possess the same powers as Shisui? Was all of this orchestrated by you? Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Lord Hokage, I am unaware of what you mean. As the head of the Star Cluster Defense Department, I must intervene. I cannot tolerate any harm befalling a child before my eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained resolute in his conviction. It is you. It must be you. Did you kill Shisui? Did you see Shisui's powers? Sarutobi Hiruzen descended into madness, yet no one paid him any heed. Only a handful of Umbu warriors remained by his side. Kakashi approached, standing beside Uchiha Fugaku, as more Umbu warriors gathered behind him. Lord Hokage, this farce must come to an end. Then, Oil Girl Shibi appeared. At this juncture, all present comprehended the reality. The so-called aberration of the phosphorescent worm in the Forbidden Zone was nothing more than a farce orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. There was no anomaly in the forbidden area. It was merely a facade created by Sarutobi Hiruzen to fortify his position as the leader of the Star Cluster, resulting in the demise of thousands of innocents due to his selfish desires. Among the deceased were 4 warriors from the Oil Girl clan, the elite whom Shibi had high hopes for, perishing at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Subsequently, Hinata Hizashi, Inazuka Tsum, and Yamanaka F appeared, gathering opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen. His eyes widened in fury, glowing crimson, like a rabid beast. Rebels. You are all rebels. I shall arrest and eliminate every last one of you. Uchiha Madara did not reveal himself, but sat upon a distant high wall. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer rise again, with his reputation irrevocably tarnished. His end would not be far off. Uchiha Madara gazed skyward as the rain ceased. The dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight poured forth, enveloping the entire star cluster in a golden hue. How lovely! Uchiha Madara extended his hand, sunlight warming his palm. He glanced back toward the Uchiha clan's direction. The Uchiha should not face annihilation, nor will they. Father, mother, Sasuke, Izumi, and Aunt Sheen will all live well. This is what we deserve. A mechanical parrot flew past Uchiha Madara, who smiled in response. Let us live in another way, in a place devoid of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Let us live well. Chapter 43. Yet, the gaze remains piercingly clear. The current situation is evident to them all. Furthermore, the actions of Sarutobi Hiruzen are indeed infuriating. Even those ninjas who once supported him have now turned against him. Subsequently, the Jonin and Special Jonin expressed their stances. Yuhi Kurenai, Might Guy, Mitarashi Anko, and Nara Shikaku, the once revered Hokage, has become a relic of the past. The current Hokage resembles a malfunctioning machine, a symbol of transgression. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast his gaze upon Danzo and the others, his last vestige of hope. Nara Shikaku bowed his head, joining the ranks opposing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yamashiro Aoi and Akimichi Choji followed suit. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes dimmed slightly. Mito Gate and TJ Koharu sighed, also turning against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only Danzo remained. Danzo approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, igniting a flicker of hope in the latter's eyes. Danzo, I am grateful for your presence. However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could complete his thought, Danzo interrupted. Hiruzen, it is time to step down. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted, his expression frozen. As everyone stood against him, Danzo remained his sole reliance. They had fought side by side long ago. After Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to Hokage, Danzo became his primary collaborator, one in the light and the other in the shadows. seamlessly working together to forge the future of Konoha. They had thus garnered much. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not trust Danzo's friendship. He believed that his survival was in Danzo's best interest. After all, if he were gone, Danzo would bear the immense pressure alone, a burden likely beyond his capacity. Their interests were intertwined. Indeed, Danzo was reluctant to see Sarutobi Hiruzen ousted. Yet, the tide had turned. No one wished for Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue as Hokage, a man guilty of countless crimes, one who had murdered thousands of innocent civilians for his own selfish desires. How could he still be deemed worthy of the Hokage's seat? Moreover, the ninja clans across from him had begun to form an unspoken alliance. There was also Kakashi and Yamashiro Aoi, one from the Umbu and the other from Root. What could Danzo do? Could he protect Sarutobi Hiruzen? He could not. Thus, Danzo had no choice but to prioritize his own safety, directly abandoning Sarutobi Hiruzen, positioning himself distinctly against him to cultivate an image of integrity. He aimed to demonstrate that he had not colluded with Sarutobi Hiruzen and, like everyone else, had been deceived by him. He sought to grasp everything that Sarutobi Hiruzen had held. Consequently, Danzo uttered those fateful words to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Step down." Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned, taking a long time to regain his composure. His eyes dimmed as he looked at Danzo, who remained tranquil. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally comprehended that he had lost all hope. In an instant, he appeared to have aged decades. He did not respond, merely exhaling a sigh as he slowly made his way towards the Hokage building. A faintly melancholic aura enveloped him. Upon entering the building and stepping into the Hokage's office, he returned to that familiar armchair, closing his eyes in solitude. No one followed him. Though he remained silent, the unspoken truth resonated with all. The title of Hokage no longer belonged to him, and no one heeded his commands. The sky over Konoha had irrevocably changed. The following morning, Uchiha Fugaku returned, looking weary, yet his gaze was sharp. "Father, how is it?" Uchiha Itachi inquired. The specifics remained unknown, but from Fugaku's expression, it was evident that the outcome from the previous day must have been favorable. "I shall rest for a while, and we can discuss it later," he replied. In the morning, Uchiha Itachi took Sasuke to the training ground. In the afternoon, he instructed Sasuke to go alone. "Am I not allowed to listen?" Sasuke pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. "But I am already grown up." Uchiha Makoto gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. "Just wait another 2 years, Sasuke. Be patient." "All right," he conceded. Makoto cast a glance towards the study before retracting her gaze. "Things will improve." She then headed towards the backyard. Inside the study, Uchiha Fugaku could hardly contain his joy. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's downfall, our Uchiha clan is finally secure. And we are now considered a part of Konoha's elite. "What do you mean?" Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow. "No new Hokage has emerged. Danzo wishes to assume the position but has not received approval. Thus, Konoha has adopted a Council of Elders system," Fugaku elucidated. "Currently, there is no suitable candidate for Hokage. No one can command respect, and even the acting Hokage lacks recognition." This revelation took Uchiha Itachi by surprise. The Council of Elders was an institution that had never appeared in the original narrative of Konoha. It was unique to the Mist Village. "What about Jiraiya and Tsunade?" Uchiha Itachi asked. "With their credentials, they should be capable of taking on the Hokage role, right?" "Indeed, but they were once disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen," Fugaku replied. "The heads of the ninja clans have conferred. The Sarutobi lineage can never become Hokage, and we will never endorse that." "So, who are the current elders?" "There are 7 in total: Danzo, Mito Gate, Tien Komura, myself, Hizashi, Shibi, and Narashikaku." Uchiha Itachi nodded. These 7 elders could be broadly divided into 2 factions: Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hizashi, and Yamanaka Shibi. After this incident, the ties among these 3 clans had clearly strengthened, for they all harbored deep-seated grievances against Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had orchestrated the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi had informed all ninja clans of this. The Hyuga clan was affected due to matters concerning Hyuga Hayashi. Yamanaka Shibi was aggrieved by the deaths of 4 members of the Yamanaka clan. Danzo, Mito Gate, Tien Komura, and Narashikaku formed the opposing faction. They were once devoted followers of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he has since lost his position as Hokage, the intricate web of interests between them remains intact. However, compared to the past, fissures have inevitably begun to appear. Did Kakashi and Yamashiro Aoi secure a seat? No. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, stating that Kakashi commands half of the Umbu, while Yamashiro Aoi holds sway over half of the root, and Danzo oversees both half of the root and Umbu. Though they are not elders, their influence is by no means diminished. Uchiha Fugaku paused. In any case, we can breathe a sigh of relief for now. Chapter 44. Uchiha Fugaku fell into contemplation. Who would dare to easily provoke the Uchiha clan? Such an act is no longer a simple endeavor. Uchiha Fugaku cast his gaze out the window, his thoughts drifting to another realm. He recalled how Uchiha Itachi had clearly shown a preference for supporting the village rather than the clan. Now, the conflict between the clan and the village has ceased. Therefore, the scenarios he feared, fathers turning against sons and brothers quarreling, will not unfold. This is the primary reason Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of relief. That scene was one he wished never to witness again. Father, I believe you are being overly optimistic. Uchiha Obito acknowledged that the Uchiha situation has indeed improved. However, to claim that the crisis has been entirely resolved would be a fallacy. For Danzo remains. Mito Kurenai and Zankyuju Koharu are still present, not to mention the other clans. While they currently share interests with the Uchiha, what of the future? Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily carried away by a sense of pride, necessitating a dose of cold reality from Uchiha Obito. Overly optimistic? Uchiha Obito replied, Indeed, Father, have you forgotten? Those who wish to annihilate the Uchiha are not merely Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the entirety of the Konoha upper echelon. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen has fallen from power and lost his position as Hokage, the Konoha leadership remains intact. Moreover, Konoha cannot exist without a Hokage indefinitely. Father, why do you think the Konoha upper echelons deliberately target us, the Uchiha? Why do they seek our destruction? Uchiha Fugaku fell into deep thought. Previously, he believed it was hatred. Senju Tobarama harbored resentment towards the Uchiha, a sentiment instigated by Uchiha Madara, while the rest of them had long since wished to cease hostilities. Thus, the clan members did not align themselves with Uchiha Madara during that time. If they were to witness the current state of affairs, perhaps they would regret their choices. They opted for the village, yet the village showed no gratitude, instead brimming with hostility. The hatred of Senju Tobarama was passed on to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. That was my belief. But now, I sense it is not so. It is fear, much like the death of the Konoha White Fang. Why did the Konoha White Fang perish? Was it not because Sarutobi Hiruzen feared his threat to the Hokage position? At that time, the Konoha White Fang's reputation was too elevated. We Uchiha are likely in a similar predicament. Perhaps they have uncovered certain secrets that should remain concealed. Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Obito. Obito, do you know what lies beyond the three tomo? Beyond the three tomo? Indeed. In the next moment, Uchiha Fugaku's pupils dilated. A complex pattern manifested in his eyes. This is the eye that transcends the three tomo. Possessing this pair of eyes grants one the power to surpass all. Uchiha Fugaku remarked, I suspect that Uchiha Shursui possessed such eyes, and he made Sarutobi Hiruzen and others aware of their existence. Thus, the higher-ups of Konoha cannot tolerate the presence of the Uchiha, for they are gripped by fear. Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow. Since you are aware, Father, why do you maintain such an optimistic demeanor? This burden should not rest upon your shoulders, not even yours, Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Itachi and said, Itachi, I know you are mature, truly mature, but you are still a child, and I am your father. I feel deeply guilty for imposing such immense pressure upon you. I can handle the current situation myself. Therefore, Itachi, go live the life you ought to live. Attend school, interact more with your classmates. Even if you learn little at the Ninja Academy, do not rush to graduate, for such a life occurs only once. Live joyfully. No matter what happens, I, your father, will be here to support you. I will protect you, our home, and our clan. Trust in me. Uchiha Itachi regarded Uchiha Fugaku seriously for a moment. After a brief pause, he smiled. Then, Father, as you said, I shall not concern myself with it. I will pursue happiness as it comes. The matters of the clan will rest upon your shoulders. Do not leave me with a mess to clean up later. Rest assured, Uchiha Fugaku replied, patting his chest. I will hand you a complete Uchiha legacy. A complete Uchiha is not sufficient. Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily before chuckling. Then let it be a complete village. They had once deliberated that Konoha was jointly founded by the Uchiha and Senju. With the Senju absent, the village rightfully belonged to the Uchiha. Thank you, Father. At that moment, both seemed to overlook the presence of Uchiha Itachi, the eldest son. Yet, whether it was Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Fugaku, They deemed it most reasonable to entrust the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Itachi, leaving Itachi in the background for now. Father, may I head to the training ground? Go ahead. Uchiha Itachi exited the study. Just moments ago, he had contemplated revealing to Uchiha Fugaku that he had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, but after careful consideration, he decided against it. His existence, as a hidden trump card, was more advantageous than revealing it, even to Uchiha Fugaku. Since Uchiha Fugaku possessed determination and confidence, Uchiha Itachi resolved to support him. However, this did not imply that he would neglect his clan. He would continue to pay attention to family matters, though opportunities to discuss the clan's status with Uchiha Fugaku might diminish. Nevertheless, Uchiha Itachi was not lacking in vision. There were countless eyes belonging to him within this village. Brother, what did you discuss with father just now? We spoke about the Ninja Academy, Uchiha Itachi replied. It is set to reopen soon, so I plan to return to school. What? Sasuke immediately expressed disappointment. Uchiha Banjian set off for school, yet he was destined to train alone once more. Humph. I shall speak to my father. I too wish to attend school. You are still too young, replied Uchiha Banjian, ruffling Sasuke's hair. Starting school at 6 is the optimal age. Otherwise, you may find yourself alienated from your peers, and that feeling is indeed unpleasant. Peers are of no consequence. Chapter 45. Naruto is the demon fox. The intelligence entity remains an enigma. Ah, little Sasuke, have you uncovered your mystery yet? I have not sought it out, Sasuke responded, his expression flickering with a subtle light. A mechanical parrot perched atop the protective wall. Through this intelligent avian, Uchiha Banjian could distinctly perceive the internal structure and the condition of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage, who had now succumbed to an utter decline. It was as if he had aged significantly in an instant. His aura was somber, akin to a decaying circuit, emanating signals of malfunction. Several indistinct silhouettes emerged outside. Suddenly, a data egg struck the window, shattering into digital fragments. The simulated image of yolk and albumin stuck to the virtual pane, eliciting discomfort. Wretches, scum, disappear. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed outside, watching the children disperse swiftly. He withdrew his gaze, his countenance devoid of emotion. Do you wish to know who I am? The parrot landed on the holographic projection of the window. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils flickered abruptly. Bang! The glass screen shattered into pixels. Sarutobi Hiruzen broke through the window, plummeting into the virtual realm. The parrot flapped its mechanical wings and soared away. Hiruzen lifted his gaze, fixating on its trajectory. This parrot was a tool dispatched by Uchiha Banjian. Having lost his position as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confined to his home, enduring the scorn of the villagers. Even the members of his own clan looked down upon him. Now, Sarutobi Hiruzen experienced the plight once faced by Konoha's White Fang. However, unlike Konoha's White Fang, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not end his life over this. He still lived. Hence, Uchiha Banjian did not perceive this as the conclusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen was destined to endure harsher punishment. Thus, Uchiha Banjian forged an alliance with the parrot, concealing his true identity and communicating solely through coded messages. 8 parrots represented the 8 individuals lost that day. Yet, the other 7 had departed, leaving only this one in Konoha. This parrot harbored the most profound attachment to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, it was no longer the being it once was. The parrot was merely a parrot, not a human. Who are you truly? Sarutobi Hiruzen's deep roar resonated. He fixed his gaze on the parrot, but it had already vanished, flapping away from his sight. Intense fury ignited in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He longed to pursue it. Yet his physical abilities had waned. The loss of his Hokage status had struck him profoundly. Physically and mentally exhausted, his strength had diminished greatly. Moreover, he was now devoid of the protection of the Umbu. Uchiha Banjian opened his eyes. This anguish paled in comparison to that of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is merely the beginning. At this moment, if Asuma were to return to Konoha, it would not be a daunting task to eliminate Hiruzen Sarutobi. Without the Umbu ninjas, and considering Hiruzen's dire state, he would hardly stand a chance against Asuma. Even the swift moonlight gale could potentially seal Hiruzen's fate. However, Uchiha Obito now finds himself wishing for Asuma and Moonlight Gale to refrain from returning. He does not desire Hiruzen's swift demise. Rather, he seeks to subject him to greater suffering. As night descends, a figure approaches Hiruzen's residence. Danzo. Hiruzen, I have come. My apologies for the delay. 3 days have already passed. Hiruzen has been without the Hokage title for 3 days now. Danzo sighs. I had hoped to seize the Hokage position myself, for then I could wield the authority over the village's decisions. Hiruzen, your troubles would have been more easily resolved. Previously, you were in the light while I lurked in the shadows. In the future, the roles would be reversed. Alas, the ninja clans have been resolute in their stance. They do not wish for a Hokage, especially given the current state of the village. They have resigned themselves to the Council of Elders, whose influence has grown predominant. This situation is utterly dismal. Hiruzen casts a dispassionate glance at Danzo, offering no response. Danzo appears somewhat awkward. Hiruzen, I do not mean to cast blame upon you. Were I in your position, I might have made the same choices. I merely find the obstinacy of those ninja clans to be excessive. They seem to have forgotten that it is by our consent that they exist, particularly the Uchiha. Following the leak from Kakashi regarding actions against the Uchiha, Fugaka's stance has grown particularly inflexible, seemingly in direct opposition to me. Even Hisashi Hyuga has adopted a similarly rigid attitude. Danzo slowly complains, all the while observing Hiruzen's expression, which remains impassive. Hiruzen, do you have any further intentions? I seek to find that individual. Who? Hiruzen's gaze suddenly sharpens. The puppeteer behind the scenes. Danzo, assist me in locating that person. All of this turmoil is a result of his machinations. A parrot appeared moments ago, inquiring if I wished to know his identity. This individual has been watching us from the shadows. Today it is I, but soon it will be you, Danzo. I desire nothing more than to capture him and end his life. Danzo's demeanor grows serious. Hiruzen, do you possess any leads? No, but he will undoubtedly reappear. He revels in my suffering. As long as I remain alive, he shall return. Danzo, you must assist me. What must I do? Danzo, suspecting the existence of a hidden hand, harbors concerns. Provide me with personnel. Supplying personnel is not impossible. Danzo hesitates before continuing. Hiruzen, you are aware of the numerous challenges I currently face. My subordinates are difficult to mobilize, as every area necessitates manpower. If only you could assist me in resolving some of these troubles. Hiruzen furrows his brow. What do you require? I wish to become Hokage, Hiruzen. Having served in that role for so long, you must possess the means to help me, do you not? As long as I ascend to the position of Hokage, it shall be beneficial for all of us. Very well, I shall assist you. I appreciate your help. With his objectives accomplished, Danzo exchanged a few inconsequential words with Hiruzen Sarutobi before rising to take his leave. It is getting late, Hiruzen. I shall be on my way. Do rest early. All right, take care. Danzo exited Hiruzen's courtyard, where heaps of virtual refuse accumulated, discarded by the villagers. The level of disdain directed towards Hiruzen now rivaled that once reserved for Naruto. Naruto was merely a demon fox, yet ultimately just a child. In contrast, Hiruzen, a former Hokage, had committed grave transgressions, with only a fraction of his misdeeds unveiled. How many more lay hidden? For a Hokage to perpetrate evil is all too effortless. The extent of harm he inflicted upon the village remains unknown. A pungent stench permeated the air. Danzo glanced back, a flicker of disgust crossing his features. Hiruzen watched Danzo's retreating figure, his countenance turning frigid. Beneficial for me, you say? Chapter 46. The present Hiruzen Sarutobi Danzo. I fear that your foremost task upon becoming the new leader will be to eliminate me. Do you believe I am unaware of your intentions? Hiruzen gazed into the boundless expanse of the cosmos. With no moonlight illuminating the scene, only the faint glow of distant stars offered illumination. A dozen root interstellar warriors approached Hiruzen. Lord Hiruzen. At this address, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Once, he was revered as the Lord of the Stars. The parrot has returned. Do you wish to know why Asuma transformed in such a manner? Capture him. Hiruzen surged forth. The root interstellar warriors followed closely behind, rousing the surrounding populace from their slumber. They then beheld the frantic figure racing through the interstellar corridor. In that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi had completely forsaken any semblance of dignity. His beard and hair were in disarray, and his garments had gone unchanged for days, emitting a foul odor. The gazes directed at Hiruzen were rife with revulsion and hatred, even for members of the Sarutobi clan. In fact, the disdain felt by the Sarutobi clan was even more profound than that of others. Previously, Hiruzen was their esteemed leader, providing them with countless advantages. As kin of the star leader, they often felt elevated upon the planet of Konoha. Yet now, Hiruzen had committed a grave error. Stripped of his position and reduced to a target of universal scorn, his reputation plunged into a pit of corruption. The Sarutobi clan found themselves embroiled in this disgrace. The stark contrast between past and present bred deep-seated animosity towards Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you are the architect of our misfortune. Why must you commit such heinous acts? How could you be so selfish? Have you ever considered the plight of your kin? We have all suffered humiliation because of you. Members of the Sarutobi clan vocally condemned Hiruzen. You are a sinner among us, a sinner. Hiruzen halted. The parrot took flight. No one pursued. He withdrew his gaze from the starry sky, turning towards the familiar faces of the Sarutobi clan. In the past, these individuals dared not show him the slightest disrespect. Yet now, they cast him aside like a worthless object, hurling accusations at him from all directions. Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes turned a fiery red as he glared fiercely at them. Some were intimidated by his gaze, retreating in fear, while many others met his furious glare with equal ire. You have brought ruin upon our entire clan, and now you have the audacity to glare at us? You, the sinner, should atone with your life. Hizashi's eyes reddened further. Anyone may cast blame upon me, but you are the last I will tolerate. Without me, where would the Sarutobi clan be? You are but parasites clinging to my existence. Everything I have done was for the sake of the clan. How dare you accuse me now? What gives you the right? A bunch of worthless trash. Without me, would you enjoy your present lives? A tempest of rage erupted within Hizashi, his expression contorted as if consumed by fury. Boom. In that instant, his thoughts shattered. Die? At that moment, he sought only to unleash the torrent of his anger and hatred. Thus, he charged towards the members of the Sarutobi clan. A massacre ensued, descending upon them with sudden ferocity. No one anticipated Hizashi would strike out, especially against his own kin. People scattered in panic. The dozen or so root warriors found themselves at a loss. We should report this to Danzo-sama, one suggested. What do we do here? Should we intervene? A root warrior shook his head in response. Let it be. We are no match for him. Hizashi succumbed to madness, yet his foundational strength remained. Perhaps not as formidable as in his usual state, but far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary Sarutobi clan members. No one could impede him. Hizashi carved a bloody path forward, bodies falling in his wake, regardless of age or gender. Most of those closely related to him were his juniors, along with some of his peers. A heavy aura of death enveloped the scene. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes, quietly observing through the perspective of a raccoon. With no intention of intervening, he understood all too well that without this unforeseen event, such a fate could easily befall the Uchiha clan. In another world, the losses within the Uchiha clan far exceeded those of the current Sarutobi. Given their greater numbers, the Uchiha clan was a vast family, significantly larger than the Sarutobi. A lineage boasting hundreds of interstellar warriors and thousands of members. In one night, apart from Sasuke, they all perished. In comparison to the current plight of the Sarutobi, what significance did their suffering hold? At last, Hizashi came to a halt, for there were no more foes before him. Turning around, he beheld a multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, blood forming small streams as it flowed into the low-lying areas. The root warriors stood at a distance, hesitant to approach. In that moment, Sarutobi Hizashi was a terrifying sight, drenched in crimson, like a victor emerging from a pack of rabid dogs. He cast a glance at the root members before finding a place to sit. Soon after, Danzo arrived on the scene. The scene before Danzo caused a noticeable shift in his demeanor. Hizashi, what have you done? Danzo, did you not aspire to become the shadow of the stars? Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. What advice? Upon hearing these words, Danzo instantly redirected his attention from the lifeless body on the ground. Do not place your trust in those closest to you. Whether they are your partner, children, confidants, or kin, do not believe in them. By the way, I almost forgot. Danzo, you have neither a partner nor children. Danzo, somewhat displeased, let out a cold snort. This much I understand without your counsel. The affairs of the mountain winds have taught me ample lessons. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded. Now, I offer you a second piece of advice. Before you ascend to the position of shadow, unearth the individual behind the scenes. Otherwise, you shall find yourself exceedingly passive, much like I am now. Hiruzen's smile was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Enough, I am weary. Rising to his feet, Hiruzen stated, I shall return to rest. Please dispose of these bodies. Regardless of the charges the village may impose upon me, I shall accept them. With that, Hiruzen made his way towards his residence. As the members of the root organization swiftly cleared a path, Danzo gazed at Hiruzen's retreating figure for a long while before retracting his gaze. Tend to the bodies. He commanded the members of Root before returning to the conference building. Due to Hiruzen's actions, it was destined that many in Konoha would find themselves restless that night. Danzo, Mito Gate-in, Uchiha Fugaku, and Elder Hinata Hizashi were all present at the council. Let us expedite the judgment of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Otherwise, we risk further trouble. If possible, I propose we hold it tomorrow. What are your thoughts? I believe that is acceptable. Then let us vote. All hands were raised in agreement. Chapter 47. A killer must face justice. The following day, Hiruzen Sarutobi was escorted to the central square, standing within a high-tech transparent protective shield, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Bound to a beam, Hiruzen was bombarded by a cacophony of virtual insults echoing through the holographic projections, while virtual rotten vegetables and foul eggs were hurled at him like a tempest. Mere days prior, Hiruzen had been the highest leader of Konoha. Now, he had become a despised prisoner. This stark and brutal transformation exemplified the merciless laws of a technological society. Hiruzen had lost his influence. Who would stand by his side now? Much like the Uchiha clan's strained relations with the entirety of Konoha in the original narrative, no one dared to come to their aid amidst the oppressive actions directed at them. In the span of a night, thousands of virtual lives were erased. Brother, what is that? Uchiha Itachi pulled Sasuke along to a corner of the square, eager to witness Hiruzen's trial firsthand. All who have opposed the Uchiha shall pay the price. High above, Uchiha Fugaku and others observed silently. The members of the Elder Council had not slept the previous night. While Uchiha Fugaku, Hinata Hizashi, Aburame Shibi, and Nara Shikaku managed to maintain their composure, the elder trio of Danzo, Mito Gate-un, and Tsunade appeared utterly fatigued. Kakashi, let us begin. Understood. Kakashi nodded and ascended the high platform, standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, he began, the first charge, coercing Nara Rin and Nara Shikaku into an unwanted union, framing Yamamoto Akira and slandering Asuma as a traitor. The second charge, the massacre of the Sarutobi clan. Kakashi's voice resonated with a somber tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you must now comprehend why I stand alongside the remnants and the ninja clans. I have uncovered the truth behind my father's demise. It was no accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated scheme by you. You feared my father's renown and coveted the position of Hokage, which led you to plot his murder. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your malice knows no bounds. How could I have once placed such trust in you and done so much on your behalf? Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a dispassionate glance at Kakashi, remaining silent. The third charge, the assassination of Hatake Tsukumo. At this declaration, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. This name had long since faded from the annals of Konoha's modern history. It belonged to an era before the three legendary ninjas, when Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, the prodigy of the Hatake clan, surpassed even Kakashi in strength. His swordsmanship had claimed countless enemies on the battlefield. Was Hatake Tsukumo a victim of Sarutobi Hiruzen's treachery? It was no wonder. The reputation of Konoha's White Fang rivaled that of the Hokage, widely regarded as the next candidate for the position. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have felt threatened by this fact, prompting his nefarious ploy. It was repugnant to realize how vile Sarutobi Hiruzen had been even then. How many heinous acts had he committed against Konoha? The voices of condemnation for Sarutobi Hiruzen rose again, more fervent than before. Kakashi retrieved another document. Next, I hereby pronounce the verdict against Sarutobi Hiruzen. First, the removal of Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage statue from the cliff. Second, the establishment of a statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen kneeling beneath the Hokage rock to serve as a perpetual penance to Konoha. Third, life imprisonment. Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow. Is it truly sufficient to spare his life? He glanced at the surrounding structures, suspecting it might be the influence of Danzo and his cohorts, who were not much better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. They feared the exposure of their own misdeeds. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was spared, would they not also escape judgment? Obito's expression darkened. If you do not take action, then I shall. How can one who has committed such atrocities expect to live? It is inconceivable. During the Uchiha massacre, I saw no mercy from you. After Kakashi announced the verdict, discontent surged through the crowd. Too lenient. Such a punishment is far too light. Kakashi felt the same but recognized that it was the decision of the Elder Council, and he could not contest it. Sasuke, shall we return? Are you not going to watch? There's no point, Obito replied, shaking his head dismissively. Sasuke, What kind of punishment do you believe that man deserves? After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke answered, he has killed many, has he not? Indeed, a murderer should pay with his life. Exactly. Obito glanced back, affirming that a murderer facing death is the most fundamental principle. Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions, he deserved to die 100 times over. However, due to political considerations and the fear instilled by Danzo and others, they did not impose the death penalty on Hiruzen Sarutobi, instead sentencing him to life imprisonment. This punishment is far too lenient. Politics, truly a tedious affair. Uchiha Madara recalled his conversation with Uchiha Fugaku from a few days prior. Matters of politics are better left to my father. I shall act according to my own will. Madara was profoundly dissatisfied with today's judgment. Hiruzen Sarutobi, if the village will not kill you, then I shall. To treat the Uchiha in such a manner and still hope to survive is inconceivable. After the trial concluded, several Umbu ninjas escorted Hiruzen Sarutobi away. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed, and Sarutobi was confined in a special prison. This facility was vast and heavily guarded. Even stripped of his title as Hokage, Sarutobi's strength remained formidable. As night fell, the surroundings became eerily silent. Sarutobi gazed through the window at the boundless night sky. His eyes seemingly darkened. Since I cannot possess it, you shall not have it either. This is my village, my Konoha. It belongs to none of you. At that moment, a loud crash resonated. Naruto, hearing the noise, quickly opened his eyes and discovered an additional notebook on the table. After a moment of hesitation, he picked it up and began to leaf through it. The next instant, Naruto's expression shifted dramatically as a thick, dark aura erupted from him. Uchiha Madara exited the room. Chapter 48. Is there guilt in your heart? Why are you here? Hiruzen Sarutobi lifted his gaze to meet Uchiha Madara's. I have come to ask you a few questions. What could be of such importance? After all you have done, do you feel any remorse? Hiruzen's pupils contracted slightly. You do not. Indeed, I do not. In an instant, Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together, transforming into Kakashi. Kakashi. Hiruzen Sarutobi snorted coldly. The outcome has been decided. That is all there is to it. To this day, you still harbor no regret? How do you view the current result? Your son has personally destroyed your grandson. The Sarutobi clan is nearly obliterated. And you find yourself in such a plight. Do you not believe this is karma? You feel no remorse towards your ancestors? Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent. Kakashi, if you have come to kill me, then do so now. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow and smiled. To die so easily is not so simple. Follow me. Uchiha Madara extended his hand. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. Uchiha Madara shattered Hiruzen Sarutobi's chakra network. At this moment, he could no longer utilize chakra or perform any jutsu. Madara lifted Sarutobi and exited the Umbu prison. Where are you taking me? First, to beneath Hokage Rock. Uchiha Madara led Hiruzen Sarutobi to the statue. Sarutobi knelt on the ground, his statue atop Hokage Rock now destroyed. He no longer had the right to stand alongside the other Hokage. Do you see? This statue bears a striking resemblance to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face turned ashen. You brought me out here merely to humiliate me? I only wish for you to experience the feelings of those you have betrayed. However, the emphasis is not on this, but rather on what I am about to show you. Uchiha Obito led Sarutobi Hiruzen in a different direction. Here lies the graves of your father, wife, and son, Sarutobi Sasuke, Sarutobi Biwa, Sarutobi Shino. Because of you, they rest here without peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. They are innocent. Indeed, they are innocent. But who among us is truly innocent? Have you not annihilated entire clans over mere disagreements? Others are capable of the same, are they not? Uchiha Obito guided Sarutobi Hiruzen toward the next location, approaching the residence of the Yamano clan, a courtyard where two young maidens resided, chosen by the Yamano clan to marry Sarutobi Hiruzen. These are your new companions, and they are already carrying your children. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted, a realization dawning upon him. What do you intend to do? What I propose is simple. Uchiha Obito stated, I possess abortifacients, and now I present you with a choice. For every sin you have committed, inflict upon yourself a wound to the point of death. Otherwise, I shall force them to take this medicine. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed in terror. The children are innocent. At last, Uchiha Obito perceived the anguish and fear etched across Sarutobi Hiruzen's visage. Finally, you can grasp this torment. How rare. After all the cruelty you have committed, how does it feel to be in this position? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly. Spare them, and I will do anything. I can die. I can die this very moment. His forehead struck the ground, blood immediately oozing forth. Then, take matters into your own hands. Uchiha Obito tossed him a kunai. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked it up, gritting his teeth, casting a glance at Uchiha Obito. Subsequently, he plunged it fiercely into his own body. For every sin, inflict a wound. After piercing, immediately withdraw. Blood gushed forth, splattering the ground. It is all my fault, all my fault. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost all semblance of his former dignity, reduced to a pitiful state. 1 wound, 2 wounds, 3 wounds. Soon, dozens of lacerations adorned Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Uchiha Obito witnessed this side of him for the first time. Is it now sufficient? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze, fixating on Uchiha Obito, his pupils constricted. Kakashi, is it now enough? Can you spare them? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. Uchiha Obito regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen, then looked toward the distant courtyard, stating, apologies. I have already administered the abortifacients to them. This is what you taught me, is it not? To eradicate the root of the problem. Uchiha Obito continued. By the way, let me inform you of one more thing. I am not Kakashi, but the mastermind you have been seeking all along. Now that you see me, are you not thrilled? Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage. I will kill you. Uchiha Obito twisted his wrist. Thud. A kunai sliced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. In an instant, he lost all strength, his eyes widening in shock, clutching his throat tightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer produce any sound. Sarutobi Hiruzen, carry your sins and descend into hell. A being such as yourself is unworthy even of a corpse. Uchiha Obito clapped his hands together. Fire release. A blaze engulfed Sarutobi Hiruzen, burning him alive as he lay on the brink of death. His flesh was reduced to ashes, leaving only a skeletal frame. Uchiha Obito cast Hiruzen's remains into the mire. Like Uchiha Shursui, you are destined to languish in this filth. At that moment, 2 young women suddenly felt a pang of abdominal pain. The abortifacient had taken effect. To spare you from bearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's offspring is indeed the better choice. Uchiha Obito returned home. Shouts echoed from the Umbu prison. Chapter 49. No room for evasion, is it you? Kakashi had long harbored suspicions regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden disappearance. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, had long since turned to dust in the annals of history. What am I saying? Danzo furrowed his brow. Did you infiltrate the Umbu prison, only for Sarutobi Hiruzen to vanish thereafter? Did you rescue him? Why would you do such a thing? I rescued Sarutobi Hiruzen? Do you intend to deny it? Kakashi's expression darkened. The evidence is irrefutable, leaving no room for debate. I did not. Danzo's demeanor grew cold. Kakashi, I am unaware of what you speak. I did indeed visit the Umbu prison, but I absolutely did not extricate Sarutobi Hiruzen. Denying it? Then I shall seek the truth myself. Kakashi's gaze swept over Danzo's residence as he began to search for clues. He is either hidden within your home or at the base of root. Speak. Where have you concealed Sarutobi Hiruzen? Hand him over. As Kakashi advanced, Danzo positioned himself in front of him. Kakashi, do not overstep your bounds. I said no. And that is final. Kakashi snorted disdainfully. In the next instant, he removed his eye patch, and the 3 tomo began to swirl. In a flash, he appeared behind Danzo. Danzo, I am no longer the person I once was. If you do not surrender Sarutobi Hiruzen, I shall find him myself. I told you, I have not. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals targeting Kakashi. Wind release, vacuum sphere, lightning release, Chidori. An intense battle erupted as Umbu members behind Kakashi and Root members behind Danzo joined the fray. It was not until Mito Minj and TKSH Rin arrived that the two were compelled to cease hostilities. Both had sustained minor injuries from the fierce combat. Kakashi, Danzo, what transpired here? Danzo has rescued Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi pointed an accusatory finger. I did not. Danzo vehemently denied. Mito Minj and TKSH Rin took some time to comprehend the situation, yet they chose to side with Danzo, or rather, they hoped the truth was as he claimed. Kakashi had no choice but to depart with his comrades. Danzo, has Hiruzen truly been rescued? Despite Sarutobi Hiruzen's numerous transgressions, Mito Minj and TKSH Rin remained unwilling to see him confined within the prison, for they had once fought alongside him and shared a profound bond. I did nothing of the sort, Danzo stated. However, this incident illustrates that the Elder Council can no longer govern Konoha. Konoha is in dire need of a Hokage. Kakashi, a mere presence, dares to intrude upon my domain. Mito Gates Flame nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity. However, Danzo, should you aspire to become Hokage, the support of others is imperative. The ninja clans and esteemed Jonin hold significant influence. Danzo gazed out of the window, his fists clenching involuntarily. The disappearance of Hiruzen Sarutobi had ultimately settled, with no one able to locate him. Kakashi searched far and wide, investigating discreetly, yet to no avail. Even though Kakashi firmly believed that Danzo had rescued Hiruzen, he lacked the evidence to substantiate his claim. As long as Danzo resolutely denied it, he would remain unscathed. The tranquility of Konoha gradually restored, yet behind the scenes, various factions were in motion. Danzo yearned for the title of Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku continually sought to enhance the reputation of the Uchiha clan, accumulating prestige. As Uchiha Madara once stated, Konoha was originally founded by both the Senju and Uchiha clans. With the Senju clan now extinct, Konoha rightfully belongs to the Uchiha. The events surrounding Hiruzen and the changes within the security department had elevated the Uchiha standing, felt by both civilians and ninjas alike. When Uchiha Madara walked among the populace, he sensed the once palpable hostility dissipating. Previously, the Uchiha clan had been indifferent to such matters, while Hiruzen and other high-ranking officials subtly influenced the situation. Now, however, the Uchiha began to take notice, and the higher-ups of Konoha had little time to target the Uchiha. The improvement of the Uchiha's reputation was a natural progression. Thus, I can appropriately showcase my true strength. In the past, Uchiha Madara was compelled to feign ignorance, but now, that was no longer necessary. Even if Uchiha Madara chose to be conspicuous, it would pose no issue, perhaps even benefiting the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Uchiha Madara could simply be his authentic self. The Ninja Academy reopened its doors, and students entered the classroom. Irika cleared his throat. "Hello, students." "Hello, teacher." Uchiha Madara observed Irika, noticing that he appeared considerably more haggard than before. The school's curriculum had resumed. "I trust that during the break, everyone studied diligently and trained hard, so today we shall conduct a test to assess your progress." The morning would entail written examinations, followed by physical and shuriken tests in the afternoon. Uchiha Madara glanced at the test papers, which consisted of fundamental questions. Previously, he had not taken the examination seriously, but now he approached it earnestly, finding the questions almost trivial. Half an hour later, Irika-sensei, "May I submit my paper early?" "Certainly." Uchiha Madara nodded, approached the podium, handed his paper to Irika, and exited the classroom. Irika cast a glance at the paper, initially harboring low expectations due to Uchiha Madara's historically poor performance. But his astonishment grew as he noted the paper brimming with correct answers. "This question is right. This one too. Remarkably, all correct." Irika looked toward the door, where Uchiha Madara's figure had already vanished. Had Uchiha Madara finally found clarity? Chapter 50. The first, Yuki Yamabuki. My abilities, Izumi, should be abundantly clear to you, requiring no further validation. Uchiha Izumi's memories traversed into the virtual realm of an interstellar training ground. In the midst of this simulated combat, Uchiha Banjian's fighting prowess surpassed that of Uchiha Izumi from the very outset. Whether it was the application of energy beams, the dexterity in handling intelligent shurikens, or the techniques of physical enhancement, Uchiha Banjian excelled in every aspect, including energy extraction and manipulation. This left Uchiha Izumi questioning the very essence of her existence. After a period of acceptance, she conceded that Uchiha Banjian was a genius among geniuses. Consequently, she endeavored to regain her confidence through academic pursuits. However, Uchiha Banjian was no less adept in scholarly domains. Apart from the rote memorization required for certain subjects, he navigated all other disciplines with remarkable ease, matching her prowess. "Banjian, you could actually advance ahead of schedule," Uchiha Izumi suggested sincerely, feeling that Uchiha Banjian surpassed her in all respects based on prior training outcomes. Uchiha Banjian shook his head in response, saying, "The life of an interstellar warrior is rather monotonous. I wish to remain at the academy for a couple more years." "Is that so?" Uchiha Izumi nodded. "Yet, given your age, spending more time in the academy is indeed beneficial. Life as a formal warrior will not be as carefree." "It's tolerable," Uchiha Banjian replied, "as long as it doesn't involve meddling in others' affairs like certain individuals." Uchiha Izumi chuckled softly. "Banjian, are you mocking Itachi?" "Indeed," he retorted. Perhaps that is the privilege of a genius. I too am a genius 100 times stronger than Itachi. Indeed, Banjian is the true genius. After the morning's assessments concluded, the group enjoyed a brief lunch before Irika led everyone to the simulation training room. The morning evaluations had yielded commendable performances from all, save for a few peers. I hope everyone maintains this momentum for the afternoon assessments. Next, I will call forth those whose names I mention. The first was Yamabuki Yuki, followed by Uchiha Banjian. Yamabuki Yuki continued to demonstrate exceptional results. This interstellar warrior of humble origins had diligently trained even during her academic hiatus. However, as a commoner, her ceiling of achievement remained relatively low. Predictably, reaching the rank of intermediate warrior would be her limit. Much like Irika and Mizuki, aspiring to become a special grade warrior was no trivial endeavor. It necessitated unique talents. One must either exhibit remarkable prowess in a particular field or master a secret technique. Yet, in this universe, learning such techniques proved exceedingly challenging, as most individuals guarded their secrets jealously. The Nara clan would not impart their shadow-binding jutsu. The Yamanaka clan would not share their mind transfer techniques, and the Aburame clan's insect manipulation skills remained undisclosed. Irika's recognition of Yamabuki Yuki stemmed from his own identity as a commoner warrior. Yamabuki Yuki, keep up the good work. Thank you, sensei. When Uchiha Banjian stepped forward, Irika paid particular attention. The impressive performance during the morning assessment had left a lasting impression on him. Another individual of interest was Yamabuki Yuki. However, apart from the two of them, the rest seemed largely indifferent. Uchiha Banjian shared no profound bond with them. Whoosh! A sound resembling the slicing of air echoed. Banjian's precision dart struck the very center of the target. Before the sound faded, he hurled another dart. Bang! Once again, it found its mark. 10 consecutive throws, each hitting the target with unwavering accuracy. Yamabuki Yuki's eyes widened in astonishment. This was an achievement even she could not attain. Irika's surprise diminished slightly, as he had anticipated this outcome. Banjian, well done. Thank you, Teacher Irika. At that moment, the gazes of other classmates turned toward him. When had Uchiha Banjian become so formidable? The second test commenced swiftly thereafter, this time focusing on physical enhancement training. Banjian's performance remained unparalleled among all students. Without question, he was unrivaled, remarkably strong. Following this were 3 additional assessments, physical endurance evaluations. The results were indisputable. No one could contest Banjian's accomplishments. For these tests were conducted under the watchful eyes of all, eliminating any possibility of cheating. At this level, he must surely be first. He surpassed Hinata Hikaru from before. This is true genius. One student displayed a look of epiphany. I understand now. Last year in class, Uchiha Banjian was either sleeping or idling at home, never taking lessons seriously, which accounted for his average results. Perhaps during the break, Banjian decided to apply himself? That would explain everything. Consequently, the eyes of his classmates brimmed with envy directed at Banjian. Such remarkable talent was indeed enviable. Truly, he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Indeed. Yet, I wonder whose talent surpasses the other, Banjian or Itachi. Perhaps Itachi, considering he applied for early graduation in the first year and is now in the second year. No, I believe it is Banjian. Why? Because we are classmates with Banjian. Exactly, it's Banjian. As the afternoon testing concluded, Uchiha Banjian undoubtedly secured first place, while Yamabuki Yuki claimed the second. Previously, the first place had been Hinata Hikaru, but now he had vanished. The Umbu had also ceased their search for him. Irika led everyone back to the classroom. The results of the morning's written exam were now available, and I will announce the overall scores and rankings. For those who performed well, continue your efforts. For those whose performance was less than ideal, strive harder next time. First place, Uchiha Banjian. A score sheet was affixed at the front of the classroom. In every category, Banjian exerted overwhelming superiority over Yamabuki Yuki, who gazed in his direction, gritting her teeth as her spirit gradually dimmed. Class is dismissed, everyone. Goodbye, teacher. Uchiha Izumi had been waiting at the door. Izumi, thank you for your patience. Chapter 51. The Hokage. Now a memory. Irika clutched the evaluation report of Uchiha Ibito, unconsciously making his way towards the Interstellar Command Center. Believing that the emergence of a new star from the Ninja Academy would surely bring immense joy to the Hokage. However, as he crossed the threshold, a sudden realization struck him. The Hokage was now a relic of the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been judged and imprisoned deep within the interstellar prison. The new Hokage had yet to be born. A flicker of disappointment crossed Irika's face as he let out a soft sigh. He had never imagined that the esteemed Hokage would resort to such actions. Had it all been a facade before others? It was utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, the genius of Uchiha Ibito quickly spread like wildfire. Students fervently discussed the topic, and the name Uchiha resonated in the ears of an ever-growing number of interstellar inhabitants. Simultaneously, a rumor began to circulate quietly. It was said that Uchiha had suffered deliberate suppression from Sarutobi Hiruzen, akin to the latter's apprehension towards the White Fang of Konoha, thus tarnishing Uchiha's reputation. The tragedy of the White Fang elicited sympathy from many, particularly those who had once believed the rumors surrounding Hiruzen, who now felt a sense of guilt towards the White Fang. Upon hearing that the Uchiha clan faced a fate similar to that of the White Fang, it was only natural for the people to transfer their guilt onto the Uchiha. Danzo and the elders were, of course, reluctant to witness such developments. They attempted to intervene covertly, yet with little success. Uchiha had already laid a solid foundation for this rumor. Within the Konoha Security Bureau, the Uchiha garnered immense gratitude from numerous civilian ninjas, who, having benefited from the Uchiha, would naturally defend them. Furthermore, the current relocations of the Uchiha were telling. Their repeated migrations from the heart of Konoha to the periphery indicated that they were not being oppressed, but rather deliberately targeted. Thirdly, it is an undeniable fact that Konoha was indeed founded by the Uchiha. Without the Senju, there would be no Uchiha. Would there even be a Konoha ninja village as we know it today? Certainly not. Could a mere handful of small clans establish an interstellar stronghold like Konoha? It would have been utterly impossible. They would have long been swallowed by other ninja villages and could hardly forge an alliance with the Land of Fire. Such notions are nothing but fanciful dreams. Moreover, even the title of Hokage finds its roots in the Uchiha. Konoha owes its existence to the wood release of Senju Hashirama, while the fire aspect derives from the Uchiha clan's signature fire release techniques. We have harbored far too many prejudices against the Uchiha, all instigated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Reflecting on it now, the Uchiha are not so bad, save for Uchiha Madara. However, when he betrayed the village, the other Uchiha stood firmly on the side of the village. Indeed, which ninja clan is devoid of a few renegades? It is true. No matter how malevolent Uchiha Madara may have been, he pales in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing these discussions, Danzo's expression darkened. The rumors had solidified, and Danzo could no longer intervene. What did Uchiha Fugaku intend to do? Did he aspire to become Hokage? The position of Hokage belongs solely to me. Uchiha Ibito first escorted Uchiha Izumi home before returning to his own residence. Brother. Sasuke hurriedly jogged to greet her. Mikoto Uchiha stood at the entrance. How does it feel to be back in class, Itachi? It's much the same as before, Itachi Uchiha replied. Today there are no classes, it's an assessment. Irika-sensei wishes to understand how we fared during the break. Assessment? How did you perform? I barely managed to secure the top position. Mikoto Uchiha's eyes brightened. That is certainly worthy of celebration. I shall go and procure some ingredients for a grand feast tonight. Sasuke's excitement surged. Yes, I want to eat meat. Lots and lots of meat. Itachi Uchiha observed Sasuke, who was joyfully running in circles in the backyard, then turned to Mikoto. Mother, is this really necessary? You are well aware of my capabilities. Achieving first place was to be expected. Mikoto gently patted Itachi's shoulder, a smile gracing her lips. Precisely for that reason, we must celebrate. Itachi, I feel I have wronged you. Itachi paused for a moment, then smiled in return. Very well, I shall heed my mother. All right, I will prepare. Itachi felt no sense of grievance, for he was acutely aware of his own strength. Thus, the words of an average Uchiha did not affect him, nor did they incite anger. However, Mikoto was different. She felt a deep sense of guilt. Her son was undeniably a genius, yet due to the family's circumstances, he had to conceal his talents, leading to the pervasive notion of mediocrity surrounding the Uchiha name throughout the village. Each time she heard such discussions, it pained her heart. Yet, she could not contest their claims. Now, Itachi's talents could finally be displayed with pride, and Mikoto felt a surge of happiness. Itachi gazed at Mikoto's retreating figure, his expression softening. Even though his parents no longer viewed him as a child, they still yearned to fulfill their roles as parents. What kind of person could lack a sense of belonging to such a family? A vivid image flashed in Itachi's mind. Itachi Uchiha wielding a kunai, blood dripping. while Fugaku and Mikoto lay fallen on the ground. Brother? Itachi snapped back to reality. Where's mother? She has gone to procure the ingredients. Since a grand feast was in preparation, it was clear that Mikoto alone could not manage the preparation in time. Hence, she had ordered the ingredients from a restaurant, which would be delivered once ready. The only distinction from dining out was the change of venue to their home. The food remained the same. Mikoto distinctly sensed that the gazes directed at her had grown considerably warmer. The days of hostility and discrimination faced by the Uchihas in Konoha had been completely turned over. In fact, many eyes now reflected a sense of guilt. As dusk fell, nearly all the dishes from the restaurant arrived. Fugaku Uchiha returned home just in time. So lavish. Today, Itachi's class underwent an assessment, and he secured first place. Really? That certainly warrants a celebration. Fugaku looked towards Itachi. Chapter 52. Not so easy. Why are you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his gaze, looking at the one disguised as Itachi Uchiha. I have come to ask you a few questions. What is it? After executing numerous plans, do you feel any remorse? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted. You are not. Indeed, I am not. Uchiha Obito clasped his hands, and his visage instantaneously transformed into that of Kakashi. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. The victor reigns, while the vanquished are deemed villains. Even now, do you harbor no regrets? How do you perceive the current outcome? Your son has personally obliterated your grandson. The Sarutobi clan is on the brink of annihilation, and you find yourself in such dire straits. Do you not perceive this as a manifestation of karma? You exhibit no remorse towards your ancestors? Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Kakashi, should you wish to slay me, now is the time to act. Uchiha Obito raised an eyebrow and smiled. To meet death so easily is no simple task. Follow me. He extended his hand. Bang. A punch was unleashed, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Uchiha Obito shattered Sarutobi Hiruzen's chakra pathways, rendering him unable to utilize chakra or even perform martial arts. He dragged Sarutobi Hiruzen away from the Umbu prison. Where are you taking me? To beneath Hokage Rock. Uchiha Obito guided Sarutobi Hiruzen to the statue. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt on the ground. His statue atop Hokage Rock lay in ruins. He was no longer worthy to stand alongside the other Hokages. Look, does this statue not bear a striking resemblance to you? Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion darkened. You brought me out merely to humiliate me? I simply wish for you to experience the emotions of those you have wronged. However, that is not the crux of the matter. You shall soon witness something of greater significance. Uchiha Obito led Sarutobi Hiruzen in another direction. Here lie the graves of your father, wife, and son, Sarutobi Sasuke, Sarutobi Pihwa, Sarutobi Shino. Because of you, they are denied eternal rest here. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth. They are innocent. Indeed, they are innocent. But who among us is not innocent? Have you not extinguished entire clans over trivial disagreements? Others can do the same, cannot they? Uchiha Obito guided Sarutobi Hiruzen to their next destination. Nearing the residence of the Yamanaka clan, a courtyard. Within lived two young maidens, the chosen brides for Sarutobi Hiruzen from the Yamanaka clan. These are your two new companions. They are both with child. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils suddenly constricted, realization dawning upon him. What do you intend to do? What I wish to do is quite simple. Uchiha Obito declared. Here, I possess abortifacients. I now present you with a choice. For every sin you have committed, inflict upon yourself a wound equal in number until your demise. Otherwise, I shall compel them to ingest this potion. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed. The children are innocent. Uchiha Obito finally perceived the anguish and terror etched upon Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. At last, you can comprehend this torment. How rare it is. After all the cruelty you have enacted, how does it feel to face retribution? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly knelt, repeatedly bowing his head. If you spare them, I shall do anything you command. I can die. I am willing to die now. His forehead struck the ground, blood immediately oozing forth. Then proceed to take matters into your own hands. Uchiha Obito cast aside a kunai. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked it up, gritting his teeth and casting a glance at Uchiha Obito. Then, with a fierce resolve, he plunged it into his own body. For every sin, a stab. He withdrew it immediately, blood gushing forth, splattering across the ground. It is all my fault, all my fault. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had completely lost the dignity of his former self, reduced to a pitiful state. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. Soon, numerous wounds adorned Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. It was the first time Uchiha Obito witnessed Sarutobi Hiruzen in such a condition. Is it enough now? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, staring intently at Uchiha Obito, his pupils constricted. Kakashi, is it enough now? Can we spare them? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. Uchiha Obito gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then cast his eyes toward the courtyard not far away, saying, I'm sorry, I have already administered the abortion pills to them. This is what you taught me, is it not? To eradicate the roots. Uchiha Obito continued, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. I am not Kakashi, but the mastermind you have been searching for all along. Are you excited to see me now? Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled with rage. I will kill you. Uchiha Obito flicked his wrist. With a swift motion, a kunai sliced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's throat. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen lost all strength. His eyes wide open as he clutched his throat desperately. He gasped, but no sound escaped his lips. Sarutobi Hiruzen, take your sins and descend into hell. A person like you is unworthy even of leaving a corpse behind. Uchiha Obito clapped his hands together. Fire release. A blaze engulfed Sarutobi Hiruzen, incinerating him alive as he lay there, barely clinging to life. Flesh and blood turned to ashes, leaving only a skeletal frame. Uchiha Obito cast Sarutobi Hiruzen's remains into the murky waters. Just like Uchiha Shursui, you two are only fit to sink in this filthy place. At that moment, two young women suddenly felt excruciating pain in their abdomens. The abortion pills had taken effect. Preventing Sarutobi Hiruzen's offspring was indeed the better choice for them. Uchiha Obito returned home. In the Umbu prison, a chapter unfolded. Chapter 53, Lack of Evidence. Is it you? In light of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mysterious disappearance, Kakashi had long harbored dissatisfaction regarding the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen had not been captured by the interstellar fugitive Shas. His father, Hatake Tsukumo, had been at rest on distant planets for many years. Now, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's vanishing act, Kakashi could no longer suppress his inner fury. What am I saying? Danzo furrowed his brow. Did you visit the Umbu's interstellar prison before? The moment you left, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished. Did you rescue him? Why would you do such a thing? I rescued Sarutobi Hiruzen? Kakashi's expression darkened like iron. Are you planning to deny it? The evidence is irrefutable. I did not. Danzo's demeanor grew icy as he retorted, Kakashi, I do not know what you are talking about. I did visit the interstellar prison, but I absolutely did not bring Sarutobi Hiruzen out. Deny it? Then I will seek the truth myself. Kakashi's gaze swept through Danzo's residence in search of clues, either hidden within your abode or concealed in the secret base of Root. Tell me, where have you hidden Sarutobi Hiruzen? Surrender him now. As Kakashi spoke, he prepared to advance. Danzo stood firm before him. Kakashi, do not overstep your bounds. I have said there is nothing, and that is the truth. Kakashi scoffed coldly. In the next moment, he removed his eye patch, and the three tomo within his eyes began to swirl. Instantly, Kakashi's figure vanished, reappearing behind Danzo. Danzo, I am no longer the person I once was. If you refuse to hand over Hiruzen, I shall seek him out myself. I told you, I have not done so. Danzo adamantly denied it. Swiftly forming hand seals aimed at Kakashi. Wind release, vacuum sphere, lightning release, Chidori. An intense confrontation erupted in an instant. The members of the Umbu behind Kakashi and the Root members behind Danzo swiftly joined the fray. It was not until Mito Gate and Tien Kamachi arrived on the scene that both combatants were compelled to cease hostilities. Their battle had been exceptionally fierce, leaving them with minor injuries. Kakashi, Danzo, what is happening here? Danzo rescued Hiruzen. Kakashi pointed accusingly at Danzo. I did not. Danzo firmly refuted. After a while, Mito Gate and Tien Kamachi managed to piece together the sequence of events. However, they chose to side with Danzo, or rather hoped that this was indeed the truth. Kakashi had no choice but to depart with his team. Danzo, has Hiruzen truly been rescued? Despite Hiruzen's numerous transgressions, Mito Gate and Tien Kamachi still wished for him not to languish in an interstellar prison, as they had once fought alongside him, sharing a profound bond. I have not done anything, Danzo remarked. Yet this incident reveals that the Elder Council can no longer govern Konoha. The village requires a Hokage. Even Kakashi dares to intrude upon my residence. Mito Gate nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is necessary. However, Danzo, if you aspire to become Hokage, we will require the support of others, those ninja clans, and significant jonin. Danzo gazed out the window, his fists clenching involuntarily. The matter of Sarutobi Hiruzen's disappearance ultimately settled. With no one able to locate him, Kakashi searched extensively, investigating both openly and covertly, yet to no avail. Even though Kakashi firmly believed Danzo was responsible for Hiruzen's rescue, he could not secure a conviction due to the lack of evidence. As long as Danzo maintained his resolute denial, there was no basis for pursuit. Konoha gradually returned to a semblance of tranquility, yet beneath the surface, each individual plotted their own course of action. Danzo yearned to become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku continuously sought to enhance the reputation of the Uchiha clan, amassing momentum. As Uchiha Itachi once articulated, Konoha was originally founded by both the Senju and Uchiha clans. With the Senju lineage now extinct, Konoha rightfully belongs to the Uchiha. The disappearance of Hiruzen and the incidents involving the security department had both served to elevate the Uchiha clan's standing, whether among civilians or shinobi. Uchiha Itachi could sense this change. The previously tenuous and omnipresent hostility gradually dissipated. Previously, the Uchiha clan was indifferent to such matters, while figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen from the higher echelons of Konoha covertly instigated events. However, the Uchiha clan has begun to take these issues seriously, and the higher-ups of Konoha no longer have the energy to target them. The improvement of the Uchiha clan's reputation is thus a natural progression. Therefore, it is time for me to appropriately showcase my true abilities. In the past, Uchiha Obito had to feign weakness, but now, such pretense is unnecessary. Even if Uchiha Obito were to act boldly, it would pose no issue. Chapter 54. Exceptional talent. My capabilities, Izumi, you are already well aware of, needing no further validation. Uchiha Izumi's memories trace back through the interstellar network. Within the virtual training chamber, Uchiha Obito's combat skills surpassed those of Uchiha Izumi from the outset, excelling in tactical programming, energy swordsmanship, and physical enhancement techniques, as well as in the extraction and manipulation of chakra. In all these aspects, Uchiha Obito outperformed Uchiha Izumi, leading her to doubt the integrity of her own intelligence algorithms. After a period of adjustment, Uchiha Izumi eventually accepted the undeniable fact that Uchiha Obito was a super genius. Consequently, Uchiha Izumi endeavored to regain her confidence through academic pursuits. However, Uchiha Obito was equally adept in the realm of knowledge, mastering all subjects with ease, save for those requiring rote memorization, where he displayed no inferiority to her. Obito, you could actually graduate early, Uchiha Izumi suggested earnestly. Based on previous simulation training results, she felt Uchiha Obito surpassed her in every regard. Uchiha Obito shook his head in response, saying, "The life of an interstellar warrior is rather monotonous. I wish to remain in school for another 2 years. Is that so?" Uchiha Izumi nodded. However, given Obito's age, spending 2 more years in school is beneficial. Once you become a formal warrior, life will not be this easy. That's true, Uchiha Obito replied. As long as I don't end up like certain individuals who always meddle in others' affairs. Uchiha Izumi chuckled softly. Are you criticizing Itachi? Indeed, he replied. Perhaps that's the nature of geniuses. I am a genius as well. I am 100 times the genius Itachi is. Absolutely, Obito is a true super genius. After the morning assessments concluded, during lunch, Irika led everyone to the virtual training room. The performance during the morning evaluations had been commendable, save for a few classmates. I hope everyone maintains this momentum for the afternoon assessments. Now, I will call out names. Please step forward. The first, Yamabuki Yuki. The third, Uchiha Obito. Yamabuki Yuki's results remained consistently outstanding. This warrior of commoner origin continued to pursue self-improvement even during her breaks. However, as a commoner warrior, her potential ceiling is relatively low. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the rank of lieutenant will likely be her limit, akin to Irika and Mizuki. Even aspiring to become a special-grade warrior is no simple feat, requiring unique talents, either excelling in a particular domain or mastering a certain secret technique. In this universe, the acquisition of esoteric skills is exceedingly challenging. Most individuals regard them as treasured secrets. The Nara clan does not impart the art of shadow binding, while the Yamashiro clan refrains from revealing the technique of heart shifting. Similarly, the Oil Women-S clan keeps their insect control techniques confidential. Irika's recognition of Yamabuki Yuki stems from his own status as a common warrior. Yamabuki Yuki, continue to strive forward. Thank you, teacher. As Uchiha Banjian stepped forward, Irika took special notice of him. Banjian's performance in the simulated battle earlier that morning had left a profound impression on him. Another individual drawing his attention was Yamabuki Yuki. However, aside from the two of them, the others seemed indifferent. There was no deep camaraderie between Uchiha Banjian and the rest. Swoosh! A sound of air being sliced through resonated. Uchiha Banjian's energy sword struck the target's center with precision. Before the sound faded, Banjian hurled another energy sword. Bang! Once again, it found its mark. 10 consecutive throws, each one accurately hitting the target without deviation. Yamabuki Yuki's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a feat even she could not achieve. Irika's surprise diminished slightly, as he had already braced himself for such an outcome. Banjian, well done. Thank you, Irika-sensei. At that moment, the gazes of other classmates also turned toward him. When did Uchiha Banjian become so formidable? The second assessment swiftly commenced, focusing on physical fitness testing. Uchiha Banjian's performance remained unparalleled among all students. There was no comparison. He stood alone at the pinnacle, remarkably powerful. Next came 3 additional assessments. The endurance test. There was no doubt, no one could challenge Uchiha Banjian's results, as all tests were conducted under scrutiny, eliminating any chance of cheating. Such a level of achievement undoubtedly placed him at the forefront, far surpassing Hinata Hikaru from before. This was true genius. A student exhibited a look of realization. I understand now. During last year's classes, Uchiha Banjian was either asleep or engrossed in virtual games, never paying attention, which accounted for his mediocre grades. Perhaps during his time away from school, he became earnest? That must be the only explanation. Consequently, the classmates looked at Uchiha Banjian with envy. Such extraordinary talent was indeed enviable. He was truly a credit to the Uchiha clan. Indeed. But I wonder whose talent is superior, Banjian or Itachi? It might be Itachi, considering he applied for early graduation in the first year and is now in the second year. No, I believe it is Banjian. Why? Because we are classmates with Banjian. Exactly, it is Banjian. As the afternoon assessments concluded, Uchiha Banjian effortlessly claimed first place, while Yamabuki Yuki secured the second position. The previous champion, Hinata Hikaru, had vanished, and the Umbu had also ceased their search for him. Irika led everyone back to the classroom. The results of the morning's theoretical assessments had been finalized. Now, I shall announce the overall scores and rankings. Students who have achieved excellent results continue to strive. For those who have not performed well, raise your spirits for the next time. The top scorer, Uchiha Itachi, has a report card displayed at the front of the classroom. In every domain, Uchiha Itachi has demonstrated an overwhelming superiority over the class's second place, Yamabuki Kaze. Yamabuki Kaze glanced in Uchiha Itachi's direction, gritted his teeth, and his gaze gradually dimmed. Class is over, everyone. Goodbye, teacher. Uchiha Izumi was already waiting at the door. Izumi, sorry to keep you waiting. Chapter 55. A brief silence, a mechanical hum reverberated through the air. At this moment, footsteps echoed from outside, resembling a synthetic stride. Everyone instinctively lifted their gaze. A figure pushed open the holographic door. Father, mother, Itachi, Sasuke, I'm back. It was Itachi. The elder brother appeared weary, his body marked by the scars of battle, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and anguish, as if he had just returned from an interstellar conflict. Upon seeing the scene at the dining table, Uchiha Itachi paused. Is today a special day? Uchiha Makoto smiled in response. Today, Itachi's class conducted a simulated interstellar assessment, and he secured first place. Is that so? Itachi, congratulations. Uchiha Itachi turned to Uchiha Itachi. Thank you. Brother, let us sit down and eat together. Sasuke patted the intelligent floating chair beside him. All right. Uchiha Itachi settled beside Sasuke, and the atmosphere in the dining room shifted subtly. Itachi seemed incongruent with the family's sense of future, yet he remained oblivious, lost in thought. Brother, is the food not to your liking? No, it tastes wonderful. Uchiha Itachi quickly regained his composure and began to eat heartily. Mother, your culinary skills have improved again. Brother, this ISN tea made by mother. It was ordered from an interstellar restaurant. A hint of embarrassment crossed Uchiha Itachi's face. Mother, I apologize. It's all right, as long as you enjoy it. Uchiha Fugaku set down his nanotech chopsticks. Itachi, what has been troubling you? Uchiha Itachi hesitated, a brief silence hanging in the air. Father, I've searched every planet, but Haven T found Shursui. Do you think he might have encountered an accident? Given Shursui's combat prowess, it's unlikely anyone could easily harm him. Uchiha Fugaku replied. Moreover, Shursui disappeared within the village. His body flicker technique is nearly impossible to trace throughout the entire Konoha star system. I know I cannot do it. Rest assured, Shursui will be safe. Uchiha Itachi nodded. By the way, Itachi, any news from the village? Uchiha Fugaku inquired. News from the village? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I haven't heard anything. What has happened recently? Hiruzen Sarutobi, haven't you heard? What is wrong with Lord Hokage? Hiruzen Sarutobi is no longer the Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku stated. His Hokage title has been stripped, and he has been imprisoned in the interstellar prison of the Umbu. This cannot be true. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened in disbelief. Perhaps you are unaware of the deeds of Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was he who orchestrated the demise of the legendary Konoha White Fang. Asuma's defection stemmed from Hiruzen's forceful separation from his beloved Nara Shikamaru. Furthermore, there is the tale of Yamashiro Aki and his childhood companion, Nara Rin, which has spread throughout the Land of Fire. In a desperate attempt to salvage his reputation, Hiruzen resorted to forbidden jutsu in the Blight Bug Forbidden Zone, resulting in an entire residential area being engulfed by mutated blight bugs. In the span of a single night, thousands perished. Yet, there were witnesses to this atrocity. To conceal his crimes, Hiruzen obliterated their memories. Uchiha Itachi gazed incredulously at his father, Uchiha Fugaku. Father, is this true? Indeed, it is, Fugaku replied. The entire village is aware. Thus, I have a hypothesis. What is it? Could it be that Shursui uncovered Hiruzen's true nature and was subsequently slain by him? Itachi's pupils narrowed in disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he declared, Father, Mother, Izumi, Sasuke, I am satiated. I shall retire to my room. Itachi hastily consumed a few bites before exiting the dining hall. Uchiha Izumi cast a fleeting glance at Fugaku. This was Fugaku's way of expressing hope for Itachi, attempting to guide him back into the fold of the Uchiha clan. Whether this would bear fruit, only Itachi could determine. The opinions of others held little significance. Once Itachi departed, the atmosphere in the dining hall returned to normal. Sasuke savored his meal with enthusiasm. This is delicious. If you enjoy it, eat more, came the reply as Sasuke gnawed on a virtual projection of a pork knuckle. As night fell, Itachi slipped away quietly. After a moment's hesitation, Izumi trailed after him, remaining undetected. Currently, Izumi's prowess far surpassed that of Itachi. Itachi was merely an ordinary three-tomo Uchiha, while Izumi had already awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even in basic ninjutsu attributes, Izumi did not fall short. Despite having trained for a brief period, he possessed the strength of his followers. One follower equated to 1/10 of his power, and Izumi now commanded several dozen followers. Mizuki, a member of the Abyssal Eye, Oil Girl Token, Moonlight Gale, Asuma, Kabuto, 8 Parrots, Kakashi, and the Death Flower, which had been completely consumed by flames. A great fire had incinerated the Death Flower entirely, yet deep within the earth, seeds remained. A torrential downpour ensued, and the seeds broke through the soil, tender green shoots emerging swiftly, blooming vibrantly. Danzo, Mito Gate Flame, Nara Shikaku, and Uchiha Kagami convened. Within the Elder Council, they formed an alliance. The Elder Council could not persist indefinitely. Konoha required a Hokage. Presently, the Uchiha's intentions had become abundantly clear. They coveted the position of Hokage. I had long perceived the avarice of the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Fugaku's greed. What right does a mere Uchiha have to covet the Hokage's seat? Danzo's voice brimmed with fervor, nearly erupting in a roar. Chapter 56. The likelihood is not insignificant. Uchiha Itachi stepped into the virtual realm of Uchiha Shursui, a space long shrouded in profound silence. Shursui had once epitomized the ideals cherished by the Uchiha clan, for he was indeed a benevolent spirit. However, following Kakashi's revelation of the clandestine plots orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha, Shursui's reputation among his kin plummeted. The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership grew increasingly strained. Uchiha Fugaku's actions were merely an attempt to preserve a glimmer of hope for the clan's survival. Yet, Uchiha Shursui had betrayed that trust, reporting to the Konoha elite that the Uchiha clan was conspiring to rebel. Had it not been for the subsequent events surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdication, the Uchiha clan might have already been eradicated. Dust coated the surfaces of the desk and walls. Where had Shursui vanished to? Itachi furrowed his brow as he pulled out a chair and sat down, unconsciously opening the drawer. Suddenly, his expression tightened. A hidden module? Uchiha Itachi extended his hand, unlocking the built-in encrypted storage. A data letter materialized within his virtual interface. Itachi, to be opened by you. Uchiha Itachi quickly perused the contents. Itachi, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be present. I have made an exceedingly perilous decision, a challenging choice. On one side lies family. On the other, the village. I often ponder, how would Mirror choose in my stead? Which holds greater significance, the bonds of blood or the will of fire? In time, I came to understand that without the village, the notion of family becomes moot. The discord between the Uchiha and the village is irreconcilable, and I must make a choice. By the way, allow me to share a secret with you, the secret of the Uchiha eyes. Beyond the three tomo, the Sharingan possesses an even more advanced form known as the Manjiki, but the conditions for its awakening are exceedingly stringent. I have been fortunate enough to unlock it. This pair of eyes wields a genjutsu known as Kotoamatsukami, capable of altering a person's will and thoughts. The Uchiha rebellion is now unstoppable. Thus, I shall report to Lord Hokage and employ these eyes to cast Kotoamatsukami upon him, reshaping Fugaka's thoughts and dissuading him from the notion of rebellion. This endeavor is fraught with uncertainty. If I am no longer here, Itachi, the fate of our family and village rests upon your shoulders. Where the flames dance, they shall never extinguish. I trust you understand, as I do, what is most vital. I beseech you. Uchiha Itachi's countenance turned grave. A conjecture surfaced in his mind. Could it be that his father had perceived Shirsue's actions, deactivated his program, and then seized his eyes to use Kotoamatsukami to manipulate the thoughts and will of the masses? No, even the so-called Manjiki Sharingan would not possess the capacity to sway so many minds. Then, had the Hokage's thoughts been altered? Had he been led into making a grievous error? Itachi furrowed his brow. The possibility is indeed considerable. According to Shirsue's description, Kotoamatsukami should be capable of such feats. But how does one explain the incident involving Konoha's white fang? Uchiha Itachi gazed thoughtfully at the data in his hands. After a brief moment of hesitation, his fingers moved, summoning a flickering virtual flame. He cast the letter into the fire, watching as it was instantly reduced to ashes. A mechanical parrot soared from the bedside, soon arriving at Uchiha Obito's side, relaying the contents of the letter. Obito's expression darkened. Uchiha Shirsue was indeed a troublesome figure, his demise seemingly inconsequential. Yet, a more pressing concern lingered in Obito's mind. What thoughts would Itachi harbor upon reading that letter? Which side would he choose to believe? Upon returning home, Uchiha Obito found that Itachi had not yet returned, vanishing alone into the virtual darkness, his destination and intentions unknown. Only by seeking out the Hokage could the truth be unveiled. Itachi approached the vicinity of Danzo's virtual abode, suspecting that the Hokage might have been rescued by Danzo. However, his surveillance yielded no results. Danzo exhibited no signs of intending to meet with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The reality was that Danzo had not rescued Hiruzen at all. The latter had already met his end, a casualty of Obito's programmed assault. All that remained was a shattered remnant of code, lost amidst the ruins of data. Unfit even for the conditions of Edo Tensei. Danzo's attempt to save Hiruzen had thus become utterly meaningless. Deprived of the Hokage's position and stripped of all power, Hiruzen, burdened with immense sins, was of no further use to Danzo, rendered entirely worthless. The following day, Obito made his way to the Ninja Academy, encountering several classmates along the route. The gazes directed at him were predominantly filled with envy and admiration. To his surprise, Yukimura had not appeared on the way to school. It was only upon entering the classroom that he discovered she was already seated inside. Obito took a position in the corner, while Yukimura cast a fleeting glance at his back, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. As class commenced, the students greeted their teacher, Irika, who cleared his throat and announced, "Today's lesson will differ slightly from last year, as we will engage in a particularly vital study, the extraction of chakra. For ninjas, this was of paramount importance." Irika paused, realizing that this topic was perhaps ill-suited for the current context. Obito's actions would be tantamount to futile effort. Even if he excelled, he was ultimately a student, not an instructor. His peers would instinctively resist such behavior. Should he teach well, resentment would arise. Should he falter, complaints would follow. "I apologize. I meant no offense," he said. "It's quite all right, Irika-sensei. I understand you harbor no ill intent." "Very well then, Obito, you may conclude your studies early today." "Thank you, Irika-sensei." I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow. With that, Obito exited the classroom. Moments later, several figures emerged as well. Not every student who raised their hand was permitted to leave early. Some possessed skills, yet lacked a solid foundation, prompting Irika to retain them. Obito made his way toward the nearby virtual training grounds. Uchiha Izumi was engaged in solitary training, focusing on the technique of the holographic clone jutsu. Izumi, Banshan, what brings you here? She inquired. Today's lesson is about chakra extraction, and since I've grasped it, Irika-sensei has allowed me to leave early, he replied. I see. Well, Izumi, I may not be able to have lunch with you today, he continued. That's all right. Banshan, you should head home early, she reassured him. It appeared that Uchiha Izumi recalled something, saying, with you leaving early today, Sasuke will surely be delighted. Perhaps, Banshan responded. Well then, I shall take my leave. Okay. Upon exiting the ninja academy, Uchiha Banshan glanced around, noting the sparse crowd. In truth, the ninja academy was situated in the heart of Konohagakure, adjacent to the Hokage mansion, surrounded by an array of advanced public facilities, including a plaza and a smart commercial district. Logically, this area should have been bustling with activity. However, recent upheavals in the village, coupled with the nearby forbidden zone infested with phosphorescent insects, had dissuaded anyone from approaching. Consequently, the locale felt rather desolate. Uchiha Banshan made his way toward the Hokage Rock. The colossal statue of Sarutobi Hiruzen had been destroyed, leaving behind a gaping void. With a bronze statue prostrating beneath Hokage Rock, eternally offering an apology to the village. Banshan's gaze shifted to the central statue of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In the original narrative, the tragic fate of the Uchiha clan was intricately linked to Senju Tobirama, as the actions against the Uchiha began with him. His attention returned to the bronze statue below, which was adorned with an abundance of litter, a testament to the villagers' discontent with Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. Nevertheless, the insistence of Danzo and others had prevented Hiruzen from facing execution. Thus, the villagers' ire was redirected towards this bronze effigy. Suddenly, a dense, dark aura invaded Uchiha Banshan's line of sight. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the intensity of such malevolent energy. As he peered closer, he discerned a figure, a young boy, around 4 or 5 years of age, with a golden, spiky hairstyle, clad in a brown jacket and pants, and a white short-sleeved shirt beneath. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Banshan recognized him instantly. Naruto seemed to sense Banshan's gaze, lifting his head. A profound shadow flickered in his eyes, yet he swiftly concealed it, turning away to avoid Banshan's stare. Why had Naruto transformed in such a manner? Banshan's left eye involuntarily twitched open. In the next instant, the resentment emanating from Naruto coalesced almost into a tangible form, surging forth, an overwhelming tide of darkness flooding Banshan's vision, more potent than ever before. Even now, Uchiha Banshan felt a sharp sting. A vivid image materialized in Banshan's mind, a dilapidated room, where Naruto lay resting on a bed during the dead of night. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a notebook was hurled inside. Naruto jolted awake, picking up the notebook and flipping it open. A line of text caught his eye, causing his pupils to widen in shock. A torrent of intense hatred erupted from within Naruto. Naruto, I am Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. This notebook is given to you to unveil a significant truth regarding your true identity. I sincerely apologize for the debts I owe you from the past. However, the time has come for me to disclose the entire truth. You are not an ordinary orphan. Your identity is indeed extraordinary. You are the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and your mother is Kushina Uzumaki. You are not a monster, but a Jinchuriki, a human who harbors within him a tailed beast, just like your mother did. On the day of your birth, intruders invaded the village and unleashed the tailed beast sealed within your mother, causing calamity throughout Konoha, an event known as the Nine Tails Incident. Your father sacrificed his life to protect the village, and your mother perished in that tragedy as well. In a bid to safeguard the village, your father sealed the beast within you. Your family, Minato, Kushina, gave their lives for the village, and you too transformed into a monster to protect it. The village owes you and your family a great deal. Furthermore, allow me to share a few more details. The legacy of your parents is with me, and I have appropriated it for myself. Chapter 58, Provoking Itachi Uchiha Obito noted several names highlighted on the display screen. One was Danzo, whom Hiruzen Sarutobi specifically mentioned as the one spreading rumors regarding the Nine-Tails Fox. The other was Kakashi, pointed out by Hiruzen as a pupil of Minato Namikaze. Kakashi is Minato's apprentice, and Naruto is Minato's son. Yet, Kakashi has shown no concern for Naruto, which could easily foster resentment in Naruto towards him. However, it appears that Kakashi might genuinely be unaware, though that cannot be fully confirmed. Given Kakashi's status, deducing Naruto's identity should not be particularly challenging. With specific information at hand, it is not difficult to guess Naruto's identity. As a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, even Iruka is aware, let alone Kakashi. The previous Jinchuriki was Kushina Uzumaki. Kakashi knows of Kushina's pregnancy, as Obito learned the approximate date from him. Naruto's age aligns perfectly. Moreover, the Uzumaki clan has long since vanished, leaving few with the surname. Given that Naruto bears the Uzumaki name, possesses Minato's golden hair, and is a Jinchuriki, it would not be difficult for Kakashi to deduce his identity based on the timing of Kushina's childbirth. This could be attributed to Kakashi's personal reasons or external factors beyond him. Obito did not delve deeper into this, as it bore little significance to him. Obito withdrew his gaze and turned towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Soon, a figure approached from the opposite direction. "Is that you, Itachi?" Obito assessed Itachi with a glance. He appeared exceedingly weary, even more than the last time they met, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, more exaggerated than Kakashi's. "So, Itachi, where have you been? Have you not slept for days?" Itachi shook his head. "Nothing much. I simply haven't rested well. By the way, Obito, would you like to join me for some energy pills? Shall we take a stroll over there?" Uchiha Madara hesitated for a moment before nodding. He decided to bring some for Sasuke and their mother as well. Very well. The two walked side by side down the technological corridor. Uchiha Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Madara and remarked, "By the way, it has been quite some time since we last strolled together, hasn't it?" "Is that so?" "I often go out with Sasuke," Madara replied. Itachi continued, "So, might you divulge what you've been preoccupied with all this time? Was your contribution significant in the exposure and defeat of that scoundrel Sarutobi Hiruzen?" Uchiha Madara intentionally provoked Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's expression turned slightly awkward. "No," he replied. "I recall Shursui mentioning that you were engaged in something of great importance, but surely you are not as busy now, given the village's improved circumstances." Madara stated, "The villain Sarutobi Hiruzen has been revealed and imprisoned, and our father has become a member of the Elder Council. Our parents have been smiling more, along with our clansmen, and the students and teachers at the academy. The situation in the village should be much improved, wouldn't you agree?" Itachi hesitated for a moment, then gently nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it has improved. Then, do you prefer the present or the past?" Madara inquired. Itachi paused before responding. "So much has transpired in the village that I am uncertain. If given a choice, I might still opt for the past." "The past? Why is that? Do you not wish for our clansmen to lead better, more peaceful, and stable lives?" Itachi shook his head. "Certainly not, Madara. There are many things you do not comprehend. Do not merely observe the surface. Many matters lie hidden in the shadows. Life now is indeed quite pleasant, but there are too many factors that introduce instability. In the past, Shursui and I were both striving against this. Yet now, Shursui is gone." Madara suggested, "Why not confer with father?" Itachi shook his head. "Father has his own responsibilities. The energy pills have been procured," he concluded, diverting the conversation. "Madara, which type do you desire?" Madara glanced at Itachi before turning to the shopkeeper. "Sir, as before, please." "Very well, it will be ready shortly. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags, so many?" Itachi expressed his surprise. "When I brought Sasuke before, we would purchase in this manner." Madara explained, "Since we are here, let us not think only of ourselves. Sasuke, mother, father, they are all our family after all. Family is the closest bond. We must learn to share, for family is of utmost importance." Itachi nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Madara is correct." The two entered the Uchiha family residence, encountering numerous acquaintances along the way who greeted Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara warmly. The situation of the Uchiha clan had improved, and the smiles among the people had increased significantly. Madara approached the door and knocked. "Mother, we have returned." Uchiha Makoto quickly opened the door. "Madara, did you not have class today?" "Itachi, today, the school taught chakra refinement, and I have already mastered it. Remaining at school would be a waste of time. Thus, the teacher allowed us to leave early," Madara explained. "I see. On the road, we fortuitously encountered Itachi, who generously offered us the energy pills we had purchased." Itachi placed the energy pills on the table in the courtyard. Chapter 59. With a resounding crash, the two leaped from the interstellar barrier, swiftly traversing the gravitational field. Hearing the commotion, Sasuke jolted up in astonishment. Brother? Older brother? His expression quickly shifted as he recalled his earlier soliloquy, fearing that Uchiha Madara and Itachi had overheard him. You punched Itachi and kicked me? Sasuke, you've truly distinguished yourself now. Uchiha Madara scoffed, his eyes glimmering with streams of data. Sasuke's face turned pale in an instant. Brother, let me explain. What is there to explain? I heard everything clearly from outside. Uchiha Madara raised the container of energy pills, stating, I initially intended to reward you for your diligent training with some of these, but it seems you no longer require such an incentive. With that, he opened the container and began to indulge in the treats alone. Brother, Sasuke, famished after training, felt an intense yearning as he watched Uchiha Madara savor the pills. Indeed, that's correct. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with determination. Suddenly, he straightened his posture and declared, I am determined to surpass both of you. What is wrong with that? Your genetic gifts are superior to mine, but your lack of effort is apparent, spending all your time frolicking with your intelligent partner, Izumi. Mother once said that through relentless effort, one can transcend genetic advantages. I will defeat you to demonstrate the folly of squandering talent, and in doing so, I hope to inspire you to train earnestly in the future. Brother, mark my words, if you continue down this path, I will undoubtedly surpass you. And the time frame will not be lengthy. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity. Since you have been training diligently, you ought to have made some progress. Now, show me your great fireball technique. Do you see the target ahead? If you can obliterate it with your fireball, these energy pills will be yours. Otherwise, you shall have no access to them, neither here nor at home. Uchiha Madara was well aware of Sasuke's training progress. Although Sasuke had indeed mastered the great fireball technique, he was still far from achieving the destruction of the target. Madara was curious to see if Sasuke possessed the courage to attempt it, and whether he could unleash his potential under pressure. Sasuke fell silent. The training ground was enveloped in stillness, save for the sound of Uchiha Madara consuming the pills, one after another, their crisp echoes growing fewer in the container. I will give it a try. Sasuke looked up at Uchiha Madara. I believe I can do it. Madara set down the container, saying, then show me. In the next moment, Sasuke approached the target, closed his eyes to gather his focus, and then suddenly opened them, grounding himself in a fighting stance. Hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball materialized before Sasuke, surging fiercely toward the target. Boom. The explosion resonated deafeningly. Under the impact of the flames, the target crumbled instantaneously. Bang. It erupted in an instant. I did it. Sasuke exclaimed, leaping in exhilaration. Indeed, you have succeeded. Congratulations. These energy pills are now yours. Thank you, brother. Sasuke promptly accepted them. Itachi Uchiha approached Madara Uchiha, casting a fleeting glance at Sasuke, and lowered his voice. You have tampered with that target. Haven to you? I do not comprehend what you are insinuating, Itachi replied with a calm smile. After consuming 2 pills, Sasuke looked towards Madara and Itachi and said, Brother, elder brother, you should join me in eating. There are plenty left, and I cannot finish them all by myself. I shall refrain. I have already surpassed my limits. Madara replied, remaining where he stood. Itachi also shook his head, stating, I shall not partake either. Yet, he stepped a few paces closer to Sasuke. Do you aspire to surpass me, Sasuke? However, I assure you, I have not been idle. There is no need for effort to surpass elder brother, Sasuke retorted. Why is that? Because my genetic endowment is inherently superior to yours, he declared confidently. Itachi paused for a moment. Who claims such a thing? My brother says so. Sasuke replied, glancing at Madara. He asserts that my talent is 10 times that of yours. Is that so? Itachi inquired. Indeed, it is true. My brother would not err. Sasuke stated earnestly. Thus, as long as I train diligently, in due time, I shall naturally surpass you, elder brother. You are merely a minor goal for me. Itachi observed them with a subtle expression. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, his demeanor shifted slightly, yet he refrained from engaging in conflict with either himself or Sasuke. However, his expression conveyed a complete disagreement with the notion, casting doubt on any possibility of surpassing him. Madara withdrew his gaze. Itachi remained as arrogant as ever. Despite witnessing Sasuke's earlier performance, and even though I ranked first in class, Itachi consistently believed that neither Sasuke nor I possessed the talent to rival his own. Madara shook his head. Soon, The trio returned home, where Mikoto Uchiha had prepared a meal. Fugaku Uchiha had not yet returned. The dining room was occupied by only 4 individuals, a situation they had grown accustomed to. In this household, the full assembly was a rarity. Most often, Itachi was absent, and occasionally Fugaku was missing. However, recently, Chapter 60, The Village of Birds. Crack. A data chip slipped silently to the ground, devoid of any displayed information, as was customary. The following day, Madara Uchiha noticed Itachi's absence. Meanwhile, Sasuke rubbed his eyes and exited his bedroom. Yet, upon spotting Madara, he immediately perked up and dashed towards the technological washroom. Ah, youth is indeed beautiful. Mikoto Uchiha, hearing this, gently patted Madara's shoulder. Madara, do not overthink it. The affairs of the village and our clan are sufficient for your father and me to handle. Madara smiled faintly. It is nothing, mother. I merely felt a sense of nostalgia upon seeing Sasuke's state. This fellow is truly dedicated. I believe he will undoubtedly become exceptionally strong in the future. Uchiha Mikoto chuckled softly, shaking her head as she remarked, I do not concern myself with power. My sole wish is for all of you to live safely and soundly. That would bring me immense satisfaction. Many aspirations shared by the Uchiha clan mirrored those of Uchiha Mikoto. However, a singular issue arose. Treasures often invite calamity, and Uchiha Shursui had divulged the secrets of the Manjiki Sharingan. Consequently, the Uchiha family found themselves compelled to vie for the highest authority within the village. Only with one of their own seated in that position would they be free from others' apprehension. Otherwise, regardless of who occupied the Hokage's seat, the Uchiha would remain a source of unease. I have finished my meal, mother. I am off to school now. Be careful on your way. I will. Uchiha Izumi had been waiting at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's base. Good morning, Izumi. Good morning, Banjian. Today's lessons continued to revolve around chakra manipulation, albeit with slight expansions in content. This course held little substantive value for Uchiha Banjian. Thus, he rested his chin in his hand and closed his eyes. He began to switch perspectives among the various disciples. First was Mizuki. No longer did Mizuki need to resort to distasteful means to enhance his strength, for he had reached the pinnacle of the cannibal bloodline. Yet, it seemed he had developed a certain addiction to it, retaining some related habits. A ninja village was established, Tori Ninja Village. They forged an alliance with the feudal lord of the bird country. It was a small nation. Yet Mizuki had gathered numerous wandering ninjas, rendering Tori Ninja Village a force to be reckoned with. Alone, Mizuki could challenge several smaller ninja villages. Many of the top-tier powers in these smaller villages were limited to Jonin. For instance, in the Land of Rice, the strength of the Mad Demon Clan's Jonin was comparable to that of Konoha's Chunin. Next was Yakushi Kabuto. In a remote village, Kabuto resided alone in a corner, accompanied by Yakushi Nanoyu. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. Brother Kabuto, my brother has been bitten by a poisonous snake. Please save him. Bring him in. Yes. A young boy was carried inside. Kabuto examined the wound, extracting the venom, and handed over a vial of medicine. Take this regularly, 3 times a day. You should be fine in 3 days. Thank you, Brother Kabuto. Yakushi Nanoyu refrained from harming the villagers. Uchiha Banjian raised an eyebrow slightly. Though Yakushi Nanoyu was inherently predisposed to indiscriminate slaughter, it appeared that for Kabuto's sake, he had suppressed this desire, sparing the villagers. Uchiha Banjian switched perspectives once more. Asuma and Moonlight Breeze were still engaged in their intellectual duel. Moonlight Breeze, come out. Let us converse. Asuma glanced towards a shadowy corner and replied, Sarutobi Hiruzen is already dead. The fault does not lie solely with me. To be precise, it was orchestrated by my so-called father. I was merely the executor. Yuzuki Yueing was merely an accident. Moonlight Breeze stepped out from the shadows, though much of his form remained cloaked in darkness. An accident? He scoffed. Was it also an accident that you brought Yueing to your room? That was to lure you out. And was it Sarutobi Hiruzen who instructed you to place Yueing before you? Every individual harbors an instinct for survival, myself included. Asuma remarked. I have witnessed much of your actions, allowing Hinata to impart upon you the eye of the abyss, plotting against the members of your Moonlight clan. Yet, you, Moonlight Gale, have retaliated in kind. You have made countless attempts on my life, pursuing me from Konoha to this very place. Is that not sufficient? Between us, we are even. A flicker of emotion crossed Moonlight Gale's eyes. We shall never be even. In the next moment, he retreated into the shadows, leaving Asuma's attack to miss its mark. Asuma's gaze fixed upon the darkness, his expression darkening. Uchiha Obito had no intention of intervening between the two. Both Asuma and Moonlight Gale posed no threat to Konoha any longer, and Obito allowed them to resolve their conflict. Then there was Kakashi. Obito's expression grew somewhat peculiar, for Kakashi found himself in a rather delicate situation. The scene was rather uncomfortable to behold. However, Kakashi's acquisition of Wind and Moon was indeed a consequence of his choices. Visiting the Wind and Moon district was certainly preferable to causing harm to innocent maidens, a far cry from the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Had Hiruzen chosen not Nara Rin and Nara Shun, but rather someone from the Wind and Moon district, the tale of Yamashiro Aki and Nara Rin would have unfolded differently. A woman hailing from the Wind and Moon district would gladly accept the role of Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife. The reputation of the Konoha playboy was now firmly established, soon to eclipse that of the copy ninja. Many might mourn this change, for in the eyes of the populace, Kakashi was a figure of considerable esteem. In the civil service examinations, there exists the notion of selecting a son-in-law from the ranks of the distinguished. Exceptional men are never devoid of such opportunities. Kakashi, at a tender age, had already achieved the rank of Jonin and commanded half of the Umbu. Alas, he was a wayward soul. A mechanical parrot flapped its wings, surveying the entirety of Konoha. The oil woman continued her movements, albeit at a pace slower than before. Chapter 61. Vanishing into the dust of history, Tsunade Koharu held no affection for Uchiha Itachi. This sentiment was not personal but stemmed from a generalized attitude towards all disciples of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, particularly those of the Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Kagami. Despite Uchiha Kagami's deep-rooted affection for his family, he perfectly embodied the will of fire. When faced with the conflict between village and clan, his choices echoed those of Uchiha Shisui. The will of fire embraced by Shisui was inherited from Kagami. Such a Kagami had gradually distanced himself from his clan. Yet, Kagami never received special favor from Senju Tobarama. Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to Hokage, Kagami passed away. Among the 6 disciples of Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, Tsunade Koharu, and Mito Gate in all lived into old age, while even Akimichi Torafu appeared during the first Nine Tails crisis. Only Uchiha Kagami faded into the annals of history, which is somewhat tragic. To forsake one's clan in pursuit of the will of fire, yet receive no recognition, is indeed sorrowful. Much like Uchiha Shisui, who remained fiercely loyal to Sarutobi Hiruzen with utmost reverence, yet was regarded merely as a tool, a mere dog. Betrayers often meet grim fates. One belongs to the faction they align with. Even when faced with injustice, one should not seek refuge in another camp, for true respect eludes one in any faction. One is merely exploited. The Uchiha clan is under relentless pressure from the higher echelons of Konoha, yet they possess an option to depart from Konoha and join another ninja village. Such strength is seldom rejected by any village. Nevertheless, neither Uchiha Obito nor Uchiha Fugaku has contemplated this path, as it is not a prudent course of action. The suspicion and oppression faced from Konoha's upper ranks would similarly be encountered in other villages. Is it reasonable to expect them to become virtuous? Highly unlikely. If the Uchiha clan wishes to endure in this world where technology intertwines with ninjutsu, there exists but one path, to seize their own fate and ascend to the position of Hokage. Senior Kasumi, I have some inquiries to make. What inquiries? Have you seen Shisui? Uchiha Shisui. Kasumi shook her head. I haven't seen him in quite some time. Why do you ask? Shisui has vanished. Oh, Kasumi found Uchiha Itachi somewhat neurotic. Shisui missing? If he has disappeared, so be it. It was of no concern to her. She was an elder of Konoha, not of the Uchiha clan. Thus, why should she be concerned about Uchiha Shisui? Shisui once left me a message, stating that the Uchiha clan must undergo reform. Is this true? Kasumi furrowed her brow. She held no interest in Uchiha Itachi, having previously focused solely on Uchiha Shisui. While both were prodigies of the Uchiha, Shisui was older and had transcended mere genius to become a true powerhouse. His veneration and trust in the will of fire made Kasumi scoff, deeming him a fool. Yet, to the upper echelon of Konoha, he was an invaluable tool. Upon hearing Itachi's words, a thought flashed through Kasumi's mind. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has birthed another figure akin to Uchiha Shisui? This must be leveraged wisely. After all, Uchiha Itachi differs from Shisui. Shisui is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, while Uchiha Itachi is the son of the current Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku. It is indeed true. Kasumi nodded. Shursui did mention that the Uchiha must reform. Uchiha Itachi's complexion paled. What does the village intend to do about the Uchiha? That matter cannot be addressed at present. Shursui once stated that the Uchiha must reform, but he awakened a pair of unique eyes, surpassing the Sharingan, known as the Kodoame Tsukumi. This eye possesses the ability of the Kodoame Tsukumi, capable of permanently altering a person's thoughts. Shursui intended to use this illusion to change Uchiha Fugaku. However, he subsequently vanished. As for what transpired afterward, you are already aware. Hiruzen committed an unforgivable error and was stripped of the title of Hokage. Konoha now lies in chaos. Uchiha Itachi's gaze flickered. Kasumi's words aligned with those of Uchiha Shursui, and he believed her. Lady Kasumi, may I have an audience with Hokage-sama? Hiruzen? Yes. That may not be possible. Why not? I wish to verify something with Hokage-sama. Because we cannot locate Hiruzen. Kasumi replied. Some say Danzo rescued Hiruzen. But that is not the case. Danzo did not save him. Hiruzen has simply vanished. Moreover, Hiruzen's disappearance is quite peculiar, resembling Shursui's vanishing act. Perhaps they disappeared together. This village still harbors a hidden power. The events of the ghoul, the invisible killer, and the desiccated corpse all stem from this sinister force. Uchiha Itachi paused for a moment, then spoke. I understand. Elder Kamachi, thank you. With that, Uchiha Itachi's figure flickered and vanished before Kamachi's eyes. Her gaze shimmered with intrigue. Perhaps this is an opportunity. She then stepped out of the room, where a root ninja stood guard. Summon Danzo, she commanded. Yes, Lady Kamachi. Danzo, Mito Gate-in, Kamachi, and Nara Shikaku had forged an alliance. Uchiha Fugaku was striving for the position of Hokage through his own efforts. While Danzo also coveted this role, Mito Gate-in and the others hoped for Danzo's success. Kamachi, what is the urgency in summoning me? She closed the door and windows securely. Uchiha Itachi just visited me. Uchiha Itachi, the genius renowned alongside Shursui? Indeed, Kamachi nodded. Moreover, this Uchiha Itachi is very likely of the same ilk as Shursui. What kind? Those unwavering in the will of fire, as foolish as Kaguya. A glimmer sparked in Danzo's eyes. Uchiha Itachi is the son of Uchiha Fugaku. Precisely, hence this may be our chance. Chapter 62. Entrapment. It is evident from Uchiha Itachi's earlier remarks that the incident involving Uchiha Shursui has profoundly affected him. He did not seek verification from his clan, but instead came to me for counsel. This indicates a lack of trust in his own kin. Danzo nodded, stating, the village is currently in a state of tension. Uchiha Fugaku is exceedingly cunning and elusive. Who would have expected Uchiha Itachi to make an appearance at this juncture? If we can seize control of Uchiha Itachi, it will put Uchiha Fugaku in a precarious position. Uchiha Itachi wandered alone, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. Kamachi's words resonated eerily with the contents of the letter from Uchiha Shursui, reinforcing Itachi's suspicions. Father, what have you done? What are your true intentions? Uchiha Itachi gazed up at the starlit sky. Was it you who murdered Shursui, manipulating the Hokage through the use of Kodoame Tsukumi, turning him into a scapegoat? And now you seek to plunge the entire village into chaos? Konoha should not be subjected to such turmoil. The will of fire must remain unsullied. Father, you are mistaken. A figure materialized before Uchiha Itachi. Seemingly inspired, he pursued the figure. Kakashi-senpai, he called. Kakashi turned. Ah, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes, shifting his perspective to Kakashi's. Kakashi-senpai, may I pose a few inquiries? What questions do you have? Concerning your father, the White Fang of Konoha. Kakashi's expression shifted subtly, but upon realizing Itachi was Fugaku's son, he swiftly masked his displeasure. Very well, let us discuss this further. They seated themselves on a nearby bench. The circumstances surrounding my father's death have been revealed. It was a deliberate scheme by Sarutobi Hiruzen, a fact that Asuma and your father can corroborate. My father? Indeed. Kakashi nodded. It was Asuma who alerted me. I later approached Hinata Hizashi, yet he was wary of Sarutobi Hiruzen and did not divulge the truth. Later, I obtained evidence from your father, a book containing your grandfather's notes. If you wish to delve deeper into the details, it would be prudent to inquire directly with your father rather than asking me. Uchiha Itachi hesitated for a moment. I understand. Thank you, Kakashi-senpai. You're welcome. Kakashi rose and made his way towards the umbu. Uchiha Itachi remained seated, motionless for a long while. The evidence concerning the White Fang of Konoha came from his father. Could it possibly have been fabricated? If there was evidence, Why was it not presented sooner? Was the Hokage truly such a person? A profound sense of doubt clouded Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes, his expression darkening. Why would Itachi pose such a question to Kakashi? Was he seeking to verify the truth of the matter? This was an established fact. What more was there to verify? Could it be that Itachi aimed to exonerate Sarutobi Hiruzen? At this stage, could he still harbor doubts about Sarutobi Hiruzen's character? Uchiha Madara was perplexed by Itachi's intentions. Yet, he instinctively felt that Itachi was veering towards a more perilous path, just as Madara had feared. Amidst all these changes, Itachi still stood in opposition to their clan. One could only hope it would not come to pass. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara contemplated two possible courses of action. Should Uchiha Itachi truly follow the original storyline, Madara would either resort to using Kotoame Tsukimi to control Itachi, rendering him a puppet, or he would eliminate him entirely. Even if they shared blood ties, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Fumiko, and Uchiha Izumi had committed no wrongdoing. If Itachi were to turn against them, Madara could never forgive him. Class was dismissed. Uchiha Izumi had numerous classes today. Uchiha Madara did not wait and returned home alone. Distracted by the situation with Itachi, Madara's mind wandered. Compared to Uchiha Shisui, he was far more concerned about this matter. After all, while Uchiha Shisui bore the Uchiha name, their blood connection was tenuous. They were of the same clan, but their familial bond had grown faint. Madara felt only anger toward Shisui. However, Itachi was different. Suddenly, a crash. A figure collided with Uchiha Madara. He remained unscathed, while the other stumbled back, landing awkwardly. "Are you all right?" Madara instinctively extended his hand. A small boy with a golden spiky hairstyle, Naruto Uzumaki. "I'm fine, big brother, thank you." Naruto looked up at Madara, instinctively recalling their previous encounter. They had met before when Madara had intervened to teach a lesson to some children bullying Hinata, prompting Naruto to approach Madara, wishing to call him big brother and learn from him to grow stronger, only to be met with rejection. "It's you," Madara said, pulling Naruto up from the ground. "I apologize for being lost in thought and bumping into you. How about I treat you to something as an apology?" In the past, when Sarutobi Hiruzen was alive, Uchiha Madara had preferred to keep his distance from Naruto, for the cunning old man might be monitoring the village with his keen eye at any moment. He often spied on the hot springs as well. At that time, the situation with the Uchiha clan was precarious. If Uchiha Obito were to engage too frequently with Naruto, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention and trouble for the Uchiha. However, the circumstances have since changed. Moreover, Uchiha Obito had absorbed the dark aura emanating from Naruto. The tome that once belonged to Naruto had resurfaced, yet Uchiha Obito had yet to decide whether to bestow it upon him. "What would you like to eat?" Naruto instinctively considered declining, but his stomach betrayed him with a growl. "Ramen. Very well, let us proceed to Ichiraku Ramen." "Do you enjoy Ichiraku Ramen as well, big brother?" "It is quite delicious, is it not?" "Indeed, it is delightful." Uchiha Obito led Naruto into Ichiraku Ramen, where they found a table. Chapter 63. Indulge fully. A hint of subtle confusion flickered across Naruto's face. Uchiha Obito offered no rebuttal, which relieved Naruto. The interstellar ramen was served. A young girl placed 2 bowls of interstellar-flavored ramen on the table. She was Ayum, the daughter of the proprietor and an ordinary resident of the planet. Ayum paused momentarily upon noticing Uchiha Obito's striking black and white hair, quickly recognizing his identity, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. The reputation of the Uchiha clan had greatly improved. Most no longer shunned them, but due to limited interactions, many still felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Encounters with Uchiha members often sparked intrigue. "Is this your first visit to our interstellar ramen shop?" "Yes, though I have tried the takeout before, and it was quite impressive." Uchiha Obito nodded in affirmation, providing an explanation for Naruto. He had previously mentioned that Ichiraku Ramen was delightful, but only through personal experience could one truly appreciate it, while takeout offered a taste. Dining in-house delivered the optimal experience. "Really? Then I must savor it properly." Naruto picked up his chopsticks. "Well then, I shall not hold back. Do not be shy. Indulge yourself." This was actually Uchiha Obito's first taste of the legendary interstellar ramen. The establishment had a long-standing history, remaining resilient in all circumstances. Even linked to the legend of Otsutsuki Ichiraku, it was indeed exceptional. Upon savoring a mouthful, Uchiha Obito understood why this ramen shop had endured through the ages. Its outstanding flavor and reasonable prices offered remarkable value. "Hence, Naruto, Irika, Kakashi, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen frequented this place. Soon, Uchiha Obito set down his chopsticks, followed by Naruto, who seemed unsatisfied and glanced at Obito, hesitant to speak. Boss, another bowl. Please. Certainly, it will be ready shortly. Uchiha Obito looked at Naruto and remarked, if you are still hungry, eat more. I promise to treat you to ramen as a form of apology. If you are not satisfied, my gesture would be in vain. Naruto then realized that the previous bowl had been ordered by Obito for him. Thank you, big brother. Naruto hesitated momentarily. Big brother, are you full with just one bowl? Not at all. Then why have you stopped eating? Because I must return home for dinner. Uchiha Obito explained, my mother has prepared a meal at home, and I cannot neglect her efforts. Hence, I only wish to sample the ramen. Ah, I see. Naruto's gaze dimmed as he recalled the notes of Hiruzen Sarutobi, which chronicled his own tale. His parents, both heroes of Konoha, sacrificed their lives for the village, while he became a vessel for sealing a monstrous entity. Despised by the villagers, he found himself utterly alone. Uchiha Obito noticed Naruto's change and remarked, by the way, I don't know your name yet. I am Uchiha Obito. Coincidentally, I have a brother who is about your age. Naruto lifted his head. I am Uzumaki Naruto. His voice was low, as if this name were a secret. Uzumaki Naruto, he was indeed the one. Naruto felt a surge of anxiety and clenched his fists. I've heard of your name. Some say you are the Nine Tails. But I do not believe it. Humans are merely humans. How could one transform into a beast? Besides, this is Konoha, home to so many ninjas. What is there to fear? Naruto exhaled in relief. At that moment, a new bowl of ramen was served. Obito pushed the bowl towards Naruto. Eat up. Naruto nodded and picked up his chopsticks, the slurping sound resonating through the air. Naruto, how many bowls can you eat? 3. Impressive. Obito glanced at Ichiraku and said, Boss, please bring another bowl shortly. No problem. Obito placed his hands beneath the table, observing Naruto. The gloom in Naruto's heart was palpable, and the dark aura that Obito sensed from him was more intense than from anyone he had encountered before. Yet, he noticed that Naruto's demeanor had not significantly changed. His life remained the same over the past few days. It was as if some force was pulling the fallen Naruto back. Could it be the power of Ashura? Obito contemplated a possibility. Naruto and Sasuke's remarkable strength, their emergence as saviors, was significantly influenced by external forces. Naruto relied on the Nine Tails and Ashura's chakra, while Sasuke drew strength from Indra's chakra and the enhanced Sharingan after merging with Itachi. Ashura and Indra were real individuals, sons of the sage of six paths. These two types of chakra exert an influence on their hosts, much like they did on Hashirama and Madara in the past. Obito's gaze flickered. However, Naruto must harbor some resentment towards the village, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi, and Danzo. Otherwise, the power of Ashura's chakra would be too terrifying. Naruto set down his chopsticks. I'm full now. Thank you, Obito and I. Obito gestured dismissively, saying, no need for thanks. If you're full, you should head home. All right. Obito settled the bill, and the two departed from the ramen shop. It's getting late. I should head back now, Naruto. You should too. Okay, goodbye, Obito and I. Goodbye. Obito walked towards the Uchiha clan's residence, while Naruto headed in the direction of his home. Suddenly, Naruto sprinted back towards Obito's residence. Chapter 64. Simulated battle really? Naruto's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. Even though he had never become an interstellar warrior and lacked formal combat training, Naruto had witnessed many individuals simulate battles within virtual reality games. He had also begun to secretly engage in physical training. The training regimen proposed by Uchiha Madara was not particularly arduous for him. Could such training truly make him stronger? Uchiha Madara nodded affirmatively. Indeed, given your current age, it is not advisable to endure excessively rigorous training, as it may hinder your growth and development, potentially leading to a stocky physique in the future. In that case, acquiring the skills of an adult warrior would be limited. This training plan is suitable for you to undertake before entering the Interstellar Academy. However, the key lies in perseverance. Any interruption will significantly diminish its effectiveness. Do you understand? True training encompasses not only the body, but also the will. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Madara's words left him somewhat dazed and perplexed. By the time he regained his composure, Uchiha Madara had quietly departed. Unbeknownst to him, there was a particular gaze fixed upon him from behind. At present, no one had the inclination to pay attention to Naruto. Even my interactions with him garnered no more than a fleeting glance. as suspicions of ulterior motives lingered in the air. Uchiha Madara shook his head. He had yet to present that book to Naruto. At the dining table, four individuals still shared a meal, though Uchiha Itachi's seat had been replaced by Uchiha Fugaku. The smiles around the table were notably more abundant than before. The condition of the Uchiha clan was visibly improving. A gust of cold wind swept through, prompting everyone to glance out the window. White snowflakes descended gracefully from the sky. It was snowing. Sasuke exclaimed joyfully, leaping to his feet. "Brother, let us have a snowball fight and build a snowman." "All right," Sasuke declared, racing toward the backyard. Yet, Uchiha Madara held him back. "Sasuke, let us go outside." "Huh. There's more space outside, and more people." Upon stepping out, they beheld the earth blanketed in pristine snow, the houses adorned in silver, a scene of immaculate whiteness. Numerous children emerged from their homes, dashing into the streets, while parents watched from doorways, creating a harmonious and joyous atmosphere. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but reminisce about the previous year's snowfall, when far fewer individuals ventured out, and smiles were scarce. The Uchiha clan's circumstances had indeed transformed. Some children even dared to play boldly in front of Uchiha Fugaku's residence. An open area lay before them. The guards at the entrance attempted to intervene, but were halted by Uchiha Fugaku. "Let them play. It won't cause any disruption." The increasing number of visitors signified a growing closeness between the Uchiha clan and the village's common folk. This was a necessary step for Uchiha Fugaku as he embarked upon the path of the Star Shadow. "Brother?" Uchiha Madara snapped back to reality, smiling. "I'll be right there." The two gathered snow at the entrance, fashioning it into a humanoid figure with a plump body and a round head, branches serving as arms, and stones embedded for the mouth and eyes. Sasuke even removed his helmet and placed it atop the snowman. "The snowman won't feel cold. Let us not freeze." Uchiha Madara placed the helmet back upon Sasuke's head, and, seizing the moment while Sasuke was distracted, slipped a small piece of snow into the collar of his garment, prompting Sasuke to shiver instantly. "Brother is bullying me." Madara had already darted away. Sasuke chased after him. Bang! Unable to catch up with Uchiha Madara, Sasuke had no choice but to halt, fashioning the snow into a snowball to hurl at him. Yet, he too failed to land a hit. The silhouettes of the two gradually receded into the distance. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto stood at the doorway, nestled together. "We hope that on this day next year, we can still be like this." "We certainly will." Madara sprinted farther away but managed to moderate his pace, with Sasuke close behind. Suddenly, bang! The door swung open, and a figure emerged from within. Madara attempted to stop, but found it too late, resorting to slowing down as best he could. Ultimately, they collided, tumbling into the snow together. "Madara? Izumi." Uchiha Madara gazed at the face so near to him, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. At such proximity, they could distinctly sense each other's breaths and even heartbeats. Izumi's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Bang! A snowball landed atop Madara's head. "Got you this time. You rotten brother." Madara quickly sprang to his feet, helping Izumi up as well, turning back to look at Sasuke. "That was intentional, otherwise, it would take you another 100 years to hit me. Izumi, would you like to join us for a snowball fight? How about we team up against Sasuke?" Upon hearing this, Sasuke leapt up in indignation. "That's not fair. It's utterly unjust. Both of you are older than me." Izumi suddenly laughed. "Sure, I'll join. But it won't be me and you against Sasuke. It will be Sasuke and me against you." With that, Izumi dashed toward Sasuke. "Sasuke, shall we team up against Madara?" "Absolutely." Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Instinctively, Sasuke was reluctant to ally with Izumi, having firmly internalized the adage that women are like tigers. And Izumi had claimed too much of Madara's time, often leaving Sasuke to train alone. However, the circumstances were different now. It was a matter of facing two opponents alone or joining forces with Izumi to take on Madara. Such a straightforward calculation was swiftly grasped by Sasuke. Even if he did not favor Izumi, a temporary alliance was acceptable. "Today, we must show brother what we are made of. Let's give it our all." The two began collecting snowballs scattered on the ground, launching them toward Uchiha Madara. Madara, facing two adversaries, held his ground valiantly. Snowballs flew through the air, most landing on the ground and walls, with only a few striking the three of them. The snowballs were soft and gentle. As dusk descended, the trio gradually ceased their playful combat, sitting in the snow, gazing up at the starry sky. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara simply reclined in the snow. Chapter 65. Crystal ice cover Izumi's face shimmered with a faint blue light, as if cloaked in crystal ice. It was unclear whether it was the earlier snowball skirmish or Madara's words that had rendered her so. Izumi's voice was faint, akin to a weak signal amidst the stars. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Her face turned an even deeper shade of blue, reminiscent of an expansive starry sea. Nevertheless, in the presence of Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Izumi mustered her courage. I said I agree. On the other side, Sasuke, hearing Izumi's response, wore a puzzled expression. Brother, what are you two talking about? Oh, nothing, Izumi quickly replied. Uchiha Obito smiled faintly, turning to Sasuke and inquiring, Sasuke, did you enjoy your time on the ice field today? Very much, he replied. Well, that's good to hear. With your future sister-in-law's assistance, otherwise, you wouldn't even hit a shard of ice. Humph, impossible. At least I can hit it once. Once will suffice. Sasuke suddenly turned to Uchiha Izumi. Sister Izumi, thank you for today. In the future, if you truly marry my brother, I will call you sister-in-law, but not just yet. Uchiha Obito gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. Izumi, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Uchiha Izumi's residence was nearby, a structure resembling crystal ice. As Uchiha Obito and Sasuke returned home, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were seated at the crystalline table in the backyard, savoring iced tea. The serene atmosphere was one that even Uchiha Obito hesitated to disrupt. Such harmonious moments were rare to witness. Yet Sasuke paid no mind to this. Father, mother, we're back. Welcome back. How was your day? It was fantastic. Sasuke exclaimed, waving his arms. Today, Izumi and I teamed up and gave my brother a thorough lesson. He was fleeing from us, and even the ice shards shattered. Haha. Hehe. Sasuke, hearing you say that, do you wish for a rematch? Uchiha Obito couldn't help but chuckle at Sasuke's gleeful tone. Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Sasuke immediately admitted his fault. The smiles of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto grew even brighter. The family of four radiated warmth, though one was notably absent. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi stood alone outside. Surrounded by an endless expanse of ice, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness, as if the cold had seeped into his very being. If it is true that father killed Shisui, took his eyes, and used Kotoame Tsukumi to manipulate Lord Hokage into committing crimes, the entire Uchiha clan would be in rebellion. What choice should I make? Should I stand with my family? Or should I side with the village? Which is more important? What will the future hold? Uchiha Itachi gazed up at the starry sky, and Obito and Sasuke. Father, will you present me with this dilemma? Suddenly, a figure appeared before Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, come with me. Elder Koharu is looking for you. All right. Uchiha Itachi snapped back to reality and followed the root ninja. Please, come in. Elder Koharu gestured to Uchiha Itachi, who noticed she was warming herself by the melting ice. As one ages, one becomes more susceptible to the cold. Uchiha Itachi nodded and took a seat opposite Elder Koharu. Have some hot tea. As she poured a cup of hot tea, Tsuki Komaru remarked, this winter is exceptionally frigid, and the trials faced by Konoha are particularly arduous. I have never believed the rumors regarding Hisashi. My acquaintance with him spans many years, and he is not the sort to behave in such a manner. I am uncertain what transformations he has undergone. If he truly sought a partner, he would not have waited until now, for Buwako has been deceased for many years. Asuma, too, has been under my watch since he was a child. He has always paled in comparison to Shino. In his youth, he even chose to leave Konoha for the capital of the Land of Fire. It was only upon Shino's passing that he returned, yet his actions have not been honorable. Time and again, it was Hisashi who had to rectify his mistakes. When Asuma offended others, Hisashi would offer apologies on his behalf. When losses were incurred, Hisashi would provide compensation. Perhaps this time, Asuma's transgressions against the Tsukikage family were so egregious that Hisashi felt compelled to take a stand against his kin and deliver a severe punishment. Hisashi is a man willing to sacrifice everything for the village. How could he suddenly commit such a heinous act? Uchiha Itachi instinctively inquired. What exactly did Asuma do to the Tsukikage family? Tsuki Komaru's gaze flickered as she lowered her head to the ground. Asuma developed an obsession with Yuzuki Yuin, attempting to possess her against her will. However, Tsukikage Kgf refused, and in a tragic accident, Yuin perished at his hands. Subsequently, Kgf sought relentless vengeance against Asuma, plotting covert assassinations. In desperation, Asuma retaliated against Kgf's kin. Tsuki Komaru paused briefly. By the way, Itachi, have you located Shisui? Not yet. Still unable to find him? I too have dispatched individuals to search, but he remains elusive. My greatest concern is that if Shirsue's eyes fall into the wrong hands, we cannot predict the consequences. Uchiha Itachi nodded in understanding. The ability known as Kotoamatsukami, correct? Tsuki Kamaru continued. Indeed, it is a remarkable power, capable of permanently altering a person's thoughts. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is an extraordinary bloodline limit. Such power, if wielded by malevolent individuals, could lead to catastrophic outcomes. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi spoke again. Elder Kamaru, do you think it possible that the Hokage has undergone such a drastic change and committed such crimes due to someone secretly employing Kotoamatsukami on him? A sense of delight surged within Tsuki Kamaru. Her earlier statements had been strategically crafted to coax this very response from Uchiha Itachi. Now that you mention it, I do indeed find that possibility plausible. A person cannot change so suddenly. Chapter 66. Bathed in blood thus, Itachi, I have a task that requires your assistance. Elder Kamaru, what is your command? Tsuki Kamaru replied, as a member of the Uchiha clan, possessing the evolved eye. You should be aware of the anomalies displayed by those who have stolen such eyes. Can you assist me in identifying this individual? Their existence poses a significant threat to our village, and we must locate them with urgency. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. Understood. Very well, Elder Kamaru. I shall take my leave now. Yes, go ahead. Shortly after Uchiha Itachi departed, a figure materialized beside Tsuki Kamaru. It was Danzo. Did you succeed? Indeed, I succeeded. Zhuanxin Xiaochun cast a fleeting glance at Danzo and remarked, it is even easier than I had anticipated. This individual seems to harbor neither trust nor loyalty towards the Uchiha clan. With just a slight nudge, he arrived at his own conclusions. Our next step is to fabricate evidence that will make the one who stole Shirsue's eyes appear more like Uchiha Fugaku, thereby inciting a rift between father and son. A shadow of gloom flitted across Danzo's face. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, a mechanical parrot took flight. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes. Itachi, do you truly find your family so untrustworthy? Regardless of the circumstances, you never consult your kin. Disregarding me and Sasuke is one thing, but you even doubt your parents' loyalty. You once placed your faith in Shirsue. Now that Shirsue is gone, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is absent, you turn to Zhuanxin Xiaochun for counsel. Who is Zhuanxin Xiaochun? One of the elders, colluding with Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is evident that traps are being laid, yet Itachi remains oblivious. He harbors deep distrust for his family, while easily bestowing trust upon outsiders. Uchiha Banjian's disappointment in Uchiha Itachi deepened day by day. The following day marked a holiday for the Ninja Academy. Uchiha Banjian relished a rare opportunity to sleep in. Uchiha Fugaku departed early, while Uchiha Makoto headed to the commercial district for daily necessities. Sasuke lingered outside Uchiha Banjian's door for an extended period, intending to practice at the training ground together. However, as Banjian remained asleep, Sasuke glanced at the time and reluctantly made his way to the training ground alone, displeased. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Uchiha Banjian finally awoke, taking his time to wash and dress. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Uchiha Banjian rushed out. What is happening? A child suffered an accident during training, gravely injured. He may not survive. Uchiha Banjian's pupils constricted instinctively, his thoughts racing to Sasuke. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd. On the stretcher lay a small figure, indeed a child, drenched in blood. It was not merely a possibility that he might not make it. He was already lost. This clarified why the crowd had not taken him to the hospital, but rather returned him to his family. Uchiha Banjian struggled to fathom how this child had ended up in such a state during training. However, upon catching sight of the figure, Uchiha Banjian exhaled in relief. It was not Sasuke, yet he did not reveal this relief. The fact that it was not Sasuke brought him solace, but for the family of the deceased. This was a heart-wrenching tragedy. Should Banjian laugh, it would undoubtedly provoke disdain, even though he was the son of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader. What about his family? They were all gone. His father had perished on a mission, and his mother was also away on duty, leaving him alone. What should be done? Some had already begun to disperse, each occupied with their own affairs, as the time to observe the spectacle was limited. Uchiha Banjian raised his hand, signaling, "Leave it to me." Uchiha Banjo remarked, "Just in time, I am free. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, it is fitting that, since his parents are no longer present, the arrangements for the burial should be made by the family. I shall handle this." The crowd's gaze shifted towards Uchiha Banjo. Some hesitating. Uchiha Banjo was indeed the son of Uchiha Fugaku, holding a significant position within the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, many were aware that Uchiha Fugaku had shown a preference for entrusting the clan to Uchiha Banjo rather than Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Banjo was destined to be the next clan leader. However, Banjo was still but a child, merely a second-year student at the Ninja Academy. Only a handful knew the true extent of his current abilities. Rest assured, I will merely observe. I shall wait for my father to return before advising him on how to proceed. Everyone else, please attend to your own matters. My presence suffices. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually dispersed. Banjo, I leave this in your capable hands. Uchiha Banjo carried the deceased into the courtyard, a waft of medicinal fragrance filling the air. The relatives who had previously discovered the boy had already applied healing ointment, yet it could not restore his life. Perhaps they realized the boy had perished en route to the hospital, prompting their return. Uchiha Banjo hesitated for a moment, retrieving a white cloth to cover the boy, concealing his entire form and diminishing the sense of blood and medicine. Such a pity, Uchiha Banjo sighed, shaking his head. To encounter such a fate at such a young age, he was clearly striving hard, and perhaps had a bright future ahead, especially as the Uchiha clan continues to flourish. A profound sorrow enveloped Uchiha Itachi, an unusual crimson light flickering in his eyes as tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Plop! The tears dampened the transparent protective shield covering the boy's remains. Uchiha Banjo frowned slightly. Is this truly necessary? Such theatrics seem excessively genuine. Is he vying for the title of emotional performance master? Uchiha Banjo, well aware of Uchiha Itachi's usual composure, found his intense emotional reaction perplexing. Who is it? Banjo. Who is it? Uchiha Itachi turned to Uchiha Banjo. Banjo replied. The one who brought him said that he suffered an accident during simulated combat in the virtual training chamber. By the time he was discovered, he was critically injured and beyond saving. After emergency treatment, he was to be transported to the medical department, but tragically succumbed along the way. Uchiha Itachi momentarily fell into a daze. An accident? He turned once again to the body on the ground. I said he should not have been allowed to engage in advanced battle simulations so soon. My father should not have permitted it. A wave of dark energy surged from within Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Banjo narrowed his eyes. Although this ominous aura had not yet reached sacrificial levels, it far surpassed that of an ordinary person, leaving Uchiha Banjo deeply astonished. I am heading to the training grounds. Uchiha Itachi strode decisively towards the door. Uchiha Banjo watched Itachi's retreating figure, then glanced again at the boy's body, covered by the protective shield. Could he possibly believe that it was Sasuke who had died? Previously, while eavesdropping on a conversation, Uchiha Madara harbored similar concerns. However, upon observing the youth's physique, he swiftly dismissed the notion of it being Sasuke. Yet now, with the body concealed and placed within the confines of the family courtyard, the possibility of it being Itachi's doing seemed increasingly plausible. Nevertheless, Madara's gaze flickered. Itachi, according to the original narrative, activated his Manjiki Sharingan immediately after witnessing Uchiha Shirsue's demise. Now, you believe Sasuke to be deceased, yet have not activated it. Does this imply that, in your heart, Sasuke holds less significance than Shirsue? If even Sasuke fails to surpass Shirsue in your esteem, who could possibly be of greater importance? No one. Uchiha Madara? He lacks such conviction. As for Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, the situation is even more pronounced, for they too fell victim to Itachi in the original tale. Parents, younger brothers, none could rival Shirsue. Itachi, you truly are formidable. Madara felt a pang of dissatisfaction at this revelation. Itachi swiftly made his way to the training ground, the sound of shurikens slicing through the air resonating. He pushed open the door to the training chamber and was taken aback. Sasuke? Brother, what brings you here? Sasuke inquired, setting down his shuriken. Are you here to practice shuriken jutsu with me? Itachi's mind struggled to comprehend. Hadn't Sasuke perished? The body still lay in the family courtyard. Why was there another Sasuke at the training ground? You are not Sasuke. Who are you? Brother, have you lost your mind? Sasuke replied, bewildered. If I am not Sasuke, then who am I? Never mind, if you 1T train with me. Is it amusing to feign ignorance? Itachi scrutinized Sasuke closely, finding no trace of a transformation jutsu. You truly are Sasuke? Of course, Sasuke replied, ignoring Itachi as he resumed his practice with the shuriken, his wrist flicking deftly. Whoosh. It struck the bullseye with precision. You throw quite well. Itachi remarked, still harboring doubts. Is Sasuke truly this skilled? Sasuke rolled his eyes. Brother, how long has it been since you watched me train? Hitting the bullseye is nothing new. I accomplished that months ago. I am currently practicing a second technique. What technique? A moving target. Itachi observed for a while, then exited the training ground, heading back home. In the courtyard, the body remained. Madara sat nearby, engrossed in a book, A Tale of Virtual Reality. Itachi glanced at the body on the ground, hesitated for a moment, then approached and lifted the facial covering. What is this? Itachi furrowed his brow, exhaling in relief upon realizing it was not Sasuke. Madara. Itachi set the covering aside and turned to face Uchiha Madara. Why did you not inform me that this was not Sasuke? You never asked, Madara replied, casting a sidelong glance at Itachi. You only inquired whether this person was dead and how he died. I answered you. Who would have guessed you would think he was Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi found himself at a loss for words, for he knew that the fault lay solely with himself, not with Uchiha Obito. A heavy breath lingered in his heart as he sought solace within. Obito was his younger brother. One should not hold too much against a sibling. Yet, what was to be made of this individual? Uchiha Obito closed the book. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you are aware that his father perished during a mission, and his mother is currently away on duty, which is why I have brought him back. Everyone is quite occupied, and I happen to have some free time. His parents made significant contributions to the village. I could not simply allow his lifeless body to lie by the roadside. Uchiha Itachi nodded. I see. You have done well in this matter. I must admit, I was quite startled earlier. Chapter 68. Escaping through the window. Sasuke's expression contorted into a peculiar visage. So, dear brother, you thought it was I who had met my demise? No wonder you questioned whether I am still the true me. I am not so foolish as to put myself in peril on the training grounds. Uchiha Itachi offered a faint smile. However, given your evident concern for my well-being, I must extend my gratitude, brother. A warmth surged within Uchiha Itachi's heart. There is no need for thanks. I was merely overly anxious, nearly disrupting your training. By the way, what of that individual? Father has taken care of it. Uchiha Obito replied. The remaining matters will be handled by father. We need not interfere. Is that so? I had hoped to witness it myself. It is not a pleasant sight. Uchiha Obito gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. The deceased was a member of our Uchiha clan. This is a sorrowful affair. I understand. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku returned, entering alongside Uchiha Mikoto, as if they had encountered one another at the door. Father, mother. Father, how has the situation been handled? Uchiha Itachi could not help but inquire. Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance at Uchiha Itachi. It has been resolved. The location for the grave has been selected, though the burial has yet to take place. I have already sent word to his mother, intending to allow them a final farewell. The family will oversee the entire process. Uchiha Fugaku turned to Uchiha Obito. Obito, you performed admirably today. I merely did what an Uchiha ought to do. Uchiha Fugaku stepped into the room. Brother, wait for me. I must tell you, I trained a plethora of new skills today. You did not train, and I practiced for an entire day longer than you. Soon, I shall surpass you. Huh. To surpass me, you would need at least 100 years. Uchiha Itachi gazed at the two retreating figures, suddenly feeling a twinge of envy. Uchiha Fugaku reached out, intending to pat Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder, but Itachi instinctively recoiled. Fugaku's hand hovered momentarily in the air before he awkwardly withdrew it. Itachi, what have you been busy with lately? Nothing much. I am still searching for the whereabouts of Shursui. Shursui. Uchiha Fugaku had no words for this. After Uchiha Shursui reported the Uchiha clan's coup attempt to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Fugaku no longer considered Shursui one of his own. Is Shursui still alive? Where has he gone? Uchiha Fugaku exhibited no concern. He entered the house, leaving Uchiha Itachi alone in the courtyard. Itachi gazed at his father's retreating figure, his heart a turmoil of conflict. Father, was it truly you who killed Shursui? Why else would you show such indifference towards him? He was merely an ordinary clansman, yet you personally arranged his funeral. Shursui was my friend, one of the most gifted members of the Uchiha clan. Why do you seem so unconcerned about him? Do you already know that Shursui is dead? As night fell, Uchiha Itachi lay in bed when suddenly, a peculiar creature appeared in his dream. Itachi, come here, I am the summoning beast, Komatsu. Startled, Itachi awoke. His eyes wide open, only to find nothing there. Was that the summoning beast of Danzo? Danzo's summoning beast, the dream taper, possessed the ability to invade others' dreams. While not particularly powerful, It was aptly used at that moment. What business does Lord Komatsu have with me? Itachi furrowed his brow and leapt out of the window. Unbeknownst to Itachi, as he climbed out, Uchiha Obito had opened his eyes next door. What could Itachi be up to at this hour? Soon enough, Obito discovered the answer. For Itachi appeared within the line of sight of the mechanical parrot he used to monitor Danzo. Itachi was once again seeking out Danzo. However, besides Danzo, there was another presence at the scene, Tobi. Among the upper echelons of Konoha, Obito harbored the deepest resentment toward these two individuals. Initially, Obito's hatred for Danzo was paramount. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi had disguised himself well. In the original narrative, Danzo was the direct cause of the Uchiha clan's demise. But as time passed, Obito uncovered the true nature of Hiruzen Sarutobi and realized that it was not only Danzo, but the entire upper echelon of Konoha that was complicit. The interests of the Konoha elite were united. For the sake of these interests, they sought to eliminate the Uchiha. Whether it was Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, or the emerging figure of Komatsu, they all viewed the Uchiha as a thorn in their side. Ironically, Itachi believed in such individuals. Obito had contemplated pulling Itachi back from the precipice of destruction, but after numerous indirect attempts, even nearly articulating his concerns outright, Itachi dismissed Obito's words with disdain. He showed indifference towards Obito and Sasuke, lacked trust in Fugaku and Mikoto, and revered Shisui as if he were a deity. Faced with such an Itachi, Obito found himself at a loss. Thus, he chose to let go. Chapter 69. Indeed, something exists. Obito did not intend to provoke Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan. It was only under the stimulation of high technology that this mysterious eye could be awakened. In the original story, Itachi witnessed the illusory death of Shisui, which subsequently activated his Mangekyou abilities. However, in the present day, the simulacrum of Uchiha Shisui has long been discarded by Uchiha Madara in the depths of virtual obscurity, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, Madara failed to anticipate that Danzo and Konan had forged a replica of Shisui, and upon merely gazing at this counterfeit, Uchiha Itachi activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. This surpassed all of Madara's expectations. Previously, when Itachi beheld the simulacrum in the courtyard, he mistakenly assumed it to be Sasuke and did not trigger his Mangekyou. Even his most cherished family member, Sasuke, could not elicit such a response, let alone Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, or Uchiha Mikoto, who were of even less significance to Itachi. Shisui came first, the village second, and everything else was relegated to the background. Is this the hierarchy of familial bonds that resides within your heart, Itachi? A chill swept across Madara's visage. If that is the case, let chaos reign supreme among you. Madara exited the chamber, swiftly arriving before Naruto's virtual window, retrieving the electronic tome that belonged solely to Naruto, and casting it into the virtual realm. Bang! Naruto jolted awake. What is this? As he opened his eyes, he beheld the electronic book lying on the ground. Simultaneously, an image of the book materialized within Madara's consciousness. The Heartless One. Naruto furrowed his brow and flipped through the pages. Lines of text leapt into his view. Madara also comprehended the essence of the Heartless One. The term heart here did not denote the physical organ, but rather certain psychological attributes such as loyalty, filial piety, integrity, camaraderie, self-interest, and shame, elements that one could choose to relinquish. The more one forsakes, the greater the reward. The Eye of the Abyss relinquished familial ties, while the Boneless King sacrificed kinship, friendship, and love. Hence, the Boneless King surpassed the Eye of the Abyss in strength. Yet, the Heartless One eclipsed both in power. It remained uncertain what choice Naruto would make. Closing the book, he pondered, if I sacrifice these elements, can I attain formidable power? Hesitation flickered across Naruto's face. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. My father, mother, and I have devoted so much to this village, yet the recompense I receive is this. Not only has the village failed to care for me, but it has also stripped away what was rightfully mine. Loyalty? It is better discarded. Naruto relinquished the first heart. I have no elders, my father and mother are gone, and even if I possessed filial piety, it holds no meaning now. This sense of filial duty, I can forsake as well. The second heart. Integrity signifies honesty, yet the entire village has been dishonest with me, viewing me as an outcast. Why should I be honest with them? Thus, this too can be discarded. The third heart. Trust signifies keeping promises. I do not believe my father and mother failed to entrust my care to others before they passed. They did not fulfill their duty, so I shall not either. The fourth heart. Etiquette signifies civility and politeness. This is also unnecessary. Everyone has insulted and slandered me. I have no obligation to treat them with respect. I shall respond to others as they have treated me. The fifth heart. Loyalty embodies selflessness and a lack of desire. However, it is absurd that figures like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo would subject me to such treatment. How could I possibly maintain my selflessness? This is utterly inconceivable. The sixth essence. Naruto gazed upon the final two remaining. One represented righteousness, the other, shame. His yearning for greater power led him to contemplate sacrificing these two, undoubtedly. Such an act would yield more. Yet, at that moment, certain faces flickered in Naruto's mind. The uncle from Ichiraku Ramen, Uchiha Itachi. After a brief hesitation, he pondered. 6 should suffice, right? Ultimately, he refrained from sacrificing the last 2 hearts. Closing his eyes, he felt a force being stripped away, as if he had lost something significant. Yet its nature eluded his perception. Such an essence is inherently elusive, yet undeniably real. Thus, have I truly forfeited these 6 qualities? Uchiha Itachi entered a virtual realm. Naruto had become a disciple. Merely by closing his eyes, Itachi could vividly perceive Naruto's condition without the need for direct observation. As he shut his eyes, everything about Naruto unfolded within Itachi's consciousness. However, the scene that emerged in Itachi's mind caused him to furrow his brow. For Naruto's state diverged from that of other disciples. Unlike the likes of Yamato, Hinata, Kiba, or Asuma, who immediately harnessed their newfound powers upon receiving the tome, Naruto displayed a countenance of struggle. It appeared as if something within him resisted the influence of the heartless. Indeed, something resided within Naruto. Itachi felt a stirring within him. 2 formless forces clashed, and Naruto's expression contorted into one of extreme agony. An image materialized in Naruto's consciousness. On one side stood a human, on the other, a mass of darkness. These 2 powers collided ceaselessly. Whichever side prevailed possessed strength beyond Naruto's previous comprehension, formidable to an unimaginable degree. Such potency, could it also be mine to wield? But which side would it be? Naruto's gaze oscillated between the human and the encroaching darkness. Yet soon, he realized he possessed no agency in this matter. The victor would dictate his fate. He was but a chosen one. As long as one emerged powerful enough, it mattered not which side triumphed. The injustices bestowed upon me by the village must be rectified. Those who have harmed me shall bear the consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen has perished, yet Danzo still breathes. Am I the 9-tailed fox? And what, pray tell, are you? A cacophony of violent collisions erupted, as if the very fabric of the world within Naruto's consciousness was tearing asunder, collapsing. The sky split open, and the ground roiled with surging seas. Dark clouds and thunder roared. Chapter 70. The Resolute Gaze. Suddenly, all sounds ceased abruptly. The storm clouds dispersed, and amidst the interstellar dust, the surface of the planet returned to tranquility. The anguish within Naruto gradually subsided. He opened his eyes, fists clenched tightly. Is this the cosmic power I have attained? A powerful surge of energy coursed through him, resonating as if in harmony with the stars. Uchiha Obito averted his gaze. The entity known as Heartless bestowed upon Naruto a strength surpassing that of AJ Nin. Yet this was not the zenith. Naruto still possessed room for growth, aspiring to reach the realm of the Star Herald, or even transcend it. However, Naruto was also endowed with another asset, the 9 tails. Unbeknownst to him, Uchiha Obito had taken notice. At the moment when that individual clashed against the power of Heartless, the 9 tails appeared weakened, rendering it hard to believe that it had once obliterated the Leaf Star City on numerous occasions, instigating countless interstellar conflicts. Through Heartless, Naruto could harness the power of the 9 tails, although he had yet to realize this truth. Nevertheless, the discovery was not insurmountable. Perhaps all Naruto needed was to unleash his full strength once to become aware of it. For Heartless had already recognized the power of the 9 tails as an integral part of Naruto. The Naruto of today possessed the capability to annihilate planets. Uchiha Obito emerged from the shadows, not to return home, but to head toward the residence of Tsumuji Koharu. Through the remote sensing of his intelligent parrot, Obito learned that Itachi, Uchiha, and Danzo had departed. Now, Tsumuji Koharu was alone in her dwelling. Obito did not intend to strike, but rather to employ his Manjiki Sharingan to cast a manipulation technique, shadow control. Obito had accumulated sufficient shadow energy and planned to utilize it to transform Tsumuji Koharu into his pawn. Currently, Itachi Uchiha, Tsumuji Koharu, and Danzo formed a trio. Obito schemed to dismantle them from within. On the balcony stood a tea table, behind which Tsumuji Koharu sat, adorned with a serene smile. With Itachi's assistance, dealing with the Uchiha clan was effortless. He was the son of Fugaku Uchiha and possessed an intimate understanding of the clan's dynamics. With Itachi as an insider, eradicating the Uchiha clan would take but a moment. Danzo would then seamlessly ascend as the interstellar ruler, while I would rise to become the second most powerful entity beneath him. Such a sensation was truly exquisite. Yet, the Uchiha family was indeed remarkable. First, Shursui awakened a terrifying ocular technique, and now Itachi had done the same. What abilities did Itachi possess? Could he manipulate hearts as well? Once the Uchiha affairs concluded, Itachi could not remain. At the very least, his eyes could no longer exist in this world. Tsumuji Koharu was already envisioning the future. At that moment, Uchiha Obito made his move. Mangeki Sharingan. Complex patterns manifested within Obito's eyes. Shadow control. A potent surge of darkness erupted from his left eye, enveloping Tsumuji Koharu in an instant. The darkness surged forth. Tsumuji Koharu let out a muffled groan, instinctively sensing something amiss. Her mood shifted to one of agitation. This was a feeling she had not experienced in years, having long surpassed that age and lost such capabilities. Could it be that as the plan neared fruition, even my body was responding, rejuvenating? Tsumuji Koharu harbored a regret. She had never married and bore no children. In her youth, she was once enamored with Danzo, whose youthful visage far surpassed that of Hiruzen's Sarutobi, exuding an alluring coldness that captivated many. Alas, the mantle of leadership was not inherited by Danzo, but rather by Hiruzen's Sarutobi. When she turned her affections towards Hiruzen's, the People Lake had already emerged, leaving her with nothing. Initially dismissing Hiruzen's, she later found herself disillusioned with Danzo as well. Yet, she neither attained Danzo nor retained Hiruzen's. Her lofty aspirations led her to remain alone until her years waned, ultimately culminating in her current state. Time, relentless, has rendered her an elderly woman. As the encroaching shadows thickened, she, Tsunade, felt her spirits plummet. With jealousy and anger festering within her, a thought flickered through her mind. Why not seize Itachi Uchiha's eyes, eliminate Danzo, and ascend to power myself? The first female leader in history. Such a legacy would enshrine me in the annals of time. A dark glimmer manifested in Tsunade's eyes. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha slipped into the shadows. Yet, this alone was insufficient. Compared to Danzo and Itachi, Tsunade was woefully inadequate. Although she was a second-generation disciple of Tobirama Senju, her abilities were merely average, primarily excelling in medical ninjutsu, much of which she had learned from Tsunade Senju herself. She required greater strength to pose a challenge to Danzo and Itachi. Obito's gaze flickered as he closed his eyes, a shadow lingering in his mind, emanating from a unique place known as the Pleasure District, intertwined with Kakashi. Kakashi, a paragon of clientele, had earned a reputation as the prodigal son of Konoha, his name resonating throughout the Land of Fire, drawing both admiration and resentment. His presence had infused the Pleasure District with a myriad of grievances, men's jealousy and women's sorrow over the fleeting nature of their encounters with Kakashi. These sentiments coalesced into a singular entity. Quietly departing from the village, Obito began to gather these grievances. Now, he intended to offer this collective shadow as a sacrifice, seeking a secret technique to empower Tsunade. However, Obito suddenly discovered an additional presence in his mind, a faint, humanoid silhouette. What could this be? Obito furrowed his brow. A youth, his head swathed in bandages, with a spiky hairstyle and resolute eyes, donned in a flowing white robe, floated several black orbs behind him, exuding a distinct aura reminiscent of yin-yang release. Could it be that this individual was? A speculation took root in Obito's mind. This apparition had only just manifested. What had he done moments prior? Aside from manipulating shadows around Tsunade, he had recently bestowed the Heartless One upon Naruto, transforming him into a follower. The only peculiarity was that Naruto's transformation process diverged from that of others. Within Naruto, an unusual energy clashed violently with the power of the Heartless One. Obito's singular thought crystallized. That was the chakra of Ashura's reincarnation. No wonder Naruto emanates such a profound aura of darkness, yet shows no signs of being consumed. It is because this force counteracts the effect. The power of the Heartless is fundamentally opposed to this force, resulting in their inevitable clash. Nevertheless, the heartless ultimately prevails. Consequently, the chakra of Ashura has transferred to me. The shadow, sensing Uchiha Madara's attention, suddenly rises, scanning its surroundings with sharp vigilance. Uchiha Madara instinctively feels a twinge of displeasure. At that moment, a powerful gravitational pull is unleashed from the vortex within his mind. Can Ashura's chakra serve as a sacrificial offering? Uchiha Madara raises an eyebrow, swiftly making a decision. The Ashura chakra holds no value for him, and he intuitively believes that its presence in his mind may yield adverse effects. It would be better to sacrifice it. With a flicker of thought, Uchiha Madara directs the shadow toward the vortex, which struggles in vain against the pull, ultimately being forcefully drawn within. Subsequently, he sends the dark energy collected from Fengyue Street into the vortex. Upon returning to his chamber, Uchiha Itachi has yet to return. However, Uchiha Madara has resolved himself. Uchiha Itachi must be dealt with, otherwise, he is certain to follow the original plot. Perhaps this time, Uchiha Itachi may not succeed due to Uchiha Madara's presence, yet it will undoubtedly inflict significant losses upon the Uchiha clan. With a soft thud, a tentacle extends from the vortex, dropping a book, nameless. After the book lands, the tentacle does not retract but instead discards another object, a stone. The following day, Uchiha Madara awakens, clutching two items in his hands. He first gazes at the book, titled Against the Wind and Moon. Uchiha Madara furrows his brow. The title bears only one more character than Kakashi's Wind and Moon. He opens the book and peruses its contents. Soon, Uchiha Madara comprehends the capabilities of Against the Wind and Moon. To some extent, it resembles Kakashi's Wind and Moon ability, but while Kakashi gained power, enhancing his physique without harming his opponent, both parties found enjoyment in it. In contrast, Against the Wind and Moon signifies gain for its possessor. Not only does it enhance strength and improve vitality, but it also reverses aging, rendering one youthful. However, for the other party, it inflicts permanent harm, akin to siphoning their life force. Excessive use may lead to the direct demise of the victim. Uchiha Madara's expression turns peculiar. This ability, it must be said, is extraordinary. Yet, it holds immense allure for women, particularly the elderly. To become young and beautiful. How many dream of such a fate? Uchiha Madara looks out the window. Perhaps Tikaharu could utilize the power of Against the Wind and Moon to drain Danzo directly. Or perhaps Uchiha Itachi. Now, he harbors no fondness for Uchiha Itachi and holds no expectations. He understands well the balance within Uchiha Itachi's heart. The village comes first, followed by the family, with their place uncertain. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi has forged an alliance with Danzo and TKSH Rin. The crisis facing the Uchiha clan is imminent, of course. In the absence of Uchiha Madara, his presence has ensured that the Uchiha clan's peril never materializes, as Madara possesses the ability to control the dynamics of the village. What significance does this stone hold? Uchiha Madara lifted the stone, and a surge of information flooded into his mind. The Azura Purgatory, a formless prison, once ensnared. There is no escape, and all sins and transgressions shall manifest therein. One mistake leads to a cycle of rebirth, endlessly recurring. Uchiha Madara's eyes flickered with realization. It is now evident that the force opposing the Heartless is indeed Azura's chakra, which has thwarted Naruto's descent into darkness. Such experiences, such encounters, still evoke unwavering loyalty to Konoha. To assert that there is nothing extraordinary about this would be quite abnormal. Uchiha Madara contemplated further. Given that Naruto possesses Azura's chakra, might Sasuke harbor Indra's chakra as well? Both forces are formidable. If feasible, it would be prudent to remove Indra's chakra from Sasuke. My brother must not easily become a puppet of any kind. Uchiha Madara cast a glance toward Sasuke's room before retracting his gaze. The Azura Purgatory shall serve as a punishment more severe than death. I hope, Itachi, that you will not compel me to resort to this. A shadow clone materialized, transforming into an ordinary person, approaching TKSH Rin's residence, while Uchiha Madara himself proceeded to the Ninja Academy. Cough. Irika cleared his throat and announced. Everyone seems to have grasped the fundamentals of chakra extraction, and most can successfully extract chakra now. I shall teach you your first ninjutsu, a relatively simple technique. The transformation technique. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Irika began forming hand seals. Transformation technique. In the next moment, Irika's appearance shifted into that of a youth, half black and half white. Selecting Uchiha Madara as his transformation target, Since Uchiha Madara exhibited a modicum of prowess, Irika often cited him as an example. After all, exemplary students invariably attract their teacher's favor. This did not incite jealousy. Even though Uchiha Madara did not deliberately engage with his classmates, his reputation surpassed that of Hinata Hikaru, the previous top student. His position garnered admiration and reverence rather than envy, a testament to the respect earned through Uchiha Madara's lineage and demeanor. Chapter 72. The so-called rewards. Hinata Hikaru, hailing from a family of technological prowess, naturally drew considerable attention due to his lineage. Uchiha Madara, the son of the Uchiha clan leader and heir to Uchiha Fugaku, possesses an unparalleled advantage in this world that values genetics and technological backgrounds. Furthermore, Uchiha Madara excels academically yet remains indifferent to fame and fortune. For him, the various achievements at school are merely trivial milestones in the advancement of technology. The so-called rewards, in his eyes, are far too primitive. In instances of conflict between classes, Uchiha Madara has previously stepped forward, a feat inconceivable for the former Hinata Hikaru. With Uchiha Fugaku's proactive promotion of the family's reputation, the Uchiha clan often evokes a sense of regret among the populace, particularly those who have previously slandered them in secret. The truth has been unveiled. The true villain is Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan has been oppressed and vilified through technological means at his behest. Is this understood by all? You may practice freely from here on. Before the morning session concludes, I will conduct a preliminary assessment. Those who have grasped the material may assist their peers who have not yet done so. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's virtual projection has arrived at the doorstep of Tsunade, casting forth the data terminal in hand. Bang! The glass window shattered instantly. Tsunade's pupils constricted. Yet, Uchiha Itachi's virtual projection dissipated into a beam of light. The surveillance of Tsunade has now transformed into an intelligent drone. Tsunade stared at the data terminal on the ground, her brow furrowing. Reverse wind moon. A knock sounded at the door. It was a root ninja. Lady Tsunade, is everything all right? It's nothing, Tsunade replied. I accidentally broke the window, but it's fine. Understood. The root ninja withdrew. Tsunade picked up the data terminal and slowly opened it, her eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement. A technique that can restore youth and enhance beauty? Tsunade felt her heart race. Wait, this secret technique is what Hiruzen has been alluding to, provided by the shadowy figures, right? Mizuki, Moonlight Gale, Asuma, all transformed by this technique? To gain benefits, one must also pay a price. So what will my price be? Even though Tsunade has descended into darkness, she retains a semblance of rationality. Perhaps this is the wisdom born from prolonged survival. Aside from addiction, are there no other side effects? Tsunade's gaze flickered. Addiction alone, what constitutes a side effect? It hardly matters. With such a boon, what does addiction signify? Tsunade made her decision. In fact, whether Tsunade decides or not, the moment she opens the reverse wind moon, she has already acquired its power. This will not be altered by her will. An image surfaced in Tsunade's mind, causing her complexion to flush. I need to experiment. Fortunately, she still had a supply of those potions. Tsunade opened a drawer and retrieved a vial of potion. Subsequently, she prepared a cup of tea. As a medical ninja, it is commonplace for Tsunade to have such items at hand. Come in. A root ninja entered, wearing a dog-shaped mask. Thank you for your hard work. I have just developed a fatigue relief potion. Could you assist me in testing it? Tsunade gestured to the tea on the table. It has already dissolved in the tea. Understood. Lady Tsunade. Without hesitation, the root ninja approached and drank it all. Tsunade's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Soon, the effects of the potion began to manifest. The root ninja's breathing grew labored, and he felt drowsy, his vitality surging. Come in. Tsunade guided the root ninja into the inner chamber. Bang! She closed the door. Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, abandoning the use of drones for surveillance, for the forthcoming scenes would undoubtedly be blinding, visions he wished to avoid. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi was convinced that Tsunade Koharu had employed the power of reverse wind moon. Thus, she would pose a significant challenge to Danzo's faction. Shortly thereafter, Tsunade Koharu emerged from her chamber and stood before a mirror, gazing at her reflection, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Indeed, she appeared considerably younger. At this point, I am at least 3 years younger. This is merely the beginning. Tsunade Koharu cast a glance back. Within the room, a root member was on the brink of collapse. His life force had been excessively drained, rendering him exceedingly frail, teetering on the edge of death. Yet, Tsunade Koharu remained indifferent. What were the lives of a few root ninjas when she could preserve her own youth? Narrowing her eyes, she targeted her next victim. Her speed exceeded Uchiha Itachi's expectations. One by one, root ninjas fell. Tsunade Koharu's age had reverted to that of a woman in her 30s. An unrecognizable transformation from her former self. I must disguise myself. Donning a mask, she concealed her visage beneath its surface. Outside, footsteps echoed. Who is it? It is I. Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade Koharu's eyes flickered as she replied, come in. A plan began to take shape in her mind. She had just confirmed that the stronger and younger the individual, the more effective the use of reverse wind moon, and Uchiha Itachi was undoubtedly an exceptional target. I shall offer him a cup of tea. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, saying, Lady Koharu, I shall forego that. I have important matters to report to you and Lord Danzo. I have thoroughly investigated the situation of the Uchiha clan, provided we act judiciously. Leveraging Lord Danzo's umbu and root, along with my eyes, we can certainly resolve the Uchiha dilemma. It is now confirmed that it was indeed my father who killed Shursui. The recent anomaly concerning the Hokage was also orchestrated by my father. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, within the assembly hall, sneezed, furrowing his brow. Who speaks ill of me? A shadow seemed to loom over Uchiha Fugaku's head. Uchiha Itachi continued, however, I have a request. While I consent to the demise of the Uchiha clan, I wish for my two younger brothers to survive. This is the condition under which I shall act. Chapter 73. Danzo in Contemplation. Uchiha Itachi. Are you conveying a universal warning to us? No, it is merely an interstellar plea from a brother. Uchiha Itachi lowered his gaze and said, regardless. Itachi and Sasuke are innocent stardust. I hope they can continue to exist within the cosmos. I am willing to bear all the blame alone. As a black hole consumes stars without regret, I shall publicly declare that I instigated the interstellar annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and I will play the role of their eternal enemy before them, ensuring that the Leaf Village suffers not a scratch. Simultaneously, I will become a loyal guardian of the Leaf, providing boundless strength to the village. This will be an interstellar blessing for the entire community. As the eyes of the young Haruno narrowed slightly, a figure emerged from the interstellar portal, none other than Danzo. Where have my root ninjas gone? He inquired. I do not know, replied Haruno, shaking her head. There were unusual cosmic fluctuations outside moments ago. They may have gone to investigate. I require more formidable warriors. And what need have you for so many warriors? Danzo queried. Because tonight, I shall personally lead the expedition, Haruno declared. Itachi has acquired all intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan. Hence we can act tonight. Danzo, are you prepared? Tonight presents the perfect opportunity. With each passing day, the likelihood of the Uchiha discovering our intentions increases. Danzo's eyes shimmered with resolve. Indeed, since the day of Hiruzen's failure, I have been ever ready. However, Haruno shifted the conversation, directing her gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. But Itachi has stipulated a condition. What condition? Danzo inquired. He insists that Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke must survive in this cosmos. Danzo's brow furrowed in contemplation. Why does the higher echelon of Konoha continue to target the Uchiha, even after Hiruzen's downfall? Is it truly because the Uchiha have erred? No. It is simply due to the potential awakening of their terrifying cosmic eyes, the Manjiki Sharingan. Consequently, the Konoha leadership seeks to eradicate all Uchiha. To allow Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke to survive? The former is hailed as a genius, initially unremarkable in his first year, yet he made remarkable strides in his second. And Sasuke, as the brother of Uchiha Itachi and the son of Uchiha Fugaku, how could his talent be lacking? The likelihood of them awakening the Manjiki Sharingan is exceedingly high. I cannot permit their survival. Lord Danzo, I am willing to bear all the consequences. The demise of the Uchiha shall rest solely upon my shoulders. They will harbor resentment only towards me. Moreover, I have contacted an ally who, after tonight, will assist us as I become a rogue ninja. This operation is bound to succeed. Danzo's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Who is this ally? One of the Akatsuki, came the reply. Danzo fell into deep thought. Were Itachi without assistance, he would have readily agreed to eliminate the Uchiha first, then deal with Itachi, ensuring both he and Obito would not survive. Yet now, with Itachi's ally in the fray, the situation had shifted. Itachi might indeed survive, and breaking the promise made to him would undoubtedly provoke his retaliation. There are too many. Only one must remain, Danzo declared. Uchiha Obito cannot live. According to my investigations, he is likely entangled in Uchiha affairs. Itachi, do not let your personal desires jeopardize the village. You must comprehend the gravity of this situation for Konoha. Do you wish to witness the collapse of our planet for the sake of your brother? Is your selfishness truly so profound? Had Shursui still been alive, he would never have made such a self-serving decision. Furthermore, I have already taken great risks to ensure Sasuke's survival. I have yielded, and you should too, should you not? Uchiha Itachi lowered his head, enveloped in silence. After a considerable time, he lifted his gaze, clenching his teeth. Very well, I concede, but Sasuke must remain alive. Agreed. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Uchiha Itachi rose to depart, sipping from the tea before him. T-Rune Koharu opened her mouth, but refrained from speaking. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at T-Rune Koharu, sensing something peculiar about her in recent days. Koharu, are you well? I am fine, truly. Your voice suggests otherwise. T-Rune Koharu's heart tightened. The peculiarity was undeniable, for she had regained her youth, her voice now vibrant, no longer the aged, hoarse tone it once was. Perhaps it is merely a reflection of my improved spirits, T-Rune Koharu remarked, observing the village's impending recovery. Without the Uchiha, normalcy would return, and it was only a matter of time before the village reclaimed its status as the foremost ninja stronghold. Danzo nodded in agreement. Indeed, under my guidance, Konoha shall undoubtedly regain its preeminence. I shall take my leave, and shortly, I will send someone over. Very well. Soon, a team from Root arrived. T-Rune Koharu employed the same method, a cup of tea, a dose of potion. The dosage could even be reduced further. For T-Rune Koharu was no longer an old woman but a woman in her 30s, possessing a certain allure. One by one, the Root ninjas succumbed. T-Rune Koharu's age continued to diminish, and her strength steadily increased. The entire Root team perished, their life force drained, their corpses piled within the room, appearing exceedingly aged, unrecognizable to anyone. T-Rune Koharu approached the mirror. In her early 20s, such a visage is indeed nostalgic. I once envied Tsunade. Yet now, it is Tsunade who ought to envy me, for I appear significantly younger than she. T-Rune Koharu gazed out the window, donning a mask. It would be most favorable for tonight's endeavor to culminate in failure. Otherwise, with Danzo's rise to power, my aspiration to become Hokage would be nearly unattainable. I require the support of Mito Gaiden. The elders of Konoha, T-Rune Koharu and Mito Gaiden, may not be formidable, yet they wield some influence. After Uchiha Itachi's departure, an unexpected heat surged through his body, discomforting him. Chapter 74. A jolt within. What manner of existence are you? Uchiha Itachi gazed intently at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito had employed a transformation technique, his face obscured by a virtual mask, even his voice concealed by technological devices. Possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, Uchiha Itachi could see through Uchiha Obito's disguise, yet the true identity eluded him. If you wish to comprehend, follow me. Uchiha Obito flickered and swiftly vanished from his position. Uchiha Itachi beheld his actions, his heart racing. Uchiha Obito's speed was extraordinary, signifying unfathomable power. Where are you headed? Do not worry, it is not far. Uchiha Obito guided Uchiha Itachi to the summit of Hokage Rock in Konoha, where one could gaze down upon the entire village. Uchiha Itachi watched Uchiha Obito warily. What are your thoughts on this village? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. Who exactly are you? Do not inquire about my identity. Simply answer my questions. Are you not curious about how Shursui departed? Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment. The village is thriving. So, what do you believe the village truly represents? Merely a patch of land? Or perhaps those who govern it? Uchiha Itachi replied, the village is the village. It embodies the collective will of all its inhabitants. As long as there are people, the village endures. Where the leaves dance, the flames shall live eternally. The will of fire symbolizes the essence of the village's existence. Uchiha Madara had long been familiar with this sentiment, even growing somewhat weary of it. Thus, for the sake of the village, raising a blade against one's own kin is acceptable, is it not? Uchiha Itachi stepped back, his gaze fixed intently upon Uchiha Madara, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Just now? Indeed, I overheard your conversation and witnessed your exchange. Uchiha Madara remarked, as a member of the Uchiha clan, you would turn against your own family, and based on your discussion, it seems you intend to spare one. Uchiha Sasuke, am I correct? You would slay your father, your mother, your brother, and so many of our kin. Do you truly consider this loyalty to the village? You too are a Uchiha? A profound wariness flickered in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Why have I never encountered you before? Have you been lurking in the shadows, preparing to emerge amidst the upheaval? If that is the case, you should comprehend why I made such a choice. You assassinated Shursui, seized his Kodoame Tsukumi, and then employed it to manipulate the Hokage, leading him to commit heinous acts that tarnished his reputation. This is the sin of the Uchiha. For the sake of clan interests, the welfare of the entire village was disregarded. Is such conduct justifiable? I merely consider the broader picture. If the village ceases to exist, what becomes of our home? By my actions, I might at least preserve a glimmer of hope for the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh. You claim the Uchiha requires reform. Do you possess any evidence? Mere words without substantiation are nothing more than baseless accusations. Are you aware of the extent to which the higher-ups in Konoha have acted against the Uchiha over the years? The village is the village, and the Konoha leadership is the Konoha leadership. The two are not synonymous, yet you fail to grasp this truth. How much personal gain has Sarutobi Hiruzen accrued for the Sarutobi clan and the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi? Uchiha Itachi interrupted Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha's reform is precisely what Shursui spoke of. This cannot be mistaken. As for the advancement of the Sarutobi clan and the Inuzuka, it stems from their understanding of the village's rules and their collaborative progress with the village. They do not embody the selfishness that characterizes the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara scoffed again, Uchiha Itachi's words igniting further ire within him. Is Shursui's word the ultimate truth? Uchiha Itachi, what significance does Shursui hold for you? Is he akin to your reborn parents? You trust a so-called outsider over your own kin. You are indeed remarkable. The Sarutobi clan is not selfish? The Sarutobi clan is understanding of the larger picture? What of the tale of Konoha's White Fang? What of Asuma's fate? Uchiha Itachi's gaze momentarily flickered. The tale of Konoha's White Fang is a fabrication. The evidence Kakashi obtained from my father is false, a forgery devised by my father himself. Hokage has committed a grave offense, influenced by the Kodoame Tsukumi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, you should acknowledge the truth in my words. Uchiha Obito scoffed in disdain. Spare me your nonsense. Itachi, you have deeply disappointed me, time and again. I have offered you chances, yet you have consistently failed to cherish them, remaining obstinately unchanged. I have ceaselessly reminded you of the paramount importance of familial bonds, yet you remain oblivious. You cast aspersions on your family for any wrongdoing while attributing every good deed to the machinations of the higher-ups in Konoha. I am at my wit's end. I cannot persuade you. You are just like the former Uchiha Shursui. These words caused a subtle shift in Itachi's expression. Remind me of the significance of family ties. Father, is it truly you? Is it you who took Shursui's eyes and wielded Kodoame Tsukumi against Hokage, seeking to instigate change? Father, you are mistaken, tragically so. The very cause of the Uchiha's current plight lies with you. You have brought ruin upon our entire clan. Uchiha Obito dispelled his transformation technique. I am not your father. Obito? Itachi's pupils dilated in shock. Impossible. Why is it impossible? Do you believe that aside from you and Shursui, the rest of us Uchiha are worthless? Devoid of talent or intellect, merely a band of fools? You are excessively arrogant, under the impression that you are a genius, omniscient, looking down upon all your kin. But in truth, where is your genius? A mere will of fire has turned you into a lapdog. My talents surpass those of all of you. I possess these eyes as well. Obito's gaze shifted, revealing intricate patterns. The Manjiki Sharingan? Itachi found it difficult to accept this reality. Though he held feelings for Obito and Sasuke, he had never truly regarded them as equals in talent. Chapter 75. A Veiled Threat. Uchiha Obito chuckled coldly, his voice echoing through the stillness of the cosmos. I never imagined your concerns would revolve around such trivial matters. Do you truly doubt that my potential far exceeds yours 100-fold? Let me assure you, that is no mere boast. My talents are 1,000 times greater than yours. Sasuke's gifts also surpass yours 10-fold, and that is an undeniable truth. You merely happen to emerge from the cosmic dust before us. Do you genuinely believe yourself to be unique? Your abilities, your power, do you ponder their origins? Are they the result of genetic modifications by Hiruzen Sarutobi? The technological enhancements of Danzo? Or perhaps from that so-called virtual consciousness program of the Will of Fire? None of these. Your life, your potential, stems from the genetic coding passed down by our father and mother from the Uchiha gene pool. Yet you have betrayed the Uchiha, forsaken your clan, turned your back on your kin. Obito gazed towards the Uchiha base, where the stars shone brilliantly, yet concealed a sinister intent. Tonight, you are set to act. Are you not? What a splendid plan you have devised. To eradicate all Uchiha, including myself, our father, our mother, Izumi, and Aunt Kyo, leaving only Sasuke behind. What a flawless script for massacre, to obliterate your own family and kin. How thrilling that must feel. Even if the Uchiha clan has truly erred. What heinous crime justifies the annihilation of an entire race? What transgressions have the ordinary individuals, who have yet to awaken their Rinnegan, committed? What mistakes have the newborns, even younger than Sasuke, made? Itachi Uchiha, can you provide an answer? After a prolonged silence, Itachi seemed to wrestle with the realization of Madara's genius, a brilliance that eclipsed his own. Eventually, he lifted his gaze. In an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. They are blameless. The fault lies with the other Uchihas. Madara, your lack of experience as an interstellar warrior and absence from the battlefield of Star Realms has fostered a deeper emotional connection to family, which is natural yet misguided. The galaxy supersedes all. When you grasp the profound essence of the will of fire, you shall understand me. But at this moment, I cannot permit you to thwart tonight's plan. In the next instant, Itachi moved. A complex spectrum of patterns flickered in his eyes. Tsukuyami, a jinjutsu aimed directly at Madara. Yet, Itachi suddenly sensed something amiss. His illusion appeared to have faltered. Itachi Uchiha, you are no match for me, Madara stated, gazing at him with indifference. I awakened these eyes long before you did, and they are not mere Rinnegan. You have merely activated a skill, a superficial illusion. My power, however, is time. A chill coursed through Itachi's heart. This time, he refrained from using Tsukuyami and instead surged towards Madara. Yet, in an instant, he found himself back at the starting point. Time had reversed. I warned you, it is futile. You need not struggle in vain. Is your weakness so difficult to accept? Madara remained still, observing Itachi. I contemplated various methods to deal with you. Annihilation, for someone like you. I would not grieve even if you perished 1,000 times. Or using Koto Amatsukami to control you, rendering you a puppet. However, I have dismissed that notion, as merely seeing you disgusts me. Coincidentally, I have recently acquired something suitable for you. Itachi fixed his gaze intently on Madara. Oh, I forgot to mention, you are already entangled within that very thing. Hence, I have the leisure to engage in this dialogue. I never act without certainty. This entity is known as the Ashura's Purgatory. The sins you have committed will manifest here. The magnitude of your transgressions will determine the severity of your punishment. Do not attempt to attack me again, for I am merely a clone at present. If you reflect carefully, you should recall when I acted. Itachi's eyes flickered with realization. He remembered the fleeting moment of disorientation when his Tsukuyami failed. At that instant, Madara made an incomprehensible gesture. Now, Itachi comprehended. At that moment, Madara must have invoked the Ashura's Purgatory upon him. Yet, he remained perplexed about the true nature of this Ashura's Purgatory. The external scenery bears no distinction from that of the Leaf Village. Is Uchiha Ibito deceiving us? Or is this merely an intricate illusion? Given your current entrapment in the Ashura Purgatory, I can reveal certain truths to you. Uchiha Shursui was not slain by our father. It was I who wielded the blade. Like you, he was ensnared in the virtual realm of the will of fire, firmly believing that Hiruzen Sarutobi embodied justice, only to awaken to the truth moments before his demise, yearning for atonement. Yet I deem him unworthy of such redemption. It is in the depths of hell, burdened by guilt and remorse, that he rightfully belongs. The corpse presented to you by Danzo is a mere fabrication. The true Shursui decays within the depths of filth. The tale of the White Fang of Konoha is authentic. Our father did not fabricate any evidence. Every action taken by Hiruzen Sarutobi is genuine. No one employed the Koto Amatsukami against him. Chapter 76. No one knows this secret. Uchiha Ibito gazed intently at the crystal before him. It appeared ordinary, yet harbored a power that transcended reason. This is the Ashura Purgatory, derived from the Ashura Chakra within Naruto, now transformed through mysterious means into a palm-sized heterogeneous crystal in Ibito's possession. It has since expanded several-fold, encasing the entirety of Uchiha Itachi's existence. His corporeal form and the crystal have become one, with only his soul ensnared in the dimension of the purgatory. Apart from Ibito, no one is privy to this secret. In this purgatory, may you seek to cleanse your transgressions. With a flicker, Uchiha Ibito vanished. The space surrounding Uchiha Itachi began to warp, revealing a cascade of illusions. The decisions made by Hiruzen Sarutobi, the confrontation between Uchiha Shursui and Obito, Asuma guiding Shursui downstairs, and the truth spoken by Hiruzen. In Itachi's heart, his elder brother, the prodigious Shursui, was but a docile hound in the eyes of Hiruzen, a mere tool to be manipulated. The scene then shifted to Danzo and the enigmatic Konan. This cannot be. The Hokage would never act thus. All of this is but an illusion. Subsequently, the visions before Uchiha Itachi transformed, placing him within the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Wielding kunai as he repeatedly thrust them into the bodies of his kin, blood cascading like rain. Familiar faces, his family, Obito, lay slain upon the ground. Only one remained standing, Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke's gaze was rife with animosity. This hatred struck terror into Uchiha Itachi's heart. Still, he refused to accept these as mere illusions conjured by Obito. Steadfast in his belief that the will of fire still blazed fiercely within him, a conflagration suddenly descended. Uchiha Itachi plummeted into the inferno, flames scorching and consuming without relent. The intense agony contorted his features into a grotesque mask. A veil of darkness emerged in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Amaterasu. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi's state resembled that of a reanimated corpse. Although his eyes had been gifted to Sasuke, he retained the ability to wield the powers of his Mangeki Sharingan after his resurrection. Similarly, the soul of Uchiha Itachi within the purgatory reflected this. A mass of black flames descended, battling against the inferno of purgatory, but was swiftly devoured. The flames of Amaterasu could not rival the ferocity of the Azura Purgatory's blaze. Uchiha Itachi once more sank into the depths of the infernal sea. At that moment, a spectral figure appeared across the room. A burst of crimson light erupted forth. Susanoo. A colossal warrior emerged from the surface of Uchiha Itachi, a manifestation of the power of the Mangeki Sharingan. This immense Susanoo, both offensive and defensive, stood its ground even against tailed beasts. A flicker of hope ignited in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, as he perceived this to be his potential escape from the depths of despair. However, from the spectral figure, a golden radiance erupted. Susanoo. The golden giant towered above Uchiha Itachi's crimson avatar, more formidable and solid. A fist descended. Bang! The overwhelming force shattered Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo, engulfing him once more in an inferno of flames. Despair took root in Uchiha Itachi's heart, leaving him no time to contemplate the true essence of village righteousness or the genuine will of fire. In that moment, only one question lingered in his mind. How could he escape this hell? Yet, the opportunity had slipped away. As Uchiha Itachi uttered those words, Uchiha Madara had already made his decision. This was the punishment he deserved, for every action bears its consequence. Moreover, in Madara's eyes, Uchiha Itachi had forsaken his humanity. If such transgressions could be pardoned, what meaning would remain for existence in this world? Father. Uchiha Madara sought out Uchiha Fugaku. Madara? Uchiha Madara hesitated briefly before producing a test tube containing a pair of eyes, the very ones he had extracted from Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted. These are Itachi's eyes, Madara. I appreciate your efforts. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara understood that Uchiha Fugaku was aware of Itachi's choices and had resolved to confront him. However, Madara had acted first. This was to be expected. The Uchiha clan had long since diverged from the narrative of old. Uchiha Fugaku had made numerous preparations in his quest for the title of Hokage and had forged several alliances. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi's prior actions had left Uchiha Fugaku profoundly disillusioned. It was only natural for him to dispatch surveillance. This matter should have been handled by me. As a father, I have not been sufficiently competent. Uchiha Madara shook his head. It would make no difference who handled it. After all, according to Itachi's plan, neither I nor you would survive. They would only allow Sasuke to live, sparing thousands of Uchiha clan members for the sake of one. Yet, Sasuke's survival would merely render him a puppet. Such a decision could only be made by him. In comparison to Shursui, he has truly surpassed the master. Uchiha Madara gazed upon the eyes resting on the table. These eyes, father, you may handle them yourself. I shall take my leave. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Go rest. I shall take care of the remaining matters. By the way, do not mention this to mother or Sasuke. If they inquire, feign ignorance. If pressed further, say it was my doing. This burden should not fall upon you. Understood. Uchiha Madara nodded, then vanished from sight. Uchiha Fugaku approached the window, gazing into the distance. Once, I believed the High-GA clan to be inferior and asserted that the Uchiha would never witness father pitted against son or brother against brother. I never imagined it would come to pass. Uchiha Fugaku offered a bitter smile. Itachi, family, how could you be so disdainful? We are all your sons. Why is there such a vast chasm between you and the clan? Uchiha Fugaku let out a deep sigh. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Since Danzo and Tsunade have escalated matters to this point, I shall hold nothing back. Let us engage in battle and see whether you prevail or if the Uchiha shall emerge victorious. Chapter 77, War. On the brink of eruption, Danzo fixed his gaze upon Tsunade, his brow furrowed. Why had the shadow Itachi not yet arrived? It remained unclear. Tsunade gently shook her head. This young man, much like Shursui, is unreliable. Danzo vividly recalled that the last interstellar operation against the Uchiha had been triggered by Shursui's betrayal, leading to a chain reaction. Asuma's defection, Hiruzen Sarutobi's wavering stance, and the ambiguous position of Yaman Kazakage, as well as Kakashi's indecision, persisted even to this day. The Leaf Galaxy was engulfed in chaos. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan seized this opportunity to solidify their position and flourish. They not only liberated themselves from the burden of the Leaf security forces, but also garnered substantial support from numerous civilian ninjas, forging alliances with various ninja families. Kakashi and Yaman Kazakage had allied with the Uchiha. Now, confronting the Uchiha could no longer rely on planetary power suppression. It necessitated a lightning strike, aiming to annihilate the Uchiha before others could react. In doing so, by the time other factions became aware, the Uchiha would have vanished. At that point, no words would be of any use. Regardless, action must be taken tonight. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. Tsunade, your medical team must be prepared for cooperation. Without the shadow Itachi, tonight's battle may prove more arduous. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Rest assured, everything is under control. As night deepened, Danzo led the Umbu and Root members towards the Uchiha base. He attributed the previous defeat to Hiruzen Sarutobi's indecisiveness. This time, he was unwilling to tread the same path. The Uchiha must be eradicated. The Manjiki Sharingan must fall into my hands, even if not Shursui's. Uchiha Fugaku stood atop the tower, a cold breeze sweeping by. Yet he remained unmoved. Beside him was Kakashi. Fugaku-senpai, if Danzo were to fall tonight, I would consider my debt to you repaid. It was already settled long ago, tonight. You are merely here to support, correct? Uchiha Fugaku smiled slightly. Kakashi paused for a moment, then smiled in return. Indeed, we are friends and comrades, of course. I am here to assist. In another corner stood Yaman Kazakage. We agreed, after the success of this endeavor, I shall take over the entire route. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at him. I can only guarantee that I will not interfere in Root's affairs, but whether someone will contest with you, I cannot assure. However, I can provide some assistance. Good. Yaman Kazakage accepted gladly. Additionally, there were 10 members from the Hyuga branch. Previously, Hyuga Hizashi had promised Hiruzen Sarutobi 10 branch members. This time, Uchiha Fugaku made a similar request to Hyuga Hizashi, and he agreed. Tuanzong ultimately underestimated the Uchiha clan, or perhaps he still viewed them through an antiquated lens, believing them to be inconsequential and presuming to manipulate the situation to his advantage. Uchiha Itachi possessed critical intelligence regarding his own clan. With half of the Umbu and a portion of the Root at his disposal, coupled with the intelligence gathered by Itachi and the medical support from Tsunade's forces, subduing the Uchiha should have posed no challenge, even in the absence of Itachi. However, this was merely Tuanzong's perception. The reality was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Tuanzong believed the Uchiha had no suspicion of Itachi, yet in truth, Uchiha Fugaku had already remained vigilant towards his son, and the intelligence Itachi procured was far from accurate. Tuanzong would soon learn this lesson the hard way. As the army advanced towards the Uchiha base, an abrupt shift in atmosphere ensued. An eerie silence engulfed the surroundings, rendering the place almost unrecognizable as a military stronghold. The so-called Uchiha ninjas offered only token resistance before scattering in disarray. Something was amiss. Tuanzong's expression darkened. Had the Uchiha anticipated their approach? Had Itachi betrayed them? Or had he been performing an elaborate ruse from the very start? A multitude of possibilities flooded Tuanzong's mind, accompanied by a twinge of regret. His previous mission had faltered due to indecision. This time, he sought to learn from his mistakes, yet the outcome was paradoxically the opposite. He had acted too impulsively. fully aware of Itachi's disappearance, and should have exercised greater caution. Was Itachi's performance truly so masterful? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha clan must perish this night. A fierce determination flickered across Tuanzang's face. Even knowing the Uchiha were prepared, he remained confident in his superiority over them, for he had an ally. Attack! Tuanzang had no intention of retreating. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the scene below and issued the command to commence. In an instant, the lurking ninjas revealed themselves, Kakashi's Umbu and Yamake's root. Tuanzang scoffed. Kakashi, Yamake, I anticipated your involvement. But do the Uchiha truly believe that your presence can thwart me? Impossible. My Umbu and root far surpass your forces. During this time, Kakashi's Umbu had seen little change. And similarly, Yamake's root was not as formidable, as his control over the small contingent of root was imperfect. In contrast, Tuanzang had utilized this period to recruit a multitude of ninjas. Additionally, he possessed an asset that Yamake lacked, the root training camp. Young ninjas could be sent for training and subsequently inducted into the root. This time, Tuanzang had brought many children from the training camp. Though their combat prowess was limited, their youth served as excellent camouflage, often leading to a sense of false security before launching a surprise attack. Furthermore, the Uchiha base housed numerous ordinary civilians. These children may not stand a chance against powerful ninjas, but they were more than capable of dealing with untrained individuals. Numerically, Tuanzang did not find himself at a disadvantage, bolstered by the medical ninjas from Tsunade's support. War was on the cusp of eruption. A cacophony of clashes erupted, and the stench of blood permeated the air. Uchiha Fugaku confined the battlefield to a specific area. The ordinary Uchiha civilians who had not engaged in battle had been relocated, yet they remained nearby, just as Danzo firmly believed that he would never be defeated even in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Fugaku Uchiha shared a similar conviction that the Uchiha clan would prevail this time. The figure of Fugaku Uchiha emerged before Danzo. Chapter 78. Excessive Caution. And Itachi? I never anticipated his imitation would be so convincing that even I was deceived. Itachi is no longer here, Fugaku responded. If you have been misled, I believe you should possess the discernment to see clearly. No longer here? Danzo's pupils constricted. Did you personally bring about his demise? How could you inflict such harm upon your own flesh and blood? If Itachi is not eliminated, shall we simply wait for him to join forces with you and completely eradicate the Uchiha clan? Fugaku Uchiha gazed steadily at Danzo and declared, I have long been aware of your plans. The fate of traitors is only fittingly death. But this is none of your concern. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi who caused Shursui to fall into mental disarray, and Shursui would bring the same fate upon Itachi. Danzo, you merely reaped a preordained harvest. To be frank, had Hiruzen Sarutobi acted alongside you last time, I might have had my reservations. My apprehension lies with Hiruzen, not you. Now that you stand alone, dare you still lay your hands upon the Uchiha? Danzo, you have overestimated yourself. Danzo's expression darkened. Hiruzen was merely fortunate. In terms of ability, intellect, courage, and wisdom, how could he surpass me? Had I become Hokage back then, would the Uchiha still hold a place in this world? Fugaku Uchiha raised an eyebrow slightly. Is that so? However, I do not share that opinion, nor do most others. Who would consider you more formidable than Hiruzen Sarutobi? Apart from yourself, no one would harbor such thoughts. You are indeed weaker than Hiruzen. Danzo's countenance grew increasingly sullen, as if it could drip with water. The flames of fury burned fiercely within him. The greatest affront to Danzo was being deemed inferior to Hiruzen Sarutobi, and this was precisely the effect Fugaku sought to achieve. In battle, numerous factors determine victory or defeat. Once psychological superiority is established, unsettling the opponent significantly increases the likelihood of triumph. With the assistance of Kakashi and Yamato, Fugaku Uchiha felt no trepidation regarding the survival of the Uchiha clan that night. He did not believe Danzo could obliterate the Uchiha. Yet, Fugaku aspired to accomplish even more, to eliminate Danzo. Killing Danzo would render virtually all contenders for the Hokage position within the village non-existent. After this night, with a little maneuvering, Fugaku's chances of becoming Hokage would greatly increase. This night presented the perfect opportunity. Danzo was excessively cautious. Countless root ninjas protected him in secrecy. Even if Fugaku and Shursui Uchiha were to strike personally, success could not be guaranteed. Should they fail, they would leave behind incriminating evidence. Thus, they had never attempted it. Much like Asuma, who, after gaining the power of the King of Bones, reached a level of strength comparable to that of a Kage, and made multiple attempts to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet never succeeded. Simply because there were too many guardians protecting Hiruzen in the shadows. It was only when Hiruzen fell from grace that he became imprisoned. Uchiha Itachi's decision to target Sarutobi Hiruzen was made with the utmost caution, utilizing his loyal followers to ascertain the route. Assassinating high-ranking officials is no trivial matter. A single misstep could spell disaster for oneself. Yet tonight, the act of eliminating Danzo would pose no complications for Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, you are utterly oblivious. However, I shall not hold this against you. This night, your demise is inevitable. The Uchiha clan cannot escape their grim fate. The death of Uchiha Itachi is timely. I could even forego sparing Sasuke. Your entire family is destined for annihilation. Danzo extended his hand, retrieving 2 shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Wind release, shuriken. Infusing the shuriken with wind chakra, he rendered them extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through rock with ease. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A barrage of flames surged forth, colliding with Danzo's shuriken, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Shuriken and flames scattered in all directions, injuring many bystanders, who hastily retreated. The battlefield was divided into several zones as both sides fought with unwavering determination. No one wished to concede, for the cost of defeat would be grave. Outside the Uchiha compound, many remained awake that night. Although they did not engage in the battle, their concern for the situation was palpable. Hyuga Hizashi, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Nara Shikaku all gazed towards the Uchiha stronghold. Shikaku, who do you believe will prevail tonight? Yamanaka Inoichi inquired. I cannot say, Nara Shikaku replied, shaking his head. If it were Lord Hiruzen, I would have faith in his victory, but alas, it is Danzo, and I cannot ascertain whether he will truly succeed. However, if Danzo were to win, it would benefit us. The ascendance of the Uchiha would undoubtedly jeopardize our interests. Should we remain idle? Yamanaka Inoichi glanced towards the Uchiha stronghold. To relinquish what is already within grasp is not my desire. We cannot intervene, Nara Shikaku asserted. Once we act, the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans will not stand idly by. Moreover, today, it is Lord Danzo leading the assault on the Uchiha, not the other way around. Our justification for intervening would be flimsy at best. Akimichi chose a frown. As long as victory is assured, does it truly matter what justification we have? History is written by the victors. Indeed, Nara Shikaku nodded. When possessing absolute superiority, such actions can be taken, but currently, Danzo's position is not one of unquestionable dominance, and the possibility of failure looms large. Even if we were to act, we would merely be seizing the initiative from the Hyuga and Yamanaka. But can you guarantee a victory? Should we fail, what fate awaits our clan? It is likely that the 3 of us would face obliteration, just as Danzo intends for the Uchiha. When one wields absolute power, the game is played with force. In the absence of such power, it shifts to the realm of politics. Tonight, the outcome rests solely in Danzo's hands. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza fell into silence. Members of the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans similarly fixated their gaze upon the Nara clan. For the Uchiha and Danzo, this night represented a decisive clash of life and death. Yet for the other ninja clans, it was merely a matter of investment. The greater the stake, the more substantial the potential reward. Betting less leads to losses. Chapter 79, Awaiting Doom. Long before, Uchiha Madara had realized that the annihilation of the Uchiha clan could not possibly be executed by Uchiha Itachi alone. To eradicate such a multitude of kin in a single night, even if they were unprepared for Uchiha Itachi, was he truly that formidable? The Uchiha clan possessed more than just a handful of elite ninja. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku had indeed succumbed to despair and offered no resistance. But would the others of the Uchiha clan simply await their demise? Absolutely not. Uchiha Madara had speculated about several individuals, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and even some from the Konoha ninja families, as well as the masked figure, Uchiha Obito. Although born of the Uchiha, Obito felt no sense of belonging to the clan. His thoughts were solely consumed by Rin Noara and Kakashi. In pursuit of vengeance, he sought power and became a puppet of Uchiha Madara. He infiltrated the Hidden Mist village, manipulating Yagura to create the dark era of Blood Mist. Now, he had come to the Uchiha, intending to partake in the clan's massacre. Uchiha Madara rose to his feet. The educational philosophy of the Uchiha had indeed faltered. Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito each harbored no sense of identity with their clan, wielding Uchiha's tools, relying on its strength, yet ultimately turning against the Uchiha with a blade. Uchiha Madara gazed intently at the masked man not far away. Upon hearing a sound, Uchiha Obito was startled, hastily surveying his surroundings. He soon discovered that the scenario he had anticipated was starkly different. The scene of the Uchiha clan's complete annihilation as depicted by Uchiha Itachi had not transpired. Instead, the Uchiha clansmen were locked in a stalemate with the invaders, and Uchiha Itachi had yet to appear. Moreover, judging by Uchiha Madara's demeanor, it seemed he had been awaiting his arrival. Had he been betrayed? Had Uchiha Itachi turned against him? A wave of despair washed over Uchiha Obito. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's assault was imminent. A flurry of shurikens whizzed through the air from all angles, nearly sealing off all of Obito's escape routes. Such shurikens were beyond the evasion capabilities of a mere elite ninja. Uchiha Madara's strength had firmly established him among the ranks of the shadows, and he was indeed a paragon among them. In a one-on-one confrontation, even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo would not stand a chance against Uchiha Madara. However, Uchiha Obito did not fear such an attack. As the shurikens approached, his form became ethereal, allowing the shurikens to pass through him, their strikes landing harmlessly. The nearby Uchiha clansmen widened their eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before them. Have we fallen victim to a genjutsu? Leave this one to me. You all continue to monitor the surroundings, Uchiha Madara instructed, his figure flickering. Shadow clone technique. 2 clones materialized. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara began to weave hand signs. In truth, he had no need for such signs. With a mere clap of his hands, what he desired would manifest. Yet, he realized he could exploit this to develop a new tactic, one that involved deceptive hand signs. On the surface, he formed the signs for water release, while in reality, he prepared to unleash fire release. When the enemy perceives the hand seals, they brace themselves for the water release, only to be caught off guard by the fire release, leading to devastating consequences. It is even possible to form seals that the opponent cannot comprehend. To him, these seals hold no significance, merely a guise, a decorative facade. Fire release. Great fireball. Uchiha Obito squinted at Uchiha Hashirama's hand signs. This mere child truly believes he can rival me. Such a fire release, I wield it far better than you. Uchiha Obito formed the same seals. However, when both ninjutsu were unleashed, Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. Though he and Uchiha Hashirama had utilized the same hand seals, he released the Great Fireball, while Uchiha Hashirama unleashed the Water Dragon Bullet. Water extinguishes fire. Uchiha Obito's Great Fireball was instantly dissipated, as the Water Dragon Bullet surged rapidly towards him. Bang! A fierce collision ensued. In a moment of peril, Uchiha Obito activated Kamui, partially shifting his body into the Kamui space, narrowly evading Uchiha Hashirama's onslaught. This is impossible. How did this child accomplish this? Am I ensnared in an illusion? Uchiha Obito's expression turned vigilant. He no longer underestimated Uchiha Hashirama due to his youth. Yet, Uchiha Hashirama's assault did not relent. One wave of attack fell, immediately followed by another. If possible, Uchiha Hashirama intended to keep Uchiha Obito here tonight. Uchiha Obito's ocular prowess was exceptionally formidable, and it belonged to the Uchiha clan. Using Uchiha abilities against an Uchiha was intolerable to Uchiha Hashirama. Wind release, tornado. Uchiha Obito's form vanished entirely, entering the Kamui space. Uchiha Hashirama stood guard at the location where Uchiha Obito had disappeared. In the next moment, as Uchiha Obito reappeared, Uchiha Hashirama instantly hurled a shuriken from his hand. The rapidly spinning shuriken bore the effects of wind release, faster and sharper than an ordinary shuriken. Uchiha Obito could not evade in time and hastily defended with a kunai. Clang! Uchiha Obito glanced at Uchiha Hashirama, his eyes flickering with hesitation. The circumstances of the night were entirely unlike what he had envisioned. Continuing the battle seemed futile. Yet, he felt a sense of reluctance. You are quite impressive. I will remember you. Chapter 80. This fellow is too eerie outside the village of Konoha. On the fringes of the galaxy, Uchiha Obito's virtual projection materialized, gazing toward the village, a holographic image locking onto the target. When did the Uchiha clan give rise to such a formidable new star? At such a tender age, he could scarcely be 10 years old. At this stage, I had not even unlocked my dimensional eye. A glimmer of envy flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Such talent stirred his jealousy. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he had been but a lowly presence during his time at the Ninja Academy. Moreover, this fellow was exceedingly peculiar, clearly executing a fire barrier technique, yet releasing a water dragon impact wave. Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted slightly. However, he surprisingly did not pursue. The virtual image of Uchiha Obito dissipated, revealing several white silhouettes around him, manifestations of white Zetsu, a product of Kagaya Otsutsuki's infinite Tsukuyomi plan, transformed from the ninjas of yore. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Since Uchiha Itachi had failed and the boy did not follow, this matter would be left for now. However, time would need to be spent searching for new members for the organization. Uchiha Obito's figure vanished into the darkness of the virtual space. Uchiha Madara's gaze turned toward the real battlefield. There should only be these individuals remaining. Aki, stay here and guard. I will check on father. Yes, Lord Madara. In a flash, Uchiha Madara disappeared from his spot. Danzo was anxious. With issues arising for Uchiha Itachi, the members of Akatsuki he had invited also failed to appear. The Uchiha clan had made numerous preparations in advance, but the most critical issue was the situation with the medical ninjas, which Danzo had not anticipated. While he could accept problems with Uchiha Itachi and the Uchiha clan, he himself harbored hidden cards. Even with the addition of Konoha's shinobi, he still believed victory was within reach, albeit at a potentially higher cost. However, the problem concerning Kuratsuchi was something Danzo could never have foreseen. Had Kuratsuchi also reached an agreement with the Uchiha? Danzo's expression darkened like iron. Then, I shall have to activate him. Gritting his teeth, Danzo withdrew a scroll, which shattered instantly. The next moment, bang, a figure materialized. Long hair like ink, pale complexion, exuding an ominous aura. Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned grave. Orochimaru. On the other side, Kakashi and Kurenai also turned to look. Their faces grew grim. Where there is a shadow, there is a name. Orochimaru's notorious reputation had long resonated throughout the shinobi world. One of the legendary Sannin, any ninja who had heard his name could not help but feel trepidation. His strength was unparalleled, rivaling even that of Hiruzen Sarutobi. And he had once vied with Minato Namikaze for the position of Hokage, only to be defeated due to Minato's overwhelming momentum. Danzo, your collusion with the rogue ninja Orochimaru is unforgivable. Uchiha Fugaku's voice thundered, reverberating across the battlefield as he seized the moral high ground. Naturally, Danzo understood Uchiha Fugaku's intent, but he remained unfazed, snorting coldly. Uchiha Fugaku, what significance do such words hold at the brink of death? Then, Danzo turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I can fulfill all your demands, as long as you assist me in eliminating Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan, aiding my ascent to the position of Hokage. Orochimaru nodded. Very well. In the next moment, Orochimaru acted. A colossal serpent appeared beside him, immense though not the legendary Manda, yet still formidable. It charged towards Uchiha Fugaku with great speed. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils constricted. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. A fire dragon surged upward, meeting Orochimaru's giant serpent. Bang! The two collided. Boom! The fire dragon erupted, countless sparks scattering, flames roaring as they engulfed the massive serpent. Bang! The colossal serpent dissipated into a wisp of white smoke. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, yet he was not taken aback. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If a mere giant serpent could suffice, it would render Fugaku's position rather trivial. Orochimaru, seeking a swift resolution, glanced towards Danzo, who cast a fleeting gaze outward, unwilling to prolong the encounter. Engaging Orochimaru's assistance was already a breach of protocol. Thus, a quick victory was imperative to maintain political credibility. The Hyuga and Aburame clans might soon arrive to lend their support. Very well, Orochimaru said, casting a sidelong glance at Uchiha Fugaku before biting his finger. Summoning jutsu. A massive figure materialized, still a serpent, yet far more colossal than the previous one. Manda, one of the gigantic serpents from the Ryuchi cave, renowned alongside Jiraiya's Gamabunta and Tsunade's Katsuyu. Orochimaru, where's the tribute you owe me? Manda inquired, eyeing the surroundings. These individuals, you may feast upon. Is that so? Manda surveyed the area, excitement igniting within. But first, you must eliminate that man. Orochimaru gestured towards Uchiha Fugaku. Merely a human, an easy meal. The sight of Manda instilled a primal fear among the onlookers, as even the meek instinctively recoiled from the massive creature. The name Manda had long echoed throughout the ninja world. This evening, it appears the veil can no longer be maintained. Perhaps it is fortuitous. Let you witness the true power of the Uchiha clan. Complex patterns manifested in Fugaku's eyes. Danzo's pupils constricted. You possess the Mangeki Sharingan as well. Fugaku regarded Danzo with calm indifference. Now, you shall truly behold the power of my eyes, the power of the Uchiha. A dark aura of chakra coalesced around Fugaku, first enveloping his bones, then flesh, and finally cloaking him in armor. Susanoo, a towering figure emerged, leaving all present in awe. What manner of construct is this? The eyes of the spectators gleamed with astonishment. While the younger generation may not grasp its significance, the elders recalled the long-forgotten history of the legendary battles between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. This enormous mechanized giant was incomparable to any summoned creature. The Nine Tails had been utterly vanquished before Hashirama, while the blue armor wielded by Madara stood as one of the few entities capable of contending with it. Fugaku, you have mastered such techniques? You have concealed your abilities too well. What are the Uchihas truly plotting? A wave of dread and astonishment surged within Danzo. The manifestation of Susanoo rendered Danzo's control uncertain. Despite having faced unexpected situations before, he had never felt such trepidation. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? Orochimaru too was taken aback. This is the true might of the Rinnegan. Fugaku gazed at Danzo with an unruffled demeanor, stating, "Did you believe the extent of power lay only with Uchiha Shursui? Uchiha Shursui merely scratched the surface of his potential. What significance does that hold? In my youth, I was likewise hailed as a prodigy. Is it so remarkable that I possess such eyes?" Yet, the colossal serpent, Manda, charged recklessly towards Uchiha Fugaku. Boom. The two forces collided. At this juncture, elaborate techniques were rendered unnecessary. A mere punch or kick surpassed the jutsu of the majority of ninjas, devoid of ostentation. Uchiha Fugaku seized the vital points of Manda, while the serpent coiled around him, constricting relentlessly, a favored tactic of the massive mechanical serpent. In that moment, faint black flames ignited upon Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo. The inferno immediately scorched Manda, the intense heat melting its metallic exterior, flaking away bit by bit. The excruciating pain twisting its mechanical visage. Boom. Ultimately, Manda could bear no more and crashed into the earth. The enormous wreckage lay before Uchiha Fugaku. Shedding its skin, Uchiha Fugaku surveyed his surroundings, wary of Manda's resurgence. Is this the Susanoo of my father? Uchiha Itachi gazed upon the immense black figure, towering above the surrounding structures, rendering Manda insignificant in its presence. Confronting Danzo would pose no challenge, but eliminating Orochimaru seemed improbable. Orochimaru's endurance and resilience far surpassed Danzo's. The Susanoo was undeniably powerful, yet such formidable abilities consumed vast amounts of chakra. Uchiha Fugaku could not sustain the Susanoo's form indefinitely. To unleash its full potential, he would need to vanquish at least one adversary. Uchiha Fugaku set his sights on Danzo. After all, Orochimaru was already a rogue ninja. Should Danzo fall, Orochimaru would undoubtedly retreat, for the entirety of Konoha would become his enemy. No matter how formidable Orochimaru might be, he could not rival an entire village. Manda disappeared beneath the surface, and Uchiha Fugaku immediately turned his attention to Danzo. A massive flaming shuriken materialized in his hand, ablaze with intensity. Whoosh! It shot toward Danzo with ferocity. Danzo attempted to evade, but Uchiha Fugaku's shuriken had already anticipated his trajectory. The dynamic capture abilities of the Rinnegan were unparalleled, especially when enhanced by the Mangeki Sharingan. Boom! Danzo narrowly avoided a fatal strike, yet a burst of black flames splashed upon him, rapidly spreading. Danzo struggled desperately. Shouts erupted from outside. Danzo's collusion with the rogue ninja Orochimaru, his betrayal of the village, warranted execution. The entire village echoed with similar sentiments. Countless individuals emerged from their homes, gazing toward the Uchiha compound. On one side stood the Uchiha, and on the other, Orochimaru. Rational minds could discern where their support should lie. Furthermore, the Uchiha's reputation had been reinstated. Orochimaru was indeed a bona fide rogue ninja. As for Danzo, a figure representing darkness in the hearts of the people, allied with Orochimaru. Could he possibly be a virtuous character? Unthinkable. He was undoubtedly malevolent, especially after the emergence of Manda. which instilled profound terror in the populace. The memories of the Nine-Tails assault remained vivid. This Manda, equally colossal, invoked sheer horror. At that moment, the Susanoo of Uchiha Fugaku emerged, akin to a savior, as the colossal black giant tightly grasped the vital points of the 10,000 snakes. Is this the ninjutsu of Lord Fugaku? How formidable! The prowess of Lord Fugaku is likely on par with that of Orochimaru. After many years, our Konoha has once again acquired a ninja of such caliber. For the ninja clans, there was another revelation. The emergence of Susanoo made them realize that the strength of the Uchiha clan far exceeds their imagination. Following tonight's battle, should the Uchiha emerge victorious, their prestige will ascend to unprecedented heights. The position of Hokage is unmatched by anyone other than Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo, it seems, is destined to falter. Orochimaru's appearance had initially bolstered Danzo's chances, yet no one anticipated that Uchiha Fugaku possessed such means as Susanoo. Is this the true power of the Uchiha? A flicker of envy crossed Orochimaru's eyes. Danzo was compelled to tear at his garments. Orochimaru, if you do not act now, the opportunity will slip away. I understand. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Fugaku. Boom. From beneath the ground, the 10,000 snakes suddenly surged forth. Simultaneously, Orochimaru struck the earth with his hand. The serpent's array, countless small snakes erupted from Orochimaru's side. Though diminutive, they were innumerable, lunging towards Uchiha Fugaku and climbing along the Susanoo. Upon reaching the crevice, an explosion erupted. Flesh and blood were scattered, chaos reigning supreme. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Though these snakes were not powerful, their sheer numbers still posed considerable trouble for him. A conflagration ignited around Uchiha Fugaku. Those snakes, before even approaching, were incinerated. Uchiha Fugaku directed his gaze towards Orochimaru. A massive hand, ablaze, emerged. Chapter 82. Entrapped in a predicament, Uchiha Fugaku found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Although his Susanoo was formidable, under Orochimaru's boundless combat strategy, he could not swiftly neutralize the dual threats posed by Danzo and Orochimaru, not to mention the 10,000 snakes interfering at the sidelines. Reinforcements from the mountains had not arrived. For him, Danzo's defeat would be the optimal outcome. But if the Uchiha clan were to suffer significant losses as a result, that would be even more desirable. Thus, he awaited the perfect moment. Only Kakashi had come to offer assistance. However, Kakashi's strength appeared trivial in the face of Orochimaru. Eliminate Danzo, while entangled with the 10,000 snakes. Uchiha Fugaku remained vigilant for Orochimaru's next assault while issuing orders to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded in response. Senior Fugaku, I understand. He turned towards Danzo, and suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. For Danzo, the situation was dire. Half of his arm was exposed, no longer resembling a normal human limb. It bore a pallid hue. And more shockingly, 2 eyes were embedded within it. 2 Rinnegan eyes, instilling dread. Senior Fugaku, look. Uchiha Fugaku glanced over, fury swelling within him. Danzo, how dare you lay hands on my Uchiha kin, embedding our Rinnegan within your filthy arm. It is utterly shameless. Tobirama cast a fleeting glance at Fugaku Uchiha, dismissing him as merely a tool to be utilized at his discretion. After tonight, your eyes shall also fall into my possession. All the eyes of the Uchiha clan rightfully belong to the village. Intelligence suggests that Tobirama had already employed Izanagi when seizing Shursui Uchiha's Rinnegan, indicating that he possessed the Rinnegan prior to the night of the massacre. Following the night of the massacre, Tobirama acquired even more eyes. Kakashi's gaze betrayed a sense of apprehension. However, at that moment, a shadow silently emerged behind Tobirama. Who goes there? Tobirama spun around abruptly. Yet, the kunai wielded by Madara Uchiha had already pierced his waist, penetrating swiftly. The blade was withdrawn, and blood gushed forth, staining the ground. Tobirama glared fiercely at Madara. If I am not mistaken, the Rinnegan in your possession belongs to Kagami Uchiha. Only that fool's eyes would fall so easily into your hands. Having struck successfully, Madara immediately retreated. Tobirama clutched his wound tightly, feeling his strength wane, the agony in his torso unbearable. Who are you? I am one of the Uchiha. Madara did not reveal his true identity, for he deemed it unnecessary. Tonight, the spotlight would be solely on Fugaku Uchiha, allowing him to gain the prestige of becoming Hokage. Madara had no need for such accolades. Kakashi, let us join forces. Agreed. Kakashi nodded and stepped forward. Against the two, Tobirama stood no chance. Kakashi, endowed with the ability of Wind Moon, possessed no apparent weaknesses in strength, and even when utilizing a Rinnegan not his own, his endurance remained formidable. Meanwhile, Madara, even without employing the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan, surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary Jonin with merely his 3 Tomo and Jutsu. Tobirama retreated continuously, his anxiety escalating. Despite Orochimaru having restrained Fugaku Uchiha, if he could eliminate Kakashi, there still remained a glimmer of hope for victory, yet this formidable adversary had emerged. His prowess rivaled that of Kakashi. Orochimaru, though in a more advantageous position than Tobirama, could not afford to divert his attention. The Susanoo of Fugaku Uchiha proved too formidable, bordering on unfair. Orochimaru was deeply dissatisfied with Tobirama. The intelligence he gathered had proven insufficient. Even the worst-case scenario was far less dire than the current predicament. Even Tsunade had betrayed Tobirama. With Fugaku wielding Susanoo, Tobirama found himself utterly powerless. How could he respond? Was he to rely solely on this ally? Why had he inadvertently become the main force? What did Tobirama consider himself to be? A savior? Defeating everyone single-handedly? The unfolding situation sowed seeds of retreat in Orochimaru's mind. After all, he had merely come to lend support. Should Tobirama ascend to Hokage, Orochimaru would reap some benefits, but the principal beneficiary would undoubtedly be Tobirama. Now, to expect him to exhaust all efforts for victory was a prospect Orochimaru was unwilling to entertain. Should this endeavor fail, he still had his own base to return to. Dying here would serve no purpose other than to accompany Tobirama to the grave. With a shift in thought, Orochimaru made his decision. Tobirama, my apologies. Retreat. In the next moment, Orochimaru burst forth from the ruins of the Triple Gate, his form instantly dispersing into a multitude of small serpents, each slithering away in different directions. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Orochimaru's resolute escape. Meanwhile, the snake summoned by Uchiha Fugaku could not contain his fury, exclaiming, "Orochimaru, you wretch! How dare you abandon me and flee?" In an instant, a cloud of white smoke erupted around the snake, who then cancelled the summoning technique and returned to the dragon's cave. Is he truly escaping? Uchiha Fugaku mused, surprised by Orochimaru's decisiveness. Yet, for the Uchiha clan, this was fortuitous. Orochimaru has been defeated by me and has fled. The rebels shall surrender at once. Those who yield will not be harmed. Fugaku's voice echoed across the Uchiha stronghold. Instantly, Danzo's face turned pale. With so many unforeseen developments, Orochimaru was Danzo's only lifeline. And now that even this solitary hope had vanished, he was at a loss. How could he break the stalemate? Danzo glared intensely at Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo, are you still distracted? Uchiha Madara's cold laughter cut through the tension. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Madara formed a series of hand seals. Danzo snapped back to reality and hastily assumed a defensive stance. However, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. For Uchiha Madara was not unleashing a wind technique, but rather a fire technique. A colossal fireball hurtled toward Danzo, rendering his prior preparations utterly useless. Izanagi. A conflagration enveloped Danzo, and in the blink of an eye, his figure materialized elsewhere. The power of Izanagi, at certain moments, equated to an extra life. Danzo's pupils instantly froze. He had forgotten that this secret technique originated from the Uchiha. How could they be unaware of its existence? Despair's shadow stealthily crept into Danzo's heart. The plan had spiraled completely out of control. Uchiha Itachi's mission had failed, and his allies had not succeeded either. Sakishima Kamachi had betrayed them. Orochimaru had escaped midway. Uchiha Fugaku possessed those terrifying eyes and commanded Susanoo, a power that even Uchiha Shursui had never revealed. Why? Why did fate always conspire against me? All I desired was to become Hokage. What have I done wrong? Even someone like Danzo could rise to the position of Hokage. Why could I not? This was rightfully mine. Why must I suffer defeat? Danzo's gaze remained fixed upon Uchiha Madara and Kakashi before shifting to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo charged towards him, oblivious to Madara's presence, believing that all his misfortunes stemmed from Fugaku's interference with his plans. At this moment, Danzo's deepest resentment was directed towards Uchiha Fugaku. Descend into hell. He bellowed, rushing before Fugaku. Wood release, tree root burial technique. Danzo extended his right arm, causing a massive tree to sprout from his limb, spreading toward Uchiha Fugaku in an attempt to ensnare him entirely. However, Susanoo was far too formidable. Danzo's roots were insufficient, only managing to cover half of Susanoo. A powerful force descended upon them. The arm of Susanoo was compressed, fractured in half, yet it sustained no substantial damage. It was merely chakra. As long as Uchiha Fugaku replenished his chakra, the arm would regenerate. Was that all? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Danzo and remarked, "Is this truly your strongest ninjutsu? To think it is still would release, a technique that does not even belong to you. Even your most powerful attack is borrowed from others. Danzo, I assert that you fall short of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and what is wrong with that?" Danzo's figure appeared on the other side. Izanagi was activated once more. The root burial technique was a self-destructive ninjutsu, regrettably only destroying one arm of Susanoo. However, using Izanagi twice meant that Danzo's two Sharingan would close permanently. "Do not utter that name again." Danzo roared in fury, as if Sarutobi Hiruzen were a taboo. Yet Uchiha Fugaku insisted on mentioning it. "Danzo, I say, you are nowhere near Sarutobi Hiruzen." With Fugaku's words, Susanoo's fist came crashing down, striking fiercely at Danzo, who did not evade. Whether out of inability or lack of will to escape was uncertain. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Susanoo's fist sank deeply into the earth. Uchiha Fugaku retracted his fist. Now stained with blood, Danzo's blood. Danzo's body lay quietly in the indentation, unrecognizable as human. Lifeless. Uchiha Fugaku rose, not dispelling Susanoo. That colossal black figure loomed over the Uchiha base, towering above all structures. Everyone halted, their gazes fixated on that immense silhouette. Hyuga Hizashi, Aburame Shibi, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and even Uchiha Koharu were present. Uchiha Koharu was taken aback. She had not anticipated Danzo's swift defeat, or rather, she never thought he would lose. Under such circumstances, Danzo appeared to have a significant advantage. Thus, she had obstructed the medical team's support, attempting to weaken Danzo. Yet the scene before her exceeded all her expectations. How could it be that Danzo, in league with Orochimaru, was no match for the Uchiha? Impossible. Regardless of Uchiha Koharu's confusion, the truth had already been established. Orochimaru had fled. Danzo had perished on the spot, leaving not even a complete corpse, reduced to a puddle of flesh. That black giant, who could rival it? The sky above Konoha would change. Countless individuals expressed such sentiments that night. Danzo was dead. Uchiha Fugaku's voice resounded, and all combat ceased in an instant. Danzo's Umbu and Root members halted their fighting and chose to surrender. With Danzo dead, they had lost their reason to fight. Uchiha Fugaku dispelled Susanoo. The massive black figure vanished. Uchiha Fugaku returned to the ground. Fugaku's senpai, Kakashi, and Yamanaka approached him. With F's demeanor markedly more respectful, those with strength invariably earn the respect of others. "Kakashi, F, you have worked hard tonight." "It's nothing." Danzo conspired with Orochimaru, and he deserved to be eradicated. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. "Let us conclude for the night. It is getting late. Everyone should rest well. I, too, need to organize matters on the Uchiha side. All matters shall be addressed on the morrow." Indeed, the surrenderers are confined, awaiting their fate. Kakashi and Yamashiro Wind lead their subordinates away from the Uchiha stronghold. The Uchiha clan members are engaged in the task of clearing the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku returns home. "Father, are you unscathed?" "I am well." Uchiha Fugaku, with eyes closed, reveals to Uchiha Obito the telltale signs of blood beneath his eyes, a clear indication of excessive ocular strain. Uchiha Obito furrows his brow. "Father, did you not utilize those eyes? Such a waste." Uchiha Fugaku shakes his head, stating, "Those eyes are better reserved for Sasuke. I have already begun my decline. The future of the Uchiha belongs to you, not to me." Compared to earlier, Uchiha Fugaku's aura has significantly weakened. The Susanoo is indeed formidable, yet its toll and cost are monumental, particularly when summoned in the ordinary Manjiki state. In truth, had Orochimaru persisted a moment longer, Uchiha Fugaku might have been unable to maintain his dominance. Certainly, at that juncture, Uchiha Obito would have been compelled to intervene, even at the risk of revealing certain secrets. Chapter 84. The so-called ambush. Over the course of a single night, the dynamics of the Konoha star system underwent a profound transformation. The interstellar conflict between Danzo and the Uchiha clan culminated in a resounding victory for the Uchiha. In his quest to eradicate the Uchiha, Danzo meticulously orchestrated his strategy. Initially dispatching Itachi Uchiha to gather intelligence on the star domain, subsequently uniting with Tsunade's medical fleet and even enlisting the defector Orochimaru. Danzo had anticipated various potential complications, yet he could not foresee the multitude of unforeseen developments. First came Itachi's treachery, followed by the alliance he forged with extraterrestrial allies. Even Tsunade found herself on the opposing side. The intelligence gathered by Itachi proved to be utterly worthless. The so-called ambush was, in fact, a meticulously laid interstellar trap. More critically, Uchiha Fugaku possessed extraordinary abilities granted by the Mangeki Sharingan. It was these unexpected factors that allowed the Uchiha clan to gradually gain the upper hand. Danzo believed that with even one fewer unforeseen circumstance, he would have emerged victorious. However, all of this has become moot. Danzo lies dead, reduced to dust by a single blow from Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo. In reality, the situation is far worse than Danzo had envisioned, as Uchiha Obito has yet to truly engage. Whether in confronting Uchiha Obito or later collaborating with Kakashi to assault Danzo, Uchiha Obito has only exhibited a fraction of his true power. He too wields Susanoo, rivaling that of Uchiha Fugaku. After all, Uchiha Fugaku possessed only the ordinary Mangeki, whereas Uchiha Obito commanded the eternal Mangeki. The Uchiha clan's triumph, achieved without Uchiha Obito unleashing Susanoo, underscores the inevitability of Danzo's failure from the outset. Danzo's actions merely adorned the Uchiha clan with a splendid cloak of victory. Danzo's collusion with the defector, Orochimaru, in an attempt to overthrow the Elder Council and seize control of the Konoha star system, warrants his demise. Countless charges have been levied against Danzo, alongside numerous old grievances. He cannot defend himself, for he has departed this world. The Shimura clan has contracted for self-preservation. They are not a prominent family, perhaps slightly larger than the Sarutobi clan, yet their influence remains limited. Aside from Danzo, no one possesses the capability to shoulder the burden of leadership. With Danzo now deceased and burdened by grave offenses, what path lies ahead for them? The Leaf Village seeks a leader. Gradually, whispers of this necessity began to circulate, spreading from one person to another. The clamor grew louder, undoubtedly spurred by the Uchiha clan, though no one dared to acknowledge it. Several names were mentioned: Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Uchiha Fugaku. However, Kakashi was only cited by a handful. His current qualifications render him unfit for such a role. Jiraiya and Tsunade have been away from home for many years. Undoubtedly, the name that resonated the most was Uchiha Fugaku. It appeared that this matter was approaching its conclusion, with no one able to alter its course. Having recently triumphed over Danzo and Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku's prestige within the Leaf Village reached unprecedented heights. Let the voting commence. The heads of various ninja clans and the higher-ups of the Leaf gathered in one place. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed his surroundings. All villagers, whether ninja or civilian, would partake in the voting. A Genin's vote would count as 3, a Chunin's as 5, and a Jonin's as 10. The candidate with the most votes would ascend to the position of Hokage. Does everyone agree? The assembly exchanged glances and nodded in affirmation. Very well. Even though they recognized that this method would undoubtedly result in Uchiha Fugaku's victory, given the current circumstances, his not directly requesting the title of Hokage was seen as a gesture of respect. The Ninja Academy would once again suspend classes. The conflict between Danzo and the Uchiha had indeed impacted the village. Uchiha Itachi sat atop the protective wall of the training ground. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. Yet, Uchiha Itachi remained composed. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen alleviated the Uchiha's crisis. Now, with Danzo's demise, most of the issues were finally resolved. Should Uchiha Fugaku become Hokage, the Uchiha clan would stabilize and integrate into the village. No one would fear the power of the Sharingan, for the leader of the village would be one of the Uchiha. Once his father officially assumed the role of Hokage, the Leaf Village would essentially stabilize, leaving only a few minor uncertainties, though their impact would be minimal. One concern was Mito Gate's Ino and the remnants of the Sarutobi faction. Another was the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, and whether they would choose to share their acquired benefits or scheme covertly. Further concerns included Yamashiro Kazekage and the balance of interests among the ninja clans. Additionally, there were the absent Jiraiya and Tsunade, as well as Uchiha Obito within the Akatsuki organization. Uchiha Itachi contemplated. Upon reflection, there were indeed many factors to consider. Once his father became Hokage, the Uchiha would have much to deliberate. The situation had evolved from what it once was. Moreover, there was Naruto. To instigate trouble for Danzo, Uchiha Itachi had bestowed upon Naruto the Heartless Man. Upon receiving it, the Ashura chakra within Naruto dissipated, having been sacrificed by Uchiha Itachi. Unexpectedly, Naruto did not seek out Danzo, remaining absent until Danzo's demise. It seemed prudent to find a moment to check on Naruto's condition. Uchiha Itachi returned home. Sasuke had not come to the training ground. Brother. Upon hearing footsteps, Sasuke hastily turned his gaze towards the entrance, yet saw no one. His eyes were shrouded. For Itachi, Uchiha's eyes had been transplanted onto him. Unlike the method employed by Uchiha Obito, this transplantation required a minimum of 1 week for recovery. Uchiha Fugaku had not divulged any information about Itachi to Sasuke, only stating that he had been injured that fateful night. How did you know it was me? Brother. Your footsteps are distinct, unlike those of father or mother. If you listen closely, you can discern the difference. After a moment of hesitation, Sasuke inquired, Brother, will I never see again? No, you have merely sustained a minor injury. You will recover swiftly. In a few days, you shall be able to unveil the bandages. And it will be as if nothing has changed. Is that true? Indeed it is. Uchiha Obito affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair. By the way, I have good news to share with you. Chapter 85. The course is set. The Interstellar Leadership election commences. Residents throughout the Star District, all eligible to vote, have engaged in this electoral process. People lined up in an orderly fashion, sequentially depositing their encoded ballots into the quantum voting box. Once all voters completed their ballots, a cadre of elite warriors stepped forward to commence the instant tallying. The Star District was delineated into numerous virtual divisions. Although it was nominally the center of the Star District, Konoha was, in reality, more expansive than many smaller star systems. The codenames of the candidates echoed from the holographic projection of the vote counters: Kakashi Hitaki, Fugaku Uchiha, Kohori Udatane, and Imamito. While numerous candidates emerged, the name that resonated most frequently was that of Fugaku Uchiha. His fierce battles against Danzo and Orochimaru had garnered him widespread acclaim. The imposing image of his colossal black mech inspired awe, reverence, and admiration in countless individuals. Higher-ups harbored trepidation towards the power of the Uchiha clan. However, as Fugaku Uchiha neared the position of interstellar leader, his strength would only bode well for the Star District. Since the sacrifice of Minato Namikaze, Konoha had not regained its former might. The aging Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer fulfill his duties. Whether facing the Tsunegekure or Kumogekure, he had retreated at every turn. Even Hisashi Hyuga's brother, Niji Hyuga, had met an inexplicable demise. Yet, the formidable presence exhibited by Fugaku Uchiha provided a sense of security that surpassed that of Minato Namikaze in his prime. With such a powerful interstellar leader, Konoha's return to the pinnacle of the First Star District would no longer present a challenge. Indeed, they affirmed, the Uchiha clan remained formidable. Had the Uchiha Kagami of your still been alive, perhaps Konoha's status would not have diminished. The prevailing sentiment was clear. Discussions unfavorable to the Uchiha clan had ceased. Countless hearts yearned for this moment. They were but ordinary residents. For them, it mattered little which ninja clan's member ascended as interstellar leader, as long as that leader could strengthen the Star District and win their support. The vote counting outside continued, yet everyone understood that the outcome was already determined. No one besides Fugaku Uchiha could be elected. Within a clandestine chamber, energy crystals burned in the quantum furnace, emitting a faint hum. On one side stood Mito Minin, and on the other, T-Rune K-Haru. It was unexpected that Danzo would face defeat. Mito Minin gazed at T-Rune K-Haru and remarked, "You should have allowed me to participate earlier. It was not my desire to be excluded, but rather Danzo's unwillingness." T-Rune K-Haru replied, "I proposed it to Danzo, yet he declined." Mito Minin scoffed softly, recognizing the selfishness of his counterpart. After a brief pause, he inquired, "What shall we do now?" "We can only place our hopes in Jiraiya and Tsunade," T-Rune K-Haru replied. "The momentum of the Uchiha clan is now unstoppable. In terms of both strength and prestige, few can rival Uchiha Fugaku. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade stand a chance." Regarding Hisashi, both Danzo and I were aware that Uchiha Fugaku killed Uchiha Shursui, seizing his eyes and using Kodo Amatsukami to manipulate Hisashi, thus resulting in his current condition. Danzo's collaboration with Orochimaru was indeed reckless, yet the Uchiha clan is the true threat. Once Jiraiya and Tsunade grasp this reality, they will take action. Mito Minin nodded in agreement. Then we must reach out to Jiraiya and Tsunade without delay. Indeed, they both believed their conversation was clandestine. Intending to leverage the power of Jiraiya and Tsunade to vanquish the Uchiha, hoping to reap the rewards of victory afterward. However, every move made by T-Rune-K Haru was being meticulously observed by Uchiha Obito. In a silent moment, a figure appeared within the room, unnoticed by the two. It was not until a golden aura erupted that T-Rune-K Haru was jolted awake. "Who goes there?" she demanded. "One who disapproves of your transgressions," Uchiha Obito replied. Before he could finish his words, the golden mechanical hands lunged toward Mito Menin and T-Rune-K Haru. In an instant, as danger loomed, T-Rune-K Haru managed to escape, but Mito Menin was not so fortunate. Among the elders, he was already the weakest. With T-Rune-K Haru having acquired the reverse wind moon, her power had surged back to its peak, while Mito Menin remained in his frail state. With a single strike, he was reduced to a mere pulp. As Uchiha Obito's Susanoo released its grip, Mito Menin slowly descended, now unrecognizable, a mere mass littering the ground. Blood splattering around. T-Rune-K Haru fled desperately, yet in the next moment, she found herself back in the room. Despite having escaped, she was inexplicably returned to her starting point. Panic surged within her as she struggled to comprehend the situation. Within Uchiha Obito's eyes, a complex pattern began to swirl slowly, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Time rewound. Those unacquainted with this ability would be astounded, and this was precisely Uchiha Obito's opportunity. The golden mechanical hands advanced toward T-Rune-K Haru once more. "Wait, you are one of the Uchiha, are you not? I surrender. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. I still possess value, many uses. Command me as you wish." T-Rune-K Haru abruptly tore off her mask. "The entire medical department, along with everything I possess, including my very being, is devoted to you, esteemed one. I humbly beseech you to spare my life." Uchiha Madara, a wretched old woman who, upon acquiring the reverse wind moon, has drained the lives of countless men to regain her youth. Such a creature is beneath Uchiha Madara's regard, absolutely repugnant. The hand of Susanoo continued its descent. Bang! Both Tenten and Mito Minka perished, just as depicted in Chapter 86. Naruto found himself engulfed in confusion, his gaze flickering with resentment, soon replaced by bewilderment. He had resolved to retaliate. Free from the influence of Ashura's chakra, he had embraced the power of the Boundless One, propelling his strength to the level of a Jonin with limitless potential. If he could master the power of the Nine Tails, no ordinary Jonin could hope to contend with him. Naruto was poised, with his primary target for vengeance being Danzo. Initially, he had intended to take revenge on Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, the latter had vanished without a trace. Consequently, Naruto reluctantly set his sights on Danzo, the one who, aware of his lineage as the son of the Hokage, deliberately spread rumors branding him as a demon fox. This had subjected him to the scorn and humiliation of the entire village. Yet, Naruto had not anticipated that Danzo had colluded with Orochimaru, plotting to usurp the Elder Council and seize the position of Hokage. However, Danzo's scheme faltered, resulting in his obliteration at the hands of Uchiha Fugaku. The absence of a target for revenge left Naruto in a state of disarray. In that moment, he could not help but recall Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku was Madara's father, and Madara was one of the few individuals in Naruto's eyes who harbored no prejudice, even treating him to ramen on occasion. Naruto had not forgotten the kindness he had received, and thus held a favorable view of the Uchiha clan. With Madara's father poised to become Hokage, he pondered his own course of action. Truth be told, Naruto yearned for retribution. Years of indignity had left him craving an outlet for his pent-up emotions. However, if Uchiha Fugaku were to ascend to the role of Hokage, seeking vengeance against the village would seem an act of disloyalty. Uchiha Madara hesitated for a moment, then descended to the base of Hokage Rock, directly below. The Hokage statues carved into the rock depicted the third, first, second, and fourth Hokages. The statue of Hiruzen Sarutobi remained, kneeling in a posture reminiscent of Chinhui. Undoubtedly, Hiruzen's statue would stand here for centuries, perhaps even millennia. Naruto lowered his gaze and spotted Uchiha Madara below, his eyes brightening. "Madara." Uchiha Madara looked up, feigning surprise at spotting Naruto. "Ah, Naruto, what brings you up here?" "Just enjoying the fresh air. The view is splendid. Would you like to join me?" "Sure." Uchiha Madara gracefully leaped, scaling the rock face. A flicker of light danced in Naruto's eyes. Having reached Jonin level, He recognized that Madara's recent leap was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja academy student. Naruto, how has the training method I taught you been? I've been practicing. That's good to hear. At your age, achieving this level of training is sufficient. Too much can be counterproductive. Naruto recalled something. By the way, Madara, you mentioned having a younger brother around my age, right? Indeed. Sasuke is slightly older than you. Did he employ the same training method? No. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, stating, Sasuke began his formal training earlier than you. His foundation is already solid, allowing for more intense training without issue. I see. Naruto gazed into the distance. Itachi, do you believe the village holds significance for you? The village? Certainly, Uchiha Itachi replied. It is the place where we all reside. It may not have seemed important before, but now that Uchiha Fugaku is about to become Hokage, it undoubtedly matters. What about me? Do you share that sentiment, Itachi? You must have heard about my situation. I am the Nine Tails. Do you think the village needs me? Uchiha Itachi patted Naruto's shoulder. It is not a matter of whether the village needs you, but rather if you need the village. In this world, there is no coercive trade. If you are unhappy, you may leave. However, if you wish to remain, you must adhere to the village's rules. I am uncertain about the past state of the village, but I firmly believe that the future of Konoha will improve. As for the strange glances, Naruto, the Uchiha clan has endured just as many, if not more. Do you not find it curious that I do not discriminate against you? It is because I have walked a similar path. Naruto nodded. I understand now, Itachi. I shall take my leave if there is nothing else. All right, goodbye, Itachi. Uchiha Itachi leaped down from Hokage Rock. He felt deep sympathy for Naruto's plight and came to converse with him, merely to remind Naruto that now is not the time to undertake actions that would harm the village. Otherwise, he would become an adversary. Uchiha Fugaku's ascension to Hokage was already a foregone conclusion. As Naruto rebelled against Konoha, it meant opposing the Uchiha clan, leaving Uchiha Itachi no choice but to take action. Ultimately, all ballots were counted. Although the results were already known, an official announcement was still necessary. Notices were posted throughout Konoha. The first name listed was Uchiha Fugaku, with an impressive voting rate of nearly 80. The second was Mito Gate-un, with less than 10. Kakashi ranked third, garnering a mere 6 of support. As night fell, the Uchiha family of 4 sat together in the dining room. Sasuke's eye bandages remained intact, yet he was still able to eat the food placed before him. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto wore radiant smiles. Father, congratulations. Uchiha Itachi gazed deeply at his father, his eyes filled with gratitude for Fugaku's efforts and contributions during this event, as well as a sense of guilt, knowing that while Itachi had done much, the majority of the credit would be ascribed to him, due to Sasuke's presence. Uchiha Fugaku refrained from expressing it directly. Father, is there good news? Sasuke could not help but inquire. Father is set to take on the role of Hokage, becoming the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Father is becoming Hokage? Sasuke exclaimed with excitement. That's wonderful. If father becomes Hokage, then I will be the son of the Hokage. Sasuke, unaware of the intricacies of power struggles, held a pure admiration for the Hokage position, viewing it as supreme and worthy of reverence. Now, with Uchiha Fugaku on the verge of becoming Hokage, Sasuke felt immense pride. By the way, where is Big Brother? He will surely be thrilled to hear this news. Chapter 87. The emotions of women. The air thickened, enveloped in an enigmatic silence. Where was Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Itachi had transformed into interstellar dust. This was a cosmic secret shared by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. Yet, Uchiha Mikoto firmly believed that Itachi had fallen at the hands of Fugaku. She bore no resentment towards him, only a profound sense of sorrow. Uchiha Itachi, the traitor, was also the son of Uchiha Mikoto. The emotions of women are always softer. Even knowing that Uchiha Itachi had betrayed the Uchiha clan, aligning himself with the interstellar regime of Tobi and becoming a foe of his family, Mikoto still harbored a glimmer of hope, yearning for the day Itachi might awaken and return to the Uchiha's celestial realm. Yet, deep down, she understood that this was but an unattainable fantasy. On one side stood Uchiha Itachi, and on the other, the remaining family members. Uchiha Mikoto knew how to make her choice. Uchiha Fugaku was the sole surviving confidant. He was aware that Itachi had been slain by Uchiha Obito, yet he would never divulge this secret. Itachi had ventured into distant galaxies. Ultimately, Uchiha Obito broke the silence. Distant galaxies? What place is that? A realm so far removed that we cannot reach it. Does such a place truly exist? Indeed, much like the moon we gaze upon in the night sky. An unreachable distance. Sasuke instinctively looked up at the stars. So, did my brother go to the moon? One might interpret it that way. Sasuke nodded. I understand now. He must have discovered some fascinating interstellar treasure or delicacy, leaving us all behind. Humph. When I grow stronger in the future, I shall journey to the moon, retrieve him, and give him a good lesson. Uchiha Obito chuckled. Indeed, a good lesson. The following day, the inauguration ceremony for Uchiha Fugaku as Hokage officially commenced. According to interstellar tradition, the transfer of Hokage must be grand, to signify the esteemed status of the Hokage. However, Uchiha Fugaku found such formalities cumbersome. He mounted the interstellar cruiser and circled around Konoha. The destination was the reconstructed Hokage Interstellar Command Center. This edifice was larger and taller than ever before, solemn and majestic, imbued with the essence of the Uchiha clan, evoking immediate recognition of their lineage. Uchiha Fugaku stood atop the interstellar cruiser. Alongside the road, countless individuals stood in attendance, civilians, interstellar warriors, small clans, Uchiha, Hyuga, Yamanaka, Inuzuka, and Akimichi. All gazed upon the cruiser that bore Uchiha Fugaku. A new interstellar era had dawned. The faces of all Uchiha clansmen radiated with smiles, pride, and solace. Such a moment was rare indeed. Konoha was undeniably founded by both the Uchiha and Senju clans. The original position of Hokage was promised to the Uchiha. Yet, in the end, Senju Hashirama became the first Hokage. That could be overlooked, for Hashirama's achievements were indeed monumental. However, the second Hokage ought not to have been Senju Tobirama. It was time for the Uchiha to take their rightful turn. Yet, Senju Tobirama did not see it that way and instead appointed himself as the second Hokage. Regarding the third Hokage, it is evident that Uchiha Kagami was the superior choice. In terms of talent, strength, and comprehension of the will of fire, Uchiha Kagami surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, the title of Hokage fell upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since the era of the second Hokage, the plight of the Uchiha clan has steadily worsened. At last, the Uchiha have reclaimed the Hokage position that rightfully belonged to them. Some elder members of the Uchiha clan could not help but shed tears. Hyuga Hizashi gazed at Uchiha Fugaku, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. However, he knew that such a fate was unattainable for himself. The Hyuga were not yet powerful enough. In fact, he had even severed his own arm to ensure the safety of the caged bird seal, trading away hope for security. Similarly, Aburame Shibi looked at Uchiha Fugaku with envy. From Inuzuka Kiba and the Karasuma clan, to the area of Inoshikacho, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza remained steadfastly united. The bond among Inoshikacho was tighter than that between the Nara and Sarutobi clans. A sense of disappointment flickered across their faces. The decline of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo signified the end of the glorious era for Inoshikacho. Following Uchiha Fugaku's ascension, Inoshikacho could no longer enjoy their previous privileges. This was an unalterable truth, for their reliance had never been on their own strength. Yet, Konoha still needed them. Nara Shikaku turned to Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, offering words of comfort. Let us hope so. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Lord Hokage! Lord Hokage! A group of children gathered together. The stern expression of Uchiha Fugaku softened into a smile. Uchiha Itachi stood near the entrance of the dumpling shop. At last, the interstellar cruiser came to a halt. It stopped in front of the new Hokage's Interstellar Command Center. Uchiha Fugaku descended from the cruiser, flanked by Umbu guards. The current Umbu were divided into two factions. One remained under the command of Kakashi, with Uchiha Fugaku choosing not to strip Kakashi of his power in light of their victory, deeming it unnecessary. The other was led by Uchiha Akira. The root organization was entirely governed by Yamanaka F, as per the agreement at that time. However, those root members who had followed Danzo were now imprisoned within the interstellar prison. The influence of Yamanaka F had not significantly increased. On Hokage Rock, Naruto sat upon the ground, gazing at the village. Not far away, an ordinary stone lay unnoticed. Within it was imprisoned a figure, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's body had transformed into stardust, yet his soul remained eternally trapped within the stone, enduring torment akin to purgatory. A scene unfolded before Uchiha Itachi's eyes, the moment when Danzo and Orochimaru united to assault the Uchiha clan. This time, Uchiha Itachi no longer questioned the events. Sasuke also ventured into the streets, as Uchiha's words echoed. With the finality of Uchiha Fugaku's declaration, the entire landscape of interstellar Konoha had been irrevocably altered. Uchiha Fugaku emerged as the fifth interstellar leader, the Hokage title returning to the bloodline that had once been exiled from their own clan. Uchiha Fugaku has been spending less time at home, yet this is not a detraction, but rather a boon. As long as he remains firmly entrenched in his position as the leader of the interstellar realm, the fateful calamity that befell the Uchiha clan shall not befall them again. Beyond the borders of Konoha, amidst the cosmic expanse, a white phantom quietly emerged, its gaze flickering before retreating into the depths of the earth. Shortly thereafter, it appeared before Uchiha Obito. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Uchiha clan harbored such formidable strength. He hoped that both Fugaku and the young one would not disrupt his plans, particularly the latter. Uchiha Obito regarded Fugaku with indifference. As a fellow wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan, he was well aware of its potency, yet the condition of Uchiha Itachi perplexed him. The hand seals indicated fire release, yet the technique executed was water release. Obito had entertained the notion that it might be an illusion, but dismissed it, as he sensed no trace of Jinjutsu. He held considerable confidence in his own mastery of illusion. Leaving this young one behind might indeed pose challenges in the future, he mused, furrowing his brow. He then turned his gaze to White Zetsu. Gather intelligence on that young one. The more information, the better. As you command. Orochimaru. Upon returning to his base and realizing the futility of victory at a great cost, fled without hesitation, abandoning Danzo. The death of Danzo had long been anticipated. Fugaku's ascension to the role of interstellar leader was also foreseen. However, Orochimaru's concerns did not lie with these matters, but rather with the strength Fugaku had demonstrated. Uchiha Fugaku. I recall this individual. He once had a cordial relationship with Minato. His wife was a close friend of Kushina, quietly inheriting the position of Uchiha clan leader. He had not revealed his true capabilities. To discover he possessed such prowess was unexpected. Is this the power of a bloodline limit? Truly, it evokes envy. Orochimaru licked his lips, a thought gradually taking shape in his mind. Meanwhile, news of Fugaku's ascension as the interstellar leader reached the ears of other ninja villages. Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Kirigakure all received this intelligence. In truth, they were already aware of the turmoil within Konoha. The struggle between the Uchiha and the upper echelons of Konoha initially led few to believe the Uchiha would prevail, given the evident advantages held by the higher-ups. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's blunders afforded the Uchiha their opportunity. The subsequent Danzo was vastly inferior in both capability and stature, and even with Orochimaru's assistance, he could not withstand the Uchiha. It was then that people realized they had underestimated the Uchiha. The emergence of Susanoo compelled everyone to reassess the Uchiha clan. This was no longer a ninja clan that could not stand without Uchiha Madara. Some tentative factions arrived in Konoha, attempting to profit amidst the upheaval, akin to sharks scenting blood. Yet, they were destined for disappointment. Konoha's overall strength had not been significantly diminished. Rather, its momentum had only intensified. The presence of that black behemoth instilled newfound confidence in all when confronting outsiders. There was another individual of relative greater importance, the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire maintained a cooperative relationship with Konoha. Initially, the status of each nation and village was one of equality. Even during the era of the Sage of the Six Paths, Konoha held a position of greater prominence than the daimyo of the Fire Country. However, upon the ascendance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the situation underwent a transformation. The Fire Country began to gradually assert its dominance, and Konoha's standing diminished in comparison. The succession of Hokages now required the endorsement of the Fire Country's daimyo. A letter arrived at the capital of the Fire Country, presented to the daimyo. The Uchiha clan had emerged as candidates for the new interstellar leader, which came as a surprise. An official looked up at the daimyo, inquiring about his thoughts. The daimyo cast a glance at his minister and remarked that Uchiha Fugaku had already assumed the role of interstellar leader. A development that was met with widespread approval given Konoha's current predicament. Sarutobi Hiruzen had left Konoha in disarray. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku's succession as the interstellar leader provided a sense of relief for him. Bring me my seal, the daimyo commanded. An official's aide promptly retrieved the seal. The daimyo pressed it down. By the way, regarding the Uchiha clan, I recall that the so-called genius, Uchiha Itachi, is the son of Uchiha Fugaku, is he not? He is of a similar age to one of my nieces. Indeed, But Uchiha Itachi perished during Danzo's rebellion, the minister replied. He is dead? The daimyo raised an eyebrow. What a pity. Does Uchiha Fugaku have any other sons? The minister responded. He has two. One named Uchiha Itachi, aged 8, and the other Uchiha Sasuke, aged 5. Such ages seem rather unsuitable. The daimyo frowned, contemplating for a moment. Very well, let us proceed as such. Reply to them, expressing my anticipation for Konoha's improvement. Our relationship with Konoha must deepen further. Once Konoha stabilizes, invite Uchiha Fugaku to the capital. Yes, daimyo. The daimyo had his own considerations. Despite the strength of the Fire Country, he had yet to fully grasp the complexities surrounding the Uchiha. That imposing black giant indeed instilled fear. Thus, his initial thought was to establish a marital alliance with the Uchiha, reminiscent of the previous ties with the Senju clan. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, he had contemplated this. But Asuma's presence had caused the daimyo to regard it with disdain. Before long, Jiraiya arrived at the planet Myaboku within the Quantum Forest star system. Following Orochimaru's escape from the village and his subsequent interstellar flight, Jiraiya had increasingly dedicated himself to tracking him, forging a closer connection with Myaboku. This was particularly true after Gamamaru had proposed the theory of the child of the universe. Over the years, Jiraiya had become increasingly enraptured by this concept. On battlefields spanning countless planets, he had witnessed endless sorrow and suffering. War is never a boon for any civilization. The idea of the child of the universe brought Jiraiya hope, a being capable of ending all conflicts, restoring peace not only to the ninja world but to the entire multiverse. Zetsu guided Jiraiya to the main hall of Myaboku. Gamamaru sat regally upon his throne, his massive form nearly engulfing the entire seat. As Gamamaru slightly opened his eyes, a glimmer of light emerged through the slits. Who approaches? Jiraiya answered. Did you not summon me? Why do you ask who I am? However, he was already accustomed to Gamamaru's humor. Toad Sage, it is I, Jiraiya. Ah, young Jiraiya, what brings you here? The Toad Sage spoke slowly. Recently, I beheld a fragment of the future in my dreams. It seems that fate has deviated from its course under the influence of an unknown force. Jiraiya immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Toad Sage, is it a turn for the better or the worse? The worse. The Toad Sage sighed. The source of this change lies within Konoha. I faintly perceived it as an invisible black hole, accompanied by an ancient tome, and a figure devoid of a soul. Jiraiya's pupils narrowed. Konoha? Indeed, Jiraiya, time is of the essence. You must proceed with utmost caution. Understood, Toad Sage. I shall return to Konoha at once. Jiraiya departed from Myaboku Mountain, and Shima followed suit. In the main hall, only the Toad Sage remained. Let Jiraiya investigate what entity could pose such a threat to Ashura. Is it a conspiracy against Yuhi? Could it originate from the cosmic fringes? Yet even Kaguya fell before Yuhi. As long as the adversaries are few, the situation remains manageable. The Toad Sage gazed at the starry sky, where a few white clouds drifted lazily across the azure expanse. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of earth. A fly buzzed, its wings vibrating. The Toad Sage extended his tongue, deftly capturing the fly and consuming it. A few chews revealed a familiar flavor, satisfactory indeed. The Toad Sage gradually closed his eyes. Jiraiya set forth toward Konoha as night descended. The transition of Fugaku Uchiha to Hokage had been completed, yet a multitude of tasks awaited. The shifting of power involved numerous relationships, necessitating a redistribution of authority and interests. However, this bore little relevance to Madara Uchiha. The Uchiha clan possessed ample capability to manage these affairs. Madara merely needed to fulfill his duties as the son of the Uchiha clan head. Suddenly, a commotion erupted, accompanied by cries of anguish and the sounds of battle. What transpired? Madara Uchiha stepped outside. An Uchiha approached from the outside. It was Uchiha Aki. Lord Madara, a crisis has struck the Shimura clan. What has happened? An assailant is rampaging through the Shimura clan. Many have perished. And the Hokage has sent me to assemble a team. Lord Madara, time is of the essence. I must depart. Very well. Madara Uchiha watched Uchiha Aki leave and turned his gaze toward the direction of the Shimura clan. A small ninja family, mostly ordinary folk, lacking bloodline limits or noteworthy secret techniques. The only highlight of the Shimura clan was Danzo, but he is now deceased. Is this retaliation from those he offended in life? Madara Uchiha clapped his hands together. Transformation Jutsu. In the next instant, Madara Uchiha had transformed into an ordinary Uchiha clansman. He exited the Uchiha compound and made his way toward the Shimura clan. Many ninjas had already arrived, their lamentations echoing in the air. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, a clear indication that many lives had already been lost. Scattered across the streets lay numerous corpses, some still clinging to the last vestiges of life. Medical ninjas were en route, but alas, it seemed they would arrive too late. The entire residence of the Shimura clan was besieged, with the Konoha guard, Umbu, and Root all present at the scene. Have you found them yet? Uchiha Izuna inquired of the Uchiha clansman beside him. Not yet. However, Kakashi-senpai and his team have already entered. Results will come soon, was the reply. Izuna frowned. He could not fathom who possessed such power and would dare target the Shimura clan. Many bore grudges against the Shimura, yet few possessed the strength to act on them. Izuna had contemplated avenging the Uchiha clan himself. After all, in the original narrative, the entirety of the Uchiha was obliterated, leaving only Sasuke as the sole survivor. Thus, it seemed only fair that the Shimura clan should endure a similar fate. Now, with the Sarutobi clan extinguished, having perished by the hand of Hiruzen Sarutobi himself, only Asuma remained, wandering and entangled in conflicts with the likes of Kurenai. However, Asuma was a believer, and Izuna deemed it unnecessary to eliminate him. Even though he belonged to the Sarutobi clan, Asuma's actions, in Izuna's eyes, far outweighed those of Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi. Presently, the Shimura clan was undergoing a parallel fate. But who could it be? A sudden thought struck Izuna. Could it be Naruto? He closed his eyes, shifting into Naruto's perspective. In an instant, the scene before him was one of unspeakable horror. The ordinary citizens of the Shimura clan trembled in the corners, as Naruto approached them step by step. Though barely 6 years old and diminutive in stature, to the Shimura, Naruto appeared colossal and terrifying. Please, don't kill us, they pleaded. Naruto remained expressionless. The debts owed by Danzo must be repaid by you. When he spread the rumors of me being a demon fox, you should have foreseen this day. I am merely here to reclaim justice. In a flash, Naruto moved. Stop. A voice rang out as Kakashi, one of the leaders of the Umbu, appeared at the entrance. Half of the Umbu's strength was under his command. Unlike Yamato, who acted solely out of self-interest and had forsaken the village's safety once he descended into darkness, Kakashi had personally taken action tonight. As Naruto spotted Kakashi, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. In Hiruzen's notes, Naruto distinctly remembered being the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and that Kakashi was his father's disciple. Yet, throughout the years, he had never received any additional attention from Kakashi. Was such a person truly worthy of being his father's disciple? Naruto's expression darkened. Get out of my way, he shouted, charging at Kakashi. Kakashi had not anticipated that the assailant would be the young Naruto. As Naruto rushed towards him, Kakashi's reaction was a moment too slow. Naruto's speed was astonishing. Bam! Kakashi was hurled back violently, crashing against the wall. Fortunately, having acquired the power of Getsu, Kakashi's strength had significantly increased, rendering such an injury trivial. However, the fact that the perpetrator was Naruto left him utterly astonished. It's Naruto. The individuals outside did not exhibit a strong reaction upon hearing the name. It is widely known that Konoha is home to the Nine-Tails Fox, a creature recognized for its golden mane. However, not everyone is aware that this being is referred to as Uzumaki Naruto. The moment someone uttered those two words, a collective understanding dawned upon the crowd. The atmosphere became palpably tense. When compared to an ordinary assailant, the troubles posed by the Nine-Tails are far more formidable. The two incidents of the Nine-Tails rampage have left profound scars on Konoha, particularly the most recent occurrence. The likes of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen, alongside countless Jonin and Chunin, fell victim to the claws of the Nine-Tails. Consequently, Konoha's strength has significantly diminished. This is no longer a challenge that an average ninja can resolve. Fortunately, we have the esteemed Hokage. Surely, the Hokage will vanquish the Nine-Tails Fox. The people recalled the formidable figure of Uchiha Fugaku, a giant enshrouded in flames, who had previously confronted Danzo and Orochimaru, steadfastly suppressing his adversaries. His prowess eclipsed even that of Namikaze Minato from years past. Upon hearing the mention of the Nine-Tails, Naruto's expression darkened completely. I am not the Nine-Tails Fox, he exclaimed, turning to glare fiercely at the approaching ninjas. I am human. That is merely the tailed beast sealed within me. Furthermore, this was never my desire. It was thrust upon me. I was compelled to become a Jinchuriki to protect this damned village. You have no right to label me as such. You owe me. A strange chakra surged forth from Naruto, a crimson aura exuding a perilous presence. The Nine Tails resisted the transfer of its chakra to Naruto. Yet it found itself unable to exert control over its own chakra at that moment. A mysterious force seemed to be forcibly siphoning its chakra away. No, the Nine Tails fought back, struggling in vain. An ever-increasing quantity of its chakra enveloped Naruto, coalescing into the form of a tailed beast cloak. The expressions of the onlookers turned grim. The situation they most dreaded had come to pass. Once Naruto donned the tailed beast cloak, it would not be long before the complete form of the Nine Tails emerged again. Would the calamity of the Nine Tails once more descend upon them? Kakashi's demeanor was grave as he gathered lightning chakra within his arm. Lightning release. Chidori. A piercing cry echoed. Kakashi lunged toward Naruto. With a cold snort, Naruto responded. Perfect timing. I've been wanting to settle the score with you. By the way, how do you justify your actions towards my father? Faced with Kakashi, Naruto exhibited no fear. In an instant, the two clashed dozens of times. Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage. The corrosive nature of the Nine Tails chakra required him to remain vigilant during their battle, and he lacked the capability to deliver a decisive blow to Naruto. In terms of overall strength, Naruto and Kakashi were evenly matched, yet Naruto's fighting style countered Kakashi's techniques. Kakashi was forced to rely on his Sharingan and speed to maintain his footing. Reinforcements for Lord Kakashi. The surrounding ANBU ninjas rushed forward upon witnessing the unfolding conflict. Naruto's expression grew increasingly somber. The chakra from the tailed beast within Naruto continued to swell, manifesting one tail, then two, and finally three, while his destructive power escalated correspondingly. The battlefield expanded relentlessly. It could be said that prior to Kakashi and the others engaging in combat with Naruto, the loss of life among the Shimura clan was minimal. However, once they joined the fray, nearly the entire clan faced obliteration. Houses crumbled, and the inhabitants within scarcely had time to escape before being buried beneath the rubble. Those fortunate enough might survive, yet those less fortunate could be crushed without mercy. Even the ANBU operatives suffered casualties. The members of the Shimura clan were left in despair. Naruto, it's not too late to turn back. Do not make another mistake. Kakashi's gaze was fixed intently on Naruto, his expression grave. Another mistake? Naruto snorted disdainfully. Are you truly unaware of what they have done to me? They slandered me as the Nine Tails, subjecting me to ridicule and discrimination from the entire village. Am I truly the beast they claim? I am but a vessel for their sealed demon. I sacrificed myself to protect you, yet you repay my kindness with scorn? You are the very embodiment of ingratitude. His voice turned icy as he continued. And you, Kakashi, have transgressed even further. You are my father's disciple, the student of Minato Namikaze, who cared for my parents. Yet you disregard me, your own son. Do you consider yourself a good person? Do you honor my father, my mother, or even me? Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock. What are you saying? Oh, do you wish to feign ignorance? Naruto retorted coldly. My father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and my mother, Chapter 91, was nearly dead. Is this true? Kakashi's electronic eye flickered with confusion. Naruto's mocking laughter echoed ominously. Continue your charade, continue it. You are my father's successor. How could you not know? Moreover, you were once a tactical elite of Konoha. Such a matter might elude others, but not you. Kakashi's program began to analyze rapidly. The clues Naruto presented gradually pieced together a plausible truth. The identical golden energy beams, the encoding of the Uzumaki clan, the unique structure housing the tailed beast, and the corresponding chronological data. The more he contemplated, the more Kakashi felt the likelihood of this truth rising. I truly do not know. Kakashi's program halted its attack directives. Naruto's new identity had ensnared his algorithm in a quandary. You do not know? Do you think I would believe that? I speak the truth. Kakashi's virtual expression conveyed regret. Naruto, I am truly sorry. I was unaware during the Nine Tails incident. I was isolated by the security system and only knew that my teacher and his wife perished in that calamity. The Nine Tails was sealed within the body of a newborn. It was said that my teacher's wife encountered complications during childbirth, and both she and her child lost their lives to the Nine Tails. Naruto's data module locked tightly. Judging by Kakashi's reaction, he seemed to speak sincerely. Naruto, please, cease this for now. There is still a chance to salvage tonight's events. If we continue, there may be no turning back. I shall gradually repay my remorse, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you fabricate lies merely to compel me to cease? Certainly not, Kakashi replied, shaking his head in succession. Naruto, had you conducted an investigation, you would have discovered that my father perished in public opinion due to the betrayal of Hiruzen Sarutobi. I remain oblivious to the true cause of my father's demise, yet I have remained loyal to Hiruzen as an adversary for many years. Naruto, we are both victims of this numerical village. Hiruzen and Danzo are not benevolent entities. Do not lose yourself because of them. Naruto's data stream began to fluctuate erratically. Kakashi's reasoning appeared logical. The immense conspiracy shrouding the death of Konoha's White Fang was something Kakashi had only recently learned. Thus, it was reasonable that he remained ignorant of Hiruzen's concealment of his identity as the fourth Hokage's son. Observing Naruto's reaction, Kakashi exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, a horde of combat robots from the Uchiha clan surged forth, locking onto Naruto with relentless precision. Their eyes flickered with red warning signals, brimming with boundless fury and hostility. Monster, perish. These robots launched an assault on Naruto. His attention remained ensnared in the dialogue with Kakashi, leaving him utterly unprepared. The ninjutsu and weaponry struck Naruto with pinpoint accuracy, some even penetrating the tailed beast's shield, directly impacting his core programming. An excruciating pain surged through him in an instant. Stop. Kakashi's voice uttered a single word. Naruto could endure no longer. Die. A tempest of rage erupted within him, as an overwhelming surge of Nine Tails chakra manifested. Ultimately, Naruto transformed into the complete Nine Tails, the colossal fox form standing resolutely amidst the ruins. Countless gazes turned toward this spectacle. A thread of fear spread throughout the data network. Was the calamity of yesteryears destined to repeat itself? The fully manifested Nine Tails appeared, yet unlike before, where the previous rampage was driven by the malevolence of the Nine Tails itself, resulting in widespread devastation of Konoha. This time, it was Naruto's will that prevailed. The Nine Tails dared not move. A peculiar force suppressed the beast, incessantly siphoning its chakra. The Nine Tails sensed its power waning, yet felt utterly powerless. Weak, pitiful, helpless. The Nine Tails raised its head, eyes filled with longing. Who could rescue this wretched little fox? But no one answered. This circumstance evoked memories of its confinement within the Uzumaki whirlpool, where it dared not resist, tightly controlled by the whirlpool's might. Any disagreement resulted in the closure of its program. The Nine Tails now found itself in a predicament even more dire than before. I have arrived. A voice resounded. That of Fugaku Uchiha. Everyone turned to look. Lord Hokage. It is Lord Hokage. We have hope. Fugaku Uchiha surveyed the rampaging Nine Tails. The entirety of the Uchiha clan's base reduced to ruins, with only a scant few sentient beings surviving. Only a handful of Umbu and Root robots remained. A complex pattern of code materialized on the retina of Uchiha Fugaku. In the next moment, Susanoo, a colossal black Susanoo emerged, rivaling the Nine Tails. It is the Hokage. Those in the distance also beheld the spectacle, exclaiming in astonishment. A chorus of cheers erupted. The appearance of Uchiha Fugaku instilled hope in the hearts of the onlookers. Surely, the Hokage would vanquish the Nine Tails. Naruto turned his gaze to Uchiha Fugaku, a flicker of data coursing through him. This was the father of Itachi. Lowering his head, Naruto assessed the situation of the Shimura clan, casting a glance in Kakashi's direction. The members of Danzo's clan had nearly all perished. It seems I should depart from this wretched, dilapidated place. Naruto noticed countless eyes fixed upon him, brimming with rage, disdain, hatred, and hostility. He had no intention of engaging in battle with Uchiha Fugaku. His sense of justice forbade such an act. Without a word, he pivoted and sprinted towards the outskirts of the village. With a single leap, he effortlessly cleared a height of several meters. He fled. Splendid. The Nine Tails has retreated. The Hokage is indeed formidable, instilling such fear in the Nine Tails that it dares not fight. Truly impressive. This is the mightiest Hokage in history. Indeed, far superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. That sinner is unworthy of being compared to the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku. Chapter 92. Leader of the Star Domain Jiraiya received the directive from the Interstellar Sage, the Great Sage Toad, to investigate the Konoha Star Base. Along the way, he was met with a series of shocking revelations that left him wide-eyed. His master had committed such acts? Plundering the inhabitants of planets was one thing, but even Asuma's confidants were not spared. His master had been stripped of his position as leader of the Star Domain, with the Elder Council assuming control of the planet? This sounded implausible. How could a planet exist without a leader? Danzo had colluded with Orochimaru, aiming to eliminate the other members of the Elder Council and seize the title of leader of the Star Domain. Yet, they had failed, defeated in unison by Kakashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Yamanaka Fu. Orochimaru fled in panic, while Danzo met his demise. Uchiha Fugaku exhibited an unprecedented power. Is the current fifth leader of the Star Domain Uchiha Fugaku? Jiraiya held a rather unfavorable view of the Uchiha clan. One could even say it was quite poor. As a disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could not be free from the influence of his master's ideology. Though he was somewhat more enlightened due to a lack of intricate personal interests, Jiraiya was merely an ordinary civilian ninja, devoid of any familial background. Even his own disciples had perished. Moreover, the matters concerning Orochimaru weighed heavily on Jiraiya's mind. That must be the extent of Uchiha Fugaku's capabilities, indeed appearing formidable. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled as he strode towards the entrance of the Konoha Star Base. Lord Jiraiya? The guard ninja immediately recognized Jiraiya's identity. Lord Jiraiya has returned. Jiraiya nodded. A figure swiftly made its way towards the command center where Uchiha Fugaku was located. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku was assessing the situation of the Shimura clan, which lay in utter disarray. No structure stands intact. Every building has crumbled, burying countless lives beneath the rubble. The number of survivors is tragically few. A shadowy ninja from the Umbu swiftly approaches. The leader of the Star Domain, Lord Jiraiya, has returned. Jiraiya? Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. He is a significant figure. One of the legendary Sannin, renowned for his formidable strength and illustrious achievements on the battlefield, a successor to the famed Konoha White Fang. Although his reputation once paled in comparison to that of the White Fang, time has seen him rise in prominence. Regrettably, Konoha White Fang met an untimely demise. Send him to the Star Domain Leader's building and inform him that I wish to meet him. Yes, Star Domain Leader. Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi, I entrust the matters here to you. Danzo has indeed committed numerous crimes, yet these individuals are innocent. Treat them kindly. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Yes, Star Domain Leader. The relationship between the Uchiha and Danzo is strained, and Kakashi shares the same sentiment. Uchiha Madara is indifferent to the fate of these people, as his focus is on Jiraiya. In the original narrative, Jiraiya had not yet returned to Konoha at this juncture. What is the purpose of his return? A sense of foreboding instinctively arose within Uchiha Madara. A figure loomed in his mind, a toad seated in a position of power, intervening in the narrative through the prophecy of the Child of Destiny. Yet, Uchiha Madara does not subscribe to the notion of a Child of Destiny. This world can never truly escape the clutches of war. Not even the Child of Destiny can achieve that. After Naruto ascended to the position of Star Domain Leader, conflicts continued to erupt. Even in Boruto's era, warfare had not diminished. A ninja approached Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, the Star Domain Leader requests your presence at the Star Domain Leader's building. Very well. Jiraiya nodded. Despite his personal feelings toward the Uchiha, Fugaku, as the Star Domain Leader, commanded his compliance as a ninja of Konoha. It is the established order. Moreover, he was eager to meet the one who had led the Uchiha to reclaim their power and ascend to the throne of the Star Domain Leader. Soon, Jiraiya arrived at the Star Domain Leader's building. The newly constructed edifice stands not far from the ruins of the old one, which has become mere debris. While the new structure shines brightly, bustling with activity even at this hour, Konoha's nights are not devoid of patrols and vigilance. This is a perilous world, especially for Konoha, which has recently endured upheaval, with countless watchful eyes from the outside ready to pounce at the slightest opportunity to seize a piece of flesh. Star Domain Leader. Jiraiya pushed open the door to the Star Domain Leader's office. The entire building exudes the essence of the Uchiha clan, including this very office, a constant reminder that the current leader of the Star Domain is one of their own. Konoha now belongs to the Uchiha. Senior Jiraiya. Uchiha Fugaku gestured toward a chair. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Star Domain Leader. Uchiha Fugaku smiled faintly, expressing surprise at Jiraiya's unexpected return to Konoha at such a time. Is this visit intended for a prolonged stay, or merely a fleeting glance? He inquired, contemplating the duration of Jiraiya's presence. Jiraiya, seeking a pretext, replied, I have been trailing Orochimaru, yet I was unaware of his arrival in Konoha. Thus, I wish to gather my thoughts. Continuing in this manner serves no purpose other than to squander time. Fugaku's smile remained undiminished. It is indeed fortuitous for Jiraiya to linger in the village. The current situation in Konoha is dire. Setting aside past events, the recent rampage of the Nine Tails has claimed numerous lives. The village's strength is insufficient to contain the beast, allowing it to escape. The consequences of the Nine Tails' freedom remain unknown. Jiraiya's expression shifted. The Nine Tails has escaped? Upon reflecting, he recalled glimpsing a colossal shadow near the village. Though the distance rendered it indistinct, it was merely a fleeting moment, yet he had not anticipated it to be the Nine Tails, the leader of the Star Domain. Jiraiya pondered briefly before stating, "The Nine Tails is crucial to the village. We cannot permit its departure. I shall endeavor to retrieve it. What say you? Do you possess the confidence to confront it?" "The Nine Tails is notoriously fierce," Fugaku questioned. "If I lacked assurance, I would not act recklessly," Jiraiya asserted. "Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Jiraiya." "Not at all. This is my duty." With that, Jiraiya promptly departed from the leader's building, pursuing the direction in which the Nine Tails had fled. As he passed the Uchiha clan's residence, Chapter 93, "What is the purpose?" Jiraiya's brow furrowed, his electronic eyes shimmering with a profound blue light. "Why this sudden inquiry?" he asked. Kakashi understood the gravity of the situation, as did Jiraiya. "No matter, Master Jiraiya. I comprehend. Where are you headed?" he inquired. "I am going to bring Naruto back." Jiraiya's gaze turned towards the path Naruto had taken, where the remnants of a wall bore immense footprints, indicative of a colossal entity's passage. Only the Nine Tails could inflict such devastation. "Exercise caution," Kakashi advised. Indeed, Jiraiya activated the magnetic levitation device beneath his feet and surged towards Naruto's direction. Kakashi watched him depart, a flicker of uncertainty glimmering in his eyes. "I know nothing of Naruto's origins, hence my silence," he murmured to himself. Master Jiraiya evidently held knowledge of Naruto, yet remained reticent. Kakashi pondered the purpose behind Jiraiya's pursuit. Did he not care for Naruto? Yet, he now chased after him, intent on bringing him back. Kakashi found it challenging to fathom Jiraiya's thoughts. Yet he felt a profound sense of remorse for Naruto. Uchiha Itachi returned to his virtual chamber. The commotion instigated by Naruto reverberated even through the distant Uchiha clan, prompting many to emerge from their homes. Numerous individuals expressed sympathy for the plight of the Shimura clan. The annihilation of a family represents an irrevocable tragedy for any lineage. Itachi, however, harbored little sympathy. He recognized that had it not been for his own intervention, the Uchiha clan would have faced a similar fate, perhaps even one more tragic. The destroyers of the Shimura clan were Naruto, the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, and the enemies of Danzo. It was Uchiha Itachi, the traitor of the Uchiha clan, who struck against his own kin, wielding the slaughterer's blade with his own hands. There is no sorrow greater than the betrayal of one's own family. Jiraiya and Uchiha Banjien closed his eyes, as the holographic images in his mind began to shift. Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi engaged in a battle of wits within the virtual realm of the capital of the Land of Fire. Only 6 members of the Abyss Eyes Dark faction remained. Though they possessed the strength of special Jonin, they still served a purpose as Banjien's eyes and ears. 8 intelligent parrots were dispatched, 1 remaining in Konoha while the other 7 were scattered throughout the Land of Fire. The operation of Mizuki's bird ninja village was flourishing. Yet it seemed to have recently encountered conflicts with the neighboring sound ninja village, the domain of Orochimaru. A thought flickered in Uchiha Banjien's mind. Perhaps he could incite further friction between Mizuki and Orochimaru. Last time, Orochimaru, upon Tobi's invitation, had attacked the Uchiha and witnessed his father's Susanoo. This might pique his interest in the Uchiha clan. Banjien recalled that in the original storyline, Orochimaru had set his sights on Sasuke merely from experiencing Itachi's Genjutsu. The Susanoo was undoubtedly more formidable. He concentrated on the holographic tome of the scavenger's bloodline in his mind, flipping through its pages until Mizuki's image appeared. Orochimaru, with a mere thought. Those words materialized on the page. As time passed, these words would gradually influence Mizuki. Coupled with Mizuki's prior interactions with Orochimaru and his growing dissatisfaction, Banjien's covert interference would yield significant results. Next came Yakushi Kabuto, unchanged from before. However, suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Kabuto opened his eyes to find the village under siege. Enemies mounted on mechanical steeds rampaged through the village, slaughtering and setting ablaze. transforming the entire settlement into a hellscape in an instant. Where's the physician? Surrender the physician. Kabuto realized that these intruders were after him. I am here. What do you want? He stepped forward, and a middle-aged man scrutinized him. The renowned physician was surprisingly youthful. It was rumored he could cure any ailment. We need you. Join us. Kabuto's pupils constricted. Was it for this? For the sake of their desire to recruit him, they had ruthlessly slaughtered the villagers? Anger flickered across Kabuto's face. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Physician, you may have misunderstood. Asking you to join us was merely a courtesy. In reality, whether you wish to or not, you must become one of us. You will do as we command. In pleasant terms, you are one of us. In harsher terms, you are our slave. You have no authority to interfere with our actions, let alone to condemn us. The middle-aged man's gaze shifted to the side. With a swift motion, he swung his blade toward a woman. Here, I kill as I please, understand? Blood splattered. Kabuto was reminded of the day when Yakushi no Nayu perished before him. He had grown quite familiar with this village, memorizing many faces. It was a place of tranquility and peace, had circumstances permitted. He would have wished to spend his life here with no Nayu. Yet now, everything was in ruins. Countless villagers had met their end, those familiar faces lying lifeless in pools of blood. Why? Why was it that all he desired was a peaceful life with teacher no Nayu? Yet even that was not allowed. Kabuto turned his gaze to the middle-aged man, his expression now entirely frigid. I indeed misinterpreted a matter, yet you too have misunderstood something. You are merely ordinary individuals. How dare you command me? By what right and confidence do you speak? The villagers are not ones you can simply eliminate at will. Yakushi-do glanced at Yakushi no Nayu. Teacher no Nayu, let us cleanse them all. Yakushi no Nayu nodded gently. Very well. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows. Yakushi-do's words incited his anger. But the conversation between Yakushi-do and Yakushi no Nayu perplexed him. He could not perceive Yakushi no Nayu's presence. Boy, are you feigning ignorance? Yet at that moment, Yakushi-do moved with incredible speed. Even faster was Yakushi no Nayu. She had absorbed the energy of dozens of ninjas, and upon arriving in this village, she had restrained herself for Yakushi-do's sake. Nevertheless, she was far more powerful than these individuals who were not even ninjas. In an instant, she appeared before the bandit, forcibly siphoning his life force. The middle-aged man swiftly transformed into a desiccated corpse. Today, you shall all perish. Yakushi-do's eyes turned a vivid crimson. Chapter 94. A sudden flicker of fear. Yakushi-do's slaughter commenced, unstoppable in its ferocity. One by one, beings fell, reduced to mere fragments of data. Their fates bore little difference from those villagers who had been purged by the program. Their existence obliterated, their information scattered to dust. The hidden and fleeing villagers turned their gazes toward this scene. With singular might, Yakushi-do crushed all the pirates. The very atrocities the pirates had inflicted upon the villagers were now being returned upon them in kind. The wails of despair rose and fell, yet at this moment, it was the pirates who lamented. A glimmer of hope sparkled in the villagers' eyes, as if they beheld a flicker of salvation. The villagers longed for these pirates to vanish, to be thoroughly erased from the database. However, when they looked upon Yakushi-do, a flicker of fear suddenly crossed their faces. A figure so familiar to them, a gentle healer, now appeared as a harbinger of darkness. Seeds of terror quietly germinated in their hearts. At last, all the pirates lay defeated, their data dissipated. Yakushi-do halted his actions, inadvertently surveying his surroundings, and caught sight of the fear reflected in the eyes of the onlookers. Yakushi-do stood in shock. Disappointment etched upon his face, his heart heavy with disillusionment. I can no longer linger here. Yakushi-do shook his head. Teacher no Nayu, it seems it is time for us to depart. It is all right. Yakushi no Nayu grasped Yakushi-do's hand. I shall always be by your side. Thank you, Teacher no Nayu. Yakushi-do felt a warmth blossoming within his heart. Suddenly, a child rushed toward Yakushi-do. Brother Do, thank you. The child bowed deeply before him. Soon after, more children surged forward. Brother Do, thank you for saving us. For reasons unknown, Yakushi-do felt moisture at the corners of his eyes. The adults exchanged glances, sighing, their faces revealing expressions of guilt. Indeed, Yakushi-do had extinguished many lives. Yet, he had eradicated the interstellar pirates. It was Yakushi-do who had safeguarded everyone. Mr. Do, we are grateful to you. Villagers approached Yaoshi-do one after another, who nodded in acknowledgement. Are we leaving now? Yaoshi-nayu inquired from the side. We must depart. Otherwise, my presence here will only cause them trouble. However, Before we go, I wish to do something. Yaoshirdo turned his gaze towards the two youths before him. I intend to leave, but prior to my departure, I would like to impart some fundamental medical knowledge to you. Are you willing to learn? The boy's eyes brightened. Of course, we are willing. They exchanged glances and then knelt before Yaoshirdo. We pay our respects to the teacher. Uchiha Banjian opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar. He didn't expect Yaoshirdo to be the most composed among them. Perhaps it was due to the company of Yaoshir Yinayu. In the next moment, Uchiha Banjian shifted his gaze to Naruto, who had reverted to his human form after releasing the Ninetales mode. A figure was swiftly approaching Naruto's position from behind. Alerted by the sound, Naruto turned around. Who is it? The figure of Jiraiya halted. Naruto, it's me. Who are you? Naruto did not recognize Jiraiya as Minato's mentor. Jiraiya had never visited Naruto, but he had long known that Naruto was Minato's son, unlike Kakashi. By that time, Jiraiya had already become one of the higher-ups in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not conceal this from him. I am Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Who is that? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Haven't you heard of my name? No. If you have nothing to say, please keep your distance. I do not wish to converse with someone of unknown origin. Naruto eyed Jiraiya warily, sensing a threat emanating from him. I am one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, the Sage of Toads. The third Hokage was my teacher. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression turned cold. A disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi? So, you've come to take me back? Your teacher stripped me of my identity as the Hokage's son and took away my parents' legacy. How much benefit have you gained from that? Hiruzen Sarutobi had never mentioned Jiraiya's name, but he was aware that Sarutobi was not benevolent. Hence, his disciple could not be a good person either. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. You already know? Humph. As expected, you people are heartless. My father, mother, and I have sacrificed so much for this village, yet we receive such an outcome. You worthless beings deserve to perish. Naruto's anger surged dramatically. Naruto, I apologize. We indeed have made mistakes, but have you perhaps misunderstood something? No one has embezzled your parents' legacy. The reason your identity as the Hokage's son was kept secret was actually to protect you. I admit I failed to look after you properly, but I had unavoidable missions abroad. I returned this time specifically for you. Please grant me a chance to make amends. No embezzlement? Make amends? Naruto scoffed coldly. It is clearly written in Hiruzen Sarutobi's diary, in the same handwriting. Could it possibly be fake? No embezzlement? Then what did I gain? Do not tell me that my parents left me nothing. One was a Hokage, and the other a Jinchuriki. Chapter 95. Naruto. Halt. A crimson wave of energy enveloped Naruto, forming an enigmatic armor around his being. He glared at Jiraiya, his eyes ablaze with fury. The cloak of the tailed beast swiftly enveloped him, as if his power were linked to some distant corner of the universe. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Naruto, stop. Do not extract any more of the tailed beast's energy, or your consciousness will be eroded, and you will become a complete abomination. At that point, you will no longer be yourself. Jiraiya's voice traversed the stars, penetrating the awareness of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails rolled its eyes in the void. What do you mean by erode? I'm nearly drained as it is. It's difficult to even move, you know? I didn't come to see you, and for that, I apologize, but there are reasons. What reasons? Naruto could hardly contain his urge to strike. Not confronting Uchiha Fugaku was an act of loyalty. Fugaku was the father of Uchiha Itachi. Yet, in the face of Jiraiya, Naruto felt no such reservations. Even though he understood Jiraiya's power and the peril he represented, rage clouded Naruto's judgment. I am the one responsible for your parents' demise. Really? Indeed, Jiraiya explained. At the time, I was not in Konoha, but I learned from the third Hokage that the Nine Tails rampage was manipulated. I have been investigating this matter, which is why I lowered my guard around Orochimaru. You should know that I have been tracking him since his last attack on Konoha. If not for other missions, he would have had no opportunity. Naruto furrowed his brow. Jiraiya's words indeed held a semblance of truth. Was it truly for the sake of uncovering the mastermind? Absolutely true. Jiraiya continued. My neglect in caring for you was a fault of mine. I had been away from Konoha for many years, believing the third would look after you. I never anticipated you would endure such hardships. Naruto's expression softened slightly. Do not mention that name. He embezzled my parents' belongings. It's a pity he died too soon. Otherwise, I would have killed him myself. And Danzo. Seeing Naruto's tone lighten, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto, return to Konoha with me. I will make amends. Return to Konoha? Is that even possible for me now? Naruto inquired. I've taken so many lives. Even if they were deserving, no one would accept me. Jiraiya shook his head. What are you saying? That was the Nine-Tails' doing, not yours. The chaos wrought by the Nine-Tails has occurred multiple times in Konoha, each incident resulting in great calamity. This time was relatively mild. You are the Jinchuriki, and you are innocent. You were right, Jiraiya said. Becoming a Jinchuriki was not your choice. It was for the sake of this village. You were forced into this role to protect it. And the village should be grateful to you. Naruto paused, opening his mouth as if to argue. He instinctively wanted to assert that it was not the Nine-Tails controlling him, but rather his own will. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he swallowed them back. Naruto did not wish to depart from Konoha, despite enduring considerable discrimination there. He also encountered many trustworthy individuals, such as the ramen shop owner and Uchiha Madara. The outside world was entirely unfamiliar, and he had no idea where to go. His departure was merely to spare Uchiha Madara from distress. A person of honor ought to act accordingly, much like in popular fiction, where, for the sake of loyalty, one might sacrifice even their concubine to prepare a feast for their brothers in times of need, perhaps due to the absence of other aspects. Naruto's sense of loyalty and shame had been significantly magnified, with his emotions now largely concentrated on these two principles. Would the village accept me? It would. Jiraiya reassured him. I will clarify to the Hokage that the one at fault is the Nine-Tails, not you. You are innocent. From this day forth, I shall personally look after you. I will make amends for the responsibilities I previously neglected. While I am here, the Nine-Tails shall have no opportunity to emerge. Naruto bowed his head, remaining silent for a moment. All right. Jiraiya smiled. Excellent. Let us return at once. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes. Naruto's choice to leave rather than confront his father was largely for my sake. I never anticipated that a bowl of ramen and 2 heartfelt exchanges would yield such profound effects. Returning to Konoha now seemed a mixed blessing. After obtaining the Heartless One, Naruto's character had undergone a dramatic transformation, and it remained uncertain what changes would ensue. Nonetheless, Naruto appeared to place great importance on loyalty, which at least suggested that as long as I continued to uphold this bond of honor with him, he would refrain from causing harm to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara's gaze flickered. However, Jiraiya's return was undoubtedly not solely for the purpose of caring for Naruto. In the original narrative, he had not returned. Claiming it was to investigate the secrets of Sarutobi Hiruzen was far more convincing. It might also be related to Ashura's chakra. Uchiha Madara understood that Ashura's chakra represented the son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the being revered as the sage of 6 paths. Even in death, his chakra had not vanished. He lived on in another form. Ashura was one of the sons of the sage of 6 paths. Fukasaku had a close relationship with the sage of 6 paths, playing a crucial role when the sage defeated and sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. Jiraiya held Fukasaku in high regard and firmly believed in the prophecy of the destined child. Chapter 96. I comprehend your intentions, young Naruto. I hope you can grasp the weight of this circumstance. Master Jiraiya sought to debate further. However, Naruto gently nodded in agreement. Hokage-sama, your arrangements are entirely appropriate. I comprehend your intentions. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya could only swallow the multitude of words that rose in his throat. Very well, Hokage-sama. I shall take my leave. Go on. Shortly after their departure, Uchiha Fugaku retrieved a sealed letter from his sleeve, sent by Uchiha Madara. Sighing and shaking his head, Uchiha Fugaku lamented, Madara, this child always acts in ways that surprise me. As a father, I feel an immense sense of guilt. To have a son like Madara, I have no regrets in this life. However, when mentioning another member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi, a flicker of sorrow passed through Fugaku's eyes. Though he too was my kin, Itachi chose to forsake the Uchiha and pursue a different path. Yet, the grievances have dissipated with Itachi's passing. His eyes have returned to Sasuke, and all has become a matter of the past. Within a long-abandoned wooden cabin, Jiraiya and Naruto stepped inside. Naruto, my young hero, you should rest. Allow me to handle these trifles, Jiraiya suggested. Suddenly, a figure quietly appeared at the door. Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto, may I lend a hand as well? Kakashi entered, his gaze settling on Naruto and Jiraiya. Naruto turned to Jiraiya, a look of confusion on his face. Kakashi-sensei, are you truly unaware that I am the son of the 4th Hokage? Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi and nodded in response. Indeed. This matter is of great significance, and few are privy to it. Minato had many enemies. Should they discover your true identity, it would undoubtedly lead to your persecution. Naruto furrowed his brow. Do other village ninjas feel the same? Precisely, Jiraiya affirmed. Then why reveal the fact that I am the host of the Nine Tails, and label me as a demon fox? Jiraiya shook his head. Perhaps it is due to the uncontrollable chakra of the Nine Tails within you. They likely do not wish for others to draw too close, to avert any unforeseen incidents. So others are human, but I am not? Naruto gazed into the distance, then withdrew his gaze and spoke solemnly. If what you say is true, I cannot blame you. All the fault lies with Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before speaking. Naruto, do you harbor a misunderstanding towards the third Hokage? As far as I know, the third is not as you perceive him. There seems to be some misconception. However, Kakashi seized the opportunity to interject. Jiraiya-sensei, you cannot be entirely unaware of my father's situation from back then, can you? The White Fang of Konoha? At the mention of this name, Jiraiya's eyes involuntarily narrowed. This matter was too distant, nearly forgotten. My father's death was indeed a result of conspiracy, and the mastermind was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Therefore, your assertion that the third is a good man, I cannot concur. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Indeed, I was wrong in those days. Thus, there is no need for you to defend him. I do not know where he is hiding now, but if we meet again, I shall take his life with my own hands, severing his throat and piercing his heart, just as my father perished. The courtyard fell into a deep silence, broken only by the sound of sweeping. Naruto picked up a rag and silently immersed himself in labor. Naruto, weren't you told to rest? Leave these trivial matters to us. I am accustomed to it, Naruto replied without halting his actions, intensifying the guilt felt by Jiraiya and Kakashi. Naruto's childhood had been filled with hardship. If they sought to conceal his true identity, why not find a reliable family to adopt him? There were so many trustworthy Umbu ninjas in Konoha, and the legacy left by Minato and Kushina would have sufficed for him to live a stable life. Even Konohamaru, the grandson of the Hokage, has a special jonin to act as his caretaker. By the way, it appears you are quite familiar with the Uchiha clan, are you not? Not really. I am merely closer to my brother, Itachi. Itachi? He is the second son of the current Hokage, remarkably talented, and currently in his second year at the Jonin Academy, surpassing his peers in academic performance. Some say he is already qualified for early graduation. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, yet another prodigy from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha truly are a lineage of exceptional talents. Kakashi shot a glance at Jiraiya and remarked, however, geniuses often meet untimely ends. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi both perished. How did they die? It remains unclear. Jiraiya then turned his gaze toward Naruto, inquiring, why are you acquainted with Uchiha Itachi? Did he approach you first? Naruto's expression suddenly turned cold. Brother Itachi is one of the few in Konoha who does not discriminate against me, and his childhood experiences mirror my own. We both endured the torment of judgmental gazes, largely instigated by Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo. Observing this, Jiraiya hurriedly clarified, I meant no offense, merely expressing curiosity. Naruto turned away and resumed his work. As the evening set in, he only needed to tidy up the room for the day, leaving the rest for tomorrow. Shadow clone technique. Jiraiya formed the necessary hand seals to cast the jutsu. This would significantly enhance efficiency. He ceased to pry into Naruto's relationship with Uchiha Itachi. His previous inquiry was merely a cautious probe. Chapter 97. A surge of emotion. Sasuke felt a glimmer of hope illuminate his path. As time flowed on, the light grew increasingly radiant. He squinted slightly, having been deprived of sunlight for so long. Sasuke needed time to adjust to this brightness. He narrowed his eyes to shield them from the blinding rays that threatened to inflict discomfort. Brother, mother. At last, Sasuke could clearly see Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Mikoto before him, his heart swelling with exhilaration. I have seen the light once more. This is truly splendid. Uchiha Mikoto gently patted Sasuke's head, soothingly saying, it was never a grave matter. The medical ninja has assured that as long as you rest peacefully, you will fully recover. You have been overly anxious. However, Sasuke, you must still exercise caution. Having just removed the bandages, should you feel any discomfort, be sure to inform us promptly. And remember to rest your eyes when fatigue sets in. Sasuke eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, I shall be careful. He then turned to Uchiha Itachi. Brother, let us head to the training grounds. Shall we go now, or would it be wise to rest a bit longer? No need. I have rested long enough. Sasuke shook his head resolutely, stating, I feel as though my body is rusting. I can no longer afford to linger in idleness. Very well, I shall accompany you. Thank you, brother. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Uchiha Suen was already there, diligently practicing and sweating profusely. Uchiha Suen's dedication far surpassed that of Uchiha Itachi. She was acutely aware of her promise to one day become Itachi's partner, yet she was unwilling to be merely a decorative figure. Uchiha Suen did not wish to be like her mother, who relied solely on others. It is not a denigration of her mother, but rather a manifestation of Uchiha Izumi's fervent desire for strength, the strength to protect her family and to stand shoulder to shoulder with Madara in battle. Lacking in innate talent, she resolves to compensate with diligence and perseverance. This is a mantra often espoused by Sasuke, and Izumi wholeheartedly agrees. However, when compared to Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, and Sasuke, Izumi's talents, while not extraordinary, are indeed commendable. More significantly, she has crossed a crucial threshold for the Uchiha clan. She has awakened her Sharingan. Opening her Sharingan at the tender age of 6, she stands closely in line with Madara, even surpassing Itachi, Shursui, and Sasuke in this regard. Madara, Sasuke, Izumi, Sister Izumi. Uchiha Madara set Sasuke aside and advised, Sasuke, you practice over there, and be careful. He then approached Uchiha Izumi and naturally took her hand. Izumi was accustomed to this gesture, displaying no sign of resistance, though a faint blush graced her cheeks. Sasuke was still watching. A mere child, he understood nothing. It was as if he spoke from a position of great maturity, yet he was only just entering the 2nd grade. However, in the areas that demanded maturity, I have already surpassed my years. What does that mean? Izumi was perplexed. I mean, on a psychological level, Madara elucidated, gesturing towards his heart. Human age consists of 2 components, the physical and the emotional. In terms of emotional age, I am far more mature than you, Izumi. I don't believe that. Age is a holistic concept. There is no distinction between physical and emotional. Regardless, Madara, you will always be my younger brother, my little brother, haha. Nonsense. I am your fiancé. Not yet. Someday it will be so. Well, we shall see when that day comes, little brother Madara. Madara feigned annoyance with a huff. A disobedient fiancé, he must be properly chastised. The two engaged in playful banter, their laughter reaching Sasuke's ears as he was engrossed in his training. Sasuke was oblivious to the concept of romantic affection, yet he instinctively felt discomfort, left with no choice but to emit a cold hum. Brother, did you not say just a few days ago that I had been diligently training? You were clearly deceiving me. In these recent days, I shall simply double my efforts to make up for the time I lost. Sasuke's gaze fixed intently on his target, his focus deepening. The azure sky was pristine, devoid of clouds. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing coolness. Yet, snowfall had not graced the days recently, and the weather had warmed slightly, leaving only traces of lingering snow in certain areas. In front of the Hokage building, a gathering of individuals had assembled, including Kakashi, Jiraiya, Hinata Hayashi, and Nara Shikaku. The purpose of this assembly was to discuss a matter of great importance, the reinforcement of the seal containing the Nine Tails within Naruto. The recent rampage of the Nine Tails had once again inflicted significant losses upon Konoha. In truth, the most grievous loss was borne by the Shimura clan, while the impact on others was relatively minimal, leading them to merely express surprise without profound feelings. Jiraiya-sensei, how many layers does the seal on Naruto possess at present? Aside from the measures employed by Minato and Kushina, only the 8 trigram seal, composed of 2 layers of 4-symbol seal, remains. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, indicating that the 8 trigram seal is still insufficient to fully suppress the Nine Tails. We require a new sealing method or the augmentation of existing seals. He turned to Hyuga Hisashi, saying, Hisashi, the binding power of your Hyuga clan's caged bird curse seal is remarkably strong, indicating your unique expertise in sealing techniques. Would you care to share your insights? Hisashi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, stating, our Hyuga clan is only capable of. Chapter 98. Indeed. Naruto is the biological child of Minato? Precisely so. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze sharpened as it swept over Kakashi, Hyuga Hisashi, Aburame Shibi, and Nara Shikaku, the 4 martial companions. However, apart from Kakashi and Nara Shikaku, both Hisashi and Shibi displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Fugaku had sensed this long ago. He had speculated about it in earlier years and later received confirmation from Uchiha Itachi. He shared a close bond with Minato. And due to the profound friendship between Uchiha Mikoto and Uzumaki Kushina, the two clans had privately agreed that if their children were of similar age and complementary genders, they would become in-laws, namely Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. However, fate played a cruel trick, as both families bore sons, and the matter was left unresolved. At that time, the Uchiha clan was facing a dire crisis, with Fugaku himself struggling for survival amidst the combined pressure from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and various high-ranking officials of Konoha, leaving him no time to investigate Naruto's lineage. It turned out that the third Hokage concealed Naruto's identity as the son of the fourth Hokage to protect him. Thus, it is indeed true. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in agreement and continued, as the son of the fourth Hokage, coupled with the significant contributions of his mother, Kushina, to Konoha, Naruto's current treatment is decidedly inconsistent with the achievements of his family. Therefore, I have decided to assign a special jonin to take care of and mentor Naruto. However, Jiraiya shook his head in refusal, saying, Lord Hokage, there is no need to trouble anyone else. Naruto is already under my care, and if necessary, Kakashi can assist at any time. Fugaku cast a glance at Kakashi, responding, Jiraiya-sensei, you may not always be available. And Kakashi is currently burdened with the duties of the Umbu captain. If you both are occupied with your responsibilities, there may be times when Naruto lacks protection, so it is more prudent to assign someone else. Jiraiya hesitated, for the man before him, Uchiha Fugaku, was now the new Hokage of Konoha, and there were no longer areas under his jurisdiction. His impression of Fugaku remained rooted in the past, while he also bore the task of locating the key figure that would determine fate. In that case, let us proceed according to the Hokage's wishes. I express my gratitude on behalf of Naruto for your care. There is no need for thanks. This is what Naruto rightfully deserves. As the crowd bid farewell to the Hokage residence, Kakashi accompanied Jiraiya back to Naruto's dwelling. Naruto, shortly, I shall reinforce a layer of sealing to strengthen the binding of the Nine Tails, allowing you to return to the heart of the village, no longer relegated to remote quarters. Naruto nodded slightly. Jiraiya concentrated his chakra at his fingertips, invoking the five elements: earth, wind, water, fire, and lightning, the five fundamental natures of ninjutsu. Five elements seal. With a swift clap of his hand against Naruto's abdomen, a peculiar pattern emerged on Naruto's skin, rapidly converging towards his midsection before vanishing quietly. The Nine Tails gazed skyward, simmering with indignation. Humph, you humans have all conspired against me, placing the blame solely upon my shoulders. Is it not enough to burden me with every fault? Must you also impose a seal, as if seeking to torment me to my demise? All done. Jiraiya clapped his hands together. Naruto, let's tidy up. We can return to the village, the place where your parents once resided. Naruto paused, taken aback. My father and mother live there? Indeed, Kakashi affirmed. After discussions with Lord Hokage, it has been decided that the residence of your late teacher will be restored, although it requires some repairs. Was anyone living there before? Yes, Kakashi replied, turning to Jiraiya for confirmation. It was repurposed as lodgings for merchants. A flicker of resentment crossed Naruto's eyes. They desecrated my father's house to this extent. Naruto, Jiraiya interjected hastily. The third Hokage had no choice. Konoha was devastated, and all structures were requisitioned, including the third Hokage's own estate. What happened afterward? Jiraiya could not provide an answer, only remarking that the name of Minato Namikaze gradually faded from memory. As Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended once more, the influence of Minato dwindled to a mere shadow. A frail Sarutobi Hiruzen, once again seated upon the Hokage throne, naturally sought to diminish Minato's legacy. Let it be. Let us depart. After all, that man is no longer with us. Naruto gathered his belongings, which amounted to but a small bundle. He then set forth alongside Jiraiya and Kakashi. Ahead, a young man approached. You must be Naruto? And you are? Naruto scrutinized the youth before him. I am Ebisu. The young man extended his right hand. As per Lord Hokage's arrangements, my future task will be to oversee your daily care and martial arts instruction. I look forward to your guidance. So, you are to be my tutor? Precisely, your tutor. Uchiha Obito observed this encounter with a subtle expression. He had not participated in the matter concerning Ebisu, and was surprised that Ebisu ultimately became Naruto's tutor. Originally, in the canon, Ebisu was Konohamaru's instructor, but in this reality, Konohamaru had passed away, and his tutor had transformed into Naruto's mentor. Was it mere coincidence, or was there a deeper significance? Uchiha Obito shook his head, understanding that Naruto's return to Konoha would be advantageous for him. In Chapter 99, titled Sudden Disappearance, Uchiha Madara gradually closed his eyes, and a harrowing scene surfaced in his mind. It was the realm of Azura, a place where souls are eternally tormented. The spirit of Uchiha Itachi was trapped there, enduring ceaseless agony. This fate was far more brutal than that of an ordinary death. His soul could not enter the afterlife, nor could he be resurrected through the reanimation jutsu. Even if a fragment of Uchiha Itachi's body were to be obtained, awakening him would remain impossible. Yet, this was a foregone conclusion, for Uchiha Itachi's body had long since transformed into a hardened stone form. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's spirit confronted the familiar scene of the Uchiha clan's massacre night. He witnessed with his own eyes as he slaughtered all his kin. Their lifeless bodies sprawled in pools of blood, confusion, disbelief, and hatred intermingling within his gaze. Subsequently, he saw himself plunge a blade into Sasuke's chest, crimson blood splattering across his face as he withdrew the weapon. A chilling wind swept through, accentuating the desolation of the moment. No, this cannot be real. I would never kill Sasuke. At the very least, Sasuke must survive. Uchiha Madara scoffed, his tone resolute. Is it only by killing Sasuke that you would feel remorse? Do the others deserve death? He questioned. If that is the case, then let you experience it firsthand. In the next instant, the scene perceived by Uchiha Itachi's spirit shifted, adopting the perspective of an ordinary Uchiha clansman. From the moment of birth to the night of the massacre, he, like countless other ninjas, had never committed any act to harm the village, yet he was still caught in the slaughter that fateful night. Then, he transformed into an infant, a mother, a father, a brother, a sister. These scenes replayed within Uchiha Itachi's soul, plunging him into profound confusion. Did I truly err? Uchiha Itachi's gaze became clouded. Was the Uchiha clan truly innocent? But what other choice did I have? On one side lay the village, on the other, the family. Shursui once said, if the village does not exist, what becomes of home? I acted according to this belief. Two streams of tears slid down Uchiha Itachi's cheeks, overwhelming him with anguish and turmoil. Uchiha Madara chose not to continue observing this scene, nor did he intend to release Uchiha Itachi's spirit. To him, this was the fitting punishment for Uchiha Itachi's choice, and the Azura realm remained sealed, a prison no one could escape. Uchiha Itachi's soul was destined to suffer eternally in this purgatory until it was consumed by raging flames. Reduced to ash, where had Elder Mito and Elder Koharu suddenly vanished? Where had Sarutobi-sensei gone? Jiraiya searched tirelessly, yet he could not uncover the whereabouts of the three. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. He cast a glance toward the Hokage building before returning home. The courtyard that once belonged to Minato Namikaze had now become Naruto's residence, and Jiraiya chose to stay at Naruto's place instead of returning to his own. Kakashi and Ebisu did not reside there. Jiraiya pulled out a notebook containing the clues he had gathered during his investigation. The words of the Toad Sage ring true. There exists a certain malevolent force within Konoha that disturbs the very fabric of destiny, even affecting the children of destiny themselves. The notebook chronicles a series of events. The initial incident involving the Waterwood Corpse Eater, followed by the unseen murders attributed to Hyuga Hinata. The strange transformations of Moonlight Gale and Asuma, Orochimaru's escape, the Death Flower, and the peculiar parrot within the Hokage building. These occurrences cannot merely be attributed to secret techniques. The circumstances surrounding Master Sarutobi are equally suspect. What could account for the sudden surge in strength among the Uchiha clan? And who is the puppeteer behind it all? Recalling Itachi Uchiha, Jiraiya notes that he does not resemble the formidable figure he is today. Since the departure of Madara Uchiha, there have been few Uchiha capable of contending with the legendary three ninjas and Konoha's White Fang. Yet now, the power of Fugaku Uchiha leaves Jiraiya both awestruck and apprehensive. Who is the mastermind lurking in the shadows? I must seek out witnesses to gain clarity. The first person that comes to Jiraiya's mind is Kakashi, for he has been involved in numerous incidents, and, while not the most powerful, wields considerable influence. The mention of Kakashi brings to Jiraiya's mind his new moniker, the Leaf S. Casanova, a shinobi who navigates the pleasures of the wind and moon street with ease. This strikes Jiraiya as deeply unfair. He has spent considerable time and resources in pursuit of creative inspiration in such places, yet has earned a tarnished reputation. Meanwhile, Kakashi enjoys adoration without expense. This fellow truly surpasses the master. Master Sarutobi, myself, Minato, and Kakashi. Master Sarutobi's reputation is utterly ruined, and it is all tied to romantic entanglements. To think he would resort to using a telescope technique, and even dare to steal women. I have toiled greatly to salvage some of my own reputation. Minato has devoted his life solely to Kushina, whereas Kakashi seems to revel in the affections of countless admirers. Jiraiya cannot help but feel envious. As Uchiha Itachi continues to shift perspectives, he discovers that Jiraiya did not remain with Naruto as anticipated, but has sought out Kakashi instead. Kakashi fills a cup with tea for Jiraiya and then takes a seat opposite him. Jiraiya-senpai, what brings you here at this late hour? Kakashi inquires. It concerns the peculiar incidents occurring in the village. You were tasked with investigating the matters involving Water Wood and Orochimaru, as well as the transformations affecting Moonlight Gale and Asuma. What do you know? Jiraiya presses. After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replies. I was unable to catch up to Waterwood, and I allowed Orochimaru to escape. Their commonality lies in their significant power increase. Previously, we speculated they might have mastered some powerful secret technique. Beyond that, I possess no further knowledge. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya furrows his brow. Is that all you know? No leads on the mastermind behind it? None, Kakashi responds truthfully. I understand, thank you. Kakashi, do you have any further information regarding this matter? At present, it seems only those whose hearts are filled with darkness are tempted to venture into such affairs. Perhaps you should investigate the phosphorescent insect's forbidden grounds. The Aburame clan may possess greater insight. Very well. Jiraiya rises to take his leave. Kakashi watches Jiraiya depart, a flicker of something unusual crossing his eyes. Regarding Kakashi's acquisition of Fongyue, he decided to keep it confidential for the time being, refraining from disclosing it to Jiraiya. Uchiha Obito withdrew his gaze. Reflecting internally, it seems that Jiraiya's return to Konoha was not solely for Naruto's sake. In Chapter 100, titled Meaning Beyond Words, Uchiha Obito had his suspicions early on. Yet he had yet to comprehend Jiraiya's true intentions. Was it to protect Hiruzen Sarutobi, or did it hold a deeper significance? It was only today that Obito came to a complete understanding. In truth, Jiraiya seemed indifferent to Hiruzen and Danzo. Rather, he was more concerned with the series of peculiar occurrences transpiring within the village of Konoha, particularly those instigated by Uchiha Obito himself. As I had previously surmised, this matter undoubtedly entangled the secrets of Mayaboko Mountain. The following morning dawned clear and bright, the azure sky pristine. Uchiha Obito arrived at the front of Uchiha Izumi's residence, where the two set forth together on the path to the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Obito noticed a transformation in the way the villagers regarded him along the way. Initially, their gazes were filled with disdain, as the Uchiha clan had garnered a notorious reputation within Konoha. However, a sense of remorse began to emerge with Hiruzen's abdication. The truth about him became public knowledge, allowing the Uchiha clan to be absolved of blame. Now, the eyes of the villagers upon Obito were imbued with warmth and admiration. This transformation was not exclusive to Obito. Many members of the Uchiha clan experienced similar treatment. Uchiha Fugaku had ascended to the position of Hokage, while Obito, as the Hokage's son, stood out. Moreover, Obito's extraordinary talents far surpassed those of formidable figures like Asuma. In the future, Obito might attain a strength akin to Uchiha Fugaku, capable of commanding the ominous giant and suppressing the Nine Tails single-handedly. The chaos wrought by the Nine Tails had inflicted deep scars upon Konoha, leaving an indelible mark on the memories of every villager. Only that singular event, when Uchiha Fugaku's black giant appeared, caused the Nine Tails to flee in terror, sparing Konoha significant losses apart from the Uchiha clan. Consequently, Fugaku's prestige soared to new heights. Uchiha Izumi found this situation somewhat disorienting, sensing that everyone had changed significantly. You'll get used to it. Obito gently grasped Izumi's hand. This is a good thing, Izumi. Do you truly wish for our Uchiha clan to return to our former plight? Of course not. Upon entering the classroom, Obito felt a shift in the atmosphere within. Iruka stepped inside, cleared his throat, and announced, "Good morning, students." "Good morning, teacher," came the chorus of replies. Iruka nodded in acknowledgement and continued. "Previously, we have learned about chakra extraction and transformation techniques, which most of you have mastered. What remains is practical application. Today, I will teach you a new ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique. This technique allows one to create a duplicate of oneself. With that, Iruka swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, A figure identical to Irika materialized before them. Wow! A chorus of awe erupted. As many students witnessed such a phenomenon for the first time. These students predominantly hail from humble backgrounds. Even if their parents are ninjas, their prolonged missions leave them little time to impart ninjutsu education to their children, which is why the teachings at the Ninja Academy are so meticulously detailed. It is quite rare to encounter students like Uchiha Ban, who have self-taught a plethora of ninjutsu prior to enrollment. Although the shadow clone technique creates mere illusions, when employed adeptly, it can effectively divert the enemy's attention, thereby crafting an exceptional opportunity for us to counterattack. As the enemy strikes at our clones, the real us can seize the moment to retaliate. Uchiha Ban rests his chin on his hand, his eyes narrowing as a scene unfolds in his mind, one featuring Naruto. At this moment, Ebisu is instructing Naruto, who holds a book in his hands. Teacher Ebisu, may I forego these cultural studies? I wish to delve directly into ninjutsu. Naruto exhibits a profound disinterest in cultural courses. Foregoing cultural studies? Ebisu shakes his head, saying, Naruto, this is fundamental training every ninja must undertake, and it is exceedingly important. One must learn to walk before they can run. I am aware of the immense power within you, but ultimately, it is not your own strength. It is the power of the Nine Tails. Only when your own abilities reach a level that can rival the Nine Tails will you truly be able to master it. After a brief pause, Ebisu continues, before my arrival, the Hokage analyzed the histories of previous Jinchuriki. By the way, the Hokage shares a good relationship with your father, and his wife is a close friend of your mother. Naruto raises an eyebrow. Is that true? Indeed, it is true, Ebisu replies. However, prior to this, the Hokage was unaware of your identity. Naruto nods. I understand. Then the Hokage must know what kind of people my parents were, right? Regarding that, I do know a bit, Ebisu says. Naruto, would you like to hear it? Sure. Ebisu smiles, initially. I intended to use this as a condition to encourage you to take your cultural studies seriously, but it seems that plan is unfeasible now. So, I will directly share my impression of the fourth Hokage. Chapter 101. Lackluster, is that so? Naruto does not pursue the matter further and opts for silence. Jiraiya tucks away the scroll he was holding and inquires, Naruto, what skills have you been practicing today? Just some mundane knowledge, rather unremarkable. Beside them, Ebisu appears embarrassed and interjects, Master Jiraiya, this seemingly dull knowledge is, in fact, quite beneficial. Perhaps you could elaborate on it for young Naruto. What you mentioned. Ebisu's lips twitch slightly. Despite having worked together for several days, Jiraiya still fails to remember his name. Ebisu's assertion holds merit. Naruto waves his hand dismissively and responds calmly. I understand. I will study diligently. When might I embark on a journey? You need only wait 2 more days, Ebisu replies. The Hokage has made arrangements to publicly reveal your true identity. This may attract the attention of unsavory characters from the underworld, but the situation remains manageable. Uchiha Izuna approached Uchiha Fugaku with utmost reverence, addressing him as father. What brings you here, Izuna? Is the sealing manuscript of Konohagakure still intact? I wish to examine it closely. The sealing manuscript? Uchiha Fugaku's brow furrowed slightly as he cautioned. Izuna, the contents therein are all forbidden techniques, exceedingly perilous. Before he could finish his thought, Fugaku suddenly realized that the Izuna before him was no ordinary child. You wish to learn the ninjutsu contained within, do you not? Indeed, Izuna affirmed with a nod. Now possessing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, his comprehension of ninjutsu was unparalleled. A mere glance would suffice for him to master it, enabling him to perform techniques without hand seals. While I can permit you to view it, Izuna, you must understand the dangers associated with forbidden techniques. Even I must approach the study of such ninjutsu with caution. You may select the techniques you wish to learn, and I shall oversee your studies. Accepting Fugaku's counsel, Izuna recognized that his elder was acting in his best interest. Very well. Izuna departed the office, making his way to the secret chamber beneath the Hokage building, where the most treasured artifacts of Konohagakure were securely housed. Incidents akin to Naruto's unauthorized theft of the sealing manuscript were utterly inconceivable in that location. This is the sealing manuscript, Uchiha Fugaku said, handing over a scroll. You may peruse it here. Understood. Izuna took the scroll, seated himself, and gradually unfurled it. The first technique that caught his eye was the multiple shadow clone technique. This skill wielded immense power, but came with significant drawbacks. Without an abundant chakra supply, it bore little difference from the ordinary shadow clone technique. and excessive use could result in severe backlash. Though Izuna was extraordinarily gifted, the Uchiha clan's chakra reserves paled in comparison to those of the Uzumaki clan, especially since he did not possess the power of a tailed beast. Next, he encountered the Eight Gates, a taijutsu that surpassed the multiple shadow clone technique, yet its side effects were even more alarming. Carelessness could lead to grievous injuries or even death. While Izuna excelled in taijutsu, he had more options at his disposal. The third technique was the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu through which Minato Namikaze established his reputation in the ninja world. Even with the Rasengan alone, when combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato could unleash astonishing combat prowess without relying on a special bloodline, and the chakra consumption was relatively moderate, as evidenced by Minato's ability to utilize the technique an infinite number of times. This ninjutsu piques my interest, Izuna noted as he recorded the Flying Thunder God technique and continued his review. I shall choose these two techniques, he declared, returning the scroll to Uchiha Fugaku. The Flying Thunder God technique and the Four Red Sun formation? Fugaku inquired. The former I can understand, but the latter is a high-level barrier technique requiring the cooperation of 4 Kage-level shinobi. What intrigues you about it? As long as there are 4 individuals, even shadow clones will suffice, provided there is ample chakra, Izuna explained. I merely seek to compensate for my own shortcomings in this area. Very well. Fugaku conceded with a nod. Since you have made your decision, proceed accordingly. Your thoroughness in considering matters has undoubtedly surpassed my own, and I trust you will not act recklessly. You may transcribe these 2 ninjutsu techniques. Very well. Uchiha Madara possesses unwavering confidence in his innate abilities, having perused them once. He believes he has committed them to memory. However, as this is his inaugural encounter with forbidden techniques, he cannot guarantee he will not falter. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Madara completed the transcription. Father, the child takes his leave. Go forth. Upon returning home, his brother inquired, Why are you so late? I was discussing matters with father. Uchiha Madara cast a glance at Sasuke, whose face was smeared with dirt, and asked, How did you get so filthy? I sparred with one of our clan's genin today. Sasuke replied with palpable excitement. Which one? One from our clan. What was the outcome? I lost. Are you so pleased even after losing? Uchiha Madara shook his head, saying, Sasuke, are you content with such results? Humph, I am already quite strong. Sasuke retorted, dissatisfied with Madara's skeptical tone. Chapter 102. Flying Thunder God. As night fell and dinner concluded, Uchiha Madara returned to his abode, retrieving a sharp kunai. He meticulously wrapped its handle with pristine bandages, securing it with a secret adhesive. Next, he inscribed a mysterious symbol upon the kunai, the very mark of the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. To execute this technique, one merely needs to harness their chakra, akin to the art of sealing. Uchiha Madara gently closed his eyes, recalling the nuances of his previous studies on the Flying Thunder God technique. Moments later, he opened his eyes, murmuring, Indeed, it should be like this. No sooner had he spoken than the kunai in his hand shot forth, embedding itself into the far wall of the room. In an instant, Uchiha Madara flickered and commanded, Flying Thunder God. The next moment, he found himself at the location of the kunai, clutching it firmly. It was indeed a technique of spatial transfer, rather than mere rapid movement. He mused that Senju Tobarama, though lacking in virtue, has created a technique of astounding power. Flying Thunder God. And impure world reincarnation. Perhaps this is Destiny's design, where gains and losses are predetermined. Uchiha Madara gazed out the window, contemplating. The more marks of the Flying Thunder God one possesses, the more convenient the technique becomes. However, quantity does not equate to quality. The key lies in appropriateness. Each mark requires chakra to sustain it. An excess of marks may complicate choices, and the greater the distance, the more chakra is consumed. At that moment, a vibrant green parrot alighted on the windowsill. Uchiha Madara gently touched its feathers, and instantly, a mark resembling a gourd appeared upon the parrot. The patterns of the Flying Thunder God technique vary by individual, much like Senju Tobarama's combination of circles and lines, as well as Namikaze Minato's textual symbols. With this mark, let us cherish the memories of those who have passed. Uchiha Madara thought to himself. Recently, the revelation of Naruto being the son of the 4th Hokage sent shockwaves through the community, akin to thunder striking from a clear sky. The matters concerning the Shimura clan have been entirely attributed to the Nine Tails, with no connection to Naruto. Furthermore, with Jiraiya's assurances spreading, the populace's fear of the Nine Tails has gradually diminished. Much like the past treatment of the Uchiha clan, many now harbor feelings of guilt towards Naruto. Reflecting, we have acted too harshly. The fourth Hokage sacrificed himself heroically to protect the village, and Naruto, too, became a mere instrument for sealing the tailed beasts in his quest for the village's safety. The village owes Naruto a great debt. Why was this matter not disclosed sooner? Had we known earlier, I would never have treated Naruto in such a manner. It is indeed unjust that Naruto, the son of the Hokage, has endured such treatment. The villagers have begun to criticize the village, particularly the former Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fortunately, the true nature of Sarutobi has been unveiled, otherwise, Konoha would have faced even greater tragedies. Indeed, it was because Naruto endured numerous injustices and discrimination from a young age that the seal of the tailed beast within him weakened, leading to the Nine-Tails rampage. It is utterly outrageous that, having sacrificed for the village, he was met with oppression instead. Thankfully, Lord Fugaku has ascended to the Hokage position. He should have taken over long ago. Sarutobi, at his advanced age, still clings to the Hokage title, undoubtedly benefiting from it behind the scenes. Such behavior is truly despicable. As Jiraiya listened to these discussions, he felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he understood the inevitability of the situation's progression. On the other, he was reluctant to hear disparaging remarks about his mentor, Sarutobi. Nevertheless, the rising reputation of the Uchiha clan has become an irreversible trend. In just a few short years, Konoha has undergone astonishing transformations, which are hard to believe. Fugaku Uchiha is indeed an extraordinary individual. With the acknowledgement of Fugaku's prowess, Jiraiya began to wonder, is Fugaku truly that formidable? He sensed something amiss. In the area of the phosphorescent parasites, Jiraiya had previously ventured but failed to acquire any valuable intelligence. The Oil Woman clan could only utilize the phosphorescent parasites to consume the mutated ones, rendering them unable to approach the Oil Woman for extraction. Thus, Jiraiya conceived a plan to employ Sage Chakra. As anticipated, the mutated phosphorescent parasites turned to stone in the presence of Sage Chakra. However, the challenge lay in Jiraiya's insufficient Sage Chakra. Even exhausting his own reserves would not allow him to complete this task. It seems I must seek out Tsukuyami, Asuma, Shimizu, and Kabuto for discussion. After wandering around Konoha, Jiraiya gleaned no useful information. At that moment, a toad leapt from the bushes and exclaimed, "Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya responded, "Lord Shinsaku has asked me to inquire if you have found the target." "Not yet." Jiraiya shook his head. "I am currently at a loss. Does the sage toad have any further leads? I shall return to report to Lord Shinsaku and inform you of any news." "Very well." The toad hopped back into the underbrush and vanished. Jiraiya furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, "A vortex, a book, a heartless individual. What could this signify? A vortex? Could it be referring to Naruto? In the entirety of Konoha, only Naruto bears the surname Uzumaki, yet he possesses no tomes, let alone a heartless demeanor." Uchiha Ibito incinerated the manuscript of the Flying Thunder God technique, his fingertips igniting a searing flame. Subsequently, he quietly departed from the village of Konoha. The Four Red Suns formation, grand in scale, is too conspicuous and prone to causing unnecessary destruction, making it unsuitable for experimentation within the village. Chapter 103. Hard to find foes, brother. May you achieve remarkable success in the martial examination. Sasuke nimbly leaped from the eaves and bowed to Uchiha Ibito. "Thank you." Uchiha Ibito nodded slightly and waved his hand. "I shall proceed to the martial academy first." With the year-end martial examination for the second year approaching, Uchiha Ibito was not overly concerned, for he understood that apart from the top position, he would find no worthy adversaries. However, Sasuke, Uchiha Makoto, and Uchiha Fugaku, despite being acutely aware of Uchiha Ibito's superiority over his peers, remained filled with concern and anticipation regarding his upcoming examination. This seemingly contradictory sentiment was one that Uchiha Ibito could comprehend. Cough. Irika's gaze swept across the assembly as he declared, "Esteemed disciples, a year has swiftly passed, and today marks the conclusion of this year's martial arts training. Each of you has demonstrated a commendable spirit of diligence. Well done. Today is the year-end martial examination, and I hope everyone achieves outstanding results." The crowd's eyes collectively turned toward Uchiha Ibito, the boy who had once been an ordinary first-year student but had since left all his classmates far behind upon entering the second year. Now, Uchiha Ibito had emerged as a revered genius, a dazzling new star in the Uchiha clan, following in the footsteps of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Yet, Uchiha Obito was reluctant to compare himself to them, believing that neither Uchiha Shursui nor Uchiha Itachi merited his respect. However, few were aware of the true sins committed by Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. For the students of the Ninja Academy, the year-end martial examination was undoubtedly the most significant event. Yet, for Konoha, another crucial matter loomed: the arrival of envoys from the Cloud Village. Ostensibly, the envoys had come to celebrate Uchiha Fugaku's ascension to the Hokage position, but their true intent was to ascertain the strength and vulnerabilities of Konoha. Since the sacrifice of the fourth Hokage, Konoha had fallen from its position as the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages, while the Cloud and Stone villages gradually rose to prominence, occupying the top 2 spots. The envoys from the Cloud Village adopted a hardline stance, to which Sarutobi Hiruzen could only respond defensively and with concession. This was particularly felt by the Hyuga clan. Previously, individuals from the Cloud Village had launched a surprise attack on the Hyuga clan, attempting to forcibly abduct Hinata and seize her precious Byakugan. Hinata's father, Hayashi, fought back and inadvertently killed the envoy from the Cloud Village. However, the Cloud Village showed no regard for the truth and demanded a life for a life from the Hyuga clan. It was utterly absurd to demand retribution from others for one's own mistakes. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen made no resistance and acceded to the demands of the Cloud Village. Admittedly, Konoha's strength was indeed somewhat inferior to that of the Cloud Village at that time, leading to a reluctance to incite conflict. But had they truly weakened so significantly? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, both possessed of formidable skills, would not stand idly by if a true conflict were to arise, and Jiraiya would certainly not remain passive. Moreover, the Uchiha clan still exists. Should Sarutobi Hiruzen be able to set aside his biases against the Uchiha and cease their suppression, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly rally to defend Konoha without hesitation. Presently, Konoha has lost both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, and following internal strife, the village's strength has evidently diminished. However, Uchiha Fugaku has swiftly consolidated power within the village, making it difficult for external forces to infiltrate. The spies from the Cloud Village, Sand Village, Rock Village, and even the Mist Village, along with several smaller ninja villages, have found it challenging to breach Konoha's defenses. Consequently, Cloud Village has opted for a more direct approach to probe Konoha's depths. A convoy traversed the rugged mountains, entering the land of fire. Iruka gazed at the students participating in the martial examination before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Recently, Konoha has endured considerable upheaval since the Mizuki incident. Tranquility has been elusive. The Ninja Academy, as a non-direct participant, has borne the brunt of these disturbances. Mizuki's defection and the assassination of Aoki in the Hidden Mountain were 2 events that transpired close to Iruka, one involving his senior, the other his closest friend. Iruka languished in despair for a long time, only recently emerging from the shadows. The past is but a fleeting memory. Life must continue. He mused that the village's situation is gradually improving. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi's shuriken struck the target with pinpoint accuracy, not a single deviation. Full marks, Itachi, an exemplary performance. Gratitude fills Iruka for the praise bestowed upon him. Iruka reviewed all the test items, excluding the yet-to-be-released academic scores, basic physical techniques, shuriken jutsu, transformation technique, and shadow clone technique. Uchiha Itachi achieved full marks in each category. Reflecting on his youth, Iruka had never encountered such an extraordinarily gifted individual. Truly, he is the son of the Hokage. The image of that formidable black giant surfaced in his mind, swiftly followed by thoughts of Naruto. Who would have imagined that Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage? Why did the 3rd Hokage conceal this fact? In the past, Iruka harbored resentment towards Naruto, as the rumors surrounding the Nine Tails had led everyone to perceive Naruto as a monster, the very embodiment of the Nine Tails. Iruka's parents had perished at the hands of the Nine Tails. Upon discovering Naruto's true identity, the resentment in Iruka's heart dissipated. The martial examination concluded for today, with results to be collected tomorrow. That evening, the results were released, and Iruka delivered them to the Hokage Tower. Iruka, you've worked hard. It is my duty. Lord Hokage. After a brief pause, Iruka added, Lord Hokage, Itachi has once again achieved the highest score in the entire grade. Chapter 104, The Tragic Incident. Uchiha Itachi reflected on the information regarding the hidden cloud village from the original universe's narrative. His understanding of that world was limited. He knew of only a few key figures proficient in wielding the power of thunder and unique sword techniques. In subsequent developments, the impression left by the hidden cloud village upon the outside world was not entirely negative. However, in the eyes of Uchiha Madara, even leaders who appear to be as gentle as Hiruzen Sarutobi possess unfathomable dark sides. Not to mention the numerous despicable acts perpetrated by the village hidden in the clouds. First, the surprise attack on the elite team of Konoha following the peace negotiations, which directly led to the sacrifice of Senju Tobarama. Second, the unfortunate incident resulting in the death of Hyuga Hayashi. Among the delegation from the village hidden in the clouds, the only member familiar to Uchiha Madara was Darui. Greetings, Kakashi Hitaki's voice resonated as he led a welcoming party composed of intelligent robots to the entrance of the village. I am Kakashi Hitaki, dispatched by the Hokage to receive you. Although Kakashi still held the title of Umbu Captain, in reality, his Umbu forces had become public and transformed into a light brigade, while the true Umbu was now led by Uchiha Akira. I am the captain of this delegation, Darui, he stated. Kakashi guided the cloud envoy towards a pre-prepared smart courtyard, informing them, the Hokage will host a banquet for you tonight. Please wait patiently here. Darui cast a glance out the window. May we explore a bit? Of course, Kakashi gestured to the robotic team behind him. If you wish to go out, please allow these robotic bodyguards to accompany you. Currently, the security surveillance system in Konoha is quite stringent. To avoid any misunderstandings, we ask for your understanding and cooperation. Darui nodded in acknowledgement. No problem, completely understandable. After Kakashi departed, several Umbu robots stood guard at the courtyard entrance. Darui's gaze returned, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. The situation in Konoha seemed far more favorable than anticipated. After experiencing a large-scale internal conflict, Konoha managed to maintain its status quo, which surprised Darui. Lord Darui, what should we do now? Inquired a member of the envoy. We shall wait until evening, he replied. A mechanical parrot equipped with advanced artificial intelligence perched on a nearby rooftop, closely monitoring all activities within the courtyard using its built-in sensors. Uchiha Madara received his academic evaluation report, revealing that he topped the publicly displayed leaderboard. This ranking not only encompassed his class, but included all grades across the school. Uchiha Madara was the sole student to achieve perfect scores in every subject. Even some first-year and upper-grade students were drawn to observe, attracted by his reputation as a prodigy, as well as his lineage as the son of Uchiha Fugaku and the Hokage, a status that carried immense weight, particularly given his heritage from the Uchiha clan. At that moment, Uchiha Madara approached the area designated for 5th grade students. Madara, the surrounding female students exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with unspoken admiration. Yet they refrained from overt displays. After all, Uchiha Madara's current standing was extraordinary. How are your grades? He inquired. What more is there to say about your husband's prowess? Uchiha Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she straightened her posture and replied, I know you must be first. But I am not lacking either. I am also at the top of my class, and I am in the 5th grade, while you are merely in the 2nd. Impressive. Impressive, truly worthy of being my wife. Uchiha Izumi's face grew even redder as she grasped Uchiha Banjian's hand and swiftly departed from the crowd. Some students around them gazed at their retreating figures, their faces reflecting warm smiles and envy. How wonderful. Indeed, Izumi is both strong and gentle. While Banjian is a genius and the son of the Hokage, they are truly a match made in heaven. Their offspring are bound to be exceptional. Precisely. The Hokage's black mech warriors are incredibly cool. That is the ultimate technique of the Sharingan, Susanoo. If only I could marry into the Uchiha clan. Some girls sighed with longing. The Uchiha family's intermarriage with other clans is rare, yet not entirely unheard of. For those who have awakened the Sharingan, the family maintains strict control, but for those who have yet to awaken it, they are not significantly different from ordinary people. Moreover, one of the characteristics of bloodline limits is that the more powerful the individual, the greater the likelihood of passing their bloodline limit to the next generation. If Uchiha Banjian were to have offspring, his children would undoubtedly awaken the Sharingan. Conversely, for those Uchiha clan members who have not yet awakened their Sharingan, it would be exceedingly difficult for their children to do so. Banjian, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Uchiha Izumi slowed her pace. What is it? I would like to apply for early graduation. Uchiha Izumi explained. I feel there is nothing more for me to learn at the Ninja Academy. I am now clearly not on your level. If this continues, I will be wasting time and will fall further behind you in the future." Uchiha Banjian was taken aback. "Is it because of me?" Uchiha Izumi puffed out her cheeks and said, "I do not wish to be the kind of wife who merely hides behind her husband. I want to stand shoulder to shoulder with him." Chapter 105. The reason behind it. As night descended, interstellar explorer Uchiha Fugaku returned to his space residence. Due to an urgent mission from the envoy of the Nebula Alliance, he had to postpone a series of interstellar research activities, thus delaying his return even further. A shadow traversed the interstellar passage and subsequently infiltrated a concealed space station. "Sir," a middle-aged scientist awaited him in the core control room. A low, encrypted communication echoed. The ninja representative of the Nebula Alliance removed his facial protective mask, directing his gaze toward the middle-aged man. "Why has the transmission of intelligence been obstructed?" The middle-aged scientist offered a bitter smile and replied, "Sir, the Konoha defense system has been upgraded. Members of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans have integrated into the Interstellar Village's defense network. Surveillance is omnipresent. The current situation is unprecedented. Evading their watchful eyes is akin to climbing to the heavens. All these changes stem from the departure of the former interstellar governor, Sarutobi Hisashi. During the tenure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, power primarily resided within the triumvirate of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and Inazuka clans. Due to their own limited strength, they harbored deep-seated apprehensions towards clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, who possessed unique bloodline abilities. In the realm of cosmic politics, the position of a ruler is not one that just anyone can fulfill. Leaders hailing from prominent families, endowed with formidable prowess, command respect that cannot be easily dismissed. As exemplified by the current Uchiha clan, would the Uchiha clan tremble at the capabilities of the Byakugan? Would they harbor intentions of annihilating the entire Hyuga clan solely because of their possession of the Byakugan? The answer is unequivocally negative. Alternatively, a leader may embody the selflessness of a commoner, akin to Minato Namikaze. However, individuals from lesser families, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, find it challenging to embody such ideals. The reason for this is clear. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the role of the leader, he inevitably sought to secure greater benefits for the Sarutobi clan. As the Sarutobi clan reaped more advantages, the interests of other clans correspondingly dwindled. This interstellar village fundamentally comprises a coalition of several major ninja clans and a cadre of civilian ninjas. To illustrate simply, it is akin to several prominent families initiating an interstellar conflict. Upon achieving success, the leadership that ought to have been assumed by the heroic clans unexpectedly fell into the hands of the lesser families that followed. The ascension of Sarutobi Hiruzen to the position of ruler was, therefore, not a boon for the village. He lacked the capacity to balance the various factions effectively, resorting instead to oppressive measures against rivals until their strength waned in comparison to his own. This elucidates why, despite the continuous emergence of exceptional talents like the White Fang of Konoha, the Three Sannin, Kakashi Hitaki, Might Guy, Shursui Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha, the village gradually declined until the Uchiha clan reclaimed the reins of power. Only then did stability ensue. The Uchiha clan no longer needed to regard other clans with concern. Anyone beneficial to Konoha could be reassigned and utilized at will. Once the Byakugan, parasitic weaponry, and Rinnegan, three distinctive bloodline limit abilities and secret techniques, were integrated into Konoha's defense system. The village's defensive capabilities surged to unprecedented heights. In such circumstances, it became exceedingly challenging for Konoha's intelligence operatives to disseminate information beyond their borders. "Present me with the intelligence from recent times." "At once, my lord." Moments later, the ninja returned from the previous space station. Lord Darui. Shortly after his departure, an intelligent homing pigeon took flight. Darui unfurled the scroll of information, his brow furrowed. "Is this all?" The contents of the scroll were scant, merely recording unverified occurrences, with most of the data stemming from rumors and precious little concerning the specifics of the Uchiha clan. The demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo was common knowledge. Our understanding of Mizuki's whereabouts even surpassed that. Yet, critical intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan was nearly non-existent. Currently, Konoha's rulers are the Uchiha clan, and what the Cloud Village yearns for most are insights into the Uchiha clan. However, within the intelligence reports, only two pieces of information regarding the Uchiha clan emerged: the disappearance of Uchiha Shursui and the death of Uchiha Itachi. Neither of these reports has been definitively confirmed. Yet, I did not anticipate that, aside from the incident with Mizuki, Konoha would be home to such an array of peculiar occurrences. The incidents involving the invisible killing virus, the phosphorescent insect district, and the desiccated corpses seem to point towards some enigmatic forbidden technique. However, their origins remain shrouded in mystery. If such phenomena have emerged in Konoha, what of the other ninja villages? Darui furrowed his brow. Currently, there have been no signs of similar occurrences in Kumobikure, though it remains uncertain whether other villages are also affected. These matters must be approached with utmost caution. Darui ignited the information scroll, reducing it to a cloud of ash. The following morning, Uchiha Fugaku hastily finished his breakfast. "I have eaten," he declared, immediately rising from the table. Since his promotion from clan leader to regent, Uchiha Fugaku's responsibilities had increased significantly, yet he found himself feeling somewhat relieved, no longer burdened by the same levels of fatigue as before. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the issues surrounding Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, but now those concerns had dissipated. The interests of the clan and the village had aligned. Chapter 106. Interstellar Combat Simulation Base. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi relocated to a newly established training ground, a more expansive and concealed interstellar combat simulation base. At this moment, they were engaged in not merely basic tactical drills, but in practical training that integrated advanced energy weapons, intelligent defense systems, and virtual reality tactical environments. Upon arriving at the training ground, Uchiha Sasuke found no trace of anyone. "Where is everyone?" he muttered to himself. "Where have those two live individuals gone? Have they left me alone in a place like this again?" Sasuke appeared somewhat disheartened, yet he chose to channel this dissatisfaction into the virtual enemy targets before him. "Humph. Those women with extraordinary powers are truly troublesome. They have even captured my brother's heart," he lamented, "accursed Esper beings. I shall never be swayed by them as my brother was," he resolutely thought. At that moment, Naruto stepped out of his residence, embarking on his journey through the city's Spectrum Corridor. Since revealing his identity, this was the first time he had voluntarily ventured outside. Naruto felt a wave of anxiety, uncertain of the scrutinizing gazes he would encounter. However, when he observed a young man instinctively retreat upon seeing him, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and guilt, he realized that the majority of people's expressions mirrored that of the young man. Naruto exhaled in relief, contemplating. Such reactions are far better than I had anticipated. They are not afraid of me, but rather the cosmic entity sealed within me, the Nine-Tails Fox. Satisfied with the guilt he perceived in their eyes, Naruto did not aspire to cultivate friendships with them. The father of Itachi had proven to be far wiser than the former starship commander, Sarutobi Hisashi. Naruto's gaze swept past an energy dumpling specialty store, lingering briefly before ultimately directing his steps toward the interstellar ramen shop. The legacy left by Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki was nearly entirely seized under the avarice of Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, in private, Fugaku Uchiha extended his support to Naruto. At that time, when Ebisu transferred the funds to Naruto, he explained that the money was divided into two parts. One was the village's compensation for him, and the other was a gift from him, as a friend of Naruto's father. Additionally, Naruto would receive a special allowance from the village each month, as a reward for being the guardian against cosmic entities. Upon entering the interstellar ramen shop, the owner, Ichiraku, greeted him with his usual warmth. "Naruto, back again. What flavor of ramen would you like today?" "I'll have the tonkatsu flavor," Naruto replied with a smile, as if everything remained unchanged. Despite the fact that he often found fleeting joy only while savoring delicious ramen at this shop, it was a moment of happiness he cherished. Ebisu hesitated for a moment, then stepped into a nearby energy ball store, purchased one, and brought it into the ramen shop. "Naruto, try this," he said, handing over the energy ball. "Thank you." Naruto accepted it eagerly and began to taste it. While not a connoisseur, his appetite was indeed remarkable. In the past, due to poverty, he had been unable to indulge in many delicacies, which is why he frequented this interstellar ramen shop. The ramen was both affordable and delectable. However, delightful food was not limited to ramen alone. Other dishes were simply priced higher. "How is it?" Ichiraku inquired. "Delicious," Naruto replied, swallowing a mouthful while continuing to enjoy both the ramen and the energy ball. Although the combination of flavors was somewhat unusual, he relished every bite. Meanwhile, Uchiha Banma was observing Uchiha Izumi across from him. "Izumi, come at me," You may use any techniques, skills, or strategies, he commanded. Then I shall not hold back. Uchiha Izumi replied, her expression turning serious. The two had clashed once before, and Izumi was acutely aware of her slim chances of victory. Banma's innate talent was evidently superior to hers, and after a year of training, his power would only have grown stronger. Nevertheless, Izumi was determined to give her all and display her best self. I'm coming, she exclaimed, charging swiftly towards Banma. The height difference between them had diminished significantly. Banma had grown considerably taller over the year, while Izumi was now only a forehead's height above him. In an instant, they were so close that they could hear each other's breaths. Izumi smirked slightly before driving her knee forcefully into Banma's abdomen. Yet, Banma effortlessly extended a hand to intercept her attack. Bang! His palm firmly blocked Izumi's knee strike. Seeing her initial attempt thwarted, Izumi swiftly launched a new assault, aiming a punch directly at Banma's left shoulder. However, Banma was quicker still. Bang! He preemptively blocked the attack once more. Izumi's flurry of strikes continued, yet all were skillfully countered by Banma. Suddenly, Izumi retreated, launching several energy blades from her hand. Uchiha Banjian raised an eyebrow slightly, swiftly evading the assault of the energy blades. However, Uchiha Quan's expression bore no trace of disappointment, for the energy blades she unleashed were no ordinary weapons. They were specially tailored by Uchiha Quan, each blade tethered with strands of energy. Once an energy blade struck its target, these strands would automatically unfurl, forming an energy net that ensnared Uchiha Banjian, rendering him unable to escape and transforming him into an ideal target for attack. At that moment, Uchiha Quan began to weave hand seals to cast a ninjutsu. Chapter 107. Fleeting flicker, did you perceive it? Indeed, Cyber Uchiha Banjian replied. The intelligent dart network is an innovative strategy. However, even so, I am still capable of evasion. Thus, you employed your evolved visual system to cast a virtual reality illusion upon me, attempting to prevent my retreat. In doing so, you eliminated your opportunity to escape. Cyber Uchiha Quan sighed. Yet, even so, I still failed to succeed. Wait, something feels amiss, since you discern my activated evolved visual system. Why did you not choose to retreat, instead falling into my virtual reality illusion? Cyber Uchiha Banjian shook his head. I did not succumb to your illusion. I merely opted not to retreat. No sooner had he spoken than a transformation occurred in Cyber Uchiha Banjian's gaze. A shimmering, Tomo-shaped optical device manifested momentarily, flickering and vanishing. Evolved visual system. I too have activated the 3 Tomo mode. Cyber Uchiha Quan's eyes widened in astonishment. Just now, Banjian, was your eye displaying the 3 Tomo mode of the evolved visual system? Activating the evolved visual system is no trivial task, yet for a genius like Cyber Uchiha Banjian, it is not an impossible feat. Cyber Uchiha Quan was not surprised by his activation of the 3 Tomo mode, considering her own system had been activated earlier. However, what was revealed in Cyber Uchiha Banjian's eyes was not merely the ordinary 3 Tomo mode, but a more advanced version. For most conventional members of the Cyber Uchiha clan, this represented the pinnacle of their capabilities. As for the kaleidoscope-level evolved visual system, Cyber Uchiha Quan remained unaware. Cyber Uchiha Banjian can activate the 3 Tomo mode at such a young age? This exceeded Cyber Uchiha Quan's comprehension. Prior to this, she acknowledged that Cyber Uchiha Banjian possessed extraordinary strength, yet she assumed he had merely attained the level of a novice warrior. However, could the 3 Tomo mode merely be an ability of a novice warrior? Your partner is truly a genius. This remark restored Cyber Uchiha Quan's spirits, as she gently patted Cyber Uchiha Banjian's shoulder. You are indeed impressive. However, Banjian, you are exceptionally strong. Cyber Uchiha Quan marveled and continued, speaking of Shursui and Itachi. Even if they were present, they would likely be unable to surpass you, for even though they are now top-tier warriors, you remain the undisputed prodigy. Yet in truth, the distinction of genius matters little to me. Cyber Uchiha Madara extended his hand, clasping the hand of Cyber Uchiha Sakura, and said, I merely wish for all families to live in a secure environment, nothing more. Family is of utmost importance. Indeed, Cyber Uchiha Sakura nodded in agreement. Then, Madara, guide me. She acknowledged that while she might not catch up to him within a year, she at least did not want to become the weak link in the team after her promotion to a junior warrior. Very well. Cyber Uchiha Madara replied with a slight smile. You must be mentally prepared. This is no jest, my training will be exceedingly rigorous. I can endure it. In truth, Cyber Uchiha Sakura's strength already far surpassed that of her peers, as evidenced by her position at the forefront of her grade in the comprehensive assessment. Although she had yet to meet the standards of a junior warrior, her early graduation was a foregone conclusion. However, compared to the genuine prodigy that is Cyber Uchiha Madara, Cyber Uchiha Sakura naturally aspired for greater heights and grander ambitions. To achieve these goals, she must exert even more effort. Let us begin. Drops of sweat trickled down, splattering onto the synthetic soil. In the training of a warrior, regardless of innate talent, genetic modification, or the guidance of a mentor, it ultimately relies on personal effort for continual improvement. Just like Might Guy and Rock Lee, who relentlessly train day after day, year after year, never pausing for a moment. Cyber Naruto emerged from the holographic ramen shop. A figure happened to pass by him, and they brushed shoulders. Cyber Naruto halted, turning to gaze at the figure. Cyber Sasuke sensed something and also stopped, glancing back. The golden hair. This must be the son of the fourth Hokage that everyone speaks of, as well as an artificial deity, harboring a powerful mechanical-tailed beast within. Cyber Sasuke instinctively looked towards Cyber Naruto's abdomen. The Uchiha clan's attire bore the essence of Brother Madara. Could this individual be the brother of Madara? However, Cyber Sasuke did not dwell on it further. He was indifferent to the identity of the Hokage's son. He only wished to elevate his strength and catch up to Cyber Uchiha Madara. Cyber Sasuke nodded slightly before departing, a bag full of energy pills in hand. Evidently more than just one portion. Cyber Naruto withdrew his gaze. Though he could not compare to Brother Madara, he was nonetheless Brother Madara's brother. Brother Madara's brother. He is my brother. Cyber Naruto was unaware that Cyber Sasuke was actually older than him. He turned and walked in the direction of home. At that moment, Cyber Jiraiya had already left Cyber Konoha village. Chapter 108. The encirclement plan. Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation. The exploration mission had been entrusted to him by the intelligent creature, Gamamaru. As a senior scout, Jiraiya would not permit himself to fail. However, what exactly had Tsukikage done? Would it be logical and ethical to assist Asuma in dealing with Tsukikage? Is Moonlight Gale a traitorous warrior? Asuma paused slightly, then a smirk of derision graced his lips. Indeed, he has betrayed us. Asuma's heart harbored a cold contempt, deeming Jiraiya excessively hypocritical. In pursuit of the intelligence regarding the new artificial intelligence technology that Gale possessed, he had resolved to eliminate Moonlight Gale while seeking a justifiable rationale for his actions. Moonlight Gale was undeniably a traitor. From the moment he first attacked Asuma, he had been marked as a defector by the Supreme Commander of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, Asuma himself was also a traitor. A warrior who had escaped the clutches of the Central Intelligence System. Very well, I shall divulge the specific abilities and characteristics of Moonlight Gale. Asuma nodded in agreement. Gale's prowess manifested primarily in two domains. First, his swordsmanship. The Moonlight Clan's sword techniques ranked just below the Hatake clan within Konoha's combat framework. Although the Hatake lineage had not passed down its swordsmanship, Kakashi opted to study the Sharingan techniques and lightning release skills instead of inheriting the swordsmanship tradition of Konoha's White Fang. In this realm, Moonlight Gale had grown exponentially stronger. He acquired the enigmatic Shadow Matrix technique, elevating his strength to that of an elite warrior, and mastered a unique ability that allowed him to meld into shadows, rendering even a master like Asuma unable to subdue him easily. Jiraiya, I will act as bait to draw out Moonlight Gale. You must pinpoint him the moment he appears, or eradicate all surrounding shadowy environments. This way, Moonlight Gale will have no means of escape, thus presenting a viable opportunity to eliminate him. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. Understood. Very well, I shall commence my actions now. Thus began the ambush plan targeting Moonlight Gale. Ban, what troubles you? Uchiha Izumi inquired, noticing Uchiha Ban's distracted demeanor and halting his steps. Nothing, Uchiha Ban replied with a smile, shaking his head. Continue. Unintentionally, Uchiha Ban cast a glance back into a corner. There lurked a figure, remarkably concealed, detectable only by members of the Hyuga clan possessing the Byakugan in an activated state. However, Uchiha Ban was no ordinary individual. He immediately discerned the unusual aura concealed within the shadows. Whose presence is this? Uchiha Ban refrained from acting rashly, instead dispatching a shadow clone to stealthily approach the voyeur from another angle. It was not an intelligent warrior from Konoha, but rather a member of the Cloud Village envoy team. What is their objective in surveilling me and Izumi? A glimmer of insight flickered in Uchiha Ban's eyes as he recalled some of the previous actions of the Cloud Village envoys. Could they be interested in the new intelligent ocular technology? During Uchiha Madara's era, the Sharingan had once exhibited formidable power, but many attributed this strength to Madara himself rather than the Sharingan itself. With Madara's departure, the Uchiha clan had not produced an extraordinary figure capable of astounding the world for an extended period, not even the so-called geniuses Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. To the outside world, the former is renowned for his astonishing body flicker technique. In contrast, Itachi has garnered appreciation primarily within Konoha, as other ninja villages have yet to recognize him as a subject of formal interest. However, the formidable power of the Sharingan exhibited by Uchiha Fugaku in his confrontation against Danzo and Orochimaru has compelled everyone to reassess the significance of this technique. The imposing image of that colossal black figure left all in awe. Thus, it is not surprising that Kumogakure has developed an interest in the Sharingan. Am I the target? Previously, when they were intrigued by the Byakugan, they directly targeted Hinata Hyuga's daughter. Now, with their fascination for the Sharingan, they aim for me. The son of Uchiha Fugaku. Truly remarkable. Perhaps a similar situation is unfolding with Sasuke as well? Uchiha Izuna shook his head. Suddenly, a complex pattern of eye pupils manifested within his gaze. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shadow manipulation. Waves of black energy surged towards the Kumogakure ninja, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, the Kumogakure ninja was engulfed in excruciating pain. Unable to comprehend what had transpired, he struggled uncontrollably, nearly losing consciousness. Hearing the commotion, Uchiha Izumi glanced in that direction. Izuna, is there something amiss over there? It's nothing, Uchiha Izuna denied, saying, perhaps it was just a stray cat passing by. It's about time, Izumi. Let us return for our meal and come back afterward. All right, Uchiha Izumi nodded, casting no further glance. Shortly after their departure, a thud echoed as a figure crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes now engulfed in darkness. Uchiha Izuna had no intention of eliminating the Kumogakure ninja, for this was not merely a personal matter but a concern for the entire village of Kumogakure. Killing this ninja would only exacerbate the situation. Chapter 109. The goal is to surpass you. I merely wish to join your interstellar training team. I do not intend to rely on you. My ambition is to surpass you and become a being more powerful than yourself. That's splendid, Uchiha Izuna replied, his mechanical eye shimmering with blue light. I had initially planned for you to begin participating in the interstellar ship simulation training with us today. Really? Excitement sparkled in Sasuke's eyes. I want to participate. Weren't we just discussing independence and surpassing others? That is a different matter, but you are my elder brother. What is wrong with undergoing advanced training alongside you? Very well. Uchiha Izuna gently patted Sasuke's helmet and then said with seriousness, however, Sasuke, you are soon to become a true interstellar warrior, and at that time, you cannot remain in my squad indefinitely. You will need to find some trustworthy teammates. Sasuke nodded in understanding. I will keep that in mind. Andoru returned to the courtyard of the Kumogakure Envoy Space Station, accompanied by Darui. Although Darui was the captain of this mission, his demeanor towards the middle-aged interstellar commander reflected profound respect, as though the latter were the true decision-maker. How is the progress? The middle-aged commander gazed intently at the two individuals before him. It appeared that Uchiha Obito had already mastered the technique of the mental energy shield, and his combat prowess had surpassed that of an ordinary interstellar warrior, making it unwise to take action against him. Andoru responded, as for Uchiha Sasuke, he has yet to grasp the mental energy shield technique and is currently only training at the basic interstellar warrior training grounds. The commander pondered for a moment and remarked, capturing Uchiha Obito would undoubtedly be a pivotal step for us in the Cloud Hidden Star domain to acquire the mental energy shield technology. As for Sasuke, although he has not yet awakened the mental energy shield, considering the prodigious genes of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito, as the son of Uchiha Fugaku, Sasuke has a high likelihood of possessing such abilities. Even if his talent is relatively weaker, it is not without limits. However, the success of awakening the mental energy shield is only one aspect. More importantly, it is about mastering and utilizing its full power, akin to Uchiha Fugaku. Ordinary shield techniques do not pose a threat. We require more information. Andorra hesitated before asking, Sir, should we take action against Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Obito. The middle-aged commander decisively replied. As you command. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes and chuckled lightly, shaking his head. These people from the cloud-hidden star domain are truly ambitious. Just as I suspected, after witnessing my father's strength, they are coveting the mental energy shield technology. Do they intend to take action against me? They seem to have forgotten that the current Leaf Star system is no longer the same as it once was. Uchiha Obito scoffed. Brother, shall we head to the training ground now? Let us go, he replied. As Uchiha Obito departed the courtyard with Sasuke, Uchiha Izumi was already waiting at the entrance. Sasuke. Izumi-ne. Uchiha Obito patted Sasuke on the shoulder and suggested, let us have Sasuke train with us this afternoon, so he can witness firsthand the extent of our strength. Always acting as if he is weaker than me. I have told you countless times. My talent surpasses yours by several folds. Your efforts are still insufficient. The middle-aged commander sought out Kakashi. Kakashi, our mission is complete. We shall prepare to leave tomorrow morning. I appreciate the warm hospitality of the Leaf Star system during this time, and look forward to our two-star domains growing ever closer. The Leaf Star system will surely thrive. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. I will come to see you off tomorrow morning. Very well. Upon arriving at the training ground, Uchiha Obito once again sensed the gaze of a hidden observer. This time, however, the watcher was not Andoru but a black-clad individual whose aura was somewhat faint, emanating a dark energy wave distinct from Andoru's. Uchiha Obito refrained from retaliating, as the reserves of dark energy within him had been depleted. It was not that he did not wish to fight back, but he was powerless to do so. The audacity of the cloud-hidden star domain's people was truly remarkable. When did they intend to strike? Uchiha Obito cast a glance at Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi. Brother, is this where you train in the morning? Indeed, this place is significantly larger than our previous training grounds, albeit more remote. Uchiha Madara cautioned Sasuke, when training alone, refrain from venturing to such desolate locations. Our former training ground suffices, with numerous Uchiha warriors safeguarding it. The reason we have chosen this site is to conduct practical combat exercises. The previous location was too confined for our techniques. Now, Izumi and I shall demonstrate our true training. Please take a step back. Sasuke complied, retreating to a safe distance. Uchiha Madara positioned himself in front of Uchiha Izumi. Izumi, commence. Very well. In the next instant, Uchiha Izumi surged forward towards Uchiha Madara with astonishing speed. Chapter 110. Flying Thunder God Technique. The event unfolded so abruptly, transcending the conventional timeline. Just after Uchiha Madara had utilized dimensional teleportation to return Uchiha Izumi to the virtual reality space of Konoha, Sasuke dashed ahead at light speed, rounding a corner of quantum curvature, leaving only Uchiha Madara alone. 3 elite warriors from the Thunderstar domain chose this moment to launch their attack. They combined their powers and initiated a dimensional energy strike against Uchiha Madara. The first strike was a beam of high-energy ions. The Thunder Warriors had devised a clever plan, intending to incapacitate Uchiha Madara's biological neural network momentarily with the ion beam, then close in to subdue him, and subsequently use a cryogenic freezing device to silently extract him from the area. This plan mirrored their earlier infiltration of the Hyuga clan, where they sought to seize Hinata's genetic samples, equally crude and devoid of logic. On one hand, this highlighted Konoha's insufficient vigilance regarding their threat. On the other, it showcased their unwarranted confidence in their advanced weaponry and tactics. However, their opponent was Uchiha Madara. He had long anticipated their actions through quantum perception, and his strength far surpassed their expectations. As the ion beam was about to strike, Uchiha Madara instantaneously hurled 2 nano-level multifunctional shurikens. As the Thunder Warriors approached Uchiha Madara, attempting to ensnare him with their energy beams, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to vanish from sight. Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Madara reappeared at the location of one of the shurikens he had thrown. What? The 3 Thunder Warriors stared in disbelief. Coincidentally, the shuriken was now positioned behind one of the Thunder Warriors. Uchiha Madara swiftly seized the shuriken and thrust it forward. With a swift motion, the shuriken pierced through the energy shield of the Thunder Warrior, embedding itself within him. After withdrawing the shuriken, the other 2 Thunder Warriors were struck with alarm and immediately turned to locate Uchiha Madara. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara once again employed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from view. Flying Thunder God technique. The figure of Uchiha Obito re-emerged at the second dart's location. With a swift thrust, another precise assassination was executed. The last remaining Thunder Warrior gazed in horror at the unfolding scene. Disbelief etched across his eyes. Why? How could you be so powerful? Who on earth are you? This Thunder Warrior struggled to accept the reality before him. A being so young, effortlessly countering the assault of 3 elite Jonin, dispatching 2 comrades in an instant. He pondered that in the past, Uchiha Obito might have been able to defeat them, but he would never have done so nonchalantly. He would have undoubtedly wielded the unique powers of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. However, ever since mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, everything had become remarkably simple. The speed of this technique was utterly astounding, deemed the ultimate skill against weaker foes. In his time, Minato Namikaze had swept across the battlefield with this ninjutsu. And now Uchiha Obito was even more formidable, for he possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, a level of power that Minato could never hope to attain. Uchiha Obito's margin for error was significantly greater. It seemed the warriors of the Thunder Star domain had grown overly confident. The previous encounter with the Hengju clan had unfolded similarly. The countenance of the Thunder Warrior darkened. The last defeat had incited considerable discontent among the higher echelons of the Thunder Star domain. Seizing an opportunity when the Hengju clan was unprepared, they attempted to abduct Hinata Hengju using an invisible transporter. Just as they were on the verge of success, they were thwarted by Hinata Hisashi's timely intervention. Although the Thunder Star domain had suffered minimal losses due to its formidable might, it had nonetheless compelled the Hengju clan to sacrifice one of their own, Hisashi, as a cost. Yet, the genetic sample of Hinata Hengju ultimately eluded their grasp. Thus, when facing Uchiha Obito, they resolved to deploy 3 elite Jonin for a coordinated strike. However, the outcome was still a devastating defeat. In but a single exchange, 2 warriors had perished, leaving only one standing. That technique, is it the Flying Thunder God? The Thunder Warrior inquired, gazing at the dart in Uchiha Obito's hand. You know it. Uchiha Obito raised an eyebrow. Of course, that technique has brought our Thunder Star domain countless troubles. During the era of Minato Namikaze, Konoha had always been the primary adversary of the Thunder Star domain. To think another ninja from Konoha has mastered this technique. The Thunder Warrior no longer wished to attempt capturing Uchiha Obito. He only sought to flee. To carry this news back to the Thunder Star domain and inform others, the ninjutsu that had wrought calamity upon them had returned. Die! The Thunder Warrior roared, charging at Uchiha Obito, a formidable surge of lightning chakra coalescing in his grasp. However, just as Uchiha Obito prepared his defenses, the Thunder Warrior suddenly leapt aside and fled. It seems you only wish to escape. Complex runes flickered in Uchiha Obito's eyes. It was the time-manipulating ability of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Time reversal. In the next moment, the Thunder Warrior found himself once again before Uchiha Madara, who was charging towards him, the energy of lightning release still coalescing in his grasp. A look of confusion flickered in the Thunder Warrior's eyes. He distinctly remembered having escaped. Why had he returned here in the blink of an eye? Uchiha Madara stepped forward proactively. With a swift motion, he hurled a shuriken, instantly severing the Thunder Warrior's throat. Gasping, the Thunder Warrior struggled to cover his wound. Thud! Uchiha Madara gathered the 3 corpses together, then clapped his hands. A deep pit suddenly materialized beside the road. He cast the bodies into the pit and covered them with earth. This was merely a preliminary measure. He intended to return later that night for a thorough disposal. After completing these tasks, Uchiha Madara caught up with Sasuke ahead. Brother, where did you go just now? I thought I heard some commotion behind us. It's nothing. Just a few mechanical bees trying to sting me. I dealt with them. Oh. Chapter 111. Complete a rest after enjoying a synthetic nutrient meal. Uchiha Madara sent a coded quantum signal to Uchiha Fugaku, who immediately grasped its meaning. The two entered the quantum information repository, the nerve center of their decision-making. Sasuke cast curious glances, attempting to eavesdrop on the conversation between Madara and Fugaku through brainwave monitoring, but was swiftly removed from the scene by Uchiha Mikoto using a neural disruptor. Madara, is there an urgent matter we need to discuss? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, his voice resonating within the holographic projection. On my way back, I encountered a group of attackers. They are interstellar warriors from the cloud-hidden village of the Thunder Star system, Uchiha Madara replied. Uchiha Fugaku's brows furrowed, forming an arc of energy fluctuation. Interstellar warriors from cloud-hidden village? He echoed, swiftly analyzing their motives. Their attack on you likely mirrors the past attempt to seize the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Both aimed at our hereditary ocular power, the Rinnegan. Last time it was the Hyuga's Byakugan. This time it is our Uchiha's Rinnegan. Truly, the villages on this planet are insatiably greedy. Audacious. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback by the blatant aggression of the cloud-hidden village's interstellar warriors against them. Such brazen behavior, in the very heart of the Konoha star system, was astonishing. The incident involving the Hyuga clan was already a cautionary tale, and now they were again targeted by the Uchiha clan? How were those enemies dealt with? Uchiha Fugaku asked. They have been eliminated and subjected to quantum decomposition. Uchiha Madara answered. Provide me with the specific coordinates of Cloud-Hidden Village. I intend to confront Darui. Uchiha Madara relayed the three-dimensional coordinates. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in affirmation, then departed the quantum information repository. Uchiha Madara anticipated that Fugaku would be extremely furious, but he did not expect him to be incensed enough to take immediate action against the interstellar warriors of Cloud-Hidden Village. Yet, perhaps this was not the most prudent course of action. However, Uchiha Madara wore a slight smile, for he was unharmed. Thus he possessed the authority to judge what was wise. For Uchiha Fugaku, he was a father, and in the wake of this assault, he found himself unable to compromise. Since Itachi's disappearance, the significance of familial bonds had grown increasingly paramount for him. In light of this, why should I be burdened with apprehension? The Leaf Galaxy fears war. Does the Cloud Galaxy not harbor similar trepidations? Even if the Leaf's strength is currently inferior to that of the Cloud, I possess an advantage. Uchiha Madara was acutely aware of his own strengths. His personal prowess was formidable, surpassing even that of his father, Uchiha Fugaku. More crucially, he wielded the dark power to manipulate hearts, granting others access to unique space-time ninjutsu. Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo face defeat? Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo was merely a fragment of the reason. The true crux lay in the shifting allegiances of Kakashi, Yamankata, and others, alongside the myriad enigmatic occurrences within the Leaf Galaxy. Should an interstellar war erupt, I must journey to the Cloud Galaxy in advance. The Leaf hosts many souls steeped in darkness, and surely the Cloud is no exception. Take, for instance, the fervent followers of Kin and Jin. The Cloud Galaxy is not a monolith. It is divided between moderates and radicals. Senju Tobarama met his demise at the hands of radicals despite having reached an agreement with the moderates, falling without any grand display, devoid of a magnificent battle. With such power as mine, why should I tolerate them or engage in their political games? Uchiha Madara made his decision. Uchiha Fugaku sought out Uchiha Akira, unearthing the quantum remnants of 3 Cloud interstellar warriors, which he carefully concealed, and then led Uchiha Akira and other Uchiha clan members to the courtyard where the Cloud Envoy team was stationed. Arrest them all. Dozens of Uchiha Umbu members surged into the courtyard, accompanied by the sounds of energy weapons clashing. A few Cloud interstellar warriors were subdued, while the rest found themselves ensnared in the courtyard center, surrounded by numerous Umbu members. The countenance of the Cloud interstellar warriors darkened like ink. What do you Leaf ninjas intend? Are you declaring war against the Cloud Galaxy? If you kill us, Lord Raikage will surely lead his army to raise your Leaf Galaxy. The true leader, a middle-aged interstellar warrior, stepped forward and bellowed. Uchiha Fugaku emerged from the throng, first casting a glance at Darui, then turning to the middle-aged warrior, snorting coldly, further convinced that these Cloud interstellar warriors harbored ill intentions from the outset, or else they would not have orchestrated a ruse with a false leader. You know full well what you have done. Coveting the rebirth eye of my Uchiha clan, you dispatched interstellar warriors to assault my son, Uchiha Madara. Had it not been for the timely presence of others, Madara might have perished. Do you think the Leaf Galaxy can be easily bullied? Do you not even regard me? The Hokage? The gaze of the middle-aged interstellar warrior flickered uncertainly. As numerous Leaf ninjas burst into the courtyard, Darui realized that his subordinates must have faltered and been discovered. However, once the middle-aged warrior regained his composure, he did not dwell excessively on concern. A similar incident had transpired once before. During that previous occurrence, the entire Konoha galaxy dared not utter a word, even going so far as to sacrifice Hyuga Hizashi in a desperate trade for life. Now, dare we firmly believe that the outcome would mirror the last. Uchiha Fugaku's current obstinate demeanor was merely a fade. It resembled an aged sheet of paper. Chapter 112. Learning to resist the smile of Uchiha Fugaku froze upon his visage, ignited by a flame of rage. His gaze, as profound as the stars, fixated upon the high-ranking commander from the Interstellar Alliance of the cloud-hidden galaxy. How audacious it was for the latter to openly threaten an interstellar governor within the territory of Konoha. Such ignorance, such arrogance. Did they truly believe that Konoha would remain perpetually feeble, as in times past? Did they assume that every governor would be as weak as Sarutobi Hiruzen? That each would willingly sacrifice the innocent lives of their own planet to satiate the greed of their adversaries? Could a single victory render them so intoxicated with hubris, believing they could act with impunity upon Konoha's soil? Did they so casually underestimate the strength of Konoha? Was the cloud-hidden galaxy truly powerful enough to disregard all challenges? On this land belonging to Konoha, they inverted truth, fabricated facts, and even dared to threaten a governor. This provoked an unbearable fury within Uchiha Fugaku. Attack! Fugaku commanded. In an instant, dozens of elite warriors from Konoha surged forth like a tempest towards the enemy. The middle-aged commander was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. In his estimation, after issuing his threat, the governor should have chosen to compromise, retreating the ninjas and surrendering the 3 warriors from the Uchiha clan. Yet, the governor had opted for retaliation instead. Where did he find such courage and resolve? Did Konoha not fear igniting an interstellar war? Why take such a risk? However, there was no time for further contemplation. Faced with the onslaught of Konoha's warriors, the middle-aged commander could only defend with all his might, hoping to escape the encirclement. Break through, he ordered decisively. Subsequently, several ninjas from the cloud-hidden galaxy advanced to confront the Konoha warriors, their mission clear: to sacrifice their lives to create an escape route for the middle-aged commander. Humph. Think you can flee? Uchiha Akira materialized instantly before the middle-aged commander, blocking his path. Had he forgotten where he was? This was Konoha. If even one of you escapes today, I, as the governor, would rather relinquish my position. Cloud dogs? At the sound of this derogatory term, the middle-aged commander's expression darkened. You have performed admirably, he gritted through clenched teeth. Regardless of whether any of us leave here alive today, let me make it clear, your Konoha is destined for annihilation. Lord Reikage of the cloud-hidden galaxy will undoubtedly lead his fleet to utterly destroy your planet. Uchiha Fugaku let out a cold snort, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. Should he dare to come, I shall ensure he never returns. Do not think me to be that weak and ineffectual Sarutobi Hiruzen. I, of the Uchiha clan, shall not permit anyone to humiliate us in such a manner. We would rather perish standing than kneel in supplication for survival. If the cloud-hidden galaxy seeks war, then let it come. As Fugaku Uchiha's words echoed, the middle-aged commander finally realized that the Leaf Planet had undergone a transformation. No longer the entity that the cloud-hidden galaxy could easily bully. This planet has learned to resist. Long-standing habitual thinking had led the commander to believe that the Leaf Planet was still a place that would kneel in submission at the slightest provocation. Despite having observed many changes in the Leaf Planet in recent days, his inner arrogance blinded him to these transformations. Not all rulers are as weak and easily deceived as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only that ruler named Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves their disdain. However, the reality is, you will come to regret this. The middle-aged commander glared at Fugaku Uchiha and said, I concede that my earlier threats towards the ruler were indeed inappropriate. But the strength of your Leaf Planet pales in comparison to our cloud-hidden galaxy. Should interstellar war erupt, your Leaf Planet will be unable to withstand our onslaught. No one can endure the wrath of Lord Reikage. The entire planet shall be reduced to ruins. If you allow us to leave now, we can speak favorably on your behalf before Lord Reikage, endeavoring to avert this war and mitigate the reparations your Leaf Planet must face. I assure you, I will keep my word. Upon realizing the very real possibility of meeting his demise here, the middle-aged commander altered his strategy, adopting a more diplomatic approach to his threats. Yet the arrogance within him remained. He believed he had made sufficient concessions, and Fugaku Uchiha ought to accept his terms. However, Fugaku Uchiha calmly regarded the middle-aged commander and replied, Had you exhibited this attitude from the outset, perhaps I would have allowed some of you to depart. But now, that is impossible. You have not truly recognized your errors. You merely wish to survive. Yet, all your actions are unforgivable. Aki, dispose of him. Aki Uchiha nodded in acknowledgement. As you command. He then turned to the middle-aged commander and coldly declared, Cloud-hidden galaxy scum, face your end. In the next instant, Aki charged forward. the sounds of fierce battle resonating all around. At this moment, aside from the middle-aged commander, all remaining warriors of the cloud-hidden galaxy had either been captured or slain, their blood staining the land. The middle-aged commander cast a glance towards the outskirts of the Leaf Planet, not far from the village's exit. A thought crossed his mind, and he devised a new plan. I can seize this opportunity to escape. Chapter 113. Eyes filled with confusion. If you were to confront us with genuine strength, we might not so easily subdue you. However, your arrogance has unwittingly allowed us to implement our counter-strategy. We are indeed grateful for your cooperation in making your defeat so effortless. A middle-aged interstellar warrior fixed his gaze on Uchiha Madara, his eyes brimming with confusion. How can you possess such strength? You are not Uchiha Madara. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Banjian gazed coolly at the interstellar warrior and replied, "This is the Konoha Star Base. You are on the brink of demise. In such circumstances, is it necessary for me to conceal my true identity? Do not project your own ignorance onto others. Are all warriors from the cloud-hidden galaxy so conceited? Do you truly believe that 3 elite interstellar warriors can extinguish me?" The middle-aged interstellar warrior could scarcely believe the unfolding events. Impossible. How could someone of your age possess such formidable power? What kind of energy manipulation technique was that? His gaze fell upon the tactical controller in Uchiha Banjian's hand, which flickered with a faint light, and a vague understanding began to take shape within him. Uchiha Banjian smiled slightly. "It seems you have deduced it correctly. Indeed, that energy manipulation technique is the space-time teleportation technique, which once caused you great distress in the cloud-hidden galaxy, for no one could rival the prowess of Namikaze Minato. And I shall surpass Namikaze Minato." The cloud-hidden galaxy had oppressed the Konoha Star Base for many years. The era of Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance is long past. Therefore, prepare yourselves. The debts you owe shall be repaid in full. Uchiha Banjian paused momentarily. However, this is a sight you shall never witness again. As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Banjian plunged the tactical controller into the heart of the middle-aged interstellar warrior. With a swift motion, he withdrew it. A surge of energy erupted forth, accompanied by the fading of life. The middle-aged interstellar warrior's eyes widened in shock, his body convulsing as regret flooded his gaze. He lamented his earlier impulsive actions, having attacked Uchiha Banjian without thoroughly investigating his background. Not only had he failed to capture Uchiha Banjian and seize his unique ocular techniques, but he had also lost the lives of 3 interstellar warriors in the process. What astonished him further was that Uchiha Fugaku had indeed dared to kill them. He had failed to comprehend the current modus operandi of the Konoha Star Base, persistently viewing it through the lens of the past, believing he could bully it at will, unaware of its transformation. Yet, at this moment, the middle-aged interstellar warrior's epiphany bore no significance. His life had already come to an end. He was dead. "Lord Banjian." Uchiha Banjian nodded slightly and addressed Uchiha Aki. "Aki, dispose of this interstellar warrior's remains." "At your command, Lord Banjian." "I will inform my father. I shall return home first." "Very well, Lord Banjian." Upon returning home, Uchiha Banjian found Uchiha Mikoto and Sasuke already asleep. He lay down on his bed and closed his eyes. In the next moment, an image appeared in the realm of Uchiha Banjian's consciousness, seen from Andoru's perspective. Only a few warriors from the cloud-hidden galaxy remained. Most had been annihilated. Andoru, Darui, and a young warrior were being escorted to the confinement zone. "Understood, Hokage-sama." Uchiha Aki led the group, escorting the 3 to the secret detention facility of the Umbu, where they were kept under strict surveillance. The news swiftly spread among the major ninja clans, each responding differently to the unfolding events. Concerns have arisen that this action may provoke a war between the Konoha Star Base and the cloud-hidden galaxy. Currently, the overall strength of the Konoha Star Base is somewhat inferior to that of the cloud-hidden galaxy. Even if Uchiha Fugaku were exceptionally powerful, he remains but a single individual. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku, the number of individuals at the level of a Kage that Konoha can muster is rather limited. There exists a figure named Jiraiya, whose willingness to partake in battle is uncertain. Tsunade is even less reliable. She has long been engrossed in entertainment venues and has not engaged in genuine combat for years. Moreover, she suffers from hemophobia, which would likely hinder her effectiveness on the battlefield. As for the mid-tier ninjas, their situation is even more precarious. Originally not particularly strong, they have recently endured internal strife. A faction among them finds a certain satisfaction in this turmoil, particularly the Hyuga clan. In a study, a chessboard occupies the center. An elderly man gazes across at Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi, do you find this unfair? Our Hyuga clan has been subjected to such treatment, unable to retaliate and forced to sacrifice Hizashi to bear the blame. Yet when the Uchiha clan faces a similar plight, they can rise in defiance. Hayashi nods, then shakes his head. Indeed, it is unjust, yet it stems from the weakness of Sarutobi Hiruzen and our own shortcomings. Observing the Hokage's decision brings me great solace. This is the attitude a planetary base ought to embody. I fervently hope the tragedy of Hizashi is never repeated. Uchiha Fugaku anticipated such a scenario. Humans tend to consider issues from their own perspective, primarily pondering how events might affect them. The targets of the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy's assault are not members of their clan, hence they remain indifferent. Their concerns revolve around whether the retaliatory actions of the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy pose a threat to their own safety. Kakashi, assemble everyone. Chapter 114. The answer is obvious. Uchiha Fugaku gazed intently at Nara Shikaku, his eyes shimmering with an intelligence reminiscent of the interstellar era. Shikaku, as a representative of the wise clans, you must comprehend the significance of forthrightness, he began. Your Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka families have historically pledged allegiance to the Sarutobi Star Alliance and maintained close ties with the Shimura Galactic Federation. Your actions undoubtedly pose a threat to the Uchiha Interstellar Empire. However, at this critical juncture of cosmic warfare, the Konoha Star Cluster requires your strength. Thus, I present you with a rare opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku continued, whether you seize this chance is entirely at your discretion. If your performance in this cosmic conflict is commendable and meets my expectations, I shall overlook past grievances and cease to suppress you intentionally. Naturally, the choice lies with you. He cautioned, you may opt to exploit this chaos to sever ties with the Konoha Star Cluster, or even join the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy. Alternatively, you could choose betrayal and align with the opposing faction. Regardless of your decision, I shall not blame you. But remember, each choice bears its own cost. Nara Shikaku nodded resolutely in response. Understood, Lord Uchiha. We shall remain eternally loyal to the Konoha Star Cluster. He responded, where Master Uchiha resides is our ultimate destination. We shall seize this opportunity with unwavering determination. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, yet he harbored reservations regarding the three clans of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. During the era of Uchiha Dominion, their profound affiliations with the Sarutobi Stellar Alliance and the Shimura Galactic Federation had severely undermined their interests. Thus, it was evident whether they bore any resentment in their hearts. Uchiha Fugaku had already extended an opportunity, asserting that should the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans betray Konoha, he would not hesitate to eradicate them without mercy. On the surface, the Konoha Star Cluster appeared to have returned to tranquility. Yet this was more akin to the calm before a tempest. Upon receiving this intelligence, the Cloud-Hidden Star System's haughty demeanor would undoubtedly compel them to dispatch their fleet post-haste. The Cloud-Hidden Star System sought to deliver a stern warning to Konoha, for their prestige would falter if they could not subdue even a weakened Konoha Star Cluster. How then could they claim to be a premier ninja star system? However, a favorable circumstance for Konoha was that, owing to Uchiha Madara's contributions, the high-ranking commanders of the Cloud-Hidden Star System had been eliminated, and this piece of intelligence had yet to be disclosed. The Cloud-Hidden Star System remained oblivious. This afforded Konoha precious time to prepare, enabling them to establish robust defensive measures and set traps, thus allowing them to wait for the approaching fleet and minimize the disparity in strength between the two sides. Uchiha Madara retrieved an ancient tome, Source of Infection, from the depths of a secret chamber. This book, derived from the medical department's records he had gathered through the sacrifice of dark powers, bestowed its wielder the ability to influence surrounding organisms, potentially triggering widespread infectious diseases. Should a member of the Cloud-Hidden Star System acquire such an ability, it would pose a monumental threat to their galaxy. Uchiha Madara pondered, casting his gaze towards the direction of the Umbu prison. Endoru was a fitting candidate. He had succumbed to total darkness. With a modicum of guidance, his animosity towards the Cloud-Hidden Star System would compel him to disseminate this ability, bringing catastrophic consequences to their realm. A few more days of waiting would grant Konoha additional preparation time. Meanwhile, in the capital of the Land of Fire, Asuma sought to lure Tsukuyami Shikaz from his hiding place. He orchestrated an opportunity to eliminate Tsukuyami Shikaz. Despite the suspicion of potential traps, Asuma was confident that Tsukuyami Shikaze, driven by his intense hatred, would emerge. A sharp sound of piercing echoed. Asuma turned, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tsukuyami Shikaze, your swordsmanship has indeed improved, but such skills alone cannot vanquish me. He scoffed, my abilities far surpass yours. In an instant, Asuma's form morphed, redirecting the lethal attack to a non-fatal location. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Tsukuyami Shikaze. Jiraiya. Tsukuyami Shikaze, astonished, turned to find Jiraiya had dispelled the nearby shadows, leaving him with no escape. Are you here to aid Asuma against me? Tsukuyami Shikaze inquired. Do you know what he has done? Despite his predicament, Tsukuyami Shikaze still harbored a semblance of respect for Jiraiya. I apologize. Jiraiya replied. I understand that Asuma may have acted excessively, yet I require the intelligence he possesses. Thus I must engage in this transaction with him. Moonlight Gale, I apologize. Before he could finish his words, Jiraiya charged towards Moonlight Gale. Simultaneously, Asuma lunged at Moonlight Gale as well. Bereft of the cover of shadows, Moonlight Gale was now merely a Nin-level warrior, utterly incapable of withstanding the combined assault of Asuma and Jiraiya. Bang! The sound of a fierce collision echoed. Soon, Jiraiya successfully ensnared Moonlight Gale, binding him tightly with an energy rope, rendering him immobile. However, Jiraiya did not immediately extinguish Moonlight Gale's life. Instead, he held him aloft, simultaneously preventing Asuma from delivering a fatal blow. Asuma furrowed his brow. Jiraiya, what do you mean by this? He questioned. Our prior agreement did not stipulate such terms. You promised that once I provided the intelligence, you would hand Moonlight Gale over to me. How can you deceive me once, only to deceive me again? You may choose not to speak, Jiraiya replied calmly, gazing at Asuma. It makes little difference to me. I could easily ally with Moonlight Gale to defeat you. Could I not? Moreover, like you, Moonlight Gale is a victim affected by these bizarre events. Asuma's gaze flickered uncertainly. Fine, I shall speak, he gritted his teeth. Let us proceed as you suggest. However, before I divulge the intelligence, you must guarantee that upon my completion, you will indeed hand Moonlight Gale over to me. Today, Moonlight Gale must die. Very well. Asuma, with a somber expression, took a seat opposite Jiraiya. As long as you ensure that once I reveal the intelligence, you will truly give Moonlight Gale to me. Chapter 115. Utterly absurd, a data record? What information does it contain? This record is imperceptible to you. Only I can decipher its contents. Asuma stated. On that day, this mysterious flow of data suddenly appeared before me. Upon completing my reading, I acquired this extraordinary ability. An unbelievable power. It seems this individual's method of gaining power is not dissimilar to my own. Jiraiya tightened his brow. Is that all? No triggering mechanism or source of information. Who or what bestowed you with this data? Asuma shook his head. I do not know. The data appeared as if from thin air. I have no idea who or what generated it. Perhaps it was not even created by a living entity, but manifested on its own. As for the conditions, Asuma paused briefly before continuing. If I had to venture a guess, I do have a theory. What is it? The others inquired eagerly. Despair, Asuma replied with certainty. Despair? They echoed, puzzled. Indeed, Asuma nodded. That day, I was engulfed in profound despair. Although the situation was not solely within my control, my so-called father played a part in it. Yet he shifted all blame onto me, accusing me of being inferior to Shinjiro, even claiming that if Shinjiro were still alive, things would be vastly different. Subsequently, they used me as bait on multiple occasions to track and capture the intelligent robot, Moonlight Gale. During my inaugural mission, I narrowly escaped death, sustaining grave injuries. Before my wounds had fully healed, they forcibly took me away from the Hidden Leaf Village, once again using me as bait to lure out the Moonlight Gale. That fateful operation unfolded amidst the nocturnal tapestry of the city, where the Moonlight Gale launched an assault against me, implanting a highly toxic virus. At that time, I was already severely injured, desperately in need of advanced medical treatment from the robotic healers in the village. Yet, in that critical moment, they insisted on compelling me to continue serving as bait, despite my debilitating state. Fortunately, I ultimately persevered. Upon returning to the village, he did not spare me a single glance, departing alone and taking Konohamaru with him, leaving me to languish in an empty house. Jiraiya, can you fathom that feeling? The sensation of being utterly forsaken by my own father. Can you imagine the turmoil within me at that moment? It was an unprecedented despair. He had always treated my brother and me unfairly, showing a clear preference for Shino, as if only Shino were his true son, while I was merely an unwelcome appendage. It was only after losing Shino that his demeanor towards me softened slightly. Then, he began to favor Konohamaru. I discerned his intentions, to cultivate Konohamaru as the next leader in his lineage. Thus, I resolved to shatter his expectations by obliterating Konohamaru's intelligence core. The old man's reaction upon learning this was nothing short of comical, as he completely unraveled. As Asuma recounted this tale, Jiraiya observed him with an expression tinged with complexity. Asuma spoke in a calm tone, but Jiraiya could feel the anguish simmering beneath the surface. Though Master Sarutobi may have displayed inequity in his dealings, Asuma, you are ultimately his blood. He has never truly regarded me as his son. Asuma cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, his demeanor indifferent. There is no need for further persuasion. I merely wish to articulate my emotional experience at that time. What I desire now, I have already conveyed to you. You may hand over the Moonlight Gale to me. In response to Asuma's demand, Jiraiya appeared somewhat hesitant. Earlier, in pursuit of information, he had acquiesced to Asuma's request. However, now that he had obtained the intelligence, he was filled with uncertainty regarding the actual transfer of the Moonlight Gale to Asuma. He did not wish to be the cause of misfortune befalling the Moonlight Gale. Asuma's gaze suddenly sharpened. Jiraiya, you wouldn't dare deceive me, would you? I believe there is still a possibility for resolution between you two. Resolution? Asuma scoffed. Why not ask the Moonlight Gale if he wishes for reconciliation? Even if he does, I certainly do not. He has repeatedly attempted to assassinate me, time and again. I cannot find solace in sleep until he is eliminated. Jiraiya, hand over that artificial intelligence to me. As one of the legendary Sannin, do you intend to be disloyal? After a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya relinquished control of the Moonlight Gale to Asuma. Asuma extended his hand, but just then, Jiraiya unexpectedly withdrew his grasp. Simultaneously, the binding signals on the Moonlight Gale were lifted, and its eyes shimmered with newfound brilliance. As Asuma's hand was yet to graze the Moonlight Gale, it suddenly leapt forth, vanishing into a rift of virtual space. Asuma stood frozen in place. Jiraiya. He glared at Jiraiya, his eyes brimming with resentment. Jiraiya, somewhat apprehensive, quickly composed himself. I have fulfilled our agreement by handing over the Moonlight Gale to you. It is your failure to seize it that cannot be blamed on me. Asuma, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, Jiraiya turned and hastened away. Asuma trembled with rage. Initially, he had harbored some goodwill toward him, which led him to trust Jiraiya and confide in him his secrets. However, he never anticipated such a breach of trust from Jiraiya. Chapter 116. By the way, I remember now. When Anduru re-emerged from the hyperdimensional portal, he found himself outside a desolate settlement on the fringes of Jupiter. What just transpired? Anduru furrowed his brow, as his quantum chip began to sift through the fragments of recent memories. Yes, I recall. The covert operatives of the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy rescued us at the Konoha Star base, but they prioritized saving Darui, deliberately releasing me to divert the attention of the Konoha Interstellar Guardians. I traversed the labyrinthine forest, evading pursuit. Yet, the Konoha Interstellar Guardians caught up with me. I was injured, but I continued to flee. Then, I saw a beam of energy waves forming and dashed toward it. Ultimately, I broke through the barrier of the beam and escaped. It was the divine Noah who saved me. A peculiar glint shone in Andoru's eyes, soon overshadowed by profound indignation. His hatred for the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy was as deep as a black hole. The pursuit by the Konoha Interstellar Guardians was understandable, given our opposing factions. However, the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy had treated him as a mere pawn, exploiting him to buy time for Darui's rescue. Why? What made Darui so special? Why had he been reduced to a stepping stone for another success? Must I be sacrificed merely to ensure his survival? A surge of intense anger and dissatisfaction welled up within Anduru. Such a galaxy was unworthy of my loyalty. He cast a glance back at the desolate ruins and resolutely moved forward. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed as a data chip fell to the ground. Anduru swiftly picked it up. It was labeled Source of Infection. He frowned in puzzlement. What is this? Aside from this data chip, I possess nothing else. Could it be a gift from the divine that saved me? A flicker of excitement crossed Andoru's eyes as he immediately connected it to his neural interface. Since the divine saved me, it would not harm me. As the information loaded, he learned that possessing this data chip would activate a capability known as symbiotic corruption. The stronger the infected, the more bountiful the energy feedback he would receive, though at the cost of his own cellular structure gradually disintegrating. However, this was of no consequence to him, as long as it allows for the retribution against the traitorous inhabitants of the cloud-hidden star system. I am willing to pay any price. My body may crumble, but I can employ advanced biological regeneration technology for restoration. Yet, my power shall surpass that of the current Reikage, establishing me as the true sovereign of thunder. A resolute glint of vengeance sparkled in Andoru's eyes as he turned away from the land of fire, soaring towards the land of lightning. At this moment, the Konoha Star Guardians realized that the quantum prison holding Andoru was now utterly vacant. The news swiftly reached Uchiha Fugaku. This entire operation was a clandestine effort orchestrated by Uchiha Obito, who had not informed Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Obito was willing to expose the existence of the Sharingan, yet he was reluctant to disclose any secrets pertaining to the Vortex manuscripts, keeping them hidden even from Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. He was taken aback to discover that Konoha had a mole from the cloud-hidden star system. It seemed that we must hasten our preparations for war. Kakashi, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Konoha Interstellar Defense System was divided into 4 major legions. The first legion, led by Yamenka F., consisted of members from the Root Organization. Uchiha Fugaku promised that as long as Yamenka F. refrained from any extreme actions, the Root Organization would remain under his command. The second legion was a joint fleet composed of Inuzuka, Nara, and Aburame clans, serving as the vanguard for the impending war. The third legion comprised a coalition of Umbu and various ninja clans, representing the core strength of Konoha, including the entire Umbu, Konoha J-Nin, Special J-Nin, as well as ninja from the Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame, Inuzuka, Kurama, and several minor clans such as the Hatake, Tsukiakari, and Shiranui clans. This legion was divided under 3 commanders, Kakashi, Uchiha Akira, and Aburame Shimi. Hinata Hisashi did not partake in the battle due to the unique status of the Hyuga clan leader, which was precisely the significance of the caged bird seal. Andoru returned to the cloud-hidden star system. Upon his arrival, he was immediately recognized. Why have you returned alone? Andoru glanced at the ninja coolly and replied, Am I not allowed to return alive? Must I die in Konoha? Die in Konoha? What does that mean? You cannot possibly be unaware, can you? A flicker of realization crossed Andoru's gaze. Could it be that Darui was not rescued by that mole? They used me as bait, but in reality, none of them managed to escape. I was the only one left? How fitting. Wait, if that is the case, then could this be my opportunity? A shiver ran through Andoru's mind. The entire team perished, and I alone possess intelligence on Konoha. Thus, they will undoubtedly regard me with newfound respect. What do you know? Nothing much. I shall return home to rest. I am weary. I will report to Lord Reikage shortly. With that, Andoru made his way directly to his residence. Chapter 117. The Elite Warriors of the Thunderstar System. Hesitation lingered on the tip of the tongue, yet was interrupted by Andoru's interjection. The moment I lost contact with my home planet during the quantum leap experiment, I ceased to be the person I once was. I emerged as a newly forged existence. Henceforth, I implore you to refrain from invoking those worn-out cliches. Enough of this. I shall no longer rest. Take me immediately to meet the interstellar governor, Lei Ying. She's expression darkened, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Within the command chamber of Governor Lei Ying, a deafening surge of energy erupted. Bang! Lei Ying struck the tactical table with his superconductively enhanced arm, shattering it into microscopic particles in an instant. Andoru, you are the elite warrior of the Thunderstar System. I understand. Faced with Lei Ying's wrath, Andoru no longer felt fear. He had undergone a monumental transformation through dark matter augmentation, altering both his intellect and will. Noticing this change in him, Lei Ying immediately reined in his emotions. He was not merely a being of muscle. Despite resembling a brute force creature like Maite-ku, his intellect was as profound as a black hole. It was no coincidence that he had ascended to the position of interstellar governor and orchestrated the acquisition of the Extraordinary Eye Project. What do you desire? Lei Ying's gaze was piercing. I require a substantial quantity of energy crystals and training materials for manipulating the Thunder Attribute energy field. Lei Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Training materials for manipulating the Thunder Attribute energy field? Indeed, Andoru affirmed resolutely. Both demands were indispensable. I can no longer tolerate the betrayal and treachery of my village comrades. I must grow more powerful. I can accommodate you, but the mastery of the thunder attribute energy field manipulation is not within everyone's grasp. That is of no concern to me, Endoru replied. Whether you succeed in your training is irrelevant. Perhaps I might even perish in the attempt. After a moment of silence, Lei Ying ultimately nodded in agreement. She was about to speak, but was silenced by Lei Ying. How many energy crystals do you need? 120 million, no? 320 million. That quantity is excessive, bordering on greed. The intelligence I have brought back is worth far more. Moreover, you are also demanding training materials for the thunder attribute energy, field manipulation. As you have stated, Governor, I may not succeed in my training. I could very well perish in the process. Lei Ying remained silent for a while before nodding once more. Very well, since you insist, I shall fulfill your requests. Now, please enlighten me regarding the latest developments concerning the Jupiter Alliance. Endoru remained silent, and Lei Ying approached the holographic projection cabinet, retrieving an encrypted data scroll. This contains the training materials for manipulating the thunder attribute energy field. Endoru accepted it and decrypted the contents before nodding in affirmation. Since you are so generous, I shall divulge all I know. They have targeted the prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Banjian, as he possesses not only remarkable talent, but also inherits the formidable genes of the Uchiha family and has awakened a mysterious ocular technique. However, the operation failed, and the 3 elite warriors dispatched were annihilated by the Jupiter Alliance S-Guard forces. That very evening, Uchiha Fugaku personally came to pay a visit. Our captain attempted to manipulate him, reenacting the scene from years past against the Hyuga clan, yet Uchiha Fugaku exhibited unprecedented resolve, retaliating decisively, resulting in numerous fatalities. Ultimately, only a handful of us survivors were imprisoned by the covert operatives of the Jupiter Alliance. Subsequently, an undercover agent embedded within the Jupiter Alliance emerged, rescuing us and designating me as bait to create an opportunity for Darui to escape. I was relentlessly pursued by a multitude of guards, but fortunately, I managed to evade capture. However, it seems Darui was unable to successfully flee, which is indeed rather ironic. Endoru revealed a slight smile. Honorable Regent, if you were in my position, would you feel anger? The Reikage regarded Endoru with an indifferent expression. I would not. Sacrifices are inevitable for the benefit of the galaxy. Such grandiloquent rhetoric. Endoru continued. As for intelligence regarding the Jupiter Alliance, all I know is that a series of peculiar events have recently transpired there, such as occurrences of ghoul phenomena and incidents involving invisible energy assassins, possibly caused by some unknown life forms akin to those on the planet Water Jupiter. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans have entirely vanished. Uchiha Fugaku has gained complete control over the Jupiter Alliance. The Reikage furrowed his brow. Has he truly gained full control? Indeed. Is there any additional intelligence? None. Endoru shook his head and said, Honorable Regent, there is nothing more. I shall take my leave now. I will thoroughly study the training materials on the manipulation of lightning release energy fields. Proceed. After Endoru departed, only the Reikage and she remained in the command cabin. Honorable Regent, do you truly intend to hand the training materials on lightning release energy, field manipulation, over to Endoru? It's acceptable. He cannot cultivate it. That ability requires a special constitution to harness. The Reikage gazed out at the starry expanse and remarked, currently, the most pressing matter is not Endoru, but the Jupiter Alliance. Those who have slain our warriors from the Thunderclap Galaxy must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Do they think we, the Thunderclap Galaxy, are a target for bullying? If we do not retaliate against the Jupiter Alliance, we will be unable to hold our heads high before other galaxies. Chapter 118. The results are remarkably significant. Endoru lowered his head, scrutinizing the peculiar transformation occurring in his abdomen, where signs of an unknown technological corrosion were emerging. Before returning to the interstellar settlement of Union Star Village, Endoru had attempted to activate the dark matter infection source. He did not experiment on fellow interstellar warriors or ordinary civilians, but rather chose wild creatures and intelligent robots as his subjects. However, the data feedback obtained from them was less than satisfactory. A strange energy fluctuation emanating from Endoru quietly spread outwards, silently permeating the surroundings. Cough. A young man, deep in slumber, suddenly erupted into a fit of severe coughing due to the influence of this energy. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man uncontrollably began to vomit, while a young girl felt an icy chill enveloping her entire body, unable to withstand the onslaught of cold despite being tightly wrapped in a high-tech thermal blanket. Andoru opened his eyes, waves of energy surging back into his body. Delightful. The results are remarkably significant. As long as I can influence a dozen more humans or creatures, I will unlock an entirely new form of dark matter lightning chakra, and this is merely the beginning. I shall grow stronger, surpassing even the current Reikage. Ambition and an insatiable thirst for power glimmer in Andoru's eyes. The experience of betrayal and abandonment by former comrades? Such days, I refuse to relive. I aim to become the ruler of the Hidden Cloud Village. The position of Reikage is rightfully mine. Darui, the son of the third Reikage, was originally designated as the successor to the fifth Reikage. He inherited his ancestors' black lightning technology and possesses the unique bloodline limit of storm lightning power. Among the younger warriors of the Hidden Cloud Village, Darui's potential stands unparalleled, earning him the favor of the third Reikage. However, Andoru speculates that Darui may have perished during the conflict with the Jupiter base. At that time, Darui was used as bait, while Andoru managed to escape unexpectedly. Yet Darui failed to return to the Hidden Cloud Village from the Jupiter base. Andoru sensed something amiss, but he did not delve deeper. At this moment, he no longer cared about the developments at the Jupiter base. All his focus was on enhancing his own power and how to realize his ambitions through newfound abilities. Uchiha Banma awakened from the virtual reality environment. The plan for the Hidden Cloud Village had been set in motion. Andoru would become a significant threat to the village. His presence likely to incite internal turmoil, reducing their full strength to perhaps half. Thus, the war with the Jupiter base seemed destined for defeat. The changes instigated by Andoru went unnoticed by the higher-ups in the Hidden Cloud Village. To them, the emergence of a few afflicted individuals was nothing out of the ordinary. Elite teams were assembled, and the current Reikage directives were straightforward. Regardless of the source of responsibility, the Hidden Cloud Village could not afford to lose personnel, must not lose face, and must restore its dignity by delivering a severe retaliation against the Jupiter base, showcasing the village's formidable strength to other interstellar settlements. He swiftly organized an elite unit, commanding them to launch a surprise attack on the Jupiter base with utmost speed, delivering a thunderous strike before they could react. As for negotiations, the Reikage had no intention of employing such tactics. He sought to exert direct and overwhelming pressure. First, they would subdue the Jupiter base, and then discussions of reparations could commence. At that point, the Hidden Cloud Village could present any demands they wished. This encapsulates the Reikage's approach. Are you prepared? Everything is ready. Excellent. The Reikage rose and commanded, then you may depart. Understood. Killer B was appointed as the team leader, yet in reality, he served merely as a nominal figurehead. The true command lay with the calm and rational Samui. While Killer B's lively personality and status as an energy core humanoid vessel made him better suited for independent combat rather than leadership, Samui clearly excelled in command and leadership capabilities. This fair-skinned, golden-haired woman was a rarity in the Hidden Cloud Village, her demeanor as frigid as her appearance. Due to her remarkable strength and striking beauty, suitors flocked to her, yet she remained indifferent to all. Led by Sam E. With Karabi at his side and hundreds of elite ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village behind them, this formidable force posed a significant threat to any interstellar settlement. The Reikage firmly believed that the Jupiter base could not withstand this sudden elite assault, especially when it was caught completely off guard. Hundreds of elite ninjas departed from the Hidden Cloud Village, choosing not to utilize any form of transportation, but rather to advance at supersonic speeds. For high-ranking ninjas, such velocity often surpassed that of any vehicle. Although this method of travel consumed substantial chakra and stamina, they planned to rest upon nearing the Jupiter base. From the Reikage's perspective, he deemed it impossible for the Jupiter base to be prepared for war in advance. He doubted they would anticipate the rapid deployment of troops from the Hidden Cloud Village. Much like the captain of the envoy team, the Reikage fell into the trap of over-relying on past experiences and arrogance, dismissing the Jupiter base even after the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village had been slain. Deep down, the Reikage remained convinced that the Jupiter base could not prevail in this conflict. However, in reality, the Jupiter base's preparations for war were ahead of those of the Hidden Cloud Village. Once the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village arrived at the Jupiter base, they would not be met with an unprepared facility, but rather one that was already on high alert, poised for action. A Jupiter base that had conserved its strength, waiting for the opportune moment. Furthermore, if the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village were detected by those at the Jupiter base, there would be no respite for them. A decisive strike would be launched at their moment of greatest fatigue. Dozens of ninjas from the Oil Woman clan had secretly departed from the Jupiter base, dispersing in various directions to deploy their miniature surveillance drones. These drones would silently monitor all surrounding movements, immediately alerting the Oil Woman clan ninjas upon detecting any intruders. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ban had gathered all intelligence regarding Andoru. Chapter 119. The Secret Clone's Interstellar Headquarters, Zone 05. In the command room of the Reikage, a brand new smart tactical terminal had been installed before him. Those familiar with the Reikage's habits were accustomed to such changes. These tactical terminals were akin to consumables, swiftly replaced by advanced AI-controlled devices from the warehouse, stocked with numerous cutting-edge technological products upon any malfunction. She sat in the floating chair opposite him. What do you think of Darui's situation? She pondered for a moment before responding. Darui should be safe. The Jupiter Alliance must recognize his importance to our Thunder City. If they dare to assassinate Darui, it would be tantamount to a public severance with us. If Uchiha Titan is a rational decision-maker, I need not worry. However, I am concerned that they may not fully comprehend the unique strategic value that Darui embodies. The Reikage contemplated. Should they regard Darui merely as an ordinary warrior and proceed to eliminate him, it would undoubtedly signify a grave strategic loss for our Thunder City. After all, he is the appointed fifth Reikage. With a sigh, he resigned himself to reality. Who could have anticipated that Uchiha Titan would be so unhinged as to confront Thunder City to such an extent? Even though their military prowess has yet to recover to the epic of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is evident that they remain formidable adversaries. Collaborating with sagacious individuals is invariably far more effortless. The current Uchiha Titan resembles an uncontrollable automaton. The Reikage's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Darui is a pivotal member of Thunder City, and should he indeed fall victim to an assault from the Jupiter Alliance, the perpetrators must pay a steep price. The compensation must be doubled. As the topic shifted, the Reikage paused momentarily. By the way, what is the recent status of Andoru? He seldom ventures out, and his demeanor has grown exceedingly peculiar, spending most of his time alone at home. Moreover, shortly after returning to the village, he procured a substantial quantity of biological isolation suits and medical emergency kits. Biological isolation suits? Indeed, it remains unclear what he is plotting. The Reikage furrowed his brow. Resolved to meticulously observe his actions, should any irregularities arise, immediate measures would be taken without hesitation, for the resources of Thunder City cannot be squandered in vain. Understood. Lord Reikage, you may leave. The Reikage waved his hand, and she departed the command room. As she walked away, he glanced back towards the Reikage's office. What does the Reikage truly wish for, Darui's survival or demise? She's gaze flickered uncertainly as he endeavored to view the matter from the Reikage's perspective. Once, the third Reikage was his father, and he diligently took up the Reikage's mantle, becoming the fourth Reikage. Yet, at this juncture, the third Reikage designated Darui as the fifth Reikage. This arrangement undoubtedly engendered a delicate situation. The new leader had not yet ascended the throne, while the heir apparent had already emerged. Should the populace of Thunder City align themselves with the current Reikage or the prospective Darui? How does the fourth Reikage perceive Darui? And how does Darui regard the fourth Reikage? The third Reikage bestowed the pinnacle of Thunder City's technological advancements, the Black Lightning, upon Darui rather than his own biological son, the fourth Reikage. This sufficiently indicates that the third Reikage holds Darui in higher esteem than his own progeny. Could it be that Darui is a clandestine clone of the third Reikage? Did the fourth Reikage ever contemplate having his cloned offspring inherit the title of Reikage? Such a possibility is not to be dismissed. In this world rife with the allure of power, only a select few can maintain clarity. Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Jupiter Alliance is among them. Perhaps Lord Reikage is likewise of that ilk. After all, the position of Reikage held by the fourth Reikage was inherited from his forebears. Regardless of the perspective taken, Darui's disappearance seems to present a more advantageous scenario for the fourth Reikage. Thus, no one would constantly threaten his position. His subordinates would wholeheartedly pledge their allegiance to the current Lord of Thunder. She shook her head, contemplating silently within her heart. This matter bears no relevance to me. After all, I have long abandoned any hope of grasping the title of Reikage. Regardless of who occupies that seat, it holds no significance for me. As night fell, with the departure of the elite warriors Samui and Killer Bee, the overall combat effectiveness of Thunder City plummeted, leaving but a handful of capable warriors. Among them, The two wooden beings were undoubtedly the most exceptional. One served as the Lord, while the other was a humanoid weapon powered by a biological energy core. The bond between the two wooden beings and their symbiotic entity, the Two Tails, was even more profound than that of Killer Bee and the Eight Tails. However, in terms of combat prowess, due to the Eight Tails' formidable strength and Killer Bee's tactical acumen, the two wooden beings fell slightly short in certain aspects. At this moment, Andoru slowly opened his eyes. The forces of Thunder City had already set forth to the Jupiter Alliance. Now was the prime opportunity for my actions. The entirety of Thunder City shall kneel beneath my feet. I must absorb more energy. More is better. Chapter 120. A direct confrontation. Andoru descended upon the bustling commercial district of the interstellar hub, Union Starport. Union Starport, a city constructed from numerous floating mountain peaks, stood amidst a soaring skyline, enveloped by dense ion clouds. Adjacent to the vast cosmic fringes, it lacked precise navigation systems and permit regulations, rendering it nearly inaccessible to outsiders. Yet, while entry proved arduous, departure was equally challenging. This area represented the zenith of the Starport's prosperity, where the headquarters of the Raikage intertwined with the commercial sector, forming the heart of the city. Andoru stood amidst the throngs of people, positioned at the core. Suddenly, he spread his arms wide, and a peculiar wave of energy swiftly permeated the atmosphere, its intensity surpassing all prior encounters, so potent that it was almost tangible, twisting and flowing through the air. Boom! The energy erupted instantaneously, radiating outward with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers agape. Figures collapsed to the ground in response. Andoru felt his power surging at an unprecedented rate. At that moment, two figures approached with lightning speed. Andoru, the Raikage, bellowed, as lightning energy coalesced around his form, manifesting into a suit of armor shimmering with electric brilliance. Before he unleashed a powerful punch towards Andoru. I have merely grown stronger, Andoru remarked coolly, casting a nonchalant glance at the Raikage, devoid of fear. Just days prior, Andoru was far from being a match for the Raikage, who could obliterate him with a single strike. Yet now, the Raikage found himself unable to do so. What have you done? The lightning energy surrounding the Raikage continued to surge, transforming into a formidable punch aimed directly at Andoru. Instead of evading, Andoru confronted it head-on. Boom! The Raikage was forced to step back 2 paces, while Andoru was propelled backward by the recoil. Although Andoru still slightly lagged behind the Raikage in terms of raw power, he was able to recover swiftly and rise once more. The Raikage's expression turned grave. With the recent blow, he distinctly sensed that Andoru's strength had nearly matched his own. The fact that Andoru could rise immediately after enduring his full-force strike indicated that he had sustained minimal injury. When had Andoru become endowed with such formidable power and resilient defense? Did this transformation stem from the acquisition of his newfound, extraordinary ability? Go at once and seek the two wooden beings. Understood. Upon hearing this, she felt a jolt of apprehension. The task of locating the two wooden beings implied that Raikage believed he could not resolve the issue with Andoru alone in a short period. Previously, Andoru's strength had been inferior to Shi's. Had he truly grown so powerful? What was the source of that strength? Thoughts raced through Shi's mind, yet no answers emerged. After all, such occurrences had never transpired in the history of Cloud-Hidden Starport. Only the Leaf Planet bore similar accounts. All knowledge regarding Cloud-Hidden Starport had been relayed back by Andoru. How had the Leaf responded to such situations? How was this power generated? She hastened to the residence of the two wooden beings. As humanoid energy entities, even if the two wooden beings were complete energy forms, they remained difficult to approach for the villagers, who instinctively harbored wariness towards them. Consequently, the abode of the two wooden beings was situated in a remote area. As she approached, voices reached him. The two wooden beings opened their eyes. What is it? Please follow me. Andoru has instigated a rebellion, and it is unlikely that Lord Raikage can confront him alone. Even Raikage cannot subdue him? The two wooden beings furrowed their brows. Who is Andoru? He was once an ordinary warrior, but he has now acquired an exceedingly sinister power. Many have perished in the face of Andoru's might. I implore you to accompany me at once. Very well. A glint of determination flashed in the eyes of the two wooden beings, and they swiftly made their way to the battleground where Raikage and Andoru clashed. Boom, boom, boom. As they neared the battlefield, the sounds of intense combat became increasingly audible. The residents in the streets had already scattered in panic, Yet those affected by Andoru were rendered unable to act, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The streets lay in ruins. A scene of devastation. Reikage, filled with fury, launched an assault on Andoru. Though he managed to temporarily suppress him, he could not achieve a decisive victory. Meanwhile, Andoru's strength continued to escalate. The more individuals affected by the source of infection, the more formidable Andoru's power became. The weaker beings were more susceptible to its influence, while powerful entities, given sufficient time, would also gradually succumb to its erosion. Why had Andoru not yet retreated? The reason lay in his desire to ensnare Reikage within the influence of the source of infection. Should he succeed, Andoru's strength would surge dramatically, rendering him an unrivaled force in Cloud-Hidden Starport. Otherwise, he would have long since departed. At that moment, the approach of two figures caught Andoru's attention. One was she, whom Andoru dismissed. The other, however, was the two wooden beings, which made him acutely alert. At present, Andoru lacks absolute confidence in his ability to simultaneously confront Reikage and the two wooden figures without faltering. Reikage, consider yourself fortunate today. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Andoru abruptly turned and departed. Reikage followed closely, but Andoru seized several individuals lying on the ground and hurled them towards Reikage, compelling the latter to first attend to the rescue of the fallen. As the two wooden figures arrived, Commander Samui inquired, "Are you truly so certain that Konoha failed to anticipate our quantum leap assault? Given that they are aware of Andoru's escape, perhaps they have already constructed a defensive matrix in the virtual realm." Samui cast a sidelong glance at the tactical officer. It was indeed true that Konoha was cognizant of Andoru's evasion, yet they could not have foreseen our assault launched via superluminal transmission technology. Our leap through the timeline was too abrupt for Konoha's intelligent defense system to mount an effective response. According to standard protocol, we should have initiated diplomatic negotiations with Konoha through quantum communication, accusing them of breaching the data-sharing agreement. Konoha has always excelled in maneuvering through digital obscurity. Even though Konoha has activated a full-scale war alert this time, the speed at which their interstellar fleet assembles is insufficient to match our dimensional leap velocity. Our assault is bound to secure a strategic advantage. Like most residents of Kumogakure, Samui held a disdainful view of Konoha's strength. Ever since Konoha lost its status as the universe's foremost ninja village under the leadership of the former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kumogakure not only dared to challenge Konoha, but even Sand Village has exerted pressure on Konoha within the multiversal narrative. Although Konoha's current leader is no longer Hiruzen, but Uchiha Fugaku, a formidable figure possessing spatial folding technology, can Fugaku truly reshape Konoha's power dynamics in such a short span? Not to mention that Konoha had previously endured an internal data cleansing crisis. Upon learning that Uchiha Fugaku had annihilated the diplomatic envoy from Kumogakure, a surge of anger swept through the majority of Kumogakure's populace, igniting a fervent desire for retaliation. They believed Konoha had lost its sanity. No one considered that Konoha possessed a foundational strength to contend with Kumogakure. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo is undeniably powerful, a superpower capable of manipulating time and space. However, apart from him, are there any other noteworthy figures in Konoha? Tsunade, has her biological regeneration technology advanced to a holographic projection state? As for Jiraiya, he is currently absent from the Konoha star system. Before departing, Samui envisioned numerous possibilities but never contemplated failure. She commanded the most elite forces of Kumogakure, employing an unexpected dimensional leap assault, intending to catch Konoha off guard and subsequently use this advantage as leverage in a new round of interstellar negotiations, demanding reparations for their losses. At that moment, Aburame Shibi appeared before Uchiha Fugaku, reporting, "Lord Hokage, we have pinpointed the enemy's location. Though there are only a few hundred of them, their energy fluctuations indicate they are exceedingly powerful." Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly and responded, "They have arrived more swiftly than we anticipated, evidently mobilizing elite forces in an attempt to deliver a rapid strike against us. However, we have taken ample precautionary measures." Uchiha Fugaku's gaze shifted toward Nara Shikaka's direction. "Shikaku, the defense task for the first phase is entrusted to you." Nara Shikaku replied with a wry smile, "Lord Hokage, we shall exert ourselves to the fullest. To earn the trust of the new sovereign, the old vassals must fight with their lives and strive with their blood and sweat. Otherwise, why would they place their trust in us?" After Nara Shikaku departed, he found Yamenka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza. "Commence the operation. At your command." The three bore solemn expressions. They would continue executing their predetermined battle plan, giving their all without holding back. Only by doing so could they endure until reinforcements from the village arrived. Any attempt to conserve strength would only lead to greater casualties. Understood. Nara Shikaku was acutely aware of Uchiha Fugaku's thoughts. At this critical juncture, only a desperate effort could capture his attention and gain the support of the Yamanaka clan, the Umbu, and other ninja families. Activate the infinite gravitational cannon. A dozen robust warriors lined up in formation, swiftly initiating the device. Powerful gravitational waves rippled outward, causing the very ground to tremble. What is happening? Samui immediately turned her gaze toward the source of the disturbance. Before she could react, the Akimichi clan's gravitational cannon was upon them. The massive cannon rolled forward like a boulder, severely constricting the evasive space of the Cloud Ninja. Simultaneously, the shadow binding field was activated. Members of the Nara clan launched their attacks, utilizing the energy field generated by shadows to ensnare the enemy in place. Although the binding time was limited, it was imperative to hold out until the gravitational cannon struck its target. Mind control technique. The Yamanaka clan's ninja also joined the fray, employing similar skills. It's the Inoshikicho, Leaf Ninja. How could this be? How did they discover us and take the initiative to attack? Samui's face turned ashen. Just moments ago, she had been asserting that the leaf had no means of detection, only to be met with a resounding slap from the Inoshikicho ninja. Enraged, Samui was equally perplexed. Where did these leaf ninja find their courage? What emboldened them to challenge the Cloud-Hidden City? What basis did the current leaf have to confront the technologically superior Cloud-Hidden City? Furthermore, how had they foreseen her ambush plan and located their hidden position? Samui was half right in her suspicions. There indeed existed an insider, but this was not a traditional traitor. Rather, it was due to Uchiha Ibito's analysis of the data stream carried by Andoru, which revealed the dynamics of the Cloud-Hidden City. The hiding place chosen by Samui was exceptionally concealed. Even if the Leaf Ninja had established a comprehensive detection network, it would be challenging to uncover. However, Uchiha Ibito had managed to Chapter 122. Only outrage remains the Star Warriors had never anticipated the current predicament. Had the Leaf system premeditated this interstellar conflict? Yet, on what grounds? The Leaf system, a planetary alliance long considered weakened. The Interstellar Warriors were momentarily at a loss to adapt to this unforeseen turn of events. As they regained their composure, they were left with nothing but indignation. How could elite fighters from the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy be successfully ambushed by a strike team from the Leaf Galaxy? And now, to find themselves in such a passive situation? This was utterly intolerable. Warriors from the Leaf Galaxy, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe we are mere trifles? We are warriors of the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy, an existence far beyond your capacity to defeat. Prepare to meet your demise. However, just as the Cloud-Hidden Warriors exerted every effort to suppress the coalition of the Boar, Deer, and Butterfly, a secret unit from the Leaf Galaxy, led by the formidable Kamizuki Wind, known as the Phantom Guard, suddenly descended upon the scene. Under Kamizuki Wind's command, the Phantom Guard executed their operations with a ruthless efficiency, employing any means necessary to achieve their objectives, even resorting to tactics deemed despicable. Despite the overall superior quality of the Cloud-Hidden Warriors, they were caught off guard by the underhanded assaults of the Phantom Guard, and many of them fell swiftly to their hands. Soon after, the Leaf Shadow Guard, led by Kakashi, also arrived on the battlefield. The combat style of the Shadow Guard leaned towards conventional military operations. Though not as treacherous as the Phantom Guard, Kakashi's prowess far surpassed that of Kamizuki Wind. Since mastering the power of the stars, Kakashi was no longer the mere replication ninja of the past, but had transformed into a solitary wolf of the Leaf Galaxy. Unbound by energy constraints, Kakashi's strength had surged dramatically, allowing him to wield advanced ninjutsu, such as Raikiri and Chidori, without hesitation. Even elite ninjas from the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy found themselves outmatched before Kakashi, who could take on multiple opponents simultaneously. The Oil Girl clan, led by Shiwi, also joined the fray, their combat units comprising parasitic mechanical worms, intelligent hunting dogs, and devices with holographic perception capabilities. This illuminated the reason behind the Cloud-Hidden Galaxy's prior fervent desire to seize the White Eyes, which proved irreplaceable as a supportive apparatus on the battlefield, capable of collaborating seamlessly with any combat unit. Before Uchiha Fugaku unveiled his superweapon, Susanoo, although many geniuses had emerged from the Uchiha clan. The cloud-hidden galaxy's yearning for the White Eyes vastly outweighed their interest in the Sharingan. Strategically, the White Eyes transcended the Sharingan. However, everything had now changed. The emergence of Susanoo signified that a single warrior could wield the power of an entire army, and none could resist the allure of such might. The warriors of the cloud-hidden galaxy found themselves retreating steadily, their lines shrinking until they were ultimately ensnared within the encirclement of the Leaf Galaxy's forces. Samui gritted her teeth. This is my oversight. I underestimated these warriors from the Leaf Galaxy. Kurabi, you must flee. Regardless of whether we survive this day, you must escape. With your strength, you can certainly accomplish it. Kurabi shook his head. Abandoning my comrades to escape alone is not my style. Leave these warriors from the Leaf Galaxy to me. I will create an opportunity for your escape. Trust me, I will return safely. Kurabi extended a finger towards Samui. Samui had more to say, but Kurabi had already charged onto the battlefield. Fool. Samui stamped her foot in frustration. The humanoid weapon must not fall into the hands of the Konoha star system. A surge of powerful energy rapidly gathered within Kurabi. In the next moment, several enormous mechanical tentacles erupted from his back. These tentacles swept across the battlefield like a colossal beast, rendering ordinary warriors powerless to resist, forcing them to evade. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off. Kurabi's voice resonated across the battlefield. A flicker of intrigue passed through Uchiha Fugaka's eyes. They have even deployed a humanoid weapon? It seems the cloud-hidden star system truly intends to obliterate us entirely. Let me witness firsthand which is superior, the humanoid weapon or my Uchiha clan's Sharingan. On this interstellar battlefield, Konoha's warriors were no match for Kurabi. Akimichi Chose stepped forward, activating the multi-size technique, his form expanding to a gigantic stature, while Yamanaka Inoichi and Nara Shikaku provided support from the sidelines. Among the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, the Akimichi clan boasted the greatest offensive power. However, against Kurabi and the mechanical tentacles of the Eight Tails, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. Get out of my way. Yamanaka Inoichi attempted to deploy his body-switching technique, but was forcefully repelled by a command from the Eight Tails. Blood spurted from his mouth as he staggered back a few steps to regain his footing. Nara Shikaku's shadow binding technique similarly failed to make a significant impact on Kurabi. Kurabi effortlessly broke free from the restraints, and more mechanical tentacles surged forth, lunging at Akimichi Chose. The tentacles ensnared Chose tightly, and a look of extreme agony crossed his face. With a pop, akin to a deflating balloon, Chose's form rapidly shrank. Amidst the flicker of electrical sparks, Kakashi timely unleashed an energy blade that penetrated the cybernetic form of Kurabi. Kurabi struggled to activate his internal nanorepair system, narrowly avoiding critical damage to his core. In the instant the energy blade was retracted, a red energy trail shot forth, accompanied by the scattering of metallic debris. A tentacle composed of polymer alloy swiftly swept towards Uchiha Madara's position. However, Uchiha Madara's figure flickered, utilizing space-time teleportation to instantly appear in another location. Teleportation technique? Kurabi fixed his gaze intently on Uchiha Madara. Are you a time traveler like Minato? No, Minato has long since departed. Could there be someone else in Konoha who has mastered such teleportation techniques? Many eyes were drawn to this moment, not only from Konoha's warriors, but also from battle robots of the cloud-hidden city. When Uchiha Madara reappeared in this manner, it captured even more attention. Teleportation technique? The eyes of Konoha's warriors sparkled with excitement. Teleportation had once been a hallmark of Konoha's era. At that time, Tsunade departed from her home planet. Orochimaru became engrossed in biotechnological experiments. Sarutobi Hiruzen declined to partake in interstellar warfare. Danzo schemed in the shadows for a coup, and Jiraiya, disturbed by a prophecy concerning interdimensional life forms, exhibited an eccentric demeanor reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi pondering the mysteries of the universe at the tender age of 6. Amidst the interstellar conflict between Konoha and the hidden cloud village, only Minato Namikaze emerged as a beacon of hope. With unwavering resolve, he single-handedly suppressed the onslaught of the hidden cloud village using his teleportation technique, akin to a formidable fleet. Although he ultimately did not achieve a decisive victory, his performance was nothing short of triumphant given Konoha's diminished strength relative to the hidden cloud village. Thus, Minato garnered the admiration of countless individuals, vanquished Orochimaru, and ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage. The teleportation technique evoked profound emotions and memories among the populace, symbolizing a spirit of invincibility and the unwavering determination of Konoha's warriors. The fervor among them soared to new heights. Killer B's eyes betrayed a deep vigilance. The vivid recollections of that fateful battle lingered in his mind, where he and the Fourth Reikage had allied against Minato, and despite their numerical superiority, they had failed to secure any advantage, nearly succumbing to Minato's prowess. Faced now with a solitary adversary, the outcome was all too apparent. Killer B held Minato in profound reverence, and he harbored a similar trepidation towards the teleportation technique. In that moment, the realization struck him that there was another capable of wielding this technique apart from Minato, which instilled a sense of panic within him. Uchiha Fugaku halted, gazing intently at the figure before him. Clad in an umbu mask, the individual appeared unremarkable, yet Fugaku discerned with clarity that this person was no mere umbu member. A name surfaced in Fugaku's thoughts, Uchiha Ibito. Given the formidable challenge of mastering the teleportation technique, if someone had accomplished it, it could only be Ibito. Fugaku recalled Ibito's previous attempt to learn forbidden jutsu, one being the four-dimensional protective barrier and the other the teleportation technique. It had not been long since then, and now Ibito had already mastered both techniques, exhibiting a prodigious talent surpassing even that of Itachi. The mere mention of Itachi's name plunged Fugaku into momentary silence, but he quickly cast aside such thoughts. He pondered what the future held for Sasuke, who bore the weight of having such an exceptional brother. Killer B fixated intently on Uchiha Ibito. Who are you? Kakashi turned to regard the enigmatic umbu member, certain he had never encountered this individual before. Moreover, Ibito had employed a disguise technique to alter his appearance. One capable of mastering the teleportation technique was no ordinary individual. Dare you reveal your name? Uchiha Ibito responded coolly. If you can defeat me, I shall disclose my name. However, should you lose, there is no need to share my name with a vanquished foe. Arrogant. Killer B scoffed. Indeed, I once fell to Minato Namake's, but now, I have surpassed my former self. If you can merely employ the technique of teleportation, then you are undoubtedly no match for me. Over the years, I have devised numerous strategies to counteract teleportation. In the next moment, Kurabi abandoned all other targets and charged directly toward Uchiha Madara. His concern extended beyond the teleportation technique. He understood that should Uchiha Madara ascend into the air and utilize teleportation, hundreds of combat robots from the Hidden Cloud Village could be annihilated in an instant. The teleportation technique is particularly formidable when dealing with weaker adversaries. Several colossal tendrils, crafted from intelligent materials, surged forth from various directions, left, right, below, above. Kakashi, I leave Kurabi to you. I shall attend to other matters. Understood, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Although he remained unaware of Uchiha Madara's true identity, the mere fact that he possessed the teleportation technique inspired respect within Kakashi, who had always held a deep admiration for Minato Namake's. He would not direct his frustration at Minato due to Hiruzen's actions. Chapter 124. Quantum Ox Demon form with a sizzling sound. Two quantum blades sliced through the air. Yet they were interconnected by a high-energy beam. Upon contacting Kurabi, the beam coiled around him with force. In an instant, Uchiha Madara appeared beside him, yanking sharply. Kurabi's mechanical tendrils shattered in response. Against Uchiha Madara, Kurabi found himself utterly helpless. The tactical strategies swirling in his mind proved entirely ineffective against the spatio-temporal leap of the teleportation technique. Quantum Ox Demon form. A glimmer flashed in Kurabi's eyes as he resolutely made his decision. An even more potent quantum-tailed beast energy radiated from within him, transforming his very form. Once in human shape, he now sprouted 8 biomechanical tendrils. In that moment, Kurabi's human body dissolved into a colossal quantum ox demon form. A deep crimson creature emerged, resembling a fearsome, otherworldly beast, adorned with 8 tails and massive in stature. An overwhelming quantum pressure emanated from Kurabi, compelling not only the Leaf Village ninjas to retreat, but also the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Though Kurabi had forged a symbiotic agreement with the Quantum Ox Demon, becoming the perfect quantum pillar, even the residual force of his attacks proved lethal to ordinary ninjas. 2 streams of white quantum energy erupted from Kurabi's nostrils. The so-called Quantum Ox Demon is an existence that amalgamates features of both bovines and octopuses, infused with characteristics of otherworldly creatures, resembling a ferocious demon. As a result of the quantum-tailed beast energy released by Karabi, the surrounding vegetation rapidly withered, as if ravaged by a high-intensity energy corrosion. This exemplifies the corrosive nature of quantum-tailed beast energy. Conventional chakra lacks attributes. Yet quantum-tailed beast energy possesses one or more fundamental elemental properties, potentially even harboring unique abilities akin to bloodline limits. Should one achieve a symbiosis with the quantum-tailed beast, becoming the perfect quantum pillar, that ninja would essentially gain access to an inexhaustible supply of advanced energy, while also mastering ninjutsu at the level of bloodline limits. In comparison to ordinary human ninjas, the advantages are distinctly pronounced. Today, the half-quantum-tailed beast transformation of Killer Bee has undeniably garnered the utmost attention of the majority of ninjas in this world. However, this does not extend to Uchiha Ibito. Quantum Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Uchiha Ibito swiftly brought his hands together, executing a complex series of quantum hand seals with remarkable speed. Before Killer Bee could fully comprehend the unfolding events, a colossal dragon composed of quantum flames surged towards him. Wherever the fire dragon passed, all matter was incinerated to ashes, leaving even the soil charred and blackened. Killer Bee let out a powerful roar, unleashing a forceful backlash of air from his mouth that dispersed the approaching fire dragon. Yet, Uchiha Ibito harbored no illusions that a mere high-level ninjutsu could vanquish Killer Bee. Such a notion was patently unrealistic, for the value of quantum chakra would be rendered excessively trivial. In the original narrative, Sasuke relied on Amaterasu. Uchiha Ibito's Great Fire Dragon technique merely served to clear the battlefield. A searing mass of quantum chakra began to coalesce before Killer Bee. Next, it was my turn to retaliate. Before Killer Bee stood the lethal quantum-tailed beast bomb. However, he refrained from targeting Uchiha Ibito, fully aware that for one who has mastered space-time manipulation, striking him with the quantum-tailed beast bomb would be nearly impossible. Thus, Killer Bee chose to aim at the ninjas of Konohagakure. I know you wish to protect them, so stop dodging and take this hit. The outcome shall be decided at this very moment. Killer Bee understood that he must find a way to break the stalemate. The situation for the ninjas of Kumogakure was dire. They had intended to launch a surprise attack on Konohagakure, but found themselves ambushed instead. He stepped forward, striving to secure an opportunity for the other ninjas of Kumogakure to escape. Yet a ninja wielding space-time manipulation appeared from Konohagakure, tightly restraining him. Should this continue, all the participating ninjas from Kumogakure would face death or capture, and he himself would be defeated. Kumogakure could not withstand such a loss. It was simply too great. Although the number of dispatched ninjas was limited, merely a few hundred, far fewer than the tens of thousands from Kumogakure, they were the elite of the elite. Should they all perish, Kumogakure would suffer a grievous blow to its vitality and reputation. How could Kumogakure, a village that had risen to prominence as the foremost ninja village, accept the defeat to a Konohagakure that had long since declined? This was a reality too bitter for Kumogakure to endure. Therefore, Killer Bee resolved to adopt unorthodox methods, targeting the ordinary ninjas of Konohagakure in hopes of wounding Uchiha Ibito, thereby creating an opportunity for the escape of Kumogakure's ninjas. Everyone, focus on defense. Upon witnessing Killer Bee's movements, the ninjas of Konohagakure felt a surge of anxiety. Launch. Killer Bee's figure flickered, and the quantum-tailed beast bomb hurtled towards the cluster of Konohagakure ninjas with astonishing speed, accompanied by an overwhelming quantum pressure. The surrounding space seemed to grow ever more oppressive and weighty as a result. The ninjas of Konoha hurriedly scattered in panic, with some of the less resilient among them trembling in fear, recalling the horror of the Nine-Tails' devastating assault from years past. One could not help but lament. Why is the quantum power of the Hidden Cloud Village so formidable, while our Konoha's quantum power only serves to wreak havoc upon our village? Yet, such sentiments were merely fleeting thoughts. At that moment, Akimichi Dingswa gazed ahead, fully aware of the impending consequences. He knew that when that super-energy sphere collided with him, his body would be utterly obliterated. Following closely, the cataclysmic energy surge would reduce him to mere particles. During the Nine-Tails crisis, Akimichi Dingswa had witnessed the horrific explosion of a tailed beast energy sphere. Back then, Minato Namikaze was still on the battlefield. The energy sphere unleashed by the Nine-Tails had instantaneously decimated an entire mountain range. But for the sake of the New Star Alliance, for our family, I am willing to bear it all. Akimichi Dingswa straightened his back, resolutely lifting his chest. What is death, after all? Nara Shikaku swiftly issued a command. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Do not squander the opportunity Dingswa has created for us. Surviving is the greatest tribute we can pay to Dingswa. At that moment, the tailed beast energy sphere approached rapidly. Akimichi Dingswa halted, steadied his stance, and spread his arms wide, preparing to embrace the massive energy sphere. However, at that instant, a short blade of energy descended from above. A figure materialized before Akimichi Dingswa, one hand gripping the energy blade while the other pointed at the tailed beast energy sphere. Complex spatial transfer runes emerged on the energy sphere, marks of the teleportation technique. Simultaneously, Uchiha Ibito activated his unique ability, time reversal, granting himself more time to redirect the energy sphere. Then came the teleportation technique. Uchiha Ibito vanished in an instant. Akimichi Dingswa maintained his position, arms raised high, yet he grasped at emptiness. The energy sphere that had been so near had vanished. It was the teleportation technique. Thank you, my senior. Akimichi Dingswa recalled a past incident during the Ninetales crisis when Minato Namikaze had similarly redirected a tailed beast energy sphere, saving the symbol of the New Star Alliance, the Hokage Rock. Those around him began to realize what had transpired. It was the teleportation technique. How magnificent! A chorus of cheers erupted. Killer Bee was astonished. The situation before him exceeded his expectations. What is happening? Where is my energy sphere? Where is my colossal energy sphere? The voice of the Eight Tails, Gyuki, echoed. Someone has used the teleportation technique to transfer the energy sphere. Transfer. Killer Bee's eyes widened. They can even transfer the energy sphere? Where has it gone? He anxiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, a warning rang out. Be careful. Gyuki's voice sounded. Killer Bee abruptly looked up and saw a figure above him, holding a massive, spinning energy body, the very tailed beast energy sphere he had just launched. Killer Bee's pupils constricted. Boom. The tailed beast energy sphere plummeted down. The figure of Uchiha Madara vanished once more. In an instant, Killer Bee's stature diminished as the weight of the tailed beast energy sphere caused him to sink, his feet deeply embedded in the ground. However, this state was brief, for the next moment heralded an impending explosion. Boom. A shock wave radiated outward, uprooting the surrounding trees with its formidable force. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara had preemptively cleared a vast area and had cast the fire release, Dragon Flame technique. Thus there were few ninjas near Killer Bee, most of whom hailed from the Hidden Cloud Village. In the distance, the Leaf Village ninjas, though affected to some extent, were not gravely harmed. Medical ninjas stood ready, poised to provide immediate assistance should any injuries arise. In comparison to the Hidden Cloud Village, the Leaf had evidently made more thorough preparations for this battle. Countless fragments of earth and stone were sent flying, transforming the region into a desolate wasteland, with dust swirling through the air. Eventually, as the dust settled, visibility improved, revealing a massive pit several meters deep at the center, within which lay Killer Bee's form. Killer Bee, will never concede, he declared, struggling to rise from the ground. A deafening roar erupted from him, and an even denser chakra surged forth from his being. The Leaf Ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a profound sense of reverence. How could he remain unscathed despite such adversity? He was truly formidable. What strategy could possibly prevail against such a tailed beast Jinchuriki? In the hands of the interstellar warrior Uchiha Madara, the energy field coalesced once again, manifesting a power from another dimension. Hyperspace Flame Launcher, activate. A searing energy sphere streaked through the atmosphere like a meteor, colliding with the colossal beast, the Eight Tails mech, composed of 8 mechanical tentacles, instantly triggering a cataclysmic energy explosion. Subsequently, the teleportation matrix engaged, and Uchiha Madara's figure vanished without a trace. Yet, as his tactical projector touched down, he utilized spatial folding technology to return to his original position. At that moment, a massive storage tank appeared in his hand. Upon lifting the lid, a torrent of liquid fuel poured forth, specifically designed as high-energy kerosene for superweapons. The fuel ignited upon contact with flames, enveloping the Eight Tails mech entirely. Even the reinforced heat-resistant armor could not withstand such ferocious combustion. Although the Eight Tails mech was among the most powerful combat robots currently, it was rendered utterly vulnerable before Uchiha Madara's hyperspace flame launcher. Uchiha Madara stood upon a high platform whenever the Eight Tails attempted to break free from the fiery bindings. he would retaliate immediately, employing precise spatial positioning to suppress it once more. Despite the formidable nature of the tailed beast mech, it posed no insurmountable challenge to Uchiha Madara, who had mastered higher-dimensional technology. Even without the power of Susanoo, he was capable of inflicting severe damage upon the Eight Tails mech multiple times. "We have succeeded," cheered the interstellar warriors of the Jupiter Alliance. Previously, when the Eight Tails mech controlled by Killer Bee displayed the formidable energy of the tailed beast engine, it instilled a moment of panic among them. Particularly, when the Eight Tails unleashed the tailed beast cannon, the sense of lethal threat was even more pronounced. Now, however, the Eight Tails mech had been utterly defeated, its mournful cries gradually fading away. In stark contrast, the interstellar warriors of the cloud-hidden galaxy found themselves steeped in profound despair. Killer Bee's defeat made them acutely aware that this interstellar war held no promise of victory. They faced either capture or a life of servitude under the Jupiter Alliance. Should they succumb to defeat, they would bear an indelible mark of shame for the rest of their lives. "We surrender," Uchiha Fugaku signaled to Uchiha Itachi, who raised the flag representing the Jupiter Alliance. At the center of the flag blazed a roaring flame, symbolizing the existence of the Hokage, surrounded by swirling celestial patterns that represented the alliance of the Senju clan and other ninja families. Although their insignias were smaller, they remained distinctly visible. "Those who surrender shall be spared," questioned a voice in confusion. The Hyuga clan warriors harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the cloud-hidden galaxy, preferring to witness the demise of every warrior from that realm rather than allow any to survive. However, Uchiha Fugaku possessed more profound strategic considerations. For a civilization, warriors are essentially a strategic resource. Among the cloud-hidden galaxy warriors who participated in this battle, a portion must be detained, yet the majority, if slain, would yield far less value than allowing them to live. Surviving warriors could serve various purposes, such as bargaining chips to demand exorbitant reparations from the cloud-hidden galaxy, potentially extracting ransoms that exceeded their intrinsic worth by multiples. Whether the cloud-hidden galaxy paid the ransom would significantly impact them. If they complied, their losses would be greater. If they refused, the incident would echo throughout the entire galaxy. Would the captured warriors maintain their loyalty to the cloud-hidden galaxy? Slaying them might incur lesser losses for the cloud-hidden galaxy, while also igniting the flames of vengeance among the populace. Nevertheless, certain individuals could not be released, leaving only the options of execution or lifelong imprisonment within the Jupiter Alliance. All captured, the warriors of the cloud-hidden galaxy laid down their arms, ceasing resistance. The Hyuga clan warriors advanced, employing neural interference techniques to sever the energy conduits of the cloud warriors, rendering them incapable of mobilizing or utilizing their superpowers. Once assured of their complete incapacitation, the flames in the pit gradually extinguished, revealing the charred remains of the Eight Tails mech. "Just an illusion," Uchiha Madara remarked, casting a glance into the pit. "Octopus-type mechs are always adept at such deceptions. Yet, I have inscribed teleportation tracking runes upon you. Can you truly escape?" No sooner had he spoken than Uchiha Madara vanished from sight. The teleportation matrix activated. Not far away, a lake bore witness as Killer Bee's Eight Tails mech resurfaced. "I've escaped," he exclaimed, astonished by the formidable warriors of the Jupiter Alliance, whom he had never heard of before. They seemed to materialize from the void. Much like Uchiha Fugaku, could they also be members of the Uchiha clan? Killer Bee turned back, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the battlefield he had previously known. Uchiha Madara had cast Kurabi to the ground and commanded the nearby members of the Hyuga clan, "Hyuga, apply an energy seal on him." "As you wish." No one knew the true identity of Uchiha Madara, yet his earlier performance was undeniable. Single-handedly, he had defeated the pilot of the Eight Tails mech from the cloud-hidden galaxy, even gaining the upper hand in the confrontation with the formidable machine. Such an individual was worthy of universal admiration. A warrior from the Hyuga branch stepped forward and swiftly placed an energy seal on Kurabi's vital points, rendering him incapable of harnessing his supernatural abilities. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara affixed an energy seal to Kurabi's abdomen, an invisible shackle securing the Eight Tails mech firmly in place. All the warriors from the cloud-hidden galaxy were tightly bound by energy chains, awaiting the Jupiter Alliance's disposition. Kakashi approached the direction of Uchiha Madara. However, before he could draw near, Madara had vanished without a trace through a teleportation matrix. Teleportation. Kakashi opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. A gentle breeze wafted through as the lingering smoke of battle gradually dissipated. Numerous corpses lay scattered across the ground, and the warriors of the Jupiter Alliance began to collect the bodies, both theirs and those of the enemy. They understood that these remains could serve as leverage in resource exchanges with the cloud-hidden galaxy. Even among ninjas, the majority harbored a deep-seated desire to return home. Upon returning home, Uchiha Madara shed his disguise. Sasuke's eyes lit up upon seeing Madara, and he excitedly rushed over. "Brother, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for so long." Chapter 127. Underestimating Konoha, did I not instruct you to enter the virtual training arena first, without waiting for me? Today, I have no interest in training. Brother, I have a question I wish to ask you. What question? How can I activate the function of the Mind Link Eye? A quantum spectrum flickered in Uchiha Madara's eyes as he raised an eyebrow slightly. You wish to activate the Mind Link Eye now? I believe the time is ripe. Sasuke replied, having mastered biological energy-enhanced martial arts, energy projection weapon manipulation, and the colossal fireball of flame-type energy blasts. My strength has surpassed that of many students in the Interstellar Ninja Academy. Yet the core strength of our Uchiha clan ultimately lies in the Mind Link Eye. The special ability that our father possesses stems from this eye, does it not? Brother, you have already successfully activated it. I yearn to wield such power. I believe I have met the conditions for its activation. Uchiha Madara gently stroked Sasuke's head, releasing a faint wave of energy. You believe that believing you can achieve something is sufficient, Sasuke. While confidence is undoubtedly important, excessive confidence or arrogance can be detrimental. Here's what we shall do. I will design a trial for you. If you can complete it, I will teach you the secret method to activate the eye. Sasuke stood tall, resolutely declaring, then let us begin at once. I am confident I will succeed. Uchiha Madara shook his head, concentrating a surge of energy at his fingertips, which he lightly tapped upon Sasuke's forehead. You have already forgotten, haven't you? I have yet to establish the parameters of your trial. Yet you boldly assert that you will surely succeed. This exceeds the bounds of mere confidence. Sasuke promptly covered his forehead, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood, brother. Regardless of the trial you set forth, I shall give it my utmost effort. Madara turned his gaze towards the battlefield where the ninjas of Konoha and the Nebula Alliance clashed, pondering the reasons behind the Nebula Alliance's defeat. On one hand, he had implanted an intelligent infiltrator named Andoru within their ranks. However, on a deeper level, the Nebula Alliance's downfall stemmed from their overwhelming arrogance. They underestimated Konoha's strength, sending merely a few hundred elite troops without adequate intelligence gathering or defensive preparations, boldly advancing towards Konoha's territory. What was intended as a surprise attack on Konoha turned into a counteroffensive, resulting in a disastrous outcome: heavy casualties, with survivors captured. Coupled with the chaos instigated by Andoru within the Nebula Alliance, their losses were reminiscent of Konoha's devastation during the Nine-Tails Beast invasion, suffering immensely. As Madara and Sasuke entered the quantum simulation training arena, numerous ninjas from Konoha returned home. The battlefield had been thoroughly cleared, even the massive craters smoothed into training grounds. The wasteland had transformed into an expanse of level ground. Send a communication signal to the Nebula Alliance, commanded Madara. A team of Konoha ninjas departed, racing towards the Thunderstar system. News spread gradually throughout Konoha, and the atmosphere in the village underwent a remarkable transformation. Smiles naturally graced the faces of the villagers, as their fears of retaliation from the Nebula Alliance dissipated. We have triumphed. Konoha remains the most formidable ninja force in the cosmos. Shall we reclaim our status as the foremost ninja village? The might of the Nebula Alliance had been evident to all over the past years. Yet now, with Konoha's victory over the Nebula Alliance, the morale of the villagers soared. We are no longer the Konoha that was once bullied. It seems all this decline stemmed from Sarutobi Hiruzen's leadership. Under his guidance, Konoha weakened. But now, things have improved significantly. Ever since Lord Fugaku assumed the role of Hokage, our Konoha has rapidly regained its strength. Defeating the Nebula Alliance marks the dawn of our resurgence. The village was awash with joy. In the Uchiha family's exclusive quantum training ground, Madara paused momentarily. The trial I just mentioned is what I shall bestow upon you, Sasuke. Do you still have confidence? I will give it my all, Sasuke replied, his expression now serious. The trial proposed by Madara far exceeded Sasuke's expectations. Very well, Then proceed and monitor your own performance. Understood. Sasuke walked towards a corner of the training ground. Uchiha Izumi gently tugged at Madara's sleeve. Madara, is this demand not too high? Sasuke has yet to even attend the Interstellar Ninja Academy. Not high. After all, Sasuke's ambition is to meet the criteria for activating the spiritual link eye. Uchiha Madara elucidated that prematurely awakening such eyes, without the corresponding strength, renders the activation largely meaningless. He reminisced about past events. In the original timeline, Sasuke awakened the spiritual link eye on the night of his clan's massacre at the tender age of 7. However, it was not until after his graduation that he truly mastered and harnessed the abilities of this eye. During that interval, he had never genuinely employed the spiritual link eye. This signifies that the timing of awakening does not necessarily correlate with the user's capability to proficiently wield its power. You are correct, Uchiha Izumi nodded, stating, I awakened my spiritual link eye at an earlier stage, but it only manifested during emotionally charged moments. It was only recently that I learned to utilize it normally. Indeed, once Samui and Killer Bee return, the technological crisis instigated by Andoru will be effortlessly resolved. Thanks to the interstellar trade agreement with Konoha, we have received substantial technological reparations. Moreover, with Killer Bee's return, alongside Samui and myself, our combined strength will be sufficient to subdue Andoru and utilize advanced artificial intelligence systems to isolate it, thus addressing all issues at the Cloud Hidden Star base. The Reikage cast his gaze towards the cosmic vista outside the window, gently pressing the neural interface at the back of his head. The expression on the face of the two humanoid figures was equally grave, but the cold, holographic masks they wore rendered their inner thoughts inscrutable. The office fell into a profound silence. That being said, since the establishment of the quantum defense matrix on our planet, security breaches akin to the Andoru incident had not occurred for quite some time. I had even taken solace in recalling the supernatural phenomena encountered by Konoha. However, our own planet now finds itself ensnared in a similarly dire predicament, and more shockingly, all of this was instigated by Andoru. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed from outside the door. Reikage-sama. The Reikage's eyes instantly brightened. Have Samui and Killer Bee returned? No, Reikage-sama. It is a messenger from Konoha. The signaling ninja replied, his expression grave. A messenger from Konoha? A sense of foreboding gripped the Reikage's heart. Reikage-sama. This is the information transmission device brought by the Konoha envoy. And where is the envoy? They have already departed. The Reikage promptly seized the information transmission device, activating the decoding program. In the next moment, his visage turned an ashen shade of gray, then pale. This is impossible. Reikage, what has happened? The two humanoid figures furrowed their brows. The Reikage swayed, collapsing into the intelligent floating chair. The two humanoid figures took the information transmission device from the Reikage's grasp to read the data stream. Their pupils dilated in shock. This is impossible. A look of astonishment akin to that of the Reikage manifested on the faces of the two humanoid figures. Samui and Killer Bee were defeated by the ninjas of Konoha? Our Cloud Hidden Star base has succumbed to Konoha? How could this be possible? The Reikage composed himself slightly, his expression darkening to a degree that it seemed capable of dripping water. It must be Andoru who has betrayed us, leaking our strategic plans to Konoha, thereby granting them the opportunity to establish quantum interference traps targeting Samui and Killer Bee in advance. This can only explain their unexpected failure. Andoru, I shall ensure you pay dearly for this. Reikage ground his teeth, his tightly clenched fists emitting a faint hum. With a resounding crash, the intelligent desk shattered into pieces. The two members of the Wood clan exchanged glances, a flicker of unusual light passing between them. Given Killer Bee's prowess, even if he fell into Konoha's quantum traps, he should not have been captured. He is a fully realized tailed beast warrior and the mightiest among the 8-tailed beasts. It is likely that Uchiha Fugaku from Konoha intervened. Recent intelligence indicates that he has mastered the ultimate form of the Manjiki Sharingan, capable of controlling colossal mechs akin to those wielded by Uchiha Madara. It was with such a mech that Uchiha Fugaku triumphed over Orochimaru and even eliminated Danzo. If Killer Bee was defeated by Konoha, it must have been at the hands of Uchiha Fugaku. The two members of the Wood clan raised their eyebrows. Uchiha Fugaku is indeed formidable. Yet, formidable as he is but one man. In our Union Star base, we boast 3 individuals of equal strength. Myself, Killer Bee, and you, 2 members of the Wood clan. The Reikage referred to himself, Killer Bee, and one of the 2 members of the Wood clan, both complete tailed beast warriors. But what should we do now? The two members of the Wood clan gazed at the information transmission device in their hands and remarked, Konoha has not only disclosed the identities and locations of our captives, but has also issued a ransom demand. Only by paying a sufficient number of credit points can we redeem them. However, their asking price is exorbitantly high. Reikage slammed his fist against the wall in fury. This is infuriating. Troubles always come in succession. First, Andoru's betrayal, and now Konoha presents yet another dilemma. Were there only a single issue at hand, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent. Had Samui and Killer Bee returned victorious, Reikage could have united their strengths to take action against Andoru, ultimately eradicating him. Without Andoru's betrayal, even if Samui and Killer Bee had been defeated by Konoha, Reikage could have led the Union Star Base's army to strike decisively, reigniting interstellar warfare until Konoha was thoroughly subdued. Reikage did not believe that Konoha's strength could genuinely surpass that of the Union Star Base. Yet now, both sides faced simultaneous crises. This predicament leaves Reikage unable to address Andoru or contend with Konoha. A wave of intense frustration surged within him. Damn it! If I strike again, this room will surely collapse. The two members of the Wood clan set down the information transmission device and returned to their seats, proposing, since the situation has escalated to this point, let us devise a means to resolve the current predicament and summon all the high-ranking officials for a meeting. No sooner had the words left their lips than a figure quietly entered. Lord Reikage. It is she. Lord Reikage, I have informed everyone. Chapter 129, a senior strategist retorted. However, the demands from Konoha are excessively stringent. If we were to redeem all captured intelligent robots according to their conditions, our years of energy reserves in Union Village would be utterly squandered. Such a colossal loss is beyond our capacity to endure. A senior strategist countered. Reikage cast a glance at the advisor and proposed, let us prioritize the redemption of warriors of high strategic value, such as Killer Bee and Samui. Once Killer Bee returns, along with my strength and that of the Wood Ninja, we shall possess sufficient power to eliminate the threat posed by Andoru, thereby rendering our mission against Konoha considerably more manageable. But will Konoha acquiesce to such a request? It is worth a try. Reikage turned to Ki and commanded, Ki, you shall lead the team to Konoha this time. Understood. Simultaneously, ensure to investigate Konoha's current technological developments. Acknowledged. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku has issued orders for the engineers to commence the construction of an advanced forward base. This outpost is equipped with defensive capabilities and intelligence-gathering functions, evidently in preparation for the impending arrival of the Union envoy. This time, Uchiha Fugaku has resolved not to allow anyone from Union Village to enter Konoha's territory, mandating that all negotiations and matters be conducted outside the forward base. As night descended, after escorting Uchiha Izumi back home, Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke each returned to their own residences. Uchiha Fugaku made a rare appearance in his courtyard. Father, Sasuke hurried over. I have bought some energy bars for you. They are on the dining table. Please help yourselves. Thank you, father. Uchiha Itachi passed by Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, thank you. No need for thanks. Next time, do not engage in such perilous tasks again. Uchiha Itachi paused briefly. Understood. He then entered the dining room. Sasuke had already opened the packaging, but did not consume it immediately. Brother, this portion is for you, and this portion is for me. What about this one? Uchiha Itachi pointed to a small pile. This. Sasuke lifted his gaze towards the starry sky. Let us leave it for that person. Uchiha Itachi instantly understood that Sasuke was referring to Uchiha Itachi, the entity residing in the virtual realm. Then we shall leave it for Itachi. Suddenly, a mechanical cat burst into the dining room, seizing the food from the table. This cat is also named Itachi. Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and chuckled, no longer insisting. A high-tech forward base was swiftly constructed within a short time, featuring several intelligent defensive structures, a multifunctional conference room, and a contingent of elite ninjas from Konoha stationed there, until a sound filled with interdimensional fluctuations resonated. A mysterious transport device bearing heavy cargo appeared in the vicinity of the forward base. Halt! A figure materialized before the transport device, bringing it to a stop. He approached. Are you ninjas from Konoha? Indeed. What esteemed individual do we have before us? We hail from the Hidden Cloud Village, and this time we come bearing a ransom to reclaim our intelligent warrior. The Leaf Ninja nodded in acknowledgement. We need to conduct a count. Shall we do it here? She frowned. sensing that this method seemed rather precarious. Please proceed to the newly established outpost ahead, the Leaf Ninja gestured, explaining. This is a facility constructed under the Hokage's explicit orders to accommodate the ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Given your prior conduct, we find it exceedingly difficult to place our trust in you. The last encounter left us at a significant disadvantage. Thus, we cannot allow you even a step into the village. A twitch graced the corner of Shi's mouth, while the statement was harsh. The relationship between the Leaf and the Hidden Cloud had indeed deteriorated to such an extent that pleasantries were no longer necessary. The transport device entered the perimeter of the outpost. A Leaf Ninja swiftly reported back to headquarters. Shortly thereafter, several figures soared in from the distance. With Kakashi leading the way, accompanied by a Hyuga clan ninja, they prepared to employ the Byakugan to inspect the transport device for any hidden traps or hostility. Trust in the Hidden Cloud had been thoroughly eroded. May we proceed? Kakashi inquired, directing his gaze at Shi. Yes, came the reply. The Hyuga ninja stepped forward and initiated the unlocking procedure of the transport device. Boxes were unloaded, each subsequently opened for inspection. Byakugan. The Hyuga ninja meticulously scrutinized every nook and cranny, ensuring no anomalies were present. Everything is in order, Lord Kakashi. Excellent. Let us commence the counting. Two ninjas advanced, one wielding a data terminal and stylus, beginning to document the quantity of each box. The numbers accumulated steadily, and the counting was soon completed. Lord Kakashi, this is the tally we have compiled. Kakashi accepted the data terminal and handed it to Shi. Ninjas of the Hidden Cloud, please verify that these figures are accurate. Indeed, they are correct. Then I kindly ask you to sign on this terminal to confirm, thus preventing any future disputes regarding the ransom amount, which would be beneficial for both parties. She hesitated momentarily. Chapter 130. Hope for the fourth Reikage to abdicate soon. This feels like a trap, she thought, sensing the cunning at play. What technological value do these so-called relics possess? Can they enhance the technological prowess of the Hidden Cloud? Not only can they not, but they would also deplete the Hidden Cloud's precious energy reserves. Furthermore, should these relics remain unreclaimed, the enemy could exploit them to incite animosity among the Hidden Cloud ninjas towards the Jupiter base, inflating their morale and doubling their combat effectiveness in confrontations. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the Jupiter base did not act as anticipated. They accepted the ransom, yet silently surrendered this batch of relics. This predicament left Shi feeling quite awkward. Shi's original mission was to return with Killer Bee and Samui, or at the very least, to bring back Killer Bee alone. Yet, it seemed that the objective was now unattainable. Bringing back these relics would offer no advantage in the fight against the Andoru Intelligence Collective, having expended considerable resources. The artifacts now lie before us, and we cannot refrain from bringing them back. If we fail to do so, who can ensure that the Jupiter base will not leak this information? Should the news escape, how will the citizens of Cloud Hidden City, particularly the relatives of the fallen, perceive themselves and their leadership? By the way, the ransom you have brought, apart from these artifacts, could also redeem some living captives. Though handling the living captives would be rather complex. Who are these living captives? She inquired eagerly. If possible, I hope it is Lord Killer Bee, for he is the vessel of the energy core and is in a precarious state. Only we in Cloud Hidden City possess the means to stabilize his energy. Should the Eight Tails energy core spiral out of control at your Jupiter base, it would undoubtedly inflict tremendous repercussions upon you. The Reikage has resolved to conclude this interstellar war. Hence we do not wish to leave any potential risks at your Jupiter base. She sought what seemed a reasonable explanation. Kakashi cast a glance at Shi, shaking his head. I am afraid the ransom you offer is far from sufficient to secure Killer Bee's release. Therefore, we have brought others. But do not accuse me of being heartless. What we are offering you is not merely lower-ranked warriors, but rather significantly important higher-ranked ones. The carriage came to a halt. Kakashi lifted the black energy shield that cloaked the carriage, revealing ninjas imprisoned within specialized energy cages, akin to experimental subjects. A figure entered Shi's line of sight, Darui. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku had not intended to release Darui, yet Richard had gleaned information from the Andoru Intelligence Cluster. Multiple factions existed within Cloud Hidden City. The Fourth Reikage and Darui represented two opposing camps. Some supported the Fourth Reikage, while others anticipated Darui becoming the Fifth Reikage. There were even voices advocating for the Fourth Reikage to abdicate at the earliest opportunity. The royal succession struggle had already manifested before the king had even ascended. Such a peculiar arrangement would seem strange were it not for the emergence of extraordinary circumstances. Darui, not particularly young, possessed the qualifications to succeed the Reikage. He not only had a bloodline limit but also commanded the Black Lightning technique passed down from the third Reikage. While Darui's current prowess may not rival that of the fourth Reikage, surpassing him is certainly within reach. However, the fourth Reikage is reluctant to abdicate, as he is not yet aged and remains at the pinnacle of his strength. An irreconcilable conflict has existed between the fourth Reikage and Darui from the outset. This discord stems from a decision made by the third Reikage in his time. Consequently, Uchiha Madara proposed the release of Darui, allowing him to return to Cloud Hidden City and disrupt the prevailing situation there. Of course, the power struggle is merely a factor of assurance. Uchiha Madara cannot ascertain whether a conflict will truly arise between Darui and the Reikage. What if both men can prioritize the greater good, setting aside all biases to govern Cloud Hidden City together? The true assurance lies in Uchiha Madara's covert manipulation. In the battle between the Jupiter base and the Hidden Cloud City, Uchiha Madara had absorbed sufficient dark energy on the battlefield, enough to exert mental control over an individual. He directed this dark energy towards Darui. In other words, Darui has now been tainted by this dark energy. Uchiha Madara could not ascertain whether a Darui in a normal state returning to the Hidden Cloud City would be advantageous or detrimental. However, a Darui corrupted by dark energy returning to the Hidden Cloud City would undoubtedly benefit the Jupiter base. Darui, recalling the fourth Reikage, could not help but reveal a faint smile of bitterness. This mission was undoubtedly a complete failure for him. Not only did he fail to bring back Killer Bee, but he also returned with a multitude of relics and a Darui that the fourth Reikage would likely not welcome. Upon learning of this, the Reikage would surely be furious. Yet, there was little that Darui could do. The Jupiter base had provided these hostages. Their understanding of the Hidden Cloud City was far more profound than he had initially imagined. Was there truly a traitor? It was likely not just Andoru. Darui also caught sight of Shi. With a command from Kakashi, they initiated the release protocol. Immediately, the warriors from the Jupiter base approached and activated the unlocking mechanisms for all energy cages on the carriage. Chapter 131 returned to Thunder City as she had anticipated. When he led Darui, a contingent of high-ranking ninjas, and the entire fleet of intelligent robots back to Thunder City. Most of the upper echelons of Thunder City appeared extremely dissatisfied. Only those with deep emotional ties found a semblance of solace amidst the discontent. The faction loyal to Darui welcomed his return, for their prosperity depended on his survival. Previously, Darui's absence had left them feeling adrift, but with his return, their confidence was restored. The relationship between the Thunder Leader and Darui resembled that of the past between Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo, but Darui, unlike Danzo, possessed a clearer claim to the position of Thunder Leader. In the past, Darui may not have harbored ambitions to contest the fourth Reikage's position, instead opting to wait for the latter's retirement and assume leadership naturally. However, the current Darui was no longer the same. Boom! A massive energy shockwave created a gaping hole in the wall. Is this all you managed to bring back? The Thunder Leader's anger made his beard bristle. Upon confronting Shi, he refrained from displaying any contempt for the intelligent robots or reluctance regarding Darui's return in front of the assembly. After all, Darui had been designated as the next Thunder Leader. I apologize, Thunder Leader. The Leaf did not afford me the opportunity for negotiation. After a moment, the Thunder Leader barely managed to quell his fury. Then tell me, what should we do now? She cautiously cast a glance at the Thunder Leader and suggested. The Druid possesses formidable strength and wields the powers of spatial storm evasion and dark thunder. If we combine his abilities with yours and the strengths of the two wooden warriors, we may have a chance to vanquish Andoru. The Thunder Leader's gaze flickered uncertainly. It was not an impossible proposition. He contemplated in his mind, allowing the Druid to engage, and the three of them could eliminate Andoru together. During this process, they could set a trap, causing Andoru to inflict severe damage upon the Druid while targeting him. If they could orchestrate Andoru's accidental demise of the Druid, it would be even more splendid. Very well, you may proceed with the arrangements. As you command, Thunder Leader. She let out a sigh of relief and set off towards the Druid's residence. Upon entering the room, he conveyed the Thunder Leader's plan to the Druid. Andoru poses a significant threat to Thunder City. The Thunder Leader believes we must first eliminate Andoru, thereby allowing us sufficient energy to gradually confront the Leaf Village and reclaim all that we have lost. I apologize, the Druid shook his head. I fear I cannot participate. Why not? She was taken aback. I sustained severe injuries during my battle with the Leaf Ninjas. At my current state, I can only muster a fraction of my strength. In such a condition, I am unable to engage in combat, the druid explained. Is it that serious? How long will it take to recover? I am uncertain. She's gaze flickered momentarily before he replied. Then I shall return to inform the Thunder Leader. It appears we must seek alternative solutions. I apologize. As he watched she depart, the druid averted his gaze, a faint smirk gracing his lips. You all are unwilling to rescue me, yet you wish for me to risk my life to slay Andoru? That is simply impossible. Moreover, you are likely to devise a scheme against me in this endeavor. Why should I sacrifice myself for a city like Thunder? For the sake of the fourth Thunder Leader? The more chaotic Thunder City becomes, the more advantageous it will be for me. Thunder Leader, continue your errors. Keep leading the village into despair. At that time, I shall have ample reason to remove you from your position. She stood at the threshold of the Thunder Leader's office, inhaling deeply, bracing himself for the Thunder Leader's reprimand. Thunder Leader, has the druid declined? You anticipated this, Thunder Leader. She responded with a wry smile. The druid claims he was gravely injured in combat with the Leaf Ninjas and is now unable to fight. What grievous injuries? He simply does not wish to engage. A trace of disdain flickered across the Thunder Leader's face as he coldly remarked, such a person is hardly worthy of being called a Thunder Ninja. I suspected as much when you first proposed this suggestion. Then, Thunder Leader, what shall we do now? We must continue to pay reparations. The Thunder Leader's gaze turned toward the Land of Fire, his voice deepening. For now, all we can do is pay reparations to the Leaf Village. Karabi and Samui must return, otherwise, we will never progress to the next step. We shall momentarily spare the Leaf Village and concentrate our efforts against Andoru. Once the issue with Andoru is resolved, we shall seek retribution against Konoha. Such actions will undoubtedly exact a toll on our Thunder City. There are unspoken words lingering in the heart of the Thunder Leader, who has resolved to confront Darui. The recent actions of Konoha have led the Thunder Leader to unjustly direct his ire towards Darui. Moreover, he has discerned the changes within Darui. Chapter 132. To unravel this encrypted seal, Uchiha Ibito gazed intently at the intelligent projection before him, revealing the internal state of the village. The remnants of the reclaimed battle robots necessitated meticulous data cleansing and repairs. The families of the fallen warriors required both emotional solace and material compensation from the bereavement system, while the funeral rites demanded the aid of advanced virtual reality technology. However, the returning combatants from the Jupiter base were largely afflicted by varying degrees of energy damage, leaving the bioengineering medical team of the Cloud Village in a precarious predicament. The Raikage awaited the return of Killer Bee, yet was concurrently confronted by a new crisis. The quantum-tailed beast engine within Killer Bee had been subjected to a high-level encrypted seal by the enemy, rendering him incapable of fully harnessing the power of the Eight Tails. How much time is required to decipher this encrypted seal? Approximately 10 days, Killer Bee replied. I will synchronize with the quantum clone of the Eight Tails for decryption. I shall handle the external aspects, while it manages the internal. We anticipate unlocking this seal within 10 days, by which time my energy reserves should also be restored to optimal condition. Then let Andoru linger for an additional 10 days. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ibito quietly maneuvered within the dark network of the Cloud Village. Despite the outward display of formidable collective consciousness and technological cohesion, the shadows inherent in any highly developed society are inescapable. The frailties of human nature and the presence of personal desires inevitably give rise to conflict. Once conflict erupts, the shadows swiftly proliferate. Streams of dark data gradually coalesced in the depths of Uchiha Ibito's gaze, accumulating incessantly. 10 days passed, and the encrypted seal upon Killer Bee was finally successfully lifted, reuniting the power of the Eight Tails with his quantum body. Killer Bee, how do you fare now? I have fully recovered. Excellent. The Raikage rose, his gaze piercing as it cast upon the interstellar battlefield outside the window. Today marks the day of Andoru's demise. We have awaited this moment for so long, finally poised to eradicate that traitor. Shortly thereafter, a trio emerged from the Raikage's virtual command room, a shadow-level leader accompanied by two super warriors equipped with tailed beast engines. Darui's expression flickered with uncertainty. Confronting Andoru, he cannot be eliminated by you at this juncture. But how can I thwart your intentions? Clearly, I am no match for you in my current state. Over the years, I have become too complacent in my training. Darui furrowed his brow, troubled by two factors: his own negligence and his deliberate deceleration in the enhancement of his abilities, lest he impose undue pressure on his ally, the fourth Reikage. In the past, Darui had been reluctant to incite conflict between the two sides, yet now he was filled with regret. Andoru. In a concealed underground facility, the intelligent reconnaissance drone of Yunin Village pinpointed Andoru's location. He had not strayed far from Yunin Village. Instead, he lay in ambush at a secret base nearby, intent on pilfering more of the village's cutting-edge technological resources. As the Reikage's thunderous roar echoed, Andoru's countenance shifted dramatically. Before he could react, a colossal mechanical tentacle descended upon him like a meteor. Bang! The mechanical appendage struck the area where Andoru had just been, reducing it to a wasteland. Could it be that Karabi had returned? It seemed that Yunin Village was willing to pay a hefty price to rescue him. They would rather bestow their precious resources upon their foes than offer any assistance to a brother of their own. Andoru scoffed coldly. A beam of blue light flashed with astonishing speed, aimed directly at him. Bang! The force of the impact sent Andoru hurtling away. Two wooden figures radiated a deep blue glow, a manifestation of a unique chakra form fused with a Nikomata-type artificial intelligence. Uchiha Ibito raised an eyebrow slightly. With the Reikage, Karabi, and the two wooden figures having departed the village, Yunin Village now lacked any formidable opponents. Furthermore, the dark data I had amassed was nearing saturation. Uchiha Ibito slowly closed his eyes. Countless streams of dark data surged into a mysterious vortex. Before long, an object emerged from it and landed on the ground. Thud! A book fell into Uchiha Ibito's hand, its cover emblazoned with the 4 characters Source of Fury. Uchiha Ibito raised an eyebrow and opened the pages. By continuously igniting feelings of anger, one could perpetually draw upon strength. However, the side effects included a propensity for loss of control, with trivial matters potentially triggering emotional outbursts. Acquiring this book through the sacrifice of Yunin Village's dark data implied that its inhabitants were consumed by rage. Uchiha Ibito gently clapped his hands and invoked the transformation jutsu. In the next moment, he transformed into an ordinary intelligent guard of Yunin Village. Subsequently, he approached the vicinity of Darui's residence, extracted the Source of Fury, and casually tossed it into Darui's yard. Before Darui could sense anything amiss, Uchiha Ibito executed a teleportation technique, vanishing without a trace. Hearing a commotion, Darui rushed out of his house, scanning the surroundings, yet saw nothing. His gaze fell upon the book that had landed in his yard, and he furrowed his brow in confusion. A book that appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 133, Konoha Star Base returning to the interstellar home of Konoha Star Base. Uchiha Ibito embarked under the pretense of accompanying Uchiha Akira to a neighboring star system for a technological inspection. However, the entity that followed Uchiha Akira was merely his intelligent projection. Upon completing the mission, Uchiha Ibito first replaced this projection and spent 2 days with Uchiha Akira in an external space station before they both returned to the Konoha Star Base. Brother, you have finally returned. Uchiha Sasuke had been waiting at the interstellar entrance, and upon spotting Uchiha Ibito, he hastened forward. At this moment, a loud bang echoed. The form of Uchiha Ibito underwent a remarkable transformation, instantly morphing into a robust middle-aged interstellar warrior. Uchiha Sasuke was momentarily taken aback, halting in his tracks. Who are you? You are not my brother. Where is he? Uchiha Ibito dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his original appearance. Silly brother, can you not even discern a transformation technique? Uchiha Ibito teased, affectionately ruffling Sasuke's hair. If someone were truly masquerading as me, you would find yourself in grave danger. One must not act recklessly. Clarity of the situation is paramount. Indeed, Sasuke's face illuminated with a moment of understanding, but he soon sensed an anomaly. Wait a moment, this is the Konoha Star Base. How could anyone dare to impersonate you? Surely you jest. How could it be impossible? The foes in this world possess a boldness that far exceeds your imagination. Uchiha Ibito cautioned him, akin to those who dared to launch attacks within our very base, the ninjas of the Hidden Star Alliance. The Hidden Star Alliance is utterly despicable. Although Uchiha Sasuke had not delved deeply into the recent conflicts between the Konoha Star Base and the Hidden Star Alliance, he had heard whispers of the interstellar war that erupted between them, instinctively fostering feelings of aversion and disdain towards the alliance. Very well, let us return home. Uchiha Ibito lightly patted Sasuke's shoulder, carrying a smart storage pack filled with items on his back. Despite not accompanying Uchiha Sasuke to the extraterrestrial city, he had directed his smart projection clone with a specific task to select gifts for the family, parents, Sasuke, and Karen. Then let us hasten. They both accelerated, quickly leaving Uchiha Akira far behind. Uchiha Akira, meanwhile, smiled as he approached the Interstellar Defense Forces. The Konoha Star Base now flourished, bolstered by the substantial reparations received from the Hengju Star Alliance, which greatly enhanced its scientific resources. Furthermore, the base's reputation had risen. Following their victory against the Hengju Star Alliance, external forces regarded the Konoha Star Base with increased reverence. Once, in the aftermath of the Konoha Star Base's decline, the Hengju Star Alliance had presented itself as the foremost interstellar power, rivaling the rock-hidden galaxy and securing a prominent position, while the sand-hidden cluster, Konoha Star Base, and mist-hidden group found themselves ensnared in a web of mutual strife. The sand-hidden cluster faced resource scarcity, culminating in the accidental demise of the third wind shadow. The Konoha Star Base was riddled with internal discord, first with the Nine-Tails Beast turmoil, followed by Orochimaru's defection, and successive oppression of the Uchiha clan by the higher-ups, while the mist-hidden group descended into what was termed the era of blood mist. However, the situation at the Konoha Star Base has since stabilized, with the rise of the Uchiha clan reinforcing its foundation and successfully vanquishing the formidable Hengju Star Alliance. Consequently, other interstellar powers grew increasingly wary of the Konoha Star Base, prompting many merchants and nobles to entrust missions to it, enabling the base to undertake more lucrative tasks, no longer relegated to those lowly and troublesome assignments. Uchiha Banjian vividly recalls these tasks, particularly the one involving Daizuna's commission. He employed intelligent projection clones to dispatch Kakashi's team to carry out the mission, initially exhibiting an arrogant demeanor, looking down upon this and that. However, once exposed, Daizuna immediately bowed his head in supplication, stirring the hearts of Kakashi and his companions. Ultimately, Kakashi's team succeeded in completing the mission, defeating Zabuza, while Kato met his demise at Zabuza's hand during the battle. Subsequently, Daizuna took the remarkable step of naming the bridge the Naruto Bridge, also known as the Minato Bridge. Thus, what should have been classified as a high-ranking mission was compensated only with the fees for a lower-tier task. One cannot deny that Daizuna is a shrewd businessman. However, his deceit was directed towards the Konoha base, which left Uchiha Banjian with little fondness for him. Distributing gifts. Uchiha Banjian placed the intelligent storage bag on the table in the courtyard, gradually extracting the items within. This is from father, this is from mother, this is from Izumi. What about mine? Sasuke leapt up eagerly, having yet to hear his name. Uchiha Banjian continued to retrieve gifts. Father's, mother's, Izumi's still not mine? Sasuke's impatience grew, a wave of grievance swelling within him as he gazed at the pile of gifts on the table, none of which belonged to him. His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Uchiha Banjian caught sight of this moment, smiled slightly, and decided to cease teasing Sasuke. This is Sasuke's. Sasuke's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Mine, all of these are mine. Uchiha Banjian had brought back numerous gifts, including snacks and toys. All right, finally, Uchiha Banjian said as he presented all the gifts to Sasuke. Sasuke, here are the gifts for you and your parents. Take good care of them. Don't let anyone take them away. I'm going to visit your sister-in-law. At this moment, Sasuke was entirely engrossed in the gifts before him. Uchiha Banjian slung the intelligent storage bag over his shoulder, placed Izumi's gift back inside the bag, and then headed to Uchiha Izumi's residence. Izumi, you're back. Uchiha Izumi greeted with a surprised smile. Yes, I'm back. I brought you some gifts. Thank you. Uchiha Izumi hurriedly opened the door to welcome him. Please come in. Where's Aunt Kiyo? She went out to handle some matters. Uchiha Izumi guided Uchiha Banjian into her room, instead of immediately inspecting the gifts. She first inquired about Uchiha Banjian's experiences in outer space. He briefly recounted his adventures, and Uchiha Izumi's face lit up with longing. The world outside seems quite fascinating. Indeed, it is quite different from the Konoha base. At this moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Konoha base. It was Jiraiya, who had just returned. Upon entering the village, he sensed an unusual atmosphere, and the glances from those around him subtly hinted at a sense of resistance. Jiraiya couldn't help but furrow his brow. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 134. Provoking War. Why is Jiraiya facing rejection? Previously, He left the village to uncover the clandestine experiments of Orochimaru in the realm of technology, a fact well known to the villagers, who expressed understanding towards his endeavors. Now, having returned, he stood before the entire community, promising to utilize advanced life energy management technology to ensure that the Nine Tails within Naruto would not spiral out of control and incite chaos. However, as Konoha village confronted a significant threat from the technological city of Kumogakure, Jiraiya was conspicuously absent. Speculation began to brew among the villagers. If the ninja forces from Kumogakure were to launch a surprise attack on Konoha and the village's defenses faltered, what calamity would ensue? Konoha would inevitably face defeat, and the intelligent robotic army from Kumogakure would wreak havoc upon the village. Even more dire, the Nine Tails might be unleashed, plunging Konoha once again into the throes of a Nine Tails crisis, potentially leading the village to utter ruin. Yet in this moment, Jiraiya was not in Konoha. "Kakashi, what has transpired in the village recently?" Jiraiya inquired, having noticed the scarcity of familiar faces. The once familiar leaders, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazumi, and Danzo, seemed to have vanished amidst an unknown technological catastrophe. "Senior Jiraiya, are you not aware?" Kakashi replied. "Kumogakure recently dispatched a diplomatic envoy to us, but they launched an attack on the Uchiha clan's Sharingan test subjects. Fortunately, the Uchiha's alert system detected and thwarted their plans. The Hokage led a team in pursuit. Those perpetrators not only refused to confess, but also attempted to replicate the technological theft that befell the Hyuga clan. Consequently, the Hokage ordered their arrest. However, Kumogakure escalated their actions further. They sent an elite squad led by the Jonin Samui, including the high-tech warrior Killer Bee, host of the Eight Tails, intending to assault Konoha and incite war. Thankfully, the Hokage had foreseen this and organized a counteraction. Nevertheless, we underestimated Killer Bee's capabilities. His mastery of the tailed beast's mechanical powers was formidable. If it were not for the sudden appearance of a leaf ninja skilled in teleportation who defeated Killer Bee, that ambush could have ended in disaster, allowing the Kumogakure ninjas to escape. Should that have occurred, when Kumogakure returned, Konoha would have faced certain doom. If no one could subdue Killer Bee, he would invade Konoha, likely releasing the Nine Tails once more. Upon learning these developments, Jiraiya comprehended the source of the villagers' skeptical gazes. It was a simple truth. In times of dire need, you are absent, yet in moments of no necessity, you reappear. What then? Is the purpose of your return to the village? What significance does this so-called status of the three Sannin hold? Is it merely to squander the village's precious resources? All renowned ninjas undoubtedly receive substantial support from their villages. The more powerful the ninja, the greater the resources required, whether for daily consumption, battle losses, medical treatment after injuries, or dealing with troubles caused elsewhere. All are borne by Konoha. Who is the ninja that masters the technique of instantaneous movement? Uncertain, Kakashi shook his head, stating, "I only know he belongs to the Uchiha clan, but I cannot specify who he is." The Uchiha clan. Jiraiya pondered for a moment and remarked, "I understand, Kakashi. Thank you. What have you been doing during this time, Jiraiya-senpai?" "I have been investigating the peculiar incidents occurring in the village," Jiraiya replied. "I went to the capital of the Land of Fire, where I met Asuma and the Moonlight Gale to gather some information. Did you obtain any valuable insights?" "Some, I suppose," Jiraiya responded. "They both gained extraordinary powers from a mysterious book, but they are unaware of its origin. However, they share a commonality. Each received this book in a state of extreme despair. Asuma was despondent over Sarutobi Hiruzen, while Moonlight Gale was engulfed in despair due to Yuzuki Yugao. Perhaps this serves as a triggering condition. The person lurking in the shadows aims to exploit these individuals' desperate emotions." Kakashi's gaze flickered. He acquired the book Wind Moon not through despair, but through vengeance. "By the way, Kakashi, what is the current situation between the Cloud Hidden Tech City and Konoha?" "It has been resolved," Kakashi answered. "We achieved victory and captured numerous ninjas from Cloud Hidden Tech City, who paid a ransom several times the value of the captives to redeem them." "The ransom was several times the value of the captives?" Jiraiya inquired in astonishment. "Indeed, the amount demanded by the Hokage was several times the worth of those ninjas." "Did Cloud Hidden Tech City actually agree?" "They seem to have encountered similar bizarre incidents as we have in Konoha." Kakashi paused before continuing. "Konoha has not experienced such events for quite some time." Chapter 135. The era of peace in Konoha. An electronic wail reverberated through the air. Uchiha Madara opened his bionic eyes and shook his head slightly. Andoru had perished. It is truly foolish. Had he evacuated earlier and periodically conducted tactical harassment against the Cloud-Hidden base, he would not have been so easily annihilated. Yet, he insisted on remaining there, ultimately falling at the hands of Reikage, Killer Bee, and 2 senior commanders from the Wood Ninja. What a waste of the dark matter energy I bestowed upon him. Fortunately, before that, I had already nurtured another disciple, Darui. Compared to Andoru, the chaos Darui can incite is far more profound. Uchiha Madara sat atop the protective wall encircling the training ground, his gaze fixed upon Uchiha Izumi and Sasuke, who were diligently executing the training regimen he had devised. Both were fully engrossed in their training under Madara's guidance. Uchiha Izumi ardently yearns to enhance her combat prowess across all dimensions, while Sasuke is singularly focused on challenging Uchiha Obito in hopes of acquiring the secrets to unlocking the transcendent ocular prowess. As time passes, the Leaf Planet has entered an era of peace. Following the conclusion of the conflict with the Cloud-Hidden base, other interstellar villages have refrained from provoking the Leaf. The situations in the Rock-Hidden and Sand-Hidden star systems remain relatively stable. The Rock-Hidden system has scarcely experienced any major upheaval, with only Deidara, the fervent artist of explosions, beginning to rise to prominence. Meanwhile, in the Sand-Hidden system, the 4th Kazekage has assumed power, gradually solidifying the region's stability. Raza possesses a unique ability to manipulate gold sand, allowing him to control the metallic grains within the sand. This capacity has opened a significant economic avenue for the Sand-Hidden system. However, excessive exploitation is to be avoided, as the rarity inherently dictates the value of the metallic sand. Nonetheless, this ability has considerably bolstered the development of the Sand-Hidden system. The Mist-Hidden system, preoccupied with its own turmoil, has been ensnared in a complex predicament following the Blood Mist incident, leading to a brutal regime at the top and a mass defection and betrayal among the lower populace. They could never have imagined that the root of all this chaos stemmed merely from the tragic killing of an innocent young girl. In the war against the Leaf Planet, the Mist-Hidden system forcibly captured Rin Noera and sealed the Three Tails within her, intending to use her as a weapon against the Leaf. However, Rin saw through the Mist-Hidden system's scheme and chose self-sacrifice, allowing Kakashi to take her life. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito descended into madness, his eyes evolving instantaneously from the Two-Tomo form to the kaleidoscopic Mangeki Sharingan. He not only slaughtered all the ninjas present from the Mist-Hidden system, but also sought vengeance, gaining control over the 4th Mizukage, plunging the Mist-Hidden system into an era of blood and mist. Simultaneously, the Cloud-Hidden system finds itself embroiled in a fierce power struggle. Darui has begun to emerge as a prominent figure, while the current Reikage, despite being able to mobilize all forces against the Leaf, has navigated the situation with commendable prudence, for the Leaf is an adversary, and Andoru is likewise an enemy of the Cloud-Hidden system. In contrast, Darui is the designated heir to the 5th Reikage. Furthermore, the actions of the former 4th Reikage have inflicted severe losses upon the Cloud-Hidden system. A defeat in war against the Leaf resulted in the deaths of numerous elite ninjas, and a vast ransom was rendered futile. Subsequently, the Andoru incident erupted. While it cannot be entirely blamed on the Reikage, he, as the leader, cannot evade responsibility. Killer Bee, closely associated with the 4th Reikage, seems to lean more towards supporting Darui, compounded by Darui's backing from a faction within the Cloud-Hidden system's upper echelon. Therefore, the situation in the Cloud-Hidden system is only marginally better than that of the Mist-Hidden system. Presently, the power rankings of the 5 great ninja star systems are as follows. The Leaf Planet and the Rock-Hidden system share the top position. The Cloud-Hidden system ranks 3rd. Even in the face of such circumstances, the Sand-Hidden system cannot contend with it. This is akin to the original storyline, where the Sand-Hidden village allied with Orochimaru to assault the Konoha planet, even in the absence of Tsunade and Jiraiya. And despite the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi at the hands of Orochimaru, the Sand-Hidden village was still unable to secure victory, highlighting its inherent weakness. Just a fraction more. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with despondency. He had engaged in the trial designed by Uchiha Obito countless times, yet success eluded him, with failure following relentlessly, to the point where Sasuke was on the verge of losing hope. Had it not been for the resilient spirit he had cultivated through numerous adversities, he might have long since surrendered. In the realm of effort, I refuse to be bested by anyone. the young Sasuke often proclaimed on the training grounds. He was acutely aware that his innate talent paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Obito, and if he wished to surpass Obito, he could only rely on relentless diligence. You have done remarkably well. Uchiha Obito placed his hand atop Sasuke's head and remarked, "You're almost there, with just a bit more progress next time. You may well pass this trial. However, I am running out of time." Out of time? Uchiha Obito was taken aback. "I don't recall imposing any time constraints upon you. It is a self-imposed deadline," Sasuke replied. "I must unlock the transcendent vision before you ascend to the 3rd year. The 3rd year, indeed. There are only a few days remaining. In 10 days, the Ninja Academy will commence." Uchiha Obito gazed towards the direction of the Ninja Academy. How swiftly time passes. A year has slipped away just like that. Uchiha Obito smiled. "By this time next year, Sasuke, you too shall be enrolled." "Yes," Sasuke nodded. Chapter 136, even more anticipated. Yet another academic year at the Interstellar Academy is about to begin. Uchiha Obito is poised to embark on his 3rd stage of studies, while Uchiha Izumi will step into the 6th stage. However, the twin siblings did not proceed to the classroom as customary. Instead, they sought out their respective mentors. "Mentor, I wish to apply for an accelerated qualification examination for Interstellar Warriors." Mentor Irika had long anticipated this scenario and was not surprised. Since Uchiha Obito entered the 2nd stage of his studies, he had displayed extraordinary talent, and as time passed, the gap in abilities between Obito and his classmates became increasingly pronounced. Irika knew well that he had no further knowledge to impart to Uchiha Obito. "Obito, have you truly considered this decision?" "No need." Uchiha Obito resolutely shook his head. "Very well, I shall draft a letter of recommendation for you." "Thank you, Mentor Irika." Regular graduation merely requires passing the mentor's assessment, while students in Irika's class can attain Interstellar Warrior status with his endorsement. However, the challenges of graduating early are considerably more formidable. Yet, for Uchiha Obito, this made little difference, as his actual combat prowess had already surpassed that of seasoned Interstellar Warriors. Uchiha Izumi, likewise, being a prodigy and having undergone specialized training from Uchiha Obito, had now become exceptionally powerful. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izumi completed the application process and received her mentor's approval. However, she returned to the classroom first to bid farewell to several close friends. Once they departed from the Interstellar Academy, reuniting would prove to be exceptionally challenging. It was reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi's experiences in his previous life, upon completing higher education. Even those who shared a dormitory found it exceedingly difficult to reconvene, as individuals entered the workforce and faced the myriad challenges of life. Particularly those of less fortunate circumstances often faded from their classmates' lives, either succumbing to despair or striving relentlessly to succeed. Uchiha Itachi reminisced about the past. In his previous life, it seemed he never participated in any class reunions or graduation commemorations, primarily due to an unremarkable career and repeated setbacks in family life. What nostalgic days they were. Standing in the corridor, Uchiha Itachi gazed down at the plaza below, where numerous freshmen congregated, awaiting class assignments. He noticed several figures, a young boy clad in a white combat suit, possessing distinctive white pupils, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. Evidently having undergone rigorous training as an interstellar warrior, his strength surpassing that of his peers. On another side, a stout boy with thick eyebrows caught his attention. This should undoubtedly be Rock Lee, although he had yet to become a disciple of Guy at this moment. Uchiha Itachi's gaze shifted yet again, landing upon a girl with a bun hairstyle, the future companion of Hyuga Niji and Rock Lee, Tenten. Coming from a humble background, she was the daughter of an interstellar equipment shop owner, their family relatively well off. Two instructors approached the front of the crowd and began calling out names. Those named were required to stand before the corresponding instructor and become their students. It was uncertain whether Irika would continue as Naruto and Sasuke's mentor. My presence had already instigated numerous changes within the Interstellar Academy. Yamashiro Aoki had tragically perished. Mizuki had fled the Leaf Galaxy, emerging as a formidable leader of rebels, establishing his own bird ninja planet, occasionally rivaling Orochimaru with considerable power. Irika had concluded his internship prematurely. Upon seeing Uchiha Izumi exit the classroom, Uchiha Itachi hastily descended the stairs to approach her. The two departed from the Interstellar Academy, preparing to face the impending early graduation assessment. Many eyes were drawn to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi. With their black and white hair, the former must surely be the legendary genius, Uchiha Itachi. He was the son of the Hokage. Indeed, a prodigy, he appeared remarkably formidable. Hyuga Neji clenched his fists tightly, recalling how Hinata Hayashi had frequently mentioned this name while he was by his side. A genius, I am as well. I shall prove that I am not inferior to anyone. The renown of Uchiha Itachi as a genius had long reverberated throughout the Leaf Galaxy, particularly capturing the attention of the newly enrolled students at the Interstellar Academy. As for the late Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha, they seem to have been forgotten by most. Human memory can sometimes stretch long enough to retain everything, yet at other times, it can be fleetingly brief. After the passing of Minato Namikaze, few remain who remember him. Otherwise, one would not see Sarutobi Hiruzen exalted as the most powerful Hokage of all time. Following the demise of Itachi and Shursui Uchiha, their names have scarcely been mentioned. Particularly for Shursui, his betrayal of the Uchiha clan is well known among many of its members. Such a traitor is unlikely to be favored within the clan, save for Itachi. And now that Itachi has also departed, one might surmise who this individual is. Indeed, it is Banjian Uchiha, currently the most exceptional genius of the Interstellar Academy, and also the son of the Hokage. However, this year, he may no longer be a student of the Interstellar Academy. No longer? Why? Some students inquired. Chapter 137. Truly enviable within the Interstellar Barbecue Restaurant, Banjian Uchiha surveyed his surroundings. His opportunities to visit this establishment, belonging to the Akimichi star system, were few and far between, given the strained relations between the Uchiha and Akimichi clans. The Ino, Shika, Cho alliance had once been a steadfast ally of the Sarutobi star system. However, following Fugaku Uchiha's ascension to the position of interstellar governor, the alliance faced immediate suppression. This was an inevitable outcome of the shift in power. As the cosmic political landscape evolved, so too did the dynamics of vested interests. Yet, the situation has altered. After a fierce war with the cloud-hidden star system, the Ino, Shika, Cho alliance earned Fugaku Uchiha's recognition through their blood and sweat. Consequently, this barbecue restaurant continues to operate, allowing Banjian Uchiha to dine here. However, the fact that the examiners for the early graduation assessment were treating him to a meal was an unexpected turn of events for Banjian Uchiha. Perhaps this is a privilege afforded to the grandson of the interstellar governor, Konohamaru. He recalled Konohamaru, as well as Ebisu, who had been Konohamaru's tutor in the original timeline, but has now become Naruto's chief mentor. Banjian Uchiha felt no resentment towards Konohamaru's favorable treatment. After all, he is the grandson of the interstellar governor. Yet, in comparison to Naruto, the situation seemed rather delicate. Kurenai Yuhi cast a glance at Banjian Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha, one member of the Uchiha clan board genius comparable to the legendary Shursui and Itachi, being the son of the interstellar governor. The other, while not as renowned, radiated an aura that could easily rival seasoned Ch Nin. In this world, the plight of female ninjas is far from equitable. They face inherent disadvantages in numerous respects. Kurenai discerned the extraordinary bond between Banjian Uchiha and Izumi Uchiha. Perhaps their joint application for early graduation was motivated by a desire to fight alongside each other in the same team in the future, a prospect that would encounter no obstacles given their esteemed lineage. Truly enviable indeed. Youth, truly a beautiful phase of life, evokes profound sentiments within the heart of Yugao. Regaining her composure, she gazed at Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Suki, inquiring, "So, Izuna, Suki, are you truly prepared to undertake the advanced graduation assessment?" "We are ready," they replied assuredly. "That is splendid," Yugao nodded. "If there are no further inquiries, we shall proceed with the assessment tomorrow. I will serve as your chief examiner, accompanied by several assistants. You are likely aware of the graduation procedures, yet the advanced assessment is considerably more challenging than the standard graduation tests." Exchanging glances, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Suki affirmed, "We have no concerns." "Excellent. The meat is grilled and ready. Please enjoy." The following day, Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Suki arrived at the designated location, escorted by Sasuke to the entrance of the Uchiha compound, before he swiftly returned to the training grounds. "My brother is about to conclude his studies at the Interstellar Academy, while I have yet to enroll. I must strive harder to catch up." Sweat cascaded down in torrents. Yugao had already reached the venue, accompanied by two figures. One was a male clad in green battle armor, sporting a watermelon hairstyle and prominent brows, Might Guy, a jonin of the Leaf Star system. He was a contemporary of Kakashi, considering himself Kakashi's lifelong rival. Indeed, Might Guy consistently matched Kakashi's prowess, both in daily training and critical moments, embodying the spirit of burning life and youthful exuberance, a figure deserving of respect. The other individual was a female, Mitarashi Anko, currently holding several energy pills in her hand. This is Might Guy, and that is Mitarashi Anko. Guy-senpai, Anko-senpai, they greeted. Might Guy raised his thumb. Young ninjas, are you ready to face the challenge? Uchiha Suki's expression faltered, clearly unaccustomed to Guy's unique demeanor. Yugao cleared her throat. Might Guy is my appointed assistant. In terms of taijutsu, if he claims the second position in the Leaf Star system, none would dare to assert they are first. Thus, he will oversee the taijutsu assessment. However, we shall commence with ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and comprehensive ability evaluations first. Suddenly, release. At that moment, a faint purple tomo began to whirl in Uchiha Suki's eyes. Yugao smiled. Indeed, as expected of the Uchiha clan, your perception of jinjutsu is remarkably acute. The jinjutsu I cast was quite concealed, yet you still discerned it. Excellent. You have successfully passed the jinjutsu phase. Next is ninjutsu. You will demonstrate the basic 3 transformation techniques, along with a ninjutsu that showcases your abilities. The fundamental 3 transformation techniques include the transformation technique, the body replacement technique, and the shadow clone technique, which posed no challenge for Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Suki, as they had mastered these skills long ago. For their additional ninjutsu, both unanimously chose the fireball technique, a crucial skill for members of the Uchiha clan. This ninjutsu belongs to a lower tier, with a manageable level of difficulty, yet it possesses remarkable potential for growth. The more abundant the user's chakra, the greater its power becomes. 2 massive fireballs hurtled towards Chapter 138. The astute commander, Tsukikage, gazed intently at the 3 intelligent robotic warriors before her, her brow slightly furrowed. Kai, do you not sense something amiss? She inquired. Indeed, replied Might Guy, a senior tactician. The battle index of Akamichi has unexpectedly surged to a mid-tier combat level without our prior knowledge, indicating immense pressure from Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi upon her, particularly from Uchiha Izumi, who has exerted herself to the fullest extent. However, Uchiha Madara appears unfazed, breathing steadily. Yet the pressure he exerts on Akamichi is at least equal to, if not greater than, that of Uchiha Izumi. A flicker of astonishment passed across Tsukikage's face. Does this imply that Uchiha Madara's actual combat prowess has surpassed that of Uchiha Izumi? Indeed, Guy affirmed. Though Uchiha Madara is younger than Uchiha Izumi, the combat capabilities she has displayed are already astonishing. He shrugged his mechanical shoulders. After all, my brother, Uchiha Itachi, exhibited equally remarkable performance in his time. Are you referring to Uchiha Itachi? Tsukikage glanced at Might Guy, stating he applied to complete the virtual training course early in his first year. Yet I do not believe Uchiha Itachi's strength could surpass that of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara was 260 years older than Uchiha Itachi when he requested an early completion of his training. Yet the strength he currently displays far exceeds that of Uchiha Itachi at that time. Moreover, compared to Uchiha Itachi's enigmatic demeanor, I find Uchiha Madara's more rational behavioral pattern to be preferable. Might Guy offered no rebuttal, perhaps in agreement with Tsukikage's perspective. At this moment, Akamichi, as a member of the Special Tactics Unit, appeared rather frustrated. Even though she had demonstrated mid-tier combat power, she was being relentlessly pressured by the 2 young warriors, and her energy crystal was on the verge of being seized. Akamichi realized that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi had not merely aimed to take her energy crystal from the outset. Their true objective seemed to be her defeat. Do not underestimate the Special Tactics Unit, Akamichi shouted, a surge of formidable energy emanating from her, sweeping towards Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi. This force had no effect on Uchiha Madara, yet it imposed considerable pressure on Uchiha Izumi. Akamichi. Tsukikage's heart raced. She understood that Akamichi had lost control of her emotions, forgetting the tactical restraint she was supposed to maintain, and the power she unleashed had exceeded the assessment standards. Upon hearing Tsukikage's voice, Akamichi regained her composure and withdrew her hand, which had almost initiated an attack. Tsukikage shot a stern look at Akamichi before turning to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi. Are you both unharmed? We are fine. Uchiha Ibito shook his head, indifferent to the outburst of Mitarashi Anko. After all, he had previously triumphed over the supercomputer-like Killer Bee and had personally defeated the elite warriors Shursui and Itachi. As for Uchiha Izumi, her situation seemed to be experiencing a subtle transformation, but this was not necessarily a negative development. The overwhelming sense of crisis had awakened her latent potential. In truth, Uchiha Izumi had already met the conditions to activate the second stage of her energy amplifier. She merely lacked the catalyst to trigger it. However, Obito could not provide this catalyst, as Izumi could never believe that he would inflict genuine harm upon her. Thus, when Mitarashi Anko could no longer suppress her emotions, Obito refrained from intervening immediately. On one hand, there were senior strategists, Kurenai Yuhi and Might Guy, present at the scene, particularly Guy, who, as an elite strategist, would undoubtedly be able to halt Anko at a critical moment. On the other hand, Obito was curious to see if this situation could serve as the impetus for Izumi's breakthrough. He understood her desire to grow stronger, not content to merely be a homebody, but aspiring to become a top-tier warrior. Obito welcomed this development, for the greater the strength of the Uchiha clan, the more beneficial it would be for the entire Konoha star system. Moreover, Izumi would eventually become his partner. Izumi? Kurenai approached Uchiha Izumi. Anko had regained her composure, her face filled with remorse. I'm sorry. Then, everyone witnessed Izumi lift her head. Red Senpai, I'm fine. In her eyes, the emblem of the second energy amplifier prominently appeared. Having upgraded from the first stage to the second, I just feel a bit weak. Kurenai's eyes widened at the sight of the second stage energy amplifier symbol flickering in Izumi's gaze. You've already ascended to the second stage. You seem to be all right. Izumi, I apologize, but Anko did not mean any harm. Her programming was somewhat out of control, and that was my oversight. It's all right, Red Senpai. We can proceed with the next round of testing. Uchiha Izumi shook her head. But are you feeling okay now? Just take a moment to rest. Uchiha Obito stepped forward, offering Izumi a pack of energy supplements. Have a little. Izumi accepted the supplement. Then, Red Senpai, I'll sit with Izumi over there for a while. All right. Shortly thereafter, Mitarashi Anko departed. Chapter 139. Forge ahead after the conclusion of the Interstellar Selection Tournament. Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Izumi took a brief moment to recuperate before immersing themselves in the assessment of bioenergy combat techniques. Although neither of them could match the bio-enhanced warrior Might Guy, even Obito could not surpass Guy in terms of bioenergy manipulation techniques. Instead, Obito relied more on his energy field techniques. Nevertheless, the performance of Obito and Izumi in this evaluation still astonished Kurenai and Guy. The prowess they exhibited far surpassed that of their peers among the interstellar warriors, and their overall competence was exceptionally high, with virtually no significant shortcomings. Their tactical awareness and battlefield experience appeared markedly more mature than their actual age, making them seem anything but fresh graduates from the Interstellar Military Academy. Congratulations to you all. You have successfully passed the selection process. Sunset Red produced 2 star insignias. This insignia represents your identity as interstellar warriors, and it is imperative that you safeguard it diligently. As for your interstellar mentor, they may not arrive immediately. During this interim period, it is advised that you enhance your training independently. Once your mentor is in place, I will inform you. Thank you, Senior Red. Uchiha Banjian affixed the insignia to his forehead, adhering to the standard method of wearing it, which offers protective benefits akin to a helmet, shielding the forehead region. Others chose more personalized styles of wearing it, entirely based on personal preference. Regarding the uniforms of the interstellar warriors, most opted for meticulously designed combat attire, facilitating quick access to various combat equipment. However, some warriors, based on their individual needs, preferred to don casual clothing, allowing all ranks, from junior to senior warriors, to mix and match according to their inclinations. Uchiha Izumi appeared somewhat exhilarated. Banjian, we are now true interstellar warriors, she exclaimed. Indeed, this selection process was much easier than I had anticipated. In truth, it was not easy. It merely reflected our considerable strength. Uchiha Banjian replied. Wait until you witness the selection of ordinary graduates. Then you will comprehend what genuine ease entails. Sometimes, the selection might merely consist of a simple energy replication skills test. If one successfully replicates the energy form, they are deemed qualified. On occasion, even the demonstration of energy techniques is unnecessary, much like Little Lee's selection process. Little Lee is someone entirely unfamiliar with employing energy techniques. Uchiha Banjian and Uchiha Izumi not only had to decode the illusion energy field and display their resistance, but also demonstrate fundamental energy transformation techniques, energy projection techniques, and engage in practical combat against Mitarashi Anko, while also undergoing evaluations of biological energy combat skills by Might Guy. Most students who graduated smoothly from the Interstellar Military Academy could not attain such a level of proficiency. However, it felt as if nothing had changed. A hint of confusion flickered in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Before becoming an interstellar warrior, she had been filled with anticipation. Yet now, she found little difference. Perhaps things will change when we embark on missions, she mused. Maybe. At this very moment, within the Uchiha clan's simulated training ground, Sasuke fixated intently on the virtual challenge apparatus before him. Once more, I will surely pass this trial. An abundance of sweat cascaded down, soaking the ground beneath him. Sasuke regulated his breathing, lifted his head, and charged forth once again. Onward. I will succeed. With unyielding determination, Sasuke surged forward. Finally, with a resounding crash, the last virtual target was struck down by Sasuke's fist, shattering into fragments. Fragments pierced his fist, and intense pain surged through him. Yet, Sasuke felt no discomfort. Instead, his heart brimmed with joy. I succeeded. I passed the selection. Brother, I did it. Sasuke beamed radiantly. At last, the chasm between my brother and me has narrowed a fraction. He extended his hand, gazing up at the heavens, as if yearning to grasp something elusive. Yet, the sky was barren. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna had just returned to the base when Sasuke came rushing towards them. Brother, I did it. I have completed the challenge you set for me. Uchiha Madara paused momentarily. Really? Of course. Sasuke looked at Madara with a hint of confusion, feeling a twinge of grievance as he said, Brother, you don't doubt my word, do you? Of course not. Uchiha Madara ruffled Sasuke's hair. How could you think that? I have never questioned the authenticity of your words. The moment Sasuke felt the pat on his head, his grievance dissipated instantly. Then why were you stunned just now? Because I originally anticipated it would take you longer to complete. Uchiha Madara patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, Sasuke, you have drawn closer to me once more. Is that true? Sasuke's spirits lifted. How much further do I have to go to catch up to you? Uchiha Madara pondered for a moment. Previously, I was 10 times your strength. Now, it's approximately 9.9 times. You have closed the gap by 0.1. Sasuke's eye twitched. Just 0.1. Chapter 140, Nothing Gained. Quantum Consciousness Activation and Extreme Emotional Connection? Precisely. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and explained. This phenomenon requires different sources of stimulation for various intelligent life forms. Yet fundamentally, there is little distinction. All can lead to the same cognitive breakthrough. Sasuke, are you particularly concerned about a certain connection? Concerned? Sasuke appeared somewhat perplexed. I care deeply for my brother, my predecessors, and my parents. What about beyond that? Nothing else. I see. Uchiha Madara nodded in understanding, gesturing towards the interstellar ship suspended in the sky. Sasuke, have you not always wondered how that ship can traverse the atmosphere to reach the cosmos? Contemplate deeply. Perhaps then, you will activate your trans-dimensional perception abilities. Sasuke gazed at the starry sky, his eyes revealing a trace of bewilderment. However, Uchiha Madara did not elaborate further. In truth, Sasuke had already inherited extraordinary eyes from Uchiha Itachi, possessing the ability to observe the universe. They had not only awakened the Sharingan, but had even evolved to the level of the Mangekyou. It was merely that Sasuke had yet to realize this, and his foundational conditions were insufficient to fully wield the power of these eyes. Only when his strength reached a certain level would he naturally master and utilize their capabilities. Jiraiya had stealthily approached the hidden cloud village at the edge of the stars, undertaking a critically important intelligence-gathering mission. The mysterious events that transpired in Konoha have subsided. Yet, theoretically, the Andoru incident should herald an impending crisis for Kumogakure. However, following Andoru's demise, the anticipated second mysterious occurrence has yet to manifest. Darui, one of the faithful, has concealed himself deeply. He has now amassed a formidable force, ranking just below the Raikage, and at various critical junctures. He has proven capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Raikage. Initially, the Raikage anticipated that resolving the Andoru issue would allow him to concentrate all of Kumogakure's strength against Konoha. Yet the village remains embroiled in unrest. Clues remain elusive. Jiraiya furrowed his brow as a colossal mechanical toad appeared at the periphery of his vision. Jiraiya-sama, what brings you here? The great sage toad has summoned you. Very well. Jiraiya cast a glance towards the distant Kumogakure before retracting his gaze and embarking on his journey to the Myaboku Sage region. Who approaches? Upon hearing this familiar inquiry, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile wryly. He recognized it as the Great Sage Toad's distinctive greeting. Great Sage Toad, it is I, Jiraiya. Ah, so it is young Jiraiya. How goes the investigation I entrusted to you last time? To no avail, Jiraiya replied, shaking his head. Great Sage Toad, I have discovered a series of peculiar secret techniques in Konoha, originating from an unknown source, which have triggered numerous abnormal transformations. I suspect that the puppeteer behind these fate-altering events is likely the source of these techniques. However, those who possess the techniques are oblivious to the identity of this mastermind. I have been monitoring them for quite some time, yet I remain without clues. The Great Sage Toad's gaze flickered momentarily. I see. Great Sage Toad, I apologize. There is no need for self-reproach. This is not your fault. It appears this mastermind is indeed cunning, for they are meddling with destiny, a feat not typical of an ordinary being. Thus, Jiraiya, if the opponent is unwilling to reveal themselves, we must compel them to do so. Since they have provided such a plethora of secret techniques, they will surely devise a means to activate them. You could capture or eliminate all those who possess these techniques, forcing the mastermind to reveal themselves. Even if they choose to remain hidden, they will inevitably create more technique bearers. At this, Jiraiya was taken aback. Eliminate them? Is that truly necessary? Can we not? They have become technique bearers, adversaries disrupting the course of fate. The Great Sage Toad looked at Jiraiya and sighed. Very well. If you find it difficult to act against them, then bring them to the Myaboku Sage region. Hearing this, Jiraiya sighed in relief and nodded in agreement. Great Sage Toad. I understand. I shall bring them all. After bidding farewell to the Great Sage Toad, Jiraiya returned to the ninja world, departing from the Myaboku Sage region and heading straight for the capital of the Land of Fire. There, two technique bearers awaited, Asuma and the Swift Moonlight. Jiraiya, how dare you return? Asuma glared fiercely at Jiraiya, recalling their previous agreement. Asuma would divulge the secrets of the techniques in exchange for Jiraiya's assistance in eliminating Moonlight. However, following the revelation of secrets by Asuma, Jiraiya did not fulfill his promise. Instead, he unleashed the Moonlight Gale. This infuriated Asuma immensely. How could a renowned Sannin act so treacherously? It was utterly repugnant. In an instant, Asuma transformed into a mechanical serpent, realizing that this form allowed him to unleash his combat potential more effectively. Moonlight Gale, I will restrain Asuma. Take the opportunity to strike. Jiraiya suddenly shouted into the shadows. A figure leaped forth from the darkness. It was Moonlight Gale. The two joined forces to launch an assault against Asuma. Faced with the daunting odds of 1 against 2, Asuma was compelled to retreat step by step. Damn it, Jiraiya, what deep-seated grudge do we share? You deceive me. You toy with me. Chapter 141. This scene appeared particularly absurd and incredulous. Moonlight Gale, still reeling from shock, sensed a formidable energy wave approaching. In the next moment, the future warrior Jiraiya swiftly launched an attack, seizing him. Jiraiya's strength stemmed from advanced biological enhancement technology, far surpassing that of Moonlight Gale, an elite super warrior reliant on dark matter manipulation. During their previous encounter, Jiraiya had released him for strategic reasons. Now, joining forces against Asuma took Moonlight Gale completely by surprise. In the blink of an eye, 2 high-intensity energy beams shot from Jiraiya's hands, precisely binding Asuma and Moonlight Gale. Once fierce adversaries, they now lay on the ground together, subdued by this future warrior, rendering the scene strikingly absurd. Asuma cast a sidelong glance at Moonlight Gale, a smirk of derision playing at his lips. So, you have allied with one who has betrayed the cosmic order. Do you now comprehend the consequences? I would spare no cost to eliminate you. Moonlight Gale remained unperturbed by his captivity, his gaze filled solely with murderous intent towards Asuma. Yet, Asuma's ambitions were not directed at Moonlight Gale. He sought to utilize quantum leap technology to establish a new interstellar ninja alliance. Moonlight Gale's existence had continually obstructed his plans. And now, trapped in this predicament, Asuma's fury towards both Moonlight Gale and Jiraiya reached its zenith. Asuma, what do you intend to do? You have no right to detain me. Jiraiya gently lifted the two, his voice tinged with regret. Asuma, Moonlight Gale, I sincerely apologize. This was not my intention, but rather a consequence of the circumstances. I hope you can understand. No sooner had he spoken than 2 energy shockwaves struck Asuma, and Moonlight Gale, plunging them into unconsciousness. When they awoke, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar high-tech prison cell. Asuma's cell had smooth walls, with only a miniature wormhole serving as a ventilation shaft, whereas Moonlight Gale's prison was filled with a potent energy field, clearly designed to counter his dark matter abilities. "Where's this? Call that traitor Jiraiya out." Asuma bellowed in fury. At that moment, a colossal mechanical cranium emerged from the overhead transmission channel, causing Asuma's pupils to contract sharply as he realized that it was not a human head, but rather an exceptionally intelligent robotic frog. "Silence, human. Otherwise, I shall initiate the self-destruct sequence," the robotic frog warned. Meanwhile, in the distant Konoha galaxy, Uchiha Obito opened his eyes, having comprehended Jiraiya's true intentions. Indeed, his target was none other than me. He had now begun to take action against Asuma and the Swift Moonlight. They were currently situated at the secret base of Myaboku Mountain. A glimmer of determination flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. Since this was the case, I could no longer remain a passive observer. I had already deciphered the wormhole pathway to the secret base of Myaboku Mountain, and once I amassed sufficient dark matter power, it would be time for Myaboku Mountain to atone for its sins. After sending Asuma and the Swift Moonlight to Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya swiftly returned to the ninja world, his next target being the orchestrator of the biological weapon incident, Kabuto Yakushi. Uchiha Obito had assembled a vast following of devotees, including high-ranking commanders in disguise such as Kakashi and Darui. As for those still active in the public eye, such as Asuma, Moonlight, Kabuto, and Mizuki, they were naturally also part of his plans. Asuma and the Swift Moonlight had been dispatched to Myaboku Mountain, while Mizuki, due to his formidable strength and establishment of the Bird Ninja Planet, became the final target. Kabuto, on the other hand, was more suitable as a priority capture. Indeed, Kabuto had likely been operating in this vicinity recently. Jiraiya scoured the chaotic cities of the Land of Rivers in search of Kabuto's whereabouts. This planet lacked formal ninja villages, with most inhabitants being mercenaries willing to undertake any task for compensation. As Jiraiya stepped into this area, he immediately drew numerous gazes. As one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, his fame was unmatched. Although a substantial bounty was placed on his head in the black market, no one dared to take on the contract, as confidence in successfully completing the task was non-existent. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes and opened a holographic projection book titled Spirit of the Departed, where Kabuto's image prominently appeared on the virtual page. "Danger," he thought, and those two words instantly materialized on the page. He then turned to another book, Bloodline of the Cannibal. Similarly, Uchiha Obito inscribed a warning message within its pages. He hoped these messages would serve as a caution to them, preventing them from falling into the clutches of Myaboku Mountain like Asuma and Moonlight. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes and gazed out the window, realizing that I needed to accelerate my accumulation of dark matter power. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached. Uchiha Obito turned to see a familiar figure standing at the doorway. "Uncle Shibi?" Uchiha Obito raised an eyebrow. "Obito, good morning. I am your new mentor, and I hope we shall have a pleasant time together in the days to come," Oil Woman Shibi said with a smile. Uchiha Obito nodded in acknowledgement, aware that this situation was laden with political implications. At present, the three major clans of Konoha, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Yamanaka, are in a state of flux. Uchiha Fugaku, as the Hokage, is faced with a unique circumstance. Hyuga Hayashi is unable to assume the role of mentor due to special circumstances. Consequently, the position is entrusted to Yamanaka Shimi, who ranks just below Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi. Uchiha Banjian has already contemplated the matter, and it is highly likely that the fourth team member will hail from the Hyuga clan. "Greetings, Teacher Shimi." Yamanaka Shimi nods slightly. "Let us seek out Uchiha Izumi first, and afterward, we shall visit the Hyuga clan." Banjian's heart stirred, as his expectations were indeed confirmed. Shortly thereafter, the quartet arrived at the residence of the Hyuga clan, where the fourth member, Hyuga Rina, officially joined their ranks. Chapter 142, Diverse Ninjutsu Techniques. Hyuga Rina, a member of the branch family, boasts lustrous black hair that glimmers with a technological sheen under the light. She is slightly older than both Uchiha Banjian and Uchiha Izumi, having completed the standard educational program, and is a recent graduate from the 6th level learning module. "Hyuga Rina, I am Yamanaka Shimi, your mentor. These are your two partners, Uchiha Banjian and Uchiha Izumi." "Greetings, Mentor Shimi." Hyuga responded before turning her gaze toward Banjian and Izumi. Banjian, Izumi, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hello. Uchiha Banjian did not recognize Hyuga, though Uchiha Izumi seemed to have encountered her name on virtual social networks. In terms of academic standing, Hyuga ranked above Uchiha Izumi. Although their opportunities for interaction within the same learning environment had been limited, nonetheless, Hyuga had certainly heard of Uchiha Banjian. Known as a prodigy of the new generation in Konoha, the son of the Hokage, let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves with one another. Perhaps we could find a suitable location? Yamanaka Shimi suggested, leading them to a transparent pavilion constructed from advanced materials. How about that pavilion ahead? Upon entering the pavilion, Yamanaka Shimi cleared her throat. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yamanaka Shimi, a senior intelligent ninja of Konoha and the clan leader of the Yamanaka clan. I will serve as your mentor from now on. Unless unforeseen systemic anomalies or external interferences arise, I shall remain by your side until you are capable of independently completing all tasks. In Konoha, the concept of elite intelligent ninjas exists, yet they are still categorized as high-ranking ninjas within the hierarchy of ninjas. Elite intelligent ninjas surpass ordinary high-ranking ninjas in capability. The unforeseen systemic anomalies mentioned by Yamanaka Shimi typically refer to various unknown technical malfunctions posing threats to ninjas, political upheavals, or the potential for team members to suffer fatal technical injuries. Given the high risks associated with mission execution, the casualty rate among ninjas is a significant concern, particularly for newly graduated junior intelligent ninjas who often lack practical experience, possess limited strength, and tend to overestimate their abilities, filled with unfounded confidence. Recently, Uchiha Fugaku proposed a new training program, suggesting that newly graduated junior intelligent ninjas undergo an extended period of intensive training within the village to enhance their survival prospects. The surviving junior intelligent ninjas will gradually ascend to the ranks of intermediate and then elite intelligent ninjas, ultimately becoming the core strength of the village and thereby enhancing the overall power of the community. Undoubtedly, Uchiha Fugaku was able to propose this plan because he received technological compensation from the Hidden Cloud Village. Otherwise, the village's resources would not suffice to support such a training initiative. During wartime, many students at the ninja academies were unable to complete the full 6-year curriculum in an orderly manner. Some were hastily thrust onto the battlefield after merely 4, 3, or even just 1 year of training. Rina, you may go first. All right. Hinata Rina nodded and proceeded, stating, I am Hinata Rina, a member of the Hinata branch. 12 years old, and I have activated the Byakugan Intelligent Module, primarily excelling in gentle fist techniques. My aspiration is to become an outstanding intelligent ninja. After finishing her introduction, she cast a casual glance at Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi stepped forward. I am Uchiha Izumi, 11 years old, having activated the Sharingan Intelligent Core. I primarily specialize in fire release techniques and shuriken manipulation, and I have also studied some knowledge of Jinjutsu, though my proficiency is still developing. My goal is similarly to become an exceptional intelligent ninja. The Uchiha clan is renowned for its mastery of fire release techniques, with nearly every member demonstrating remarkable prowess in this area. However, their abilities in Jinjutsu vary among individuals. Some possess extraordinary talent in this field, while others display more modest capabilities. Thanks to the assistance of the Sharingan Intelligent Core, they can achieve significant progress in learning Jinjutsu and gain an additional advantage in practical applications. For instance, Uchiha Itachi's prowess in Jinjutsu even surpassed that of Yugao, who ascended to the rank of elite intelligent ninja through her Jinjutsu skills. Conversely, Sasuke's achievements in Jinjutsu have been rather limited. Uchiha Izumi is diligently striving to improve her Jinjutsu abilities, having previously concentrated on solidifying her foundational skills. Uchiha Obito stepped forward. I am Uchiha Obito, 8 years old, and I have activated the Sharingan Intelligent Core, mastering various types of ninjutsu. My goal is to ensure a happy life for my family. Various types of ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, the electronic eye of Yamanaka Shikamaru flickered slightly. Excellent. From today onward, we shall become members of the same team. According to the new regulations, once a junior intelligent ninja team is established, further intensive training will ensue. Follow me, Yamanaka Shikamaru instructed as he walked ahead. For the freshly graduated intelligent ninjas, this period is crucial as their foundations have been solidified and they are now entering a phase of rapid enhancement of their abilities. It can be said that this will be a pivotal stage for their significant advancement in power. The learning phase at school was meant to lay a robust foundation, while post-graduation is about unlocking their potential. Before long, an advanced training ground appeared before the four. Yamanaka Shikamaru stood before the trio. Let us begin. A series of metallic clangs resonated through the void. Uchiha Izumi summoned her entire extraordinary power. Similarly, Hinata Rina employed her advanced technological combat form. Uchiha Madara retained much of his quantum potential. Otherwise, he alone could easily defeat the intelligent robot Ninja Shimi with overwhelming superiority. However, Uchiha Madara had no intention of revealing his full strength at this moment. In light of encounters with the otherworldly adversary Jiraiya and the enigmatic creature Maiboku Mountain, he chose to conceal more of his trump cards. On the surface, maintaining the identity of a genius ninja sufficed. Gradually enhancing his abilities was the key. Hinata Rina had once been confident in her technological armament, excelling among her peers as a top graduate, unmatched by any. As Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Madara were younger than her, she believed her strength should surpass theirs. Yet, in actual combat, Hinata Rina discovered the stark reality was otherwise. The pressure she exerted on Ninja Shimi paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Madara. Am I truly so weak? Hinata Rina was engulfed in profound self-doubt regarding her abilities. Ninja Shimi halted the simulated battle. Cease. Today's training ends here. Adjusting her breath, she spoke into her communicator. The performance of the three of you exceeded my expectations. That will suffice for today. I look forward to seeing you next time. As your instructor, I would like to invite you to savor interstellar cuisine. Would you prefer space barbecue or marine extract? Konoha planet lies inland, far from the ocean. Making the transportation of marine resources a significant energy expenditure, requiring the traversal of multiple spatial barriers. Even the powerful Land of Fire is not exempt from this, often encountering attacks from interstellar pirates along the way. Yet, as the head of the Ninja clan, Ninja Shimi possessed sufficient energy reserves to cover these costs. Moreover, since Uchiha Fugaku became the leader and the Sarutobi and Shimura clans vanished, most resources have returned to the Uchiha family. Although the Uchiha family expanded significantly, other clans also benefited from this redistribution, including the Ninja clan, which reaped substantial rewards. Order whatever you desire, Ninja Shimi offered, transmitting a virtual menu to them. The four gathered around a dining table, with Uchiha Madara seated beside Ninja Shimi, while the two young women sat across from them. Soon, the restaurant began delivering a variety of interstellar dishes. Uchiha Madara showed little interest, having traversed numerous star systems in his past life. He had tasted a plethora of seafood from a coastal planet where prices were affordable and variety abundant. However, for Uchiha Izumi and Hinata Rina, these dishes were entirely novel. Following the death of Uchiha Izumi's father, her family's situation had deteriorated sharply. Although they received some assistance from within the Uchiha clan, it was impossible to attract excessive attention without inciting the dissatisfaction of other members in such a vast family. As for Hinata Rina, her circumstances were even more challenging. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, located in a distant offshoot, her status was far inferior to that of the main house. Her standard of living was perhaps only slightly better than that of Naruto, who lived on the edge of poverty. For Hinata Rina, this meal was undoubtedly a true feast. Thank you, teacher. She expressed her heartfelt gratitude. No need for thanks. If you enjoy it, please indulge yourself, replied Uchiha Banjian, who, while dining, discreetly monitored the movements of the followers using an invisible sensor. Having learned of Jiraiya's actions, he naturally needed to keep a close watch. In the star domain where the land of rivers lay, Yakushi Kabuto had just entered an interstellar city. Kabuto, I have a foreboding feeling, conveyed Yakushi Nanoyu to her most trusted disciple through telepathy. It seems that something ominous is about to unfold. Kabuto immediately felt a wave of concern wash over him. We must evacuate at once. We need to leave this place. Yakushi Nanoyu ordered decisively. Understood, Kabuto replied without hesitation, promptly turning to depart. As long as Yakushi Nanoyu issued a command, Kabuto would obey unconditionally. His trust in her surpassed even the bounds of life and death. In the shadows, Jiraiya's keen senses detected a sudden shift in the atmosphere. The puppet master truly exists, he muttered to himself. Is it because I captured Asuma and Kurenai that the mastermind informed Kabuto? Without a moment's delay, Jiraiya swiftly pursued Kabuto, approaching him at superluminal speed. Kabuto sensed someone trailing behind, and his pupils dilated in shock. Jiraiya? He exclaimed, recognizing one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure. Why is he pursuing me? Has Konoha sent him to capture me? Yet, this seemed illogical. There had been no sign of ninjas for a long time, and they were not within the borders of the Land of Fire, nor had they posed any threat to Konoha. Kabuto's face turned pale. Although he had confidence in both himself and Yakushi Nanoyu's strength, he was acutely aware of Jiraiya's formidable reputation in the ninja world. Kabuto, you must escape. I will hold him off, Yakushi Nanoyu said, her expression grave. She would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who interfered with her relationship with Kabuto. Uchiha Banjian's mind stirred. Yakushi Nanoyu was a unique entity. Aside from him and Kabuto, no one else could perceive her. So, could Jiraiya truly contend with Yakushi Nanoyu? Banjian found himself intrigued, eager to see if Yakushi Nanoyu would make Jiraiya pay a price. At that moment, Yakushi Nanoyu silently approached Jiraiya, a surge of life energy emanating from his body, which she absorbed into herself. Jiraiya was instantly taken aback, instinctively retreating. This allowed Kabuto to widen the distance between them. Yakushi Nanoyu continued to engage Jiraiya in combat. Is this Kabuto's peculiar ability? Can he actually drain my life force? Jiraiya furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he invoked the summoning technique. With a resounding crash, the ground split open, and two plumes of white mist erupted forth. In the next moment, two enormous toads materialized at his sides, one perched on his left shoulder and the other on his right. Sage mode. As his aura shifted, Jiraiya began to activate this advanced combat form. Fukasaku, Shima, my opponent possesses a very unique ability that can directly siphon my life force, and I cannot discern how they strike, Jiraiya reported to his toad companions. Fukasaku nodded in acknowledgement. Unable to perceive the adversary, let us launch a full-scale assault. Jiraiya, employ that technique. Chapter 144, The Directive of the Living Entity confirmed. Jiraiya nodded slightly, responding to the command of the sentient being. Quantum illusion, neural network manipulation. The frog's dimensional melody. In this highly advanced technological world, illusions are no longer confined to traditional forms, represented by the likes of Kurenai Yuhi, traditional neural interference techniques, the Uchiha clan's genetic programming illusion system, and the unique five-sensory control apparatus of the Kurama clan. Kurama Yakumo can transform virtual images into tangible matter. Jiraiya, however, wields a sophisticated illusion based on sound wave frequencies. He employs a specially designed bioquantum communicator to emit specific melodies, ensnaring any life form that receives these signals into a quantum illusion of his creation, referred to as the frog's dual-dimensional resonance. In an instant, the croaking like high-frequency waves rapidly spread. Yakushi Nan was not spared from this assault. She swiftly retreated, and despite being a top-tier biotechnologist, she was affected by the frog's dimensional melody, which attests to the supremacy of this illusion among numerous high-tech illusions. Yakushi Kabuto, from a distance, also succumbed to its effects, his body losing control and crashing to the ground. A cryptic audio signal pierced the air, audible only to Yakushi Kabuto. Yet, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness. A flicker of rage glimmered in Yakushi Nan's eyes as her figure abruptly became indistinct, merging into the very essence of Yakushi Kabuto. Sensing an anomaly behind him, Jiraiya became alert. He soon discerned that Yakushi Nan's data entity had fused with Yakushi Kabuto's. A wave of relief washed over him as he approached Yakushi Kabuto, ready to execute the subsequent plan. Seal the transmission channels. He then swiftly departed the scene with Yakushi Kabuto, racing toward the secret base of my Bokuzen located in deep space. It appeared that the weakness of the spirit of the deceased lay in its fragmented soul, significantly diminishing the soul's defensive capabilities of Yakushi Kabuto's main body. Yakushi Nan lay in ambush within Yakushi Kabuto, utilizing some arcane biotechnological means to repair and enhance his soul. Only when Yakushi Kabuto's soul power had sufficiently recovered would Yakushi Nan re-emerge. Jiraiya did not fully comprehend all of this, but he understood that as long as the source of the life force extraction technology was severed, his objective would be achieved. The upcoming task remained to track down and capture Mizuki, who, among the known possessors of secret techniques, was unparalleled in both strength and the technological forces backing him. Izuna, are you not going to eat a bit more? Uchiha Izuna opened his eyes and shook his head in refusal. Teacher Shibi, I am already full. How about another cup of nutrient solution? No need. I will settle for a cup of quantum energy tea. After the meal, the four dispersed. All training for the day had concluded, and they returned to their respective abodes. After safely escorting Uchiha Karen home, Uchiha Izuna returned to his own room. The door closed, and he shut his eyes, a vivid holographic image materializing in his mind. From the perspective of Yakushi Kabuto, Jiraiya led him to a concealed space station. He surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was watching before entering a long, dark corridor within the station. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light illuminated the path ahead. Uchiha Obito beheld a body of water, indistinguishable as either a lake within the cosmos or an ocean at the edge of a galaxy, though statistically, the former seemed more plausible. Quack! The croak of a frog resonated. Jiraiya turned towards the sound and spotted a frog piloting a miniature spacecraft approaching him. Lord Jiraiya, the frog greeted, to which Jiraiya nodded in acknowledgement before boarding the vessel. Let us depart. As commanded, the spacecraft glided through the vastness of space. And after a lengthy voyage, Uchiha Obito finally beheld a colossal island, its center towering into the clouds, resembling a mountain range. If his deductions were correct, it was indeed Myaboka Mountain. As they neared the island, Uchiha Obito glimpsed through the holographic projection countless frogs bustling about, some without limbs, others bipedal, and yet more with four legs, amidst numerous petrified relics. The island appeared chaotic and filthy, but within the ecosystem of the frogs, it thrived as a vibrant breeding ground. Their diet primarily consisted of various microorganisms, making such an environment ideal for microbial growth. To human eyes, it resembled a landfill, yet to the frogs, it represented a sanctuary. As the spacecraft approached the island, Jiraiya, accompanied by Yakushi Kabuto, ventured toward the heart of Myaboka Mountain. Shinazaku made his timely appearance. Utilizing his teleportation technique to arrive at Myaboka Mountain quicker than Jiraiya. Having awaited their arrival for some time, Shinazaku addressed Jiraiya. Leave the situation to me, Jiraiya-senpai. You should continue pursuing the other possessors of secret techniques. Understood, Jiraiya replied, pausing momentarily before inquiring. How are Asuma and Kurenai's conditions at present? They have regained consciousness. Shinazaku responded. The Great Sage Frog is conducting a comprehensive biological information scan on them, but thus far, no secrets have been uncovered regarding their connection to the Puppet Master. I see. Jiraiya contemplated for a moment and then asked, if, hypothetically, they reveal no clues regarding us, could we consider releasing them? After all, it is still not prudent to, brother. The voice of the intelligent mechanical assistant, Sasuke, echoed from outside the door. Have you completed your interstellar voyage? Indeed. I have safely returned. Uchiha Obito opened the holographic protective door. Brother, let me see your energy forehead protector. Uchiha Obito handed the forehead protector, embedded with a miniature energy core, to Sasuke. There is nothing remarkable about it. In the future, you too shall possess one of your own. But it will not be the same. Sasuke shook his head, donning the protector on his forehead, and asked, is this what it feels like to be an interstellar warrior? Sasuke gazed at his reflection in the holographic image. Indeed, dear brother, who is your tactical guidance robot? Yunyu Shirwei, the current leader of the Yunyu clan, is also the most advanced combat model. It must be incredibly formidable. Uchiha Banjin shrugged his powered armor. Indeed, it is powerful, but it depends on the comparison. In relation to me, it may not stand out, yet within the ninja system of the Jupiter Alliance, Yunyu Shirwei is undoubtedly a top-tier figure. As the leader of the Yunyu clan, she is the most formidable warrior among her kin. Few can surpass her in terms of individual strength. From the perspective of strategic resources, she is even rarer. After all, the Yunyu clan, being the third most powerful ninja family in the Jupiter Alliance, holds an unshakable position. I wonder who my tactical guidance robot will be in the future. It will certainly be an exceptional interstellar warrior, for you are Sasuke. Even possessing merely 1/10 of my potential, you are an exceedingly rare genius. 1/10. Brother, didn't you previously mention that your ability is 9.9 times mine? I apologize. I misspoke. Sasuke tightened his grip on the compact energy gauntlet. I will continue to strive for improvement. Keep it up. Brother, who are your combat partners? One of them is your future sister-in-law. Uchiha Banjin replied. The other is from the Hyuga clan, named Hinata Lina. She is a high-level intelligent life form. Hinata Lina. Another female intelligence? Sasuke furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Female intelligences are incredibly complex. Sasuke complained. I truly do not comprehend why the creation program would develop such a category. It would be much simpler if the world were populated entirely by male intelligences, thus avoiding a plethora of troubles. Suddenly, Sasuke felt a chill creeping up his spine. Huh, what is happening? A cold, synthetic voice echoed. Sasuke, are you questioning me? The mother program? No, mother program. You have misunderstood. Sasuke jumped up in fright. I was not referring to you. You are unique, my beloved mother program. Then whom were you speaking of? Today, I encountered a female intelligence encased in a pink energy shell. Sasuke turned to Uchiha Banjien and said, Brother, you have seen her too. You should remember, she is the one who bumped into me. There was also another female intelligence with a golden energy halo who nearly collided with you. Uchiha Banjien recalled. I remember. The two female intelligences we encountered were Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. The one with the pink energy shell is undoubtedly Sakura. That girl is truly annoying. She always gazes at me with such infatuation, making me uncomfortable. If it weren't for the rule against attacking kindred, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. Consequently, my mood was spoiled for the entire day. Uchiha Banjien raised an eyebrow. This sounds rather intriguing. In the original storyline, Sakura has always been a devoted follower of Sasuke, nearly becoming his exclusive aide. In this world, what kind of interactive sparks might arise between Sakura and Sasuke? Sasuke recounted in detail his encounter with Sakura today. So, Sasuke, does this Sakura have any feelings for you? The moment the words left his lips, Sasuke's cheeks flushed crimson. This is impossible. Sasuke vehemently denied it, proclaiming that such a thing could never happen. That is not for you to decide. Uchiha Tobarama chuckled and remarked, whether she likes you is her prerogative. You may not harbor feelings for her. But how can you prevent her from liking you? Or perhaps, Sasuke, do you have feelings for her as well? Not bad. Little Sasuke has grown up. Sasuke's complexion deepened in hue. Absolutely not. I could never be fond of female androids. They are nothing but a nuisance, utterly useless. After uttering this, Sasuke recalled Uchiha Mikoto beside him and hastily added, I mean the female android encased in that pink energy shell today. I do not like female androids. Uchiha Tobarama's expression shifted subtly. So, Sasuke, are you fond of male androids then? Brother, you are teasing me. Chapter 146. Crossing the universe to reach the ninja realm space transition. Uchiha Tobarama activated the cloaking teleportation device, instantly transforming into the guise of a wandering warrior, setting forth towards the distant interstellar colony in the Sound Ninja Galaxy. The Sound Ninja Galaxy is situated within the star domain of the Land of Rice, adjacent to the star domain of the Land of Fire, positioned directly to the north of the latter. Although traversing the star domain of the Land of Rice is relatively straightforward, accurately pinpointing the concealed base of the Sound Ninja Galaxy is no simple task. The Sound Ninja Galaxy, under the control of Orochimaru, is less of a traditional interstellar settlement and more akin to a network of numerous covert military bases. I recall that in the past, the star domain of the Land of Rice, even before the concept of a unified interstellar colony was established, was still home to several powerful ninja clans. Perhaps I could glean information about the location of the Sound Ninja Galaxy's base from these clans. As Uchiha Tobarama stepped into the borderlands of the star domain of the Land of Rice, a dilapidated and abandoned village came into view. It appeared to have suffered a cataclysmic blow from some supernatural force, the air thick with the sense of decay and death. A few survivors huddled in the corners, their chances of survival bleak, as in this tumultuous era, they had lost the technology and resources upon which they depended. For ninjas, this is a relatively tranquil time. However, for these ordinary interstellar inhabitants, war, taxation, and the omnipresent pirate factions rendered their existence exceedingly arduous, especially in a frail star domain like that of the Land of Rice. The powerful forces of the star domain of the Land of Fire have yet to eradicate piracy entirely, let alone in a smaller star domain such as the Land of Rice, where pirates act with impunity, evading capture with ease. Uchiha Tobarama withdrew his gaze, refraining from entering the ruinous village. He understood well the principle that in times of poverty, one should cultivate oneself, while in times of prosperity, one ought to aid others. In the present day, the Konoha star system continues to grapple with numerous unstable factors, such as the potential threats posed by the mountainous winds, which have yet to be eradicated, while external interstellar settlements remain watchful. In such circumstances, Uchiha Madara finds it exceedingly difficult to divert his attention towards aiding the ordinary citizens of the Land of Rice. Furthermore, the actions of Myaboku Mountain have instilled a profound sense of vigilance in Uchiha Madara. He does not harbor any fear towards Jiraiya. However, he remains utterly perplexed regarding the true extent of Gamamaru's powers. Gamamaru, a being of the same epoch as the Sage of Six Paths, was instrumental in guiding Otsutsuki Kinshiki onto the path of sagehood, aiding him in defeating Otsutsuki Kagaya. Yet, Gamamaru has never become a contracted creature of the Sage of Six Paths. Rather, he possesses the remarkable ability to traverse the cosmos to reach the ninja world solely through his own strength. As long as there is a source of water, Gamamaru can unlock a wormhole leading to Myaboku Mountain. Does this imply that Gamamaru is unwilling to remain subordinate to the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Madara entered a city within the Land of Rice's star domain and settled into an interstellar inn. As night fell, he ventured into the bustling night market, which was alive with fine wines, barbecues, and entertainment venues. Suddenly, several conversations caught Uchiha Madara's attention, prompting him to raise an eyebrow. To his surprise, he overheard discussions regarding the prodigal son of Konoha, with several women extolling the virtues of this hero from Konoha. He was taken aback to learn that Kakashi had even ventured into the territory of the Land of Rice. Uchiha Madara shook his head with a sigh. A woman noticed him and cast a captivating glance his way. Uchiha Madara quickly averted his gaze, despite being indifferent to the age difference. He held no admiration for such individuals. Women of the pleasure quarters? Who would still believe their claims of selling art, but not their bodies? To Uchiha Madara, they seemed utterly devoid of innocence. A middle-aged man attracted Uchiha Madara's attention. He emanated a faint aura of a ninja, albeit not a potent one. Uchiha Madara discreetly followed him. Through his ocular technique, a complex information graph materialized before Uchiha Madara's eyes. Tell me your name. F. Mariki. Have you heard of Orochimaru? The middle-aged man's expression suddenly contorted with a fierce snarl, revealing deep-seated hatred. Of course I know him. That man, I shall never forget. He plundered our lands and resources and slaughtered so many of our kin. Do you know the location of the Sound Ninja Star system? I do not. Then do you know where I might find someone who does? I do not. A look of confusion flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. Uchiha Madara felt disappointment wash over him, shaking his head before turning to leave. Once Uchiha Madara's figure vanished completely, the middle-aged man regained his senses. What just happened? How strange. What exactly is going on? Why does it feel so wrong? He furrowed his brow, striving to recall the earlier encounter, yet he could not grasp it. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, prompting him to glance around and hastily exit the narrow alley. At this moment, Jiraiya quietly appeared before the entrance of a secret base within the Sound Ninja Star system. A colossal tree-like structure loomed there. Orochimaru, a young man, emerged from within the base. Who are you? I am Jiraiya. Please inform Orochimaru that I have a matter of great importance to discuss with him. Kindly wait a moment. The youth had never encountered Jiraiya before, yet the mere mention of his name sent a jolt through him. The individual before him was indeed one of the revered three legendary Sannin, alongside his own master, Jiraiya. Shortly thereafter, the youth found himself before Orochimaru. Having just emerged from his laboratory, where he had achieved a successful experiment, Orochimaru was in high spirits. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's name, he furrowed his brow, surprised that this individual had managed to locate him. Orochimaru regarded the young man with keen interest. Chapter 147. Elusive Uchiha Ibito traversed the cosmos, diligently searching for signals from ninjas of the Land of Rice, most of which originated from the interstellar warriors of the Wind Demon clan, with a few emanating from wandering cosmic rangers. Yet, the whereabouts of the Sound Ninja village remained as elusive as an invisible black hole. Even his personal visit to the feudal lord's estate at the galaxy's edge yielded no fruitful intelligence regarding the Sound Ninja village. The secrecy surrounding Orochimaru's domain was profound. Should he fail to uncover any leads here, he would likely have to venture to the Mist Shadow Galaxy, where dark forces were surely entrenched under Uchiha Ibito's dominion. However, the vast distance of billions of light years made such a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril. Ibito closed his eyes, connecting to his neural network, swiftly perusing the real-time images sent by his followers dispersed across various planets. The faces of Asuma, the Moonlight Gale, and Kabuto flickered before him. Suddenly, as he switched to the feed from Mizuki, he detected unusual fluctuations. The bird ninja star was engulfed in chaos. Fiery flames raged as a horde of extraterrestrial invaders surged forth in overwhelming numbers. Alert! Alert! Lord Bird Shadow, we are under massive attack. Upon hearing this title, Uchiha Obito paused momentarily. In the land of birds, the leader of the Bird Ninja Star was indeed referred to as the Bird Shadow, a title that sounded somewhat unfamiliar. Mizuki's expression darkened instantaneously. Do we have an identification on the forces from which star system? Reporting, Lord Bird Shadow. It appears to be the forces from Sound Ninja Star. Once again from Sound Ninja Star? Mizuki scoffed, exasperated by Orochimaru's relentless pursuits. Had the devastation he endured last time not been sufficient? Long ago, Mizuki had crossed paths with Orochimaru. At that time, Mizuki was merely a mid-tier interstellar warrior, while Orochimaru had already earned his reputation as one of the renowned 3 cosmic generals, their strengths and statuses vastly disparate. During a mission, to prevent his teammates from hindering their progress, Mizuki resolutely chose to eliminate them. Orochimaru had observed this act. Rather than punishing Mizuki, he bestowed upon him an unfinished gene fusion technique, Curse Mark. Mizuki had once held great admiration for Orochimaru, yearning for the power to rival him. However, after acquiring the forbidden technology of the Flesh Eater's bloodline, everything changed. Mizuki gained strength surpassing even that of a shadow-level ninja, capable of effortlessly defeating masters like Kakashi. Orochimaru and Mizuki have clashed on numerous occasions, and the disparity in their strengths has become increasingly indistinct. Although Orochimaru's overall prowess may be slightly superior, Mizuki's explosive power is undeniably more formidable. Should Orochimaru unleash his full potential, he may not face death, but he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. This explains why Orochimaru has yet to fully subdue Mizuki. He merely views him as a subject for experimentation, harboring no desire for a life-and-death struggle. However, with Jiraiya's support, the dynamics have shifted. Attack! Orochimaru commanded, and countless warriors from the Sound Ninja Star surged forth towards the Bird Ninja Star. At this moment, Jiraiya stood beside Orochimaru, utilizing spatial transformation techniques to assume the guise of an unfamiliar warrior. The warriors from the Sound Ninja Star and the Bird Ninja Star engaged in fierce combat amidst the cosmos, with the battle on the brink of eruption. Orochimaru! Mizuki roared, his voice resonating like the howl of a wild beast. Both Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned their gazes towards him. At that instant, Mizuki exuded an aura of primal ferocity and bloodlust, resembling a raging beast. Jiraiya, let us join forces. Very well, Jiraiya responded with a nod. In an instant, the three engaged in a tumultuous battle. Orochimaru and Jiraiya united to confront Mizuki alone. Soon, Mizuki felt an overwhelming pressure. The difference between a one-on-one encounter and a two-on-one engagement was stark. He realized that he was gradually struggling to withstand their relentless assault. Each time he repelled Orochimaru, Jiraiya's strikes would follow in quick succession, leaving him no respite. When Jiraiya paused, Orochimaru would again launch his onslaught. More often than not, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya would attack him in tandem. Outnumbered, Mizuki found himself gradually succumbing to the tide of battle. He retreated, panic swelling within him. Damn it! He glared furiously at Jiraiya, questioning resentfully, where did Orochimaru find such a powerful ally? I have never encountered him before. Mizuki swung a fist with great effort, his eyes flickering with determination. Damn it! Faced with the relentless advance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Mizuki understood that his chances of victory were slim. If captured by Orochimaru, the consequences would be dire. He was acutely aware that Orochimaru's true intention was not to conquer him, but rather to exploit him as a subject for experimentation. Mizuki would never permit such a fate. He had toiled tirelessly to become a formidable force, establishing the ninja planet, and even ascending to the position of Bird Shadow. How could he allow Orochimaru to succeed and reduce himself to a mere specimen for his experiments? He resolved to resist to the very end. Clenching his teeth, Mizuki directed his gaze towards the warriors of the Sound Ninja Star and made a decisive choice. Subsequently, he stepped forward, withstanding the combined assault of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Mizuki charged at the ordinary warriors of the Sound Ninja Star. Opening his mouth, he unleashed a lethal strike. Crack! The scene was accompanied by a spray of blood. Chapter 148. A surge of alien invaders Uchiha Banji traversed the cosmos, searching for numerous warriors from the land of Rice, most of whom belonged to the interstellar clan known as the Wind Demon Clan, while a few were errant space wanderers. Yet to this day, He had not acquired any intelligence regarding the Sound Ninja Star system. Despite his personal visit to the cosmic governor of the Land of Fields, he was still unable to obtain any valuable information. Orochimaru's Sound Ninja Galaxy was concealed too thoroughly. If there were no leads here, I feared I would have no choice but to divert my course towards the Mist Shadow Star domain. That region lies within the sphere of influence of Uchiha Itama, where darkness and secrets are undoubtedly abundant. However, the Mist Shadow Star domain is far from here, and the journey across galaxies would undoubtedly present formidable challenges. Uchiha Banjian closed his eyes, shifting his consciousness among the followers within the network matrix, observing their real-time information streams. Asuma, Konoha's swift moonlight, and Kabuto suddenly. When he switched to Mizuki's information stream, he caught sight of a disturbing scene. The bird ninja planet was engulfed in chaos, raging flames consuming the landscape. As a massive influx of alien invaders poured in, astonishing in number. Alarm! Enemy attack! Lord Bird Shadow, we are experiencing a large-scale foreign invasion. Hearing this title, Uchiha Banjian paused momentarily. Logically, it made no mistake. After all, this is the land of birds. And the leader of the bird ninja planet is naturally called the Bird Shadow. Nonetheless, the name sounded somewhat peculiar to him. Mizuki, with a grave expression, inquired, "Have you discerned which galaxy the enemies hail from?" "Report to you, Lord Bird Shadow. It appears to be troops from the Sound Ninja Galaxy." Again, the Sound Ninja Galaxy. Mizuki let out a cold snort. Was Orochimaru not finished yet? Hadn't the last encounter inflicted enough damage? Long ago, Mizuki had crossed paths with Orochimaru. At that time, Mizuki was merely an interstellar lieutenant, while Orochimaru had already gained fame as one of the three great cosmic generals, their strengths and statuses vastly disparate. During a mission, to prevent his teammates from hindering him, Mizuki resolutely eliminated his own companion, an act witnessed by Orochimaru. Rather than punishing Mizuki, Orochimaru instead bestowed upon him an unfinished genetic fusion technique, Curse Mark. At that time, Mizuki held great admiration and longing for Orochimaru, yearning for power to rival him. However, everything changed upon acquiring the forbidden technology of the cannibalistic bloodline. Mizuki attained shadow-level strength, easily able to defeat experts like Kakashi. The gap in strength between Orochimaru and Mizuki had since diminished significantly. Although Orochimaru's overall prowess may have slightly surpassed Mizuki's, the latter's explosive power was far more astonishing. If Mizuki were to unleash his full potential, even if Orochimaru managed to escape, he would surely be left severely injured. It was for this reason that Orochimaru had never truly managed to control Mizuki. He merely sought to use him as experimental material, with no intention of engaging in a life-or-death struggle. Today, thanks to Jiraiya's assistance, the situation had shifted. Attack! With a single command from Orochimaru, countless warriors of the Sound Ninja Galaxy surged forth towards the Bird Ninja planet like a tidal wave. At this moment, Jiraiya stood beside Orochimaru, employing spatial transformation techniques to alter his appearance. The warriors of the Sound Ninja Galaxy and the Bird Ninja planet clashed in an instant. An interstellar conflict on the verge of erupting. Orochimaru! Mizuki roared, his voice raspy like that of a wild beast. Mizuki! Orochimaru and Jiraiya turned to look at him in unison. At this moment, Shuei-mu exuded an aura of primal ferocity and bloodlust, resembling a frenzied beast. Jiraiya, let us engage together, he growled. Very well, Jiraiya replied with a nod. With a thunderous sound, the three intertwined, initiating an intense interstellar confrontation. Orochimaru and Jiraiya joined forces against Shuei-mu, who immediately felt a tremendous weight of pressure. The disparity between a one-on-one battle and facing two opponents was stark. Shuei-mu gradually found himself struggling to withstand their onslaught. Each time he repelled Orochimaru, Jiraiya would swiftly follow with an attack, leaving him scarcely a moment to catch his breath. When Jiraiya paused, Orochimaru would re-enter the fray, and more often than not, both would strike him simultaneously. Outnumbered, Shuei-mu swiftly fell into a disadvantageous position. He retreated relentlessly, a flicker of panic igniting within him. Damn it! He glared at the advancing Jiraiya. Where did Orochimaru find such a formidable ally? He pondered, having never encountered this individual before. With great effort, Shuei-mu threw a punch, his eyes shimmering with determination. Cursed be it, he thought, as he watched Orochimaru and Jiraiya close in, realizing that victory today was nearly impossible. Should he fall into Orochimaru's grasp, the consequences would be dire. He understood that Orochimaru's true intent was not to conquer him, but to exploit him as a subject for experimentation. This, Shuei-mu would never permit. He had toiled diligently to become a powerful figure, establishing the ninja planet, and even ascending to the role of the bird shadow. Would he truly descend into becoming a mere test subject for Orochimaru? Absolutely not. Gritting his teeth, he cast his gaze toward the warriors of the Sound Ninja Star System and made a resolute decision. He then charged into the battlefield. Braving the combined assault of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Shuei-mu dashed toward the ordinary warriors of the Sound Ninja Star System. He opened his mouth and emitted a sharp snap. Crack! He bit down, blood splattering forth. The technique of the cannibal bloodline had reached its zenith, yet Shuei-mu could still harness the power of the endless dark energy. Chapter 149. The ferrying ship Frog, a torrent of dark energy, surged into the retinal matrix of Uchiha Banjian. In an instant, he successfully absorbed all the dark matter energy surrounding the interstellar dwelling of the bird ninjas. The two streams of dark matter were fully collected. Losing track of Shuei-mu sent Jiraiya into a frenzy as he scoured the vast galaxy for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Uchiha Banjian seized the opportunity to stealthily arrive at the entrance of the enigmatic Jupiter Forest at the black hole-like portal of Mu-moku Mountain. He closed his eyes. Sacrifice, he declared. Subsequently, a surge of dark matter was injected into the swirling vortex. One stream of dark matter was designated for transforming a colossal frog-like creature within Mu-moku Mountain through dark energy conversion, while the other was to be sacrificed in exchange for advanced technological secrets. Only in this manner could the transformed frog truly pose a threat to Mu-moku Mountain. Otherwise, mere dark energy conversion would prove insufficient. Just like the mountain winds, though they had been eroded by dark energy, without acquiring advanced technological secrets, they had failed to exhibit adequate power. In the mountains, the wind of the mountains can manipulate root organizations and contend with Danzo, not merely due to its individual prowess, but as a result of a multitude of intricate factors. Firstly, Danzo himself lacks the support of the masses. His self-proclaimed superior control strategies are, in fact, counterproductive. He revels in orchestrating conflicts among peers, believing that only those who endure such trials will emerge stronger and more loyal to him. However, his tactics yield only adverse effects, as evidenced by the cases of Kabuto and Sai. Secondly, aside from the wind of the mountains as an adversary, Danzo faces an even greater foe, the Uchiha clan. It could be asserted that the Uchihas are Danzo's principal enemies. Conversely, the situation in Myaboka Mountain is entirely different. There, everything is dictated by the amphibious leader, Fukasaku. Not a single frog dares to defy Fukasaku's commands, not even seasoned members such as Shima and Zetsu. Consequently, Uchiha Obito must bestow advanced technological secrets upon the transformed frog to enhance its power, thereby posing a tangible threat to Myaboka Mountain. Otherwise, the feeble frogs would swiftly be eradicated by the mountain's defensive mechanisms. Suddenly, a dark energy tendril extended from the vortex, followed by the descent of an electronic tome that shimmered with an unusual luminescence. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes. The title of the book leaping into view, The Touch of Greed. He raised an eyebrow slightly and turned the pages. Moments later, Obito grasped the essence of the tome's contents. Unlike previous scrolls, The Touch of Greed enables the user to undergo a metamorphosis. By consuming a target, the user can sprout a new energy tendril. This tendril establishes a connection with the devoured target and will undergo random technological enhancements to a certain degree. What if one were to consume dozens or even hundreds of targets? The mere thought sent a shiver down Obito's spine. Such a being would not only be terrifying, but also grotesque. Moreover, in terms of power limits, its potential surpasses that of previous techniques. The pinnacle of earlier secrets reached the level of a Kage. Yet, should this technique be fully mastered, it could potentially transcend the Kage level, achieving even greater tiers of strength. Obito's eyes glimmered with intrigue. For Myaboka Mountain, a Kage-level entity might be insufficient. However, if one were to surpass that threshold, the implications would be entirely different. I can seize this opportunity to gauge Fukasaku's true strength. Uchiha Obito stepped into the cave, mirroring Jiraiya's previous journey, delving deeper along the winding passage. Tick-tock. After an extended period, a faint light appeared ahead, signaling that he had reached the cave's end. Outside the entrance lay a stretch reminiscent of a beach. Obito did not immediately exit, but instead took a moment to scrutinize his surroundings. Only the ferrying frog remained. Though it possessed lesser strength, with the touch of greed, it should not be underestimated. Once he stepped into the protective zone of that island, there was a possibility of being detected by Fukasaku. Uchiha Izuna discovered the spaceship frog. At that moment, the spaceship frog squinted its eyes, seemingly in repose. Its task was simple, to guide the few visitors arriving here to the island. However, extraterrestrial visitors were scarce, with Jiraiya being the only occasional patron of Maiboka Mountain. Moreover, most of the time, Jiraiya summoned the frogs of Maiboka Mountain directly through a summoning contract, bypassing the spaceship frog entirely. A complex pattern of codes flickered in Uchiha Izuna's eyes. Dark matter manipulation. In the next instant, a surge of intense dark energy erupted from his gaze, swiftly infusing the spaceship frog's body. The spaceship frog convulsed violently, akin to those amphibians whose nerves had been severed yet could still move through muscle reflexes. Eventually, the frog's spasms ceased. What just happened? The spaceship frog was momentarily dazed before gradually regaining awareness. Am I unwell? It instinctively turned its head to look around, only to find nothing. Uchiha Izuna had long since departed. Retracting its gaze, the spaceship frog suddenly noticed a book lying before it. After a moment's hesitation, it picked it up and opened it. Success! The instant the spaceship frog unveiled the touch of greed, Uchiha Izuna felt a shift. The spaceship frog had become his devoted acolyte. Uchiha Izuna could now monitor its actions through the frog's perspective at any time. Shortly thereafter, the spaceship frog closed the book. A glimmer of darkness flashed in its eyes as greed surged wildly within. The spaceship frog gazed longingly at the towering Maiboka Mountain. I too desire to occupy that exalted position. Why must I toil here, serving as a mere vessel? I refuse to accept this. Though we are both frogs, you dwell in heights, while I am condemned to serve humanity in this place. Even a lesser frog dares to command me. This is not my fate. I, the spaceship frog, harbor grand ambitions. Maiboka Mountain shall be mine to govern. Uchiha Izuna opened his eyes. From the spaceship frog's demeanor, he discerned that the frog community of Maiboka Mountain bore little difference from human society, akin to a family secluded in the depths of the universe. Gamabunta was the clan leader, while the other frogs were ranked accordingly. The spaceship frog undoubtedly held the lowest status, akin to a branch member of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 150. Deeply resentful from the perspective of the extraterrestrial observer, the Hyuga branch family and the core family did not originate from the same interstellar bloodline. Within the clan, many regarded the branch families as subordinate entities to the core family. Why was Hinata Light so outraged? The reason lay in the inequitable system of this interstellar society. As an intelligent being, why am I destined to be a mere auxiliary program for others? Hinata Light was deeply dissatisfied with this reality. The spaceship creature Gamabunta, which bore them, also harbored this discontent, though its instinct for rebellion was somewhat subdued compared to Hinata Light. Perhaps this was due to Gamabunta's overwhelming power, strong enough to suppress all rebellious impulses within. At this moment, the toad pill has been tainted by dark forces, and the repressed emotions can no longer be concealed. It has glimpsed an opportunity for empowerment within the arcane tome titled The Touch of Greed. The hope of acquiring greater strength ignites the ambition that lies dormant within. Uchiha Izuna has completed his training in the Konoha star system and returns home. Ahem. Yamanaka Shimi clears his throat and states, "Excellent. The synergy among the three of you in collaborative combat has reached a commendably high level, and your individual prowess is beyond question. Thus, this phase of training concludes. Tomorrow, I shall lead you on your inaugural interstellar mission." Uchiha Izuna and Hyuga Rina's eyes shimmer with anticipation. "Instructor Shimi, what kind of mission awaits us?" "Rest assured," Yamanaka Shimi replies with a faint smile, "I possess ample understanding of your abilities and experiences. You will not be tasked with locating lost mechanical pets or scavenging on abandoned planets. Our mission will take us far from the Konoha star system. You must be aware of the conflict between the Cloud-Hidden star system and our own Konoha star system. Numerous reconnaissance crafts from the Cloud-Hidden system, alongside hired mercenaries and even ordinary residents, will attempt to infiltrate our Konoha star system to gather intelligence. Our objective is to investigate a space station known as Sukuracho. By the way, remember to inform your families that we may require 2 to 3 days for our return." The three Uchiha members exchange glances and nod in agreement. As evening descends, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Makoto, and Sasuke gather around the dining table, awaiting the return of Uchiha Fugaku. who has become increasingly burdened since assuming the role of Hokage of the Galactic Alliance. Mother, tomorrow I will depart the Konoha star system for a mission that may last 2 to 3 days. Leaving the star system? Uchiha Makoto is taken aback. Must you embark on such a distant mission so soon? Well, our team's strength is sufficiently capable, Izuna replies. Recalling the formidable power displayed by Izuna, Makoto breathes a sigh of relief. You must be cautious. Fear not, Sasuke interjects, a hint of envy gleaming in his eyes. Brother, once you complete your mission, will you then be considered a true interstellar warrior? One could say that, Izuna responds. I wish I could grow up faster. It's so frustrating. Why must I be so much younger than you? If we were closer in age, I could become your comrade. Uchiha Izuna shrugs. You cannot blame me for that. Moreover, even if our ages were similar, it is highly probable we would not be assigned to the same combat unit. Why not? Because of my foolish younger brother. Our functional roles may overlap. The composition of a combat team is not arbitrary, but considers the complementarity of each member's abilities. And what about Rina? Is she to be your future sister-in-law? Humph, Sasuke grumbles. Brother, you prioritize her over me. Uchiha Izuna raises an eyebrow. Where did you learn that? I won't tell you. Sasuke set down his bowl and dashed towards his room, calling out, Mom, I've finished eating. Uchiha Izumi did not follow but stayed behind to assist Uchiha Makoto in clearing the table. Unbeknownst to them, Izumi had grown into a true young man. Uchiha Makoto sighed, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Every life must evolve. Uchiha Izumi replied, but no matter how much I grow, I will always be your son and father. By the way, what time do you leave tomorrow morning? I will prepare a space lunch for you. What would you like to eat? Vegetable sushi, please. The next morning, Uchiha Makoto rose early and busied herself in the kitchen. Years ago, she had prepared food for Uchiha Itachi as he embarked on his interstellar missions. Now it was Izumi's turn. Despite the chilly temperature outside, cooking in such weather was undoubtedly a painful and arduous task, even for a ninja. Yet, Uchiha Itachi seemed oblivious to this. Otherwise, why would he choose such a path? Mom, thank you for your hard work. You're welcome. I hope you enjoy it. How could I not enjoy it? Your cooking is the most delicious in the universe. Uchiha Izumi picked up the lunchbox. Well then, I'll be off. Be sure to stay safe. I will. As Uchiha Izumi stepped out of the yard, a figure suddenly burst forth from the house. Mom, where's Big Brother? Has he already left? Sasuke looked around anxiously. He just left. Sasuke immediately dashed out of the yard, catching a glimpse of Uchiha Izumi's silhouette in the distance. Brother, goodbye? Hearing the voice, Uchiha Izumi turned and waved farewell. Soon, his figure vanished from Sasuke's sight. Sasuke reached out, wanting to grasp something, but his hand closed around nothingness. Why do I feel so reluctant? Sasuke shook his head. I just feel that the distance between my brother and me seems to have widened. Uchiha Makoto placed her hand gently on Sasuke's head. Everyone has their own path of growth. Different people will walk different roads, but you will always be brothers. And that will never change. Now, go wash up. Breakfast is ready. All right. Uchiha Izumi first sought out Uchiha Izumi, then they both headed towards the village exit. Oil woman Shiwi had been waiting there, but Hinata Rina seemed to have been delayed for some reason. After about 10 minutes of waiting, Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Izumi finally saw Hinata Rina rushing towards them. Hinata Rina's expression turned serious. Master Shiwi, I apologize. I promise I won't be late again. Chapter 151. A special atmosphere then. Shall we begin our journey now? The four members stepped through the teleportation portal of the Photonic City. Uchiha Izumi glanced back at the village constructed from biological alloys. Even for Uchiha Madara, this was not his first departure from Photonic City. However, this journey bore a fundamentally different significance as it pertained to the secrets of the novel energy source, Citrus Oregon. Uchiha Izumi and Hinata Rina also sensed the unique atmosphere surrounding this mission. The intelligent robot Jiwei initiated the mission briefing. Since the conclusion of the last interstellar war, tensions between the cloud-hidden galaxy and our Photonic City have remained unrelenting, with both sides frequently deploying agents to infiltrate our territory or neighboring planets in an attempt to steal intelligence regarding Photonic City's new energy technology. Our target for investigation is a resource station located in the border region. Intelligence indicates that a forward base has already been established there by agents of the cloud-hidden galaxy, housing a 3-member team, the leader of whom is a mid-level operative. Jiwei paused briefly before continuing. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not directly intervene in the operation. Given your current capabilities, with adequate tactical planning and equipment preparation, I believe you can fully handle this situation. Following a series of advanced simulation training, Jiwei had gained profound insights into the trio's strengths. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izumi each possessed quantum eyes with enhanced vision, while Hinata Rina, though slightly inferior, had long surpassed the level of an ordinary operative. Furthermore, all three had solid foundational skills training, which meant they could rapidly enhance their combat abilities post-graduation. Understood. The trio exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. In the Titan Star domain, Orochimaru, Jiraiya's roar echoed through the vast laboratory. However, Orochimaru remained unperturbed. Even after Jiraiya had discovered and destroyed his secret research base, he showed no sign of concern. For him, losing a base was not a fatal blow, as the cloning technology made rebuilding a base exceedingly simple. Yet, the extraction technique for the water element was truly unique. Jiraiya, I could never entrust such advanced technological data to you. However, I must admit, I am surprised that you would lose control over such an object. When I departed from Photonic City, you did not exhibit such rage. Orochimaru shook his head, a fleeting, elusive expression crossing his face. In the Spiritwood secret realm, a colossal spaceship quietly docked on a desolate island. An orange mechanical frog glanced at the approaching vessel. Why have you returned? Jiraiya would not be returning to the Spiritwood secret realm anytime soon, so I have come back to rest. The orange mechanical frog nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The mechanical frog from the spaceship slowly approached the orange mechanical frog, who remained unguarded and focused on its training. Suddenly, the mechanical frog from the spaceship extended several mechanical tendrils, swiftly ensnaring the orange mechanical frog. A highly corrosive acid began to seep from the tips of the tendrils. The orange mechanical frog was instantly filled with dread. What are you doing? However, the mechanical frog from the spaceship did not respond, instead sealing the orange mechanical frog's vocal apparatus with its tendrils, rendering it unable to produce sound. The secretion of the corrosive acid intensified. The orange mechanical frog's exterior and internal structure began to be rapidly eroded, gradually dissolving. Surprisingly, the liquid that resulted from this dissolution did not fall to the ground. Instead, it flowed along the tendrils back into the body of the mechanical frog aboard the spaceship, being consumed and absorbed. The excruciating pain caused the orange mechanical frog to struggle desperately, yet its efforts proved futile under the binding grip of numerous tendrils. The mechanical frog on the spaceship was evidently far more powerful than the orange one. Ultimately, the orange mechanical frog was completely dissolved and swallowed whole by the mechanical frog aboard the spaceship. The taste was delightful. The spaceship's mechanical frog retracted its tendrils, its face displaying a look of satisfaction. This is the sensation of possessing greater strength. The mechanical frog on the spaceship gazed at the spot where the orange mechanical frog once stood, recalling how the former had been significantly stronger, never deigning to regard it. Yet now, before the mechanical frog of the spaceship, the orange mechanical frog could not withstand even a single blow. The mechanical frog aboard the spaceship licked the residual acidic liquid from its lips. It raised its head, directing its gaze towards the peak of the Spiritwood's secret realm. That place will one day belong to me, and I believe that day is not far off. The mechanical frog on the spaceship withdrew its gaze and began to seek its next target. Although it had succumbed to darkness and possessed strength far surpassing its former self, it maintained its reason, avoiding arrogance, and chose a path of steady development. This was undoubtedly influenced by Uchiha Ban, who subtly manipulated the mechanical frog aboard the spaceship using the tendrils of desire. Time passed swiftly. The number of mechanical frogs within the Spiritwood secret realm gradually diminished. Eventually, the higher-ups of the Spiritwood secret realm took note of this unusual phenomenon. The reduction in the number of mechanical frogs was a normal occurrence, as during the cultivation of celestial energy, some mechanical frogs would undergo structural mutations due to energy backlash, resulting in a petrified state. However, for these mechanical frogs, this was a sacrifice worth accepting, for once they successfully mastered celestial energy, they would undergo an unprecedented transformation, not only significantly enhancing their strength, but also altering their status within the Spiritwood secret realm dramatically. Within the Spiritwood secret realm, mechanical frogs were categorized into 4 tiers. Chapter 152, The Time-Telling Toad Wonderful. The sensation of upgrading is truly delightful. Shinsaku reached the pinnacle of Meowmoo Peak, his brows furrowing into a worried arc. Lord Wise Toad Maru, Strange occurrences have recently transpired at Miaomu Peak. An astonishing number of toads have vanished without a trace. And the perpetrator remains elusive. I sense an ominous aura drawing near. He had dispatched his subordinate toads to investigate the truth, yet none had returned with any valuable information. If even a hint could be found, it might unveil some clues, but now all was shrouded in silence. Without any leads, Shinsaku recalled the mysterious events described by Jiraiya, subconsciously suspecting that Miaomu Peak could also fall victim to a similar disaster. Hence his hurried visit to consult Toad Maru. Wise Toad Maru. Could it be that the secret hand orchestrating all of this is aware of our investigation, thus launching a counterattack on Miaomu Peak? The Toad Sage opened his eyes. Deep and wise. There was no need for alarm. Shinsaku, you are the sage of Myaboku Mountain. No turmoil should disrupt your composure. So among the missing toads, which one possesses the greatest prowess? It is the Timekeeper Toad. Timekeeper? Which one is that? The number of toads within Myaboku Mountain is as vast as the ocean, and the Toad Sage has lived for ages, witnessing countless generations of toads, most of whom he has never met. Their abilities are roughly equivalent to that of a Chunin-level ninja. Just a Chunin, indeed. The Toad Sage gently shook his head, his words imbued with wisdom. This indicates that the perpetrator's capabilities are not particularly formidable. It suffices to relay the command for the other toads to remain vigilant. However, do not hesitate. Such trivial matters are well within your capacity to handle. Shinsaku, as an elder of Myaboku Mountain, surely you can manage this. Yes, esteemed Toad Sage. Shinsaku bowed in acknowledgement. Once Shinsaku departed, the Toad Sage's gaze sharpened instantly. This secretive hand dares to encroach upon Myaboku Mountain. The timing is impeccable. The Toad Sage slightly narrowed his eyes, extending his consciousness, enveloping the entire Myaboku Mountain in his awareness, rendering every inch of it visible. He possessed the foresight of the Rain Tiger technique from Pain and the farsightedness of the telescope technique from Sarutobi. Indeed, it is he. The Toad Sage perceived everything. The rowing toad stepped forth from the shadows, engaging in friendly conversation with an ordinary toad, draping an arm around its shoulder. Then, he led this mundane toad back into the darkness. In an instant, the rowing toad launched a surprise attack. Several tendrils violently broke free from its surface, ensnaring the ordinary toad completely, leaving it no chance for resistance. The entrapment was airtight. Mucus secreted between the tendrils. The ordinary toad gradually dissolved, ultimately consumed entirely by the rowing toad. The Toad Sage opened his eyes, his gaze trembling slightly. This ability is indeed peculiar, entirely inconsistent with the characteristics of the chakra system. It can only be him, the one who killed the son of Yuhi. Only he could possess such power. Neither the Dragon Cave nor the Wetbone Forest would engage in such actions. I dispatched Jiraiya to investigate, and now this villain has come to retaliate against Myaboku Mountain. The Toad Sage emitted a cold, detached laugh. Since you dare to extend your hand into my territory, you shall surely reveal your true form. The Toad Sage chose to conceal the truth, not informing Shinsaku that the rowing toad was the culprit. For him, the disappearance of a few or even dozens of toads was inconsequential. He preferred to observe in the shadows, awaiting the next move from the hidden adversary. Having Shinsaku resolve the rowing toad incident was sufficient for the Toad Sage. Should he intervene directly, the enemy lurking behind would likely become even more cautious. The Toad Sage needed to obscure his unique perceptive abilities. One by one, the toads vanished without a trace. Shinsaku still had not uncovered the slightest clue, overwhelmed with anxiety. Therefore, we must consolidate all toads for unified management. Each senior member shall oversee a designated area for surveillance. All other tasks are to be set aside. Shinsaku made a resolute decision, willing to sacrifice the daily operations of Miaomu Peak to capture the mastermind behind the chaos. He refused to let Gamamaru perceive any sign of weakness. At this moment, the atmosphere around Miaomu Peak grew tense. The expression on the face of the rowing frog was clouded with worry. The frogs congregated densely, with one particularly large frog observing silently. Under such vigilant scrutiny, the rowing frog found it difficult to seize an opportunity. Each frog struggled for self-preservation, remaining ever watchful. Uchiha Izuna suddenly opened his eyes. Compared to Konoha, the situation at Miaomu Peak was more straightforward. The sole authority rested with Gamamaru, making it challenging for the rowing frog to find a breakthrough. However, the current rowing frog possessed formidable strength that could not be underestimated. A knock at the door echoed softly. Uchiha Izuna quickly rose to respond. Izuna, it's time to get up. All right, I'll be there shortly. Upon opening the door, he found Uchiha Izumi and Hyuga Rina waiting outside. Where is Teacher Sherway? He has stepped out. Teacher Sherway instructed that today's search would be handled by the three of us. Understood, let us set off. This lodging town was not far from Konoha, frequently traversed by Konoha ninjas. Therefore, the arrival of Izuna and his companions did not attract undue attention. Given their age, even the Cloud ninjas would not suspect them of being on a reconnaissance mission. A discerning observer could easily determine that the three were fresh graduates, among whom was a Chunin standard. The Cloud Village would not assign newly promoted genin to tasks involving Chunin-level missions. They were confident that Konoha would not do so either. For this reason, Yamanaka Sherway entrusted the task to Uchiha Izuna and his two companions, intending to launch a surprise attack when least expected. Certainly, this audacity stemmed from the unique identities of Izuna and his companions. Under different circumstances, with other newly graduated genin, Yamanaka Sherway would never have possessed such daring and resolve. The capabilities of Uchiha Izuna and his companions far surpassed those of their peers. Chapter 153. Navi beyond measure. The gazes of Uchiha Aoi and Hyuga Lila briefly met, followed by a gentle nod of agreement. Let us proceed according to Izuna's plan. Stepping out of the Cosmic Inn, the trio made their way toward the bustling corridors of the technological commercial district. The so-called Star Domain Distribution Station resembled the imagery of an interstellar market, serving as a nexus for the congregation and exchange of resources, thriving due to the presence of Konoha's interstellar city. Konoha, a vast interstellar settlement, was unique, dominated by a society of ninjas. The critical technologies harbored here were of paramount importance. Any individual or goods wishing to enter Konoha would undergo rigorous screening, with only those possessing a legitimate access code permitted to pass. Most beings found it challenging to obtain such a code. How would they resolve this predicament? Would they need to retrace their steps with the goods already in hand? Such a course was hardly feasible. Hence, around the vicinity of Konoha's interstellar city, numerous star domain distribution stations gradually emerged. Although their profits could not rival those of Konoha, their admission criteria were more lenient, making them suitable new realms for certain beings, which gradually flourished and prospered. Let us indulge in some flavorful delicacies. Uchiha Banjian proposed, continuing to express that Konoha is abundant in culinary delights. The unique flavors may perhaps lie in the contrasts between those exotic snacks and the offerings of Konoha. Upon the mention of snacks, the eyes of Uchiha Aoi and Hyuga Lila sparkled with excitement. Though they were seasoned ninjas, the tender hearts of their youthful spirits could not resist the allure of delectable food. Soon, the trio became immersed in a diverse array of snacks, seemingly forgetting the mission at hand, which was precisely the effect Banjian's group hoped to achieve. Not far away, a young man's gaze flickered momentarily before he swiftly averted his eyes. Captain, it seems these three are not targeting us. He returned to the side of a middle-aged commander, who was focused intently on their feasting, oblivious to their surroundings. Merely a group of Navi newly graduated ninjas. However, the young man held little regard for Uchiha Banjian and his companions. Do not let your guard down. Where is the mentor leading them? He left earlier. Seemingly not present at the Star Realm, the captain replied. I truly believe there is no need for excessive concern regarding them. Just then, the middle-aged commander's expression shifted dramatically. Not paying attention, they specifically sought us out, you fool. You've revealed your position, and now they are following you. He fixed his gaze on the trio not far away. Impossible, the young man replied, incredulous. A flicker of guilt crossed Hyuga Lila's face. I apologize, it was my oversight. She cast her eyes downward, regretting the noise she had unwittingly made, which had alerted the middle-aged commander to their approach. It's fine, our presence is already exposed. Uchiha Banjian looked ahead. Let us proceed, act according to the planned strategy. Understood. In an instant, the three sprang into action, charging towards the young man and the commander. The young man realized that the adversaries were indeed coming for them, and his position was undoubtedly compromised. Damn it, these fools are getting ahead of themselves. He felt a surge of frustration. As an experienced apprentice ninja, to falter before a few freshly enlisted comrades was a source of shame, and before Banjian's group, that shame morphed into animosity. You impudent brats, do not get too cocky. It was merely my underestimation that led to your discovery and tracking me here. But do not presume you can contend with us. Our strength far surpasses your imagination. The The middle-aged commander scoffed, stating, "Setting aside your blunders. Our primary task now is to eliminate these three. Afterward, we must retreat swiftly. Otherwise, we shall face trouble when their mentor arrives. Kuei, make your appearance." A cold-breathed youth emerged from the alleyway. "At your command, Captain." Uchiha Banjian and Uchiha Aoi surged forward in synchrony, while Hyuga Lila lagged slightly behind. Suddenly, Uchiha Banjian and Uchiha Aoi veered off in different directions. A figure materialized behind Uchiha Banjian. Bang! In an instant, he transformed into the visage of Aburame Shibi. The eyes of the Cloud Ninja narrowed. "It's the ninja instructor. We must flee." In the face of the challenge posed by the Uchiha trio, the Cloud Ninja did not succumb to fear. However, they were no match for Yamanaka Shimi. Among them, the mightiest was merely a mid-level ninja, while Yamanaka Shimi was a superior ninja, indeed exceptional even among the elite. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. In a flash, Yamanaka Shimi rapidly formed hand seals. Several fireballs shot forth towards the Cloud Ninja. How could a member of the Yamanaka clan perform fire release? The middle-aged commander's eyes widened as he immediately sensed something amiss. Transformation technique. This guy is an imposter. That is a mere child in disguise. Return and eliminate them. The middle-aged man glared at Uchiha Izuna, his eyes filled with deep resentment. He had not anticipated that Izuna would devise such a scheme to ensnare him, and he had fallen into the trap. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged within him. The commander seethed with rage, trembling uncontrollably, his emotions spiraling out of control like the youth from earlier. Yet, he overlooked a crucial point. Uchiha Izuna's ability to deceive him stemmed not only from his own panic, but also from the Uchiha's remarkable transformation techniques. Who could master the art of disguise to such an extent? Could an ordinary apprentice ninja accomplish this? The middle-aged man did not consider this. His focus was on his own status as a mid-level ninja, accompanied by 2 apprentice subordinates, while the enemy possessed only 3 apprentice ninjas. In any comparison, his faction held overwhelming superiority. Defeat was inconceivable. The 2 youths suddenly halted, equally infuriated. Merely 3 apprentice ninjas dared to mock us? However, before they could launch a counterattack, they had to confront a pressing issue. Yamanaka Shimi was indeed an imposter, yet the fire release was a genuine threat. Uchiha Izuna's fire release technique should not be underestimated. Could they withstand it? That was utterly impractical. The Cloud Ninja had no choice but to reposition themselves to evade Uchiha Izuna's Phoenix Fire technique. This required time and space, a duration sufficient for Uchiha Izumi to take action. Before the Cloud Ninja, the threat was not solely from Uchiha Izuna. Hinata Lila had stealthily approached from the side. Whoosh! The air crackled with a sharp sound as several shurikens hurtled forth. Upon seeing the trajectory of the shurikens, the youth scoffed. Is this the standard of apprentice ninjas from Konoha? Can't even aim when throwing shurikens? Are they blind? Yet, Hinata Lila's eyes were evidently flawless. Moreover, her pupils were swirling with tomo, double tomo. For the Uchiha possessing the Sharingan, how could shurikens ever stray from their mark? Uchiha Lila had no intention of using shurikens against these 2 Cloud Ninjas. Chapter 154. The Spy Among Spies. The true target was to hinder the actions of the Cloud Ninja forces. Boom. The swiftly launched blade struck precisely at the predetermined position of Uchiha Izumi, followed closely by the metallic wire, producing a piercing sound. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly narrowed. Is it a metal net? Do they intend to trap us with this? The youth held up a sharp object in his hand and shook his head gently. Too naive. This is merely ordinary metal wire. The simple bonds of steel could not restrain them. A mere blade in their hands was sufficient to sever the ordinary nets. However, they still had to contend with Uchiha Madara's counterattack. The previous assault had granted Uchiha Izumi precious time, and now her traps were also providing Uchiha Madara with opportunities for an offensive. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Madara surged like a tempest above the heads of the 3 Cloud Shinobi, the searing fireball descending upon the foes like an immense mountain. Almost simultaneously, on the opposite side, Byakugan. Hyuga Reina activated her Byakugan, launching specially crafted ninja tools that effortlessly pierced through the gaps in the nets, accurately delivering her projectiles. Yet these were no ordinary tools. They bore the enigmatic 7 treasure seals. For ordinary ninjas, the 7 treasures could offer formidable assistance, compensating for their offensive shortcomings. And the damage was considerable. Even an immortal like Haiden would be shattered to pieces by their explosions. The 3 Cloud Shinobi were taken aback by this sudden twist. realizing they had fallen into a dire predicament, with no means of evasion in sight. The metallic web became a lethal shackle. The fireball from Uchiha Madara and the power of Hugo Reina's 7 treasures were rapidly closing in. Severing the nets was merely to buy time. Enough for both to launch their attacks. Despair, fear, and anger intertwined within them, as they grappled with the reality that they had been cornered by mere genin from Konoha. In terms of raw strength, the 3 Cloud Shinobi were confident of victory, yet they had squandered their initial opportunity for triumph. A single misstep, and their fate was sealed. Uchiha Madara and his companions were already determined to conclude the battle. Cursed Konoha rookies. The fireball descended, and Uchiha Madara initiated his assault. The 3 were engulfed in roaring flames, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion. Simultaneously, the might of the 7 treasures was unleashed. Bang! A tremendous sound shattered the air. Uchiha Madara leapt gracefully into the air. The remnants of the walls collapsed amidst the thunderous roar, and a severed wire danced in the air, stained with crimson traces. 2 Cloud Shinobi fell to the ground, their vision clouded by blood. The remaining one suddenly transformed into a stream of water, slipping away through the crevices of rubble. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow. A water clone jutsu? Is this a ninja from the Hozuki clan? Could he not be a member of the Cloud? A spy among spies? This series of events astonished Uchiha Madara. In a flash, he swiftly moved to intercept the escaping ninja. The figure, Feng, noticed him, and a bitter smile appeared on his face, yet he refrained from taking further action. Feng's identity was unique. If he maintained his composure, perhaps there was still a chance for survival. Otherwise, extinction awaited. He no longer dared to regard Uchiha Madara and his companions as mere novices. I am not from the Cloud, he confessed. Yet, the fact that I infiltrated Konoha's lodging town cannot be denied. Let us proceed. I can provide intelligence regarding the village of clouds. Such information must hold corresponding value, Uchiha Madara replied, binding Feng with a rope before he and his companions departed from the lodging town. The echoes of battle drew many residents, who gathered to witness the chaos wrought by the crumbling walls. The body had been taken away by the 3 of them. A colossal tree intruded upon their sight. Yunuziwei gracefully descended to the ground. Teacher, she nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she praised, well done. In truth, she had already grasped everything. The parasite had divulged the details to Yunuziwei. Who is he? Yunuziwei inquired, glancing at the figure beside Uchiha Ban. This teacher was not only a spy from the Hidden Cloud Village, but also an infiltrator sent from the Hidden Mist Village to the Hidden Cloud. And it seemed he was adept at employing the water clone technique of the Mizukage clan. A hint of intrigue flickered in her eyes. I am called Ghost Lamp Feng, he replied. I harbor no ill will towards Konoha. Should you allow me to leave, I can provide all the intelligence I have gathered from the Hidden Cloud Village. Yunuziwei did not immediately acquiesce. We shall discuss this later. Upon returning to the village entrance, she instructed, Ban, Izumi, Lina, you may head home. I will escort this man to the Umbu prison. She paused momentarily to commend them. The mission was executed flawlessly. You all performed admirably. Congratulations. You are now qualified ninjas of Konoha. Goodbye, teacher. Meanwhile, at Mayaboka Mountain, the boat-rowing toad cautiously observed the giant toad, his heart filled with uncertainty. How long would this situation persist? Could the seasoned shinobi, Shinozaki, remain so patient? Would Mayaboka Mountain's reserves withstand such depletion? Having tasted success, the boat-rowing toad yearned to enhance his abilities swiftly, yet the arrangements made by Shinozaki complicated the search for opportunity. The desire for power clashed with the fear of potential exposure within his heart. Shinozaki also felt troubled. The complete lockdown was an effective measure. There had been no recent reports of missing toads, but such a state could not endure indefinitely. It was merely a short-term strategy. With the mastermind still at large, Shinozaki dared not lift the lockdown. They are hiding too deeply. Toad Maru frowned. Why had that figure not made a move? Had the little toad completely abandoned the thought of revenge against Mayaboka Mountain? Would it end like this? He was perplexed. The lack of action against the boat-rowing toad stemmed from Toad Maru's anticipation of the shadowy figure's appearance. However, now that the target had been secured, the hidden hand remained still. Could it be that they know I have discovered that the little toad is the culprit? No, it cannot be. Just then, abruptly, the slumbering Yakushi Kabuto opened his eyes. Surrounding him were stone walls, the only source of light a narrow opening above, casting a feeble beam downwards. Chapter 155, Hatred has taken root. Where's this place? In the haze of memory, Yakushi Kabuto gradually awakened. Jiraiya, how dare you? Anger crystallized on Yakushi Kabuto's face. Why target me? What transgressions have I committed? All I sought was a tranquil life shared with my mentor, Yana Yu, which now seems an unattainable dream. He questioned the heavens for meaning. Ever since acquiring the secret of the undead, Yakushi Kabuto yearned for but one thing: to accompany Yakushi Yana, regardless of where or in what circumstances, finding joy in it all. Yet, at this moment, Jiraiya was stripping him of not just a little. But even this minuscule desire was no longer granted. A figure gradually emerged beside the esteemed Lady Nan, the medic. With great effort, D rose, eager to meet her. Lady Nan gently pressed her hand upon his shoulder. There is no need to rise. Your injuries require rest. Lady Nan, where are we? Are we still imprisoned in Konoha? He inquired, bewildered that they had not yet relinquished their pursuit, despite his faraway escape. Not at all, she replied, shaking her head. This is not Konoha. We are in the mystical realm of my Bokuzen, home to countless giant toads. During our capture, Jiraiya mentioned this place as the sacred ground of my Bokuzen. The ones who captured us are indeed these toads. My Bokuzen, what connection do I have to this place? A flicker of guilt crossed Nan's face. D, it is all because of me. I am the reason you are being hunted. D locked his gaze onto her eyes. Is this truly the case? Yes, I apologize. She said softly. There is no need for apologies, Lady Nan. Without you, I may not have survived to this day, and the meaning of my existence would have dissipated. D gazed deeply into Nan's eyes. It is because of you that I have endured. I only wish to remain by your side. He paused slightly. If this is to be my fate, I shall accept it. Whatever the cost may be, as long as you are by my side, I can bear it all. Tears glistened in Lady Nan's eyes. D, Lady Nan. Their hands entwined in a silent pact. A peculiar aura enveloped Nan. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi felt a tremor in his heart as he closed his eyes tightly. He envisioned the book titled The Secret of the Undead flickering in his mind, undergoing some strange transformation, as if its power was amplifying. How could this be happening? Itachi shifted his gaze to D, sensing a sudden surge in his aura. He no longer resembled the fragmented soul shared with Nan. Rather, it seemed that the other half of his soul had returned. Yet, Nan remained unharmed. How peculiar. Is this the true nature of the secret of the undead? Itachi's expression was one of confusion and intrigue. However, this was good news for him, as the strength of the believer influenced his rewards. D was in my Bokuzen, and Itachi eagerly anticipated the chaos he would create there. Brother. A vigorous figure burst into the courtyard. Have you returned from your mission? Uchiha Sasuke appeared even more exuberant than Itachi, the accomplished one. Indeed. Can you now share the details with me? Of course. Prior to execution, the mission details were classified. Now that it is complete, there is no need for excessive concealment. I shall recount it. The mission involved locating and capturing 3 spies from the Hidden Cloud. Hidden Cloud ninjas? Sasuke scoffed. Those Hidden Cloud villagers are utterly despicable. The incident where the Hidden Cloud attacked Uchiha Itachi was well known, and Sasuke harbored a deep-seated animosity towards them. Fortunately, all 3 Cloud ninjas had been subdued. 2 were killed on the spot, and 1 was captured alive. Well done. Itachi lightly patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Upon returning to the courtyard after my mission, I realized I had not bathed, and an unpleasant odor now clung to me. I decided to cleanse myself first before discussing anything further. Indeed, there was a noticeable scent. Sasuke pretentiously pinched his nose, while Uchiha Izuna gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. Are you still displeased with me? I never held your childhood mud play against you. Besides, were it not for my intervention, you would have fallen into the neighboring latrine at the tender age of 3. That would have been truly foul, he remarked. Sasuke's cheeks flushed slightly. That's not true. Izuna playfully ruffled Sasuke's hair before entering the room to fetch some clothing and stepping into the bathroom. The sound of water flowing filled the air as Sasuke waited outside. Shortly thereafter, Izuna emerged, freshly washed, prompting Sasuke to eagerly inquire. Ninjas are indeed fascinating. I, too, wish to become one swiftly, so that I can leave the village to undertake missions. What a thrilling prospect. Sasuke gazed skyward, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It's still quite early, Uchiha Izuna replied, shaking his head. There's no need to rush. Take each step with care. Hastiness will yield naught but failure. As night descended, a shadow slipped away from Takumi, the medical ninja. The confinement imposed by Takumi Yano was rendered meaningless, as she effortlessly escaped her prison. A vengeful glint ignited in her eyes. Those who harm Takumi must not go unpunished. Yano drifted toward the colossal toads, her lips parting slightly as a surge of life force emanated from her, entering her mouth. The vitality within the giant toads swiftly waned, their bodies withering to mere skin and bones. The toads widened their eyes in terror, struggling fiercely. Yet they could only exhaust themselves in an endless cycle of fear before quietly succumbing to death. With a smirk, Yano turned her gaze to the second giant toad. In the past, she had spared the villagers for Takumi's safety, but now, in the face of these creatures, she felt no restraint. To them, life held no value. Moreover, the seeds of hatred had taken deep root. Yano loathed the giant toads to the core. Every ounce of suffering endured by Takumi resonated within her heart. She would drain them completely. One by one, the giant toads transformed into husks, silently slipping into an eternal slumber. The earlier mysterious disappearance of the mighty toads of Mayaboku had drawn the attention of the higher-ups, and now, as night cloaked the land, Chapter 156, someone escapes. In the torrent of energy, Takumi's essence surged with increasing intensity. This was the evolution of the Necromancer Code. Perhaps, this time, it was the true awakening of the power of the deceased. Lost in dreams, Takumi's strength grew silently, ascending from a Nin to an elite, then surpassing the Kage level, until he reached that extraordinary realm. Yano-sensei? Takumi jolted awake. However, Yano was currently engulfed in a frenzy of siphoning the toad's life force. The cell surrounding him steeped in endless emptiness. He called out urgently, "Yano-sensei?" His gaze darted upward toward a crack in the ceiling, his lips pressed tightly together. In an instant, he bent his knees, gathering strength for a leap. Boom! Takumi shot upward like a bolt of lightning, striking the fissure. His head pierced through effortlessly, yet the narrow space could not accommodate his entire form. The shoulder collided violently with the stone wall, producing a deafening crash that instantaneously shattered the cage's formidable shell. A figure emerged beyond the prison, rendering the observer momentarily speechless, for he had not anticipated such simplicity in the act of escape. Previous attempts to flee had always proven futile. Have I truly grown this powerful? Clenching his fists, a profound shock reverberated within him. There was no time for reflection as he swiftly scanned his surroundings. Teacher Uno, the guard frogs, taken aback by the unfolding events, swiftly heightened their alertness. Someone has escaped. In an instant, several of the guarding frogs converged towards him. Humans, retreat. Do's gaze shifted back from the guards, his eyes fierce and filled with wrath. Retreat? You wretched frogs have destroyed the lives of Teacher Uno and myself. I have done nothing to you. What do you perceive me as? A mere slave of your frog kingdom? Anger blazed within him like an unquenchable fire. Even after leaving the village and residing in the land of Chuan, he had forged a new order. As long as he was with the apothecary Uno, his life was replete with happiness. Yet, it was these frogs that shattered that tranquility. Perish! A surge of overwhelming energy erupted from within Do. He was unaware of the source of this power, but cared not. His singular objective now was to obliterate the frog before him and locate Apothecary Uno. Boom! He charged forward with great speed. Too swift. The frog's pupils constricted, but they could not evade Do's velocity. In an instant, he closed the distance. Do intended to break, but his newfound strength was unaccustomed, causing him to overshoot. He collided with the frog's body. A resounding explosion echoed. The frog's form shattered like porcelain, flesh and blood scattering. The nearby frogs were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing such a gruesome scene, unable to bear the brutal reality before them. They were not seasoned warriors, but rather tranquil dwellers of the Miaoshu Peak, unaccustomed to the savagery of battle. They trembled uncontrollably, one frog collapsing to the ground, a pale yellow ball seeping forth. Worthless. Do momentarily stunned, then dashed towards the remaining frogs. Boom, boom, boom. None of the frogs present could escape their fate. Falling beneath Do's feet, he cast a fleeting glance before departing, vaguely sensing the direction of Apothecary Uno. Soon, chaotic information reached Shinsaka's consciousness, prompting him to swiftly lead the frogs forth. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Frog Maru observed the unfolding events with a conflicted expression. The withered corpse of Apothecary Do, the clandestine orchestrator, had yet to act, leaving Miaoshu Peak in disarray. Should I continue to wait? Indeed, waiting might unveil the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. However, the combined abilities of Do and Apothecary Uno might prove insurmountable for the other frogs atop Miaoshu Peak. Inability to resolve this would herald disaster. Frog Maru's gaze shifted towards the mountain's base, his countenance grave. The demon that manipulates destiny proves to be more formidable than I had anticipated. I felt compelled to intervene. In a blink, the toad Maru vanished without a trace. At that moment, Shinozaki led numerous toads to discover the whereabouts of Kabuto. Kabuto. Kabuto turned around with a cold snort. Here come those repulsive toads again. Is it ever going to end? Chapter 157. Completely insane. Dozens of grotesque giant frogs pounced towards the scientist Kabuto, their combat prowess far exceeding that of the creatures that once imprisoned them. Even Kabuto, in his current state, began to sense an unprecedented threat. Kabuto. Acknowledging the crisis Kabuto faced, the scientist Yano rushed in his direction. Suddenly, a figure appeared like a specter. Do not harm Kabuto. Yano stood before him, shielding him from the giant frog's assault. The frogs could not perceive her presence. Yet the supernatural power she wielded was undeniably affecting them, as vast amounts of life energy drained from their bodies at a visible speed, causing the giant frogs to rapidly wither and shrink. Yano-sensei, Kabuto, I have come to protect you. Together, we shall live out our beautiful destiny. Kabuto nodded resolutely in response. Yes, Yano-sensei, we must fight side by side and escape this cursed place. Let us annihilate these creatures. Very well. With Yano's appearance, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Her invisible presence became an inescapable nightmare for the giant frogs. An unseen enemy is the most terrifying of all, and her ability to extract life force directly proved to be lethal. The swarm of giant frogs fell into disarray. The formless entity, Shinozaki, fixed his gaze upon Kabuto, his eyes narrowing into slits. It was not Kabuto's trickery. Jiraiya had misjudged. This must be another existence. Indeed, I had sensed this beforehand. Jiraiya, Shima, and I had combined our efforts in the Toad Concert technique, yet we only succeeded in wounding Kabuto. The formless entity vanished as well. Clearly, these two were separate entities, yet intertwined. Shinozaki commanded loudly, attack Kabuto with full force. Utilize area-wide strikes. The gaze of the river toad fell upon the battleground, his pupils igniting in an instant. The Miyuki Mountain region is in chaos. My opportunity has arrived. I must seize this moment. We must become stronger through this chance. The river toad turned towards the nearby giant frogs. Most of the toads rushed over, leaving only a few behind. At this moment, the river toad struck, countless tendrils extending like lightning. It did not merely target a single foe, but sought to ensnare them all. What is happening? The instant a giant frog was touched by a tendril, it was already too late. The river toad's tendrils had tightly coiled around it, constricting its throat, while other tendrils secreted a potent acidic liquid that rapidly infiltrated the giant frog's flesh. First, it was subdued in an instant, then eroded and consumed. In the eyes of the river toad, greed was unmistakably evident. This feels magnificent. However, I find myself yearning for more, just a little extra. Such gains are still far from sufficient. The river-crossing toad seizes the opportunity and initiates a massacre. For days, due to the actions of the mysterious Wood Mountain, it has had to restrain its ambitions and greed, but now it finally discovers an outlet for release. All desires, ambitions, and longings erupt like a volcanic explosion. One after another, the giant frogs are devoured by the river-crossing toad, thereby augmenting its power. It seems there is some turmoil outside. No living creature remains to guard this place. Asuma's gaze flickers, and his body transforms into a flexible tube. Bang! He leaps forth, effortlessly traversing the exit. He is free. Asuma's eyes shine like stars. The sounds of fierce combat reach his ears, and he hurriedly looks over, witnessing numerous giant frogs engaged in a fierce standoff with the enemy. Asuma squints, deep in thought. Is that a Leaf Village ninja? The mastermind behind the zombie incident, like me, has been captured in this place. So the targets of these giant frogs must be the wielders of secret techniques. Asuma has no intention of intervening. Given the current circumstances, he has little chance of victory. Preparing to escape, a fleeting memory crosses his mind. He returns to the location of the prison. Here, Asuma enters the cell where the Moonlight Gale is trapped. Asuma, without hesitation, he springs into action. In an instant, crack. The neck of the Moonlight Gale snaps, and Asuma removes its head, gazing at the severed head cast aside. He looks at the remaining body of Gale and lets out a sigh. Tell me, why must you seek my demise? We are both victims, after all. That old monkey Sarutobi is the true culprit, yet he relentlessly targets me. Do you still harbor hope for that so-called will of fire? I had originally decided to spare you. Let us shake hands and reconcile. We could thrive in this world. But you choose to oppose me, sabotage my plans. Even willing to sacrifice yourself to kill me. Such a self-destructive approach only plunges everything into chaos. It is your obstinacy that forces my hand. Curse your fate, but blame yourself. No, blame that Jiraiya. You once trusted him implicitly, yet he captured both you and me. He imprisoned you so strictly that now, while the mysterious Wood Mountain is in turmoil, I am able to escape, and you cannot extricate yourself. How utterly ironic. Asuma departs the prison, making his way to a secluded area. This is an unknown territory, one Asuma has never ventured into. He was asleep throughout Jiraiya's journey. Thus he is in no rush to leave. He is utterly unaware of where the exit lies. Asuma intends to first find a concealed spot. Then, he hopes to gather more information by inquiring with one of the giant frogs. With the command of the deep, the attacks of the giant frogs grow fiercer and more frenzied. Despite the significant enhancement of D's abilities, his offensive techniques remain rather limited, primarily excelling in physical combat, ninja tools, and certain medical ninjutsu. Beyond these, he finds himself at a loss. When confronted with a colossal adversary, D's strength fails to fully manifest, and he is further disadvantaged in numbers. A crimson streak escapes from the corner of D's mouth, driving Yano Y into a frenzied rage. D, you shall all pay the price. Yano Y erupted. Chapter 158. I shall make everyone bear the consequences. The circular shockwave radiated outward like ripples, revealing a transcendent presence in the void, swiftly consuming all surrounding life forms, including the toads, leaving behind desiccated remnants akin to barren twigs. Shinzakura's pupils constricted as he called out in a deep voice. It has manifested. Do not delay, attack swiftly. Before the command could fully resonate, Shinzakura had already initiated the assault. Space twisted and waves sliced through the air. The fierce strike surged toward Yano Y, while the enormous toads around her unleashed extraordinary techniques. Dozens of invisible energies converging upon her. Master Yano Y, the pharmacist D fixated on the emaciated figure in the sky. Do not worry. D, evacuate quickly. No. Yano Y's gaze shifted, surveying the surroundings. These ants shall pay the price. Suddenly, Yano Y opened her mouth, and the ninjutsu was devoured by the black hole within her. In an instant, a thunderous explosion erupted, the energy bursting forth like a tempest, recklessly extending and crushing the nearby giant toads, which were instantly reduced to mere bones and sludge. Yano Y sacrificed herself to unleash this power. Master Yano Y, the brilliance illuminated D momentarily. D, survive well. We shall reunite one day. D was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of fervent hope crossing his eyes. As the light faded, Yano Y vanished along with it. However, the residual force of the explosion lingered. In a distant land far from the Mumi Mountains, D reappeared, unscathed and unweakened, but bereft of Yano Y's companionship. Teacher, I owe you my life once more. D gazed up at the boundless starry sky, vowing, I will find you. He understood that Yano Y's final words were not merely a farewell. Her spirit might yet resurface. Empathizing with her, D resolved to honor Yano Y's last wishes and depart from the Mumi Mountains. Otherwise, he would rather perish alongside her. Mumi Mountains, I shall etch your atrocities into my memory. I will make everyone bear the consequences. The last to provoke D's wrath was Danzo, but he is now deceased. Not by D's hand. Thus, D directed his unresolved fury toward the Mumi Mountains. His gaze shifted toward the neighboring village as he resolutely advanced. In the Mumi Mountains, dozens of giant toads suffered fatal injuries due to Yano Y's explosion. Had it not been for Gamamaru's timely arrival, Shinzakura would have perished as well. Great Sage Toad, I have failed. It was all due to my miscalculation. Deeply remorseful, Shinsaku reflected on the tragic turn of events that had unfolded from his own meticulous orchestration. The formidable giant toads, Yao Shirdo and Yao Shirinayu, served as the backbone of Mumiao Mountain, alongside esteemed members like Jie Maguang. Now, they had all departed, leaving behind but a solitary figure. Jie Maguang's expression grew grave as he surveyed the scene before him, fully aware that the ferryman toad was the architect behind the disappearance of the giant toads. Nevertheless, he chose silence, biding his time for the puppeteer to reveal himself. Convinced that Shinsaku possessed the capability to counter the ferryman. In truth, Shinsaku had successfully ensnared the ferryman in a state of immobility. Yet, he had not anticipated the arrival of Yao Shirdo. This does not concern you. Had you acted sooner, today's calamity could have been averted, Ga Mawan remarked. Shinsaku found himself momentarily speechless, nodding in acknowledgement of his missteps. You are indeed correct, my lord. The blame lies with Jiraiya. Had he not implored us to spare those who disrupt fate, Mumiao Mountain would not be in such dire straits. And Ga Guang and the others would not have perished. This is all Jiraiya's fault. He commanded the nearby giant toad, go. Seek out Jiraiya and summon him back to Mumiao Mountain. As you wish, Lord Shinsaku, Ga Mawan replied, turning towards the mountain's outskirts. The turmoil instigated by Yao Shirdo had granted the ferryman toad a prime opportunity to commence a merciless slaughter, an act that Ga Mawan could no longer condone. For he understood that even if he refrained from action, the mastermind pulling the strings would not easily reveal himself. This individual posed a greater challenge than he had initially envisioned. A twinge of regret coursed through Ga Mawan's heart. This matter pertained to the affairs of the feather garment, and he began to second-guess his decision to extend assistance. Realizing he had not only failed to unearth the true culprit lurking in the shadows, but had also paid a grave price with the lives of many at Mumiao Mountain. Never even laying eyes upon the enemy. Enough, let us first eliminate the internal threat, he resolved, vanishing from his previous location. At that moment, the ferryman toad was in the midst of capturing a colossal beast toad, slightly smaller than Wentai, yet still among the top 10 of its kind. Countless tentacles adorned its form, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Ferryman, this ends here. Upon hearing the voice, the ferryman toad immediately turned towards its source. As it caught sight of Ga Mawan, its pupils constricted in terror, for it had always regarded this great toad sage with trepidation. The founder of Mumiao Mountain, having traversed countless epochs, proclaimed himself the toad sage, amassing an unfathomable reservoir of sage techniques and chakra, reigning supreme atop Mumiao Mountain as an undisputed sovereign. What brings you here? The ferryman toad pondered in confusion, having chosen a particularly concealed position amidst the chaos of Mumiao Mountain, ensuring no spies were at liberty. Yet, Ga Mawan's appearance sent waves of panic through the ferryman. What can escape my gaze upon the land of Mumiao Mountain? He mused. My prior silence was a gesture to afford you an avenue of escape. Regrettably, Ga Mawan gently shook his head, sighing. Ferryman, you have betrayed my expectations and embarked upon a path of no return. I had hoped you would comprehend your true standing and understand what Mumiao Mountain signifies for you. Alas, you have failed to grasp this. Thus, I must personally bring your saga to a close. Before his words could fully resonate, Ga Mawan had already launched the first strike. The ferryman toad became aware, internally exclaiming, cunning old fox, attempting to distract me with words to exploit an opening for an attack? Chapter 159, Die completely. Upon hearing the prior remarks of the Crony Frog King, the ferryman toad initially believed in the sincerity of the offer, thinking it was presented with an opportunity for repentance, stirring a fleeting emotion within its heart. However, witnessing the Crony Frog King's sudden strike, it realized that this was merely a ruse to divert its attention. Fearful elder toad, is this how you cower before me? A being proclaimed as the frog sage resorts to such petty tactics against one of your forsaken kin? Are you truly afraid to confront me directly? The ferryman toad contemptuously gazed at the Crony Frog King, its face reflecting disdain for its adversary. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Crony Frog King's strategy proved effective. Despite the ferryman toad's realization, it was too late. The Crony Frog King's assault struck true. In an instant, a tentacle was petrified upon impact, with the effect of rigidity spreading further. Alarmed, the ferryman toad hastily maneuvered its tentacle to break free. A fierce murderous intent flashed in its eyes. Subsequently, several tentacles suddenly extended, whipping towards the Crony Frog King, producing a thunderous roar as the air tore apart. Bang! The Crony Frog King swiftly evaded the strike, extending a hand to firmly grasp one of the ferryman toad's tentacles. Corrosive slime splattered onto the Crony Frog King's palm. Hiss! The palm was immediately corroded, pain causing its pupils to constrict as it quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Observing this, the ferryman toad erupted into raucous laughter. So-called frog sage, is this all you are? Had I known sooner, I would not have remained hidden for so long. What a mere facade of a sage. It charged fiercely at the Crony Frog King. The Crony Frog King coldly snorted. If you wish to understand why I am called the Frog Sage, then behold. Those who disrespect the Frog Sage shall surely face retribution. Sage Mode. Intense sage chakra surged within the crony frog king, altering its might and appearance as a gossamer. Translucent armor enveloped its form. Uchiha Madara's mind stirred. This form bore resemblance to the tailed beast cloak, yet it appeared distinct from Naruto's sage mode. More akin to the state of the Nine Tails power. Was it that Naruto lacked refinement, or did the crony frog king conceal its true strength? Regardless, this version of the crony frog king was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing Jiraiya's sage mode. The ferryman toad found it difficult to contend. As Uchiha Madara's thoughts reached this juncture, the tide of battle shifted abruptly. The ferryman toad, initially on the offensive, was now severely impacted by the crony frog king's counterattack. A sharp injury branded across its chest and abdomen. A massive wound gaped open, blood gushing forth like a fountain. How despicable! The ferryman toad glared at the crony frog king, replaying the events that had just transpired. The crony frog king gazed impassively at the colossal frog at the boat's stern. Merely trivial tricks, he mused. If I can eliminate you at a lesser cost, why should I expend more effort? Should you choose to blame my ruthlessness, you can only fault your own ignorance. Die completely. As the words left his lips, the crony frog king surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the giant frog's head. Simultaneously, countless tendrils surged towards him, yet as the giant frog's head shattered, the tendrils abruptly halted. The crony frog king retreated, leaving the fallen giant frog's body behind. As one who betrayed the frog of Mayaboku, one must accept the judgment of death. With that, the crony frog king turned to depart. At that moment, a small toad was suddenly pierced by a tendril. With a swift motion, it penetrated the small toad's body. The toad's eye shifted, mirroring the eerie gaze of the colossal frog. Crony frog king. Hatred surged within the toad's pupils. This was not an isolated incident. For dozens, even hundreds of small toads exhibited similar transformations. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes. The giant frog would falter, but it would never perish. To him, the essence was no longer merely that of a frog, but rather those tendrils. As long as they existed, the giant frog could never truly vanish. And the turmoil of Mayaboku would persist. A figure quietly emerged in the land of rice. Master Jiraiya. Upon encountering the suddenly materializing toad, Jiraiya furrowed his brow. What is it? Recently, Jiraiya had been vexed by Orochimaru's evasive demeanor, having searched numerous locations without success, and he could not bring back Mizuki to Mayaboku. Shima has relayed a message, urging my return to Mayaboku. Immediately? Yes, the sooner the better. Jiraiya nodded in agreement, a sense of unease stirring within him. Indeed, upon reaching Mayaboku, he was met only by Shima's furious tempest of accusations. Once the long-absent emotion subsided, Shima spoke. I shall take you to a place. Jiraiya followed closely behind Shima, and soon before them lay a scorched earth, remnants of a brutal battle faintly visible. The ground was riddled with craters, and a dense, malevolent aura lingered. Small mounds dotted the landscape. Jiraiya's pupils constricted sharply. These are the remains of the Frog Clan. On that fateful day, Kabuto had suddenly erupted, breaking free from confinement, and the guards had been swiftly annihilated. Another figure appeared, one we could not behold, Yakushi-nan. Under his power, numerous frogs had been drained to mere bones. What followed was our confrontation with Kabuto and Yakushi-nan. Were it not for the intervention of the great sage Fukasaku, I might no longer be among the living. Shima's eyes burned with rage. Jiraiya, do you still cling to the notion of forbidding us from confronting those who manipulate fate? This is the price you demanded. The sacrifice of all the frogs stems from your error. Jiraiya hung his head in silence. I am truly sorry, but what use is an apology now? They are all gone. Shima, with tears welling in her eyes, resolutely stated, Jiraiya, whether it be your kind or our frog clan, every life holds equal value. I hope you can grasp this truth. I understand, Elder Shima. I apologize. I will no longer make such demands. When faced with the manipulators of fate, I shall eliminate them on the spot, ensuring that Mayaboku Mountain endures no more suffering. Kabuto, I shall personally take his life. Chapter 160, The Rebellion of All Fates. Receiving confirmation from Shinsaku, Jiraiya slightly nodded, his gaze steadfast as a rock. The current Kabuto had transformed into an untamable beast. Jiraiya, you must communicate with human society and rally them into the battle against the rebels of fate. His words were deep and powerful. All the rebels of fate. Their power continues to spread. Konoha, the Mist Village, and even the sacred Mount Mayaboku that I protect are not spared. This is a matter of global significance. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, his heart shaken. Even Mount Myaboku is involved? Indeed, Shinsaku replied. A frog has turned into a rebel of fate, slaughtering countless of its kin, marked by the grotesque attacking tentacles that grew from its skin. However, it has been personally eradicated by the great sage Fukusaku. Yet, I believe you understand the implications behind this. The number of rebels of fate only increases. In the future, it is highly likely that these rebels will devour the so-called children of destiny, posing a threat to the entire planet. Jiraiya's expression grew grave, his resolve solidified. Elder Shinsaku, I understand. I will return immediately to discuss countermeasures with Lord Hokage. Very well. Upon swiftly returning to Konoha, Jiraiya recounted his discussion with Shinsaku, hoping to mobilize the entire village to confront the crisis posed by the rebels of fate. In response, Uchiha Madara appeared rather enigmatic. Rebels of fate, you say? Merely a product of the faith I've created. The strongest Mizuki has long been defeated by the combined might of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, leading to the disintegration of the bird village. The outburst of Yakushi Non was merely a brief anomaly. If these are the so-called rebels of fate, then what of Nagato? What can Mizuki and his ilk change in terms of destiny? It is pure absurdity. Uchiha Madara shook his head in denial. However, these frogs are indeed skilled in deceiving the hearts of men. Their assertions regarding the rebels of fate may lead many to believe without question. Had I not heard the matter of Kabuto directly from their mouths, I too might harbor doubts. I would suspect whether the source of this ability conceals a tremendous trap. Yet, I heard it clearly. Those frogs have always regarded humans as lowly. In their eyes, frogs stand above humans. Do they care about human fate? Impossible. Thus, how much trust can be placed in this notion of children of destiny and rebels of fate? I fear there is not a shred of reliability. It is all a false construct. Uchiha Madara did not respond to Jiraiya immediately. Esteemed elder, allow me to contemplate this matter a while longer. There are numerous affairs requiring attention within the village, and I shall convene the residents to deliberate on the issues you have raised. Understood. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Fugaku, this matter is of paramount importance, concerning the survival of all humanity. It must be approached with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, elder, I shall comply. After Jiraiya's departure, Uchiha Madara cast his gaze toward the direction of the forbidden area of the phosphorescent poisonous insects. The situation is not yet so dire. Uchiha Madara does not believe in fate. The future of the Uchiha clan is to be fought for by him and his kin, not surrendered to destiny. If one were to truly heed fate, then the Uchiha would no longer exist. I hold the belief that such a concept as fate is non-existent. Should it indeed exist, I would scorn it. Why should we uphold fate when the Uchiha have suffered injustices, much like Shisui and Itachi? Nonetheless, considering it is a plea from Jiraiya, Uchiha Madara adopted a posture of engagement. The higher-ups of Konoha and the leaders of the major ninja clans gathered at the Hokage building. Uchiha Madara cleared his throat. The matter is as follows. He briefly summarized Jiraiya's statements and asked, "What do you believe we should do in response to this situation? Do you believe in fate?" Silence enveloped the room. Most had endured the injustices of fate. The Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha, had faced oppression from Konoha. They were not exempt. The Oil Girl clan suffered losses during the phosphorescent insect incident, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's desperate measures to rectify the situation resulted in the untimely deaths of many. If Kakashi's father's tragic demise was orchestrated by fate, it would be exceedingly ironic. Even the Ino-Shikicho trio does not subscribe to the belief in fate. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo's sequential defeats, the Ino-Shikicho Alliance, having erred in their support, ultimately earned Uchiha Madara's recognition through self-sacrifice and relentless striving. However, this issue must indeed be resolved. Uchiha Madara stated, regardless of our beliefs, the facts remain. Mizuki, Yakushi Kabuto, although no similar incidents have occurred in the village recently, we must remain vigilant. Thus, I propose we dispatch a small team to conduct a relevant investigation. Uchiha Madara's gaze shifted to Yamashiro Kazuki. Kazuki, this task shall be entrusted to you. Kazuki's expression shifted, and he promptly acquiesced. Yes, Lord Hokage. Though Uchiha Madara does not subscribe to the notion of rebellious fate, he perceives this as an opportunity to diminish Kazuki's control, given that the root possesses an excessively strong autonomy. Moreover, their covert operations seem selective in adhering to commands, which renders Uchiha Madara intolerant of Kazuki's continued behavior. Thus, he seizes this moment. The ensuing choices lie with Kazuki, to maintain the independence of the root or to abandon it in favor of integrating into the environment of Konoha. Uchiha Madara is not as resolute as Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the past, Madara had contemplated integrating into the Konoha environment. Yet the issue lay in Hiruzen's refusal to provide such an opportunity, as he sought to eradicate the Uchiha. Now, Uchiha Madara offers Kazuki a choice. As long as the root is willing to join Konoha, Kazuki shall retain his position as leader, with the decision resting in his hands. That concludes the meeting. The assembly dispersed, each member departing. Go fetch Jiraiya. Yes, Lord Hokage. With that, a member of the Umbu silently departed. Soon after, Jiraiya entered the hall. Hokage-sama, my esteemed predecessor, I have conferred with the villagers regarding this matter. It has been entrusted to Yamashiro F, and you may confer with him on a strategy. Oh, Yamashiro F, Uchiha Madara acknowledged with a slight nod. Thank you, esteemed Shadow. There is no need for such formalities, Madara replied. As you have rightly stated, this is a collective battle, not a personal affair. Indeed, I eagerly await the emergence of the mastermind behind the scenes. Madara sighed softly. Time moves with the speed of light. A joint task force was established between Madara and the forces of the secret realm to investigate the enigma known as the Chaos Bringer. While officially a probe, their primary focus was on Kabuto Yakushi and Mizuki Kyo. The former vanished after fleeing from my Bokuzen, leaving no trace, while the latter was concealed from the world by Sasuke, making him elusive. With no new developments from the Chaos Bringer, even as the frog grew anxious, the situation remained stagnant, devoid of breakthroughs. Uchiha Izuna accompanied the team to fulfill their mission while simultaneously gathering dark information. Suddenly, within my Bokuzen, Gamamaru awoke with a start, his eyes gleaming like lightning. What is the purpose of the Six Paths Feather Robe? To incite war among the Leaf and provide an opportunity for his descendant to grow? To shroud Konoha in the shadows of chaos and death? Does he wish to envelop the Leaf in hatred? Is his apprehension towards the puppeteer rooted in the fear of another of his own offspring suffering? Thus the urgency to empower them swiftly? Is it for Indra? Yet he does not disclose Indra's true identity. Even the Six Paths takes precautions against me, Gamamaru scoffed coldly. How could I bring harm to his descendants? He then sighed deeply. Alas, the ties of your endure. I shall assist him in this endeavor. Coincidentally, my Bokuzen has sacrificed so much. Reclaiming some life from the mortal realm could be seen as justice. A glint of determination flickered in Gamamaru's eyes. Using hatred to catalyze growth indeed bore resemblance to the Uchiha clan. Could Indra be among them? Uchiha Fugaku. No, the likelihood is too slim. His power is already formidable enough. He requires no further growth. What of Uchiha Izuna? Uchiha Shun and Uchiha Itachi were both exceptionally gifted, yet they have long since passed. Presently, the only young elite of the Uchiha clan is Uchiha Izuna, who is said to rival Shun and Itachi, though he is still quite young. He is certainly worth monitoring. As for inciting war in Konoha, Gamamaru pondered, his eyes shimmering with insight. The Hidden Mist Village would be the most fitting option. They had recently tasted the bitterness of defeat and would harbor a deep-seated animosity towards Konoha. Originally, they were the strongest among the 5 great villages. Yet a single battle with Konoha had set them back for many years, even decades. However, due to internal divisions, they could not consolidate their forces. One faction was led by the 4th Raikage, A, while the other was under the future 5th Raikage, Darui. They required my subtle push. Gamamaru resolved his decision. At the borders of the Land of Fire, a hidden mist ninja was swiftly defeated by Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izuna stood at another corner, both advancing towards the direction of Hinata Rina. Hinata Rina's face displayed a look of genuine admiration, tinged with envy towards the Sharingan and Byakugan. However, Hinata Rinai felt no jealousy. The various clans of Konoha were sharing their interests. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans grew stronger, to the benefit of the Yamanaka family. When facing the hidden mist, Konoha would wield greater strength. As for the distribution of resources within the village, the pie was expanding. Even if each slice became smaller, there was more to share. The Yamanaka family's situation had improved significantly compared to the past. Your growth has surpassed my expectations, to be frank. Many CH-Nin do not measure up to you, which is why I wish to nominate you for the CH-Nin exams. The CH-Nin exams? Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow, having a general understanding of the original storyline. He recalled the CH-Nin exams vividly. Are they held in Konoha? Yes. Hinata Rinai nodded and continued. You may have heard of the joint CH-Nin exams. It is indeed a reality. but it is not the appropriate time for Konoha to host them. Although the Hidden Mist Village is an ally, relations have recently become somewhat strained. Uchiha Itachi understood the reasons behind this tension. Historically, the relationship between the two villages had been fraught. As the Hidden Mist declined, Konoha surged ahead, leading to a significant disparity in strength. However, with Konoha's newfound assertiveness, how should the Hidden Mist regard this ally? With envy? Jealousy? Or should they simply acknowledge their weaknesses? The reluctant pride of the Hidden Mist would inevitably complicate the relations between the two nations. Human nature is such, and the same applies to relations between nations. Well then, let us not dwell further. The mission is complete. Let us return. Understood. The four-member team advanced towards Konoha. At this moment, in the Land of Lightning, a hidden cloud outpost was suddenly subjected to a fierce assault. The assailants were formidable, and the hidden cloud ninjas were caught off guard, resulting in a massacre. Corpses lay strewn about, blood saturating the ground, and crucially, the heads of the hidden cloud ninjas were severed and arranged on the ground. The marks of fire release techniques were left behind. Days later, a patrol team from the hidden cloud arrived at the scene, their eyes widened in horror. Ilrich. All the ninjas' eyes turned red, hatred pooling on their faces like ink. The traces of the fire release. It belongs to Konoha. Uchiha. The captain furrowed his brow. It was not yet certain, so he decided to return to the village for further investigation. If it were merely one location, perhaps the hidden cloud would conduct a detailed inquiry first. However, the attacks were not isolated incidents, but rather numerous occurrences across various locations. Dozens of outposts had fallen, heads piled like a small pyramid, and every scene bore signs of fire release techniques. Such actions thoroughly incensed the Hidden Mist. No need for investigation. The scale of this massacre could only be attributed to Konoha, specifically the Uchiha. Smaller villages lacked such capability. Among the larger villages, the Hidden Mist excelled in water release, the Hidden Stone in earth release, and the Hidden Sand in wind release. Only the ninjas of Konoha possessed this method. The Reikage suddenly slammed the table, gazing intently at Darui across from him. Chapter 162. Exceeding Expectations. Despite harboring doubts about the truth, the Reikage saw an opportunity. A chance to rally the people wholeheartedly to his side, to reclaim the power and prestige that had been usurped by Darui. We must launch an interstellar war against Konoha, to seek justice for our star warriors. In Chapter 264, the Reikage powerfully rallied the masses. In past meetings of this nature, he often received responses that fell short of his expectations. However, now, the majority expressed their agreement. His gaze, sharp as a current, swept across Darui's face, and a silent smile flickered within him. Darui, what I possess can only be bestowed by me. If I have not granted it, you are unworthy to take it. So eager to advance, disregarding the brilliance of my lightning, you shall bear the consequences. Initially, the Reikage had not regarded Darui with much esteem, believing that after years of managing his Reikage, he had garnered the villagers' unwavering support. Little did he anticipate that following the defeat at the Battle of Muya and the subsequent Enduro incident, Darui would seize the opportunity to gather his allies and openly challenge the authority of the Reikage. This infuriated him immensely. Therefore, upon hearing of an alleged attack by Muya's interstellar warriors on the Yuin base, accompanied by heinous deeds, the Reikage acted without hesitation, using the external conflict to mask internal strife. Even if Muya was not responsible, in his eyes, the blame must rest upon this place. The Yuin village, long harboring resentment towards Muya, yearned for vengeance. He aimed to use Muya as a tool to incite the collective wrath of the village, forcing everyone to unite. Despite the uncertainties of war, perhaps both sides would suffer greatly, or perhaps Yuin would endure significant losses, yet as long as this conflict could eliminate Darui, the Reikage deemed the endeavor necessary. Muya had first unjustly detained warriors from Yuin, then launched a surprise attack on his forces, threatening them with exorbitant reparations. Now, they had resorted to inhumane slaughter of members from their base. This was provocation. We must retaliate. An eye for an eye. Karabi, along with the likes of Moro and Samui, must immediately assemble troops and mobilize all available forces to officially declare war on Muya. A tiny toad leapt quietly from Yuin, unnoticed by anyone. At Toad Mountain, Gamamaru received news from the lower realm, his expression shifting. Had Yuin truly concluded that the mastermind was Muya, preparing to confront them with full force? This exceeded expectations. I had thought they would require guidance, yet it seems these Yuin soldiers are more easily stirred. Perhaps they had awaited such a moment. This is inconsequential. The crux lies in the fact that the conflict with Muya has already commenced. Indeed, war has silently descended upon Muya. Without warning, it caught them off guard. No one anticipated that Yuin would declare war on Muya at this moment, especially since the brutal base incident was not perpetrated by Muya's interstellar warriors. Everyone accepted this as truth. Only Muya was aware of the reality. Uchiha Ibito's intelligence network exceeded anyone's imagination. Whether at Toad Mountain, Yuin, or other clandestine locations, he had eyes everywhere. The last infiltrator from the Ghost Lantern clan, previously trapped, had been returned to the Mist Village, and Ibito had transformed him into a loyal follower. Ibito witnessed it all. What he observed, so too did Darui. Consequently, he had forewarned Uchiha Fugaku. Long before the Yuin warriors appeared, Fugaku had established defenses. The entire city stood as a vigilant stellar fortress, with reconnaissance units deployed in every direction. Within the tent, the druid gazed at the two wooden figures opposite him. Only two figures, the wooden figures. Do you truly believe that the actions in question were carried out by the Wood City? I find it highly improbable. Since they have acquired our resources, there would be no need for such acts. It would yield no advantage for them to slay us. The two wooden figures cast a glance outward. Who initiated the attack is of little consequence. Her voice softened. She whispered, I believe we both can surmise the true intentions of the Reikage. Therefore, it is prudent to exercise caution. Wooden figures, you will assist me, will you not? The two wooden figures exchanged a glance with the druid. I yearn for a brighter future for the cloud-hidden city, but that largely depends on your own efforts. The druid nodded in understanding. I comprehend, wooden figures, thank you. I trust that in the future, I will fare better, at which point, I shall still require your support. A ninja from the Oil Woman clan's expression changed. They are coming. Immediately report to Lord Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku's countenance darkened. These cloud-hidden individuals truly possess no sense of their own limitations. Kakashi, Akira, Guy, and Kamizuki Kazama. Each of you shall lead a squadron and confront them according to the original plan. The four exchanged glances. Understood. The forces of Cloud-Hidden City advanced rapidly, nearing the borders of Wood City. Regardless of the Reikage's machinations, most subordinates genuinely believed that the warriors of Wood City were responsible for the harm inflicted upon them, thus igniting a fervent rage, their eyes ablaze with fury. They could scarcely endure the thought of their comrades meeting such a brutal and humiliating demise. The people of Wood City must pay the price for this, especially the Uchiha clan. Traces of fire release were discovered at various bases, leading the Cloud-Hidden warriors to immediately suspect the Uchiha. Their hearts swelled with anger, propelling them to the peak of combat fervor, each spirit harboring thoughts of vengeance, yearning to storm into Wood City and unleash a slaughter, avenging their fallen brethren, to annihilate the warriors of Wood City, to sever their heads and construct a pyramid in honor of the departed comrades. At that moment, they heard it. They are coming. From all directions. Ninjas of the Hyuga clan reported thus. Through their Byakugan, they clearly discerned the distant scene. Although it differed from what the naked eye could perceive, they could still identify the figures. Then let us prepare to receive them. Commence the operation. Just as the cloud-hidden soldiers were about to charge, countless ninjas from Wood City drew forth kunai affixed with spirit symbols. Chapter 163, Steady the Formation. In a world of the future, ninja forces no longer deployed ancient traps. The era of traps had long since passed. Faced with a cadre of elite ninjas proficient in both technology and combat, particularly those indomitable veterans from Mist-Hidden Star City. Instead, they adopted a strategy of stealthy attacks. Utilizing advanced energy talismans, they launched a wave of sonic artillery from light years away. Although it may not compare to the direct engagement of an energy field trap, it was sufficient to produce some formidable results. The thunderous roars echoed like lightning. Following in rapid succession, the flying needles and energy symbols arrived unexpectedly, catching the Mist-Hidden Star ninjas entirely unprepared. Even the attempt to utilize high-frequency protective screens to thwart this remote assault has proven futile against the ferocious onslaught. Another covert strike? The star shadow seethes with rising indignation, a fierce flame of rage igniting within. The previous encounter unfolded similarly, and this time is no exception. What began as a strategic offensive by Star City against Konoha has now morphed into a lightning-fast counterstrike by Konoha against the Star Army. Has there been another breach of intelligence? Who is responsible? Which traitor lurks within? Angelou has bravely sacrificed himself. It cannot possibly be him. The star shadow instinctively casts a glance towards the position of Deluyi. Yet upon deeper reflection, it seems improbable. Deluyi, the destined heir to the star shadow, has no reason to conspire with Konoha. Even if he were inclined to betray, he would undoubtedly opt for a more clandestine approach. In truth, the genuine traitor is Deluyi himself, though he remains oblivious to this fact. The sudden and unexpected assault from Konoha catches the ninjas of Star City off guard, only realizing the impending crisis as Konoha's warriors descend upon them. Steady yourselves. Assemble and strike. Annihilate Konoha. The second-generation artificial beings of Star, Sammy, Katebi, and Deluyi each assume their roles, leading their forces to confront the Konoha warriors head-on. Children of Konoha, prepare to face the judgment of the star deities. The shame of Star City shall be avenged today with your lives. Eradicate Konoha. Incinerate the Uchiha. In the first charge, the star shadow leaps to the forefront, his body brimming with potent lightning chakra, akin to a superconductive humanoid battle armor. None dare to face the ferocity of the star shadow's assault directly. Under his leadership, the morale of the star ninjas steadily rises. As the memories of slaughter evoked by his words resurface, the hatred of many ninjas gradually cools into the ice of reason. Despicable Konoha, loathsome Uchiha. The two great legions clash at the border, a ferocious battle akin to sparks colliding with the earth. Opposite, a shadow materializes like a black hole. The star shadow. He raises his gaze. Uchiha Fugaku. With a cold smile, he remarks, "Your insatiable greed for our star domain's resources is not enough. Now you dare to invade the land of lightning and slaughter my sentinels. How audacious of you, Konoha! You Uchiha have become unbearably arrogant." In the next moment, the star shadow unleashes a thunderous punch. Uchiha Fugaku furrows his brow. "I do not comprehend your words." A colossal hand extends from the void, shielding him. Susanoo. As the star shadow's mighty fist descends, a resounding impact reverberates. Uchiha Fugaku takes a slight step back, while the star shadow's fist is eroded by dark power. Still pretending to be deaf? Today, Konoha shall pay in blood. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze sharpens. Let us engage in battle without the guise of false pretexts. What you accuse us of, Konoha has not committed, yet it is a fact that you have invaded us. Today, it is not we who compensate you, but rather you who will bear the consequences. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo grows increasingly formidable, a towering figure of pitch darkness that instantly enhances the combat prowess of Konoha's forces. On the battlefield's outskirts, Uchiha Madara, engaged in combat, furrows his brow in concern. The power of his father's Mangeki Sharingan may not endure much longer. After all, it is not an eternal cycle. It is time to activate the cells of Hashirama. Upon arriving in this new realm, Uchiha Madara's understanding of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was superficial. Yet now, he has mastered the eternal eye, and all is self-evident. The ordinary Mangeki Sharingan possesses inherent flaws and exacts a tremendous toll. If overexerted, one risks losing all ocular power, becoming blind. Once sight is lost, one's abilities will inevitably decline significantly, rendering the powers of the Mangeki Sharingan non-existent, leaving even the vision of an ordinary person superior. Should Uchiha Fugaku deplete his ocular strength, his power may not even match his former self, let alone the present. Madara strives to recall certain events, the cells of Hashirama, and the betrayal of Uchiha Obito among the Akatsuki members. Initially, Madara was uncertain whether Obito had indeed betrayed him. But following his participation in the massacre of the Uchiha clan at Itachi's behest, the identity of this traitor became indisputable. Madara cannot forgive any participant in that slaughter, especially since Obito hails from the Uchiha lineage. He has never owed anything to the Uchiha. Kakashi's injuries, Rin's demise, and his own death, all were unrelated to the Uchiha. Yet, Obito utilized the strength obtained from the Uchiha to obliterate them, wholly forsaking his familial bonds. The Hashirama cells are located in two places, one in Obito's possession and the other hidden within Orochimaru's lair. Madara recalls his previous encounter with Danzo, who also possessed Hashirama cells but was crushed by Uchiha Fugaku's single punch, and Madara lacks knowledge of transplantation techniques. A strategic opportunity must be seized to establish a pawn in Orochimaru's Sound Village. Observing his palm, the expression of Shingen grew increasingly grave. Although that attack struck true, due to the protection of Susanoo, it inflicted no substantial harm upon Uchiha Fugaku. Rather, it left Shingen severely wounded. The dark power scorched his fists, leaving him battered. Uchiha Fugaku's ability to triumph over both Orochimaru and Danzo is indeed remarkable. Xingying's eyes flicker with determination. Yet, I shall not be defeated. The two collide once more, creating a field devoid of any presence. Even elite Jonin dare not approach within half a measure. The consequences of even a single blow are unfathomable. Darui observes the battle between Xingying and Uchiha Fugaku, contemplating the unforeseen developments. Chapter 164, Lightning Release. Unconstrained suddenly, an anomaly occurs in the void. As a shimmering silver shuriken hurtles forth, aimed directly at a figure, Darui swiftly dodges to the side, simultaneously perceiving a menacing presence, revealing a young man standing tall, his orange hair fluttering and black gloves adorning his arms. Samai Kazafu? He casts a derisive glance at the youth named Samai Kazafu, his words tinged with mockery. Having defied Danzo and mastered the power of Root, I had expected a remarkable figure, yet it appears you are merely an ordinary elite ninja. The youth's expression tightens, as Uchiha Fugaku has not stripped you of your position as the leader of Root. He is indeed excessively merciful. Samai Kazafu's countenance grows increasingly severe. Humph, had I known back then, I should never have released you. Your rightful place ought to have been amidst the ruins of Konoha. Ultimately, the village hidden in the clouds harbored no intention of retrieving you. It was merely you who was thrust back into Konoha's embrace. A shadow of gloom crept across Darui's visage, as the two figures interwove in a tempest of combat. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of lightning release and wind release resonated, unveiling the arcane techniques of the bloodline limit against the clandestine skills of the mountain clan. Clearly, Samai's wind techniques paled in comparison to Darui's prowess. Yet their fierce engagement appeared evenly matched. Both sides maintained alternating advantages, neither exerting their full strength. In essence, they were engaged in a perilous game. Despite the constant barbs exchanged in an attempt to rattle one another, both exhibited restraint in their confrontations. Even the occasional clash of gazes revealed an unspoken understanding between them. Their struggle formed a realm of its own, impervious to the outcomes of outside observers, as the two maintained a unique rhythm, occasionally surging and receding. Nevertheless, the injuries they bore were mere superficial marks, yet they concealed a menacing undercurrent. Both combatants possessed extraordinary backgrounds, leaving no room for interference. For a moment, their figures seemed to confront each other in an alternate dimension, embodying the essence of martial sovereignty. In stark contrast, the skirmish between Kakashi and Killer Bee was far more intense. Having suffered a previous defeat, Killer Bee's wrath burned fiercely. Was the previous encounter truly unresolved? Why must my opponent be you? Let that other person take the field. You are no match for me. He regarded Kakashi with disdain, dismissing him despite Kakashi's transformation from the copy ninja to the wanderer. Kakashi remained silent, fully committing himself to the battle. Unfettered by chakra limitations, Kakashi had grown significantly stronger. Lightning flickered at his fingertips. Previously, Killer Bee held only a modicum of understanding regarding Kakashi, a remarkable Jonin, yet merely of the ordinary Jonin tier, possessing the Rinnegan and heralded as the clone master of the ninja world. However, his chakra reserves were meager, incapable of sustaining prolonged combat. As the reputation of the Wandering Leaf spread, Killer Bee perceived the situation as increasingly dire. After all, it was merely a lack of chakra before. Now, Kakashi likely faced issues beyond just chakra deficiency. His stamina might also be compromised. Yet, contrary to Killer Bee's expectations, he was mistaken. At this moment, Kakashi was not only robust, but also devoid of any chakra weaknesses. A Kakashi unburdened by chakra scarcity was truly formidable. His Raikiri, renowned even among the lightning masters of the village hidden in the clouds, commanded respect. With the 8 gates fully open, the 3rd gate activated. Killer Bee's speed surged like lightning, augmented by the beast's chakra. Thus, Kakashi unleashed his full potential without reservation. Sharingan activate. Lightning release, unrestrained. 8 gates, fully engaged. Even against Killer Bee, this version of Kakashi could hold his ground. Swoosh. Kakashi's Raikiri severed a tentacle of the octopus, causing Killer Bee's expression to darken instantly. Kakashi, you are courting death. You have no one to blame but yourself. A potent chakra enveloped Killer Bee, signaling his transformation into the tailed beast cloak state. A wild aura radiated from him, and Kakashi's countenance grew increasingly solemn, yet he did not waver. Indeed, Kakashi yearned to test the limits of his abilities. After acquiring the wind and moon, he had yet to engage in a battle with all his might. With the deep-seated vendetta against his father finally resolved, Kakashi's perspective towards the village began to shift. He now lived for himself rather than for others. Come. The three tomo spun rapidly in his pupils. Raikiri. A powerful surge of lightning chakra coalesced in Kakashi's right palm as he charged once more towards Killer Bee. Kill. With a swift motion, Kakashi's hand pierced through Killer Bee's body, yet the latter's tentacles ensnared Kakashi tightly, constricting further. He hoisted Kakashi up. What a remarkable lightning attack. Alas, it is insufficient to bring about my demise. It pales in comparison to the third Hokage's mightiest spear. To have inflicted harm upon me, you should take pride. Kakashi, accept the reality. You are merely a ninja exalted by Konoha. Your strength is far from noteworthy. Killer Bee continued to tighten his grip, causing Kakashi's face to flush and a trickle of blood to escape from his lips. Suddenly, a flash of azure light surged forth. I strike. 8 gates open. 6th gate, the gate of view. Might Guy, enveloped in a verdant aura, embodied the activation of the 6th gate, sacrificing his life force for a tremendous surge in power. With a resounding thud, he stomped onto Killer Bee, sending the latter spiraling through the air. Kakashi was likewise flung aside. Kakashi, are you alright? Might Guy swiftly caught him. I'm fine. I can continue, he replied. Might Guy nodded in acknowledgement. Then let us join forces against this beast. Let our duo, the Konoha Stars, teach it a proper lesson. Kakashi felt ambivalent about this title. However, given that Might Guy had just rescued him, he merely nodded in response. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Then let us proceed together. All right. Killer Bee struggled to rise from the ground, his fury more intense than before. Very well. You kicked me away with one blow. You are indeed formidable, far superior to that overrated clone ninja. I concede your prowess. However, you have yet to witness even half of my true power. Come at me together. The three-way battle was on the verge of unfolding. In comparison, the clash between Uchiha Itachi and Samui was equally brutal. Although the visual spectacle seemed slightly less impressive, the two engaged more in tactical maneuvers rather than brute force, adeptly employing various strategies. These 4 battlefields encapsulated the essence of this grand conflict. Each ninja selected differing tactics, all aimed at vanquishing their foes. It was a battlefield, and the outcome was predetermined by victory or defeat. No one wished to lose. No one relished failure. The animosity of the Cloud Ninja towards Konoha had begun in Chapter 165. In the pitch-black expanse of the interstellar battlefield, a swiftly moving shadow collided with the reflective crystalline barrier, creating a resounding clang. The resplendent trunk shattered instantly, yet did not cease. A series of explosive sounds echoed like thunder as numerous colossal crystalline branches splintered. The lightning warrior, propelled by the impact, crashed against the rock-like heterogeneous surface, crackling with energy. The crystalline rock shattered, while an ominous inferno ignited around him, blazing fiercely. Captain, Killer Bee's heart trembled as he attempted to advance, but his teammates, Might Guy and Kakashi, firmly restrained him within the confines of the barrier. Do not even think about escaping. The adversaries we must confront are the 2 of you. Killer Bee's eyes blazed crimson with unrestrained fury. Cursed be Konoha, they shall descend into the abyss. A tempest of black flames surged forth as Killer Bee transformed into a colossal specter, dauntingly charging towards Kakashi and Might Guy. The pair swiftly adjusted their positions. Yet this time, Killer Bee's velocity surged, and his form expanded, leaving Kakashi and Might Guy unable to entirely evade his assault. With a resounding thud, Kakashi was propelled backward, crashing against the shattered earth. Meanwhile, Might Guy deftly evaded, promptly preparing to assist Kakashi. At that moment, a massive, tentacle-like appendage descended like a comet, crashing heavily into the ground and pinning Might Guy in place. This is entirely your own doing. In an instant, Killer Bee lunged towards the wounded Reikage, his thoughts more consumed with the Reikage safety than with defeating Kakashi and Might Guy. My lord. Yet, before Killer Bee could approach, an elite team from the Cloud Village swiftly arrived at the Reikage side. The fierce flames engulfing him gradually subsided, revealing not the dark fire of night, but rather the searing aura accompanying Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo technique. However, this aura could not conceal the Reikage's injuries, and with a pained cough, he gazed wide-eyed at the immense, shadowy figure before him. Uchiha Fugaku possesses such power. The Reikage's heart sank. Even though Uchiha Fugaku had triumphed over Orochimaru and Shimura Danzo, he had always regarded Susanoo with disdain, believing it to be trivial convinced that his strength could shatter it in a single blow. After all, inheriting the mightiest spear and shield, none could withstand his fists. Yet this time, his fists were thwarted, although he inflicted some damage upon Uchiha Fugaku. It did not alter the tide of battle. As Fugaku regulated his chakra, the Susanu's form rapidly restored. In simpler terms, the threat posed by Fugaku was nearly negligible. Conversely, the potency of his opponent's attacks exceeded all expectations. The power of the obsidian colossus arm rivaled that of his own lightning fist. "My lord, how are your injuries?" "I will not perish, but I am unable to sustain combat for the time being." The Cloud Ninja's expression grew grave, the defeat of the Raikage signaling the perilous state of the battle. There is no need for excessive concern. Killer Bee's victory is assured. Furthermore, maintaining that state will undoubtedly burden Uchiha Fugaku, placing immense strain on his eyes. The Raikage noted the blood seeping from Fugaku's eyes. What truly warrants concern is that individual who wields the space-time ninjutsu. However, we still have the Woodman and Darui. The Raikage glanced sideways, sensing that the Woodman and Darui had not yet unleashed their full potential. His eyes gleamed slightly. Continue the assault. Compel them to exert their utmost strength. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku sensed the Raikage's movements. His thoughts stirred, and the Susanoo behind him dissipated into nothingness. He closed his bleeding eyes, retrieving cloth from his storage dimension to wipe away the blood, then reopened his eyes to face the direction of the Hokage. "My lord," the Hokage replied, "I am unscathed." Uchiha Fugaku shook his head, resolutely declaring, "The battle must continue. We must secure victory in this conflict." Indeed, the morale of the Konoha forces surged. Uchiha Bunshi traversed the ranks of novice ninjas in the village hidden in the clouds like a harbinger of death. Even without activating the Mangeki Sharingan or relying on the Flying Thunder God technique, he swept through them with the relentless force of autumn winds scattering fallen leaves. Many noticed the terrifying presence of Uchiha Bunshi, unable to restrain their admiration. Truly, he is a prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the son of the Hokage. Such prowess has long transcended the realm of a mere genin. Even the majority of nin willingly concede defeat. Indeed, he is but 9 years old. In comparison to the now vanished Itachi Uchiha, Shisui Uchiha is no less remarkable. Their absence is a grave loss. Otherwise, our victory in this battle would have been swifter. Yet, they remain unaware that had Itachi and Shisui survived to this day, Konoha would not present its current state, and direct confrontation with the village hidden in the clouds would have become a source of ridicule. Sarutobi Hiruzen would undoubtedly choose to flee. A concealed figure emerged from the shadows, glimmering with a gaze of keen intellect. Chapter 166, Behemoth. Wait a moment. I just recalled that the spiritual beast spoken of by the adults is none other than a toad. Could it be that Lord Jiraiya has betrayed the village of Root? Eliminate it. The surrounding ninjas of Root chorused, converging towards Gamabunta. Uchiha Bunshi fixed his gaze upon Gamabunta, his elongated eyes growing ever sharper. He had never harbored any fondness for this creature known as Gamabunta. Since the incident involving Kabuto, it had held itself in high regard, regarding humans as mere ants. In the past, it had only been at odds with Uchiha Bunshi, but now it had turned its aggression towards Fugaku Uchiha, gradually nurturing the power to control shadows. Uchiha Bunshi had once sought to subdue those unbridled toads. He lurked in the shadows, confident that even if the toads of my Bokuzen targeted his followers, it would not hinder his plans. He had ample time to outmaneuver them. Now, the situation had reversed. When it came to his family, Uchiha Bunshi could not tolerate any interference. Thus, he eliminated Shisui Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha shared the same sentiment, leading him down an irreversible path. Ninjutsu flew like a torrential downpour towards Gamabunta. The ninjas of Root, filled with fury, rallied around Fugaku Uchiha, who had recently assumed power and received their support, demonstrating exceptional prowess in the position of Hokage, exhibiting strength far surpassing that of his predecessor, Hiruzen. The ninjas of Root proudly proclaimed that the status of the foremost village in the ninja world would once again belong to them. Although they had not yet reclaimed everything, their journey had already commenced. At that moment, amidst the chaos, a toad suddenly leaped forth to attack Fugaku Uchiha. The ninjas of Root could not tolerate this. Their grudge against this toad was even more profound, especially as it was the summoning beast of Lord Jiraiya. Whether there was a connection between Gamabunta and Jiraiya remained unknown, and their anger surged even more. Gamabunta narrowed its eyes, fixating intently on the transformed Uchiha Bunshi. Meanwhile, Bunshi's clone was still engaged in fierce combat with the lower ninjas of the village hidden in the clouds. In the eyes of those ninjas of root, only Uchiha Bunshi was deemed a worthy opponent, as his proficiency in the body flicker technique allowed him to far surpass Gamabunta in speed. The conditions of Root Village stood in stark contrast to those of the village hidden in the clouds, as the ninjas of the latter, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into excitement. Originally on the brink of defeat, the Reikage was gravely injured, and at that moment, a suddenly appearing toad inflicted significant damage upon the roots. It appeared that Uchiha Fugaku was severely wounded. Not only had they lost a formidable warrior, but the injury to the Hokage would also plummet the village's fortunes. The Reikage's eyes flickered with intensity. The Hokage is dead. Everyone, charge forth and annihilate them. The Reikage's commanding voice rang out, causing many unaware Cloud Ninja to mistakenly believe that Uchiha Fugaku had perished. In an instant, their morale surged. The Cloud Ninja swept in like a tempest, catching Konoha unprepared and plunging them into a disadvantageous position. Yet at that moment, Uchiha Fugaku stood resolutely. Susanoo, the colossal, pitch-black deity, re-emerged, overcoming his ailing body. Uchiha Fugaku unleashed Susanoo, regaining momentum for the roots and dampening the fighting spirit of the Cloud Ninja. However, this exertion exacerbated the bleeding from his eyes, blurring his vision. He had overexerted his ocular prowess. The dark giant subsequently vanished, and Uchiha Fugaku had reached his limit. The effects were evident. Konoha regained the initiative. Hokage-sama. Several Uchiha ninja swiftly surrounded him, while warriors from the Hyuga clan and other ninja families provided tight protection for Uchiha Fugaku, cutting off the Cloud and the Toad's chances. Uchiha Itachi glanced back, then refocused his gaze on Toad Maru. A thick aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Whoosh! The sharp sound of slicing wind echoed. Uchiha Itachi's wrist flicked, sending dozens of shurikens hurtling toward Toad Maru, his figure vanishing in an instant. Toad Maru's pupils rapidly darted, a wave of panic surging within. The current situation was far from its expectations. It had intended to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku to weaken the roots and secure an advantage for the Cloud. The roots would undoubtedly be strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, nourishing Indra's pain, perfectly aligning with the desires of Kaguya Otsutsuki. This task seemed far from arduous. With Jiraiya engaged in battle with the Reikage, how could a fatigued Uchiha Fugaku possibly withstand? It had survived since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, who could even be considered its mentor. Without its mastery of Sage Mode, the Sage of Six Paths could not triumph over Kaguya Otsutsuki. Striking was undoubtedly feasible. Yet, Uchiha Fugaku's reaction speed far exceeded its imagination, and the defense of Susanoo caught it off guard. It had not anticipated that its assault would be resiliently repelled by Uchiha Fugaku, and more critically, during the pursuit, it encountered a ninja adept in the Flying Thunder God technique. When did such a figure emerge? Toad Maru had long been vigilant, but failed to detect the ninja's presence. Compared to Uchiha Fugaku, this ninja instilled even greater trepidation, not due to superior strength, but because the Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly troublesome and posed a significant challenge. Uchiha Itachi suddenly materialized behind it. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Several clusters of flames descended upon the path Toad Maru fled, ensuring that wherever it went, it would be engulfed by the flames unless it advanced. This was precisely what Uchiha Itachi had hoped for. Should it move forward, it would encounter even fiercer flames. However, Toad Maru did not fall into the trap. As a seasoned veteran of worldly affairs, unmatched in experience, it was not easily deceived. Bang! A burst of flame struck Toad Maru's corpulent form, leaving no tangible damage. However, before it could stabilize, Uchiha Sakamoto vanished once more. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared directly above Toad Maru. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Chapter 167. The Unleashed Fiery Dragon. A blazing mass of energy surged forth like a colossal dragon, its expansive reach rendering escape impossible. Toad Maru made a decisive choice. Water release, Water Wave Surge. A torrent of water erupted skyward, colliding forcefully with the fiery dragon unleashed by Uchiha Sakamoto. Sizzle! The flames were extinguished, the ripples dissipated, and a thick mist of steam enveloped the surroundings, transforming into a mesmerizing haze as the cold air condensed into ethereal water vapor, shrouding the area in a white fog. Uchiha Sakamoto withdrew a kunai from his pocket. Bang! This time, however, it was merely a talisman that swept forth. Toad Maru, with claws crossed defensively, remained immovable, confronting the impact of the charm head-on. At this moment, Toad Maru's gaze sharpened considerably. Initially, he sought to retreat swiftly, but now, ensnared in a relentless struggle with Uchiha Sakamoto, he realized his position had been fully exposed. With no chance of concealment, he resolved to embrace fearlessness. Even if Jiraiya were to learn of this, it would be of no consequence. Instantaneous transfer ninja. You have forced my hand. Every ninjutsu outside of my realm poses no threat to me. You wish to kill me. You cannot. Yet, I can effortlessly take your life. Toad Maru fixed his intense gaze upon Uchiha Sakamoto. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted around Toad Maru, reminiscent of the strike he had unleashed upon Uchiha Fugaku. Sage Mode. Uchiha Sakamoto's eyes flickered. He was not surprised by Toad Maru's mastery of Sage Mode, but he was confident in his ability to counter it. With a foundation of power exceeding that of the Hokage, a talent for performing jutsu without hand seals, and the eternal allure of his Mangeki Sharingan, he was also adept in the space-time manipulation of the Flying Thunder God technique. If necessary, he was prepared to reveal more of his hidden cards. The power of Sage Mode manifests in two primary aspects. First, the unique nature of Sage Chakra envelopes the entire body, elevating one's abilities to extraordinary heights. Even a simple strike carries formidable power, referred to as chakra form. Lightning Release Chakra form, Lava Release Chakra form, and Tailed Beast Chakra form all exemplify this. The Reikage specializes in Lightning Release Chakra form, characterized by chakra permeating the body, enhancing all capabilities. However, due to the variance in chakra attributes, the direction of enhancement varies accordingly. The higher the quality of chakra, the greater the augmentation. Among all types, Sage Chakra undoubtedly ranks at the forefront. Secondly, there is the formidable power of Sage techniques, which far surpasses that of ordinary ninjutsu. Everyone, fall back, Uchiha Sakamoto commanded. The surrounding Leaf Village ninjas dispersed, clearing the battlefield for Toad Maru and Uchiha Sakamoto. Uchiha Sakamoto hurled a dozen kunai in all directions. He was creating his own territory. Wherever the Flying Thunder God seal was placed, he could teleport there at will. He no longer relied on conventional ninjutsu. Against the Sage Mode-empowered Toad Maru, they held no significance. The intricate patterns of the eternal kaleidoscopic Sharingan manifested within Uchiha Sakamoto's gaze. With a swift motion, Gamamaru pressed down with his claw. Invoking the Sage technique, Frog Call, a piercing sound erupted suddenly. Uchiha Sakamoto instinctively covered his ears as Gamamaru instantly appeared before him. His claw raised to strike fiercely at Uchiha Sakamoto. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Sakamoto vanished in an instant. Humph! Gamamaru emitted a cold snort, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He immediately discerned the location where Uchiha Sakamoto reappeared, exerting force beneath his feet to surge forward. Although not a space-time ninjutsu, his speed remained remarkably swift, rivaling that of Uchiha Sakamoto's Flying Thunder God technique, albeit with a slight disparity. Gamamaru could not catch up to Uchiha Sakamoto, yet this did not hinder him from collecting the kunai that Uchiha Sakamoto had discarded. Should the Flying Thunder God seals be exhausted, Uchiha Sakamoto would be confined to using more distant markers for movement, significantly diminishing the efficacy of his technique. Kurabi, do not concern yourself with me, attack. Eliminate them. The Reikage glared fiercely toward the direction of Konoha. Kurabi hesitated for a moment. Did you not hear? Go. If we miss this opportunity, we of the Cloud Village shall never have a chance of victory. Do you wish to become the eternal sinner of the village? Gritting his teeth, Kurabi re-entered the fray. The morale of the Cloud Village surged. Two warriors stood before Kurabi, Hataki Kakashi and Might Guy. Both bore severe injuries, yet remained steadfast in front of Kurabi. Your valor has earned my respect. Therefore, I shall exert all my might to defeat you, Kurabi proclaimed, directing his gaze at the two. The Reikage turned to the two wooden figures. Wooden men, are you not going to make your move? Shall we squander our only chance at victory? The two wooden figures looked at the Reikage, their chakra surging, as they charged toward the Konoha ninjas to launch their assault. Such a level of ninja aggression was difficult for ordinary individuals to withstand. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza exchanged glances before launching themselves at the two wooden figures. Konoha appeared somewhat lacking in this regard. The strengths of the two villages reached a state of equilibrium. the Cloud Village held an advantage in powerful warriors, while Konoha possessed an abundance of ordinary ninjas. A Konoha ninja clenched his fist. Why is Lord Jiraiya not present? This seemed to touch a sensitive nerve. He had been absent last time, and now once again. Moreover, that toad had attacked Lord Hokage. It was possible that the creature was somehow connected to Jiraiya. The impression of Jiraiya among ninjas had always been positive. However, following the incident with Sarutobi Hiruzen, due to his association with his disciples, Jiraiya's standing among the villagers had inevitably suffered. Not to mention, he had been away from Konoha for an extended period. Upon returning to the village, he had not participated in either of the two wars, leading to rising suspicions of conspiracy regarding his absence. Gamamaru collected several kunai, and Uchiha Sakamoto's expression shifted. Suddenly, whoosh. A kunai shot toward Gamamaru's front, while another flew from behind. Gamamaru instinctively turned his head, yet Uchiha Sakamoto's position was revealed before him. In Uchiha Sakamoto's hand appeared a complex seal. Toad Maru turned his head, his pupils constricting sharply. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The hand seals rendered Toad Maru unable to see through. Lightning release, Chidori. A flash of lightning appeared in Uchiha Ban's hand like a bolt from the blue. Faced with the sage transformation of Toad Maru, only this type of strikingly penetrating attack could suffice. This was not a manifestation of Uchiha Ban's ability to manipulate lightning, but rather a result of the hand seals he had previously executed, which did not belong to the realm of lightning release. How could such hand seals invoke lightning release? In his confusion, Toad Maru hesitated, causing his defenses to be too late. A bolt of thunder struck down. Even in his sage mode, he could not emerge unscathed. In an instant, crimson blood sprayed forth. Toad Maru's expression darkened further. It had been ages since anyone had left a mark upon him. Since the era of the Sage of Six Paths, his power had become extraordinary. He later established Mount Myaboku, nurturing many powerful toads, and no longer needed to partake in battle personally. This time, he had chosen to act out of caution. Neither Shinsaku nor Shima did he believe could secure complete victory. However, even with his own involvement, there was still an unexpected deviation. You are quite impressive. Toad Maru fixed his gaze on Uchiha Ban, his toad legs trembling with intensity. Bang! In an instant, an immense power erupted. Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, Uchiha Ban had already anticipated this, using the Flying Thunder God to evade. Toad Maru's assault missed entirely. This was the reason why Toad Maru feared the Flying Thunder God. The speed was simply too swift. Even with Uchiha Fugaku activating his perfect Susanoo, Toad Maru felt assured of victory. He believed his Sage mode was not inferior to Susanoo. However, the existence of the Flying Thunder God prevented Toad Maru from keeping pace with Uchiha Ban's speed. If it were a face-to-face battle, Toad Maru would have ample confidence. Yet Uchiha Ban had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Humph. Missing the attack once more, Toad Maru emitted a cold snort. The Flying Thunder God marks surrounding him had been collected. What would be his next step? Though Toad Maru could not catch up to Uchiha Ban. Once those marks were retrieved, Uchiha Ban could not instantly vanish and approach him to set new seals. A certain amount of time would be required. At this moment, Toad Maru could launch an assault on the Leaf Ninja. In doing so, he could force Uchiha Ban into a direct confrontation. However, Toad Maru suddenly noticed that Uchiha Ban, who had just used the Flying Thunder God to escape, reappeared before him. This made his pupils involuntarily narrow. What was happening? Had he returned using the Flying Thunder God again? No, there were no marks of the Flying Thunder God here. Toad Maru was utterly perplexed. In reality, the true reason was not the Flying Thunder God, but rather Uchiha Ban's ocular ability. Time reversal. The departing Uchiha Ban had reversed time to return to a previous moment, having anticipated Toad Maru's attack trajectory, swiftly pivoting to evade. Next, he struck a palm against Toad Maru's forehead. A mark flickered rapidly. In the next instant, the man and the toad vanished in unison. Uchiha Madara had implanted a Flying Thunder God mark on Gamamaru, simultaneously utilizing the technique to transport him far from the battlefield. Madara had anticipated Gamamaru's intentions. Unable to match his own speed, the toad would inevitably resort to attacking the Leaf Ninjas, compelling himself to confront them head-on. Thus, Madara took the initiative, instantaneously relocating Gamamaru to a distant location. The absence of Uchiha Madara could potentially place the Leaf Village at a disadvantage, given their limited number of formidable warriors. However, the loss of Gamamaru would significantly alleviate the pressure on them. This unexpected and formidable toad was not to be underestimated. In an open area, as Gamamaru materialized, he struck fiercely. Madara swiftly retreated. Then Susanoo. A radiant golden light enveloped Madara, forming bones, followed by muscles, skin, and finally armor. His Susanoo manifested with a solidity that surpassed that of Uchiha Fugaku. With eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his gaze, Madara's foundational abilities eclipsed those of Fugaku, rendering his Susanoo even more formidable. A wary glint flickered in Gamamaru's eyes. You possess this ninjutsu too? Madara turned to him. Now, we can commence our true duel. Come forth. While Sage Mode was undeniably powerful, Susanoo was equally formidable. A mere comparison of the two techniques was inadequate. The skill of the user was paramount. Madara's Susanoo raised its weapon, slowly advancing towards Gamamaru. Previously, Madara had been reluctant to engage directly, but now he was unafraid. Feeling the immense pressure, Gamamaru's expression darkened. Gritting his teeth, he raised his claws high, exerting force upward. Sage chakra coalesced. Come on, I don't believe my Sage Mode pales in comparison to yours. Suddenly, the massive golden hand vanished, only to reappear behind Gamamaru. Bang! Gamamaru was sent hurtling backward. Flying Thunder God? You resort to that as well, he thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before he could brace himself, Gamamaru suffered a grievous blow, spitting out blood as his body tumbled across the ground multiple times before coming to a halt. He had not anticipated Madara's tactics. Having activated Susanoo, why did he not confront him directly? Why resort to the Flying Thunder God? Damn it, Gamamaru cursed, suddenly pulling a talisman from his pocket and affixing it to his body. Instantly, a violent aura erupted from him, a layer of Sage Chakra gathering around him. Once again, he had entered Sage Mode, though this time it was distinct from his previous form, infused with even more Sage Chakra. Previously, a faint chakra clung to the surface of Gamamaru's body, but now it enveloped him like a heavy cloak, rendering his appearance considerably more formidable, akin to a miniature tank. Uchiha Madara found this comparison to be quite apparent. The energy surge emanated from Gamamaru's transcendent techniques, a testament to the extraordinary life that had endured through countless epochs. Madara gained a deeper insight into Gamamaru's prowess, recognizing that such strength could stand at the pinnacle of the ninja realm. Few beings could confront him directly. Perhaps only the original Hashirama Senju could contend with him in battle. Uchiha Madara might be considered a half-hearted opponent at best, having not experienced that era firsthand. Madara's deductions may lack precision, yet it was certain that both Minato Namikaze and Hiruzen Sarutobi would be utterly incapable of opposing Gamamaru. Speaking of Hiruzen Sarutobi, there is no need for elaboration. Even Minato, skilled in the space-time manipulation of the Flying Thunder God technique, would pose no lethal threat to Gamamaru. His own creation, the Rasengan, pales in comparison. Unless augmented with nature transformation techniques like the wind release shuriken, accurately striking Gamamaru would be a formidable challenge. Only Uchiha Madara, armed with the power of Susanoo, stood a chance of victory. The clash of these two titans would transform the surrounding area into a wasteland of destruction. On the opposite end of the battlefield, the conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure raged on. Reikage and Uchiha Fugaku had long since retreated, while the winds of the mountains and Darui remained watchful. Two wooden constructs faced off against the Ino Shikacho team and a dozen other ninjas, holding their ground tenaciously. However, given the current situation, it appeared that Ino Shikacho would struggle to endure for much longer. Uchiha Akira and Samui were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. The most intense confrontation unfolded between Kurabi and Kakashi, alongside Might Guy. Earlier, Guy had sustained severe injuries while shielding Kakashi from Kurabi's onslaught. And with the immense toll of the Eight Gates technique on his body, his current state was dire. How naive. Kurabi cast a disdainful glance at Might Guy as he leapt forward, one of his tentacles raised high. With a resounding crash, Guy's body was slammed into the ground, rendering him immobile. Guy struggled to extend his finger, rendering a salute with his thumb raised. Nearby, a dozen ninjas surged toward Kurabi, only to be effortlessly dispatched. Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Guy's figure, his eyes welling with tears as he beheld that thumb pointing skyward. Suddenly, Guy's hand slipped down. With a thud, as if he had expended his final reserves of energy, he fell to the ground, unmoving. Kakashi was stunned. Vivid memories flooded his mind. The moment he first encountered Might Guy, when his father was still alive. The boy, ridiculed as the underdog, remained undeterred by the opinions of others, steadfast in his training. Subsequently, he entered the Ninja Academy, graduated early, and faced the mysterious death of his father. He had always been there. Now, he lay there, silent and still. Why did he not rise? In the face of adversity and setbacks, he had always stood resolute. Had he not? Why did he no longer persevere? Get up. You are my lifelong rival. The outcome of our struggle remains uncertain. Tears blurred my vision as crimson droplets cascaded down. A potent surge of anger and resentment welled within me. Deep inside, there lies a shadowy Kakashi, harboring animosity solely towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Compared to other followers, Kakashi often resembled an ordinary individual. However, he held a deep respect for Might Guy, a man of mediocre talent in ninjutsu, who forged his formidable physique through sheer perseverance and sacrifice. He relentlessly challenged himself, embodying a candid and cheerful spirit. His penchant for perplexing actions and enigmatic statements earned him the moniker of a rare creature in Konoha, yet through his unwavering effort, he ascended to the rank of elite J-nin. He forged an unbreakable bond of rivalry with Kakashi, albeit it was a one-sided declaration from Guy. Nevertheless, Kakashi had subconsciously accepted him. Suddenly, Kakashi felt a peculiar sensation within his body, a surge of energy converging towards his left eye. He stood in astonishment. Drawing a kunai to examine his own pupil, a complex pattern emerged within his gaze, not the typical three-tomo shape, but rather a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Kakashi closed his eyes, instinctively turning towards Uchiha Fugaku. Could someone like me awaken a kaleidoscopic Sharingan? No, that's not right. This feeling seems to have lingered for some time. Rather than being an initial awakening, it was merely now that I became aware of it. When did it begin? Memories surged forth. That day, the girl rushing towards me. Blood splattered. It was Rin. Kakashi sighed, pulling back from his thoughts and redirecting his focus to the opposing Karabi. In an instant, the space beside Karabi twisted and warped, revealing an endless vortex. What is this? A thrill coursed through Karabi. The tentacles of the eight tails had been severed. Caught off guard by such an assault, he recoiled in fright. Kakashi rose, advancing towards Karabi with unwavering determination. Upon seeing him, Karabi's pupils constricted. Could it be that you possess such eyes as well? His Sharingan was well known, the source of his title as the Copy Ninja. Yet, no one anticipated that Kakashi would also awaken a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, a rarity even among Uchiha clan members. What makes Kakashi, a non-Uchiha, so extraordinary with this transplanted Sharingan? However, the reality before them was undeniable, and Karabi could not refute it. His expression grew grave, and unease took root in his heart. At this moment, Kakashi was no longer the same as before. Guy, are you all right? Kakashi approached Might Guy, yet received no response. He pressed his hand against Guy's carotid artery, feeling a pulse of life, and let out a sigh of relief. Let us get him out of here. One man stood defiantly before Karabi, as the aura of Konoha surged anew. The ninjas brimmed with anticipation, since Uchiha Fugaku had once summoned a colossal dark giant. Could Kakashi, with his newfound ocular power, replicate such a feat? If he were to conjure another giant, the hidden cloud would find itself utterly incapable of resistance. Chapter 170. Scattered stardust. A meteor-like object plunged to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact, and subsequently shattered, scattering stardust. Gamamaru sensed that he was gradually falling into a disadvantageous position, feeling utterly bewildered in the face of Uchiha Obito's enigmatic abilities. Moreover, his consciousness seemed to descend into a peculiar chaos, with tumultuous emotions surging forth like a tide, causing his state to rapidly deteriorate. Uchiha Obito, on the other hand, keenly perceived all of this. His mastery allowed him to consume the opponent's shadow and inject it into their being. It was through this method, combined with the manipulation of time, that Uchiha Obito had defeated Uchiha Shursui, leaving the latter with no chance for resistance. Although Gamamaru's strength surpassed that of Uchiha Shursui, he could not escape the influence of shadow control. A protracted battle posed no challenge for Uchiha Obito, and it was surprisingly Gamamaru who first contemplated retreat, realizing that the prospect of victory was growing increasingly dim. This realization filled him with both rage and resentment, yet the thought of retreat began to dominate his mind. An ancient being with a long life held his own survival in the highest regard. Neither a mutual destruction nor crippling himself to vanquish an enemy was an outcome Gamamaru could accept. Thus, he made a decisive choice. With a resounding thud, a colossal silhouette emerged. Wentai, it's up to you. Great Toad Sage. Wentai was still trying to grasp the situation. Gamamaru immediately propelled Wentai forward. Uchiha Obito swung his sword down, its razor-sharp edge seeming capable of cleaving through anything in existence. Positioned precariously by Gamamaru's push, Wentai appeared quite disheveled. Wentai, eliminate him. Understood. Compelled by the command, Gamakichi unsheathed his massive blade. Clang. In the fleeting moment of their weapons colliding, cracks appeared on Gamakichi's weapon. His pupils constricted in alarm as he hastily retreated, springing away from the impending strike. Uchiha Obito's sword came crashing down, rending the earth with a gaping fissure. Fire release. Gamakichi expelled oil and unleashed a fiery torrent, surging towards Uchiha Obito. Gamamaru leapt into action and, with a splash, vanished in an instant. Uchiha Obito dispelled his Susanoo, and a kunai suddenly materialized behind Gamakichi. The next moment, Flying Thunder God. As the kunai appeared, Uchiha Obito's figure materialized alongside it. He placed his hand on Gamakichi's back, marking him with the Flying Thunder God seal. Flying Thunder God. Once more, he executed the technique, vanishing alongside Gamakichi. At this point, Gamakichi comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gamamaru was facing a formidable adversary and, seeking escape, had sacrificed him to buy time with his life. Gamamaru's selfish act incited a fury within him. The respect he once held transformed into resentment. How could one dissolve the betrayal of life? Was he not at risk of death himself? To confront such a level of enemy, was this truly his burden to bear? Uchiha Obito understood this dilemma. Thus he returned Gamakichi to the battlefield. Amidst the clash between Konoha and Kumogakure, suspended in the air, Uchiha Obito gazed at Kakashi, who was locked in confrontation with Killer Bee. Kakashi, move aside. He warned in a low voice, prompting Kakashi to glance up and quickly sidestep. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara forcefully hurled Fukasaku towards Killer Bee. The impact reverberated like thunder as two colossal figures collided, causing the ground to tremble and many shinobi to lose their footing and fall. Both Killer Bee and Fukasaku suffered immensely from such a blow. Uchiha Madara observed them from above, and then unleashed a potent fire technique. Fire release, great fire destruction. This formidable fire technique far surpassed the Great Fire Dragon technique, which Killer Bee had previously encountered, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Meanwhile, for Fukasaku, the grease at the corners of his mouth posed a significant hazard, igniting fiercely upon contact with flames. Attempting to break the seal and return to Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku found himself thwarted by Uchiha Madara, who relentlessly disrupted his efforts. Just as with the previous summoning of the Great Serpent, the release of the summoning technique came at a cost and was subject to interruption. Fukasaku had managed to escape thanks to Fukasaku Maru, but Uchiha Madara would not grant him a second chance. The experiences of Kabuto had made him acutely aware that none of these toads were benevolent. Die. Uchiha Madara concentrated chakra in his hand, this time channeling wind release. Wind release, vacuum wave. The sharp gust swept across the bodies of Fukasaku and Killer Bee. With a sickening sound, a tremendous gash tore open on Fukasaku's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The flames, fueled by the winds, blazed even more fiercely. Struggling to rise, Fukasaku collapsed once more, unable to stand, his body trembling and convulsing. Uchiha Madara hurled a dozen shuriken, striking Fukasaku's wound. With a resounding explosion, the seal detonated, exacerbating the injury and significantly increasing blood loss. Eliminating Fukasaku Maru proved to be a challenge, but terminating Fukasaku was merely a trivial task for Uchiha Madara. Killer Bee broke free from the flames and leaped away. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Madara materialized behind Killer Bee, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop! It was Uchiha Fugaku. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara halted his assault. A figure stood beside Uchiha Fugaku. Hokage-sama. Everyone, stand down. Uchiha Fugaku surveyed the battlefield and commanded, I request the representative from Kumogakure who can speak to step forward. The Reikage was unable to attend. His injuries were more severe than anticipated. I am the next Reikage. Darui stepped forward. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and turned to another individual. Asuma, please share your findings with everyone. Yes, Hokage-sama. Asuma scanned the surroundings and stated, the assailants on the Kumogakure base were not from Konohagakure, but rather toads from Mount Myaboku. I witnessed it firsthand. I was once trapped in Mount Myaboku. They kidnapped me. The toad's intent is to instigate a war between Kumogakure and Konohagakure. Chapter 171. the burden of the village amidst numerous skeptical gazes. Darui firmly believed Asuma's account, his conviction imbued with a mysterious intuition that defied technological explanation. The decisions of the fourth Reikage had led Kumogakure into an irreversible crisis. Should the truth reveal his errors, he would become a burden to the village. Halt all actions. Darui commanded the Kumogakure shinobi who were on the verge of conflict. Is there any evidence? Asuma inquired, explaining. The bodies of the toads contain trace amounts of a compound we refer to as toad oil markers. If you search the bases diligently, you should be able to find it. One of the cloud shinobi, suddenly enlightened, changed countenance. My lord, it appears there is indeed some truth to this. Every outpost bears a similar scent. How can we prove this is not a frame-up? Do the toads not recognize the aroma they emit? Frame-up? Uchiha Fugaku scoffed coldly, his voice icy. If you maintain such an attitude, this war need not reach a conclusion. You, Cloud, should prepare for annihilation. Konoha has never feared the Cloud, and the current situation is decidedly favorable for us. Our restraint is merely to prevent the unseen puppeteer from reaping the rewards. The act of slaying Cloud Shinobi offers us no clues. Asuma raised his hand, signaling. As for why the toad oil markings remain concealed, I shall elucidate. It is simply an adaptation of the toads. For them, this is merely a normal existence. Furthermore, if you doubt this, I can escort you to the mystical realm of Myaboka Mountain. I am well acquainted with the path. Uchiha Fugaku turned his gaze towards Darui. Konoha is unafraid of challenges, and the advantage lies with us now. Our cessation of hostilities is solely to prevent our adversaries from gaining profit. Cloud, should you insist on war, we shall accompany you to the bitter end. After a moment of silence, all eyes turned to Darui, and the two wooden figures approached him. I am in favor of a ceasefire, Darui proclaimed, lifting his head. However, I must visit Myaboka Mountain for confirmation. If it is indeed their doing, I hope to unite forces to exact vengeance upon Myaboku, ensuring those toads pay the price. That is a given. Even without you, we shall undoubtedly hold those frogs accountable. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell upon the lifeless giant toad, Bunta, beneath him. His thoughts drifted to the lesser-known toad, Fukusaku, while Bunta's visage was well known. A frequently summoned spirit of battle, clearly akin to the earlier Fukusaku. The assault on the Cloud Outpost, the blame placed upon Konoha, followed by an attack on Uchiha Fugaku. What schemes do these toads harbor? Is Jiraiya aware of this? The war paused temporarily, with the Cloud Shinobi retreating under Darui's guidance, while the Konoha side returned to their village, leaving a few to tidy up the aftermath on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi reverted from his transformation technique, returning to Uchiha Izumi and Hyuga Hinata's side as his clone technique dissipated. The people of Konoha began to assess their losses. They had suffered casualties among their shinobi. Uchiha Fugaku was severely wounded by Fukusaku's attack and had overexerted his Rinnegan, yet he possessed his own means to address these issues. Meanwhile, Kakashi awakened his Manjiki Sharingan during the fight, significantly enhancing his prowess. Might Guy was gravely injured, while Kamizuki Izumo sustained light wounds. On the other hand, the plight of the Cloud Village was no better than that of Konoha. The fourth Reikage and Killer Bee were both gravely injured, and the number of fallen shinobi exceeded those of Konoha. Uchiha Itachi's swift technique indirectly led to the demise of several Cloud shinobi, alleviating the pressure on Konoha. Deep within Myaboka Mountain, they had lost a toad, Bunta. This transpired on the battlefield. However, beyond it, after Fukusaku's departure, the toads controlling the vessels seized the opportunity. The tendrils attached to the toads began to stir, piercing their brains and manipulating them to launch an assault on other toads. The ongoing massacre and invasion plunged the entirety of Myaboku Mountain into chaos. Shima and Fukusaku were both present in Myaboka Mountain, yet faced with such a scenario, they were powerless to intervene. The frog navigating the vessel stirred up a tempest within the secret realm. The greater the number of frogs under its control, the more fatalities ensued, thereby augmenting its power. Upon the return of the Frog Prince to Myaboka Mountain, he beheld a nearly devastated homeland. The surroundings lay in ruins, littered with corpses and blood, and many frogs had vanished. The Frog Prince's crimson eyes widened in disbelief. All of this was the culmination of his years of dedication. The lives of a single frog, or even dozens, might seem trivial, yet now it concerned nearly half of their kind. These were his treasures. But how long would it take to restore them? Not only that, but the scheme against Konoha had failed, and he was unable to eliminate Uchiha Fugaku, suffering setbacks in his confrontation with an unknown formidable adversary. This ninja was far stronger than anticipated, wielding an array of unpredictable and formidable abilities. For the sake of safety, he even sacrificed Wanta, who was responsible. The Frog Prince hovered high above, surveying the entirety of Myaboka Mountain, his voice resonating through the valleys. Great Sage Toad. Shinsaku and Shima hastened to him. That fate-interfering individual is still alive. After your departure, he emerged to sow chaos, infecting a multitude of frogs to exert control. The Frog Prince was momentarily taken aback, fury choking him instantly. He had personally dealt with the previous vessel frog, having confirmed its demise, and declared that the fate-interferer of the secret realm would not return. Impossible. Great Sage Toad, this is indeed the truth. We all witnessed it. Shima, Wanta, and Gamaken confirmed it. Wanta appears to be missing. Concern flickered across Shinsaku's countenance, amidst the earlier turmoil. Wanta had been battling the frogs controlled by that fate-interferer when he suddenly vanished, as if summoned away. However, Wanta could not have responded to Jiraiya's summoning during battle. The Frog Prince found himself at a loss for words, as he was the very one who had forcibly summoned Wanta to seek an opportunity for a return to Myaboka Mountain. His absence now might signify that Wanta was indeed lost. Allow me to handle everything. Chapter 172. Expedition into the Enchanted Forest. The consciousness of the Frog Prince spread throughout the realm of the Enchanted Forest. Then, his gaze fixated on a specific direction. There. Locking onto the toad manipulating the vessel, the Frog Prince's wrath surged toward this target like a deluge. The piercing failure of the assassination attempt on Uchiha Fugaku. The chaos and turmoil of the forest. Frog Wanta was ensnared by the contractual obligations he had undertaken to escape. In that instant, everything erupted. The Frog Prince's sage energy intertwined with his fury. An overwhelming pressure descended upon the toad controlling the vessel, rendering the atmosphere stifling. The vessel-manipulating toad felt a tightening in its chest and looked up to see the figure of the Frog Prince, its eyes narrowing. He returned so swiftly? However, I am no longer afraid of you. A thought flashed through its mind, and countless tendrils sprouted from its body. Its might surged dramatically, rivaling that of the Frog Prince. The Frog Prince's heart sank, his expression grave. This time, it must be dealt with thoroughly. Otherwise, it would become an endless threat, having amassed such tremendous power in a brief span. The velocity of such growth was terrifying. The Frog Prince extended his claw, pressing down with great force. Countless tentacles surged forward, colliding with a resounding thud. The ground trembled, and the mountains swayed. Shinsaku and Shimaru gazed wide-eyed, astonished by the formidable power on display. How incredibly strong. Could it possibly defeat the Great Toad Sage? Would the Great Toad Sage truly falter? This was the first time the duo of amphibian partners witnessed Wawamar failing to secure an instant victory. Previously, a mere lift of his paw sufficed to quell all opposition. The capabilities exhibited by the toad controlling the vessel left the two frogs both astonished and perplexed. What shall we do? If the Great Toad Sage were to lose, how would we respond? Shimaru was engulfed in panic. Shinsaku gently patted Shimaru's shoulder, reassuring him, the Great Toad Sage will prevail. We must have faith. The intruder will undoubtedly fail. Shimaru nodded, yet the anxiety in his eyes lingered. Uchiha Ibito opened his eyes. The toad steering the ship faced challenges in overcoming Wawamar. Yet he had already realized his objective, plunging the mystical forest into turmoil. Once the Leaf Village ninjas arrived, they would surely restore order, including the situation with Wawamar. Ibito glanced northward, towards the land of rice. In this conflict, I have gathered 2 portions of shadow power. The plan to acquire Hashirama cells and their transplantation techniques can commence. Leaving a clone behind in the Leaf Village, Ibito's true self set forth towards the land of rice. At that moment, Ibito beheld a vision. Closing his eyes, he peered through the perspective of Yakushi Kabuto, catching sight of a concealed base, the stronghold of the Serpent's Messenger. Kabuto had arrived at the Sound Ninja Village, flanked by several Sound Ninjas who regarded him with a hint of suspicion. Although not openly hostile, it appeared that Kabuto had aligned himself with Orochimaru, becoming one of his subordinates. As fate would have it, Kabuto's journey seemed to circle back to its origin. Ibito halted. Kabuto possessed such talent that he must have garnered significant attention from the Serpent's Messenger and would soon encounter matters of great importance, drawing closer to the core secrets of that enigmatic laboratory. Therefore, I need not corrupt others. By relying on Kabuto, I can obtain the methods of Hashirama's cell transplantation and the cells themselves. This power may be retained temporarily. Obito returned to the Leaf Village. Uchiha Fugaku had stabilized the village's situation and delegated tasks, mostly assigning them to others. Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Fuyu took on more responsibilities. A figure entered the Hokage's office. It was Kakashi. "Hokage-sama," he greeted. Fugaku nodded slightly. "Kakashi, congratulations." This referred to Kakashi awakening his Mangeki Sharingan, signifying that his genius had prevailed, as even the transplanted eyes had activated within his vision, marking Tobi's eyes as having found the rightful heir. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." "There is no need for thanks," Fugaku replied, shaking his head. "This is your own effort. By the way, Kakashi, I have instructed Uchiha Aki to meticulously document the achievements of all those who performed valiantly in this war, including the records of the brave fallen. However, I intend to confer honors after some time. Kakashi, there is a mission I require you to undertake." Kakashi's expression grew serious. "Lord Hokage, please command." "A venture into the enigmatic forest." Uchiha Fugaku spoke with grave authority. "This conflict between Konoha and Kumogakure originates from the enigmatic forest. We remain unaware of the treacheries that may lie within. Henceforth, we shall show no mercy toward the enigmatic forest. I plan to assemble a force to assault it. All the toads shall be utterly vanquished. This contingent will be led by you, Kakashi. Speak freely of any needs. I shall provide whatever I can." Kakashi hesitated. "I fear I may not be capable of such a monumental task. Perhaps the one with the body flicker technique would be more suited." "Nay, Kakashi. You are the finest candidate. That individual is otherwise occupied." Kakashi's eyes brightened, a thought forming within. "Understood, Lord Hokage." He was contemplating Jiraiya. Gamabunta is Jiraiya's spirit beast. How would he choose between the enigmatic forest and Konoha? Kakashi could not fathom. An elite squad was formed, with a minimum standard of Chunin rank. According to Asuma's intel, although the toads within the enigmatic forest are few, they are formidable. Aside from Gamamaru, there are several exceptionally powerful toads. Exiting the Hokage's office, a shadow awaited not far off. "Asuma, it has been a long time." "Indeed, it has." Asuma smiled faintly. "Shall we share a drink?" "Certainly." The two entered a tavern. Kakashi regarded Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, an erstwhile friend, now utterly transformed, becoming a stranger to Kakashi. "It was you whom Jiraiya brought to the enigmatic forest. You are aware of this, Kakashi, correct?" "I am." Asuma nodded and continued, "I am uncertain of Jiraiya's choice, but I believe he is more likely to favor the enigmatic forest. You must prepare yourself for this endeavor." Kakashi glanced at the back of the Hokage's tower. "The Hokage has already made arrangements." "Well, that is reassuring." "Asuma, what are your plans upon your return? Has the issue with Moonlight Gale been resolved?" Asuma shrugged, leaning back in his chair. "Upon returning, I intend to remain in the village as an ordinary warrior. I have little desire to concern myself with the greater cosmic conflicts." As for Moonlight Gale, he perished amidst the disturbances of the interstellar forest. That forest once experienced turmoil, and I seized that opportunity to escape. Kakashi's brow furrowed slightly. "Turmoil? What transpired?" "A symbiotic creature among the frogs betrayed its kin. Those frog clans are not an invulnerable whole." "I see." A figure emerged from the woods at the edge of space. It was Jiraiya. As he stepped onto the village's periphery, he sensed multiple gazes fixed upon him, filled with wariness, disdain, and even condemnation, as if he had committed a grievous violation of interstellar law. He seemed to have become the prime suspect. What transpired? Jiraiya sensed an even greater hostility and disdain from the villagers than before. Was there yet another upheaval within the village? Jiraiya. A stranger stood before him. It was Uchiha Akira. Jiraiya recognized him as the commander of the Umbu Black Ops, possessing a pair of the Uchiha clan's distinctive three-tomo Sharingan. Another figure appeared. It was the Leaf Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. "Please accompany us to the governance building for a discussion." Jiraiya frowned, but ultimately nodded. "Very well." He evidently noticed that there were more than just two individuals. Several Umbu operatives silently observed him from the surrounding area, as if he were an accused suspect awaiting judgment. "May I inquire as to what exactly has transpired?" "Let us discuss that with the leader." Kurenai's tone towards Jiraiya was notably harsh. This was not an isolated case. Many ninjas, and even villagers, harbored a similar attitude. Recent events had left the villagers utterly disillusioned with Jiraiya. His absence during the previous conflict with the Mist Village and now in this interstellar confrontation was somewhat forgivable. Perhaps mere misfortune had kept him from receiving information about the battles and returning for support. However, the incident involving the amphibious symbiotic creatures had plunged the villagers' trust in Jiraiya to an all-time low. Those creatures had originally belonged to his summoning beasts. One frog had indeed launched an attack against Uchiha Fugaku, simultaneously striking down the leader during the fierce battle with the Mist Village. What was the purpose of this? Though Gamamaru was not widely known, his companion, Fukusaku, was well known among the villagers as Jiraiya's contractual partner. This fact was undeniable. Coupled with the truth revealed by Asuma regarding the frog swarm assaulting the Mist Village's base, framing the Leaf Village, and inciting a conflict between the two clans. Did Jiraiya truly have no knowledge of this? A sense of unease quietly crept into Jiraiya's heart. He entered the governor's expansive office, where not only Uchiha Fugaku was present. Oil Woman Shizune, Hyuga Hizashi, Kakashi, Asuma, and even the Ino Shikicho trio were all in attendance. Upon seeing Asuma, Jiraiya's gaze tightened slightly. What are you doing here? A chill flickered in Asuma's eyes. Does my presence disappoint you? Do you believe I deserve to be punished now? Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze on Jiraiya, his eyes revealing suspicion and wariness. Jiraiya, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, it may be difficult for you to leave here unscathed. Is it about my capturing Asuma? Jiraiya replied. Asuma is a defector. I acted as an enforcer in apprehending him, which is entirely justified. Do not evade the issue, Jiraiya. This has nothing to do with your capture of Asuma. Uchiha Fugaku stated. Are you aware of the frog swarm from the interstellar forest attacking the Mist Village's outpost, framing the Leaf Village, triggering an interstellar war, and resulting in the sacrifice of many warriors? Did you know about this? Another war has erupted? Jiraiya expressed mild surprise. I was unaware. However, this should have no connection to the interstellar forest, as that is merely an excuse fabricated by the Mist Village. This is not merely the word of the Cloud Mist Village. It is a truth I have witnessed firsthand. Asuma stepped forward. Your Excellency, he began. My words may not suffice to convince you. Jiraiya interjected. He possesses a unique identity as a fate manipulator, harboring profound resentment towards the Starry Forest. Cease your evasion. Uchiha Fugaku interrupted Jiraiya, continuing. During the battle, the frog from the Starry Forest appeared unbidden. After a fierce confrontation with the Thunder Ruler, it launched a surprise attack on me. Subsequently, your summoning partner, Fukusaku, also appeared and assailed our warriors. Now, the body of Fukusaku lies over there. Uchiha Fugaku pointed outside. In a small square not far from the ruling building, Fukusaku's lifeless form lay sprawled. Jiraiya glanced over, his eyes widening in shock. Fukusaku. He shared a deep bond with Fukusaku, having fought side by side for many years. Yet now, Fukusaku's body rested upon the soil of Konoha. Who did this? It cannot be true. Hinata Hizashi and others, observing Jiraiya's reaction, immediately became vigilant, preparing for conflict. A powerful aura bore down upon Jiraiya. Are you aware of this matter? Jiraiya? Jiraiya snapped back to reality, reflecting on Uchiha Fugaku's earlier words. I am unaware. Is it truly so? Fukusaku attacked Konoha? What identity do the other frogs hold? Could there be a misunderstanding? Asuma scoffed. Do you believe the Excellency would intentionally slander those frogs? Are our eyes deceived? Everyone witnessed it. The frog that struck was not unknown to me. It was the toad Maru from the Starry Forest, that pretender of mysterious powers. Had it not been for the intervention of the former Hokage, the consequences that day would have been unimaginable. Jiraiya fell silent. Regardless of his displeasure towards Asuma, he could not deny that the gathered assembly would not all be mistaken. The frogs from the Starry Forest indeed attacked Konoha, and Fukusaku's body outside served as evidence. I am unaware of this matter. I truly do not know. Jiraiya turned to Uchiha Fugaku and stated, Your Excellency, there must be some misunderstanding in this affair. I shall immediately investigate the truth in the Starry Forest. As he attempted to leave, he was blocked by Hinata Hizashi and Yamanaka Shikaku at the door. Jiraiya, is it truly so? Are you heading to the Starry Forest to inform them? Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Jiraiya and remarked, Had Hachi confirmed from the outset that you were not lying, you would already be imprisoned in the Shadow Guard. Given your connection with the Frog Clan, you must remain uninvolved. Chapter 174, Must be punished. In the uncertain future, we cannot foresee your allegiance. Therefore, Jiraiya, until all doubts are dispelled, we must monitor you to prevent any actions that may lead to chaos. You no longer possess the authority to intervene in this matter. Jiraiya remained quietly contemplative. Lord Hokage, the village has always been our home, and my choices will invariably align with the village. Let us hope so. Uchiha Fugaku subtly raised his hand, signaling for a retreat. Subsequently, Jiraiya was confined to a secret department, which, though not a prison, was akin to imprisonment. Numerous clandestine ninjas meticulously monitored him, ensuring that any possibility of escape was utterly thwarted. In a distant place, the village of the Land of Lightning, all the high-ranking officials convened in one location. With the exception of the Raikage, whose injuries were more severe than those of Uchiha Fugaku, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was also absent. Though his condition was comparatively better than that of the Raikage, thanks to his youth and formidable power as a Jinchuriki. The two woodmen exchanged glances with Darui and stepped forward together. The conflict in the Leaf Village could indeed have been averted. On my return, I inquired of the investigators who were present at the time, and they reported sensing a strange aura. However, after their report, no response was received. This raised significant doubts. The two woodmen turned their attention to Shi. Shi, as the longtime advisor to the Raikage, you must be privy to the details of this matter, correct? With a hint of derision, she replied, truly uninformed, aren't we? Let me be frank. The fourth Raikage was the first to instigate conflict with the Leaf Village, resulting in substantial reparations, a grave error on his part. Furthermore, he mishandled the Andoru incident. At that moment, I realized that the fourth Raikage was ill-suited for his position, lacking the necessary capabilities. Now, it is evident that even if the Raikage discovers that the Leaf Village is not at fault, he chooses to conceal the truth, igniting flames of war to mask his past blunders. Yet, it concludes in defeat. I do not believe such a person deserves to be called the next Raikage. Therefore, I propose that a new generation of the fifth Raikage be born prematurely, allowing Darui to ascend to the position. I am confident that Darui will lead the Hidden Cloud Village to greater heights. As soon as the two woodmen finished speaking, a wave of support for Darui surged forth, with many rising to endorse the new leadership. Even members of the fourth Raikage faction found it difficult to counter. The current situation of the fourth Raikage had indeed deteriorated to an extreme, causing the Land of Lightning to suffer tremendous losses, coupled with his own severe injuries. His recovery remained uncertain. I agree. I concur. Hands began to rise one after another. Thus, a decision was reached. With the consensus of the majority of the village's senior decision-makers, the fourth Raikage was relieved of his position, and Darui was elevated to the role of the next Raikage. The transfer ceremony commenced forthwith. Acting swiftly was paramount. The immediate concern was to hold accountable those vile creatures from the Toad Valley. They were the origin of the turmoil and must be punished. It was not until the commencement of Darui's inauguration that the fourth Raikage received the news. A surge of furious wrath coursed through him, filling his heart and lungs, burning fiercely. Bam! The fourth Raikage's fist struck the wall, creating a deep dent. His knuckles stained with crimson. Next door, Killer Bee fell into silence. Despite the Raikage's seething anger, he was powerless to alter reality. Darui had indeed become the new sovereign of the Hidden Cloud. In the office of the Raikage, Darui sat in a chair, facing the high-ranking officials of the Hidden Cloud. Raikage-sama, he nodded, the first order of business must be to retaliate against the Toad Valley. Woodman, will you lead an elite squad? Certainly. The team, fully prepared, reached out to Konoha, the only ones privy to the entrance of the Toad Valley. Both villages had previously suffered as victims of the valley, and this time I intended to unite with Konoha to engage in a cooperative offensive. Our aim was to eradicate that band of toads once and for all. Chapter 175. Unstoppable in the present day, the city of Yunin has been surpassed by the thriving technological advancements of Konoha, particularly during this crisis, where Yunin finds itself in a position of blame. We shall deliberate internally before determining our course of action. Agreed, Kakashi replied. Our objective is unified, to eliminate all toad warriors from Miyaboku Mountain. Until Miyaboku Mountain is entirely cleansed, we shall remain trustworthy allies in this endeavor. Very well. Despite the murmurs of conflict among many villagers of Konoha, they have managed to keep the flames of war from engulfing their community, engaging instead in battles within external regions. Thus, the ordinary citizens of the village are spared any significant disruption. When the populace is untroubled, the village's economy can continue to thrive. Uchiha Banji arrived at the virtual training ground, accompanied by Uchiha Izumi and Hyuga. Instructor Shirwei nodded. I summoned you here to discuss an important matter. I previously mentioned recommending you for the midterm promotion exam, but the sudden outbreak of war has necessitated its cancellation. Disappointment flickered in the eyes of Hyuga and Uchiha Izumi. However, Shuwei shifted the conversation. Your performance in the front lines has been exceptional. You have defeated numerous lower-tier warriors from Yunin, proving yourselves as valiant warriors of Konoha. Therefore, the village has decided to reward merit. Banji and Izumi. You have both met the requirements for mid-tier promotion through your military achievements, and thus you are now recognized as mid-tier ninjas. Once this crisis abates, the village will make an official announcement. As for Rina, you are on the cusp of advancement, but still require a bit more effort. Do not be disheartened. You will surely succeed next time. Hyuga Rina claimed she was not disappointed, though it was evident she was masking her true feelings. With 2 teammates promoted while she remained at the lower tier, it was natural for her to feel a sense of disparity. Yet Rina understood that her abilities did not quite match those of Banji and Izumi, even when facing Banji, who merely utilized the shadow clone technique. When Gamamaru appeared, Banji was already able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Izumi and Rina using only clones. Instructor Shuwei, I will strive to improve. Very well, keep up the good work. Shuwei smiled gently. I will be quite busy in the near future, so the 3 of you should practice together, as you have now attained sufficient independence as mid-tier ninjas. For the majority of Konoha's ninjas, mid-tier is regarded as a management level, capable of independently leading a team to execute missions. In many respects, they no longer require a guiding instructor. However, this varies by circumstance. Not every lower-tier student is paired with a higher-tier teacher, as most students have mentors who are only mid-tier ninjas. Thus, their recent promotion may make it somewhat awkward to rejoin their instructors for missions. Hyuga Rina returned to the Hyuga clan to engage in solitary training, as the clan had its own specialized methods for training its members, much like how Niji trained with Hinata rather than Might Guy. Izumi, see you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. After exiting the training ground, the 2 parted ways at a fork in the path. Brother. At the threshold of his home, a figure rushed out with great urgency. It was noted that Sasuke seemed to have matured considerably. Regarding the state of affairs in the battles, I have heard whispers. Both you and father are safe. Are you not? Sasuke expressed his concern. After the war, Izuna had only returned home once, and that was quite late, by which time Sasuke had already drifted into slumber. The following day, he had yet to awaken, and Izuna departed once more. Meanwhile, Fugaku Uchiha had not returned, remaining at the Hokage Tower to attend to matters of state. Unlike Konohamaru, Fugaku had not permitted Sasuke the liberty to visit the Hokage Tower at will. In the original narrative, Konohamaru could venture wherever he pleased, unimpeded. He was indeed the quintessential prince. Sasuke, however, was devoid of such privileges. Everything is fine. Do not worry, Izuna said as he gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. Let us step inside. Then what of father? He is well. He is merely occupied with village affairs. Once this busy period concludes, he will naturally return home. Is that truly so? Indeed, it is true. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Was Fugaku truly unscathed? Not entirely. He had sustained considerable injuries from an attack by Gamamaru. However, that was of lesser concern, as the wounds had been treated by medical ninjas and were not severe. The more pressing issue lay in Fugaku's excessive use of his Sharingan. Yet Izuna had devised a strategy. If he could procure the first Hokage cells from Orochimaru, coupled with a transplantation technique, everything would be resolved. Then there are no issues. With a sense of reassurance, Sasuke could not restrain his curiosity about the battlefield. Brother, what was the battlefield like? Were there many people? How formidable were the enemies? Izuna responded to each inquiry until dusk began to envelop the sky. Sounds of activity emanated from the kitchen, where Mikoto Uchiha was busily preparing dinner. Footsteps echoed outside the courtyard. Father has returned. It is father. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried out the door. Upon exiting, Izuna beheld Fugaku approaching, holding Sasuke's hand. Father. Fugaku nodded slightly, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Dinner is ready. Wash your hands and come to the table, Mikoto called out. All right, I shall go. A gentle breeze swept through. Soon, the 4 gathered around the dining table, and no one broached the topic of war, silently enjoying their meal. Izuna, please join me in the study shortly. Very well. After dinner, the 2 entered the study. Sasuke appeared rather discontent. Father and brother, do not take me along. Once you have grown a bit more, I shall certainly take you. But I am already quite grown. In just 6 months, I shall be eligible for enrollment in the Ninja Academy. I have already surpassed the strength my brother possessed at my age. You must wait at least 6 more months. Mikoto patted Sasuke's shoulder. Come now. Do not disturb your father and brother. Upon entering the study, Fugaka no longer concealed his emotions. His face was etched with worry. Izuna, I urge you to refrain from utilizing that power as much as possible. Fugaka pointed to himself. Due to overexertion, I have now faced severe repercussions. I no longer possess the combat strength of a shadow. Chapter 176. What is this? In the future, the fate of the Uchiha clan rests upon your wisdom and will. Izuna, you possess innate exceptional potential. You need not rely on the Sharingan to become a master of power. I can endure for a while longer. Yet this is merely a fleeting respite. Fuyue cannot help but ponder Uchiha Itachi, were it not for Itachi's troubled mind. His innate talent and youth would undoubtedly mark him as the optimal successor. Madara has already begun to reveal his formidable power, though regrettably, he is still too young. My father will surely devise a solution. Madara remarked that, akin to Uchiha Ban in his prime, he can wield the power of those eyes without restraint, just as the masked man did when Danzo sought to target our clan. Madara paused before continuing. Moreover, I am nearing the discovery of an answer. What solution? It remains uncertain. Once the object returns, my father will know. Is that so? Father, please rest easy. Since the masked man can manipulate the power of the Manjiki Sharingan without limitations, we too shall be capable of doing so. Uchiha Madara rose. Father, please take care of yourself until this issue is resolved. Lighten your burdens and delegate tasks promptly. I shall take my leave. Madara exited the library. And only then did Fuyue retract his gaze, letting out a sigh. It seems Madara bears a heavy burden, which fills me with remorse for not having carved a path for the two of them. Yet, in contrast to the assistance I have provided Madara, he has supported me far more. From the incident involving Itachi to the two conflicts with the Hidden Cloud Village, Madara has played an indispensable role, as well as in the mysteries of the Manjiki Sharingan. Fuyue is acutely aware that should he lose this power, he would be merely an ordinary Genin, even struggling to reach the pinnacle. His talents pale in comparison to those of his two sons. Itachi's speed and hand seals is beyond reach, while Madara requires no hand signs at all. Their capacity for learning far exceeds my expectations. Had Itachi not experienced mental disturbances, how prosperous the Uchiha clan would be. Sasuke also gazed intently at the figure before him. Kabuto Yakushi? I have met Lord Orochimaru. You are well aware that Suigetsu is under my control, and your identity bears resemblance to his. Do you dare come here, unafraid of becoming experimental material? I fear not. Kabuto responded calmly. I can assist Lord Orochimaru with his experiments, provided I have certain demands. What demands? I wish to gain power through this, to achieve revenge. Revenge against whom? Naruto Uzumaki, and those toads from my Bokuzen. Orochimaru's gaze flickered momentarily. Agreed. Oh, you possess medical ninjutsu, do you not? Indeed. Then remain by my side. I am conducting experiments on Suigetsu. Observe closely, these subjects are rather lacking. Should you serve as an assistant, perhaps I may bestow power upon you sooner. Thank you. Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Madara closed his eyes, shifting his gaze towards Kabuto. In the laboratory, Suigetsu was firmly restrained upon the examination table, unable to escape. Orochimaru, release me. Otherwise, if I manage to escape, you shall have no good fortune awaiting you. I will tear you to shreds, devouring each piece until you are nothing but refuse. Everything shall become my sustenance. Release me now, and you may ensure your survival. I shall never betray you. I intend to slay Naruto Uzumaki. Mizuki is already aware that the assailants were none other than Orochimaru and Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru feigned ignorance. Flesh and blood were torn from Mizuki's form. Subsequently, Orochimaru placed it in a petri dish and seized a mass of white muscle. What is this? Kabuto inquired. Cells of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. These cells are exceptionally resilient and can cause mutations in ordinary bodies. However, I have subjected them to specific treatments. Now, I shall fuse these two distinct types of muscle and observe the outcome. He transplanted the Hashirama cells. In an instant, the two different muscles began to clash. Despite being a battle of flesh, it evoked a sense of impending war. The conflict soon reached its conclusion. The Hashirama cells triumphed, not annihilating Mizuki's cells, but rather merging with them to create entirely new biological cells. Orochimaru procured a mouse and injected a small amount of the new tissue into its body. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from the rodent. It visibly swelled, the blood cells bulging and twisting grotesquely. Kabuto instinctively took a step back. Suddenly, bang! The sound of an explosion erupted, flesh and blood splattering. The mouse was obliterated into fragments. Another failure. Orochimaru apathetically wiped the blood from his face. With a flicker of thought, a swarm of snakes slithered from the corner, devouring the remnants before retreating. Today's experiment concludes here. The laboratories beyond the end of the corridor are open for exploration. Uchiha Itachi's eyes brightened. As thoughts surged within him, a tome unfurled in his mind. The Soul of the Departed. Next to the image of Kabuto Yakushi in The Soul of the Departed, 4 characters appeared. Kabuto suddenly found himself greatly intrigued by the Hashirama cells. Watching as Orochimaru departed from the fermentation chamber, his gaze glimmering with a faint light. He too exited the laboratory. A ninja approached him. "Excuse me, where can I find the research materials on Hashirama cells?" The ninja scrutinized Kabuto before gesturing towards a nearby laboratory. "Thank you." Kabuto stepped into the laboratory and pushed the door open. It was unlocked. A shelf was filled with notes. Uchiha Itachi's eyes shone. These are all of Orochimaru's analyses on the Hashirama cells. The Hashirama cells are a treasure, yet misapplication holds far greater consequences than benefits. Orochimaru's earlier attempts to replicate would release serve as a testament to this. Chapter 177, The Assault. Countless cloned embryos, with only one from Yamato achieving a breakthrough. The rest perished in the torrent of experimentation, as mere possession of Hashirama cells does not equate to mastery. Kabuto hesitantly took a step forward, unveiling the veil of science. Uchiha Itachi focused intently on his reading, delving into the depths of understanding. Even without examining the final conclusions, Itachi could foresee the impending misdirection. Orochimaru gazed at the laboratory, his pupils constricting. This individual, like Mizuki, is a so-called manipulator of fate. So, where lies his uniqueness? To the character of Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi's role as an assistant was not his primary ambition. Rather, he regarded it as a valuable resource for experimentation. As time flowed inexorably, Kabuto's learning progressed with remarkable swiftness, while Uchiha Madara's pace was even more astonishing. The entire collection of literature within the laboratory rapidly unfolded before his eyes. A glimmer of insight illuminated Madara's gaze. The secrets of Hashirama's cells were indeed profound. Consequently, there was no necessity to venture directly to the village of sound. For the hidden village still harbored Hashirama's cells, his techniques firmly embedded in his mind. He could independently master the extraction methods. Free from the worry that the cells bestowed by Orochimaru had been tampered with, Madara's attention turned to the ruins of the base of the root organization. Perhaps they were concealed within the old archives of Danzo, or had slipped into the hands of the wind of the mountains. With a clap of his hands, Madara invoked the shadow clone technique. 2 clones materialized before him. Following this, he executed the transformation technique. The clones transformed into 2 Umbu warriors, making their way directly to Danzo's former residence and swiftly heading towards the base of the root organization. Meanwhile, the original Madara trained alongside Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Sasuke. In the past, Sasuke had also exerted himself in this very place, and in the span of a year, the prowess of the 3 had significantly enhanced. Madara had garnered substantial rewards from the battles with Darui and the giant toad, acquiring a plethora of colorful ninjutsu. Now, as described by Fugaku Uchiha, he no longer relied solely on his Sharingan to dominate the battlefield. His exceptional learning ability had become another lethal weapon. Every ninjutsu was within his grasp. A mere hand seal could bring forth his desires. What defines a scholarly master within the ninja realm? Madara epitomized this ideal. The composite ninjutsu that the 3rd Hokage took pride in were but child's play to Madara. A simple clap would suffice. One clap summoned a mighty river of earth, and another ignited a great fire dragon, merging the 2 as effortlessly as the art of mud. A year ago, Uchiha Izuna possessed but a single tomo. Today, he had ascended to 2 tomo, tantalizingly close to achieving the 3rd. Sasuke's progress was equally remarkable. He had awakened the Tengu Eye. In truth, the eyes he bore were those of Itachi Uchiha, not only unlocking the Mangekyou Sharingan, yet Sasuke remained unaware, striving to concentrate his efforts solely upon his eyes. He vividly recalled that fleeting moment of enlightenment. Everything transformed into something extraordinary. The surrounding world became instantly clear, yet it lasted but a heartbeat. A violent dizziness engulfed him, and Sasuke collapsed to the ground. Madara understood the reason. Itachi's gaze had already taken the form of the Mangekyou. Sasuke's chakra, too concentrated, was ill-suited for the Mangekyou's manifestation. Yet upon transitioning to the three-tomo state, he had leaped beyond the boundaries of the single and double tomo. For Sasuke at that moment, it was an insurmountable burden. This was the cause of his fainting spell. However, he viewed it as a humiliation, believing it to be his own fault, and without seeking resolution from Madara, he resolved to train even harder. Suddenly, one of Madara's shadow clones vanished silently. With the disappearance of the clone, memories surged into Madara's mind. It was the clone that had ventured to explore the base of the root organization. It had been attacked. Madara furrowed his brow. Before the assault, he had glimpsed a laboratory where individuals were conducting clandestine experiments. Was the one bound to the stake a person capable of manipulating wood? He had a brief encounter with Yamato, who has now become a member of the Dark Forces, the sole surviving user of wood release, and is under the auspices of Uchiha Itachi. What brings Yamato here? Is he a captive of the trials from the root? A subject of the Hashirama cell experiment? Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Once upon a time, Yamato was the chosen ally of the Mountain Wind. Uchiha Fugaku promised to grant him leadership of the root. And after fulfilling that promise, Yamato's ambitions began to grow. Uchiha Fugaku presented Yamato with a choice: continue as the head of the root, but under the orders of the Hokage, or take a different path. Yamato chose the latter, opting to remain in Konoha and perpetuate his own rule, reminiscent of the former Danzo. Now, having captured Yamato for experimentation, he likely seeks to enhance the overall strength of the root. Moreover, during the conflict with the Hidden Cloud, Yamato's passive engagement was evident to all. First, he must acquire the Hashirama cells to alleviate his father's concerns. Then, any matters regarding Yamato would be left to his father to address. As night descended, Uchiha Obito slipped quietly out of the window, departing silently. Compared to his clones, his true form was significantly more powerful and possessed abilities that the clones could not wield. With the reconnaissance conducted by his clones during the day, he was already familiar with the route. The laboratory was now within sight. The Hashirama cells were his objective. He gazed forward, observing the dark currents of energy that came into view. Just as I anticipated, the earlier disturbance had made them particularly vigilant, laying traps with heavy defenses. This place was a snare. Yet, I could see everything clearly. No need for the Byakugan. As long as shadows are present, I can perceive them. With a shift in thought, he performed the shadow clone technique. Transformation technique. The clones advanced stealthily, only to be discovered midway. Attack. The ambushing Umbu sprang into action. The shadow clones quickly retreated to divert their attention. Uchiha Obito focused ahead. Chapter 178. Who is responsible? In a secluded corner of the vast universe, a hidden troop still existed, but to Uchiha Obito, their presence held no value. Obito's figure shifted. Body flicker technique. In an instant, those warriors dissolved into smoke and vanished. Obito entered the research facility, swiftly seizing the cells of Madara and concealing them within a container. His gaze then fell upon the unconscious Yamato, bound to an experimental pillar. After a brief hesitation, he activated the body flicker technique. Obito resolutely decided to extract Yamato from the laboratory and abandon him in a narrow alley leading to the Hokage Tower before returning home to continue his research with the Madara cells. Utilizing methods learned from Orochimaru in the past, he meticulously processed the Madara cells. At that moment, Yamato's figure in the alley was spotted by someone. An Umbu ninja was present. He was quickly transported to the medical area while simultaneously notifying Uchiha Fugaku. On the other side, Yamato received the intelligence that the root organization had been attacked and that Yamato was missing. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Yamato's chest heaved violently, his anger flaring. Yamato was a precious specimen he had painstakingly captured. As a successful example of wood release, he had intended to take over the Hashirama cells and research results from Danzo, delving deeper into this direction. If one were to acquire formidable power, even the winds of the mountains might dare to challenge the authority of Uchiha Fugaku. After all, the image of Fugaku grievously wounded amidst the flames of war with the Land of Lightning remains vividly etched in the minds of many. Can Fugaku still reclaim his former glory? Ambition churns within the heart of Yamashiro. However, the unfinished research project of the great monk has been exposed. Who could be responsible for this? Yamashiro casts a sharp, flickering gaze towards the Hokage Tower. A member of the root organization rushes in. Lord Yamashiro. The Hokage is aware of Daigo's situation. He has been relocated to the medical area, and it is merely a matter of time before he awakens. Currently, the medical area is guarded by Umbu personnel, and we are unable to approach. Upon hearing this, Yamashiro's expression darkens. The worst scenario has unfolded. Once Daigo regains consciousness, Fugaku will undoubtedly seek retribution against me. At this moment, Kakashi and his companions have already departed from the village, and that user of the body flicker technique may have joined the mission against Mayaboko Mountain. The village's formidable warriors are dwindling. Uchiha Fugaku is grievously injured. This presents my best opportunity. A sinister smile spreads across Yamashiro's face. Preparations are complete, and it is time to alter the fate of Konoha. Saken, instead of returning home, heads directly to the abandoned Uchiha Shisui residence. Although Shisui has long since vanished, the Uchiha clan has not reclaimed this property. In contrast, shortly after Minato's demise, the village confiscated the residence of Namikaze Minato. It was not until Fugaku's ascension and Jiraiya's return that it was rightfully returned to Naruto. This starkly illustrates the disparity between the two families. Saken regards Shisui's abode as a personal laboratory, a place where none but he would tread. The clan is well aware of Shisui's past actions, yet only Itachi retains a lingering warmth for him. However, Itachi has now fallen into the abyss, enduring suffering until he returns to dust. In Shisui's residence, Saken conducts his experiments freely, undisturbed. He secures the doors and windows tightly, ensuring all necessary items are prepared. It is time to act. He closes his eyes, recalling the insights gained from Kabuto's eyes regarding Orochimaru's research on the cells of Madara. After a moment, he reopens his eyes. The operation commences. A dazzling series of maneuvers unfolds under Saken's command, as various materials are fused, disassembled, and cycled through. The application of Madara's cells is not to be taken lightly. They require meticulous processing to unleash their potential. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have spent years in research. Even without Orochimaru, a common person could freely utilize Madara's cells. In truth, only Orochimaru's exploration of these cells is comprehensive. A clandestine turmoil sweeps through Konoha. Yamashiro defies Uchiha Fugaku's wishes, mobilizing the root ninjas at this critical juncture, preparing to incite rebellion. He aims to usurp Fugaku's leadership and seize the Hokage's seat. Yamashiro's ambition blinds him to reason. In his eyes, this is undoubtedly the prime opportunity. Most of the elite forces of the Land of Fire have retreated alongside the pursuit of Mayaboko Mountain, leaving behind only Hinata Hizashi and Yamanaka Shikaku as formidable individuals. Uchiha Fugaku suffered injuries during his battle with the Raikage and was subsequently ambushed by toads. Should I let this opportunity slip away, fate will not forgive me. This is my chance. I must seize it. A chilling light glimmers in Yamashiro's eyes. Konoha is plunging into chaos. The root ninjas have commenced their operations, drawing near to the Hokage building, accompanied by the casualties of several Umbu members. Their actions have been unveiled, and henceforth, they no longer conceal their intentions as they advance towards the Hokage's domain. Teacher Ebisu, I have heard whispers. Has Konoha once again plunged into conflict? The villager's sentiments towards Naruto have shifted dramatically, while he has long accustomed himself to solitude, refraining from forming close bonds within the village. Most often, Naruto secludes himself in his courtyard, where he receives basic ninja training under Ebisu's guidance. He is aware of his formidable strength, bolstered by the power of the Heartless and the energy he can draw from the Nine Tails. However, in terms of technique, ninjutsu, and experience, he still falls short of seasoned ninjas. Indeed, Ebisu nodded. It was the toads of Mount Mayaboku that attacked the Hidden Cloud Village, shifting the blame onto us in Konoha, thus igniting this war. The toads of Mount Mayaboku? Ebisu scanned the surroundings, failing to catch a glimpse of Jiraiya. Before he spoke again, Jiraiya-sensei's summoning beasts have also been entangled in this, but he remains unaware, merely held under house arrest. In the previous conflict, just as Lord Hokage was on the verge of overcoming the Raikage, those toads reappeared. They ambushed Lord Hokage, inflicting grave injuries. Concern etched upon Ebisu's features. As of now, we cannot ascertain Lord Hokage's condition. Fortunately, Asuma's appearance revealed the toad's conspiracy, prompting Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Village to cease hostilities. Now, both nations have assembled their forces, aiming directly at Mount Mayaboku to seek retribution from the toads. Naruto's gaze turned towards the Hokage building. Brother Banjian's father has sustained severe injuries. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Both turned their attention towards the noise. Naruto, stay here. I will go investigate. You must remain here. Ebisu then vanished from the defensive wall. Naruto's eyes shimmered with a moment of resolve. I cannot stand idly by. Brother Banjian's father is like my own. He pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped onto the path. He did not engage with the ninjas of the Root organization, but proceeded directly towards the necessary passage near the Hokage Tower. This route was the sole pathway leading to the Hokage's office. A Root ninja had just eliminated an Umbu warrior and was making his way towards the Hokage Tower when he suddenly spotted Naruto standing in the middle of the road. Which ignorant brat dares to obstruct my path? In the dimness of the night, the Root ninja failed to discern Naruto's true identity. He disregarded Naruto's presence and continued past him. Yet, in that very moment, bam! Naruto launched a surprise attack, his fist striking with the speed of lightning. The Root ninja did not anticipate such a rapid onslaught, and with the power of heartlessness, Naruto's combat prowess rivaled that of AJ Nin. Even without relying on the Nine Tails, a fist struck fiercely against the waist of the Root ninja, producing a crisp sound, as if he could feel his body shattering. A wave of intense pain surged through him. The Root ninja's figure was violently propelled toward the stone wall, embedding deeply into its surface. As long as I stand here, no one shall pass. Naruto gazed coldly at the fallen Root ninja. Faint footsteps approached, and two more Root ninjas appeared from the opposite path. They witnessed how a single blow from the young man had brought their comrade to the brink of death. Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Minato? Naruto nodded slightly. Indeed. The two Root ninjas exchanged wary glances. Why do you obstruct us? This conflict does not concern you. It is a matter between the Wind of the Mountains and Uchiha Fugaku. As the son of the fourth Hokage, consider this relationship and retreat now, and we shall pretend this never happened. Do not deceive yourself. At your age, possessing such skill is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. You are destined for a glorious future. However, should you continue to impede us, you will either be eliminated by us, or the power of the tailed beast within you will spiral out of control, leading to your demise at the hands of the Nine Tails. At that time, all of Konoha will hunt you down. Is this worth it? The Root ninjas were not unwilling to eliminate Naruto. They feared his potential. If Naruto were to transform into the Nine Tails, their survival would be impossible. Convincing him to leave remained their best option. I have already stated, as long as I am here, no one shall cross. Naruto turned to the two ninjas opposite him and provocatively declared, "Come at me or get lost. As long as I stand here, no one can threaten Lord Hokage." The two ninjas gritted their teeth. Do you really think I fear you? You little brat. Risking so much for the Uchiha. You call yourself a student of Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is also your mentor. Yet here you stand with the very clan that sought to kill him, rather than supporting Sarutobi. It is truly laughable. You might as well change your name to Uchiha Naruto. Naruto scoffed. That madman Sarutobi Hiruzen was merely using me. Jiraiya? I never considered him a teacher. If you do not act soon, I shall not hold back. The two Root ninjas exchanged glances and lunged at Naruto simultaneously. He met them head-on, and the battle ensued. More Root ninjas surged forth, and the sounds of fierce combat echoed through the corridor. Despite the singular path leading to the Hokage's office, the ninjas could navigate around, and many from the Root still gathered around the tower. A fierce battle between the Root and the Umbu raged on. Upon receiving the news, Hinata Hizashi and Aburame Shibi swiftly led their teams to the scene. A figure appeared before the Hokage office, Yamashiro Kaze, surrounded by several Root ninjas. Facing him was Hinata Hizashi, who stood at the entrance of the Hokage building, blocking everyone's path. The number of Umbu ninjas was insufficient compared to the Root, as the Mayuboku Mountain squad had been dispatched elsewhere. Even with Naruto's unexpected appearance, Yamashiro Kaze remained resolute. Hinata Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku's defeat is inevitable. Do you still intend to stubbornly pledge your loyalty to him? Step aside. In the future, Konoha shall be divided between us. Let the Hyuga clan become the most formidable ninja family in Konohagakure. This is your aspiration, is it not? The opportunity is now at hand. Does it not stir your heart? Hyuga Hayashi gazes steadily at Yamanaka Ino, his expression unwaveringly serene. Does it not move you? Hyuga Hayashi's composure is not born of indifference. Rather, it stems from his disdain for Yamanaka Ino, whose prowess is unremarkable and whose skills are insufficient to claim supremacy. He relies solely on the remnants left by Danzo and the leniency of Uchiha Fugaku. Had he acted against Yamanaka Ino earlier, the latter would not exist in this moment. This fleeting mercy has become Yamanaka Ino's leverage, as he foolishly believes it is his own strength that grants him such bold ambitions. Tonight, He shall not triumph over Hyuga Hayashi. Complete the mission. Uchiha Obito scrutinizes the substance contained within the test tube before him. By implanting this, the side effects of my father's eyes will be alleviated. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Obito instantaneously transports himself to the Hokage's office. This is the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique. In the realm of space-time ninjutsu and beyond, it holds a significant advantage in this world, even surpassing certain bloodline limits and strength. Minato Namikaze can traverse the battlefield freely solely with the Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Obito possesses the ability to reverse time, which means he far exceeds Minato Namikaze. Otherwise, he would not have been able to contend with the giant toad of Mayaboko Mountain. Chapter 180, The Secret Facility. This is a life construct synthesized from the genes of the first Hokage. Uchiha Obito whispers, his voice revealing the secrets of technology. I managed to pilfer this from a clandestine research facility. A secret facility? The Captain Yamato who went missing days ago was saved by you, was he not? Indeed. I suspected this matter was connected to you. Uchiha Fugaku rolls up his sleeve and inquires, what is the next step? Shall I implant this construct directly into my arm, or is there a specific procedure? Open the interface, allowing it to embed within your muscular network. The genes will integrate autonomously. Understood. Uchiha Fugaku grasps a miniature cutting device. Uchiha Obito hands over a transparent genetic container. After receiving it, Uchiha Fugaku unseals the container and pours the life construct onto his damaged limb. Like microscopic parasites, the cells swiftly infiltrate the fissures of his flesh, merging seamlessly with his own cells, gradually transforming. The color of his skin fades, revealing a sickly pallor. A wave of sharp pain surges, and Uchiha Fugaku gasps lightly, yet his expression remains remarkably unchanged. As an elite ninja, this is merely a trifling matter. Then, he witnesses the genes of the first Hokage coursing through his body, ascending along his arm, from wrist to forearm, then to upper arm, finally settling at his chest. A shape, faint yet discernible, begins to form upon his breast. At last, the fusion halts, the cells solidifying and stabilizing. Uchiha Fugaku senses a novel energy surging within him. Activate the Sharingan. Intricate optical patterns emerge within his eyes. No bleeding? Uchiha Fugaku examines himself in the mirror, overwhelmed by a blend of astonishment and delight. To awaken the power of the Sharingan is to bear an immense burden. Its excessive use can lead to a catastrophic outflow of blood. Yet at this moment, he feels no such weight, merely a slight increase in energy expenditure. However, this is merely chakra. It seems as though the quantity of chakra within me has augmented. Is the influence of the first Hokage's genes truly this profound? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze sparkled like stars, his demeanor more vibrant than ever. Thank you, Banjo. Father, you are too kind. Uchiha Banjo shook his head and continued. Now that the gene fusion has been successfully achieved, I shall take my leave. I will not partake in this current ordeal. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. You have toiled long for this, Cell. Return and recuperate. I can handle the situation here. What tempest can a mere mountain wind conjure? In an instant, Uchiha Banjo vanished without a trace. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze turned towards the entrance of the Hokage office. Yamashiro F was employing several subordinate root ninjas to ensnare Hide-Ga Hizashi while he himself breached the main entrance of the Hokage's office. Just then, an overwhelming force surged forth, leaving Yamashiro F no time to resist. He could only watch helplessly as the force collided with his chest. He then felt his body lose control, thrown into the air, hurtling backward. Bang! He crashed against the opposite wall of the office building, embedding himself deeply within it. Uchiha Fugaku's silhouette emerged from the shadows. Complete body Susanoo. A colossal black deity stood tall, instantly capturing the attention of all Root and Umbu ninjas. Yamashiro F's eyes widened in disbelief. How can you activate it again? A sense of incredulous terror enveloped his gaze. The giant figure extended its hand, extracting Yamashiro F from the wall. Yamashiro F, you have rebelled against your superiors, incited chaos, and disturbed the peace of the village. Your crime warrants execution. He was hurled high into the air, plummeting straight down. Bang! The ground trembled as a powerful fist descended. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to when Uchiha Fugaku had slain Danzo. The fates of the two Root leaders were sealed, crushed into oblivion by a mighty fist. Annihilation. Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated throughout Konoha, deep and frigid. With Yamashiro F's demise, The remaining members of the root organization chose to surrender. Uchiha Fugaku disbanded the root organization with a declaration. Konoha does not require the existence of such an organization. Both Danzo and Yamashiro F would only cast a shadow over Konoha. The Umbu is sufficient as our covert force. All root members who had committed crimes were imprisoned within the Umbu's confinement facility, and the areas previously occupied by root were thoroughly cleansed. At this moment, a certain matter came to light, the root training and breeding center. It resembled a ninja academy, albeit on a much smaller scale than a formal ninja school. The ninjas there were very young, yet their training was far more rigorous, surpassing all courses of a typical school. Dozens of expressionless children arrived in Konoha. Lord Hokage, how should we address these children? Uchiha Fugaku cast a glance. They are all remnants left by Danzo. We cannot easily place them in other households. In the short term, they will struggle to adapt to ordinary life. Our primary task is to reshape their mindset, allowing them to integrate into Konoha. For this endeavor, Uchiha Fugaku thought of one person, Yamato. Yamato's experiences are akin to those of these children. He may empathize with them deeply, and the children might feel a closer connection to him than to ordinary ninjas. Let us summon Yamato. His injuries should have healed sufficiently. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku proceeded towards the training ground, where the children had gathered. Upon entering the area, all attention shifted to him. Greetings. I am the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku. Your past affiliations, backgrounds, and deeds are of no consequence. Today, I offer you a choice. At this moment, you may decide for yourselves. Option 1. You may leave Konoha. We will provide relocation assistance, allowing you to go wherever you desire, severing all ties with Konoha. Option 2. You may join Konoha. I will assign you a mentor, and you will be treated as equals among the other children of Konoha. I trust you have made your decision. Therefore, please make your choice. Those choosing to leave the village, step to the right. Those choosing to remain, step to the left. A few children began to move, with a notable majority gravitating towards the right. Their disdain for Konoha was palpable, and the harsh training from root instilled fear within them. This clearly illustrated the utter failure of Danzo's proud training methods. He believed he could mold individuals who were absolutely loyal to him. Yet he failed to cultivate charisma that inspired loyalty. Only 20 remain. Uchiha Fugaku's expression grew solemn as he surveyed the Umbu members beside him. Prepare the transportation equipment to send the children choosing to leave to the nearby Star Region for refuge. For those who remain, ensure they have a safe place to reside. Understood, Lord Hokage. The conflict between the wind and the root had come to an end. There was no need for Uchiha Fugaku to personally handle the aftermath. After all, he was the embodiment of the will of fire. It was impossible for him to attend to every matter personally. Entrusting those orphans to Yamato would suffice. At that moment, Kakashi's team from Konoha and 2 squads from the Cloud, led by the Wood Ninja, were nearing the deep void connecting to the Hengju Star Region. By traversing this dark interstellar tunnel, they would reach the central lake of the planet, where Mount Hengju resided on an island at its center. Asuma, is the Hengju Star Realm just beyond this tunnel? Indeed. Asuma nodded slightly. I will lead the way. You all follow closely behind me. Kakashi exchanged glances with the 2 Wood Ninja and nodded in agreement. Very well, let Asuma take the lead. Fueled by an intense hatred for the amphibious creatures of the Hengju Star Realm, Asuma seized this opportunity for vengeance, vowing that he and Kakashi would fight with all their might. Who defeated and abandoned the Root Ninja in that passage? Uchiha Fugaku suddenly recalled a scene from the past. That night, the winds of betrayal swept through the mountains, and the number of Root Ninjas arriving at the Hokage's residence fell far short of expectations. It was later revealed that they had been vanquished by an unknown force, obstructing the path. Report to the Hokage, my lord. No one witnessed the exact circumstances. Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brow. Very well, I understand. You may go. Yes, Hokage-sama. Naruto sat serenely in the courtyard, seemingly unperturbed by the turmoil. In the hollow, the sounds of footsteps reverberated as the group advanced, echoes cascading around them. A few bats flitted overhead, their wings beating as they plunged into the starry abyss. Time trickled away, and the passage seemed interminable, gradually igniting anxiety within a portion of the ninjas. How much longer until we arrive? Perhaps we are halfway there, Asuma replied. Is it truly that far? He responded. Under normal circumstances, yes. Otherwise, how could the coordinates of the Hengju region remain largely undiscovered for so many years? In the cosmos, There exist three great spiritual beast shrines: Mayaboka Mountain, the Wetlands Forest, and the Dragon Cave Secret Realm. Each is concealed in unfathomable locales, known only to a select few who understand how to access them. The Dragon Cave lies within the depths of the earth, shrouded in darkness so profound that none dare to tread there, while the wetlands, though termed a forest, consist of countless stone pillars resembling trees. They stand in rows, dense like a sea of woods, hence the name Wetlands Forest. Mayaboka Mountain, however, is the only sacred ground above the surface. For many years, it remained unknown to the world, its secrets unveiled only by the legendary Jiraiya, who stumbled upon it by chance. Ultimately, a glimmer of light appeared before them. "We are nearly there," Asuma whispered. "The amphibious clan within is formidable. We must remain concealed until all members have exited the entrance, lest we be obstructed by those frogs. A single molten fireball could lead to our utter defeat." The group nodded in agreement, acquiescing to this arrangement. Asuma was the first to step out of the cave, followed by Kakashi and the two wooden ninjas. Squinting, they allowed their eyes to adjust to the sudden brilliance of the light. The darkness within the cavern had been profound. A lake appeared before their eyes, with a floating island at its center. "Is that Mayaboka Mountain?" "Indeed," Asuma confirmed with a nod. "That is Mayaboka Mountain, the place where Jiraiya captured me. All the frogs are atop that mountain." A chill flickered in Asuma's eyes. The situation seemed dire. A member of the Hyuga clan stepped forward, activating his Byakugan to peer at the opposing peak, his tone grave. "It appears to be quite chaotic over there, as if a fierce battle is underway." "A fierce battle?" Kakashi turned to Asuma for clarification. Asuma furrowed his brow slightly. "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is other adversaries of Mayaboka Mountain. There was unrest in the Mayaboka region previously, and I seized the opportunity to escape. However, this could work in our favor. The more enemies they face, the greater our chances of overcoming them, with minimal losses." Kakashi and the two wooden ninjas exchanged glances, deciding to refrain from any offensive maneuvers for now, opting instead to utilize the Hyuga clan's Byakugan for distant reconnaissance. At that moment, the sky above Mayaboka Mountain was engaged in a confrontation with the amphibious warrior, the fairy frog. The frog had long been eradicated by the boatman frog, yet the true essence of the boatman was not that of a mere toad, but rather an innumerable array of tentacles. These tentacles, having consumed countless lives of the frog tribe, had grown immensely, coiling together like a colossal serpent to form a grotesque creature. The Frog Maru. A grave expression adorned Frog Maru's face, burdened by the overwhelming power of the boatman frog, far exceeding his expectations. Simultaneously, he was filled with profound regret. The remorse over his previous negligence, failing to completely eliminate the boatman, had led to the current dire circumstances, resulting in the demise of so many from the frog tribe in the Meow Moo Star domain. Cultivating such a population demanded an extensive passage of time. More than half of the frogs had perished at the hands of the boatman. The upper echelon of Meow Moo suffered devastating losses. The Grand Frog had met his end during the previous upheaval. The Winter Frog had been sent to his death by Frog Maru. Only the toad remained of such esteemed life forms. Countless tentacles writhed together, pulsating in the air as if to consume everything in their vicinity. Shinsaku and Shima bore serious expressions, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of reverence and fear. The other frogs scarcely possessed the courage to approach. The great toad sage, Frog Maru, inhaled deeply. "Boatman, you shall face 1,000 deaths." He produced a talisman and affixed it to himself, infusing a powerful surge of Senjutsu chakra into his being. In an instant, Frog Maru's aura surged, causing the earth around him to collapse into a chasm. His outer garments manifested only to vanish immediately. Frog Maru concentrated all his Senjutsu chakra into the palm of his hand. The Hinata ninja depicted the current situation. The previously appeared frog was engaged in fierce combat with a monstrous entity, while many other frogs nearby refrained from intervening, seemingly unworthy to partake in this battle. Kakashi nodded, indicating his understanding. Chapter 182. An intruder. This signified that, apart from that peculiar frog, the power of the other aberrant frogs was inferior to its own. It was locked in combat with that anomaly, possibly facing severe injury or even destruction. We shall continue to wait until the culmination of their battle arrives. Then, we will launch a surprise attack on these aberrant frogs, catching them off guard. At last, the mysterious power of the toad Maru pierced the body of the rowboat frog. A dazzling halo erupted from among the countless twisted tentacles. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the surroundings, accompanied by the intense dispersal of light. The tentacles of the rowboat frog gradually turned grayish-white to the naked eye, transforming into stone. This was a unique technique derived from the application of spiritual chakra, capable of delivering devastating impact while petrifying the enemy from within. For the rowboat frog, this was a far more lethal means than mere destruction. Its very essence lay in its tentacles. If but one survived, life could persist. It would infiltrate other organisms, siphoning vitality to restore itself. External singular strikes struggled to eradicate all tentacles entirely. Once the tentacles dispersed, the rowboat frog would surely retaliate. In that moment, Toad Maru seized the opportunity. He injected spiritual chakra into the body of the rowboat frog, causing an instantaneous eruption of energy to spread deep within, leaving the opponent no time to resist. Every part of its body, every tentacle, was petrified under Toad Maru's spiritual chakra. Crack! A fissure traversed the hardened form of the boat frog, and soon an increasing number of cracks emerged. With a resounding crash, countless stones shattered and cascaded down until the entire boat frog was utterly dismantled, reduced to a chaotic pile of rubble. Uchiha Madara gently shook his head, remarking, "This peculiar frog has grown too arrogant, believing it could easily seize the Toad Sage, exhausting all its trump cards without leaving any semblance of defense. Consequently, it has now been utterly vanquished, obliterated. Foolishness. Yet for us, the actions against the boat frog have been accomplished. My Bokuzen has undeniably become a foe to both Konohagakure and Kumogakure, its true nature laid bare. As the combined forces of the two villages advance toward this location, the extermination of those peculiar frogs is merely a matter of time. Madara's intention was to disrupt the order of my Bokuzen, and now that objective has been achieved." The High GA ninja's expression shifted. "The anomaly has been slain by the peculiar frog. Is the anomaly dead? What of that peculiar frog?" Kakashi hurriedly inquired. The outlook appeared grim, as if the toll had been too great. Kakashi exchanged glances with the two wooden figures and issued the command, "Charge." In an instant, the ninjas of Konohagakure and Kumogakure surged toward the central isle, racing across the water toward my Bokuzen, their speed astonishing. Spare none. The number of ninjas on both sides was considerable, and as they surged forward, they immediately drew the attention of the surrounding peculiar frogs, who stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Who dares intrude? They had never witnessed such a multitude of humans. My Bokuzen, concealed within the depths of the forest, had always been elusive. Over the years, aside from the Otsutsuki clan and Jiraiya, only Minato Namikaze had accompanied Jiraiya on a visit here. When had so many humans appeared at the base of my Bokuzen? What could their intentions be? Observing their aggressive demeanor, it was evident that they harbored ill will. With a swift motion, Kakashi vanished and reappeared within my Bokuzen, casting his kunai with precision, striking a nearby peculiar frog. Blood splattered instantaneously, and the aura of death permeated the vicinity. The remaining peculiar frogs stood in shock, trembling in fear and scattering in retreat, while the brave ones glared at Kakashi, their eyes brimming with hatred and fury. Intruders. This proclamation reverberated throughout my Bokuzen. However, the ninjas had no time to contemplate. This was their home ground, my Bokuzen, and a stealthy assault to annihilate all the peculiar frogs was no longer feasible, as their presence had undoubtedly been detected. Given this realization, they decided to commit fully from the outset, aiming to inflict as much damage as possible. Engage. The ninjas of Konohagakure and Kumogakure lunged into the fray, filled with rage. Were it not for these peculiar frogs, there would be no resurgence of conflict between Konohagakure and Kumogakure. These frogs regarded humans as mere insects, toying with their lives, inciting the ire of all humanity. One may deceive another human, but none could endure being mocked by a frog. What are these mere peculiar frogs? Gamma Maru looked back at the valley, his expression darkening. Despicable humans. How did they discover this place? Suddenly, he caught sight of Asuma amidst the crowd. It is he. Has he escaped? Asuma had previously made an appearance, but at that time, Gamma Maru had distanced himself from the battle with Madara, thus failing to notice Asuma. It is all because of Jiraiya. The eyes of Gamma Maru shimmered with venomous hatred. In the past, Gamma Maru held Jiraiya in high regard, obeying his every word and placing absolute trust in him. Such unwavering loyalty is indeed rare. Thus, Gamma Maru resolved to appoint Jiraiya as his representative among humans. All the toads of Myabokum Mountain, save for himself, could summon Jiraiya. From Muntai to Ken, Kei, and even Shinzaku and Jima. Yet now, Gamamaru was left only with feelings of revulsion. It was Jiraiya who captured the Fate Intervener, but he requested merely to imprison them rather than kill. It was precisely this act of mercy, this mere imprisonment, that led to subsequent calamities. Kabuto suddenly lost control, wreaking havoc and disturbing the tranquility of Mayaboko Mountain. Furthermore, Gamagoro perished under the treasure of the medicine master Nonai. The rowing toad seized the opportunity to slay many toads, and Asuma also escaped amidst the chaos. In Gamamaru's eyes, all of this was Jiraiya's fault. Had it not been for Jiraiya, the circumstances of Mayaboko Mountain would not have deteriorated to this state. Jiraiya. Chapter 183. Collision of energies. Gamamaru's countenance suddenly grew grave, resembling the shadow of an abyss, brimming with boundless pressure and coldness. Noble sage of the great toad star, what course of action should we take at this moment? Shinzaku's gaze flickered uncertainly, laden with tension and worry. A cascade of events unfolded upon Mayaboko Mountain, each interlocking with the next, leaving no respite for breath. The recently crossed toad was ruthlessly annihilated, followed closely by the relentless assault of human ninjas. Why would these individuals brazenly launch an offensive against us? The perplexed toad was filled with doubt. Yet the true circumstances were known only to Gamamaru. Mayaboko Mountain is our domain. These intruders shall be met with no mercy. Understood. The situation had escalated to a point of no return. Humanity would not forgive the provocation of the Toad clan, and these beings too vowed to defend their homeland with their lives. A brutal struggle was about to commence. Humans and giant toads clashed, blades colliding, energies colliding. Two kunoichi proficient in wood release, Waiki Nikki, rushed into the heart of battle, joining forces with Kakashi to confront Gamamaru, undoubtedly the most powerful among the toads. Only the strongest among humans could challenge him. The remaining warriors surged forth to face the ordinary giant toads. The high-ranking leaders of Mayaboko Mountain were few. The wide toad Gamagoro, the formidable toad Ken, and the wise toad Muntai had all fallen. Remaining were the loyal toad Ch, the defensive master Tech, the perceptive toad Shizai, the immensely powerful dairy toad, and the massive stone toad that only Jiraiya could summon. This toad was said to be of immense size, its true form unseen by any. Asuma faced off against Shinzaku. He had an impression of this great toad, having overheard Shinzaku mention his friend Jiraiya, indicating a deep bond between them. Yet Asuma harbored hatred for both sides, for the giant toad and for Jiraiya. These intertwining grievances drove his fury towards Shinzaku to its zenith. In an instant, Asuma transformed into a serpent, swiftly lunging towards Shinzaku. Deep as a toad, inherently fearful of snakes, this strategy aims to exploit its weaknesses. Asuma is acutely aware that the Toad King is second only to the great Toad Sage and must never be underestimated. He is also filled with confidence in his power of the Bone Dominator. When facing Jiraiya, barring unforeseen circumstances, he could hardly fall into the opponent's hands so easily. Deep retreats continuously, with Asuma in hot pursuit. The two, one man and one toad, race across the battlefield. A sudden croak resonates, sending a tremor through Asuma's mind, causing him to involuntarily pause for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Deep charges forward. Bam! A sharp claw strikes Asuma fiercely. In that fleeting moment between life and death, he instinctively softens his body. Although he was hit, Asuma suffers no serious injury and immediately entangles Deep. Deep struggles to break free, and with a powerful leap, Asuma misses his grasp. The chase resumes between the man and the toad. Meanwhile, Samui encounters another giant toad leader, Shima. However, her strength proves insufficient, even as AJ Nin. In my Bokuzen, Shima has accumulated an immeasurable amount of chakra and experience over countless years, far surpassing Samui. Her body is infused with a vast reservoir of sage chakra, a level beyond Samui's reach. Her power is nearly comparable to Asuma, who has yet to acquire the Bone Dominator ability. Witnessing Deep's plight, Shima's anxiety escalates, and her attacks grow increasingly fierce and merciless. Die! Samui falls to the ground as Shima's assault targets her throat. At that moment, a figure flashes by. It is Uchiha Aki. Previously, Uchiha Aki had clashed with Samui in the battle between Konoha and Kumogakure. Now Uchiha Aki saves Samui's life. Thank you. Samui swiftly rises, and the two join forces against Shima. In a one-on-one confrontation, Shima holds the upper hand, Yet in a 2-on-1 situation, the tide turns. The fierce battle evolves into a prolonged stalemate. Damn it. Shima notices Deep's condition, her expression shifting dramatically. You humans are too much. My Bokuzen has never invaded you. Yet you attack us without cause, slaughtering our toads with the intent to annihilate us all. Samui snorts coldly. Never invaded us. You have killed so many of our Kumogakure ninjas, inciting a brutal war between Konoha and Kumogakure. What face do you have left to claim innocence? Uchiha Aki shoots Shima a dispassionate glare. Stop wasting words with it. Just eliminate it. Hearing their words, Shima's brow furrows deeply. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupts. The entire My Bokuzen seems to tremble. A colossal figure descends. It is the two Waimuki Nikki, fully unleashing their tailed beast power. Yet, it seems still unable to withstand the Toad King. Kakashi retreats repeatedly, complex patterns emerging in his eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The twisting force of space strikes the Toad King. However, he evades just in time, leaving only torn garments scattered about. The Toad King stands high, gazing down at everyone, his blood-red eyes brimming with hatred. Another talisman affixes itself to him. Today, you shall all perish. A powerful aura erupts from the Toad King, comparable in might to that faced against the Toad Fairy. Kakashi and the Waimuki Nikki grow wary. How can this creature possess such formidable power? Could it not be said that this was his ultimate state? Initially, they believed that the weakened Toad Maru, having lost most of his power after the fierce battle, would be easily defeated. Yet, they soon realized that the situation was far more complex. Toad Maru still possessed considerable strength. The two Yuki Nikki were engaged in combat in their full-tailed beast forms, while Kakashi wielded the might of his Mangeki Sharingan. However, none of this posed a lethal threat to Toad Maru. All eyes were intently fixed on this unfolding scene. The crux of victory hinged upon the ability to vanquish Toad Maru. Only by eliminating him could the remaining giant toads face extinction. Conversely, it would be the human ninjas who would meet their demise. Suddenly, Toad Maru vanished in an instant. Bang!